Reborn in 1979, Li Xiangdong becomes a trained water supply attendant. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Our third son is just a hopeless idiot. The neighborhood committee arranged him a job, and he refuses to go, spends all day sleeping and eating like a pig. Dongs is such a big boy now, yet still so immature. Good jobs are hard to come by these days. He said it. Other families are fighting over work opportunities, and here Dongzi has one handed to him but won't even show up. I'm worried sick for you. What are you going to do? Li Xiangdong lay on the Kong, a traditional heated brick bed, half awake as the chatter from the courtyard drifted in. He slowly opened his eyes. Looking around, he saw that although the furniture looked new, the styles were unmistakably old-fashioned. That overwhelming sense of familiarity made his head spin. Wasn't this exactly his childhood home from decades ago? And that voice scolding him, it was unmistakably his mother's. Did I just get reborn from taking a nap? As memories gradually flooded back, he felt no panic, only eager anticipation. He grabbed his large cotton shorts from beside the bed, slipped them on, and hopped off the Kong. His size 43 feet landed squarely in a pair of worn cloth shoes. Hurrying over to the wall calendar, he checked the date. July 10th, 1979. He then walked to the mirror adorned with revolutionary motifs and stared at the youthful face reflected back, short parted hair, bright eyes, handsome features, and a tall 180 centimeters frame. Anyone seeing him would call him a fine young man. His mother was still outside, animatedly chatting with neighbors. Li Xiangdong pushed open the door and stood silently in the doorway, staring straight at them. Dong's is awake. Oh dear, it's almost mealtime. We'll head back now, sisterly. The two neighbor aunties grew uneasy under his intense gaze and quickly excused themselves, hurrying out of the yard. Now only one middle-aged woman remained in the courtyard, his mother, her short hair cut neatly at ear length, hands firmly planted on her hips, glaring at him. What's with that look? Don't like hearing the truth? Then go prove yourself, report to the neighborhood office, and take that job. It's been over a month since we got back to the city. You got a job lined up, yet you just loiter around all day. There are so many returned educated youths flooding back into Beijing right now. Just having a job to feed your family is a blessing. How dare you be picky? In his past life, Li Xiangdong remembered his mother as an elderly woman leaning on a cane. Now she stood before him, fiery and loud as ever. He was initially moved, but her endless nagging soon gave him a headache. Thinking of the job the neighborhood office had assigned, he shot back. "I'm not going to pop popcorn for a living. That's more my dad's age." Having just been reborn, he didn't want to argue. He turned, shut the door behind him, and pulled on a white undershirt. On the front was printed, "Outstanding Worker Award, Jiangwomen Subdistrict Coal Depot, Beijing." The Li family had been in the coal business for 3 generations. His grandfather, Old Man Li, worked at a local coal plant before liberation. Back then, households used coal dust, which workers shaped into briquettes like rolling Tangyuan sweet rice balls. Old Man Li was famed for making perfect coal balls. After the socialist transformation, private plants became state-run coal depots. When staffing fell short in their district, Old Man Li managed to get his son Li Xiangdong's father hired too. Father and son worked side by side. When Old Man Li retired, Li Xiangdong's eldest brother took over. Fortunately, by then Beijing had adopted honeycomb coal, eliminating the grueling labor of hand-rolling briquettes. His second brother worked as a boiler operator at a public bathhouse under the subdistrict office. Now dressed, Li Xiangdong stepped out of the West Wing room and saw his elder and younger sisters-in-law gently coaxing his reluctant mother into the main house. He walked briskly toward the reverse-facing rooms at the front of the courtyard, the spot closest to the main water and sewage lines. To save money during installation, the family had built their sink here. He turned on the tap, splashed some water on his face, and dried off with a tattered towel hanging nearby. Glancing around, he took in a familiar layout of their Sihiyuan courtyard house just as he remembered it. This single courtyard Sihiyuan covered over 300 square meters. The main gate sat in the southeast corner. Stepping through, one faced the gable wall of the east wing, where a screen wall bore a carved Fu Fortune character. Turning left into the main courtyard, gray stone slabs paved the ground. On either side stood a jujube tree and a pomegranate tree. In the northeast corner sat a bitter water well, sealed with a heavy bluestone slab too. Many children in the house, safety first. Old Man really was something, Li Xiangdong muttered admiringly. The Lis weren't native Beijingers. Their urban residency and household registration in Beijing were entirely thanks to Grandpa Li. In late 1948, before Beijing's peaceful liberation, Old Man Li brought his wife and teenage son Li Xiangdong's father with the People's Liberation Army into the city. Unlike others fleeing the chaos, He sold their farmland and house back home and used the money to buy the main house and its attached east and west side rooms at a bargain price amid the turmoil. After liberation, neighbors gradually moved in, some buying private property, others assigned housing by work units or the subdistrict office. As Beijing's housing shortage worsened, the east and west wings were each divided into 2 units, housing 4 families. The front rooms held 2 more. Including the lease, 7 households once shared this single courtyard. Over 20-plus years, through private deals, work unit housing allocations for his sons, and strategic swaps via underground housing exchange circles, Old Manly gradually bought out every other tenant. Now, the entire Sihuan belonged solely to the Li family. The main house and side rooms have been repartitioned into 3 bedrooms. The central hall served as the dining and living area. Grandpa and Grandma Li lived in the east room, Li's parents in the west. Each elder brother occupied an east wing room. Li Xiangdong stayed in the west wing. The other west room housed his 2 nieces. The front rooms, poorly lit, had their illegal coal sheds and storage cleared out by Grandpa Li. Now they stored honeycomb coal and household clutter there. In his previous life, after Deng Xiaoping's Southern Tour speech, reforms swept the nation, amplified by the overseas study craze, and Sihuan prices skyrocketed. But the Li family faced a classic problem: a big tree branches out. Li Xiangdong used his share from selling the courtyard to buy a modest 100-square-meter apartment. The rest? He lost it all within a couple of years, chasing get-rich-quick schemes, green with envy watching others succeed. While others went public, he just went broke. Standing around like a fool again? I called you 3 times. Come eat already. Startled from his reverie, Li Xiangdong turned to see his mother standing right beside him. Her voice rose sharply, temper flaring. Whap, whap. She smacked him hard on the back. Ow, Ma, that hurts. I'm your own flesh and blood. Li Xiangdong yelped, jumping in place. That's exactly why I hit Yumion's son. Seeing her hand rise again, he bolted. You all go ahead, I'm just going to the toilet. Author's note. Some readers pointed out that Beijingers don't say Daoye and Yang. They're absolutely right. Traditional Beijing dialect uses Baba and Mama reduplicated terms. Jianyang sounds more rural or literary. However, in period fiction, Baba Mama feels oddly modern. So for nostalgic authenticity, we use Daini Yanga, stylistic choice evoking the era. Chapter 2. My Wife and Daughter. PSSSHHH. Li Xiangdong whistled softly, shivered with relief, and pulled up his shorts as he stepped out of the public latrine in the Heartfelt. Youth. At 20-something, his body was in prime condition, already blessed with a natural 5 centimeters advantage at the starting line. And with all that young energy surging through him, if he hadn't been quick enough to step back just now, his own stream would have splashed right onto his underwear. Strolling down the quiet alley, everyone was at breakfast. The gray brick walls of the Heartfelt felt serene. His family lived in Chuanban Heartfelt, Dongcheng District, under Jing Women's Subdistrict, solidly within Beijing's inner second ring road. The 525-meter-long, 7-meter-wide alley got its name from an old shipyard once located here. Chuanban Heartfelt was split north and south by its width. North Chuanban featured orderly courtyards and wide lanes, mostly single-family homes, once owned by former aristocrats and officials. Many were expropriated during political campaigns, but were now being returned. Some unlucky souls held property deeds, but couldn't reclaim their houses. The subdistrict had rented them out. Daily protests did nothing. Police and officials came and went, powerless. South Chuanban, where the least lived, housed ordinary folk. Most Sihuan were crowded compounds, 6, 20, even 40 or 50 people crammed together, with chaotic illegal extensions. But the lease? They alone occupied an entire courtyard, a rare privilege in South Chuanban. Just as he stepped through the gate, a young woman approached, beautiful, short ponytail, holding a child in her arms. It was his wife and their little daughter. Li Xiangdong froze, unsure what to say. Duh. The toddler waved chubby arms, flashing a few tiny milk teeth. His wife pulled out a handkerchief, wiped the baby's drool, and spoke first. Ma sent me to get you. Come eat before she starts nagging again. This was Zhou Yuqin's wife, 1 year his junior. After failing to enter high school, Li Xiangdong was sent to the countryside as part of the Down to the Countryside movement, assigned to Chongping, a rural suburb of Beijing. With too much older brothers at home, had never done manual labor. As a hands-off master, he became a village joke, useless at farm work, eventually reduced to gathering pig fodder alongside women and children. Ironically, this made him somewhat desirable as a husband prospect. Villagers knew his family lived in Beijing close enough that he wouldn't abandon wife and child just to return to the city. At marriageable age, A matchmaker introduced him to a girl from neighboring Zhou village Zhou Yuqin. On their first meeting, charmed by his good looks, she agreed to the match. Early marriage was joyful, but reality set in. In those days, good looks didn't fill stomachs. Only through constant financial and material help from both sets of parents did they avoid starvation. Now back in the city, they were once again eating off the old folks. Zhou Yuqin never complained, bottling up every hardship. She served Li Xiangdong faithfully her whole life, yet barely tasted happiness before passing away before 60. Others called him lucky a man, supported by his wife. Back then, he thought they mocked him. Now, he realized they were right. If he weren't lucky, how else could he get a second chance? Guilt gnawed at him as he studied his wife's stern expression. He understood her anger. Through recovered memories, he now knew exactly when had been reborn. They'd been back in the city over a month, but had loafed around daily, ignoring the sub-district assigned job. He could afford indifference, his parents were his blood. But she had no such luxury. Her and the child's Huku household registration were still Ruralno monthly grain ration, no urban benefits. My mom's just got a sharp tongue, no malice. She's all bark, no bite, he offered awkwardly. When she didn't respond, he rubbed his nose and changed tack. Where's Xiaohai? Li Xiaohai was his 3-year-old son, too young for school, always trailing after older cousins. In the room. You free after breakfast? He'll take you sightseeing. There's so much of Beijing you haven't seen. Don't want to. Her furrowed brow confirmed she still wasn't in the mood to talk. Li Xiangdong grew anxious. Trying to appease her, he said, rest a bit, let me hold the baby. He took his daughter into his arms, kissing her cheeks as he walked inward. Xiao Qi, he cooed, say dad for me. Hit you. Her tiny hands patted his arm soft, harmless. Her real name was Li Xiaozhu. At 18 months old and 7th among cousins, she was just learning to speak. Probably picked up hit from grandma, Li since returning to the city. In his past life, his kids treated him decently, but their devotion was reserved for their mother. Especially Xiaozhu. Daily calls, minimum half an hour each. Had grown so tired of the phone ringing. Down. Wriggling in his arms, she arched her bottom, wanting down. You can't even walk steady, what's the rush? He pinched her nose playfully. Keep fussing, and he'll spank you. Xiaozhu giggled, shaking her head to dodge his hand, thinking it was a game. When you grow up, remember to be filial to your old dad. By the time you marry, he'll be ancient, call me every day, at least an hour per call. Got it. Her reply. Hit you. Hey, you little bratty, you're ungrateful. Stinky want. Hearing their absurd back and forth, Zhou Yuqin shot him a sideways glance. What does a toddler know? Besides, given their poverty, an hour-long daily phone call? They couldn't even afford 1 minute. Chapter 3. The three-hall tribunal. The main living room of the Li family is quite spacious, furnished with a large and a small table. With a total of 17 family members, including the elderly and the young, the 2 tables barely suffice. At this moment, Li's father and mother, along with the siblings and their spouses, are all seated around the large dining table. The eldest brother has 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, Li Xiaojiang, aged 13, Li Xiaotao, aged 11, and Li Xiaolan, aged 9. The second brother has 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, Li Xiaobo, aged 5, and Li Xiaomei, aged 10. The children are huddled in a corner, whispering amongst themselves, one of whom is Li Xiaohai, his son. Father. Upon seeing his father enter, Li Xiaohai immediately called out. Li Xiangdong inquired, have you eaten? Li Xiaotao nodded, I have. Very well, then continue to play. As soon as Li Xiangdong finished speaking, Zhou Yuqin, who had followed him into the room, reached out to take their daughter from his arms. She moved beside Li's father and mother, pulling out a stool from under the table, and sat down, cradling the child. Observing this scene, Li Xiangdong realized it was akin to a tribunal. He called out to his parents and nodded at his siblings, only to notice that there was no room left at the large dining table. However, at the small table nearby, he found a bowl of corn porridge and a plate of pickled radishes, along with 2 steamed buns. It seemed he had been relegated to the children's table. Faced with this situation, Li Xiangdong felt a twinge of embarrassment, but his hunger took precedence, especially since his youthful body digests food swiftly. He plopped down, cradling a full bowl of corn porridge, and began to slurp it eagerly. After finishing the top layer, which was cool, he set down the bowl, as the portion beneath was still too hot to consume. He then grabbed a steamed bun, picking up his chopsticks with his right hand, alternating bites of the bun and the pickled radish. After downing 2 buns in quick succession, he let out a satisfied burp. Exhaling contentedly, he paused for a moment, lifting the bowl of corn porridge once more, but before he could resume slurping, Li's father, seated at the large dining table, observed his youngest son's eating habits with an increasingly dark expression. Third son, you return from the countryside with your wife and children, and I had hoped you would show some progress. To my dismay, it appears you possess no other talents, but your audacity has certainly grown thicker. Look at you, eating so voraciously in front of everyone without a hint of shame. Does it taste good? If it's not enough, shall I have your mother serve you more? Li's father's sarcastic remarks carried an unusual tone, causing the room to erupt in laughter, dispelling the previously solemn atmosphere. Particularly, Li's mother, who had been frowning just moments before, now laughed the loudest. Uncle, is the corn porridge truly that delicious? Asked Li Xiaojiang, standing in the corner. Currently, he is a second-year student at the nearby number 125 middle school, known in later years as the Huiwen Experimental School, and his academic performance leaves much to be desired, as he spends his days being mischievous. Delicious. Would you like to join me for more, dear nephew? Li Xiangdong replied casually. None of the younger generation in the Li family had a penchant for studying, nor did they possess any exceptional skills for earning substantial wealth. Yet, in his old age, these children often visited him, bringing gifts of eggs, small cakes, and milk. Although the items may hold little monetary value, it is the sentiment behind them that is truly precious. The thoughtfulness of bringing food to his uncle and visiting from time to time reflects the character of a wonderful child. Uncle, you should eat on your own. Consuming this daily makes me feel nauseous, Li Xiaojing remarked. However, before he could finish, Li Dajiao interjected sharply, be quiet. If you continue to disrupt, I might just give you a good talking to. Startled, Li Xiaojing recoiled, silenced. Is it so difficult for you to speak kindly, eldest daughter-in-law? Why frighten my grandson? Li Mu observed her eldest grandson shivering, cowering like a quail, and her displeasure was evident as she retorted at Li Dajiao. With a loud bang, Li Fu slammed his palm against the table. You two be quiet. The eldest daughter-in-law is educating the children. There's no need for your interference. Do you even realize how spoiled the third has become because of you? Am I the one who spoiled the third? Honestly, do you think I can control him? Li Mu was unafraid of Li Fu and directly countered, leaving him speechless. The entire family was aware of who had truly indulged Li Xiangdong. Noticing the increasingly tense atmosphere in the room, Li Xiangdong hastily finished the corn porridge in his bowl, wiped his mouth, and prepared to slip away. We haven't discussed your work yet. Where do you think you're going? Sit down properly. Li Fu, feeling cornered by Li Mu's words and with nowhere to vent his frustration, turned his ire towards Li Xiangdong. Upon hearing that work was to be discussed, Li Xiangdong obediently returned to his seat, recognizing the necessity of conferring with his family about this matter. At that moment, Li Xiaozhu, cradled in Zhou Yuqin's arms, began to fuss, not crying but rather whimpering persistently, indicative of her sleepiness. Li Fu quelled his irritation and spoke softly, Third daughter-in-law, take the child to the back room. Turning around, he noticed his grandchildren huddled in the corner, too frightened to make a sound. Xiaojing, you take your younger siblings and follow your third aunt to the back room to play. Children are often fearless when it comes to their parents scolding them, but they are genuinely frightened when witnessing quarrels among adults. Upon hearing their grandfather's command, Li Xiaojing and the others promptly followed Zhou Yuqin into the back room. The eldest, Li Xiaojing, made a silly face at Li Xiangdong as he passed by. Li Xiangdong shot him a glare, having returned for over a month. He had grown increasingly familiar with the children, especially this mischievous nephew who quickly forgot any fright. Once the door to the back room closed, Li Fu's gaze returned to Li Xiangdong. Sighing inwardly, he regarded his youngest son. Among his three sons, the eldest and the second were the most dependable, performing their duties with steadiness and rarely causing him worry. It was only this youngest son who seemed to consistently provoke his frustration. From a young age, he showed little interest in his studies, preferring to play instead. When sent to the countryside as a young intellectual, he frequently wrote home, lamenting his hunger and the hardships of rural life, making his father fear the worst upon receiving the first letter. Thinking a natural disaster had struck again, now that he had returned from the countryside and was assigned a job by the street office, he stubbornly refused to work. Is this what raising a son entails? This is clearly akin to raising a debt collector. Father Li asserted without room for doubt. You will report to the street office later. What is wrong with popping popcorn? It's certainly better than idling away at home. Although the notion of popping popcorn might seem undignified, it is nonetheless a collective enterprise under the street office. He was concerned that his younger son might continue to procrastinate, and if too much time elapsed, he might lose even this job. Dongzi, heed our father's advice. If there is work available, we should take it. Currently, there are over 400,000 unemployed youths in the capital. If we consider the entire city, nearly 1 in 3 households has at least one person without a job. Spoke the second brother, Li Weimin, who spent his days in a bathhouse and was more informed than the average person. Upon hearing these figures for the first time, Mother Li became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Dongzi, you must not delay any longer. What will you do if you lose this job? In a comparison of abundance and scarcity, what is wrong with popping popcorn? It is indeed a decent job. Chapter 4. Old Lady Li Dongzi. Are you considering working at the coal shop? After his eldest brother Li Weiguo spoke, he scratched his head, his expression troubled. However, the positions at the coal shop are all filled, and they are only hiring temporary workers to deliver coal. Li's father interrupted his eldest son in a fit of anger, exclaiming, "Can he manage to be a coal delivery worker? A basket of coal weighs at least 50 pounds. Our third son, that rascal, has become notorious in Chongping, always trailing behind a group of children to cut pigweed. You really speak without thinking." As he reminisced about the first visit to the Zhoujia village in Chongping to meet the in-laws, the words of the nearby villagers made him feel so embarrassed that he wished to find a crack in the ground to hide. Sitting at the small dining table, Li Xiangdong felt both frustrated and awkward, and he couldn't let his father continue. "Father, did you know that the street office has recruitment quotas for the railway system?" As soon as Li Xiangdong spoke, the room fell silent, and his father ceased his furious glare. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him in astonishment. "Is there such a thing?" Li Urge asked, puzzled. Li Xiangdong nodded affirmatively, recalling it vividly. In his past life, unable to withstand his family's incessant pleas, he had reported to the street office and ended up with a job popping popcorn. Not long after, he received news from a childhood friend that among the group of educated youth placed by the street office, some had secured positions in the railway system. Given the chance to live life anew, he understood that there were better jobs available, and not striving for them would be foolish. Li's father furrowed his brows and inquired, "Where did you hear this?" Analyzed from various sources, Li Xiangdong could only respond, under the skeptical gaze of his family. He continued, "There are 3 policies regarding the work placement for returning educated youth. First, children can take over their parents' positions, but with my father retiring in a few years, that option isn't feasible. Secondly, there is the development of collective enterprises, such as sharpening scissors or knives, popping popcorn, and street haircuts. Oh, by the way, last year on Xianmen Street, there were people selling large bowls of tea, which is also a collective enterprise. The most crucial point is the final policy. All government units are expanding recruitment quotas, advocating that one person's work should be done by 3. And the meals for 3 should be sufficient for 5. Consider this. The train station in the capital is situated near our home. Even if the railway system manages its own affairs, it must do so with decorum. Surely, they will recruit a contingent of urban youth from society. Our local street office possesses the authority to assist in management, and it is quite reasonable to expect several job openings." Upon hearing Li Xiangdong's analysis, the people in the room were taken aback by his composed and articulate demeanor. It was the first time their youngest son spoke with such seriousness and clarity in their presence, causing them to regard him with newfound respect. Zhou Yuqin, who was eavesdropping from behind the door, felt as though she were meeting her husband for the first time. As ordinary citizens, they tirelessly toiled for a living, often too preoccupied to ponder the complexities of policy. However, Li Xiangdong's reasoning was sound. The more one contemplated the matter, the more plausible it appeared. Li's father produced a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, his expression grave. While the third son's insights were valid, they remained uncertain about the existence of the situation he described. "Keep your lips sealed. Do not spread rumors," he cautioned. "If this matter proves unfounded, so be it. But if it holds truth, we must devise a plan." Li's mother and his siblings nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Anxiously, Li's mother urged, "You must act quickly to inquire further, dear." Li's father remained silent, recognizing the need for urgency, but understanding that such inquiries required a knowledgeable individual. After a moment of thought, he inquired, "Where are our parents?" "They have yet to return. The family's meal lacked meat, and the children clamored for it daily." Concerned for their grandchildren, Li Laotu and Li Laotai had risen before dawn to queue at the market for meat. This early morning queuing phenomenon would ease after the capital abolished the rationing policy for meat products in January. "They should be back soon. I will go greet them at the alley's entrance," declared the eldest son, Li Weiguo, as he strode out. It had been decades since he last saw his grandparents, and Li Xiangdong was eager to reunite with them. His grandfather passed away in 1990, and on the night of the funeral, his grandmother held his grandfather's hand for an entire night before peacefully following him. Now, hearing about his grandparents rising early to queue for meat, Li Xiangdong felt a pang of worry. They are both over 150 years old. Why must they rise so early? They could at least afford to sleep a little longer. What if they were to fall in the darkness? Li's mother bristled at his words, casting him a disapproving glance. Who are you insinuating with that remark? There is indeed someone idle in the house, yet he is merely hoarding a golden nugget in bed, unwilling to rise. Coughing slightly, Li Xiangdong sought to divert the conversation. With his father and brothers heading to work, his wife and sisters-in-law tending to the children, and his mother preparing meals, he was the only one indulging in leisurely mornings. I will step out as well. Embarrassed, he rose and made his way outside. Just as he reached the front of the shadow wall, he encountered his grandmother, Li Laotai, who was unsteadily walking with a cloth bag in hand. He hurried to support her and graciously took the bag from her grasp. With her silver hair and deeply lined face, her lips curled into a smile upon seeing him. "Beast, have you had breakfast yet? You must ensure you eat breakfast. Skipping it is detrimental to your digestive health. These past few years in the countryside must have been arduous for you. When you returned recently, you appeared rather gaunt. If your father were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be infuriated, as he has been sending money every month without fail. Furthermore, the youth have holidays. Li Xiangdong occasionally returns home, and even if he cannot make it back, he sends letters requesting funds. Moreover, Li Xiangdong has not actually lost weight. He possesses a physique that resists gaining weight, having remained slim all his life. Feeling the abundant affection from his grandmother, Li Xiangdong experienced a mixture of emotions. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. "Grandma, I've eaten well. In fact, I've gained quite a bit of weight since returning." "A little extra weight is good," Li Laotai nodded, speaking softly. "I have saved a boiled egg for you, which I will discreetly give you later." Between the main house and the side room lies a 15-meter space where Li's father has constructed a chicken coop using wood, housing 5 hens. In previous years, they were not permitted to raise chickens, so it was done covertly. Now, with no one supervising, they keep only a few to avoid overwhelming odors. Each morning, Li's mother rises early to feed the chickens, clean the coop, and collect the eggs, which are then prepared with boiling water for breakfast to provide nourishment for the children. Li Xiangdong couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you sneaking around to get eggs again?" "Not at all. Your mother was watching this morning. I took them last night after she fell asleep," Li Laotai replied. She truly dotes on her little grandson, employing all tactics to ensure he has access to eggs. Chapter 5. Generational Affection. Upon hearing Li Laotai's words, Li Xiangdong couldn't suppress a smile and cautioned, "Please do not do this again. What if you were to trip and hurt yourself in the darkness?" "It's fine. Your grandfather is with me, so do not worry. Grandma won't fall," she reassured him. Li Xiangdong was at a loss for words. Even stealing an egg had become a group endeavor. "But you really must stop this. I am grown now, and I cannot be competing with the younger children for food." All right, I will listen to you," Li Laotai agreed, nodding. She would heed anything Li Xiangdong said, for in her heart, he was more significant than all her grandchildren and great-grandchildren combined. Having endured the ravages of war, Li Laotai originally had sons and daughters, several children, but ultimately could only sustain Li's father. After Li's mother married in, she bore 2 sons, Li Xiangdong's elder brothers, but Li Laotai still felt uncertain. Moreover, during that time, the state fervently promoted having more children, and she often whispered such sentiments to Li's mother. Yet, despite her efforts, Li's mother could not conceive, which greatly troubled Li Laotai. She ceased discussing state policies and began to secretly pray and make offerings. Li Laotai was quite obstinate. After a decade of praying, Li Xiangdong was born. Thus, every preferential treatment has its reasons. Li Xiangdong lifted the cloth bag in his hand. "Grandma, you didn't hold back on the purchases, did you? This meat must weigh at least 2 jin, right?" Madame Li believed that he too had a craving for meat. With a sigh, she remarked, "I couldn't purchase any. Only managed to buy a piece of tofu. At my age, my legs are not what they used to be, and despite rising early, I missed out." Upon hearing her words, Li Xiangdong grew concerned that his grandmother might feel disheartened. Tofu, after all, is a fine delicacy, akin to meat. Just a few years ago, it was a rarity to indulge in. He then hummed a tune, "Eating pickled vegetables with tofu. Even the emperor cannot surpass me." Madam Li chuckled at this, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting, child? Some things should not be said so casually." Not to worry, he assured her, nowadays, no one pays heed to such matters. When the weather cools down a bit, let us visit the Forbidden City and see what the Emperor's abode was like. The pair shared a moment of warmth and affection. At that moment, Old Man Li crossed the threshold and entered. Seeing the two of them smiling, he joined in the laughter, saying, "Dongzi, it is good that you are back. Your grandmother hasn't been this cheerful in quite some time." Although his hair had turned white, the old man spoke with vigor, appearing much more robust than Madam Li. Yet, it was puzzling why he had not outlived her. "What are you pondering, grandson?" Old Man Li asked, noticing his grandson's wandering gaze and sensing that he had something on his mind. "Oh, nothing, Grandpa. Let us head back inside. You two haven't had breakfast yet." Li Xiangdong assisted the elderly lady, deliberately slowing his pace, and added, "It is not for me, as a younger generation, to admonish you, but next time, we must not behave in such a manner. There were so many people in line for meat, I was quite worried." Old Man Li observed the pair entering the courtyard and listened to his grandson's heartfelt words. His gaze then fell upon his eldest grandson, Li Weigua, who stood idly by, and frustration welled up within him. At over 30 years of age, he lacked any perceptiveness. It was no wonder that the old couple favored their youngest grandson. Li Xiangdong had always been sweet-tongued and perceptive, adept at bringing joy to them. In contrast, the other two grandsons were insignificant. With a huff, Old Man Li entered the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Weigua, being honest and simple-minded, did not dwell on his grandfather's demeanor. His father had mentioned that since the third grandson had begun to speak, the old man's temper had changed, and it was best not to take it to heart. Once inside, Li Xiangdong helped Madam Li to her seat at the large dining table. As he watched his mother bringing over the dishes, he spoke up, "Mother, this tofu was bought by Grandma." His mother took the cloth bag from him and turned to exit. Spotting Old Man Li entering, he hurriedly prepared a chair for him. Sitting beside his father, he waited for his grandfather to settle before saying, "Father, I would like your advice on a matter." He briefly recounted what Li Xiangdong had said earlier. Old Man Li nodded in understanding. "I get your point. You wish to find someone knowledgeable to inquire. Just speak plainly in the future. Do not try to outsmart me. I will handle Dongzi's job situation. You keep your connections. At over 50 years of age, I am too weary to lecture you. I shall follow your guidance," Li's father replied, unbothered by his thoughts being laid bare, calmly smoking his pipe. As a grandfather himself, he understood the bond between generations, each tending to their own grandchildren. In the capital, the essentials of life comprise wood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Here, coal represented the firewood. In a coal shop, the lifeblood of the entire street's residents is supplied. Coal tickets are distributed per household, with each household receiving one ticket per month, allowing the purchase of 120 units of coal, which doubles to 240 during winter. However, if one fosters a good relationship with the staff at the coal shop, it is often possible to procure an additional 20 units. In this era, individuals working in the coal shop possess extensive social connections, familiar with people from various trades. Old Li, who has dedicated his life to the coal shop, maintains his own network of interpersonal relations but harbors doubts about the reliability of his younger son. Furthermore, his son, who initially failed to enter high school, has been unable to remain in the city for work due to age constraints, thus finding himself sent to the countryside to serve. To secure a favorable placement for him, Old Li has already exhausted one significant favor, planning to reserve the remainder of his social capital for his grandchildren. Initially, Old Li had no intention of intervening in his youngest grandson's work affairs, preferring to wait until the boy matured and exhibited greater steadiness. However, after hearing Old Li's sentiments, he began to sense that his grandson had developed aspirations regarding employment and demonstrated a desire for self-improvement. After some contemplation, he turned to Old Li and suggested, "While you are at work, take a moment to visit the deputy director at the street office and inquire about this matter. If it indeed holds merit, perhaps he can provide some guidance." No one anticipated that Old Li had connections with the deputy director of the street office, a position that, although seemingly modest in title, carries significant weight. In a county setting, this role is equivalent to that of a deputy county chief. Old Li's wife exclaimed, "Father, you have connections with the leaders at the street office? You are quite the hidden gem." As Old Li savored a soft steamed bun made from fine flour, accompanied by pickled radish, he recounted a tale from the past. During the inaugural year of coal ticket distribution, he was merely a clerk, while his wife was in confinement, coinciding with a heavy snowfall. The meager ration of coal at home proved woefully insufficient, rendering their abode as frigid as an ice cellar. Being a newcomer to the capital, he could not rely on family for assistance and ultimately lost a borrowed coal ticket. In a moment of desperation, he nearly broke into tears. By chance, I learned of his plight, but the coal shop was inundated with demand due to the snowfall, and everyone was tirelessly occupied. Thankfully, I, being benevolent at heart, worked overtime to assist him, personally shaking out 200 pounds of coal, which, at that time, had been purchased using our family's ticket. Old Li gestured with his chopsticks towards Li Xiangdong, inquiring, "Dongzi, do you glean any insights from my actions?" He continued, "In our dealings with others, when they face difficulties, we should lend a hand if we can. One never knows when the rain might fall under a cloud. Your employment may depend on the good will we extend to others." Li Xiangdong nodded in understanding, recognizing that his grandfather was imparting valuable life lessons through this narrative. However, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Given the passage of time, would Deputy Director Zhang still acknowledge the favor his grandfather had once rendered? Chapter 6. Old furniture. Once the story concluded, old Li and his two elder brothers hurriedly departed for work, as honest individuals often dread being late, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon them. Meanwhile, old Li's wife and her two daughters-in-law busied themselves clearing the table, retreating to their rooms to continue their tasks, sweeping, folding bedding, mending clothes, and ultimately preparing lunch. In this era, although most women do not hold jobs, they find little respite throughout their day. The children at home need not attend school. They have just begun their holiday. They are quite sensible, remaining within the confines of the courtyard without the permission of an adult, frolicking and shouting joyfully. Zhou Yuqin, cradling her still sleeping daughter, returned to the west wing. The little one is at that clingy age, unable to be separated for even a moment. "Dongzi, come in," Li Xiangdong heard his grandmother call, prompting him to enter the main room, just in time to witness her extracting an egg from the Kong. He had completely forgotten about it, yet she remembered. She pressed the egg into his hand, instructing him to dispose of the shell in the alley, ensuring his mother does not see it. After giving her instructions, she retrieved a blue checkered handkerchief from beneath the quilt, unfolding it to reveal a stack of money. "Take this. Grandma knows you don't have any. This is your grandfather's recent pension. If it runs low, just tell Grandma." Li Xiangdong hurriedly declined, insisting that he could not accept it and that his grandparents should keep the money for themselves. "Take it. It's for you. How much do you think your grandmother and I can spend? My pension is saved in the bank for you," the old man replied. Hearing these words, Li Xiangdong felt a pang of guilt. The elderly couple always thought of him, and he realized he must be even more filial to repay their affection. Currently, the Li family has not divided their estate. Each month, Li Daoye and Li Urge contribute 5 yuan for household expenses, with the remainder saved for themselves. Most of the family's expenditures are covered by his father, while the old man remains unconcerned with these matters. Over the years, he has invested a considerable amount in this courtyard, and it is only in recent years that he has been able to save from his retirement funds. Occasionally, he buys treats for his great-grandchildren, yet the rest is saved in the bank for Li Xiangdong. Grandma urged him to stow the money away, advising him to conceal it from his mother and sisters-in-law. Given her insistence, rejecting the money would surely hurt his grandparents' feelings. Moreover, he worried that if he continued to refuse, his mother might merely roll her eyes at him, but if his sisters-in-law saw, it could lead to complications. Emerging from the room, Li Xiangdong tucked the egg into his left pocket and the money into his right. He felt a surge of confidence. After all, the old adage rings true: money emboldens a man. With some spare time, he joined his grandparents at the large dining table in the living room for a chat. Just now, while eating, he hadn't noticed, but now he scrutinized the table before him, examining the patterned stripes on its surface, even leaning down to glimpse beneath it, before finally standing up to circle around the table. It was an early Ming Dynasty red sandalwood 8 immortals table. In his previous life, he had not comprehended its value in his youth, only beginning to appreciate such matters in his 40s, dabbling in various fields but mastering none. Yet, he could still recognize significant pieces at a glance. Li Xiangdong recalled that after his eldest nephew, Li Shaojiang, married and moved into the rear house, his father had transferred this table there. Later, when Li Shaojiang and his wife replaced their furniture, they used this table for firewood. What a pity. Reflecting on it now, Li Xiangdong felt his heart ache. In this lifetime, My elder nephew's wedding furniture was entirely covered by him, and he accepted this table on his behalf. However, Li Xiangdong glanced at the Gamu Changtao Dung beneath him and wondered where the accompanying stools were. Grandpa, Grandma, where did this table come from? Li Laotu replied with an air of mystery. You've noticed, haven't you? It's quite a treasure, isn't it? Li Xiangdong was somewhat astonished. Grandpa, you understand such things? Sitting beside him, Li Tai Lao began to deride her husband. Your grandfather doesn't know a thing. Don't let him fool you. What nonsense are you talking about, old woman? How could I not know where this table came from? Li Laotu, displeased, was not happy about being spoken of in such a manner in front of his grandson. Seeing her curious grandson, Li Tai Lao urged, enough of your rambling. Hurry up and tell Dongzi the story behind this table. Noticing the eagerness in his little grandson's eyes, Li Laotu proudly began, during the tide of humanity. Many families across the street from us were raided by the Red Guards, and I picked up this table back then. Those families were quite particular about their belongings. So you can be assured it's of good quality. Li Xiangdong realized the situation and recalled that he was too young at that time to partake in such events, spending his days playing outside with his childhood friends, oblivious to the turmoil. He had thought that Li Laotu genuinely understood antique furniture. However, considering that it was picked up, he pondered whether his grandfather had taken it from someone else's home. Dongzi, I didn't steal this table, Li Laotu said, slightly irritated. As he knew his grandson well enough to sense his thoughts without needing to guess, Li Xiangdong chuckled awkwardly, refraining from defending himself. Li Tai Lao interjected. Don't think so badly of our grandson. Dongzi, let me tell you, it was quite chaotic back then. They went from house to house, raiding from dawn till dusk. And the cries kept your grandfather and me awake all night. She spoke with a hint of fear, patting her chest before continuing. They were our old neighbors. And your grandfather, fearing for lives, decided to take your father and the brothers Wei Guo and Wei Min to see what was happening. Li Laotu interrupted, not wanting his wife to elaborate further. Let me continue. When your father and I set out, those people had already left in trucks. This table was likely left behind because it couldn't fit in the truck, so I brought it back. To Li Xiangdong. These events felt like distant memories from 2 lifetimes ago, and many details had faded from his mind. Nevertheless, he discerned that Li Laotu's account seemed somewhat embellished. Whether true or false, he did not dwell on it. After all, it had been so long, and this rosewood table was now an heirloom of the Li family. Grandpa, Grandma, I'd like to move this table to my western chamber. With so many children at home, I can't help but worry about it being bumped or scratched. It pains me to think of it. Seeing how much he cherished it, Li Laotu inquired, is it truly a fine piece? Li Xiangdong gently tapped the table's surface and whispered, this is old rosewood furniture from the Ming dynasty. It must be worth quite a bit. Old Li was not the least bit puzzled about why his grandson possessed such knowledge. In his heart, he believed that despite his grandson's aversion to studying, he was remarkably clever in other respects. Li Xiangdong candidly replied, it's not worth much, just the price of a table. It was only when old furniture entered the 1990s that collectors from Hong Kong and Taiwan began to intervene, causing market prices to soar. Now, these were items that no one desired. People were pursuing modern furniture instead. Xiangdong, what is so special about this shabby table? Moreover, it won't even fit in your room. Old Mrs. Li could not comprehend what redwood antique furniture was. She merely saw it as a table for dining. Li Xiangdong chuckled. Even if it doesn't fit, it's no matter. We can just swap it with the one in my room. But the one in your room is new, the one you bought when you got married. We cannot exchange this old table. Old Mrs. Li was concerned that her dear grandson might suffer a loss. Li Xiangdong smiled reassuringly. Grandma, do not worry. When have I ever made a losing deal? He silently reminded himself that the events from his previous life did not count. After a long morning of fussing, the elderly couple, feeling somewhat exhausted, decided to retreat to their room for a brief rest. Left alone in the living room, Li Xiangdong lifted the table and took just a couple of steps. But before he could even exit the door, he had to set it down. It was simply too heavy, almost straining his back. Chapter 7. The younger generation of the Li family. Xiaojiang. Li Xiaojiang. In crucial moments, one must rely on the eldest nephew. What's the matter, third uncle? I'm here, third uncle. Father. As soon as he called out, everyone rushed over, their foreheads glistening with sweat, their faces darkened with exertion. Let us keep our voices down, so we don't disturb your great-grandparents' rest. Come, Xiaojiang, lend your third uncle a hand with the table. You all step aside. Be careful not to bump into each other. Li Xiaotao, who had come running, interjected, Third uncle, let me do it. You rest. Can you manage? This table is quite heavy. I can do it. I've moved this table before, Li Xiaotao replied, flexing his biceps. Li Xiangdong nodded. All right. You and your elder brother lift one side. In their family, apart from his wife and 2 children, everyone else held urban residency permits, which guaranteed them a monthly ration of food. Thus, their household was never lacking in provisions. The children did not eat well, but they were never truly hungry. Especially his second nephew, Li Xiaotao, who, despite being only 11 years old, was robust, looking even stronger than him. Aside from being somewhat slow-witted, he was quite capable in other respects. Third uncle, where should we move the table? Let us first set it by the sink. After being used as a dining table for many years, it was necessary to clean the accumulated grime thoroughly before it could be used in the house again. As for the notion that redwood should not be wiped with water, well, it had served as a dining table for over a decade. So a little water this time wouldn't matter. With such a commotion, his mother and sisters-in-law must have heard it. Even his wife came out to take a glance. After seeing what was happening, they said nothing. It was entirely normal for Li Xiangdong to engage in such unconventional activities. They were indifferent to how he chose to fuss about, and felt that discussing it further would be a waste of breath. Once the table was set down, Li Xiangdong returned to the West Wing room. Pushing open the door, he beheld Zhou Yuqin seated by the calm, gently oscillating a fan in her hand to shoo away the mosquitoes from her daughter, who lay sleeping on the calm. Upon noticing her husband's entrance, she inquired, "What are you doing wiping the dining table?" "I'm cleaning it to swap with the table in our room." "I want to elaborate now, but I shall explain later this evening," he replied. Zhou Yuqin nodded, for she was not unreasonable. Since her husband promised an explanation later, she chose not to pry further. However, her gaze was soon drawn to the sight of him retrieving an egg from his pocket, cracking it open, and commencing to peel its shell. A flicker of understanding ignited within her. This egg must have been secretly given by old Lady Li, a sight she had witnessed multiple times. After peeling the shell, Li Xiangdong approached the coal stove used for winter warmth. He first set the thermos down on the ground, then lifted the iron lid of the stove and discarded the egg shell within, finally replacing everything to its original position. "Oh, now I needn't toss the egg shell into the alley. A perfect concealment of evidence," he mused, as he held the tender, white egg toward his wife's lips. "Here, eat this, it's from Grandma." "I don't want it." "You eat it," she replied. "Then I shan't eat either. Let us save it for our daughter. Remember to soak it in hot water when she wakes." Li Xiangdong glanced into the enamel basin and, confirming it was empty, placed the egg inside. Zhou Yuqin felt a twinge of surprise. Her husband usually devoured the egg immediately, never once suggesting saving it for their daughter. Had he perhaps changed his ways? Lost in her thoughts, she then observed Li Xiangdong produce a wad of cash from another pocket. "Where did you get that money?" she asked, astonished. "It wouldn't happen to be from Grandma and Grandpa, would it? They truly dote on you." Concerned that her husband might waste the money, she extended her hand, saying, "Give it to me." Li Xiangdong sighed. "I just counted it. I can give you some, but I'd like to keep $1 for myself." Zhou Yuqin nodded. "All right." He handed her a single dollar, relinquishing the remaining 29 without hesitation. "I'm going to wipe the table now," he declared, as he retrieved 2 tattered rags. Exiting the room, he made his way to the sink, turned on the faucet to dampen the rags, and commenced meticulously cleaning the table. The children encircled him, curiosity illuminating their faces as they queried, "Uncle, what are you doing?" "I'm wiping the table, can't you see?" he replied. "Why are you wiping the table?" one child asked. "The table is dirty, so I'm cleaning it." What more is there to discuss? After addressing the front, he intended to clean the back, the corners, and the intricate carvings where dust had settled. As he squatted down, his eyes fell upon a snot smear on the back of the table. Rising, he glared at his nephews, demanding, who wiped their nose on the back of the table. The back of the table bore numerous dried snot marks, repulsing him. "It wasn't me," protested one. "Uncle, it wasn't me either." "Nor was it I," echoed another. None of the nephews confessed. Li Xiangdong summoned his 2 nieces closer, confident that girls would not engage in such vile behavior. Then, he lifted his leg and gave his son a light kick, sending Li Xiaohai to the side. He was still shorter than the table leg, so it could not possibly have been him. Looking at his 3 nephews, whose faces were flushed with embarrassment, Li Xiangdong said, "You 3, go clean up those snot stains." "I won't go, it wasn't me," Li Xiaojiang protested stubbornly, refusing to admit to the shameful act, which would tarnish his image as the eldest brother in the eyes of his younger siblings. Li Xiaotao chimed in, Eldest brother, it was you. I've seen you do it several times. How can you deny it? Li Xiaodao, do you want to get beaten? Li Xiaojiang retorted angrily, nearly ready to lash out. But he held back, aware that Li Xiangdong was present. You can't even beat me. I'm not afraid of you. Li Xiaotao waved his fists defiantly. Unperturbed by his elder brother's threats, as they had fought before, and the outcome was uncertain. He worried that Li Xiangdong might not believe him, so he sought a witness. Xiaobo, didn't you see that it was our eldest brother who smeared the snot? Li Xiaobo lowered his head in silence. Among the 4 younger boys in the family, he was the smallest after Li Xiaohai and had endured the most beatings, often relegated to the role of a fence-sitter, too timid to provoke anyone. Besides, he had smeared snot on the table himself. Li Xiaojiang was infuriated by his younger brother. Li Xiaodao, you fool, be quiet. I'm not foolish. Our mother says I have a sincere heart, Li Xiaodao countered. Uncle, my mother also said that big brother is very cunning. You must believe me, it was definitely him. Li Xiaotao's incessant chatter failed to notice that Li Xiaojiang's eyes had turned crimson with rage. Li Xiangdong, growing impatient, interjected, enough of the noise. Regardless of who did it. Hurry up and clean it. Li Xiaojiang remained rooted in place, fuming like an irate frog. Seeing his elder brothers in action, Li Xiaotao crossed his arms and stood defiantly. Refusing to budge, Li Xiaobo hesitated, lifting and lowering his leg. With his older brothers unmoving, he feared being ganged up on when no one was around. Am I not to be heeded at all? Such insubordination, Li Xiangdong exclaimed, brandishing his authority. Xiaomei, Xiaolan, you two assist your uncle in cleaning the table. And I shall treat you to ice cream later. Okay, uncle. Thank you, uncle. Li Xiaomei and Li Xiaolan were thrilled, surprised by the unexpected windfall. Though they often helped with chores, this task, while somewhat unpleasant, was not exhausting, especially with the promise of ice cream. The best treat they had ever had was a creamy popsicle, and they had never tasted creamy ice cream due to its expense. As the adults in the family seldom indulged in such luxuries. Upon hearing about the ice cream, Li Xiaobo could no longer contain himself. Uncle, I promise I won't wipe snot on the table again. Li Xiangdong replied dismissively. Seeing that he had not achieved his aim, Li Xiaobo stepped forward. Looking up at Li Xiangdong with a pitiful expression. Uncle, I want to try creamy ice cream too. I've never had it before. Li Xiangdong gazed at his little nephew, who wore a pitiful expression. All right, I'll grant you this, but you shall only have an ice pop. Only those children who heed their Uncle San's words are entitled to cream ice cream. If you wish to indulge in such delights in the future, you must demonstrate better behavior. There can be no equality between those who work and those who do not. Otherwise, the team would be impossible to manage. Upon hearing that he would receive only an ice pop, Li Xiaobo felt quite satisfied. On a scorching day, the thought of savoring an ice pop was refreshing enough to make him fearless of any reprimands. He joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, Uncle San. You're the best. Hey, Uncle San. I want some too. Li Xiaotao chimed in with a foolish grin, scratching his shiny, greasy head as he approached. Li Xiangdong disdainfully pushed him away, saying, What do you think you're doing? Stay clear of me. Aren't you ashamed? Can't you wash that greasy head of yours? It's oily enough to fry vegetables. How can you say that about me, uncle? I just helped you move that heavy table. Li Xiaotao protested, incredulous at the perceived injustice from his uncle. Li Xiangdong found merit in his second nephew's argument and could not refute it. Fine, I'll count you in as well. Although you assisted me, your earlier behavior displeased me. So as a form of punishment, you shall have a cream ice pop instead. Upon hearing he would still receive a cream ice pop, Li Xiaotao beamed with delight, declaring, Uncle, I am not picky. I simply adore cream ice pops. Li Xiaojiang, observing his brother's antics, nearly uttered the words foolish boy. However, noticing his uncle's amused gaze, he hesitated several times before ultimately refraining from speaking. He certainly did not want to appear foolish himself. Seeing his eldest nephew's stubbornness, Li Xiangdong chose to ignore him, as one should not chase after what is not to be had. Dad, Li Xiaohai approached, hugging his father's leg and looking up with innocent eyes. Dad, don't forget about me. Li Xiangdong chuckled, replying, What about you? Do you want an ice pop too? Then stand behind me, and I will grant you one. Now somewhat aware of his surroundings, Li Xiaohai noticed the laughter of his siblings, realizing they were teasing him, compounded by the fact that his father refused to buy him a cream ice cream. His lips quivered, his eyes reddened, and tears began to fall. Seeing him about to cry, Li Xiangdong quickly covered his mouth, not wanting to summon Li Mu or his wife, Zhou Yuqin. Are you performing for me? Crying at the drop of a hat? Fine, I will buy you an ice cream. Upon hearing his father's promise, Li Xiaohai sniffed back his tears and managed a smile. But in his excitement, he suddenly sneezed, sending a stream of yellow mucus onto Li Xiangdong's hand. Goodness. Chapter 8. A heart-to-heart. As the sun ascended, the temperature rose, and waves of heat rippled through the air. In his previous life, an aged Li Xiangdong had grown accustomed to basking in the sun alongside the elderly residents of his community during the winter months. His habitual thinking led him to sit on the stone steps at his door until the heat became overwhelming. He mentally scolded himself for such folly. He was no longer an old man, but had been reborn as a young man. Why should he sit in the sun? Moreover, the summer sun was particularly harsh. Surely that was an act of madness. His mindset must remain youthful. He was not an elderly person anymore. Uncle, the table has been cleaned. My sister and I diligently cleaned the table, ensuring that every trace of mucus on its backside was removed. Under the sun, my two nieces toiled for quite some time. Their faces flushed with effort as they approached him, proudly boasting of their accomplishments, anxious that their third uncle might be displeased. They were eagerly anticipating the promised cream ice cream. Is that so? Li Xiangdong walked over to inspect their work, and indeed, it was rather clean. Your third uncle will head to the supply and marketing cooperative shortly to buy you both some cream ice cream. All right, third uncle, Li Xiaomei and Li Xiaolan. The two sisters were overjoyed to receive the answer they longed for. Li Xiaodao, accompanied by his two younger brothers, sought refuge from the heat beneath the jujube tree. Huddled together, chattering excitedly about poking an ant nest for fun. Upon hearing Li Xiangdong mention the trip to the cooperative, they all turned their heads in unison. Only Li Xiaojiang remained squatting under the pomegranate tree across from them, sulking quietly. Noticing his second nephew's big, innocent eyes fixed upon him, Li Xiangdong called out, Xiaotao, come here and join me inside. Coming, third uncle. Li Xiaotao quickly stood up, cheerfully trailing behind him into the west wing. Upon entering the room, Li Xiangdong found his daughter sprawled out on the kong, still fast asleep. Why is she still sleeping? Perhaps I should wake her. If she sleeps too long during the day, she won't sleep at night and will cause a ruckus. Hearing this, Zhou Yuqin shot him a glance, well aware that her husband's words often belied his true nature. After having two children, she had long seen through his facade. When the children were obedient and playful, he would engage with them, but when they threw tantrums, he was the first to flee, eager to distance himself. At this moment, their daughter was peacefully asleep, and waking her now would surely lead to tears, leaving her to soothe her back to sleep. Zhou Yuqin ignored him, her gaze shifting to her nephew who had followed them into the room. She worried that her nephew might learn bad habits from being around her husband, which would be difficult to explain to her brother and sister-in-law. Xiaodao, don't always linger around your third uncle. Even on holiday, make sure to glance at your textbooks. A solid education will empower you in the future. It's all right, third aunt. I enjoy playing with my third uncle. He treats us so well and even promised to buy me cream popsicles. Besides, third aunt, I don't like studying. I get drowsy as soon as I open a book, and I can never seem to remember what the teacher teaches. My mother says I'm just meant for hard labor, destined to deliver coal. Li Xiaodao, oblivious and carefree, blurted out his mother's words without a shred of caution. Indeed, this was the reality. After stumbling through junior high, Li Xiaodao's father used connections to secure him a position at the coal shop. However, due to his limited intellect, he was unable to handle intricate tasks and ended up as a coal delivery worker. Although Li Xiaodao earned a meager living through sheer physical strength at the coal shop for several years, the shop eventually closed down, leaving him with no skills to turn to, forcing him to work as a laborer at a construction site. Concerned for his health at such a young age, Li's elder brother and his wife decided to send him south to assist their elder brother, Li Xiaojiang, in trading clothes. There was little they could do. The younger generation of the Li family was caught in the wave of layoffs in the 1990s. Despite the talents of the Li family, they remained ordinary citizens, powerless against the relentless tide of historical change. I'll have Xiaodao come over to help move the table. Li Xiangdong elucidated a phrase, attuned to the nuances of sound. It was evident to him that Zhou Yuqin harbored concerns regarding his potential negative influence on her son. He tidied the teapot and cups on the table before he and his nephew carried the table into the main hall. As Li Xiangdong leisurely strolled from the main house to the courtyard by the water basin, he noticed Li Xiaojiang approaching with a downcast demeanor. Third uncle, allow me to assist you, Li Xiaojiang offered. Initially, Li Xiangdong was curious to see how stubborn his elder nephew could be, but upon witnessing his willingness to make amends, he remarked, what has been done is done. There is no shame in acknowledging it. Remember, in the future, to refrain from actions that would cause embarrassment. Understood, third uncle. Li Xiaojiang replied, taking over from Li Xiaotao and helping to move the polished rosewood table to the west wing. Once everything was in order, Li Xiangdong began to fulfill his promise. You all wait at home. I shall go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy you some popsicles. Got it, third uncle. The children waiting in the courtyard exclaimed with excitement, their hands flailing in anticipation. Don't forget, I want a cream popsicle. Li Xiaojiang, eager to join, jogged alongside him. After they exited the house, he ventured, third uncle, could you refrain from reprimanding me in front of my younger siblings in the future? Li Xiangdong casually inquired. What is the matter? If you have erred, should I not address it? Well, it's just that Li Xiaojiang faltered, unsure how to articulate his feelings. All right, I understand. I shall be mindful to preserve your dignity, Li Xiangdong assured him. Upon closer inspection, he noted that his elder nephew was beginning to develop an Adam's apple, an indication of his transition into adolescence. Having experienced it himself, he recognized that in this era, parents often resorted to physical discipline in child rearing, having been raised under such methods himself. Now that you are growing up, if you have thoughts you feel uncomfortable sharing with your parents, you may come to third uncle for a chat. I understand. Third uncle, Li Xiaojiang nodded. Shifting the conversation, Li Xiangdong asked, are there any girls you fancy in your class? Immediately, Li Xiaojiang's face turned crimson, and he stammered, no. Li Xiangdong chuckled softly, sensing that his elder nephew indeed harbored affections for someone, as his emotions were plainly etched on his face. Pressing further, he inquired, what is the young lady's name? After a moment of hesitation, Li Xiaojiang finally divulged his secret. Upon hearing the name, Li Xiangdong realized it was not that of his future niece-in-law. He mused. It appears this young lady remains a cherished memory from my elder nephew's youth. Chapter 9. Purchasing popsicles. The nearest supply and marketing cooperative to the Li family was located at the mouth of the alley. From the outside, it appeared modest in size, yet it was well stocked within. Residents in the vicinity typically frequented this establishment for their everyday necessities, reserving trips to the Wangfujing department store for larger purchases. At that moment, within the cooperative, several sales clerks huddled behind the counter, engrossed in gossip about local happenings. Among them was a middle-aged woman, her hands deftly wielding two long needles as she knitted a sweater, her mouth animatedly recounting tales. Upon hearing the door open, she glanced up and, while continuing her knitting, inquired, Xiaojiang, have you come to get some soy sauce? As she pondered the fact that the child didn't even think to bring a bottle while running errands, she was startled by Li Xiangdong's greeting. Upon taking a closer look, she exclaimed, oh my, Dongzi, when did you return? Aunt Zhang, I've been back for a while. But it's my fault for not coming to see you, Li Xiangdong replied. Aunt Zhang was a longtime friend of Li's mother, who relied on her to procure defective cloth and leftover biscuits, items that were otherwise unattainable. Most importantly, when Li's mother shopped at the supply and marketing cooperative, she could trust that the weights were accurate. There were always rumors about discrepancies in measurements. Naturally, Aunt Zhang's household was never short of coal either. Oh, don't overthink it, dear. I simply haven't seen you for a while. When you walked in just now, I almost didn't recognize you. How is it that everyone who returns from the countryside looks so dark and thin, yet you appear even fairer than before? This inquiry left Li Xiangdong somewhat uncomfortable. Although he had spent time in the countryside, he and T worked in the fields, so he and T tanned. Well, Aunt, we can catch up later. The kids at home are waiting for their ice pops. He counted on his fingers and continued, Aunt Zhang, I'll take 5 ice pops, 3 cream pops, and 4 cream ice creams. Turning to Li Xiaojiang, he inquired, what would you like to eat? Red bean ice pop, Li Xiaojiang replied, demonstrating his awareness of his own limitations. He refrained from requesting the more expensive cream ice cream, yet he certainly didn't wish to settle for the cheapest ice pop either. The ice pops cost 2 cents, the red bean and cream pops 5 cents, and the cream ice cream 10 cents, totaling 70 cents. Li Xiangdong handed over the last remaining dollar in his pocket. Initially, he had intended to buy a pack of cigarettes, but he decided it would be better to go home and borrow from his father instead. Aunt Zhang set aside her long needle and yarn, deftly collected the payment, provided change, and prepared the receipt. She then clipped it onto a wire with a swift flick of her wrist, the sound echoing as it slid toward the cashier. Soon, the cashier stamped the receipt and tossed it back. The ice pops were nestled within a wooden crate, wrapped in a thick cotton quilt. Children with older relatives working at the cooperative never lacked for sweet beverages in the summer. Due to the absence of refrigeration at the cooperative, ice pops were difficult to preserve. If they melted into water, no one would want them, and they ultimately became a perk for the employees. Li Xiangdong observed Aunt Zhang carefully selecting the firmer ice pops for them. Next time you buy something, remember to bring your cloth bag, she advised. Noticing that the two uncles were empty-handed, she turned and fetched a piece of oil paper used for wrapping pastries. After wrapping the ice pops, she tied it with a string and handed it to Li Xiangdong. I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot. I apologize for the inconvenience. Li Xiangdong hardly recalled this detail. Having grown accustomed to shopping in the past, he neglected the fact that plastic bags were not yet prevalent, and one needed to carry a bamboo basket and cloth bags for errands. He exchanged greetings with Aunt Zhang and hurried home with his nephew, eager to prevent the ice pops from melting. In just a few hundred meters, they worked up a sweat. As soon as Li Xiangdong entered the courtyard, several children waiting at home rushed over. Third uncle, you're finally back. Ice pops are here. Don't fight over them. Anyone who does won't get to eat. Aren't you hot standing in the sun? Everyone followed me into the sitting room. Li Xiangdong, resembling a king among children, was surrounded by several nephews and nieces as he entered the room. Li's mother emerged from the west room. Glancing at Li Xiangdong, she inquired, "What is all this commotion? Have you bought them ice pops?" "The children at home helped me with some chores, and as their uncle, I certainly must reward them." Li Xiangdong placed the paper bag on the dining table and, upon opening it, declared, "Form a line and come one by one." The children obediently lined up, taking their allotted treats from his hands, then eagerly tore open the wrappers, cautiously licking the icy delights with their eager tongues. "You extravagant child. Truly you have money to burn. A simple ice pop would suffice. Why indulge them with creamy ice cream?" Li's mother lamented, seeing her grandchildren holding creamy ice pops and ice cream, feeling a pang of sorrow. The cost of one creamy ice cream could purchase 5 ice pops. How much better to save that money for meat. As for her younger son's claim that the children helped with chores, merely wiping the table should not lead to such indulgence. She wished to partake in that good fortune herself. Li Xiangdong ignored his mother, tearing open an ice pop and stuffing it into his mouth, then proceeded to distribute the remainder. "Xiaojiang, take these 2 ice pops, one for your mother and the other to deliver to your second aunt." He had bought for everyone in the family and could not neglect his sisters-in-law. Naturally, he hesitated to spend on more expensive treats, himself content with ice pops. "All right, third uncle," replied Li Xiaojiang. Noticing his eldest grandson about to dash outside with the ice pop, Li's mother quickly added, "Be sure to call your mother and second aunt to come help prepare lunch." "Understood, Grandma." She refrained from summoning her daughter-in-law to assist. Her youngest granddaughter was quite clingy, and since their return, she had grown displeased with others holding her for too long. Her third son was as unhelpful as a mere bystander, even less likely to assist his wife with the children. Summoning Zhou Yuqin would likely only complicate matters further. Li Xiangdong went to the east room to check for his grandparents, but found them absent. He emerged asking, "Mother, where have my grandparents gone?" Li's mother responded, "They just stepped out to play cards with Aunt Lu next door." Chapter 10, A Quick Retrieval. Xiao Tao. Fetch 2 teacups to place these 2 creamy ice pops in. When your great-grandparents return, they can enjoy some sweetened water. Given their age, consuming overly cold items was detrimental to their health. A bit of sweetened water would suffice. "I understand, third uncle. Where is Xiaohai?" He glanced around and finally noticed his son was missing, explaining the sense of someone absent. "Xiaomei, where is he?" "Third uncle. Xiaohai is being punished by third aunt in the room." Upon hearing punished, Li Xiangdong understood that his son must have caused trouble. Imagining Xiaohai growing up to walk hunched like an old man, he felt compelled to remind his wife to have their son stand against the wall. As Li Xiangdong saw his mother heading back inside, he quickly grabbed a creamy ice cream and presented it to her. "Oh, and what about mine? I certainly did not assist you, and frankly, my mother, I am not fortunate enough to indulge in creamy ice cream. A mere popsicle will suffice." Motherly adores this behavior. She feigns disinterest with her words, yet her heart is brimming with satisfaction. Her son's filial piety reflected in the twinkle of his eyes. "You are my beloved mother. How could I ever forget you? Please enjoy your treat. I shall return to the room for a moment." Li Xiangdong stepped out, holding a paper bag, savoring his popsicle as he walked. He encountered his sisters-in-law, who were also enjoying their ice treats, and they exchanged polite words of gratitude. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he finished his popsicle in a few bites, discarding the wooden stick carelessly in the courtyard. Upon entering the house, Li Xiangdong noticed Li Xiaohai standing against the wall, head bowed. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuqin sat on the Kong, nursing her daughter. As he approached, he observed tears glistening in the corners of his daughter's eyes, prompting him to smile and gently pinch her cheek. Why are you still crying? Tell daddy who has been unkind to you. I shall help you confront them. Li Xiaozhu lifted her head from her mother's bosom, squinting with a pout, and pointed with her tiny finger. Daddy hit him. After delivering her complaint, she buried her face back into nursing. Zhou Yuqin still had ample milk. At 1.5 years, Li Xiaozhu was still nursing. Li Xiangdong turned to Zhou Yuqin, inquiring, what happened? Zhou Yuqin, gently patting their daughter's back, explained. Xiaohai woke his sister while I was distracted, insisting she should wait for you to return from the supply and marketing cooperative with popsicles. So that was the story. Li Xiaohai, at just over 3 years old, remembered his sister when there were treats to be had. Such thoughtfulness was commendable, although his approach was somewhat misguided. He was still quite young, and this time, it could be overlooked. There would be other opportunities for him to learn. Come here, son. Li Xiaohai approached, his face a picture of remorse. Daddy, I didn't mean to make my sister cry. I was afraid that the older siblings would finish all the popsicles before she could have one. Li Xiangdong affectionately ruffled his son's hair. Daddy does not blame you. He then produced a popsicle from the paper bag. This is for you. Take it and enjoy. Li Xiaohai accepted the popsicle but hesitated. Daddy, I want to go find my brothers and sisters to play. Go ahead. They are in the main room. Young children tend to gather around food. And Li Xiangdong had no intention of keeping his son under constant watch. My dear wife, this is for you. Once his son had exited the room, Li Xiangdong presented the last creamy ice cream to Zhou Yuqin. Hurry and eat it. It will melt if you delay. I do not wish to eat. You have it. I have already had my share, and everyone else has eaten too. This was specially reserved for you. Then let it be saved for Xiaohai. Didn't I just give him one? You should not deny yourself every treat. As Li Xiangdong spoke, he unwrapped the ice cream and playfully nudged it toward her mouth. How is it? Sweet, isn't it? Zhou Yuqin took a bite, the richness of the milk filling her mouth, truly delightful. Sweetness on the tongue mirrored the sweetness in her heart. Eat. Li Xiaozhu, witnessing her mother enjoying a treat, fixated her large eyes on her, momentarily abandoning her nursing. Reaching out eagerly, Zhou Yuqin gently tapped her daughter's outstretched hand, and upon noticing her persistent desire to eat, she playfully warned, you are still too little to eat. It will upset your stomach, and the doctor will have to give you an injection. Upon hearing the mention of a needle, Li Xiaozhu ceased her protests for food, settling quietly in her mother's embrace, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Li Xiangdong picked up a cloth resting by the Kong to wipe the corners of his daughter's mouth, teasingly remarking, you are truly greedy, wanting to eat more than just milk. If you want to drink milk, shall I eat it instead? Daddy will eat it. My little girl is so considerate. She knows how to care for me. Zhou Yuqin relished her creamy ice cream, having grown up in the countryside. She had rarely tasted popsicles and had no time to entertain the frivolous banter of the man beside her. Yet, as she noticed him leaning closer, she hurriedly dodged, a blush creeping to her cheeks as she exclaimed, are you out of your mind? This is in front of our daughter. You may be shameless, but I still have my dignity. Li Xiaozhu, thinking her parents were playing with her, wobbled to her feet in her mother's arms and playfully swung her hands at Li Xiangdong, giggling, I'm going to hit you. I'm merely teasing our daughter. Why take it seriously? You two women are equally heartless. Li Xiangdong, feeling misunderstood by his wife and having received a couple of playful slaps from his daughter, stood up in frustration and strode toward the door. However, after just a few steps, he turned back, reached into his wife's embrace for a playful squeeze, and then, with a bewildered expression from her, grabbed a nearby fan and hurried out of the room. Uncle, where did you throw the leftover popsicle sticks? Li Xiangdong pointed, over there. Following his gesture, several children dashed toward the indicated spot. Li Xiaodao, the fastest, stepped on the sticks triumphantly and, amidst the envious glances of his siblings, stuffed the little wooden sticks into his pocket with glee. Li Xiangdong approached the water basin and turned on the tap, rinsing off the fan, creating a refreshing breeze as he waved it. With a content smile, he inquired, are you collecting these to exchange for popsicles? How many sticks does it take to get one now? He recalled his own childhood, scavenging for leftover sticks in hopes of trading them for a popsicle, often neglecting to return home after school, instead searching the streets for scraps. Li Xiaojiang replied, Uncle, it takes 200 sticks to exchange for a popsicle now. Is it really that many? Back in my day, it was only 100. Clearly, times are better now, with more people enjoying popsicles. Your third aunt has one left. You're not allowed to snatch it from me. I'm going to ask my mother for it." Li Xiaohai, upon hearing this, scampered into the west wing, but returned shortly with his head hung low. Li Xiaohao rushed to his side, asking, "Xiaohai, hand over the stick. We're in this together." "My mother didn't give it to me. My sister is playing with it." "That's all right. When Xiao Qi is done playing, you can ask your third aunt again." "Okay, I understand, brother Xiaodao." Chapter 11. The resentful wife Li Xiangdong entered the main living room, fanning himself, and saw his mother chopping vegetables while his two sisters-in-law diligently kneaded dough. He exclaimed in surprise, "Pure white noodles. Mother, you are quite generous today. When have I ever been stingy?" replied his mother, not lifting her gaze as she chopped vegetables. "We can afford to indulge ourselves occasionally. We still have some homemade sauce. And we had cold noodles for lunch. This weather is unbearable, and your father has been busy all morning. This will be a comforting meal for him." Li Xiangdong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the heat diminished one's appetite, yet cold noodles were more palatable after a brief rinse in cool water. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" he inquired. "What can you do?" "Just wait to eat," his mother retorted, casting him a look that conveyed her disdain. "How dare he look down on me?" Li Xiangdong thought as he entered his parents' bedroom, rummaging through the drawer for his father's stash. To his surprise, he discovered a pack of peony cigarettes, quite a fine brand. In these times, high-ranking officials favored peony, while mid-level officials preferred Xiangshan, and the working class settled for cheaper options. Since the reforms began last year, foreign trade cigarettes like Yunyan and Hongtashan had started to gain popularity. He pocketed the only 2 packs of peony, took a few packs of Dakiaman, and left the remaining ones, as they were only 8 cents a pack and would irritate his throat. He decided to save those for his father. Once I start earning, I'll treat my father to Zhonghua," he mused. With cigarettes in hand, he realized he needed matches. So he grabbed a box. He had no coupons for purchasing them, but he couldn't do without them. Reluctantly, he opened a pack of Dakiaman, extracted a match from the box, struck it against the side, and lit the cigarette. Taking a slow drag, he was met with a strong kick that made him cough. It had been a long time since he had smoked a non-filtered cigarette, and it took him a couple of puffs to adjust. His mother saw him emerge from the room, cigarette in mouth and pockets bulging, but she said nothing. After all, it was not uncommon for a son to borrow cigarettes from his father. Times had changed. In this era, smoking was a sign of maturity for men. However, Li Xiangdong had no intention of subjecting others to his second-hand smoke. He stepped outside and sat on the doorstep, savoring his smoke slowly. Li Xiaojiang noticed his uncle squatting on the steps and approached him, whispering, "Uncle, can I have a puff? Do you even know how?" Li Xiangdong shot him a glance, realizing that his nephew felt comfortable enough to ask for such a thing after their private conversations. "I don't know how, but a few classmates can smoke, and I want to learn," Li Xiaojiang hastily clarified. "You want to learn bad habits instead of good ones? How old are you to be thinking of smoking?" Li Xiangdong admonished. "Keep your voice down." Li Xiaojiang was startled, fearing his mother would overhear. But it was too late. They were too close to the door for her not to hear. Li Dazhao's wife stormed over, her flour-covered hands twisting Li Xiaojiang's ear. "You little rascal, itching for trouble. Want to learn to smoke? I'll teach you a lesson," she scolded. Li Xiaojiang was yanked upright by his ear, wincing in pain as he quickly pleaded for mercy. "Mother, I'm sorry. Please let go. I won't do it again. Go back to your room," Sister Li exclaimed, giving a sharp twist. Li Xiaojing rubbed his reddened ears and walked toward his home, casting an indignant glare at Li Xiangdong along the way. He never anticipated that his uncle would betray him. Li Xiangdong chuckled as he returned to the house, stowing away the tobacco, with a partially opened pack in hand. He noticed his daughter, who had ceased nursing, sitting on the Kong, playing with an ice cream stick, occasionally licking it. "Chi-Chi, release it. You can't put that in your mouth. What if you hurt yourself?" Li Xiangdong attempted to take the ice cream stick from her, but she grasped it too tightly for him to pull away. As they were engaged in this playful struggle, Li Xiaozhu reached over with her other hand, tugging at his hair with a strong grip. "Bad girl." Li Xiangdong winced, on the verge of tears, while his wife watched with amusement. "What are you laughing at? Come over and help me." "You deserve it," Zhou Yuqin replied with a teasing tone. She approached and playfully tickled their daughter, who erupted in giggles, finally releasing her grasp on Li Xiangdong's hair. Rubbing his scalp, he asked, "Why do I deserve this?" "I'm just looking out for our daughter. I'm watching her. Nothing will happen," Zhou Yuqin remarked nonchalantly, stating that this was the way children were raised, and she hadn't seen any ill effects on others' kids. "That's not certain. She's so young and doesn't know better." Better safe than sorry. I'm merely acting out of concern, Li Xiangdong countered. Are you implying I have ill intentions? Zhou Yuqin retorted playfully. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered with you, letting our daughter deal with you instead. Hey, you have a cruel heart, woman. Oh, I see. You're holding a grudge, Li Xiangdong said, curling his fingers slightly in a playful gesture. It was just a couple of touches. It's not like it's the first time, he added. But Zhou Yuqin ignored him, adopting a more conciliatory tone. Could you watch the child for a while? Li Xiangdong leaned back on the Kong. Sure. I'll play with our daughter. You go take care of your business. You agreed? Zhou Yuqin was slightly taken aback, not expecting her husband to comply. I don't have much to do, just wanted to help my mother and sisters with some chores, she explained, feeling a bit uncomfortable watching her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law bustle about, catering to the needs of the entire family. In the past, she would not have voiced such thoughts. But today her husband seemed different, prompting her to ask. All right, you can trust me with the child, Li Xiangdong assured her, understanding her feelings. Zhou Yuqin nodded happily and hurried out, fearing he might change his mind. Chapter 12. The situation solidified. Li Xiangdong removed his shoes and settled onto the Kong, cross-legged, reaching out to lift his daughter in front of him. Seeing her sitting obediently, ice cream stick in mouth, with wide eyes gazing at him, his heart melted. Chi-Chi. Come on, call me Dad. Dad, she responded, and Li Xiangdong smiled. You're such a good girl. Now, hand the ice cream stick to Dad, and let us play riding the horse, shall we? At the mention of riding the horse, Li Xiaozhu loosened her grip, dropping the ice cream stick onto the Kong, and eagerly crawled toward her father. Li Xiangdong positioned himself comfortably, allowing his daughter to crawl onto his back. With one hand supporting himself on the Kong and the other cradling his daughter, he gradually rose, playfully carrying her along. Giggling with delight, Li Xiaozhu clung tightly to his neck. Noticing her attention had shifted, Li Xiangdong called out towards the door. Xiaohai, Li Xiaohai, I'm coming, Dad. Upon seeing his eldest son enter, Li Xiangdong momentarily mistook him for a large rat. His son was bare-chested and clad only in a pair of open-crotch pants, his body covered in dirt. What on earth? Have you been mining coal? Where are your clothes? Dad, it's too hot outside, so I took them off. Don't you want the ice cream stick? Take it outside and let your sister help you clean up. Hearing the mention of an ice cream stick, Li Xiaohai's eyes lit up and he dashed out of the room. With his son gone, Li Xiangdong took the opportunity to play with his daughter for a while longer. However, the hard Kong had begun to take a toll on his knees. Feeling fatigued, he leaned against the wall and reclined, placing his daughter on his belly. Li Xiaozhu, also tired from their play, nestled into his embrace, her body slick with sweat. Zhou Yuqin, who had been helping Li's mother prepare dinner, entered the room and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the father and daughter quietly resting together. Regaining her composure, she lifted the girl from Li Xiangdong's lap and said, "The noodles are boiling. Your mother wants us to come eat." "All right, let us hurry over," Li Xiangdong replied, swiftly rising to join his wife and child in the dining area. Upon entering, he spotted his grandparents seated at the table, sipping tea from their cups. "The melted ice cream is delicious, I assent it," Li old lady remarked. "Yes, it's not only sweet, but also has a hint of creaminess." Li old man nodded in agreement. "It seems Dongzi knows how to care for people," Li Xiangdong added. "If it tastes good, we can buy more in the future." He felt confident in his ability to provide for them, knowing that at their age, his grandparents wouldn't consume much. A few small treats to bring them joy each day was well worth it. "On such a hot day, why are you out playing cards? It's much better to stay home," Li old lady commented. "We didn't play cards. Your neighbor Lu Dinyang's mother hasn't been feeling well lately. So I've been accompanying your grandfather to chat with her," she explained. Li Xiangdong praised. Lu Dinyang's daughter-in-law is quite impressive. "It's no wonder you and Grandpa enjoy visiting her family." "Indeed," Li old lady nodded. "Lu Dinyang is one of the best daughters-in-law in our neighborhood." Li old man, ever perceptive, noticed Li mother eavesdropping from the kitchen, and he discreetly nudged his wife, giving her a knowing look. Understanding his intent, Li old lady refrained from further comments. Li old man then interjected, "Your grandmother's statement isn't entirely accurate. Your mother is also renowned for her filial piety in our area. If we're to discuss it, it truly reflects your grandmother's good judgment in finding your father a wonderful wife. Look how harmonious our family is." Li Xiangdong, quick-witted as always, chimed in with praise for his mother, extolling her virtues. In truth, she was indeed a dutiful daughter-in-law, taking great care of her in-laws. Unfortunately, her sharp tongue often led to discord. This topic can no longer be discussed. Li Xiangdong observed his two nieces arranging the dishes, while his nephews were restlessly running around the house. Li Xiaojiang, take your 3 little companions and help me peel some garlic for your third uncle. Eating noodles without garlic diminishes the flavor significantly. The garlic at his home is tied into braids, and there are several bunches stored in the back room. Understood, the younger ones exclaimed, following him eagerly. With a command from Li Xiaojiang, his 3 brothers cheered and rushed outside together. Once the garlic was peeled and the noodles were served, Li Xiangdong filled his bowl generously. Although the dishes were vegetarian and the noodles appeared slightly yellow, they were irresistibly delicious, exuding the rich aroma of wheat with every bite. Coupled with the flavorful sauce, each mouthful of noodles mixed with garlic was simply delectable. Not only was he enjoying the meal, but the children at home, especially Li Xiaojiang and Li Xiaotao, were devouring it as if they were pigs at a trough. Just as Li Xiangdong was about to serve himself a second bowl, he heard the sound of the door opening. His father and brothers had returned. Uncertain whether his father brought good or bad news, he lost his appetite. However, upon seeing his father enter with a joyful expression, he couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Father, how did the inquiries go?" Without any preamble, his father replied, "It's settled. They even prepared a letter of introduction for you." Hearing this, the adults in the room, apart from the bewildered children, were elated. This was a position within the railway system, highly esteemed, and it seemed their third son was truly fortunate. Noticing everyone's gaze fixed upon him, Li's father reassured them, "Don't worry, the letter is securely in my pocket. But let me have a couple of bites first. This morning has exhausted me." Li Laotu added, "Then hurry and eat. Once you're finished, share the details with us." Chapter 13. From agricultural to non-agricultural, Li Mu observed that her eldest and second sons had each filled their bowls, and the large basin of noodles was nearly empty. She lifted the basin and said, "Don't speak just yet. Let me finish cooking the noodles before we discuss." She was quite curious and eager to hear the specifics, feeling a twinge of anticipation. When Li Mu returned with another basin of noodles, Li's father had finished his bowl. He wiped his mouth and pulled out a letter of introduction from his pocket. Li Xiangdong took the letter and, noticing his wife's head leaning closer, opened it and shifted it in front of her. "What is the job of a water supplier?" asked Zhou Yuqin. Li Xiangdong was equally perplexed. He felt a slight disappointment. Having hoped for a position as a train attendant, as his desire to work in the railway system stemmed from wanting to board a train. "It seems to be related to refilling trains with water," his father explained while serving more noodles. The specifics weren't entirely clear from Deputy Director Zhang, but it is indeed a good job. He even called a classmate working in the railway system to secure it for you. Before departing, Deputy Director Zhang had specifically instructed him to remind Dongzi to be cautious while traveling out of town with the train. Li Xiangdong didn't catch much else, but he distinctly heard his father's last words. "Father, are you saying that Deputy Director Zhang specifically advised you to remind me to be careful while traveling out of town with the train?" Father Li observed his son, who was startled and fidgety, and nodded, saying, "Indeed, that is the case." "What is it?" Li Xiangdong's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, almost overwhelming him. He exclaimed with excitement, "I'm fine. It's just that the noodles my mother made today were extraordinarily delicious, and I must have another bowl." "Since when have you ever eaten less?" Mother Li shot a glance at her third son, though the smile on her face was unmistakable. Now, her youngest had secured a respectable job, one far superior to working at the coal shop. As a mother, how could she not feel elated? After all, he was in a leadership position, and his efficiency was commendable. His father had merely sought information, yet they had directly arranged a position for Dongzi. Old Man Li nodded, saying, "What your mother says is quite right. The connections I once had have indeed secured such a fine opportunity for Dongzi. In truth, we owe them a debt of gratitude." Mother Li suggested, "Father, why don't we buy some fine cigarettes and liquor, so Dongzi can visit and express his thanks?" Old Man Li shook his head. "No, that won't do. We have just received assistance. If we show up bearing gifts, it may be deemed inappropriate. Let's wait until Dongzi receives his salary, then choose an auspicious day to present something modest, perhaps some eggs and fruit. This way, we convey our gratitude without putting them in an awkward position. Regardless of their status, we should treat them as family and visit during festivals." "Sounds good," Father Li agreed, finding wisdom in his father's words. Regardless of the familial ties, it was essential to maintain a connection with someone in a leadership role. After a raucous family lunch, they cleared the table and retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Father Li and his brothers needed a brief nap before returning to work in the afternoon. The children understood that this was not a time for noise, lest they face repercussions. Li Xiangdong paced restlessly in his room, still brimming with excitement. He yearned to provide a good life for his wife and children while honoring his parents and grandparents. However, all of this hinged on his ability to earn money. In contrast to others who might seize the opportunity of rebirth to carve out their destinies and amass wealth, he felt hesitant. With only a year since the onset of reform and opening up, policies were unpredictable, swaying this way and that. If he acted recklessly, disaster might strike him without warning. Moreover, considering his past 2 lives, he had barely managed to transcend illiteracy. He had no business acumen. In his previous life, he had stubbornly defied fate, leading his family to ruin. And in this life, he had no desire to be a stepping stone for others. After all, wouldn't it suffice to acquire a home once he had money? Why engage in business? After their nap, just before work, Father Li awoke and washed his face. Then knocked on the door of the east wing. Dongzi, third daughter-in-law, could you come out for a moment? What is it, father? Li Xiangdong and Zhou Yuqin immediately emerged from their abode upon hearing the commotion. They had not rested at all. Their daughter, well-rested and brimming with energy, insisted on their company for play, compounded by the antics of their eldest son, leaving the couple no respite. Upon noticing the third couple's appearance, Li's father rubbed his drowsy face and recalled during mealtime that in his preoccupation with Li Xiangdong's work, he had neglected a significant matter. Deputy Director Zhang was aware that his daughter-in-law and child still held rural household registrations, and he urged Li to take some time to return with his wife to obtain a household registration certificate, assuring him that he would assist in converting their rural status to urban upon their return. Zhou Yuqin, upon hearing her father-in-law's words, was rendered speechless with excitement. The prospect of changing their household registration to that of city dwellers and receiving government-supplied rations was not merely her aspiration, but that of all rural inhabitants of this era. The policies governing household registration were akin to an insurmountable barrier, and the quota for conversion from rural to urban was not easily attainable, particularly for urban grain registrations in the capital, which were exceedingly rare. She had never anticipated such fortune would befall her. When she had initially followed her husband back to the city, her household registration had not been transferred, resulting in her and her child's rations being reliant on the family's purchased grain. Father, this matter isn't urgent, is it? Li Xiangdong pondered delaying the process until after the land distribution, which would allow him to transfer the household registration after managing the land in his wife and child's name to his father-in-law's name. However, he found it difficult to articulate this future plan. Li's father, observing his son's peculiar expression, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" In a moment of quick thinking, Li Xiangdong fabricated an excuse. "I have to report for duty the day after tomorrow, and I'm uncertain when I will have the time. Perhaps we should discuss it later?" Suddenly, Zhou Yuqin interjected, "I can return by myself." Taken aback, Li Xiangdong gazed at his wife, still in a state of exhilaration, and realized that her happiness outweighed any concern about land distribution. Li's father, noticing his son's unusual demeanor, bellowed, "What are you thinking, you little rascal?" His shout summoned everyone resting indoors. Upon learning of such a fortunate opportunity, Li's mother, who had previously hesitated, did not grant Li Xiangdong a chance to speak, immediately pointing a finger at him in reproach. "Li Laosan, are you out of your mind? Why delay something that has fallen from the heavens?" Li urged, stepping beside Li Xiangdong, clapped him on the shoulder and asked, "Dongzi, have you stirred up trouble in the countryside? Is that why you're hesitant to see your father-in-law?" Chapter 14. The reluctance to meet the father-in-law. Li Xiangdong had already resolved that as long as his wife was happy, he could forego the land. Yet, faced with the incessant inquiries from his father and mother about his hesitation, he needed to concoct an excuse to placate them. As he racked his brain for words, Li Erge's comment sparked a realization. He recalled a foolish incident from his past life, and with a decisive breath, he blurted out, "What my second brother said is correct. My hesitation stems from an incident a few days before returning to the city when I was cutting pig fodder and nearly fed the village's pigs to death." The courtyard fell into an instant hush, with all eyes scrutinizing him peculiarly. Even his grandparents shook their heads in disapproval. His mother approached him, hopping in frustration, exclaiming, "You ungrateful child. You can't even manage to feed the pigs properly. What else can you do?" His father, even more enraged, removed his shoes, ready to strike. "You good for nothing. Failing at everything, yet excelling in causing trouble. If it weren't for the lack of alternative responses, Li Xiangdong wouldn't have uttered such words. As he dodged, he protested. It wasn't intentional. Besides, the pigs are alive. They merely had a bout of diarrhea. He was not lying. He had received news that he could soon return to the city. While working, he was preoccupied with his excitement, neglecting the task of feeding the pigs, unaware of what the village's pigs had consumed. Ultimately, they suffered from diarrhea for 4 to 5 days, nearly succumbing to dehydration. Later, the village accountant approached him, informing him that the pigs had been weighed and acknowledging that it was unintentional on his part, yet he was asked to compensate the village with 6 yuan. At that moment, he had no money. Even requesting funds from home would take too long, as he was set to return to the city in a couple of days. Thus, he reluctantly sought assistance from his father-in-law in the neighboring Zhou family village. However, he felt too embarrassed to be forthright and instead concocted a story, saying his family needed to return to the city and suggested his father-in-law visit to see his grandchildren, lest he miss them in a few days. Zhou, a simple rural man, had never anticipated that his son-in-law could be so cunning. Ultimately, he not only handed over 6 yuan, but also lost face in the process. Feeding a pig to the point of diarrhea, nearly leading to its death, was a colossal joke in rural society. Li Xiangdong vividly recalled the moment when his father-in-law returned home, his lips trembling in indignation as he glared at him. "Father, mother, please do not strike him any further." Zhou Yuqin understood her husband's reluctance to face her father. She stepped in front of her parents, asserting that the matter had been resolved and that he wished to stay. She would return in a couple of days, urging them not to remain upset. Oldly remarked, "Is it your father who ended up cleaning the mess?" Zhou Yuqin nodded. "My father paid 6 yuan to the village. It's actually settled now. He simply feels awkward about facing my father." Oldly sighed, gazing at Li Xiangdong. "Ultimately, as long as the pigs are alive and the matter can be resolved with compensation, it's not a grave issue. The critical question is, do you intend to avoid your father-in-law for the rest of your life?" Before Li Xiangdong could respond, his father seized the opportunity and kicked him in the backside. "You scoundrel, did you roll my cigarettes in that mess? At home, you caused trouble for me, and in the village, you trouble your father-in-law. In a few days, buy something and personally apologize to him." Oldly added, "Dongzi, heed your father's advice. When you and your wife return to obtain household registration, make sure to personally apologize to your father-in-law." Li Xiangdong patted the imprint on his backside and nodded. "I understand, Grandma. Let us never speak of this matter again. Let it fade into oblivion. Gather the children indoors and remind them discreetly to keep this from the neighbors in the alley." Old Li's decisive proclamation resonated among the crowd in the courtyard, as everyone nodded in understanding, each person heeding the instructions given. In the west wing of the house, Li Xiangdong rummaged through drawers and cabinets, preparing for his impending report to work in 2 days. He needed to present himself with a certain dignity. He sifted through the scant collection of clothing he possessed, only to realize that there were hardly any suitable garments for public appearance. The clothes from his rural days had long since ceased to fit him. Li's mother had altered them and passed them down to his younger siblings. Such was the custom in every household. Larger clothing was worn by the smaller, patched over and over, with trousers bearing the marks of countless needle pricks. During his time in the countryside, amidst the prevailing social climate, he, a young intellectual undergoing re-education among the poor and lower-middle-class farmers, was expected to don at least a couple of patches on his attire, lest he be perceived as lacking depth in his education or failing to integrate with the peasant class. Even upon his return to the city, he had yet to acquire a single unblemished outfit. The fabric coupons at home were limited, meant to be saved for new garments during the new year, and the flawed fabrics available at the supply cooperative were not consistently accessible. The white vest and oversized shorts he currently wore were remnants from his father. Ultimately, he managed to piece together a patch-free outfit, which he recognized as the attire he had purchased for his wedding. Fortunately, the ceremony had taken place in summer, making it perfectly suitable now. A short-sleeved, crisp cotton shirt paired with military green trousers, crafted from decent cotton, was all he had. However, he had never been particularly fond of that shirt. It failed to absorb sweat, rendering it uncomfortable for any laborious tasks. Yet, he could not afford to forego it. After donning the clothing, he retrieved a pair of new safety shoes, which were plentiful at home, provided by his father and brothers. Standing before the mirror, Li Xiangdong adjusted his hair. After spending 7 or 8 years in the countryside, his handsome visage remained remarkably youthful. Time, it seemed, had only left a subtle mark on him. Turning to see his wife, Zhou Yuqin, supporting their daughter as she learned to walk on the Kong. He boasted with pride, "What do you think? Your husband is still handsome after 4 years of marriage, just as I was during our courtship." "Don't flatter yourself," Zhou Yuqin replied with a hint of exasperation. "How can a grown man be so concerned with appearances? Back then, I was foolishly enchanted by your looks and charm during our courtship, never anticipating how challenging life would become." Fortunately, since this morning, she had noticed a change in her husband, and with the job situation resolved, she felt hopeful that their lives would gradually improve. Li Xiangdong shook his head. "You don't understand. This is merely youthful radiance. In 20 years, I shall still appear as I do now, and we will look like mother and son. If we venture out together in 40 years, onlookers will exclaim, 'What a dutiful grandson,' accompanying his grandmother for a stroll." As soon as he uttered those words, he suddenly snapped back to reality and spat a few times in disbelief at his own ridiculousness. Chapter 15. The impetuous youth Zhou Yuqin observed her partner's foolishness and couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, go ahead and call out. What should I say? Mother or grandmother will suffice." "Comrade Zhou Yuqin, you seem to be a bit audacious. Do you wish for me to reprimand you?" Li Xiangdong leaned closer, enveloping her from behind, his hands wandering inappropriately, exploring her form. Zhou Yuqin, cradling their daughter, could only endure the roving hands, ultimately unable to withstand the sensation. She twisted her body in protest. "Release me. If you continue like this, I shall genuinely become angry." All right, I shall behave. Just let me hold you for a moment," he replied tenderly. Li Xiangdong held his wife quietly, inhaling the fragrant scent of soap that lingered on her skin. This embrace, after so many years, brought him an indescribable sense of tranquility. As the couple remained in their embrace, their daughter, Li Xiaozhu, grew increasingly anxious. Her chubby little legs took a few steps forward only to be pulled back. She turned her head, her dark, glistening eyes fixed on her parents, revealing her tiny teeth as she exclaimed, "Mother, father, stop." Li Xiangdong chuckled and affectionately patted his daughter's soft little head, her short hair fluffy and delightful. I understand. Once you fall asleep tonight, I shall deal with your mother," he teased. Zhou Yuqin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her voice trembling as she replied, "Do not speak such nonsense." Her face was flushed, even her neck and ears were a rosy hue. Li Xiangdong, noticing her reaction, thought to himself, "Surely, it cannot be this embarrassing. I merely spoke a few words. Is it necessary to feel such shyness?" However, when he glanced down and noticed his own enthusiastic response, he realized he was indeed still youthful and perhaps a tad too impulsive. "An error, a miscalculation," he murmured, releasing his hold on Zhou Yuqin and stepping aside to silently chant a prayer, seeking composure. The more he hurried, the more she resisted, refusing to relent. Suddenly, the courtyard gate was struck twice with a loud thud, followed by the creaking sound of it opening. "Who is it?" Li's mother called out from the main house, her voice booming and piercing through to Li Xiangdong's room. "It's me, Grandma. I'm here with my uncle's friends. They are looking for him," replied Li Xiaojiang, who had opened the door. Li's mother halted her steps and shouted towards the west wing, "Old 3, hurry and come out. They are looking for you." After delivering her message, she turned back to retreat into the house, muttering about the lack of decorum in knocking. They're here, Li Xiangdong responded from within, hastily preparing to emerge. It was not that he was reluctant to go out. Rather, he found himself in a predicament just moments prior. He quickly removed his clothing and shoes, changing back into a simple white tank top, loose shorts, and worn-out slippers. A distraction was indeed effective. When there was work to be done, he could prolong it. When there was none, it could quell his fervor. Before stepping out, wary of his wife's potential irritation, Li Xiangdong reassured her, "It must be my childhood friends paying a visit. It wouldn't be proper for me to ignore them, would it?" Though these friends, much like him, had achieved little in their previous lives, their homes were often chaotic, filled with trivial matters. Yet, they shared a bond that had formed over years of growing up together. When one faced difficulties, the others would invariably lend a hand, each contributing as best they could. In their past lives, they had all aged into old men, yet they frequently gathered to share drinks, their decades-long friendship unbroken. If given a second chance at life, he would undoubtedly cherish these friendships, ensuring the continuity of their bond. Although Zhou Yuqin lacked formal education, she was reasonable and understanding, always willing to discuss matters openly and clearly. She nodded and stepped out, advising him to drink less. "Rest assured, I am aware of my limits." Li Xiangdong replied with a smile. Though not a heavy drinker, he recognized the camaraderie among men often involved sharing a drink. After all, counting stars was hardly an alternative. He planted a kiss on his daughter's cheek, instructing her to mind her mother. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Yuqin seized him firmly. Understanding her intent, he leaned in, but she swiftly covered his mouth, admonishing him against such frivolity and reminding him to leave the work introduction letter at home. Li Xiangdong initially thought his wife was merely jealous of their daughter. Am I to discard it? He asked, handing the introduction letter to her before contemplating and tucking 2 packets of Daoye cigarettes into his pocket. As for the peony brand, it seemed unnecessary to indulge in such luxury among friends. Chapter 16. The hairstyle of a labor reformer. Dongzi, you finally made it out. Li Xiangdong had indeed been correct. The visitor was his childhood friend. The individual speaking was of modest stature and had a dark complexion. His name was Xiang Lin, sporting a buzz cut that made him resemble a freshly released labor reformer, despite being a city-returned youth. In these times, such a hairstyle would invite ridicule. What are you dawdling about in there? If you don't hurry, the sun will melt both me and Xiao Lin here, remarked another childhood friend, Zhang San, affectionately nicknamed Sanmu among their circle. Li Xiangdong stood at the door, observing the two with a smile. Sanmu, you ought to take a cue from Xiao Lin and keep your hair short. It's much cooler. Xiang Lin rolled his eyes in response, explaining. The neighborhood committee assigned me to a barbershop as an apprentice. The master barber saw that neither I nor another guy had any skills, so he had us practice on each other, resulting in this dreadful appearance. Zhang's son grinned broadly, revealing his bright white teeth. Xiao Lin, do tell us about that other fellow. Did he end up with a labor reformer's haircut as well? Xiang Lin chuckled mischievously. He's worse off. He went for a complete shave, looking like a bald egg. Laughter erupted from Zhang San, who was nearly breathless from mirth. After a few moments of jovial banter, Li Xiangdong inquired, what is the occasion today? Xiang Lin replied, Aja has returned. We're going to welcome him. Upon mentioning Aja, Zhang San's previous jovial demeanor quickly faded. Their friend's misfortunes in recent years had been quite poignant. Aja, whose full name was Shijingzha, bore a name that hinted at an educated family background. His father was a university professor specializing in economics, while Aja's mother and maternal grandfather had managed to escape before the humanitarian catastrophe unfolded. Despite her attempt to sever ties, life remained difficult for Aja and his father. In such circumstances, it is prudent to remain low-key. Avoiding the spotlight may allow one to navigate through unscathed. Indeed, this was the case, for nothing amiss transpired until the year Li Xiangdong married. However, it was not long before Shijingzha's father, unable to restrain his tongue, uttered some ill-advised remarks. To say he could not control his words does not imply that he was a gossiper. Rather, he, like Zhao Gang from the television drama Bright Sword, spoke out in indignation when his ideals and beliefs were challenged. Regardless of the reason, his indiscretions led to consequences, and soon he and his son retreated to a quaint abode in the southwest, embarking on a pastoral life reminiscent of the dreams held by laborers in future generations. In a previous life, Li Xiangdong had learned about job openings in the railway system through Aja, as the neighborhood committee had allocated a position to him, asserting that comrades who had faced grievances should receive due consideration. Ultimately, Aja declined the job offer, and in line with the trajectory of their past, he soon returned to the city, only to join his father in seeking refuge with his mother abroad. Their reunion would not occur until the turn of the millennium, during the Olympic Games in the capital. With Aja's return, it was only fitting for them to pay a visit. However, Li Xiangdong felt uneasy about arriving empty-handed. He possessed only 30 cents and 2 packs of Daoye cigarettes. Zhang's son reassured him, saying, do not worry, we have prepared something. Puzzled, Li Xiangdong inquired what they had arranged, knowing his childhood friends were not particularly affluent. Xiang Lin was apprenticing at a barbershop, while Zhang's son had been assigned by the neighborhood committee to pedal a tricycle, both struggling to provide for their families. Xiang Lin bashfully explained, it wasn't he us or San Mu who prepared it. Binzi arranged for a pig's head and a complete set of offal through their kitchen as procurement. Binzi, another childhood companion, had not been sent to the countryside after middle school and worked as a chef at a state-run restaurant alongside his father. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong urged, a pig's head? We must act swiftly, for that will require considerable time to prepare. Here is the plan. I will procure some loose liquor, and you two can buy some peanuts. Together we shall bring something to the gathering. All right, we'll follow your lead, Dongzi, they agreed. The three then parted ways. with Xianglin and Zhang Sun heading to the supply and marketing cooperative for peanuts, while Li Xiangdong went to a tavern to acquire the liquor. To obtain loose liquor, he needed empty bottles, which he kept in the main house. To avoid his mother's incessant chatter, he returned home and instead grabbed 2 tea mugs from his own room to make do. Spending his last 30 cents, he secured 2 gin of loose erguoto liquor. And as he exited the tavern, he carefully balanced a mug in each hand. In those days, practicality and durability were prized, and filling a mug with a gin of liquor would only leave it about 3/4 full, making it nearly impossible to spill when the lid was secured. Upon entering Qianbin's communal courtyard, Li Xiangdong spotted Xianglin and Zhang Sun, along with 2 stout figures, one large and one small, squatting in the yard, singeing the bristles off a pig's head, surrounded by a gaggle of children drawn to the spectacle. Nearby sat 2 large iron basins. One contained the already singed pig trotters and tail, while the other was soaking a complete set of pig offal. He placed the teacup on the windowsill and greeted the middle-aged man holding a fan, saying, "Uncle Qian, good day. I apologize for troubling you on such a hot day." Uncle Qian chuckled like a jovial Buddha, replying, "Ah, Dongzi, what trouble could there be? I merely need to speak. The labor is yours to undertake." He stood, lifted his shirt to reveal his belly, and playfully patted it, gesturing with his fan towards the windowsill. "Why are you leaving with 2 teacups?" Li Xiangdong grinned. "I'm using them as wine bottles. They contain 2 pounds of erguoto I just brewed. Why brew loose wine? You could simply bring it from home. Binzi, remember to take my 2 bottles of Tongzhou Laojiao when you head out." Qianbin readily replied, "Of course, father." Uncle Qian was generous, and Qianbin's demeanor mirrored his father's. When the group of childhood friends gathered to eat and drink, it was often Qianbin who bore the brunt of the expenses. "That won't do, Uncle Qian. We already feel quite embarrassed as it is. We cannot take your wine. Indeed, Uncle Qian, if you continue like this, we'll hesitate to visit again." The 3 hastily declined. As Qianbin had already purchased the pig's head and offal, it was their responsibility, and they could not impose on an elder. Moreover, they only needed some loose wine. Tongzhou Laojiao was expensive, costing 2 yuan and 80 cents a bottle, plus a liquor ticket. Uncle Qian did not press the matter further. "All right, let us save these 2 bottles for when Binzi's wife gives birth. We shall enjoy them during the celebration." It dawned on Li Xiangdong then that Qianbin's wife was due to give birth soon. No wonder he hadn't seen her in the yard. She must be resting indoors. He clasped his hands together and said, "Uncle Qian, allow me to extend my congratulations in advance. When my nephew's full month arrives, I shall certainly join you for a couple of drinks." His words carried a knowing undertone, for he was aware that Qianbin's wife had given birth to a healthy boy. Uncle Qian's face beamed with joy as he waved his fan and exclaimed, "What nephew? In our Qian family, it matters not whether a boy or girl is born. I cherish daughters just as much." Despite his words, Li Xiangdong's sentiment struck a chord within him, filling him with delight. The Qian family had carried on for 3 generations through Qianbin, and he naturally hoped for a robust grandson from his daughter-in-law. "Now you young fellows get to work. I shall refrain from interfering. I need to rest for a while before heading to work at 4. Li Xiangdong replied, "Indeed, you must rest well. Your health is essential for the kitchen's success. We all rely on you, Uncle Qian. You have a way with words, my boy. Now that you've returned from the countryside, do visit Uncle Qian's home more often." As Uncle Qian stepped over the threshold into the house, he turned to his son and said, "Binzi, remember to grab the seasoning packet for the braised meat. It's specially prepared for the restaurant, ensuring the authentic flavor." "Understood, father," Qianbin responded. Once his father was inside, he stood and stretched his legs, feeling the fatigue of his weight. "Dongzi, you certainly talk too much. Your words are as sweet as honey," leaving my father so enchanted he nearly forgot everything, even the braised meat seasoning packet. "Perhaps you should take my father's place as his son." The marinated meat seasoning package is indeed an exclusive secret recipe of the Qian family, with his father rarely allowing outsiders to use it. Even in the kitchen, his father keeps a vigilant watch, fearing that someone might learn his craft. Xianglin, holding a pig's ear, expressed his admiration, saying, "Dongzi is famously eloquent. Otherwise, how could he have married while relying on his father's relief rations in the countryside?" Zhang Sun chimed in with a teasing remark. Indeed, when Dongzi was courting his wife, he boasted about his academic excellence, high moral character, and willingness to help others, even being recognized as an outstanding student by the school. With walls at home adorned with certificates, after sharing a laugh, Qianbin curiously asked, "Hey, Dongzi, did your wife slap you when she found out you deceived her?" Li Xiangdong, exasperated, retorted, "Stop spreading rumors. None of that happened. My wife is enamored with my commendable qualities. Now, get back to work. Make sure to scorch the pig hair clean." Under the disdainful gazes of the trio, he found a shaded spot to squat against the wall, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and taking a satisfying drag. Once the pig's head was scorched, it needed another wash. Qianbin placed the pig's head alongside the already scorched pig trotters and tail, fetching a bucket of water to pour into a basin for cleaning. Xiang Lin and Zhang Sun were busy cleaning the pig entrails in another basin, which were still slimy and quite foul, causing the nearby children to scatter. "Binzi, pass me the pigtail. I'll wash it," Li Xiangdong said, deciding to assist. He squatted beside Qianbin, retrieving the pigtail from the basin. He intended to stew this for his daughter, so he preferred to handle it himself, as he didn't trust Qianbin, whose small, squinty eyes seemed perpetually drowsy. After a considerable effort, they finally cleaned the items. Li Xiangdong noticed Xiang Lin and Zhang Sun still peeling the white membrane off the pig kidneys and inquired, "Have you two finished?" "We're almost done. Just need to put everything into the bucket," they replied, washing the two large basins with soapberry powder before returning them indoors. Xiang Lin and Zhang Sun carried the bucket, while he and Qianbin followed, each grasping a teacup. Exiting Qianbin's home, they twisted and turned through several alleys, navigating narrow passages where Xiang Lin and Zhang Sun had to sidle through. After a while, they finally reached the main road. Zhang Sun halted, placing the bucket down, and turned to Li Xiangdong and Qianbin, saying, "It's too heavy, my hands ache. Let us switch, you two take a turn." Xiang Lin remained silent, well aware of the laziness of the group. Li Xiangdong, holding the teacup, did not stop his pace but walked past them, thinking, "What is the point of switching? You could simply swap with Xiang Lin. Let us hurry, we're almost there." "What are you looking at?" "Today I'm the chef. Don't bother me with menial tasks," Qianbin replied, equally astute, agreeing with Dongzi that they were close to their destination. Crossing the main road led them to the northern alley, known colloquially as the bygone alley, where affluent families resided. The Shi family had a courtyard in the northern part of the alley, comparable in size to Li Xiangdong's home. It is said that this courtyard was part of Shi Zhengzhi's mother's dowry, as the property deed bears his father's name. Now, the neighborhood committee has returned it to the father and son. The alleys here are spacious enough for 4 people to walk side by side. After traversing 2 more lanes, they finally arrived at Asia's doorstep. At last, they had reached their destination. Xiang Lin set down the bucket of water he was carrying and approached, knocking loudly on the door. Chapter 18. What happened to your father? "Xiang Lin, can you even knock properly? Can't you change this bad habit after all these years?" Li Xiangdong stepped forward, pushing Xiang Lin behind him, and grasped the brass knocker on the door. He knocked twice, not too lightly nor too heavily. And after hearing no response from within, he knocked 3 more times. Coming, who is it?" A hurried voice, tinged with caution, came from inside as the door slowly opened. A thin young man peered out sideways, then swung the door open wide, exclaiming angrily, "Xiang Lin, you little rascal. I knew it was you banging on the door." The gaunt youth was Asia, whose full name was Shi Zhengzhi, a childhood friend of Li Xiangdong and the others. After his outburst, Asia stepped forward and exchanged fist bumps with each of them. When it was Xiang Lin's turn, Asia deliberately sidestepped and thumped him on the chest instead. Xiang Lin rubbed his chest and complained, "Why such a big reaction just for knocking on the door?" Asia chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond, and changed the subject. "Xiang Lin, why did you shave your head? You didn't just get out, did you?" Xiang Lin retorted, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm learning to cut hair from a master now. How many times do I have to say it? Don't call me Zhizi." "Come on, Zhizi sounds nice," Asia insisted, though it didn't sit well with him. "You all have to call me that. My mother has called me that since I was little." With his eyes beginning to redden, Asia expressed his gratitude. "I truly didn't expect you all to come visit me. Thank you, my friends." Li Xiangdong stepped closer, draping an arm over Asia's shoulder, which felt bony from years of hardship. "We didn't just come to see you. We brought some good things as well. Is your father at home?" Upon hearing this, Asia shot a glance at Xiang Lin, feeling a bit embarrassed. "My father's inside, but it's all Xiang Lin's fault. He scared my dad half to death with that banging." "Xiang Lin, can you please be a bit more courteous next time you visit?" Xiang Lin clasped his fists in a gesture of apology. "I'll be more careful next time, I promise." "All right, enough with the antics. Let me see what good things you brought." Asia said, moving towards the bucket. Peering in, he spotted a plump pig's head, nearly drooling as he swallowed hard, his face lighting up with a smile. Come on in, welcome to my humble abode. Stop pretending to be cultured. Can you even write humble abode? Li Xiangdong teased. You're right, Asia. Don't be shy to admit it. Even though your father is a university professor, we're all in the same boat. Back when school was suspended, now we're all semi-illiterate. Hey, don't touch me, or you'll spill the wine in the teapot. One of them exclaimed. Oh, so that's why it smells like alcohol. The teapot was filled with wine. As they chatted and laughed, the sense of estrangement that had lingered began to dissipate, and they playfully shoved each other as they entered the courtyard. Aja's father, upon hearing their laughter, emerged from the house. Ah, it is you rascals. Come to play with Aja, I see. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall return to my reading. Li Xiangdong and the others, momentarily taken aback, nearly failed to recognize him. In his days as a university lecturer, Aja's father was spirited and stood tall, but after Aja's mother departed, he had only grown somewhat despondent. He now appeared aged, with graying hair and a stooped back, moving with a certain awkwardness. Though just in his 40s, he seemed to embody the frailness of a man in his 60s. Li Xiangdong had words to share, but hesitated. It's all right, don't mind my father. Let us get on with it. I am positively ravenous. Aja enlivened the atmosphere, urging everyone to get started. With a collective sigh, Li Xiangdong and his companions busied themselves. Qianbin peeked into the kitchen and, upon his return, remarked, the cooking pot at Aja's home is rather small. We can manage with a bucket of water, but his stove is inadequate. The single burner takes far too long. Aja indicated a pile of debris in the corner, which contained some bricks. If it won't do, we can construct a makeshift stove. Once we're done, I'll dismantle it. That sounds feasible. Li Xiangdong set down the tea canister and followed them over to begin rummaging. They gathered bricks for the stove and some firewood. Under Qianbin's expert guidance, the stove was successfully assembled. Li Xiangdong contributed matches, igniting 2 pieces of scrap paper to kindle the wood shavings, after which they withdrew with a sense of accomplishment. The burden now rested on Qianbin, while Li Xiangdong and the others accompanied Aja into the main room. This space is quite spacious. The main room was starkly empty, with scant furniture, and even loud conversations echoed within its confines. Aja beckoned them to the table, pulled out a long bench from beneath it, and retrieved several cups, pouring water from a thermos. With no tea leaves at home, the brothers had to settle for plain water. Never mind, any drink will suffice. Li Xiangdong took out a pack of cigarettes, distributing 1 to each. After lighting his own, his gaze fell upon a square stool resting against the door, and he was momentarily startled as he approached it. Crafted from redwood, its intricate carvings mirrored those on his family's table. Could it be that Aja's family owns the very table from my house? Yet, upon reflection, the timeline did not align. His grandfather had found that table long before Aja's family faced their troubles. He inquired, Aja, where did these square stools come from? Aja glanced over nonchalantly and replied, the community office provided them. The furniture from my family that was confiscated is lost to time. The original registration was also misplaced. What remains in the house was hastily gathered from the community office's storage. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong felt a wave of relief. If those items had indeed belonged to Aja's family, the thought of not returning them would have troubled him greatly. Aja continued, you brought it up just as I had forgotten. My father remains rather paranoid. He claims that those are antique redwood pieces, and fears they might attract unwanted attention, urging me to dispose of them. But now it works out well. We can use them in the courtyard for Qianbin's fire. Good heavens! Using old mahogany furniture to cook pig's head meat is akin to the reckless behavior of his nephew, Li Xiaojian. They are both prodigal. This is quite alarming, and he worries whether his stomach can handle it after consumption. Li Xiangdong hastily intervened, urging not to waste such items, stating, if you do not want it, I shall take it when I return home tonight. Aja, filled with curiosity, inquired, Dongzi, what do you want it for? Although my father claims these square stools are made of mahogany and are antique, he also mentioned that they hold little value now. Li Xiangdong replied, I know. I simply have a fondness for them, with no ulterior motives. He was fully aware that these items were indeed of little worth. Otherwise, he would not have felt comfortable asking for them. Aja shrugged nonchalantly. If you like them, take them. My father won't allow such things in the house anyway. Upon hearing Asia's consent, Li Xiangdong cherished the square stool for a moment before returning to the table. He pulled at Aja's arm and whispered, what has become of your father? Chapter 19. Pain in the leg foretells rain in the past. My father was struck by a student for speaking out of turn at school, injuring his leg. Due to the lack of timely treatment and the damp climate of the southwestern region, he developed this ailment. It is not apparent most of the time, but today, since he is unwell, his gait is unsteady. Mark my words, it will surely rain in the next couple of days. Aja spoke these words with an extraordinarily flat tone. Li Xiangdong asked, "Have you taken him to the hospital?" "We just returned, and have not yet had the chance to seek medical attention." Aja smiled. "In any case, my father's injured leg is now more reliable than the weather forecast." Zhang Sun suddenly rose, slamming his hand on the table in a fit of rage. "Damn it! How can you still laugh? Who was it that harmed your father? We should confront him. I will make him pay. Keep your voice down. Do not let my father hear you." Aja moved to close the door just as Qianbin rushed in, approaching the table without asking whose cup it was, and gulped down the contents in one go. "What were you all arguing about?" "Aja, do we have any chili at home? I plan to make a stir-fry with the intestines." "Yes. I will fetch some for you." After spending a few years in the southwest with my father, my palate has changed. We are now lacking in everything except chili. Qianbin stopped Aja from leaving the room. "You're in the kitchen, right? I can get it myself." "Aja, you continue your conversation with Dongzi." After Qianbin exited, Aja walked over to close the door securely. He returned to the table, taking a drag from his cigarette, and continued, "I appreciate the good intentions of you all, but the matter has been settled. The person who harmed my father has come to apologize, so let it be." Changing the subject, he inquired, "I know that Binzi is working with his father in the restaurant's kitchen. What about the rest of you? Have you been assigned work since returning from the countryside?" Xiang Lin ran his hand over his labor-reformed head. "Didn't I just tell you? I've been assigned as an apprentice at a barber shop." Zhang Sun looked awkward. "I was assigned by the street office to ride a tricycle. I have been doing that for a while now. I'm reporting to the passenger section of the Railway Bureau in the capital tomorrow." Li Xiangdong initially hesitated to speak, feeling it might come off as boastful, but since everyone else had shared, he felt he ought to as well. "What? Dongzi, weren't you assigned to pop popcorn by the street office?" "Indeed, Dongzi, I have heard about it as well. Why have you returned to the railway system?" When Xiang Lin and Zhang Sun learned that Li Xiangdong would report to the railway system tomorrow, they feigned indifference, though their curiosity was palpable. "We have been assigned to separate locations," Aja exclaimed, astonished, as he too had been placed in the passenger department of the Beijing Railway Bureau but had no intention of accepting the position. Xiang Lin seized the opportunity to inquire, "What do you mean also? Aja, you haven't been assigned to the railway system as well, have you?" Upon Aja's nod, Zhang Sun playfully remarked, "This is utterly unfair. I wish to work in the railway system. I am exhausted from pedaling my tricycle every day. My legs are swollen." Xiang Lin laughed heartily. "Enough of that. If anyone goes, it should be the three of us. With those long legs of yours, it would be a waste not to use them for pedaling." "Nonsense. Who says long legs are meant for tricycles? You are merely envious that I am taller than you. If only you had eaten better during your growth spurts, I wouldn't have to look up to speak with you," Zhang Sun retorted, demanding that Xiang Lin stand up to compare heights. Aja, witnessing their banter, chuckled. "Enough of your squabbling. Honestly, I do not plan to take that job arranged by the street office. If I decline, I can inform them to transfer my position to you too, though I am uncertain if the street office would agree." Xiang Lin urged, "Aja, we were just joking. I have no intention of usurping your job. That would be inhumane." "Indeed, my friend, I am not as you perceive," Zhang Sun chimed in, clarifying that he was merely jesting and had never intended otherwise. "Aja, do not act impulsively. The street office is not your family business, and your words do not hold sway there," Li Xiangdong interjected knowingly. "Moreover, if you refuse the job they arranged, what do you plan to do instead?" Aja hesitated before responding. "Many families have faced difficulties in recent years, but most returned last year. Why has my family lingered until now? It is because of my mother and my grandfather's family, who claimed we have overseas connections. My father has yet to secure a job for me, and we are contemplating traveling abroad soon to join my mother." Xiang Lin and Zhang Sun were taken aback by this revelation, while Li Xiangdong remained unfazed. In a previous life, Aja and his father had emigrated in a similar manner. Due to the inconvenience of communication, their interactions were sparse. Though Aja had returned once after the millennium, thus gaining some awareness of the situation. After relocating abroad, Aja and his father connected with locals to find his mother and grandfather's family, only to discover that Aja's mother had since rebuilt her life, starting a new family with several children. Rather than complicate matters, they simply rented an apartment and continued their lives abroad. Li Xiangdong understood that due to language barriers and racial issues, their subsequent days were far from comfortable. Particularly, they had sold their family courtyard to facilitate their immigration. When Zhou returned after the millennium, he wished to repurchase it, but was taken aback by the price Li Xiangdong mentioned. Knowing that Zhou and his father had not fared well abroad, he felt compelled to offer some counsel. Zhou, do you have the address of your mother and grandfather overseas? Asia nodded and said, my father is aware. After my mother passed, she sent us a letter. With an address in hand. Asia, being my childhood friend, I might speak a bit too bluntly, so please do not take offense. Seeing Asia gesture for him to continue, Li Xiangdong proceeded, after all these years, how can you be certain whether your mother has remarried? I believe it would be wise for you to write her a letter inquiring about her recent circumstances. Asia was taken aback by Li Xiangdong's candidness, yet he understood that it stemmed from goodwill. They were all adults, and some matters were implicitly understood. Dongzi, thank you. I will discuss this further with my father. What is there to discuss? Asia, do you speak any foreign languages? Be careful not to lose yourself while abroad. Xiaolan's words rang true. If you go overseas, we may never meet again, and you'll be quite lonely on your own. Xianglin and Zhang Sun each voiced their concerns, urging Asia against leaving the country. I reiterate, you and your father must consider this matter carefully. To this day, Li Xiangdong vividly recalls Asia's return home, accompanied by that hefty dark figure he introduced as his son. It left him utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 20. Not everyone can be a taxi driver. One must have staple food during meals. The 5 of them, along with Asia's father, totaled 6 individuals, and steaming 12 buns made from a mix of flour was just right. The meat had already been stewed, and after stoking the fire, there was no need to stand guard. Qianbin entered the room to begin kneading the dough for the buns. Steaming buns required little effort. They all pitched in, and soon enough, the dough was ready. The kneaded dough was placed in a basin, covered with a cloth, and left to rise. Li Xiangdong and the others sat at the table, sipping water and smoking, sharing laughter and conversation. Zhang Sun, with a face full of longing, said, sometimes, when I ride my tricycle down Chang'an Avenue and see taxis, I think to myself, why can't I drive? How impressive it would be to drive a small car, earning more money and gaining respect. Stop dreaming, Sammo. If you want to drive, find a way into a transport company. Learning to drive a truck is still possible. But don't even think about driving a taxi. Although Li Xiangdong wished not to dampen his friend's spirits, reality was harsh. One should not dwell on unattainable dreams. In these times, ordinary citizens seldom rode taxis. Their primary purpose was to serve foreign guests. Moreover, taxi drivers today were not just anyone. It wasn't a position one could simply choose to take. First, one must secure a recommendation, followed by passing political and cultural evaluations. The requirements were exceedingly stringent, more challenging than gaining admission to a national defense university in later years. Those selected were exceptional youth representatives who had received various honors. Ultimately, these elites and children of high-ranking officials competed for a limited number of job vacancies, a situation that could drive anyone to madness. In truth, even aspiring to join a transport company to drive trucks was no easy feat. One needed not only driving skills, but also mechanical knowledge. What if the vehicle broke down mid-journey? There were no repair shops or towing companies on the roads. Calling someone nearby for help was akin to gambling with one's life. If the locals were kind-hearted, one might manage to get a simple meal and a ladle of cool water. However, if one were to encounter those with avaricious eyes, the entire village could unite and bury a person without hesitation. Zhang Sun waved his hand and sighed, saying, I merely envy them. I lack the capability. It is better to diligently pedal my tricycle. Life will gradually improve, and opportunities will arise in due time. Li Xiangdong offered a few words of comfort to Zhang Sun before turning to Qianbin and inquiring, Binzi, are you taking the afternoon off work? Qianbin replied, no need for leave. Our restaurant has recently taken in 2 returning educated youth. The number of workers now surpasses the number of tables. The management has stated that those who are busy can rest, and my father simply needs to give a nod. Aja asked, will there be any deductions from your salary? None, but it seems the benefits this year will likely decrease, Qianbin sighed. Previously, he did not think much of it. But now, with a child on the way, the need for money was increasingly pressing. This situation weighed heavily on his heart. Though he was fortunate to be the only son, with his father able to provide support. All right, brothers, the timing should be just right. Let's check if the meat has cooked to perfection. Without Qianbin's prompt, the others had indeed lost track of time, having chatted away for 2 hours. and it was nearly 6 in the evening. Upon stepping outside, the moment the door opened, a delightful aroma of meat wafted through the courtyard, causing everyone to involuntarily swallow. At that moment, Aja's father opened the door and stood at the entrance of the east wing, exclaiming, "Binzi, your culinary skills are almost rivaling your father's. This meat smells divine." Li Xiangdong remarked, "Binzi, your uncle rarely praises you. You must ensure to drink a couple of glasses with him later." "Absolutely. I must treat my uncle well this evening," Qian Bin responded with a smile, feeling quite pleased that Aja's father, a cultured man, would commend his skills. Aja's father shook his head, saying, "I shall not intrude. It would be uncomfortable for me to join you in drinking. I will just have a little to eat. We should listen to my father. Binzi, first retrieve the meat, and let us cut a few pieces for everyone to taste. It smells too good." Aja recognized that there was no point in refusing. If his father sat with him to drink, he would feel self-conscious, let alone his friends. Zhang Sun and Xiang Lin went inside to bring out the table, while Aja fetched the cutting board and knife from the kitchen, ensuring all necessary utensils were ready. Qian Bin took 2 cloths and, along with Xiang Lin, lifted the large metal bucket filled with soup and meat from the stove. The offal was manageable, but the pig's head had become so tender that the bones had separated, making it quite a challenge to extract from the bucket. Aja pinched off a piece of tender meat, popped it into his mouth, and gasped, "It's scorching hot, but it truly is delicious." Aja's father shot him a stern look and said, "With this much meat, we won't finish it tonight. Make sure to pack some for home tomorrow. We just need enough to satisfy our hunger." With an entire pig's head, a full set of offal, and trotters, it was indeed too much for them to consume in one sitting, especially in such sweltering weather. Qian Bin sharpened his knife a few times before saying, "Let us heed Uncle's advice. Aja, go fetch a few more bowls. After I cut the meat, we can take some home. Today, let us indulge a little together." Li Xiangdong stepped closer, positioning himself at the cutting board. "Binzi, take 1 pig's ear back for your father to enjoy with his drink, and save the rest for your uncle. Also, keep the pig's snout for him. Cut more of the pig's head meat and offal for Xianglin and Zhangsun to take home for their wives and children. We, the brothers, can nibble on the bones and trotters while drinking. Don't forget the pig's tail for me. I want to bring it home for my daughter. And make sure it remains whole." Chapter 21. Delivering meat to family as father stood to the side, accepting the large front door piece from Li Xiangdong. He lit it and took a puff, watching the lively gathering of younger generations before him, feeling a sense of warmth and joy. It had been a long time since he felt so relaxed and content, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Is Dongzi using the pig's tail to treat his daughter as drooling? It mustn't be cut. She should be able to savor it whole. Li Xiangdong nodded in agreement. "Indeed. My daughter drools profusely when she opens her mouth." Xianglin chimed in with a smirk. "Dongzi, your words are as careless as a farmer watering the fields, with drool flowing everywhere." As father chuckled, Dongzi's daughter is truly fortunate. Li Xiangdong wholeheartedly agreed. Uncle is right. With me as her father, my daughter will enjoy endless blessings in the future. "Ah, Binzi, how skilled are you with a knife? Can you clean the bone out of the pig's tail thoroughly?" Once the meat was cut, the pig's head meat and offal were mixed together, and each of them received a generous bowl, soup and all. Li Xiangdong, however, did not use a bowl. He took 2 empty wine bottles from Az, poured the liquor from the tea jar into them, rinsed them well, filling one with meat and the other with the pig's tail for his daughter. Initially, he wanted to ask the brothers to help him move the square stool back, but seeing their eagerness to return home, he ultimately refrained. He would mention it later when they returned after the evening's drinking. Coincidentally, it was the end of the workday, and people were bustling through the alley. As Li Xiangdong walked, he kept his head down, avoiding others, hastening home. Times were tough for everyone, and if the neighborhood aunties discovered there was meat in his tea jar, the whole alley would buzz with the news by the next day. After overcoming various obstacles, Li Xiangdong finally reached his doorstep, noticing the gate was closed. He lifted himself to push it open, careful not to kick it. His mother would scold him for an entire year if she found out. Wife, what is it?" Zhou Yuqin emerged quickly from the room, handing their daughter to Li's mother. "What did I call? I was calling for you. What's wrong? I've come back to bring you some good things." Li Xiangdong held the tea jar up to her nose. "Take a whiff. Doesn't it smell delightful?" Zhou Yuqin's eyes brightened. "It smells so good. Is there meat inside?" Li Xiangdong nodded. "Freshly cooked. Try a piece. Let the children eat. I won't have any." Zhou Yuqin had not tasted meat in a long time and felt tempted, but with so many children at home, she felt awkward competing for food with them. Then wait a bit. I brought back plenty of meat. I also have a special treat for our daughter. As she noticed his mysterious demeanor and his reluctance to reveal what it was, Zhou Yuqin curiously followed him into the main room. Upon entering, Xiangdong saw his mother holding their daughter, spoon-feeding her corn porridge. "Little Seven, come and see what your father has brought you," he said, placing the teacup on the table and lifting the lid. Mother Li was astonished to see a whole pig's tail submerged in the rich meat broth. "Old Three, where did you acquire such a large pig's tail?" At the small dining table, several children perched on their stools, sipping corn porridge, and upon hearing their grandmother mention the pig's tail, they hastily set down their bowls and rushed over. "Where is it? Where's the pig's tail? It smells so good. Uncle, the pig's tail you've brought back is truly plump." The nephews and nieces gazed longingly at the pig's tail in the teacup, each wishing to pounce and take a bite. "What are you all chattering about? Sit back down and finish your meal," Mother Li exclaimed, and the room fell silent as the children sluggishly returned to their seats. "Father, I want to eat meat." Li Xiaohai, being small, could not see the pig's tail in the teacup, but having heard his siblings rave about its richness and flavor, he was certain it must be delicious. Clinging to Li Xiangdong's thigh, he cried out for meat. "Hold on, there will be some for you. Don't rush," Li Xiangdong replied, first addressing his son before turning to Mother Li. "This is the dish my brothers and I brought back for tonight's drinking, especially for little Seven, to remedy her drooling issue. Rest assured, all the bones in the pig's tail have been meticulously removed." As he spoke, he retrieved the pig's tail from the teacup, ensuring it was not hot, and placed it into his daughter's hands. Li Xiaozhu, seeing the pig's tail for the first time, stared wide-eyed at her father, her hands unsure of how to handle it. Mother Li gently placed the tip of the tail in her mouth. She slurped a couple of times, giggling delightfully and refusing to let go. Li Xiaohai, tilting his head back, finally caught sight of the hefty pig's tail his sister was clutching, drool escaping his lips. "If my sister can't finish, what about me, father? Let your sister have her fill first, and if she can't finish, then we'll talk," Li Xiangdong said, lightly shaking his thigh but not dislodging his son. "Are you hot? Stop clinging to me." Zhou Yuqin approached, squatting down to lift her son back to the small dining table and placing him on the stool. "Whatever is left after your sister finishes will be yours. But for now, eat your meal quietly, understood?" Li Xiaohai replied cheerfully, "I understand, mother." Nearby, Li Xiaohao watched his sister, little Seven, enjoying the meat in their grandmother's embrace, his appetite for corn porridge dwindling as he fixated on the teacup with the pig's tail. "Uncle, since my sister is eating the pig's tail, could you let me have a sip of the meat broth?" "Yes, uncle, let us have a taste of the meat broth, please. With all this broth, can't we each have a sip?" The nephews and nieces, aware that the pig's tail was not for them, turned their attention to the meat broth. Li Xiangdong chuckled. "You may have the broth, but once you drink it, no more requests for anything else." The others in the room recognized he was merely playing with the children. He had returned with 2 teacups, indicating there was likely more than just one pig's tail. They were merely puzzled, as Li Xiangdong had never brought food home before. What had changed today? Observing the 2 teacups he had brought, everyone wore expressions of curiosity. Could it be that with a new job, their old 3 had matured and become more sensible? Chapter 22. Li Xiaozhu's delight in pig tails. Li Xiaojing, Li Xiaotao, and the others were consumed by the allure of the savory broth, their thoughts solely fixated on the delightful taste awaiting them. They had no inclination for anything else. "As long as we have the broth, that's enough," they agreed. Yes, we want to compete with our sister for the pigtails. "Father, I want to drink the broth too." Li Xiangdong placed a tea jar on the small dining table and declared, "No fighting, we shall take turns, 1 sip each." "Understood? Understood," came the chorus of replies. "I am the eldest, so I shall have the first sip." With a mischievous grin, Li Xiangdong watched his nieces and nephews scramble for the broth before sauntering back to the main dining table. He opened another tea jar, revealing it brimming with pig head meat and offal. The eyes of their grandparents, as well as Li's parents and siblings, were irresistibly drawn to the jar filled with meat. "Wow, third brother, where did you procure such a bounty? Did you rob the meat processing plant?" Li Weigua, the eldest brother, was astonished by the sight, his throat involuntarily swallowing as the aroma wafted towards him. The family's monthly meat supply barely allowed the children a taste. For the adults to indulge in a proper meal of meat was a rare pleasure. Li Xiangdong retorted, "What are you talking about, brother? Is that all the meat from the processing plant?" Li Weigua, caught by the glare of his wife, sheepishly fell silent, swallowing his saliva in quiet longing. At that moment, "Li father, chewing on a steamed bun, caught sight of the jar filled with meat and choked, coughing violently. After taking a few sips of water handed to him by Li mother, he managed to suppress his cough, exclaiming, "Third brother, tell us where this meat came from." Li Xiangdong shot his father an exasperated glance, explaining, "Aja and his father have returned. We went to visit them. This meat was pre-ordered by Binzi from a restaurant. Rest assured, it was neither stolen nor acquired through underhanded means. I would never stoop to such depths." Hearing his son's words, Li's father felt a flush of embarrassment and defensively replied, "When did I say you stole or robbed? Can't a father inquire about his son? Is it wrong for a father to ask?" Li old lady, discontented, admonished Li father. Turning to her beloved grandson, she said, "But how did you bring the meat back? We shouldn't arrive as guests in such a manner." Li old man chimed in, "The sure father and son have endured considerable hardship over the years. It is no small feat for them to return whole. This meat should be reserved for them to replenish their strength." Li Xiangdong reassured, "Do not worry, Grandpa and Grandma. We have set aside plenty." Binzi ordered an entire pig head along with a complete set of offal. There's too much meat to consume at once in this weather. So we made sure to divide it among families to bring back for you to taste. Upon hearing her brother-in-law's words, Li Erseo gasped in disbelief. "Oh my goodness! An entire pig head and a full set of offal? You all are quite extravagant. Our family could never eat this much meat in a year. Why are you making such a fuss? Is this meat ours?" Li's mother cast a discontented glance at the second son's wife and then addressed Li Xiangdong, saying, "Binzi is quite generous this time. Is his wife about to give birth? Be sure to let me know, and I shall visit to bring some eggs for her." Among Li Xiangdong's childhood friends, Li's mother held Qian Bin in high regard, not out of any shallow materialism, for Aja's father was a university lecturer. Yet his mother did not favor Aja. In these times, possessing a respectable job endeared one to the elders, marking them as good children. Li Xiangdong nodded. "All right, I understand." He picked up a tea mug and approached his grandparents, carefully selecting the tender, stewed pig's head meat, offering 2 pieces to each of them. "Do try this. Binzi has cooked the meat to perfection." He added, "Let the children eat. Your grandmother and I are of an age where we need not indulge in meat." Old man Li, noticing the eager faces of several great-grandchildren standing nearby, accepted the tea mug from Li Xiangdong and pushed it towards Li's mother. "You all should have a taste. What's left can be shared among the children so they can enjoy more. Great-grandfather is so wonderful." The children exclaimed, overjoyed. "Wonderful indeed. Now go back and drink your meat broth." Li Xiangdong anticipated this reaction, but fortunately, he had already ensured that his grandparents each received a piece of meat, as they were aware of their advanced age and would not take from their own bowls to share with the children. Li's father, mother, brothers, sisters-in-law, and his wife each took a piece. Li's father, particularly fond of pig liver, deemed it the most delectable and savored a piece slowly, reluctant to swallow. Unlike Li Urge, who simply tossed a chunk of pig's head meat into his mouth and swallowed it after a couple of chews. After each had a piece, they ceased, leaving a considerable amount, which was placed on the small dining table for the children to share. At that moment, Li Xiaodao, suddenly wailing, called out, "Elder brother, Xiaobo, come quick. Xiaohai has drunk all the meat broth, and I haven't had a single sip." Hearing her son causing trouble again, Zhou Yuqin angrily approached and pulled Li Xiaohai into her arms, delivering several firm smacks to his bottom. Li Xiaohai giggled, unfazed by the reprimand. He was delighted by the meat broth and clutched the empty tea mug, licking the remnants of meat from inside as his tongue flicked about. Li Dazhao and Li Ergong hurried over to restrain Zhou Yuqin. Li Ergong advised, "Stop hitting him. What's wrong with a child enjoying some meat broth? Besides, it was brought back by the third one." Li Dazhao directly approached and gave Li Xiaotao a light slap on the back of the head. "What are you wailing about? The meat has been brought to you. Is it forbidden for you to eat? If you continue to misbehave, you can stand outside without eating and give your meat to your younger siblings." Li Xiangdong watched the bustling family scene without concern. Since the loss of his wife in his previous life, he had not experienced such a warm family atmosphere for a long time. He sat on his wife's stool, reached over to embrace the daughter nestled in Li's mother's arms. "Xiaoqi, is it delicious? Does the pig's tail taste good? Daddy, eat." Li Xiaozhu, thinking her father desired a taste, generously extended the pig's tail towards him. "Daddy doesn't eat, you eat. My daughter is truly obedient." Li Xiangdong planted a kiss on her chubby cheek. Li Xiaozhu was filled with delight, clutching a pig's tail and bouncing joyfully in her father's embrace. "Mother, could you spare me some food coupons? My brothers and I have steamed a pot of wheat buns at Aja's house. In these times, every household received a ration of grain based on a fixed quota, and when visiting relatives, one had to bring their own food coupons. Lee's mother pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket, unfolded it, and retrieved a few coupons, inquiring, "How many do you need?" "One for each person, so half a pound would suffice." Li Xiangdong accepted the coupons from his mother, tucked them into his pocket, and handed his daughter to his wife. He gazed at the untouched plate of fermented tofu on the table. "I will take this bowl of fermented tofu," he declared, with all the meat he brought back. "Our family surely needs an additional dish. Just take it and drink a little less tonight." Hearing his mother's tone, Li Xiangdong stifled a chuckle. She had been rendered soft-spoken by the allure of the pig's head meat. When he arrived at Aja's house, Xianbin and Xianglin had already returned from their homes and were casually chatting at the table, each with a full glass of erguotu in front of them. "Dongzi, sit here," they beckoned. Li Xiangdong placed the fermented tofu on the table and occupied the remaining empty seat. The table was brimming with food: a bamboo basket filled with wheat buns, a large basin of marinated meat and offal, along with a big plate of stir-fried intestines. In addition to the fermented tofu he brought, there was also a dish of pickled radishes and a plate of scrambled eggs. Furthermore, Li Xiangdong noticed an extra bottle of liquor. It seemed everyone had come prepared, none returning empty-handed. "Impressive, Binzi. You even made a dipping sauce for the pig's head meat," remarked Li Xiangdong. "Of course, our skills are not to be underestimated," Xianbin replied, brimming with pride. Li Xiangdong flicked the coupons and handed them to Aja. Without pretense, Aja took the coupons, glanced at them, and exclaimed, "What's this? Only half a pound? Dongzi, couldn't you bring a bit more for your buddies? What do you expect? I'm only having 2 wheat buns from you. How much more do you want? Should I bring the entire grain store to you?" Li Xiangdong recalled his elder brother's jest about him robbing the meat factory and decided to play along. Aja smirked. "All right, if you dare to give it. I'll take it. When you end up in jail, I'll be sure to visit you and bring you a couple of those wheat buns." "Enough with the bad luck talk," Li Xiangdong retorted, spitting out a few curses. "Get lost. You're the one who'll end up in jail. Where's your father? Isn't he joining us?" "My father is already in the East Wing, drinking," Aja replied. "Besides, you're being too slow. Let us eat." Before Aja could finish, he noticed Xianglin across from him, already picking up chopsticks to eat the meat. "Whoa, Xiaolin, do you have no manners? The host hasn't even spoken yet. Who told you to eat? Put down those chopsticks." Xianglin paid no heed to Aja, not only eating himself, but also encouraging Qianbin and Zhang Sun to join him. "Let us start eating, let them continue talking." Li Xiangdong and Aja had no intention of listening to Xianglin. The two resumed their chatter, knowing that prolonging the conversation would only lead to bone gnawing. The sound of chopsticks clattering soon echoed as they eagerly devoured the feast. Although Li Xiangdong had just been reborn from a future life, his insatiable appetite compelled him to indulge in a feast. After a hearty meal, the group finally slowed down, raising their glasses for a couple of toasts before they began to engage in casual banter. Aja, his face flushed and slightly tipsy, clutched a pig's trotter, gnawing on it while asking, "Dongzi, what were you dilly-dallying at home for? With meat to be had, why didn't you hurry over?" What else could Dongzi be delaying for? It was his reluctance to part from his wife. Such a remark could only be uttered by someone as brazen as Xiao Lin among their circle. Haha, I believe Xiao Lin. After all, Dongzi's wife was hard won, and he must be anxious about her wandering off. If he lets her slip away, he would surely be heartbroken. Despite their teasing, a palpable envy lingered among them for Li Xiangdong's fortunate marriage. Unlike their own wives, who would bicker over trivial matters, complaining or finding faults, they often felt restless returning home. "Enough of the nonsense. My wife and I have 2 kids now. Don't spread rumors about me," Li Xiangdong chuckled, accustomed to such banter during their gatherings. He understood that his friends were merely expressing their envy and jealousy. Among them, none could truly claim superiority. However, when it came to wives, he undoubtedly held the crown, a point of pride he would cherish for a lifetime. "Dongzi, this fermented tofu of yours is quite exceptional. And Samu's pickled radish is delightful, far superior to what my mother makes. What's with the excessive chili, Binzi? The spicier, the better, don't you understand?" The stir-fried intestines were vibrant with red chilies, becoming increasingly fiery with each bite. While some among them could handle the heat, Aja, having spent years in the southwest, managed to tolerate it as well. Yet, Li Xiangdong and his 2 companions struggled. Combined with the alcohol they had consumed, they were soon drenched in sweat, shedding their shirts and draping them over their shoulders, eating bare-chested. Zhang Sun's eyes reddened from the spice. Yet both he and Xiang Lin complained about the heat, while their chopsticks moved faster than anyone else's. Li Xiangdong initially sampled a couple of bites, finding it quite spicy, and refrained from eating more. The sudden influx of meat was overwhelming for his stomach. Consuming more spice would only lead to an uncomfortable night should he return home. After feasting and drinking, darkness enveloped the outside world. The table was stripped bare, even the greasy remnants wiped clean with steamed buns. Li Xiangdong, important matter to attend to the following day, limited himself to 2 liang of the potent erguo tu, while the remaining bottles were polished off by Xiang Lin and the others, who now sat in a stupor, swaying in their chairs while babbling incoherently. Brothers, it's getting late. Let us call it a night, Li Xiangdong announced. At this point, Xiang Lin and Zhang Sun struggled to articulate their words, while Asia fared worse, mumbling something incomprehensible. He turned to the relatively sober Qian Bin, asking, "Are you still all right?" Qian Bin let out a belch, declaring himself unperturbed, insisting that such a small amount of alcohol was inconsequential. Yet, one must ponder whether he was genuinely fine or merely feigning composure. A drunken individual often possesses a gaze that is unfocused and vacuous. A mere glance into Li Xiangdong's eyes would reveal the truth of his inebriation. However, this tactic proved ineffective against Qian Bin. His squinty eyes rendered him virtually unreadable to anyone. Chapter 24, Thud, Thud, Kicking the Wall. Qian Bin approached Li Xiangdong, who was scrutinizing him with intensity, and helplessly asserted, "I am truly not intoxicated." Li Xiangdong chuckled, suggesting, "Then let us tidy up this table together." "No need to worry about it. I will handle it tomorrow when I am sober," came the reply. Suddenly, Asia, struggling to maintain his balance while leaning against the table, swayed precariously, nearly toppling over. Li Xiangdong quickly steadied him, urging, "Please, take a seat." He guided Asia back to his chair and poured a cup of water for both the dazed Xiang Lin and Zhang Sun, instructing, "Drink up, my friends, and let us regain our senses before we make our way home." In a previous life, Li Xiangdong would have simply dusted off his trousers and departed, indifferent to the plight of these inebriated souls. However, with decades more experience under his belt, he understood the nuances of human decency. Moreover, the room was in disarray, littered with bones and debris. It was hardly appropriate to let Asia's father come and clean up after them. Hearing the sound of water running from the tap in the courtyard, Asia's father emerged from the east wing. Upon noticing Qian Bin washing the dishes, he reassured them, "You need not trouble yourselves with this. Just finish your drinks and make your way home promptly to avoid worrying your families." Li Xiangdong exited the main house, tossing a cleaning cloth to Qian Bin, saying, "Uncle, please do not concern yourself. We are merely waiting for Xiao Lin and San Mu to sober up. Idleness is not our intent, and this task is not particularly burdensome. We shall complete it shortly." Qian Bin echoed, "Uncle, you should return to your room and rest. I will retrieve a flashlight for you to take along when you leave," he added. In a brief time, Asia's father returned with a flashlight, testing it to ensure it was functional before handing it to Li Xiangdong. "Here you go, Dongzi. You shall need this for illumination on your journey home." "Thank you, uncle," Li Xiangdong replied. While Li Xiangdong swept the floor and wiped the table, Qian Bin washed the dishes. The tasks appeared numerous, yet in reality, they required little effort. Back in the main house, they awaited the awakening of the slumped Xiang Lin and Zhang Sun, who were seated and sipping water. Asia's father assisted his unconscious son back into their room before joining Li Xiangdong and Qian Bin in the living room, where the three engaged in idle conversation, sharing cigarettes. Asia's father seemed particularly jovial today, expressing satisfaction with his younger companions, pondering that they would inevitably come to learn certain truths. He then divulged his plans for Asia to study abroad. As the conversation unfolded, Li Xiangdong subtly offered a few reminders. Previously, Asia's father had been engulfed in trepidation, but after some gentle prodding, clarity dawned upon him. "Dongzi, you speak with wisdom. We should indeed secure a letter of inquiry to ascertain how Asia's mother is faring abroad. Otherwise, we would be venturing into the unknown." Qian Bin remarked, "Uncle, I believe there is little of merit abroad. They say reform and opening up is the path forward. You need not harbor any reservations. It would be splendid for you to return to school and continue your vocation as a teacher." He pondered further, yet his thoughts lingered. Aja's father waved his hand dismissively. Only days prior, A former colleague from his old school had informed him that his work arrangement would soon be forthcoming. Though he harbored no desire to return to the classroom, the memory of being dragged off the podium by his own students had stripped him of the courage to stand in front of them once more. Li Xiangdong perceived the hesitation in Aja's father. In a past life, he had heard from Aja that his father had sought the counsel of a psychologist abroad, diagnosed with some form of psychological ailment. The specifics eluded Li Xiangdong, for he was a man of simple means, unfamiliar with the intricacies of mental health. He merely understood ailments of the gut. Nevertheless, it was clear that Aja's father was apprehensive about returning to teaching. He suggested, "Uncle, I believe it unnecessary for you to go back to school. You taught economics at the university. Surely, there are avenues for you to transition into government work. Is not reform and opening up synonymous with economic development? This aligns perfectly with your expertise." A spark of interest flickered in Aja's father's eyes. Though uncertainty soon clouded his expression, he opted to defer the conversation about his own matters and instead inquired about the younger generation. "Let us discuss you all. You have married in recent years. How old are your children?" The trio engaged in conversation for over half an hour. After several glasses of water, Xiang Lin and Zhang Sun appeared much more alert. "Uncle, we thank you for your hospitality today. We shall be on our way." Li Xiangdong recalled the four-legged stool Aja had promised him and said, "Could you part with those stools? Aja mentioned you no longer needed them. I have no use for them. But Dongzi, why would you desire such worn-out items? I would not wish to bring misfortune upon you. Perhaps we should simply discard them." Aja's father now harbored no fondness for these objects, fearing they might invite calamity. Observing Aja's father's demeanor, Li Xiangdong chuckled. "You need not live in fear as you once did. Those days are behind you. You should put your mind at ease." He called for Qian Bin and the others to assist him, each taking a stool in hand. That evening, the sky was devoid of moonlight. As they exited Aja's home, the outside world was enveloped in darkness. The nation's power generation was inadequate, prioritizing industrial electricity. Even in the capital, residents frequently faced power outages, and candles remained a household necessity. Under such circumstances, streetlights were a mere afterthought, and if they existed, they served merely as decor. Li Xiangdong led the way, holding the flashlight given by Aja's father to guide them through the silent alley. A stark contrast to the bustling world he had temporarily departed. To stave off disquieting thoughts, he spoke, "Xiao Linzi, Samu, are you both well?" Zhang Sun replied, "All is well. I feel much better after a brief respite." "Then do hold on to those plates tightly. Be cautious not to drop them, and incur your wife's ire upon returning home." Each of the group had brought a dish, and after their revelry, they were obliged to return the plates. A broken household is worth a fortune. Every needle and thread is of value. Even if I were to return with an abundance of meat, what harm would a shattered plate cause? I would dare to give her a piece of my mind. As Lin staggered down the street, emboldened by drink, he felt free to speak his mind, knowing his wife was not nearby. "What a load of nonsense," he scoffed. "I suspect it's your wife who gives you a beating." Laughter erupted among the group, with Lin being notably shorter than his wife, making any thought of retaliation comically impractical. Their laughter grew louder, prompting nearby residents to open their windows and scold them. Now all married with children, they were more conscious of their reputations and hastily retreated. "Just leave the stool at the door. You all can head home now. Remember to return the flashlight to Asia's house tomorrow," Li Xiangdong instructed as he stood at his front gate, handing the flashlight to Qian Bin, who lived the farthest away. Glancing at the closed door, he pushed it gently but to no avail. At this hour, everyone was likely asleep, especially the elderly grandparents whose sleep was light. He squatted at the entrance, lighting the last of his cigarettes, watching as Qian Bin and the others turned into the alley and vanished from sight. He rose and walked to the back wall of his west wing, delivering a couple of solid kicks to the earthen bed, pressing his ear against the wall. He listened for any sounds from inside before leisurely making his way back to the entrance. Chapter 25. Educating his son. Hearing the commotion, Li Xiaohai announced, "Mother, father is back." "Father." Little Li Xiaozhu, who had napped excessively during the day, was still wide awake, crawling around on the bed in pursuit of her brother. Upon hearing him return, she turned her big eyes toward the door with curiosity. "I'll go open the door for your father. Xiaohai, keep an eye on your sister and make sure she doesn't fall off the bed." "Understood, mother. I'll watch over her." Zhou Yuqin donned her coat and stepped outside, softly inquiring, "Who is it?" "Your husband." "Hurry and let me in. The mosquitoes are relentless." Li Xiangdong felt particularly attractive to mosquitoes whenever he was with others. They seemed to single him out for bites. What brings you back so late? It's already 9 o'clock. As the door swung open, Zhou Yuqin accepted the plate from Xiangdong. Noticing he was about to head back outside, she asked, "Where are you going?" "There's still some stuff outside that I need to bring in," he explained, making 2 trips to carry 4 square stools into the yard. "Tomorrow, wipe those stools down and put them in our room." Zhou Yuqin looked confused. "Why did you bring those stools back? We have plenty already. And you still haven't explained what happened with that table." Swatting away the buzzing mosquitoes, Xiangdong replied, "Let us head inside. I'll explain there." He wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders, gently nudging her inside where the atmosphere was much more pleasant, infused with the scent of mugwort. Li Xiaohai, perched on the bed, called out, "Father, you're back." Li Xiangdong looked at his lively son and daughter. "Why are you two still awake? Little sister won't sleep, so neither will I. I want to play with her," replied Li Xiaohai. Climbing down from the bed without shoes, he circled around his father, asking, "Did you bring back any meat?" "Meat," chimed in Li Xiaozhu, sitting on the bed. Her excitement was palpable as she covered her mouth, giggling. "Didn't you already eat the pigtail? In the late hours of the night, what meat do you desire? Without even wearing shoes, do you seek a thrashing? Ensure your feet do not touch the bed, and sit properly at the edge." Zhou Yuqin, infuriated, pressed Li Xiaohai down at the head of the bed, instructing him to remain still, lest the freshly changed sheets require laundering once more. Once Li Xiaohai sat obediently, she proceeded to fetch water from the courtyard with a basin in hand. Li Xiaohai, seeing his mother exit the room, propped his feet outside, reclining back on the bed, restlessly squirming about. Li Xiangdong, observing his son writhing like a large, meaty worm, admonished him sternly, "Now, sit properly at once." Li Xiaohai, sensing his father's stern demeanor, immediately complied, rising to sit at the edge of the bed, too intimidated to move. Li Xiangdong approached, leaning down to gaze at him, attempting to soften his tone. "As the elder brother, you must set a good example for your sister. Your mother has instructed you to sit still. You must obey, do you understand?" Li Xiaohai, with a sense of pride, declared, "I am the most obedient. Grandma says I am more sensible than Brother Xiaodao." "Very well, you are indeed the most sensible. Sit quietly and await your mother to clean your feet." Li Xiangdong reflected on the importance of proper education for the child. "Did you consume all of your sister's pigtails?" "My mother permitted me to eat them," Li Xiaohai retorted. "She said my sister cannot have so much meat." He gazed defiantly at his father. Li Xiangdong sat beside him, affectionately ruffling his hair. "But did you inquire if Taizong and Taijia, as well as your grandparents and your mother, would like some?" Li Xiaohai, caught off guard by his father's question, lowered his head, remaining silent at the bed's edge. Li Xiangdong intended for him to ponder this, but then turned to see his daughter, sitting cross-legged on the bed, playing with her toes. He leaned closer and planted a kiss on her cheek. Li Xiaozhu frowned and pushed her father's head away. "You stink. Stink. Where's the odor? Is it your feet that smell?" Li Xiangdong sniffed his daughter's tiny feet, finding no trace of unpleasantness. Suddenly, he realized the source of the confusion, covering his mouth. He chuckled. "Did you detect that I had consumed a bit of wine? Stinky. Go wash up, and you can play by yourself." Li Xiangdong observed his wife entering with a basin of water and affectionately patted his daughter's small head before taking the basin from her. After a brief wash, he sat at the edge of the bed, immersing his feet in the basin to scrub them, while watching his wife dampen a cloth to wipe Li Xiaohai's soiled feet. "Why are you crying?" Zhou Yuqin remarked upon seeing her son with his head drooped, tears streaming down his cheeks. She could not help but chuckle. Earlier, while fetching water, she had overheard her husband educating their son and found some merit in his words. "Enough of the tears. Go on the bed and play with your sister." Zhou Yuqin wiped the tears from her son's face, gave his bottom a gentle pat, and ushered him to the bed. Turning to Li Xiangdong, she added, "He is still young. Take your time with his education. He will understand better as he grows." Li Xiangdong sighed, uncertain of what to say next. "I shall go dispose of the water." Zhou Yuqin, carrying the cloth previously used by Li Xiangdong, exited with the basin. Li Xiangdong turned around and saw his son sprawled across the middle of the Kong. He gently nudged him, urging him to move over. "You've taken up the entire Kong all by yourself. How can anyone else sleep?" "I want tea." Li Xiaohai buried his head in the small quilt, remaining utterly still. "You have quite the temper, don't you?" Li Xiangdong pushed him firmly, moving him to the innermost corner against the wall. Li Xiaohai peeked out from the quilt, bewildered to find himself in the farthest spot. Upon seeing his father's amused expression, he grunted in response and buried his head back into the quilt. Li Xiaozhu assumed her brother was playing with her and crawled over, her little bottom wiggling as she attempted to burrow under the quilt. Li Xiaohai clutched the quilt's edge, preventing her from entering. I don't want to play. Play. Li Xiaozhu insisted, tugging at the quilt stubbornly. If your brother wants to play with you, I will. Let us ride the big horse. Li Xiangdong reached out and lifted his daughter, laying her against his stomach while pinning her arms gently, swaying as he exclaimed, Here we go, riding the horse. Chapter 26. Without even taking off my pants, hearty laughter echoed as Li Xiaohai, intrigued by his sister's joy, emerged from his hiding place. Seeing her delight, he couldn't resist and plopped down onto his father's belly. I want to ride the horse too. Li Xiangdong grunted. Li Xiaohai. A little warning would be appreciated. As his son landed on him, the pressure caused his stomach acid to rise, and the scent of alcohol made him cough uncontrollably. Are you all right? Zhou Yuqin, hearing the commotion from the yard, rushed inside to find Li Xiangdong clutching his mouth, unable to speak, his face flushed. She set down the basin and towel she was holding and hurried to remove the children from his belly. She playfully swatted Li Xiaohai on the backside. Look at what you've done to your father. Why are you so mischievous? And what about me, mother? You can't just hit me. Li Xiaozhu chimed in, witnessing her brother's plight and joining in the ruckus. Don't you realize what time it is? Hurry up and sleep. Zhou Yuqin urged the children, gently patting Li Xiangdong's back to help him breathe easier. Mother, I can't sleep. I want to play with my sister. What play? If anyone misbehaves, I'll spank them. Seeing Zhou Yuqin's authoritative demeanor, the two children obediently lay down and closed their eyes. Noticing that Li Xiangdong seemed better, she approached and covered the children's stomachs with a small quilt. Spotting her daughter wide-eyed and staring at her, she lightly tapped her on the head. What are you staring at? If you don't sleep, I'll spank you. Hee hee hee. Let us see who isn't behaving. If you misbehave, you'll get a shot. With the coughing subsiding, Li Xiangdong, knowing his daughter feared needles, playfully threatened her. Mother, hold me. Li Xiaozhu, frightened by the mention of a shot, shook her head and reached out for a hug. Don't scare her. Zhou Yuqin laid down on the Kong and gently patted her daughter. We aren't afraid, are we? Just sleep well, and mother wants to give you a shot. Mother, I'm hot. Li Xiaohai protested, kicking the small quilt aside. I understand. Zhou Yuqin remained patient as she rose to fetch a fan. After reclining once more, she propped her head on one hand while gently fanning her children with the other. Turning to Li Xiangdong, who lay beside her, she requested, Please turn off the light. With a soft tug, Li Xiangdong pulled the cord attached to the lamp at the head of the bed, plunging the room into darkness. The bed was quite spacious, accommodating their family of 4 without feeling cramped. Their son lay against the wall, followed by their daughter, with his wife next to her, and he himself on the outer edge. Mother, I cannot sleep, the son complained. If you close your eyes for a moment, you will fall asleep, Zhou Yuqin reassured him. Li Xiaohai proposed, Mother, if you sing Little Swallow for me, I will be able to sleep. Sister Xiaomei sings it beautifully. Noticing her daughter had also opened her eyes, Zhou Yuqin set the fan aside, gently closed her daughter's eyes, and began to hum softly. Little Swallow, dressed in floral attire, comes here every spring. Li Xiangdong lay closely beside his wife, enveloped in her familiar scent, a comforting presence that gradually lulled him into drowsiness. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, Zhou Yuqin nudged him awake. What is it? He mumbled sleepily. She turned to him and said, Do not fall asleep just yet. There is something you have yet to discuss with me. What matter? He inquired, now more alert. Are you referring to the furniture? The table is made of antique redwood from the Ming dynasty, and the stool I brought back is part of the same set as our table, true treasures, capable of being passed down through generations. Are they truly treasures? How much are they worth? Perhaps we should sell them, Zhou Yuqin replied, her voice tinged with excitement. No, they are not valuable, Li Xiangdong said, reluctant to dampen her enthusiasm. If they are worthless, why bother with them? Why do you spend your days idly, claiming you wish to keep them for posterity? Who would want these old trinkets? Zhou Yuqin, believing them to be genuine treasures, felt her spirits rise and fall upon realizing their lack of worth, and she playfully smacked Li Xiangdong twice. Why do you hit me? Just because they lack value now does not mean they will not be valuable in the future. Do not fret. I am not so foolish as to put in this much effort for mere junk. Li Xiangdong grasped her hand, refusing to let go as he caressed it. If you insist they are not junk, then keep them. I shall not concern myself with it. In the enveloping darkness, although Zhou Yuqin could not see Li Xiangdong's expression, she could hear his rapid breaths. She quickly withdrew her hand and turned away, choosing not to respond. What's wrong? Are you tired? Let us talk a little longer, he urged, rolling closer. What are you doing? I am tired. We can discuss this tomorrow. With 2 children already born, Zhou Yuqin understood his implications all too well. Yet, she felt compelled to maintain a semblance of modesty. Xiangdong playfully turned her toward him, grinning. What do you think I intend to do? I need to get a contraceptive. As Zhou Yuqin reached beneath the sheets to retrieve it, she felt Xiangdong's embrace tighten around her, causing a delightful shiver to course through her. She hastily turned on the light, astonished to see Xiangdong still clad in his trousers. What's the matter with you? Damn it! Xiangdong muttered under his breath, rising from his wife and angrily discarding his boxers onto the floor. Zhou Yuqin, unable to decipher his mumbling, was not oblivious to the situation. What kind of look is that? It's just that I've had a bit too much to drink tonight. Xiangdong felt an overwhelming embarrassment. He had brought this upon himself and now found himself exposed in front of his wife. Chapter 27. The Unnoticed Oversight in Planned Economy. To preserve some dignity for her husband, Zhou Yuqin stifled her laughter and returned the contraceptive items to their place. She rose from the bed, rummaging through the wardrobe for a pair of boxers, which she tossed to Xiangdong. Hurry and change. Are you trying not to laugh? Xiangdong, now dressed in boxers, kept his gaze fixed on his wife. Zhou Yuqin ultimately could not hold back. I'm not. I didn't mean it that way. If you didn't mean it, then why are you laughing? You're mocking me. It was utterly humiliating. As soon as Zhou Yuqin settled back down, Xiangdong immediately switched off the light, fearing his wife would see his disheveled state. All right, don't be angry. Let us just go to sleep. You have important matters tomorrow, she consoled him. However, Xiangdong lay awake in bed, tossing and turning, the earlier incident having dealt a severe blow to his pride. Zhou Yuqin, exasperated, remarked, Aren't you going to sleep? What are you doing making pancakes? Pancakes? I feel like I'm a pancake right now. Xiangdong turned to face his wife beside him, a stir of desire awakening within him. The earlier event was purely accidental. If he didn't manage to assert himself with Zhou Yuqin this time, he would never hold his head high before her again. Shall we try again? Zhou Yuqin pushed him away and sat up. Why are you so annoying? We just did that. Did what? I still had my pants on. That doesn't count. Let us do it again. Xiangdong chuckled. The contraceptives would have expired by now. You're such a jokester. Zhou Yuqin nearly burst into laughter, realizing her husband was capable of such excuses for his desires. It was amusing to discover this side of him after so many years of marriage, making her realize that life could indeed be flavorful. Unlike before when everything felt like mere obligations. Repositioning herself, she playfully added, No worries, if they're expired, they're expired. Contraceptives are free and don't require tickets. The neighborhood office distributes them for free, and the women's director always brings some. Oh, really? A man like Xiangdong was oblivious to such matters. In an era where even manure required tickets, how could there be such an oversight? It felt like a frustrating inconvenience. He stubbornly insisted, even if they're free, we shouldn't waste them. They should be used. Comrade Zhou Yuqin, your admirable qualities as a hard-working individual must not falter in this regard. Do not hastily label me. Upon hearing her husband's nonsensical ramblings, Zhou Yuqin felt a headache coming on. This was the same old tune from years past, and yet he brought it up again. Xiangdong wrapped his arms around his wife, undeterred, and insisted, I am not labeling you unjustly. I am merely educating you. Even if we have returned to the city, that innate simplicity within you must not be forsaken. Zhou Yuqin, held in his embrace, was at a loss for words. Stop your banter. I have agreed. Haven't I? A rustle ensued. Seeing him lie still against her, she looked at him with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. You're not thinking of that again, are you? What do you mean by that? I am merely seeking out the remnants of the planned economy. What remnants? Oh, nothing much. Just that item distributed for free by the neighborhood committee. I need to make use of it. Although Xiangdong felt slightly perturbed, it had been quite some time since he had engaged in such activities. To be on the safe side, he decided to utilize contraceptive measures. He certainly could not afford to stumble twice in the same place. The earthen Kong was indeed preferable, sturdy, and reliable. It provided warmth in winter and ensured discretion during intimate moments. Zhou Yuqin got up to wipe herself down after rising from the Kong, and upon returning, she inquired, Are you satisfied now? Xiangdong was not the type to regard his wife as merely a prize won through matchmaking. He held Zhou Yuqin close, gently brushing the sweat-drenched strands of hair from her forehead. I am merely attending to your needs. Stop being so frivolous. Zhou Yuqin playfully pinched his soft flesh. Let us sleep. I am truly exhausted. As Xiangdong watched his wife gradually drift into slumber, her soft snores filling the air, he too closed his eyes and slowly succumbed to sleep. Chapter 28. Learning from Zhou Bapi early in the morning. The next day arrived, marking the day of reporting. Xiangdong, still slumbering, was roused by the incessant crowing of roosters. It felt as though several roosters in the yard were engaged in a cacophonous battle. Struggling to open his eyes, he sat up on the Kong, taking a moment to gather himself. Once he began to awaken, he rubbed his face and glanced at Zhou Yuqin, who was seated at the head of the Kong, dressing their daughter. What time is it? Not yet 6. Zhou Yuqin finished dressing their daughter and started braiding her hair. Noticing her husband's groggy demeanor, she suggested, if you're tired, you can sleep a little longer. I will wake you for breakfast. Xiangdong squinted at the now brightening sky outside. He yawned, about to express his desire for a few more minutes of rest, when the rooster's crowing erupted once more, leaving him in a state of irritation. Is our rooster about to lay eggs? The incessant crowing is maddening. Sooner or later, I shall have it for dinner. Seeing his wife chuckling at him, his mind snapped back to clarity. Wait a moment. Don't we only have a few hens at home? Where did the roosters come from? Your son is out in the yard, mimicking the roosters with his brothers. Zhou Yuqin finished tying her daughter's braid, cradled her chubby form, preventing her from crawling about on the Kong, and began to help her put on shoes. Those little rascals are truly a handful. Xiangdong let out a faint smile, remarking on the familiar crowing of a rooster outside. He dressed and descended from the Kong, retrieving a few sheets of straw paper to tuck into his pocket before bending down to pick up the urine pot and heading outside. Zhou Yuqin cast him a surprised glance, then chuckled softly, realizing that her husband had indeed transformed. He, who once scorned the filthy pot and never touched it, was now proactively emptying it. As Xiangdong emerged with the pot in hand, he spotted several of his nephews and his son frolicking in the courtyard, their boisterous laughter echoing through the morning air. Do you think you are Zhou Bapi, learning to crow like a rooster? With such exuberance so early in the day, why not assist with some chores like Xiaomei and Xiaolan? The three nephews and Li Xiaohai stared at him in silence as he stood there, until he exited the courtyard, at which point they huddled together once more, engaging in merriment, albeit with less raucousness. After attending to his personal matters, Xiangdong returned to the yard, rinsed the urine pot, and placed it in the corner of the room. He approached the washstand to cleanse his face, using a basin adorned with a red border and a large auspicious character at the bottom, accompanied by 2 red carp. After washing his face, he grabbed a towel from the rack, dampened it, and wiped his neck. Feeling refreshed, Xiangdong noticed his daughter, lying on the Kong, her gaze fixed upon him. He leaned over and tugged at the small braid atop her head. Li Xiaozhu scrunched her little face, displeased with his touch, and waved her hands in protest. Finding it futile, she exclaimed, I'll hit you. Xiangdong replied, if you strike your father, then I shall no longer play with you. Taken aback by his words, Li Xiaozhu paused momentarily before saying, hit. Zhou Yuqin couldn't help but laugh at her daughter's antics. She approached, seated herself at the edge of the Kong, and gently patted Li Xiaozhu's backside twice. Always wanting to hit someone. You seem to be constantly picking fights. Can you not say anything else? Such a clever little girl. Even at this tender age, already provoking others. Li Xiaozhu crawled over, clutching her mother's clothing, gazing at her mother with a beaming smile while climbing onto her lap. Zhou Yuqin, concerned for her daughter's safety, quickly lifted her from the Kong. Sitting on her mother's lap, Li Xiaozhu began to nuzzle into her mother's embrace, even reaching into her clothing. Didn't you just eat? Why are you seeking more? Zhou Yuqin gently removed her daughter's hand, noting her diminishing milk supply. Moreover, her daughter, with her baby teeth, had a particularly painful bite. Go wash up. I'll hold her for a while, Xiangdong said as he approached to take over. Li Xiaozhu squirmed, reluctant to be held by her father, extending her arms towards her mother. Let your mother rest. Shall we go play together instead? Xiangdong cradled her and stepped outside, saying, with father holding you, let us go and tease your brother. Upon hearing the mention of teasing brother, Li Xiaozhu ceased her demands for milk and clapped her hands with delight. The other children, still racing around the courtyard, gathered around as they saw Xiangdong emerge with Li Xiaozhu. Uncle, are you not sleeping? Why did you empty the urine pot today? Daddy, I want to hold my sister. Li Xiaozhu observed her brothers gathered around her, and she leaned forward, eager to descend to the ground. Why are you so strong now? She asked playfully. Xiangdong held his daughter and bounced her gently before settling her properly. We won't play with them. Look how dirty your brothers are. They smell quite foul. Let's ignore them. Xiangdong noticed his mother, Li Mu, emerging from the main house with a bowl, walking towards the chicken coop situated between the main house and the west wing. He told his daughter, Grandma has gone to check for eggs. Shall we go see the hens? Upon hearing about the hens, Li Xiaozhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Mu shooed the hens out of their nests and squatted down, inspecting each one. From the 2 nests, she collected 5 eggs in total. It seemed that one hen had laid an egg today. She hadn't seen so many eggs since her son returned from the countryside. Carefully, she took the eggs from the nests and gently placed them into the bowl. When Li Xiangdong entered and saw Li Mu crouched down, admiring the eggs, he exclaimed, Wow, so many eggs today. How did you walk so quietly? You startled me. Li Mu glanced at him, and in that brief moment, several of her grandchildren, who had followed her son inside, reached out for the eggs. She quickly stood up with the bowl in hand. Looking at her eager grandchildren, she scolded, What are you all doing? If you break those eggs, I wonder what you'll eat later. Get out of here at once. Who allowed you to come in? Don't scare my hens. Chapter 29. Gaining insight with Mother Li Xiaojiang and his siblings were ushered out of the chicken coop by their grandmother, but they didn't stray far, waiting outside. Li Mu cast a suspicious glance at Li Xiangdong and asked, Why are you up so early today? Didn't you eat enough last night? Look at what you're saying. I've changed my ways, he replied. Determined to alter their perception of him, Li Xiangdong resolved to start by avoiding sleeping in. Li Mu seemed skeptical of his words. I hope you can maintain this for a few more days. If there's nothing else, you should head out. Why bring the child here? The smell is quite strong. Your granddaughter wishes to see the hen, so I brought her in, Li Xiangdong said, holding his daughter's small hand and pointing at the hen on the ground. This is a hen. Xiaoqi, do you want to eat it? If you do, we can ask Grandma to prepare a chicken soup for you. Li Xiaozhu curiously watched the hens scurrying about. Li Mu, overhearing, walked over and pinched her cheek, saying, Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Our hen is not for eating. We need her to lay eggs. Li Xiaozhu insisted, Eat it. You little rascal, your cravings are even stronger than your brother's. They are thinking about the eggs, and you have your sights set on Grandma's hen. Li Mu took an egg from the bowl, held it out for her granddaughter to touch, and said, This is an egg. If you eat the hen, you won't have any eggs left, understand? Li Xiaozhu nodded, reaching out to grasp the egg in her mother's hand. However, her mother deftly evaded her tiny fingers, cheerfully announcing, Not yet, dear. Grandma will prepare a soft-boiled egg for you shortly. Li Xiaozhu pouted, on the verge of tears. Don't cry, Xiaoqi. Her father, Li Xiangdong, gently coaxed. How about I get you an egg to play with? Observing the glistening tears in his daughter's eyes, he took the egg from his mother's hands and held it out for her to touch and play with. Li's mother stood by, waiting for her granddaughter to calm down before considering reclaiming the egg, though she hesitated, fearing it might provoke another bout of tears. Third son, take good care of that egg. Do not let it break, she cautioned. Do not worry, mother, he replied confidently. I am old enough to handle an egg. As Li Xiangdong noticed his mother tidying the chicken coop, he flattered her, saying, You've taken such good care of these hens. Our family enjoys fresh eggs daily. All thanks to you. The coop was not particularly dirty. Li's mother simply swept it out, scattered feed for the chickens, and then turned her attention to him. Today, I stumbled upon a bounty. I suspect your grandmother has forgotten her own grandchild, or I would not have found so many eggs. Li Xiangdong was at a loss for words. He had lavished his mother with compliments to cheer her up, yet she showed him no appreciation, immediately twisting her words to belittle him. I spoke with Grandma yesterday, and she promised not to pilfer your eggs anymore. She will leave them all for you. Li's mother, carrying the bowl of eggs outside, remained ungrateful. Who knows? I managed to find a few eggs daily, but unless you two speak up, the hen's claims are all that matter. Upon hearing her words, Li Xiangdong felt a rush of embarrassment. Following his mother out of the chicken coop while cradling his daughter, he murmured, Mother, could you perhaps show me some respect in front of my daughter? Must you express everything so bluntly? And you are concerned about dignity now? I did not see you shy away when sneaking a bite, she retorted, glancing back at him without breaking stride. Heading to the stove beneath the eaves of the main house, where she placed the bowl on a nearby shelf. Li Xiaojing, accompanied by his 3 younger brothers, trailed after her like a shadow, moving from the yard to the chicken coop and then to the stove. Grandma, could you sweeten the soft-boiled eggs a bit? One of them pleaded. I want sweet soft-boiled eggs. Please, Grandma, Add some sugar. Li's mother found herself encircled by her 4 grandsons, their clamoring causing her head to buzz. Silence, she commanded. Go ask around. Which family's children get to eat eggs every day? Do you have any idea how fortunate you are? And sugar is not free. Then, Grandma, we'll forego the sugar. Let us just have soft-boiled eggs today, they suggested. Yes, Grandma, there are 5 eggs today, we all saw them. Li's mother firmly rejected their pleas. No, there are only 5 eggs. If you all eat them, you'll start fighting. Stay away. If you continue this ruckus, there won't even be soft-boiled eggs left. I will fry them for your grandfather instead. Seeing their grandmother's fierce demeanor, Li Xiaojing and his brothers understood that their persistence was futile and ceased their attempts to persuade her. Li's mother shooed her grandsons away, took a water ladle, and scooped several ladles of water from a nearby water vat, pouring it into the large iron pot on the stove. Xiaomei, add some more firewood. When the water in the pot boils, you needn't add too much firewood, understood? Understood, Grandma, Xiaomei replied. After instructing her eldest granddaughter Xiaomei, who was squatting in front of the stove to stoke the fire, Li's mother turned her gaze towards Li Xiangdong, who stood under the eaves at the door. Children are easily distracted. You can't let her keep playing with the eggs. Quickly put the eggs away in the cupboard. Li Xiangdong pondered his mother's words, realizing the truth in them. Eggs were quite precious in these times. No family would allow their children to treat eggs as toys. Xiaomei, who was stoking the fire. Do you want to play with your sister? Li Xiaozhu nodded. However, Li's mother, seeing him bringing his daughter close to the stove, immediately erupted in anger. Li Laosan, when I gave birth to you, did the doctor accidentally cut out your sense? Your daughter is so small. Why are you bringing her near the fire? Li Xiangdong stood frozen in shock at his mother's harsh words. What are you standing there for? Did the strong liquor last night burn your brain? If there's nothing to do, keep your distance. You're just an eyesore. Li Xiangdong looked at his mother in silence, muttering, Xiaoqi is learning to talk like an adult. Aren't you afraid of leading her astray? After speaking, he quickly moved away with his daughter. Li Xiaozhu, now imitating her mother, was already learning to hit. He hoped she wouldn't learn to curse as well. His mother had an abundance of hurtful words. Anyone who spent time with her would inevitably gain insight. Li Laosan, what are you mumbling about? Did you mishear me, mother? I said nothing, Li Xiangdong replied, avoiding confrontation. He sat on the stone steps with his daughter, watching 4 mischievous boys playing in the yard. Xiaolan, go check if the steam buns are ready in the small kitchen. The eldest and second daughters-in-law always dawdle. They need to be urged to do any work. Li Laosan, what is it now, mother? Li's mother inquired. Where is your wife? She's tidying up the house. Li Xiangdong sighed in relief. He was daydreaming on the steps when his mother suddenly called him, startling him, as he feared she might scold him again. Since you're holding the child, let your wife come help prepare the meals first. The chores in your own house can wait until after we finish eating. Before Li Xiangdong could respond, Zhou Yuqin, having overheard from the west wing, hurried out of the house. Mother, I was just tidying the bedding. Little Chi wet the bed again last night. Wait for me to wash my hands. I'll be right there. At that moment, Li Xiaolan emerged from the small kitchen at her uncle's house, running over to stand obediently in front of Li's mother. Grandma, the steam buns are on. My mother said they will be ready soon. Li Xiangdong's grandfather, after the neighbors moved away, had dismantled the makeshift coal rooms and earthquake shelters they had built. Only the small kitchen in front of each household has remained, as they anticipate their children growing up and splitting off, saving money by not having to build anew. With so many mouths to feed at present, a single pot is hardly sufficient during mealtime. To save time, his elder brother's small kitchen is also set ablaze. All right, Grandma knows. You and your sister go set the table, and once the water in the pot boils, Grandma will prepare you some egg drop soup, said Li's mother. She treats her granddaughter with far greater affection than her grandson, never exhibiting a preference for males over females. Perhaps it is simply because she has too many grandsons and has grown weary of attending to them, in contrast to the mischief of her grandsons. Her demeanor towards her granddaughter is notably gentler. Zhou Yuqin approached after washing her hands and inquired, Mother, what can I do? Li's mother pointed towards the pickled vegetable jar. Fetch a piece of pickled vegetable and chop it. We will have this for breakfast. All right, mother. Zhou Yuqin responded promptly. Retrieving a piece of pickled vegetable from the jar, rinsing it briefly, and placing it on the cutting board before taking up her knife to begin chopping. Li Xiaozhu, being held at waist level, stretched out her arms and waddled over to Zhou Yuqin. Li Xiangdong warned her, your mother is busy. You cannot go over and trouble her. Be careful. Your grandmother has a temper. she might not take kindly to it and come over to scold you. Li Laosen, I heard that. Li's mother approached from behind and pinched his ear. Li Xiaozhu, witnessing her father in distress, clapped her hands in delight, drooling in the process. Mother, please let go. I'm just playing around with the child. Li Xiangdong sat on the steps, unable to evade the situation while cradling his daughter. Zhou Yuqin considered intervening, but before she could move, she was met with a fierce glare from Li's mother that sent her back. Li Xiangdong had no choice but to signal to his elder and second brothers, who merely smiled at the spectacle without offering any words of comfort, leaving him to endure the situation alone. What are you squinting at? Stop trying to play tricks on me. Li's mother glared at him, twisting his ear once more. Li Laosen, tell me, what kind of person are you? You're not worth anything if you dare to gossip about your own mother behind her back. As Li Xiangdong listened to the endless tirade of his mother, he felt a throbbing pain in his ears and a fog in his head. His mother's sharp tongue was indeed formidable. No wonder, decades later, she could still silence him with just a few words. At that moment, Li Laotu and Li Laotai returned from grocery shopping, and upon entering the courtyard, they immediately spotted Li's mother fiercely twisting Li Xiangdong's ear. Li Laotai, feeling sympathy for her grandson, hurried over, albeit slowly due to her age, and exclaimed, "Oh dear, what has Dongzi done to deserve such treatment? Why must you be so harsh as a mother?" Upon seeing Li Laotai approach, Li's mother, realizing her youngest son had his protector returning, chose to ignore her and begrudgingly released her grip, returning to the stove to continue preparing breakfast. Li Laotai came closer, gently touching Li Xiangdong's ear, and asked with concern, "Your ear is nearly purple. Are you all right, Dongzi?" Li Xiangdong managed an awkward smile, reassuring his grandmother, "I'm fine, Grandma. You should go inside and rest. The meal will be ready shortly." Following closely behind Li Laotai, Li Laotu cast a brief glance at his two grandsons, Li Daoye and Li Urge, who were still brushing their teeth. "Are you too busy?" Upon hearing their grandfather's inquiry, the brothers hastily rinsed their mouths. "Not busy, Grandpa. Is there something you need?" "Oh, nothing much. I just thought you two were occupied," Li Laotu replied, casting a stern glare at the brothers before advancing to assist Li Laotai, calling for Li Xiangdong to join them in the house. Li Daoye, puzzled, exchanged glances with Li Urge, both bewildered by their grandfather's antics. After pondering for a while without reaching any conclusions, they resumed their morning routines. Noticing her in-laws entering the house, Li Mu began to mutter to herself while standing by the stove. "Spoil them. Go ahead and spoil them. I wonder what good will come of it. One might think that only the third child is flesh and blood, while the others were brought in from elsewhere. What is wrong with a mother giving her child a couple of smacks? I'm not his stepmother." Zhou Yuqin observed Li Mu standing still with an egg in hand, mumbling away. "Mother, what are you saying?" "I've finished chopping the pickles." "Oh, nothing. Just leave the pickles there," Li Mu replied, cracking all the eggs into a small iron basin and stirring them with chopsticks. She then ladled a scoop of boiling water from the pot, mixing it into the egg mixture as she stirred. Once the egg mixture was prepared, she retrieved a bottle of sesame oil from the cupboard, dipping the tip of her chopsticks into the oil before incorporating it into the egg mixture. With meticulous care, she ensured not a drop of sesame oil was wasted. The boiling water in the large iron pot was not squandered either, as it was combined with cornmeal to create a hearty corn porridge. Having completed her tasks, she looked up to see Li Deseo approaching with a basket, followed closely by Li Urseo. "Are the steamed buns ready?" "Yes, Mother," came the reply. Li Mu inspected them, noting their softness. Whether they were steamed buns or corn cakes, they all rose beautifully. Primarily because Li Laotu and Li Laotai were advanced in age and could not manage harder foods. 2 plates of pickles dressed with sesame oil, a basket of corn cakes, a small basin of egg mixture, and a large pot of corn porridge constituted the breakfast of the Li family. "Grandpa, it's time to eat," Li Xiaojing called out from the entrance, directing his voice towards his father, who was chatting with a neighbor outside. Then, as if his backside were on fire, he dashed back into the courtyard and into the main house. The children settled at the small dining table, and Li Mu brought over the iron basin to serve each of them a bowl of the egg mixture. The other children behaved well, sipping from their bowls cautiously. However, Li Xiaotao, the little rascal, showed no fear of scalding his mouth and gulped down several large mouthfuls. Dull-witted as he was, he treated Li Mu like a fool, presenting his bowl to her with a silly grin, saying, "Grandma, you didn't fill my bowl with enough egg mixture." Li Mu retorted, "You keep an eye on it. I don't mind if it's a little less." Frustrated by her grandson's antics, She smacked Li Xiaotao on the back. Are you truly intelligent or foolish? Do you presume I am blind and unable to see? Was it not you who consumed it? You only had 2 spoonfuls, nothing more. Li Xiaotao, after receiving a slap, refrained from expressing pain, staring intently at the small iron basin containing water and eggs. How could there be nothing left? It has never been the case. Li Mu is well aware of how much water is required to prepare the water-cooked eggs each day, precisely enough, 2 spoonfuls for the older children and 1 for the younger. With his goal unfulfilled, Li Xiaotao scratched his head and sat down, directing his gaze towards his elder brother, Li Xiaojiang. Li Xiaojiang immediately declined, saying, "Don't look at me. I don't have enough for myself." Li Xiaotao dared not provoke his 2 younger sisters, fearing a beating if they cried. And he bypassed Li Xiaohai due to their uncle's influence. He leaned closer to Li Xiaobo. "Hey, Xiaowuzi, can't you finish it? Let your second brother have a few sips." Spitting into his bowl, Li Xiaobo feigned ignorance, asking with a bewildered expression, "What did you say, brother Xiaodao?" Li Xiangdong was amused by his 2 nephews' antics. Li Mu approached with chopsticks in hand, tapping Li Xiaobo on the head. "Isn't that disgusting? If you dare to spit in your bowl again, I will let your mother give you a good slap." She surveyed her 4 grandsons seated at the small dining table. "You 4, eat your meals properly. Anyone who dares to misbehave will find that there will be no more water-cooked eggs for them starting tomorrow. I promise to be obedient." "Grandma," Li Xiaohai said, tilting his head in a show of innocence. Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Although her youngest grandson had only recently returned to the city and was the smallest among them, she knew he was not as innocent as he pretended. Possessing a mind full of tricks like her 3rd grandson, Li Xiangdong sat at the large dining table, enjoying the pre-meal antics of the children while sipping corn porridge. The family had grown accustomed to the fact that if these children did not create a bit of commotion at mealtimes, the meal would feel incomplete. It was only because of Li Xiaobo's ill-mannered act of spitting that Li Mu felt compelled to intervene. "Third son, I recall you took a photo when you returned to the city to handle your household registration. Remember to bring it along when you report for duty." Along with your work introduction letter and household registration book, Li Fu reminded, concerned that his son might be careless and mishandle the situation. Had he not had to work in the morning, he would have accompanied his 3rd son to complete the onboarding procedures. Li Xiangdong put down his bowl and responded, "I understand, father. I have prepared the photo and introduction letter. They are in my room. As for the household registration book, I'll have my mother bring it to me after dinner." Li Laotu chimed in, "Dongzi, you should eat quickly. Afterward, tidy yourself up. Today is your first day reporting. And you must not be late." Upon hearing her husband's words, Li Tai pooh-poohed the urgency. "What is the hurry? Dongzi is eating. Why rush him? What time is it? Can he really be late?" Li Xiangdong smiled as he watched his grandparents bicker, leisurely enjoying his meal. "Mother, there's no need to prepare lunch for me today. I am unfamiliar with everything on my first day, and the registration process is quite lengthy. It will be a challenge to return in time for lunch." "Return for what meal? Do you think this is your father's coal shop? There are fewer than 10 people in total. The place you are working at is a proper state-owned enterprise. Surely they have a cafeteria," replied his mother. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and stood up, exclaiming, "I almost forgot to prepare a lunchbox for you. Without it, you won't even have utensils to eat with." She abandoned her meal and hurried to the room to find an aluminum lunchbox, heading to the courtyard to wash it. "Don't forget to take chopsticks," reminded Grandma Li. His mother shouted back from the courtyard, "I'm getting them ready. Do you think I would forget? At your age, you shouldn't be worrying about these things. I worry about my own grandson. If I don't care for Dongzi, am I to concern myself with outsiders?" Grandma Li thought to herself, feeling a twinge of discomfort at her daughter-in-law's words. Typically, Grandma Li would ignore what her daughter-in-law said or did, but when it came to matters concerning Li Xiangdong, she paid close attention. The rest of the family had grown accustomed to this dynamic, choosing to disregard Grandma Li's comments. Li Urge swallowed the last bite of his corn bun and said, "Dongzi, remember to tuck 2 packs of good cigarettes in your pocket for your outings." "Do you have any?" "I don't." "If you have some, hand me a couple of packs," replied Li Xiangdong. "Do you really need reminding? He has already pilfered my good cigarettes." Li Urge chuckled. "To be honest, you've been quite generous this time, considering I've never even had a chance to smoke those fine ones." Li Father still held a grudge regarding the incident with his youngest son's cigarette collection. "Oh, don't worry, Dad. I'll get you 2 packs shortly." Li Urge offered an awkward smile, not because he was unwilling to share his good cigarettes, but because Li Father generally looked down on the ones he smoked. Little did he know that his father's drawer now contained only the 8-cent types. "Dongzi, That outfit won't do. Your elder brother has a white shirt. I'll fetch it for you to try on. If it fits, you can wear it today for your registration. Indeed, Dongzi, your sister-in-law is right. My white shirt has hardly been worn and looks as good as new. The elder brother and his wife were not stingy. They understood that their youngest brother was going to work in the railway system, a job that would bring pride to the entire family. Parting with a white shirt was hardly a burden for them. Li Xiangdong politely declined their generous offer, saying, "Thank you, brother and sister-in-law, but I've already prepared my clothes yesterday." However, Li Erseo chimed in with a smile, "Old 3, while your clothes are ready, remember to carry some money and tickets with you. It would be quite embarrassing to walk into the cafeteria with a well-prepared lunchbox only to find yourself without money or tickets. If you lack funds, just ask our father for some. You can always repay him when your salary comes in." Li Xiangdong found his sister-in-law's advice to be exceedingly sensible. He had not a single penny on him and was contemplating how to ask his parents for some money. Her words provided him with the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, he felt a nudge against his leg under the table from Zhou Yuqin, who was seated beside him. Li Xiangdong understood that his wife was subtly reminding him not to ask for money. The couple was not destitute to the extent of being unable to afford a meal. He had received 30 yuan from his grandparents yesterday, spent only 1, and the remainder was still in his wife's possession. Nevertheless, he had no intention of utilizing that money, as it was reserved for a greater purpose. He reached beneath the table, pressed his hand against his wife's leg, and then turned to his father, gesturing with his other hand as if to say, "Father, whatever you deem appropriate is sufficient for me." Chapter 32. Tempers rise and fall swiftly. Li's father swatted away his youngest son's hand, clearly displeased with his nonchalant demeanor. "Ask your mother for it." "I have none to spare," he replied curtly. "Xiangdong is attending to serious matters, not frivolously spending. What harm is there in giving him a little?" Li's mother interjected, visibly dissatisfied, her gaze fixed intently on her husband. Feeling the weight of her stare, Li's father squirmed. "Mother, I truly have no money. You should know this by now. How long has it been since I've had any cash or tickets? Ever since I married, my salary has been in your son's wife's hands." Witnessing her husband's ineptitude, Li's mother lamented the lack of ambition in her son, who, despite being over 50, still allowed his wife to dominate him. "You spineless creature, at your age. You cannot even stand up to your own wife." Li's father retorted, "Can you blame me? It was you who found her for me in the first place." Just then, Li's mother entered the room with a freshly washed aluminum lunchbox, coincidentally overhearing her husband's words. She slammed the lunchbox onto the dining table. "What nonsense are you spouting, old man? What is wrong with the way I manage our household? Have I not met your expectations?" Li's father hastily defended himself. "That was not my intention. Do not misunderstand me." "What do you mean by that? I heard your tone loud and clear. Don't think you can deceive me." As Li's parents bickered, their 3 sons remained silent, accustomed to such exchanges. They understood their parents well. Li's father and mother had argued throughout their lives, and this was no more tumultuous than any previous occasion. They recognized that while Li's mother's temper flared swiftly, it also dissipated just as quickly. However, Li's father, caught in a verbal snare, sat uneasily, his expression shifting from dark to red and back again, ultimately remaining silent. With an exasperated huff, he abandoned his meal and retreated to his room. Li Xiangdong observed his father's plight with a twinge of pity, yet felt no deep sorrow. His father would not go hungry, as this was not the first instance. His elder brother would remember to bring food for him during work. "Perhaps you should speak less," Li's grandfather advised Li's mother, who abruptly fell silent, realizing her actions had inadvertently caused turmoil for her son. Li's mother tidied the aluminum lunchbox she had slammed onto the table and addressed her in-laws. "Father, mother, my earlier remarks were not aimed at you. Please do not take offense. You both know my temperament. I simply couldn't restrain myself upon hearing him mutter behind my back." Old lady Li remained silent while old man Li chuckled lightly, reassuringly stating that it was of no consequence. He continued, emphasizing the importance of family harmony and advising against unnecessary quarrels. At that moment, standing in Zhou Yuqin's embrace, little Lu Zhu propped herself on the table, unperturbed by the previous tension. Instead, she bared her tiny teeth in a fierce expression and exclaimed, "Hit Grandma." Hearing this, a radiant smile instantly graced Li mother's face, transforming her demeanor completely. She approached and sat beside Zhou Yuqin, affectionately ruffling little Liu Zhu's hair. "Our little Qi knows how to care for her grandmother, speaking up for her at such a tender age." As the minor commotion subsided, The atmosphere in the room lightened, and the children at the small dining table resumed their animated chatter. Li Xiangdong leaned closer to his mother, sweetly asking, "Could you spare me some money and tickets? If I can't make it back for lunch, I'll need them to eat out." Li mother, pulling out a handkerchief, inquired, "How much do you need?" Li Xiangdong cheerfully replied, "Just give me what you think is right. Whether it's too much or too little, I wouldn't dare speak ill of you like my father." Li mother shot him a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "Li San, are you looking for trouble?" He quickly clarified, "Not at all. I'm simply speaking in your favor. Didn't you notice?" "Honestly, I didn't." She retorted, "Take it and hurry up." After handing him several bills, she dismissed him, returning to her unfinished breakfast. Silence enveloped the room as breakfast came to a swift conclusion. Before departing, Li brother snatched 2 steamed buns from the basket. Li mother cast a sideways glance at her eldest son but remained silent. Despite their quarrels, she would never let her husband leave for work on an empty stomach. Li Xiangdong returned to his room to change clothes, meticulously packing his belongings into a cloth bag, intending to retrieve the household register from his mother. Upon exiting, he noticed his grandfather pacing in the courtyard, clearly waiting for him, so he approached directly. Old man Li asked, "Is the money your mother gave you sufficient? If not, I can provide more." Li Xiangdong glanced around to ensure no one was listening and replied softly, "It's enough. My mother would never let me go hungry. She is tough on the outside but soft-hearted. Please don't let this upset you or Grandma." Old man Li shook his head, reassuring him, "That won't happen. After all these years, your grandmother and I know your mother's temperament well. Don't worry about it. Just focus on reporting for work and getting everything settled." Li Xiangdong nodded, acknowledging, "Understood, Grandpa. I'll go ask my mother for the household register now." Chapter 33. Young man, what is your occupation? After obtaining the household register from Li mother, Li Xiangdong placed it in his bag and set out with his father and older brothers. Third son, if you have any uncertainties when reporting, remember to ask questions thoroughly, his father reminded him while munching on a steamed bun. Rest assured, Li Xiangdong assured him with a nod. The 4 of them walked and chatted, and as they approached the bathhouse, Li Urge arrived first, followed closely by Li father and Li brother, all heading to their workplace located within the same alley. Only Li Xiangdong remained, emerging from the alley and walking east along the main road. The scene before him resembled a series of vintage photographs. There were no towering skyscrapers. Only the sight of gray brick houses was prevalent. The sparse vehicles made the road appear particularly spacious, with bicycles and cars navigating side by side in a harmonious manner. In 1976, the United Nations designated the capital as a city on the brink of desertification. This year, during the 5th Representative Assembly, March 12th was declared as Arbor Day. Along the roadside, young saplings freshly planted in spring stood, each no thicker than a finger, sparsely spaced every 10 meters. Oh, this is how the drifting catkins of poplars and willows come to be. Amid the ebb and flow of pedestrians clad in shades of blue and gray, the traffic police officer in his bright white uniform stood out prominently. The majority of the crowd wore smiles, moving at a leisurely pace, with some pausing to chat and smoke at the roadside. The atmosphere was far from the fast-paced life of future generations. Rather, it reflected the laid-back demeanor instilled during the Great Leap Forward. The urgency of the 1950s and 60s was absent. There was no frantic rush to work in the morning or clock out in the evening, no fervent dedication to national construction even on an empty stomach. Drifting along with the flow, Li Xiangdong strolled for over 10 minutes until he arrived at the entrance of the passenger transport section of the Beijing Railway Bureau. "Hey, you there," the young man. "Yes, I'm talking to you. What brings you here?" A head emerged from a small window of the reception office, belonging to a man in his 60s who adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Li Xiangdong, who was gazing around. Li approached and said, "Good day, sir. I am here to report for duty." "Oh, come in then," the elder replied. Upon hearing that Li was there to check in, he retreated into the office, closing the window and subsequently opening a newspaper to read the directives from higher authorities. "Sir, may I offer you a cigarette?" Li Xiangdong knocked on the door and entered, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it for the elder, and then presenting his letter of introduction. "May I ask your surname, sir?" "This letter is issued by our neighborhood office." "What does it matter? We are all part of the working class. Just call me Old Ho," he said, taking the introduction letter to examine it closely. "Indeed, this is from our office, but you've arrived a bit early. The personnel department hasn't started work yet." Li Xiangdong chuckled. "No problem at all. If you don't mind, I can keep you company for a bit." "Mind? Not at all. There aren't many people coming through here in a day. It's quite nice to have some company, Old Ho said, returning the letter and taking a drag from his cigarette. Please, have a seat. Don't stand. It's exhausting for me to look up at you. When did you return from the countryside? Goodness. Old Ho, you truly have a discerning eye. You can tell I'm a returning educated youth. No wonder the leadership entrusted such an important position to you. Xiangdong glanced around the modest reception room, found a chair, and moved it to sit beside Old Ho, delivering a compliment. His flattery was utterly sincere, primarily because he had noticed a 12-inch black and white television covered with a cloth atop the cabinet. In the alley where Xiangdong resided, there were scarcely a few households with a television set, especially during an era when even radios had not yet become widespread. The old man guarding the reception room was fortunate enough to enjoy the luxury of watching television while on duty. What a remarkable privilege. Clearly, Grandpa Ho held a position of considerable significance. Your words are quite fanciful, yet your introduction letter clearly states your circumstances. You claim to possess discerning insight, but my presbyopia has reached 300 degrees. Besides, I am merely a gatekeeper, and in your narrative, I have been elevated to a position of importance. Grandpa Ho smiled at him, finding his sweet talk rather pleasing. The more he looked at Xiangdong, the more he found him agreeable. The introduction letter indicates you are named Xiangdong. Should I refer to you as Comrade Xiao Li or Comrade Xiangdong? Sensing Grandpa Ho's high spirits, Xiangdong decided to seize the moment. You may call me whatever you wish, but my family affectionately calls me Dongzi. Perhaps you could also call me Dongzi. It would create a sense of camaraderie between us, don't you think? Grandpa Ho chuckled. So, according to you, I've managed to find a relative while guarding the gate today? Xiangdong wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, you are my elder. I shall certainly return to keep you company and alleviate your solitude. Shall we agree on that? Agreed. Is it settled then? I shall certainly come, but I must admit, I do not trust your words. What do you mean by that? Do you think I could deceive you? That is hard to say. Grandpa Ho waved the remnants of his cigarette, remarking, you couldn't bear to offer me a proper cigarette. Merely this frugal stub? How can I trust your words? Oh, it was a misunderstanding. I am simply accustomed to this. Xiangdong chuckled awkwardly, retrieving a proper cigarette from his bag and quickly offering it to him. Upon realizing Grandpa Ho was not genuinely upset, he continued to flatter. I merely overlooked it while fetching the introduction letter, yet you noticed it. You cannot deny my observation of your keen insight. At times, you are too modest, dear comrade. Grandpa Ho lit the cigarette, savoring a puff. I am merely presbyopic. Not blind. I may not read the words, but I can certainly recognize a cigarette box. Besides your pleasing words, you do not appear particularly sincere. Despite his words, his tone had grown noticeably warmer. Rest assured, I shall not take your cigarettes without due cause. You remain here with peace of mind. When the head of your department arrives, I will summon him to speak a few kind words on your behalf, ensuring that no one will trouble you during your onboarding process. There was a hint of pride in Grandpa Ho's voice. If you could assist with that, I would be immensely grateful. Xiangdong expressed his thanks profusely. It is common for newcomers to face challenges upon entering a job. Everyone feels disheartened when such situations arise. If Grandpa Ho could facilitate his onboarding, then the compliments he had paid earlier and the cigarettes he had offered would not have been in vain. Of course, it was evident that Grandpa Ho was quite an amusing character. It takes two to create a harmony, does it not? Chapter 34. Quickly, hand me that cigarette. Upon their first encounter, the two individuals unexpectedly found a remarkable affinity for one another, engaging in casual conversation while savoring their cigarettes. Mr. Ho, chuckling, remarked, Dongzi, you are a clever lad. I truly enjoy conversing with intelligent people. Puzzled, Xiangdong inquired, what do you mean by that, Mr. Ho? Through their dialogue, he discerned that Mr. Ho possessed a somewhat proud disposition. Why, all of a sudden, was he lavishing him with compliments? There are matters of which you may not be aware. With the recent expansion, all the internal children have already secured their positions. Now, only those like you, the returning educated youth, are gradually reporting in. However, they either lack experience or are utterly confused, unable to discern the difference between the passenger section and the train station. They all flock to the front station to report. You are one of the few astute individuals during this period, Mr. Ho said, laughing heartily. Just wait. Perhaps soon a flustered fool will come rushing in, drenched in sweat. Upon hearing Mr. Ho's words, Xiangdong chuckled as well, acknowledging that those unfamiliar with the railway system would indeed struggle. Even in the modern era, where information is readily accessible, Many remain oblivious to the intricacies of the railway's various departments. As the two lit their third cigarette, the number of staff arriving for work continued to increase. Most would stop by the receiving office to greet Mr. Ho. Noticing Li Xiangdong seated there, engaged in conversation with Mr. Ho, they would cast a few curious glances. His unfamiliar face and lack of a work uniform indicated that he was either a newcomer reporting for duty or someone specifically visiting to chat with Mr. Ho. Regardless of the circumstance, it was evident that this young man shared a close rapport with Mr. Ho, likely being a younger relative of his. Second uncle. Second aunt mentioned you forgot to take your medication this morning, so I brought it for you. Please make sure to take it. A middle-aged man in summer uniform said as he entered, greeting Mr. Ho with a look of confusion directed at Li Xiangdong. Jianxi, just place the medicine on the table. I'll take it shortly, Mr. Ho replied. After his nephew set down the medication, he continued, this is the newcomer reporting to our section today. His name is Li Xiangdong. Make sure to inform your colleagues not to give him a hard time. I appreciate his temperament. Realizing the significance of Mr. Ho's words, Li Xiangdong quickly stood to present his introduction letter to Section Chief Ho. Good morning, Chief Ho. I am Li Xiangdong. You may call me Dongzi. I am here to complete my onboarding procedures and arrived a bit early to chat with Mr. Ho. Did you see that, Jianxi? This lad is quite perceptive. I never mentioned you to him, yet he grasped it in just 2 sentences, Mr. Ho said with a twinkle in his eye, convinced he had not misjudged the young man. Upon reviewing the introduction letter, Section Chief Ho's understanding deepened as he thought to himself. Why does the name Li Xiangdong sound so familiar? The matter of affection lies within familiar ties. Just the day before yesterday, an old classmate of his made a phone call, not only securing a position that had been in his hands, but also requesting him to lend additional care. Little did he expect to encounter the individual so soon. Nevertheless, he refrained from mentioning this incident, merely folding the letter of introduction twice before placing it into the pocket of his jacket. Zhongzi is it? I shall retain your letter of introduction for the time being. Once you commence your duties, I will ensure it is properly filed. Since my uncle has spoken on your behalf, you may rest assured that no complications will arise during the procedures, remarked Director Ho, his tone markedly different from earlier, imbued with a sense of warmth. I must express my gratitude, Li Xiangdong responded, noting the shift in Director Ho's demeanor, which had become considerably more amiable compared to when he first entered. He had initially assumed it was due to his uncle's influence. After conveying his thanks, he picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table. Director Ho, would you care for a smoke? I'll manage on my own, Ho Jianxi replied, taking a cigarette for his uncle first before lighting one for himself, casually pocketing the remainder of the pack. Li Xiangdong observed this scene with a flicker of surprise. What does this mean? Were the 3 of them in the room, and he was disregarded? Was it a quirk of the Ho family's character? Fortunately, he had another pack of cigarettes in his cloth bag, having taken 2 from his father's drawer, which he brought along for this meeting. However, just as he was about to retrieve it, a large hand reached out. In his astonishment, Director Ho took the unopened pack of cigarettes from him and placed it into another pocket. Zhongzi, since you are acquainted with my uncle's temperament, we are no longer strangers. Now, I must advise you, as a young man, to smoke less. You wouldn't want to become a habitual smoker with cigarettes perpetually in hand. Ho Jianxi counseled as he lit another for himself. He patted Li Xiangdong on the shoulder. Come, follow your Uncle Ho to the office. Let us commence the formalities of your employment. Uncle Ho, I must attend to some matters first. I shall return to engage in conversation when I have the time. Li Xiangdong replied. Very well. By the way, Zhongzi, your Uncle Ho speaks wisely. You are an intelligent young man, and wise words merit attention, do they not? Li Xiangdong nodded in agreement. Just as long as you understand, quickly hand over that pack of de Qianmen from your pocket, Ho Jianxi insisted. Goodness. Li Xiangdong felt as though he had been ensnared by the duo of the Ho family. Under the watchful gaze of Uncle Ho, he reluctantly extracted the de Qianmen from his pocket. What sort of individuals were they to extort 3 packs of cigarettes in such a short span? Following Ho Jianxi, he continued to internally grumble about the 2. As they walked, Ho Jianxi explained, those 2 buildings are the single dormitories within our division. Given your letter of introduction, your residence should be nearby, correct? Are you married? I am married, with 2 children. My home is on Chuanben Hutong, not far from our workplace, Li Xiangdong replied. Indeed, Chuanben Hutong is quite close. As for the single dormitory, you will not be able to reside there. You must wait for a formal assignment of housing upon becoming a regular employee. However, this cannot be rushed. You must gradually accrue your seniority, Ho Jianxi stated. Li Xiangdong nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, Uncle Ho. Ho Jianxie then pointed towards a small three-story red brick building not far ahead. The centralized office building houses all administrative staff, and your position is that of a water supplier. Within the railway station building, there exists an office for the water supply team of our passenger segment. Henceforth, you may go directly there without the need to frequent this place. Li Xiangdong, concerned about the accuracy of the information conveyed by his father, inquired, Uncle Ho, may I ask you something? What is it? Is it possible for me to board the train in this position? Our passenger segment is indeed involved with train travel. Why do you ask? Do you wish to switch to a desk job? That would not be an issue. I can assist with the adjustment. No need, Uncle Ho. I believe working with the train is quite good. Ho Jinjie, the head of the Labor and Personnel Department, reassured by the prospect of Li Xiangdong being able to board the train, felt at ease. Chapter 35. The enthusiastic crowd as the clock struck 8. Signaling the start of the workday, the two entered the office building. At the entrance stood a full-length mirror, painted in a vibrant shade of red. Li Xiangdong glanced at his reflection before following Ho Jinjie up the stairs to the second floor, where they arrived at the door of an office. Upon opening the door, Ho Jinjie instructed, You may enter and find a seat. I will call someone to assist you with the paperwork. All right, Uncle Ho, please don't worry about me. Li Xiangdong replied. What do you mean by uncle? Did you not hear the work bell just now? It is now work hours. You are to address me as department head Ho. You truly lack decorum. Pour your own water. With that, Ho Jinjie disregarded Li Xiangdong and proceeded to the adjacent labor and personnel office. Such a fickle uncle, Li Xiangdong thought to himself as he entered Ho Jinjie's office. The room, spanning over 30 square meters, contained a set of desks and chairs, a cabinet, and two large wooden filing cabinets. At the entrance stood a metal rack, atop which rested an enameled basin, with two thermoses on the floor nearby. Having engaged in lively conversation with Grandpa Ho in the reception area earlier, Li Xiangdong now felt dryness in his throat and a strong thirst. He picked up a thermos and approached the desk, lifting the lid of the tea container to fill it to the brim, though it was too hot to drink immediately. Pulling out a chair, Li Xiangdong sat down and waited for about 10 minutes. The hard wooden chair was uncomfortable, prompting him to rise and stretch just as Ho Jinjie entered with a middle-aged woman. He walked to his desk, noticed the tea container, tested the temperature, and drank it all in one go. After finishing, he glanced at Li Xiangdong, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, indicating his amusement. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and greet Sister Sun, Ho Jinjie said, gesturing towards the woman who had entered with him. Oh, hello, Sister Sun. I am Li Xiangdong. Hello, Comrade Li, Sister Sun responded cheerfully. Sister Sun was a long-standing staff member in the department, well-versed in her duties, and you should heed her guidance in all matters. Department head Ho introduced Li Xiangdong, then instructed Sister Sun, please guide Comrade Li through the onboarding process. Rest assured, Department head Ho, I will take good care of Comrade Li, she replied. Sister Sun smiled and accepted the task, turning to Li Xiangdong and saying, Comrade Shaoli, come with me. We shall go to the office next door. Certainly, Sister Sun, he replied. Director Ho, you carry on with your work. I will accompany Sister Sun to complete the formalities. Li Xiangdong greeted Director Ho before following Sister Sun out of the office. Dongzi, remember what I said, young people should smoke less. Next time you have some fine cigarettes, make sure to bring them to me swiftly, understood? Before he reached the door, Li Xiangdong heard Director Ho Jian's voice behind him. He immediately grasped the meaning of those words and turned back, smiling. I understand, Director Ho. Ho Jian noticed that Li understood the implication of his words, merely smiled in response, and waved him off, signaling that he could leave. Once the two of them disappeared from his office doorway, he picked up the office phone from the desk and dialed out. In the corridor outside, Sister Sun turned around to look at Li Xiangdong and, with a warm demeanor, asked, Dongzi, are you related to Director Ho? Upon hearing Sister Sun refer to him as Dongzi instead of Comrade Shaoli, Li Xiangdong tugged at the corner of his mouth, but chose not to explain. The words Ho Jian had spoken before his departure were not a request for cigarettes. As a head of the Labor and Personnel Department, did he truly lack the 2 packets? Those remarks were intended for Sister Sun, to convey that Li Xiangdong was under his wing. However, Li Xiangdong found it difficult to explain and certainly could not admit to being related to Ho Jian. Seeing him silent, Sister Sun grew even more enthusiastic. Is this a secret? Don't worry, your sister is not a gossip. Sister Sun, where are you going with that? It's not that I don't want to say, but you know how it is with my Uncle Ho. During work hours, I can only address him as Director Ho, or else he might give me a cold shoulder. Sister Sun, hearing Li Xiangdong's humorous nonsense, surprisingly believed him. I understand. I comprehend everything you say. Li Xiangdong wore an expression that echoed, yes, yes, you are absolutely right. While inwardly he scoffed, what do you understand? What do you really know? Sister Sun enthusiastically led Li Xiangdong to the large office of the Labor and Personnel Department. Everyone, quiet down. I would like to introduce you to this young man beside me, Li Xiangdong, who will be our colleague in the section from now on. Sister Sun clapped her hands, and the office, which had been filled with laughter and chatter, fell silent in an instant. They were puzzled by Sister Sun's formality for merely introducing a newcomer. They had seen many such arrivals before. Was it necessary to go to such lengths? But upon closer inspection, they recognized him as the young man from the mailroom. They had witnessed the amiable conversation between old Ho and this young fellow. Connecting the dots, they realized that Sister Sun's formal introduction signified that this young man was indeed a relative of Director Ho. Instantly, warm and friendly smiles spread across their faces. Comrade Li Xiangdong is truly a striking presence. Indeed, such stature was rare. There were hardly any like him in their section. Is Comrade Xiaoli married? Let me introduce you to someone. I assure you, she is a beauty in our passenger section. Married? You have 2 children? A boy and a girl, how wonderful. Dongzi, you truly are a fortunate soul. Li Xiangdong responded with a smile, taken aback by the overwhelming warmth of those around him. He felt somewhat flattered, as if he were the offspring of a high-ranking official come to inspect. Xiao Wang, please pour Dongzi a glass of water. Certainly, Sister Sun, came the reply. Sister Sun guided Li Xiangdong to her workstation and instructed the young man seated to her right, then pointed to the chair opposite her. Dongzi, take a seat here. Did you bring your household registration book and a 1-inch photo? Yes, I did, Li Xiangdong replied, settling into the chair across from Sister Sun as he retrieved the household registration book and photo from his bag. Our process is as follows. Do not think, Dongzi, that I am singling you out, Sister Sun assured him as she meticulously examined his household registration book. Every institution conducts identity verification. It is not sufficient to present merely a letter of introduction for acceptance. Verification of the information on the household registration book and the introduction letter is merely the first step. Subsequently, relevant personnel from the organization will confirm details with the local street office. For more stringent establishments, they may even ascertain the entire trajectory of the employee's movements from birth until their arrival at the workplace. Chapter 36. There really are fools, Li Xiangdong remarked. As you say, Sister Sun, I am fully supportive of your work. Sister Sun replied with delight. It suffices that you understand the nature of my responsibilities. The 2 1-inch photos you brought, one will be used for your work permit, while the other will be affixed to your employee registration form. Once you are employed, your file will be transferred to our passenger section, and this registration form will accompany your file to be archived in the records department. However, you need not worry about that. It is my job to handle these matters. Sister Sun briefly explained a few points, then retrieved an employee registration form from her desk drawer, handing him a pen. If you are unsure how to fill it out, just ask me. It must be completed accurately for your file. All right, Sister Sun, I will ask you if I have any questions, Li Xiangdong replied, glancing at the registration form before him, which resembled those from a future era, consisting mainly of basic information. Brotherly, would you like some water? The young man named Xiao Wang asked, placing a teacup beside him. Li Xiangdong stood and said, Thank you, Comrade Xiao Wang. No need to be so polite, brotherly. Please continue filling out the form. I shall not disturb you. Just let me know if you need more water. Li Xiangdong nodded with a smile, and after sitting down, he enjoyed the warm water poured by Comrade Xiao Wang while beginning to fill out the employee registration form. The form was straightforward to complete. Sister Sun reviewed the filled-out registration form, found no issues, stamped it, and then produced a health examination form. The medical office is located behind our building. I still need to process your work permit, so I won't accompany you. Can you find it on your own? If not, I can have Xiao Wang take you. I can find it. No need to trouble you or Comrade Xiao Wang, Li Xiangdong replied. Brotherly, I have no pressing matters at the moment. Shall I accompany you after all? Comrade Xiao Wang has exhibited remarkable enthusiasm since Li Xiangdong entered the office. Although he is merely an ordinary clerk and typically cannot reach Section Chief Ho, he seized the rare opportunity to assist a relative of the section chief and aimed to make a good impression in front of the leadership. Really, there's no need. Thank you, Comrade Xiao Wang, but I can manage on my own. I don't want to trouble you with everything. Li Xiangdong observed Xiao Wang's slight disappointment. Yet he ultimately declined their kind offer. He felt uncomfortable dealing with these seasoned professionals, which left him both uneasy and weary. As he exited the building, holding his medical examination form, a person rushed towards him, and they nearly collided. Damn, why is it you? Stepping aside, Li Xiangdong recognized his childhood friend, Zhou, and quickly inquired, what has you in such a fluster? Zhou wiped the sweat from his brow, panting, Dong. Just hold on, take a breath before you speak. Li Xiangdong pulled Zhou aside, as standing in the doorway was hardly appropriate. They made their way to the flower bed adjacent to the entrance, where Zhou sat on the steps, visibly frustrated. Don't even get me started. I came to report, but I mistakenly went to the wrong place. I just dashed over from the train station. Upon hearing Asia's words, Li Xiangdong's first reaction was that indeed, old Ho had not deceived him. There truly are foolish individuals. What is the rush? Being late is no catastrophe. Why are you so anxious? Zhou replied, I'm just worried about arriving late and getting a cold shoulder from the clerks. I need to hurry and complete my onboarding. With that, Zhou stood up to leave, and Li Xiangdong quickly followed, reassuring him, no need to fret. I'll accompany you to your report. No one will give you a hard time. Come on, Dongzi, don't flatter yourself. We've known each other since childhood. Who doesn't know who? Do you really think you have that much influence? Zhou was skeptical. Regardless of the organization's size, the clerks in the labor and personnel department are notoriously formidable. They assess individuals with disdainful indifference, extending smiles only to family or the children of superiors. Don't believe me? Just follow my lead. And I'll show you a thing or two today. Li Xiangdong confidently led the way to the labor and personnel department's main office. There was no need to seek out Section Chief Ho. The clerks could directly handle the onboarding procedures. Dongzi, you finished your medical examination so quickly? Wow, you're impressively swift. Brotherly is back. Are you still thirsty? Would you like me to fetch you another cup of water? I even have some jasmine tea for you to try. I haven't even been to the medical room yet. I just ran into a friend right after stepping out. He is also here to report, so I brought him along. Thank you, Comrade Xiao Wang. I would genuinely like to sample your exquisite tea. Asia gazed blankly at Li Xiangdong, bewildered by the sight of his childhood friend engaging in cheerful conversation with the office staff. His mind was in a haze. How could the personnel officer be so different from his expectations? Were they truly this cordial? Was there jasmine tea offered upon reporting? Li Xiangdong approached Asia, who was still in a daze, and gently nudged him towards Sister Sun's workstation. What are you daydreaming about? Quickly hand your introduction letter to Sister Sunday. Oh, hello. Sister Sunday. Here is my introduction letter. Asia managed a smile as he placed the letter on her desk. Notably, Asia had been assigned to the train service team at the Beijing train station, rather than at any other station in the city. After leaving the office, Li Xiangdong and Asia made their way to the medical room. Asia now held Li Xiangdong in the highest regard. He had never witnessed, nor heard anyone mention, that upon reporting to a new position, the personnel officer would offer tea and refreshments. With an eager expression, he asked, Dongzi, no? I should call you Brother Dong from now on. Tell me the truth. Do you have relatives in leadership positions within the railway department? I'll be relying on you from now on. Come on, we're brothers. Who would overlook you? Li Xiangdong assured him, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would help Asia with any difficulties in the future. He felt confident in his ability to navigate the personnel office, and Asia, being somewhat naive, would surely be no trouble at all. He patted Asia on the shoulder and said, Didn't you mention just the other day that you weren't planning to report? What made you change your mind? Don't even mention it. After I sobered up yesterday morning, my father had a talk with me. We both felt that what you said made sense. However, my mother only left an address without a phone number, so my father plans to send her a letter to inquire about her situation. Who knows how long that will take? I thought I couldn't just stay at home doing nothing, so I came here to report. Besides, you mentioned you were joining the passenger transport department, so at least we can keep each other company. As Asia spoke, his expression gradually shifted to one of melancholy. To be honest, Dongzi, I wouldn't be surprised if my mother, having left without a word, remarried after she left. My father is still holding on a hope, though. Upon hearing Asia's words, Li Xiangdong felt at a loss for words to offer comfort. He certainly could not say, You're right, not only has your mother remarried, but you also have several half-siblings. Chapter 37. The triangular-eyed hosts in Asia. What position have you been assigned? After much contemplation, Li Xiangdong finally remembered to ask this question. I'm a train attendant. What about you? What is your role? A water supplier. A water supplier? What does that entail? Asia asked, his face filled with confusion. It was the first time he had heard of such a position. Trains need water, right? My responsibilities should involve ensuring the supply of water for the trains. That should be it, but I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, Li Xiangdong replied. He had forgotten to inquire about this while at the personnel office and was only partially informed himself, but he felt that his earlier explanation was likely accurate enough. Zhou inquired, do you need to board the train? Li Xiangdong nodded, affirming his necessity. We are all unfortunate souls, Zhou sighed. The clerks at the labor department treated Li Xiangdong with such enthusiasm that he had imagined his childhood friend's position would be one of ease, free from supervision. Little did he realize that, like him, it required traveling out of town. Not only would the trips be lengthy, but it also entailed serving others throughout the journey. Just the thought of it was excruciating. Come on, Zhou, what do you mean by that? If you're working in the railway system but aren't eager to board trains, then why are you here? Li Xiangdong now perceived his childhood friend as rather foolish, unable to discern right from wrong. Among the railway staff occupying desk jobs, one could find no one who did not yearn to travel by train. The leadership, in an effort to appease the desk-bound employees who occasionally brought their families to voice grievances, had even raised salaries for certain positions without justification. Li Xiangdong's assignment to travel with the train was due to the connections his grandfather had established. Zhou, on the other hand, had suffered greatly during the tumultuous times due to his father's entanglements, receiving care and compensation from higher-ups. He was now convinced that among their cohort of returning educated youth, very few would have the opportunity to board trains. It was as if such positions were as common as cabbages. Dongzi, could you refrain from looking at me with such disdain? Am I not speaking the truth? Serving people while traveling is exhausting. I believe being a ticket seller is far better, sheltered from wind and rain, comfortably seated at a desk all day, Zhou expressed with envy, seemingly wishing to swap roles with the ticket seller. Don't be foolish and actually switch positions. Li Xiangdong genuinely feared that his childhood friend might, in a moment of folly, seek to change roles, bringing joy to the other party. Zhou nodded, I understand. I certainly want to switch positions. My father insists that traveling with the train is quite beneficial. There are allowances for every trip, and the earnings are substantial. Most importantly, if my mother were to remarry, my father and I would likely not be going out anymore. This job of serving others, though tiring, will be noticed by the leadership, potentially aiding my future salary increase. Upon hearing Asia's words, Li Xiangdong could not help but chuckle. Both Zhou and his father were clearly wise, yet somewhat naive. No one who had the chance to board trains would care about a few dozen yuan in monthly wages, let alone talk of salary increases. Even if your position was merely temporary, or one that would never become permanent, as long as it involved traveling out of town. Many formal desk workers would be eager to switch with you. However, Li Xiangdong refrained from sharing this insight with Zhou, opting instead to observe when his naive friend might come to this realization on his own. The two, exchanging laughter, arrived at the medical office, where they explained their purpose and submitted their health examination forms to the doctor. Given the current medical conditions, the examination consisted of basic assessments, measuring height and weight, and checking hearing and vision. A critical part of the examination was to determine if either of them was colorblind, as this criterion was quite stringent for certain positions. If one is colorblind, certain positions become unattainable, and the supervisor will promptly reassign them. Results were delivered on the spot, and both individuals had no issues, presenting the medical examination forms signed by a physician. Upon returning to the large office of the Labor and Personnel Department, Li Xiangdong immediately spotted a young man in a railway uniform, appearing to be in his 20s. He was not tall, perched on Sister Sun's desk with his feet dangling above the ground, engaging in jovial conversation with her. They shared laughter, and Sister Sun displayed no sign of displeasure at the young man's impolite behavior of occupying her workspace. Particularly, Comrade Xiao Wang, standing nearby, despite being unable to interject, wore an even more enthusiastic smile than he had for Li Xiangdong. As Li Xiangdong scrutinized the young man's features, a jolt of recognition struck him. The resemblance to Hou Jianxi was striking, short in stature, lean, with prominent cheekbones. The singular difference lay in the young man's droopy, triangular eyes, devoid of life. Noticing Li Xiangdong's entrance, Sister Sun addressed the young man beside her, saying, Ho-san, the Li Xiangdong you were looking for has returned from the infirmary. Ho-san glanced over with his droopy eyes, then turned back with a furrowed brow, inquiring, Sister, which of them is Li Xiangdong? Li Xiangdong is the tall one. Of course, How could you not recognize your own relative? Don't make your sister laugh. Sister Sun playfully slapped Ho-san, leaving the reason for her amusement ambiguous, whether it was his words or his earlier expression that elicited her laughter. Regardless, Li Xiangdong, witnessing the frowning triangular eyes, had to stifle his laughter by digging his fingers into his palm. With a playful glint in his eye, Ho-san remarked, "I was just joking. How could I not recognize my own family?" He then leapt off the desk and, with an overly casual gait, approached Li Xiangdong, attempting to drape his arm over his shoulder. However, given that he was significantly shorter than Li Xiangdong, he found it uncomfortable and withdrew his arm. Folding his arms, he asked, "Have you passed your employment medical examination?" "Yes, I have." "Why do you ask?" Li Xiangdong replied, somewhat exasperated, feeling as though he were a false Li Kuei encountering a genuine whirlwind. Fortunately, he had not claimed to be a relative of Hou Jianxi. It was merely the conjecture of these seasoned workplace veterans. What puzzled him was that this fellow named Ho-san had not outright revealed the truth, leaving him wondering about his intentions. Ho-san, swaying as he stood without any semblance of decorum, cheerfully declared, "Hand your medical report to Sister Sun. Then grab your work ID and follow me. I'll take you to collect your labor protection supplies. Hurry up. I'll wait for you outside the office." Li Xiangdong, puzzled, asked, "You're taking me?" "Indeed," Ho-san affirmed with a nod. "You can ask Sister Sun if you don't believe me." Upon seeing Sister Sun nodding with a smile, Li Xiangdong pointed to his companion, Zhou, and said to Ho-san, "I have a friend with me." "Then let him come along." Ho-san assessed Zhou and exited the office. Zhou leaned in close to Li Xiangdong's ear and whispered, "Dongzi, is this person really your relative? I have never encountered such a peculiar individual before. His appearance is quite amusing, though he does seem a bit arrogant." "Indeed, he is genuinely comical, yet his arrogance is not merely a trivial matter. It is quite pronounced." Li Xiangdong was perplexed. How could someone as astute as Hou Jianxi have such an eccentric character in his family? Chapter 38. I don't smoke. Li Xiangdong pondered for a moment, realizing that it was quite fortuitous for Ho-san to seek him out. He no longer had to worry about maintaining his connection with Hou Jianxi. This little fellow with the triangular eyes. Oh no, from now on, Ho-san would be his non-blood-related brother. The designation of the Li family as 3 generations of coal workers sounded rather ominous. He aspired to transform their lineage so that the Li family could stand alongside the Hou family as 3 generations of railway workers. Li Xiangdong cast a glance at Zhou, wondering if he could truly recognize all his relatives. After uttering that, he paid no further attention to the befuddled Zhou and approached Sister Sun's workstation. "Sister Sun, here is my health examination report. This is mine as well," Zhou hurriedly added as he placed his report on the table. "Well, there are no issues with the health reports," Sister Sun stated after reviewing them, handing out their work permits. "Do remember to safeguard your work permits. While they can be reissued if lost, there is a processing fee involved." "Understood, Sister Sunday, rest assured. We will be careful." Li Xiangdong and Zhou glanced at their work permits before tucking them into their pockets. Sister Sun rose and added, "It's good that you understand the importance of this. With your work permits, you are now officially part of our section. Let me explain your future salaries and benefits. We disperse the monthly salary and benefits at the beginning of each month. Since you both just reported today, make sure to visit the finance department later to collect your salary for this month. Today is the 11th, so you will receive a full month's pay. If you had come a few days later, past the 15th, you would only be entitled to half a month's salary." Upon hearing that they could receive their full salary right upon their arrival, the two could no longer contain their joy, especially for Li Xiangdong, who was in dire need of funds. This was indeed a timely blessing for him. Sister Sun interrupted their merriment, saying, "Do not rejoice too hastily. You are still in your apprenticeship period, and the salary is quite modest. During the first year of apprenticeship, the monthly salary is 18 yuan. In the second year, it rises to 23 yuan, and in the third year, it is 27 yuan. Upon completion, there will be an assessment for formal employment, after which you will be classified as a first-level worker with a monthly salary of 33 yuan. Future salary increases will depend on your efforts to improve your skill level. However, you will receive various benefits such as position allowances, savings rewards, production bonuses, and travel incentives. Additionally, our station will provide some protective gear and work uniforms. Later, Ho-san will take you to the logistics warehouse to collect them. I want to elaborate further on that." Sister Sun took a sip of water to clear her throat and continued, "Ho-san grew up in our section. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. Why am I even telling you this? Dongzi, you and Ho-san are relatives. If there is anything you need to be mindful of, he will certainly inform you. You both may go now, and Dongzi, remember to visit me often for a chat when you have some free time. Li Xiangdong chuckled. All right, I understand, sister son. You are busy. Take care, brotherly. Goodbye, comrade Xiao Wang. As Li Xiangdong and his companion exited the office, they noticed Ho Sin squatting at the staircase landing, a cigarette in his hand, flicking ash into an empty cigarette box. Upon seeing them, Ho Sin discarded the cigarette but into the box, clenched it tightly in his hand, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into his pocket. What are you two looking at? You can't just toss cigarette butts in the hallway. And you? Please wait here for a moment. I need to speak with Li Xiangdong privately. At the corner of the stairs, Ho San took the initiative to introduce himself. I'm Ho Quan, the third child in my family, but everyone calls me Ho San. I suppose you can guess who my father is? Li Xiangdong nodded and countered. Did you call me over for something specific? Not really. I was just curious about how you managed to fool those people. They actually believe you're a relative of ours. It's quite amusing. Do tell me how you did it. Ho San's curiosity was evident, accentuated by his slanted triangular eyes. Goodness, I almost lost my composure. Li Xiangdong shook his head vigorously, distancing himself from the implication. Ho San, you mustn't slander me. I never said anything of the sort, and I have no idea why they would think that. This has nothing to do with me. You really are no fun. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Ho San glanced around to ensure no one was watching, leaned closer to Li Xiangdong, and whispered, Lower your head. I need to tell you something. Li Xiangdong, perplexed, asked, What do you want to say? Can't you just say it directly? I'm worried someone might overhear. Hurry. Lower your head so I can speak quietly. Cautiously, Li Xiangdong obliged, concerned that Ho San might have ulterior motives. However, Ho San remained earnest, leaning in to murmur. I know about your situation. The deputy director of the street office, Zhang, is an old classmate of my father's. You must be leveraging that connection, right? Noticing Li Xiangdong's ambiguous expression, Ho San continued, Don't deny it. My father told me all of this. Why else would I be here? He called earlier to inform me you would be reporting today and asked me to help you get acquainted with the situation. Upon hearing Ho San's words, Li Xiangdong finally connected the dots and understood why Ho San hadn't exposed him earlier. Both Ho Jian and his son regarded him as one of their own. If factions were to be drawn, he would belong to the Ho family's side. It all made sense why Ho Jian's demeanor had shifted upon seeing his introduction letter. It was all connected. Now that Ho San had clarified the situation, Li Xiangdong felt no need to conceal anything further and admitted, Indeed, I am using the connection with Deputy Director Zhang. If we consider what you just said, we are essentially on the same side. Ho Sin shrugged. If we weren't on the same side, would I let you pose as a relative of ours? I wouldn't have bothered to come here. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Seeing that Ho San was still fixated on this topic, Li Xiangdong, exasperated, exclaimed, I have never told anyone that I am a relative of your family. Impersonating someone else's relative, especially a leader's kin, is a delicate matter that is not easily spoken of. Li Xiangdong would deny it vehemently. This is merely a misunderstanding. Well, I trust you. Is that sufficient? Ho San, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose and inquired, Do you have a cigarette? Another one asking for a smoke. Li Xiangdong replied, utterly exasperated, I don't smoke. Chapter 39. Bragging Ho San glared at him with his droopy, triangular eyes, disbelief evident in his gaze. You smell of smoke, and you dare tell me you don't smoke? He seized Li Xiangdong's right hand, pointing at his yellowed index and middle fingers. If you weren't a heavy smoker, how could your fingers be stained? Do you think I'm a fool? Trying to bamboozle me. As he spoke, he gestured towards himself. Li Xiangdong was taken aback. He hadn't expected that despite Ho San's seemingly foolish demeanor, he possessed a degree of cleverness. He shook off Ho San's hand and retorted, If you want to smoke, go ask your father or your second uncle. They've taken all my cigarettes. Ho San chuckled. Dongzi, you're impressive. It's only the first day at work, and you've already established a rapport with my second uncle. Li Xiangdong nodded. Yes, I met him this morning. Dongzi, steer clear of those two. Ho San said with a pained expression, his voice filled with righteous indignation. My dad and my second uncle love to swipe other people's cigarettes. Every time I return home, my dad checks my pockets. That's not your concern. You wanted to smoke, right? My friend has some. I'll get you one. Li Xiangdong could empathize with Ho San about the issue of stolen cigarettes, but he wouldn't heed his words. The fact that Ho Jian had the audacity to ask him for something indicated a certain camaraderie. He was contemplating how to cultivate their relationship, believing that a few boxes of cigarettes were a trivial price to pay for the potential of changing his fortunes. He called for a Zhe and introduced the two of them. Ho-san received the de Qianmin offered by a Zhe, expressing disdain. This is what we're smoking? Both Li Xiangdong and a Zhe felt an overwhelming urge to slap him for his audacity. With cigarettes available, he still had the gall to be picky. Wow, it's already 10:30. Ho-san retrieved a match from his pocket, striking it alight and deliberately raising his arm to flaunt the Shanghai brand stainless steel watch on his wrist. Oh, is that so? Then hurry up. Ho-san, stop dawdling. We have much to accomplish. Li Xiangdong and Zhe remained unresponsive. Zhe's father was a university lecturer earning just over 100 a month, while his mother, a former capitalist heiress, was even more formidable. Furthermore, after returning from the southwest region, Zhe's father received a one-time back payment from his previous school, amounting to several thousand yuan. As for Li Xiangdong, he looked down upon such material possessions. He had grown weary of his smartphone from the future, let alone a watch. As Ho-san observed that the two men exhibited no reaction, his enthusiasm waned. Let me first take you to collect your salaries. Then we will proceed to logistics to obtain the necessary documents for supplies. By the time we finish these tasks, it will be nearly time for a meal. In the afternoon, I will accompany you both to report to the labor union. Oh, by the way, are you both party members and youth league members? Li Xiangdong and Zhe contemplated nodding, but the organization provided them no opportunity for such acknowledgement. Ho-san, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, noticed their negative response. If not, then there is no need to report to the party branch or the youth league committee. This simplifies matters. He led the way, guiding Li Xiangdong and Zhe directly downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, a right turn brought them to the finance office. With Ho-san's presence, they faced no obstacles in any department, allowing Li Xiangdong and Zhe to successfully receive their salaries for the month along with some welfare vouchers. Once outside, Li Xiangdong counted the money twice before carefully placing it in his cloth bag. Although the sum was modest, it represented his initial capital, and prudence was paramount. Zhe mirrored his sentiment. After all, this was his first experience receiving a salary. Standing nearby and pinching his nose, Ho-san observed the two men counting their money. Is it really worth getting so excited over 18 yuan? You two lack ambition. Li Xiangdong retorted. Ho-san, what is your monthly salary? When Ho-san felt their gazes upon him, he scratched his head and chuckled. We're in the same boat. I also just started recently. What is the point of boasting then? Li Xiangdong rolled his eyes at him, urging, hurry up and take us to logistics for the paperwork. The logistics office was just a few steps down the left corridor on the first floor. Under Ho-san's encouragement, the office staff worked efficiently, quickly preparing 2 slips and stamping them with the logistics seal. Li Xiangdong and Zhe also purchased 3 yuan worth of meal tickets, which could be used not only in the cafeteria, but also on the train for meals. Li, let me see yours. As they exited the logistics office, Zhe took the slip from Li Xiangdong's hand for a closer look. We received the same items. I thought our positions would yield different allocations. Is that so? Let me have a look. Li Xiangdong, intrigued, examined it as well and confirmed their identical slips. Suddenly, he remembered he had yet to inquire about Ho-san's position. Ho-san, what is your role? Ho-san, with his arms crossed and legs shaking, replied, just like you. I'm a water supply worker. It's a great position, Dongzi. You've hit the jackpot. You two are both water supply workers, while I am a train attendant. Ho-san, enlighten me. What does a water supply worker do? Why is it considered such a good position? Zhe inquired, genuinely curious. Li Xiangdong shared his curiosity as well, recalling that the staff from the labor department presumed Ho-san was a relative of Ho Jianjia and had not bothered to explain the duties of a water supply worker. The logistics warehouse lay at the far end of the courtyard. As Ho-san walked, he began to provide a brief overview. Below the Ministry of Railways are various bureaus, and beneath the Railway Bureau are segments, such as the passenger segment, the locomotive segment, and the electrical segment. Each segment encompasses stations, though there are exceptions. For instance, the Capital Railway Station is a special station directly overseen by the Capital Railway Bureau. Additionally, I must inform you that while our workplace is at the Capital Railway Station, we are under the jurisdiction of the passenger segment, which you both need to remember. His train of thought suddenly shifted, and he continued, by the way, Dongzi, I forgot to mention that we have both been assigned to the same train. Zhe, would you like to join us? If you're interested, I can coordinate with someone to ensure you travel with us in the future. Zhe interrupted, are you boasting? Can personnel assignments really be dictated by you? Ho-san proudly replied, you may not know this, but we have connections. If my father can't manage it, my uncle can. He is the deputy station master at the capital railway station and is well acquainted with our segment's director and deputy director. Li Xiangdong expressed surprise. So, you are the son of Hou. That makes sense. I thought a mere section chief's nephew wouldn't have the privilege to watch television while guarding the entrance. Chapter 40. The Water Supply Officer. That old man loves to bully me, relying on my great-grandfather. Meanwhile, Aja looked puzzled. Who is Hou? Dongzi. Do you know Hou San's father? Li Xiangdong remained silent, noticing that Hou San was eager to boast, clearly fishing for compliments. And he had no intention of inflating Hou San's ego. Aja urged, Dongzi, don't be silent. Speak up. All right, fine, I will, Li Xiangdong responded exasperatedly. Hou San's father is the head of the labor and personnel department in our passenger segment, and Hou is the deputy station master at the capital railway station. Essentially, Hou San's great-grandfather, who is currently overseeing the gate at the reception office. Once he finished speaking, he realized the implications. Goodness, the Hou family is quite influential. Looking at Hou San, who was now puffing up with pride, he recognized that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a significant ally, an ideal candidate to bear the blame in the future. Aja, now aware of Hou San's status, regarded him as a golden opportunity. Even his slanted eyes began to glimmer with charm. Hou San, my brother. I'm counting on you to find a way for me to join you too. Hou San nodded, his eyes narrowing into a smile. No problem. It's just a matter of a word from me. We are friends, after all. Li Xiangdong, observing Aja's incessant flattery towards Hou San, interjected. You two have had enough. Hou San, please continue. Stop leaving us hanging. Hou San tilted his head back, holding the large front door that Aja had just given him. He didn't take a puff, merely inhaled the scent beneath his nose. Now, let me explain what a water supply officer does. Our job involves accompanying the train, monitoring the thermos on board, replenishing water when it runs low, reporting any malfunctions for repair, and, of course, serving hot water to passengers when needed. With a single breath, Hou San concluded, Do you both understand? Li Xiangdong replied, Yes, I comprehend. Please continue. Hou San, puzzled, inquired, Continue what? I've already said everything. Li Xiangdong, incredulous, remarked, Is that it? This is all the work we have after boarding the train? Noticing Li Xiangdong's intense gaze, Hou San scratched his head and pondered, Dongzi, don't look at me like that. I've conveyed all that needs to be said. But isn't this somewhat easy, perhaps? Otherwise, why would I say you've gained quite the advantage? This position is not one that just anyone can take. With a mischievous grin, Hou San added, What's wrong? Do you wish to do more? If so, you could certainly board the train and serve water to each and every passenger. Li Xiangdong glanced at Hou San, silent. With so many passengers on the train, how could he possibly manage? Naturally, he wouldn't seek unnecessary trouble if he could avoid it. If he had that kind of insight, why not settle in the countryside and carve out a vast future? Your jobs are truly cushy, Aja muttered enviously, feeling like a mere laborer compared to Li Xiangdong and Hou San. As a train attendant, he had to serve passengers from the moment they boarded until they reached their destination, and even after the passengers disembarked, he still had to clean. Hou San shook his head, saying, It's not as easy as you think. Our level of fatigue primarily depends on whether the passengers are thirsty. The trio continued their conversation as they approached the logistics warehouse. At the entrance, they spotted a man in his 30s, seated leisurely with his legs propped on the table, reading a newspaper and sipping water. Hou San approached, greeting him. Brother Jun, are you busy? Zhang Dajuan set down the newspaper, smiling as he replied, Hou San, what could I be busy with? I pass the time daily with a jug of water and 2 newspapers. What brings you here? These 2 friends just started working today, and I brought them to collect supplies from you, Hou San explained, introducing Li Xiangdong and Aja. This is Zhang Dajuan, our logistics warehouse manager, who has been here for over a decade. You both can just call him Brother Jun. What is your full name? Zhang Dajuan asked. Shijingja, replied Aja. Zhang Dajuan rose with a smile. Welcome to our passenger segment. Li Xiangdong responded. Hello, Brother Jun. You are too kind. Do you smoke? Zhang Dajuan inquired. Aja offered him a cigarette, but Zhang Dajuan declined. I can't smoke in the warehouse. The leadership would dock my wages. Since you and Hou San are friends, we're friends too, and friends don't need such formalities. I will certainly get you what you need. Li Xiangdong stood aside, noticing a strong scent of fried dough around Zhang Dajuan. A position in a warehouse with such perks, lasting for over a decade, could only be held by either a naive person or a savvy one. Li Xiangdong and Aja handed their requisition slips, to Zhang Daoye, who examined them and said, "I'll go inside and fetch your protective gear. I have water here, so feel free to drink if you're thirsty. Don't be polite." Li Xiangdong and Aja merely smiled. Yet Hosan took Zhang Daoyuan's words to heart, taking several sips from the tea jug. Bah, bah, bah. After spitting out the tea leaves from his mouth, Hosan remarked, "How about that? Wherever I go, I maintain my stature, don't I?" Li Xiangdong and Aja completely ignored him. They had already discerned Hosan's temperament. A mere word would send him into a fit of arrogance. There was no need to arm him with artillery. Even a single matchstick could ignite the entire Pingan County. Chapter 41. Outside the warehouse. The atmosphere was weighed down by Hosan's shamelessness, steeped in silence. None of the three uttered a word until Zhang Daoye emerged from within the warehouse. He placed the safety supplies cradled in his arms onto the table in one swift motion. "Dongzi, Aja, each of you take a share of these safety supplies. Aside from the batteries and gloves that are distributed monthly, there is only one of each remaining. You must take good care of them. By the way, what are your heights?" 180. Li Xiangdong answered confidently, aware that in this era of barely scraping by, he certainly stood as a tall figure. Zhang Daoye exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness, Dongzi, you are that tall? I wonder if you can fit through all the narrow passages in the warehouse." "Aja, how tall are you?" Aja, standing next to Li Xiangdong, shuffled slightly aside and replied, "I am 165. Zhang Daoye glanced at Aja before shifting his gaze to Hosan. Hosan was squatting on the ground, head tilted back, his face flushed. He even abandoned the term Brother Jun. "What are you staring at, Lao Zhang? You already know how tall I am." Zhang Daoye chuckled. "Hosan, you and Dongzi are truly two extremes. I spent quite some effort finding clothes for you a few days ago." "Uft, you just want to say I'm short." Hosan buried his head in his arms, fearing ridicule from his newly made acquaintances. Li Xiangdong and Aja were not even thinking along those lines. They approached the table to divide the supplies. Each received a brand new flashlight, accompanied by a few batteries. After inserting the batteries and testing them, they slipped them into their canvas bags. A set of military green rain gear and rubber boots, along with 5 pairs of work gloves, all in large sizes. No need to try them. Mere measurement sufficed. After folding them neatly, they stowed them into their bags. An aluminum lunchbox, which opened to reveal a brand new spoon, appeared far superior to the one he had brought from home. Finally, there was a white tea mug adorned with red lettering that read, "Safety Production for 1,000 Days. Beijing Railway Sub-Bureau Union, May 1979, featuring a red railway emblem in the center. The bag was now brimming. There was no more room. So Li Xiangdong had to leave the mug on the table. Remembering Zhang Daoyuan's earlier words, he turned to the still squatting, despondent Hosan and inquired, "Brother Jun mentioned something about narrow passages. Is that referring to our uniforms?" Hosan nodded. Li Xiangdong, puzzled, asked, "Why such a name?" Not receiving a response, he moved closer to Hosan, saying, "Being short isn't your fault. Neither Aja nor I are mocking you. Come on, stand up and let us see." With that, Li Xiangdong reached out, grasping Hosan's arm in an attempt to pull him up. "Dongzi, please stop teasing me. I can get up on my own, can't I?" Hosan stood up, pointing to his uniform, and began to explain. "Do you see the 2 pleats on my uniform pocket?" Li Xiangdong released his grip, examined it closely, and nodded. Aja leaned in and nodded as well. Hosan continued, "This signifies the railway." He pointed to the pockets on his uniform, stating, "We have a total of 4 pockets, representing the 4 cardinal directions. This style of clothing is referred to within our railway system as 4 directions and 8 connections." Li Xiangdong scrutinized Hosan's uniform. It was military style, deep blue, with buttons adorned with the railway emblem. The buttons were made of brass, embellished with the insignia. He bent down to retrieve Hosan's hat from his pocket, inspecting it. It was a fabric soft cap with a brim, decorated with a 5-pointed star emblem. After Aja had a look, Hosan reclaimed his hat and tucked it back into his pocket. "How does it look? Not bad, right?" "Indeed, it looks good." Li Xiangdong nodded in agreement. Although Hosan did not carry the look well due to his slight stature, if it were Li Xiangdong wearing the uniform, he would undoubtedly appear quite dashing, likely captivating his wife upon returning home. "There's nothing more to discuss. You can continue squatting," Li Xiangdong said, placing his hands on Hosan's shoulders and applying a slight pressure, causing Hosan to squat down again. "Dongzi, you truly are something else," Hosan exclaimed in frustration. Realizing that Li Xiangdong had a mischievous streak, Zhang Daoye emerged from the warehouse with a pile of clothing. "Dongzi, here are the uniforms for you and Aja. 2 sets each for winter and summer. complete with hats. Check if anything is missing. If not, try them on. He gestured towards the warehouse door, indicating that they could change behind it. Li Xiangdong and Zhou each took a set of clothing and walked over, observing them change. Zhang Dajuan remarked, "You two try those on first. I'll fetch you overcoats and boots. Snow will soon blanket the northeast, so it's best to prepare ahead." Once they had changed, Li Xiangdong and Zhou stood facing each other, appraising their new attire. Although Ho San was also in uniform, he provided no useful comparison. Zhou, now donned in his uniform, was thrilled. "Dongzi, you look much more spirited now." "Of course," Li Xiangdong praised Zhou. "You look quite fine yourself." Ho San swayed over, teasing, "You big oaf, little darky." Li Xiangdong exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou, who instantly understood. The two approached Ho San, lifting him and dragging him to the entrance of the warehouse, pinning him to the ground. For Zhou, it mattered not that Ho San's father was the head of the passenger section. He felt no fear. Before coming to work here, he had never regarded this as a prestigious job. His primary motivation for taking the position was to avoid idleness at home. Once his mother replied, even if he didn't accompany his father abroad, his father could arrange a job for him at the university. His attitude towards Ho San was rather casual, akin to that of Li Xiangdong. Both of them merely acknowledged the impressive family background of Ho San, yet neither would demean themselves before him for the sake of a job. Furthermore, after spending some time together, they could discern aspects of Ho San's character. "You two, stop messing around. I was just joking. Surely, you're not so petty, are you? Now, please release me." Li Xiangdong playfully slapped his backside. "Do you think no one can put you in your place?" "Ouch, Dongzi, that was quite harsh." Ho San exclaimed, "Let me go, I'm feeling dizzy." As he spoke, he began to roll his eyes, while Zhou also delivered a couple of sharp slaps to Ho San's rear. "Why are you feeling dizzy from a simple spanking? I'll make you feign dizziness. I'll teach you not to speak so carelessly. You dare call me a little black boy? Have you even looked in the mirror? Do you even reach 160 centimeters? Of course, I'm 161 centimeters. Ho San ceased pretending to be faint. Struggling against the ground, he realized his efforts were futile. "Zhou, you've hit me several times. Can't we call it even? Will you please let me go?" Zhou shook his head. "Not yet. I haven't had my fill of fun." Seeing Zhou's refusal to relent, Ho San turned to Li Xiangdong for mercy. "Dongzi, you." Li Xiangdong glared. "What did you just call me?" Instantly, Ho San amended his address, grinning, "Brother Dong, we're on the same side, aren't we?" Chapter 42. Dining without a lunchbox. Li Xiangdong chuckled. "You say we're on the same side, so shall I get a bit closer to you?" Upon seeing the raised hand, Ho San quickly changed his stance. "We've only just met today. We're not that familiar, are we?" Observing Ho San's disheveled appearance, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but laugh. "Nonsense. The moment I laid eyes on you, I declared that you, Ho San, shall be my non-blood-related brother." Zhou chimed in with laughter. "Haha, and count me in too. We are 3 brothers." Ho San completely capitulated. "Brother Dong, as you say, that settles it. If you say we are good brothers, then we are indeed good brothers. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please forgive me. It's good to admit your faults." Li Xiangdong and Zhou pulled Ho San up from the ground. Noticing the dirt on his clothes, they advised, "Don't move. Let us brush off the dirt." Ho San relished Li Xiangdong's service, entirely forgetting the earlier scuffle. "Make sure you clean me properly. One must be meticulous in their work, understand? What if you're careless and it causes trouble later?" "Ho San, are you still being cocky?" "I'll keep quiet now. Is that all right, Dongzi? I'm several years older than you. Do you still dare to call me Dongzi? Should I remind you of your place again? But if you're feeling itchy on your scalp, that's another matter." "Huh?" Ho San was bewildered. "What do you mean by asking if my scalp is itchy?" Zhou laughed. "Dongzi is asking if your scalp is itchy." Confused, Ho San replied, "It is itchy, Brother Dong. How did you know?" Li Xiangdong nodded. "Itching is a good sign. It indicates you're gaining some wisdom. Would you agree, Ho San?" Yes, Brother Dong, you are absolutely right. I've noticed my own intelligence growing as well. But now, I can't even mention it, for as soon as I do, the itching returns." This time, Ho San was thoroughly subdued. For the first time, Zhou heard the phrase "itchy scalp" means growing a brain, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Huh? That is hilarious." "Stop laughing, Zhou," Li Xiangdong said as he noticed Zhang Dajuan stepping out and approached to take the coat and oversized shoes from him. Zhang Dajuan inquired, "What were you 3 arguing about just now?" He had overheard their playful banter from inside the warehouse. "What is wrong with Ho San?" he asked, following the direction of Zhang Dajuan's gaze. There stood Ho San, neck craned and hands clasped behind his back. gazing vacantly with his triangular eyes tilted at a 45-degree angle towards the overcast sky. The clouds appeared ominous, threatening rain, and a cool breeze swept through, causing Ho-san to rub his nose and sneeze softly, muttering under his breath, Xiao Dongzi, I spit. I'll call you Xiao. Do you really think I, Ho-yi, am brainless? You're nothing but an uneducated illiterate. My itchy scalp is simply because I haven't washed my hair in a week. Although Xiangdong and Aja couldn't hear exactly what Ho-san had said, his demeanor sent shivers down their spines, raising goosebumps on their arms. It's nothing, Brother Jun. We were just having some fun, they reassured him. Zhang Dajuan, filled with envy for their youthful vigor, sighed, unlike him, in his 30s, who felt as though he faced trials every time he returned home to fulfill his wife's requests. He rubbed his lower back and took down a notebook hanging on the wall by the warehouse door. The blue-covered notebook bore the words item in and out registration in bold red letters. Make sure everything is in order, Dongzi. You and Aja double-check, he instructed. After receiving affirmative nods from Xiangdong and Aja, Zhang Dajuan opened the notebook and began to record the items and their quantities. You both take a look. If everything is correct, sign by the recipient's name. Given the abundance of items, Zhang Dajuan kindly retrieved 2 lengths of twine from the drawer. Receiving the twine, Xiangdong and Aja started repackaging. Clad in summer work attire, they neatly folded their discarded clothes along with 3 additional sets and a blue coat, tying them securely with the rope and carrying them, while the rest was stuffed into a canvas bag. Dressed appropriately, Xiangdong's demeanor had transformed significantly. After expressing their gratitude to Zhang Dajuan, he and Aja approached Ho-san. Stop daydreaming. Ho-san, where are we headed next? Xiangdong asked. Ho-san, with his hands behind his back, huffed and glanced at his watch. Let us head to the cafeteria for lunch first. We'll figure out the rest this afternoon. As Ho-san prepared to leave, Xiangdong grabbed him, thrusting the clothes he was carrying into his hands. We're on the same team. You can't help share the burden? Ho-san rolled his eyes in response, grunted, and slung the clothes over his shoulder. However, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. He quickly scanned the area, ensuring no one was watching, cleared his throat, and swayed awkwardly towards the cafeteria. Aja, observing Ho-san's retreating figure, couldn't he help but chuckle. Dongzi, that guy Ho-san is quite amusing. Xiangdong replied with a smile. He is simple-minded, perfect for friendship. I must quickly go and speak kindly to Ho-san, coaxing him to arrange for the 3 of us to be together. This fellow is quite the source of amusement. Being in his company is sure to be entertaining. After Aja finished speaking, he hurried a few steps to catch up with Ho-san. Xiangdong and the other 2 arrived at the canteen, where the closing bell had yet to ring. Inside, only the kitchen staff and a few scattered employees were having their meals. A row of faucets stood at the entrance, and the hall was adorned with several tables. The 3 of them casually chose a table and placed their belongings down. Xiangdong and Aja approached the sink, intending to thoroughly wash the lunchboxes they had just received, as they were unsure how long they had been stored in the warehouse. Using them without cleaning felt unwise. Xiangdong glanced back at Ho-san, who was trailing behind him, and asked, Aren't you eating? Ho-san replied, speechless, Why on earth would I not eat? I've been running around with you 2 all morning. I'm already starving. Xiangdong scrutinized him and, puzzled, remarked, You didn't even grab a lunchbox. How do you plan to eat? Is there hand-grab rice in our canteen? Oh no, Ho-san exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he suddenly remembered that he had come empty-handed. Chapter 43. Are we brothers now? This silly fellow can really sprint. Xiangdong had intended to mention that he still had a lunchbox, but seeing Ho-san's short stature, he was astonished by how quickly those little legs could move. Before he could utter a word, Ho-san had already vanished. Aja, washing his lunchbox, chuckled, Dongzi, for someone as shrewd as you, how did you end up with a relative like Ho-san? This guy is so dazed that he forgot to bring a lunchbox for his meal. How could his family arrange a position for him on the vehicle without fearing he might get lost in a foreign place? Xiangdong's smile instantly faded upon hearing Aja's words. Ho-san was a water supplier, and so was he. The key point was that Ho-san had mentioned they were assigned to the same vehicle. Was this something Ho-jianjia had planned from the very beginning? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. No wonder Ho-san had secured such an easy position. It appeared he was to assist the Ho family with childcare. Noticing the change in Xiangdong's expression, Aja inquired, Dongzi, what's wrong? Nothing. Let us go get our meals first. Li Xiangdong shook the water from his lunchbox and followed Aja to the serving window. A small blackboard hung on the wall of the serving area, detailing the types of dishes available for lunch. There were sliced meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fish-flavored eggplant, cold cucumber salad, and mung bean soup, with steamed buns and rice as staples. Dongzi, the food here is quite good. It's far better than what we eat at home, Aja exclaimed, feeling a bit excited. Although his father was a university teacher with a decent salary, their culinary skills were lacking, and they typically settled for simple meals. In previous years, it was a stroke of luck if the two of them managed to fill their stomachs. It is indeed rather sumptuous, Li Xiangdong nodded in agreement, noting that the quality was comparable to some corporate cafeterias in later years. After selecting their dishes and exchanging their meal tickets, the two took their lunchboxes to the table to begin their meal. Aja took a bite of the fish-flavored eggplant and commented, "The flavor is delightful. It's quite tasty." Li Xiangdong added, "The chef in the canteen's kitchen is quite skilled. The dishes are generously seasoned with oil." He buried himself in his meal after speaking. The breakfast at his home consisted of corn porridge and steamed corn buns. The corn porridge did not satiate hunger, and he only ate one bun, as he found them too dry. After a busy morning, he was now ravenous. 7 or 8 minutes passed, and more people began to flock to the cafeteria. Once they finished their meal, Asia stood up and said, "Dongzi has left. Let us wash our lunchboxes." Li Xiangdong was about to rise when he noticed Hosan rushing into the cafeteria. "You go ahead. Hosan has arrived. I'll wait for him here. If we both go to wash our lunchboxes, he might not find us," he said. Asia chuckled, "I can't say for others, but Hosan is indeed likely to lose track of us. I'll go wash the lunchboxes first. You wait for him here." Just as Asia departed, Hosan approached, one hand clutching a lunchbox and the other grasping a wad of meal tickets. After sitting down, he placed the lunchbox down and remarked, "Fortunately, my father went to a meeting. Otherwise, I would have had to run to the train station to retrieve my lunchbox." He waved the wad of meal tickets in his hand, saying, "I took all the meal tickets my father left in the drawer." Li Xiangdong shook his head in disbelief and kindly cautioned, "When your father discovers the meal tickets are missing during lunch, he will surely come looking for you. Do you think you might get a beating then?" Hosan rolled his eyes. "Tch, you're just envious of my meal tickets." Li Xiangdong intended to give him a lesson. They were now tied together, and he did not want to be mocked by Hosan daily. Silently, he rose and moved to sit beside Hosan. At that moment, Hosan grinned, ready to tuck the meal tickets into his pocket, but Li Xiangdong seized his arm. "What's the matter?" Hosan asked, puzzled. Li Xiangdong, with a friendly smile, inquired, "Are we brothers, Hosan?" "Huh." Hosan was even more confused. Li Xiangdong tightened his grip on Hosan's arm and reiterated, "I mean, are we brothers?" Hosan internally cursed but smiled on the outside, nodding vigorously. "Of course, Brother Dong. But could you be a little gentler?" Li Xiangdong chuckled and released his arm, then draped his hand over his shoulder. "The food in our cafeteria is excellent. Not only is it delicious, but it is also plentiful. However, as a father, I am unable to provide for my own child even a morsel of meat," he lamented, patting Hosan's shoulder. He then retrieved his lunchbox from his bag and placed it before Hosan, saying, "You understand what I mean, right? You brought 2 lunchboxes without telling me." Hosan's face twitched. He wanted to turn and leave, but Li Xiangdong's strength pinned him to the seat. "Brother Dong, you need not worry. As your uncle, how could I let my nephew go without meat?" he declared, slapping a meal ticket on the table. "1 serving of stir-fried meat should suffice for my nephew, right?" Li Xiangdong shook his head. "Your nephew may have enough, but you also have a little niece." Reluctantly, Hosan pulled out another meal ticket. "Then make it 2 servings of stir-fried meat." Li Xiangdong smiled. "I truly appreciate your generosity, brother." Hosan, having reluctantly surrendered 2 meal tickets, felt a pang of regret. With a forced smile, he said, "What is there to thank? Aren't we brothers?" Li Xiangdong, his eyes gleaming, inquired, "How about another serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes?" Hosan tightened his grip on the meal tickets and retorted, "Li Gu, how many nephews and nieces do I actually have?" Li Xiangdong chuckled, "Oh, where are you wandering with your thoughts? I only have 2 children. The scrambled eggs are for your sister-in-law." At this moment, Hosan's face flushed with indignation at Li Xiangdong's audacity. "Li Gu, you truly are considerate towards your wife and children." Li Xiangdong waved his hand dismissively. "Don't say that. They are my own wife and kids. If I don't care for them, who will?" Hosan chuckled dryly, feeling a surge of resentment toward Li Xiangdong. How could he be so protective of his family while making him pay for the meal? Just that morning, his father had advised him to heed Li Xiangdong's words. Bah! With a mischievous glint in his eye, Hao San contemplated a prank, intending to discreetly spit into Li Xiangdong's lunchbox while he was distracted. With this thought, he grinned wickedly. Li Gu, after you finish eating, don't forget to wash your lunchbox. I'll assist you in serving your sister-in-law and the children. Chapter 44. Everyone wants to make money. Noticing Hao San's sudden eagerness, Li Xiangdong suspected he was up to no good. Moreover, Hao San's thoughts were written all over his face. He promptly declined. No need to trouble you. I can manage on my own. Just then, Zhou returned from washing his lunchbox. Li Xiangdong handed his lunchbox to him, saying, Zhou, could you wash this for me? I'll go fetch another serving. Sure, go ahead, Zhou replied. Sensing an odd tension between the two, but unable to discern their intentions, he took the lunchbox and walked back to the sink. Under Hao San's disgruntled gaze, Li Xiangdong picked up the meal tickets and lunchbox from the table, heading toward the serving window. 2 portions of stir-fried pork slices and 1 serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The serving lady took the lunchbox and meal tickets, clattering her ladle 3 times before filling the box with food and placing it at the window. She asked, Young man, are you new here? I saw you sitting with Hao San. Are you friends? You seem quite family-oriented, bringing home so much food. Li Xiangdong replied with a smile. You are right, auntie. I just joined today, but Hao San and I aren't just friends. We are brothers. In fact, I don't have that many meal tickets. This is all Hao San's. After saying this, he took the lunchbox and departed, leaving the lady muttering to herself. Hao San has a brother? I thought he only had 2 sisters. Besides, he is notoriously carefree. How could he think of bringing food home? Has he grown up and learned to be filial? The queue for food was rather long, and by the time Li Xiangdong returned with a full lunchbox, Hao San had already finished his meal and washed his box. Li Xiangdong asked, Hao San, where shall we rest during lunch? Let us go to my father's office. In the afternoon, I'll take you both to report at the union and the office at the train station. Hao San replied somewhat distractedly, still lamenting the loss of his meal tickets. Let us take our leave, so as to make space for our colleagues' dining, suggested Li Xiangdong as the trio exited the canteen. He accepted the large cigarette pack from Zhou and promptly handed it to Hao San. Will you indulge? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Hao San retorted, eagerly taking the cigarette, igniting it, and inhaling deeply. I must reclaim the meal tickets you pilfered from me. Zhou, standing nearby, voiced his discontent. Hey, that's my cigarette. Hao San, I sense something amiss between you two. It appears that the food Li Xiangdong just procured was purchased with your meal ticket. Hao San. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Li Xiangdong produced 3 meal tickets from his pocket and stuffed them into Hao San's pocket. He flaunts a stack of meal tickets before me, and when I kindly alert him, he mocks my envy. How could I possibly let that slide? I had every intention of taking both of you along to earn some money. How could I possibly covet 3 of his meal tickets? Just wait, Hao San. Once your father discovers the tickets are missing, rest assured he will deal with you. Consider this a fair warning. Overjoyed to have regained his meal tickets, Hao San was oblivious to the notion of warning. Donggu, are you truly planning to take us to transport goods from out of town to Beijing for profit? Zhou inquired, his face a canvas of curiosity. You're unaware? Hao San chuckled, reveling in Zhou's ignorance. I don't know. Please, enlighten me. Zhou urged. Puffing out his chest, Hao San explained, in our railway system, the most coveted positions are those associated with train travel. Though our salaries may not be substantial, each trip outside presents a chance to bring back goods and earn considerable profits. It's not mere bragging. I've seen people sneak onto trains with 4 drips. You might think they're dedicated to their jobs, but truly, they can't resist the extra money earned during those trips. Zhou swallowed hard, his voice tinged with apprehension. Hao San, this sounds rather dubious. Isn't anyone overseeing this? Irritated by Zhou's skepticism, Hao San replied, who is going to supervise us? Once you're on the train, you'll see. Everyone engages in this practice, and nobody monitors it. Even the inspectors aboard only verify ticket revenue and don't concern themselves with this matter. Zhou questioned, what about the train police? Hao San shot him a sideways glance. What do you think? Do you believe they abstain from such actions? It's infuriating. If this is the case, won't we soon be wealthy? Zhou exclaimed, striking his chest. You have no idea how close I was to quitting my job. I thought being a train attendant meant serving others. I didn't see it as a desirable position. Taken aback, Hao San pondered the notion, realizing that while others deemed him dim-witted, Zhou seemed even more naive. Suddenly, Zhou grasped Li Xiangdong's arm. Dongzi, you know, don't you? I knew you were advising me against changing positions for a reason. Were you secretly hoping to see me fail? Li Xiangdong chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, as he indeed harbored a desire to witness a Zhi's misadventures, which had been inadvertently revealed by Ho San. With excitement, Zhi proclaimed, "If each trip yields a profit, we are surely destined for prosperity." At that moment, Ho San splashed a bucket of cold water, remarking that not every outing would yield profit, and only trips to the south could bring back something of value. Elsewhere, one could only carry back some food. Aja, unfazed, responded, "Bringing back food is fine. We could sell it upon our return." Li Xiangdong promptly interrupted Aja's fanciful musings, warning that should one engage in speculation and get caught, they would be sent to the quarry at Xishan, forced to wield a heavy hammer and break stones. Pa, pa, pa. Aja spat 3 times. "Dongzi, can you wish me something better?" Li Xiangdong chuckled, suggesting he ask Ho San about the likelihood of such fortune. Ho San, with an awkward smile, admitted that while everyone brings back items for their own circle, no one engages in risky speculation. Sensing Li Xiangdong's scrutinizing gaze, he confessed, "Well, indeed. There have been those who were caught engaging in speculation. I do not know if they were sent to the quarry, but I do recall a fellow being executed 2 years ago." Upon hearing this, Aja shuddered, reconsidering his stance, declaring, "This is far too perilous. Perhaps it's best to forget it." Observing Aja's lack of ambition, Li Xiangdong reassured him, "I have a method to ensure we can earn money steadily, with minimal risk." Instantly, Aja perked up, and even Ho San leaned in, eager to learn of Li Xiangdong's promising strategy. As Li Xiangdong spoke half-heartedly, and then fell silent, both men urged him in unison, "Do share your method." Chapter 45. You're Not by Lao Qi. Noticing the excitement of Aja and Ho San, Li Xiangdong smiled, deliberately withholding his words to tease them. Ho San reached over to take the canvas bag from Li Xiangdong's back, offering, "Donggo, it must be tiring for you to carry this. Allow me to help." Aja, perceptive as ever, quickly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it for Li Xiangdong, relishing the attentive care of both. Li Xiangdong took a drag and stretched, saying, "You two need not rush. This is not the place for our discussion." With a beaming smile, Ho San suggested, "Indeed. Let us move to my father's office. He is attending a meeting at the Railway Bureau in the capital, so we can speak freely there." Like 2 eager attendants, Ho San and Aja flanked Li Xiangdong as they made their way to the office of Ho Jinxia. "Donggo, would you like some tea? I'll pour it for you," Ho San offered, rummaging through a tin box filled to the brim with tea leaves. He carelessly tossed a handful into the teapot. "Less is more," Li Xiangdong cautioned, albeit too late, as he gazed at the overflowing tea leaves, at a loss for words. In these times, it was quite a luxury for ordinary folk to enjoy a cup of tea, and Ho San's indiscriminate handful was nothing short of extravagant. Li Xiangdong felt a pang of concern, while Ho San remained unconcerned, patting his chest and cheerfully stating, "No worries, Donggo. As long as you guide me to make money, I'll consider this box of tea a gift for you. Isn't this your father's tea? Do you have the authority to give it away?" Li Xiangdong inquired. "I am my father's only son. Do you think I lack the authority?" Li Xiangdong waved his hand, signaling Ho San to refrain from further discussion. Beside them, Aja observed how Ho San was willing to part with even his tea leaves for the sake of profit. He swiftly grasped the thermos and remarked, "The water has cooled. I shall fetch a fresh kettle." "Ho San, where is the water room?" At the far eastern end of the corridor came the reply. Li Xiangdong watched the two, each more eager than the last, a slight smile gracing his lips. He was pleased with their attitudes. Even among brothers, accounts must be meticulously settled. As the source of their money-making idea, he intended to take the lead, ensuring he reaped the greatest share of their profits. Thus, it was imperative to establish his position at the forefront among the 3. Upon Aja's return with the thermos, he poured steaming water into a teacup and presented it to Li Xiangdong. Taking a sip, Li remarked, "Ah, Uncle Ho's tea is indeed fragrant. Well then, let us not linger, let us sit and converse." As the 3 settled, Li Xiangdong turned to Ho San and inquired, "Do you know how others transport their goods?" "Of course. They simply take cash and purchase watches, radios, televisions, fashionable clothing, as well as beef jerky, lamb, and chocolates. Anything that is unavailable in our capital, they bring back." Ho San boasted, lifting his arm to display his watch. "This watch was procured for me from Shanghai." Before he could continue to brag, Li Xiangdong interjected, "All right, I understand. So, everyone merely carries cash when traveling to other places." This method is far too inefficient, he continued. What if we were to carry fewer items or none at all? Exchanging our money for goods first and selling those upon arrival to convert them back into cash? This back and forth would yield greater profits. Upon hearing this, Asia and Ho San's eyes brightened. Even they could grasp that this approach would be swifter for making money. But what shall we take with us? Ho San queried. Exactly. Dongzi, Asia echoed. Everyone is not foolish. If one could bring goods, who would carry cash? But what do we have in the capital? Roast duck? Tianfu's braised pork? Surely, we cannot transport those. Li Xiangdong retorted. What about the pickles from Libiju? At that moment, Ho San suddenly exclaimed, I know what we should bring. Asia gazed at him expectantly. What is it? Standing up, Ho San proudly declared, the cloth shoes from Liansheng. Ho San, sit down, Asia urged, pressing him back into his chair. He felt rather foolish for having believed that a simpleton could devise a clever idea. In a fluster, Ho San protested. What did I say wrong? Liansheng's shoes are incredibly comfortable. I wear nothing else. Li Xiangdong rolled his eyes at Ho San. You, Ho San, are not by Lao Qi. You seem to have particular tastes, insisting on wearing only Liansheng's old cloth shoes. Chapter 46, Empty-Handed Prophet. Li Xiangdong observed the bickering duo with a sigh. Shall it be you two, or shall I speak? If you could conceive what to bring, would I need to offer you suggestions? You speak, Dongzi. I shall remain silent. Asia conceded. With that, both Asia and Ho San fell silent, ceasing their quarrel. Li Xiangdong took a sip of the tiguanyin he held, and said, Ho San, go check by the door to see if anyone is around. Ho San walked towards the door, opened it, glanced around, then returned to his seat, and said, No one is here, Donggu. Li Xiangdong replied in a low voice. What I have to say is something that others may not think of, and even if they do, they cannot execute it. We can trade in silver dollars. Currently, the currency used for smuggling transactions in the south includes silver dollars. We just need to. Before he could finish, Zhou, trembling, interjected, smuggling? Dongzi, do we really need to go that far? I'm my father's only son. Engaging in speculation could lead to imprisonment, let alone smuggling. That would be akin to signing one's own death warrant. Zhou could not even fathom how his childhood friend had become so audacious, daring to contemplate such perilous endeavors. On the other hand, Ho San appeared eager for the thrill, exclaiming, Smuggling? How exhilarating! Donggu, how shall we proceed? Li Xiangdong, exasperated, responded. When did I ever say I wanted to engage in smuggling? Can you two allow me to finish my thought without interruption? Hearing that smuggling was off the table, Zhou sighed in relief. Dongzi, you speak, and I promise to remain silent. Ho San nodded in agreement, hastily closing his mouth. Li Xiangdong continued. Silver dollars fetch the highest prices in the south, particularly in the southeastern region. We need not associate with smugglers. We can simply sell the silver dollars to local dealers who collect ancient coins. Our profit lies in the price differences between silver dollars from various regions. Not only in the capital, but even if we travel to other places, we can acquire undervalued silver dollars and sell them at a premium when we head south. The best part is, silver dollars are compact and easy to carry without attracting attention. Zhou was intrigued but still apprehensive. Dongzi, do you think this will lead to trouble? Li Xiangdong replied. That depends on your perspective. Compared to earning a regular salary, there will inevitably be some risks involved. However, unlike others who trade watches and radios, our approach is much safer. Seeing Zhou's hesitance, Ho San laughed. Zhou, your fears are unfounded. What is there to be afraid of? Even if Donggu were to engage in smuggling, I would follow him. Trading a few silver dollars is nothing. Zhou, unwilling to be seen as cowardly, retorted, who said I wouldn't participate. Count me in. Although both had expressed their intentions to join Li Xiangdong in the silver dollar trade, he still asked, Are you too certain about this decision? Ho San eagerly replied, No need for reconsideration, Donggu. Just tell us how to proceed, and I will definitely follow you. Zhou added, I know you won't let me down, so I'm in as well. Zhou desired to earn more money. After all, no matter how wealthy his father was, it was far more satisfying to spend money that one had earned. Li Xiangdong pulled out a lighter from his pocket, ignited it, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled the smoke. You two might want to think it over carefully. Watches are considered small items, right? Without discussing the profits from bringing them back, would you dare sell such things to outsiders? Speculation can be thoroughly investigated. Once scrutinized, the truth will emerge, leaving no escape for either party involved in the transaction. However, when it comes to our trade of silver dollars, we need not worry about such scrutiny. We are merely collectors, and our transactions are confined to the southern regions. As long as we exercise caution, who would be foolish enough to report us? Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, 100 silver dollars neatly wrapped in paper are no larger than a fried dough stick, and carrying 500 in a fabric bag is utterly inconspicuous. Thus, you two need not fret. We are far safer than those who lug large bundles back and forth. As long as you both keep your lips sealed, our activities will remain undisclosed. Asia repeatedly assured. Dongzi, rest assured, I will not speak of this to anyone. Hosen echoed the promise. I want to even mention it to my father. You can trust me, Brother Dong. Xiangdong nodded. Then I shall continue to inform you about how to acquire silver dollars. There are many varieties: the Yuan Shikai dollar, the Sun Yat-sen dollar, the Eagle dollar, the Dragon dollar, and the Ship dollar, along with some border military issues and privately minted versions. There is quite an assortment. The most commonly encountered Yuan Shikai dollar currently fetches around 4 yuan each in the capital, while the Sun Yat-sen dollar costs about 3 yuan, with other types ranging between 3 and 4 yuan. Prices may be slightly lower in other provinces, but we can ascertain those specifics when we make our purchases. Noticing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Xiangdong chuckled. Did you both comprehend what I just explained? Isn't a silver dollar simply a Yuan Shikai dollar? What are these other dollars you are hearing about? Asia felt utterly confused. To him, a silver dollar was synonymous with the Yuan Shikai dollar. Ho-san, blushing with embarrassment, stammered, Brother Dong, I didn't quite catch that. Perhaps you could write it down for me, as I don't recognize these terms. Xiangdong replied with a smile. Take your time. What I mentioned is something you both need to remember and understand. Otherwise, how will you handle counterfeit coins in the future? Asia and Ho-san exclaimed in unison. There are counterfeits? Of course there are, Xiangdong clarified. Although we do not yet see the high-quality imitations of the future. During the Republic era, some minor warlords, money houses, and even audacious artisans would employ homemade molds to reduce the silver content of the coins, substituting lead and copper instead. Consequently, the market is rife with inferior silver dollars. Ho-san glanced at Xiangdong and cautiously suggested, Brother Dong, I'm not very bright. How about I provide the funds, and you assist me in acquiring them? Asia chimed in. What Ho-san said makes sense. Dongzi, we are childhood friends. You must lend us a hand. I assure you, I won't let you do this for free. We will split the profits evenly. Brother Dong, I share the same sentiment. Ho-san quickly added. Asia urged. Dongzi, please let us know if this arrangement works for you. It works splendidly. Xiangdong had been waiting for their agreement. If Asia and Ho-san were knowledgeable about these matters, how could he possibly take advantage of the situation? Yet, he was not deceiving them. He had also dabbled in ancient coins in his previous life. Without the ability to discern the types and authenticity of silver dollars, how could they hope to earn any money? Chapter 47. Wake up! Asia exclaimed in urgency. Dongzi, if splitting it evenly is not feasible, then let us adjust it to a 60-40 split, with me taking 40 and you 60. Surely that is acceptable? Ho-san nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Dong. I only desire a 40 share as well. Xiangdong nodded and said very well. Since we are 3, I shall take 6 shares for myself, while you two will each receive 2. Distributing 4 shares is quite generous. He merely lacks initial capital. If it were not for the difficulty of requesting funds from home, he could easily venture on his own. Ho-san and Asia had no objections. They were both unaware of the intricacies involved and simply contributed some money, perhaps also assisting in carrying items, without any further concerns. To put it plainly, the primary risks associated with receiving and dispatching goods did not fall upon them. Their allocation of 2 shares each was already quite favorable. Ho-san, Asia, you must learn alongside me. Once you both can discern the genuine from the counterfeit, we shall adjust our shares to a 4-3-3 division. All right, I will learn from you gradually. Asia verbally agreed, while Ho-san wore a beaming smile, repeatedly assuring that he would diligently study. Yet, both were acutely aware that they were not cut out for this line of work. Although mastering these skills could yield additional profits, they believed it more prudent to focus all their energy on Xiangdong. As long as they remained close to him, their earnings could accumulate over time. Xiangdong perceived the insincerity etched on their faces and could easily surmise the calculations running through their minds. However, he decided to leave their desires unchecked. They could choose to learn or not as they pleased. He stated, let this be a gentleman's agreement. Should either of you wish to withdraw in the future, do inform me in advance. Asia replied, rest assured. Dongzi, we gentlemen keep our word. Ho-san thumped his chest and added, you can count on me. Donggu, I am a man of my word. Now, You both need to find ways to raise funds. The more money we gather, the greater our profits will be. This principle requires no elaboration, does it? All right. That will be sufficient for now. I shall take a brief rest. You two ponder over this. Li Xiangdong yawned, feeling drowsy after a satisfying meal, and decided to lay his head on Hou Jianjia's desk for a moment of respite. As Li Xiangdong rested, Zhe and Hou San exchanged glances before quickly separating. Both were filled with delight, envisioning a bright future ahead. The afternoon bell rang, signaling the start of work. Li Xiangdong rose from the desk, stretched languidly in his chair, feeling a bit dazed, and remained seated for a while longer before finally getting up to move around. Zhe leaned in and said, "Dongzi, I have prepared some water for you. Quickly wash your face to refresh yourself. We still need to head to the labor union." Hou San, attentively holding a thermos, watched as Li Xiangdong washed his face at the iron stand, smiling as he inquired, "Dongge, do you need me to add some hot water?" "No need for hot water. Cold water is just right to invigorate me," Li Xiangdong replied, splashing water on his face and taking the towel Zhou offered to dry himself. Once he was finished, Hou San spoke again, "Dongge, let us leave the items you and Zhou received in my father's office. We can pick them up after returning from the labor union and take them to the train station." "All right, I will follow your lead," Li Xiangdong responded. "Good, follow me," Hou San said, pushing the door open and stepping out first. The labor union's office was located on the third floor. In the office, there was but a single employee who learned that Li Xiangdong and Zhe had come to report for duty. They were first asked to complete a form, after which a lengthy discourse ensued. The employee expounded on the code of conduct, rules and regulations, and various precautions, leaving an echo of his words lingering in the air. "You are no longer mere civilians. You are now esteemed railway workers." What is the railway? It is the economic lifeline of our nation. You must always remember the spirit of innovation and perseverance that defines us as railway personnel. Should you require leave, do not hesitate to approach your team leader. Any difficulties can be communicated to the management, who will assuredly assist you. However, at all times, while donned in this uniform, adherence to the station's discipline and regulations is imperative. Concentrate your thoughts and efforts during work hours to excel in production. After hearing tales of valor and commendable reports, Li Xiangdong emerged from the union meeting, feeling as though his spirit had been elevated. He was almost ashamed of his previous aspirations to amass silver coins. Taking a deep breath, he gradually regained his focus. He was intent on earning money. Li Xiangdong, accompanied by two others, returned to Hou Jianjia's office. Hou San swiftly approached his desk, unfurling a newspaper, and opened a box of tea, pouring the tea guanyin onto the paper. After packaging the tea, he tucked the box under his arm and handed the tea packet to Li Xiangdong. "Brother Dong, take this home to enjoy." "No, please keep it. I cannot accept it." Hou San gazed intently at Li Xiangdong. "Brother Dong, do you look down on me?" "Not at all. We are all in this together to earn money. How could I possibly look down on you? Refusing this tea means you do look down on me. If you want to accept it, I will simply throw it away." As Li Xiangdong witnessed Hou San open the window, evidently preparing to discard the tea packet, he quickly interjected, "Please don't throw it away. I will accept the tea." With a smile, Hou San handed over the tea packet and patted the now empty tin box. "Brother Dong, I won't give you the box. I still have use for it. Keep it if you find it useful." Having accepted the tea, Li Xiangdong naturally did not request the box. In an era of scarcity, a tin tea box was indeed a valuable item, practical even 2 decades later. At that moment, Li Xiangdong suddenly remarked, "Hou San, your kindness in offering me tea cannot go unreciprocated. Allow me to assure you, before the new year, I will guarantee that you become a millionaire." The term millionaire was still novel at that time, having first appeared in the People's Daily earlier that February. Upon hearing this, Hou San finally felt at ease. For even he understood that as long as Li Xiangdong remained employed at the railway, he would not deceive him. Upon exiting the office building and reaching the entrance, Li Xiangdong spotted Grandpa Hou seated in the reception area, engrossed in a newspaper, his head nodding as he dozed off. He pushed open the window and called out, "Grandpa Hou, wake up. The higher-ups are here for an inspection." Chapter 48. The Vast Ocean of the People. Where is the leader? Awakened to the reality of deceit, the irate Mr. Hou seized his teacup and hurled it toward the window. Quick-witted, Li Xiangdong swiftly closed the window, then reopened it with a teasing remark. "You truly lack decorum, sir. Is this how one invites others for tea?" Fuming, Mr. Hou retorted, "Dongzi, if you have the guts, come in." Li Xiangdong, not foolish enough to walk into a trap, shook his head and replied, "I will not enter." "Ah, so you refuse? Very well. I shall come out. You better be ready." Mr. Ho stormed toward the door, while Xiangdong hastily positioned himself at the entrance, grasping the doorknob firmly. Mr. Ho, unable to pull the door open, shouted from the other side, "You little rascal, let go of the handle." Xiangdong replied, "If you wish for me to release it, let us put the previous matter behind us. A simple nod from you, and I shall promptly open the door." Mr. Ho remained silent, and Xiangdong did not budge. As they endured the stalemate, Ho-san approached the window, poking his head inside, and playfully asked Mr. Ho, "Do you require my assistance to open the door, uncle?" Surprised, Mr. Ho exclaimed, "Sanner, how did you end up with him?" Ho-san rubbed his nose, explaining, "My father instructed me to introduce Dongzi to the circumstances in our area. He even arranged for us to share a ride. You two seem quite cozy. You even call him Dongzi?" Mr. Ho chuckled in exasperation, relinquishing the struggle with the door. He moved to the window and playfully tapped Ho-san on the head before withdrawing. Ho-san yelped, retracting his head and stepping back, rubbing the back of his neck. "You foolish boy, be more cautious when you're with Dongzi in the future. Watch out for his tricks." Mr. Ho extended his head from the window, observing his naive nephew, then pointed at the door where Xiangdong stood, tightly gripping the doorknob and wearing a mischievous grin. Upon hearing Mr. Ho's comments, Xiangdong protested, "How could I deceive my own people? Please do not slander me, Mr. Ho." Mr. Ho retorted, "If you are truly a decent fellow, then open the door for me." "Very well, I shall open it." As soon as Xiangdong released the doorknob, he noticed Mr. Ho retreating, hastening towards the entrance, prompting him to flee. He sprinted over 20 meters, glancing back to find Mr. Ho standing at the door, hands on hips, berating him, which sent him into fits of laughter. He halted his escape, crouching by the roadside to wait for Ho-san and Zhou, casually plucking a blade of grass to clean his teeth. "Good day, Mr. Ho. Do you remember that we met this morning?" Zhou greeted him with a smile. Mr. Ho nonchalantly adjusted his reading glasses and responded dismissively. His memory was sharp. Upon seeing Zhou's face, he recalled the earlier incident when the office bell rang, and Zhou had rushed in, only to be stopped by him, waving his hand. Mr. Ho urged them to leave. "Do not linger here. Go on, your presence irks me." Ho-san chuckled. "Uncle, you should take a moment to rest. We shall take our leave." Mr. Ho replied, retreating to the mailroom. Xiangdong observed Zhou and Ho-san striding towards him, prompting him to discard the dogtail grass he had been holding and rise to his feet. "You two didn't get me scolded, did you?" Zhou shrugged, replying, "No. I had no conversation with my second grandfather." Ho-san interjected, "My second grandfather has a rather peculiar temperament. He only favors those who share his disposition." I couldn't even muster a smile in his presence. Standing off to the side, Xiangdong listened to their exchange and couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Zhou was rather oblivious. While Ho-san was both foolish and bewildered, it was no wonder that Ho-de-yi did not take to them. Earlier that morning, during a conversation with Ho-de-yi, he had expressed his aversion to excessive dialogue with those lacking mental acuity, fearing that prolonged interaction might render him muddled as well. The distance from the passenger segment courtyard to the Beijing railway station was not great, and the trio arrived at the station S Square in under 10 minutes. They happened upon the hour's chime, and the tower clocks on either side of the building resonated with the familiar tune of the East is Red. It was heartening to know that this distinctive melody had been preserved through the ages, remaining unchanged since the establishment of the Beijing railway station decades ago. Xiangdong's home was not far from the train station, and he could always hear the distant echoes of the East is Red at the top of the hour. However, experiencing it so clearly and up close was a rarity from long ago. The Beijing railway station, constructed as a tribute for the 10th anniversary of the nation's founding, stood as a premier station under the jurisdiction of the Beijing Railway Bureau. Initially, it boasted only 12 tracks, with an anticipated daily passenger capacity of 20,000 and a waiting crowd of 14,000. 2 decades later, with the continuous expansion of rail lines, the flow of people had surged to unprecedented levels. The vicinity of the station was bustling with hurried travelers, each laden with luggage and bundles, some holding children in one hand while grasping large cloth bags in the other. The throng of people, dressed in shades of blue, green, yellow, and gray, created a dense sea of humanity. In a moment of distraction, Xiangdong lost sight of the diminutive Ho-san. "Zhou, where's Ho-san? He was right in front of us a moment ago." Zhou called out while tiptoeing. "Ho-san, where are you?" Li Xiangdong utilized his height advantage, scanning the crowd for any sign of Ho San. Here, I'm right here. The voice came from 8 meters ahead. Though the person remained obscured, a hand waved energetically towards them. Li Xiangdong couldn't suppress a laugh. It seems Ho San has been engulfed by the vast sea of people. Ho San nimbly dodged the passing travelers and reached their side, chuckling. What a stroke of luck we have. The crowd is immense at this hour. Stay close to me, both of you. Zhou wiped the sweat from his brow with his arm, voicing his discontent. But there are just too many people. Ho San, accustomed to the throngs, replied with a smile, this is just the beginning. We are taking the side entrance. If you were to enter through the main door, you'd find even more people. Li Xiangdong nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Ever since stepping into the station square, he had been overwhelmed by one singular sensation. There were simply too many people, an overwhelming multitude that made his heart feel congested. Chapter 49. What a clever fellow. Ho San led the two of them through the crowd to the east side of the building, where the entrances and exits for train station staff were located. Adjacent to the station front police station under the jurisdiction of the Beijing Railway Public Security Bureau. Upon entering, they found themselves in the work area where train station employees typically rested and changed shifts. A corridor lined with offices on either side featured small wooden nameplates with black lettering against a white background on each office door. The water supply team and the train crew team were not located together. Li Xiangdong instructed Ho San to accompany Zhou to report to the train crew team. He proceeded to the door of the water supply team's office, knocked lightly, and upon receiving no response, he pushed the door open to take a look inside. Where is everyone? Li Xiangdong muttered to himself as he stepped into the room. The office spanned over 50 square meters and was simply laid out. By the entrance against the wall stood a double-tiered wooden rack, with water cups on the upper level and lunchboxes below, while a few thermoses were placed on the ground beside it. In the center was a large communal desk surrounded by a haphazard arrangement of 10 or so chairs, with 2 wooden filing cabinets on each side against the walls. The innermost wall was lined with cubby-like storage lockers. Li Xiangdong approached the desk and placed his messenger bag down before pulling out a chair and sitting. Just then, Ho San entered, exclaiming, "Brother Dong, what are we going to do? It's just you in the office." Li Xiangdong chuckled, "I was just about to ask you the same." Ho San scratched his head and remarked that everyone else had been assigned to trains, but their team leader should be present. He placed the empty tea box he was holding on the desk and said, "You sit and rest for a bit. I'll go see if our team leader is in the office next door." Before long, Ho San returned with a sturdy-looking man, likely in his 30s, who exuded an air of authority and wore a crisp, wrinkle-free uniform. "Brother Dong, this is our team leader, Lu," Ho San introduced. He then winked at Li Xiangdong, adding, "My brother-in-law, can you believe it? Let me tell you, Brother Dong, both my elder sister and second sister are ticket agents at the Beijing train station. And my second brother-in-law is a trained police officer at the station front, soon to be promoted to deputy chief." With a water supply team leader and a trained police officer on the verge of promotion, it seemed that Ho Jinjia was directing resources toward his 2 sons-in-law. Poor Ho San, despite his lack of ambition, was fortunate to have others looking out for him, likely ensuring a comfortable life until retirement. Li Xiangdong listened with a smile as Ho San boasted, feeling a pang of envy rising within him. Ahem, team leader Lu coughed a couple of times. "You must be Comrade Li Xiangdong. Welcome to our water supply team family. If you encounter any difficulties in your work, feel free to approach me directly." Li Xiangdong stepped forward, extending his hand. "Thank you for your support, Team Leader Lu. I'm sure I'll need your assistance in the future. You can just call me Dongzi." Team Leader Lu nodded, shook his hand, and added, "There are still empty lockers available. You may choose one for your use." He withdrew 2 keys from his pocket. One was ordinary, while the other resembled a small iron rod the size of a finger, with 2 fangs welded onto it. "This is the key for the train. Keep it safe and do not lose it. If you find yourself without it, report to the train conductor. If you lose it outside, come to me," said Lu group leader. Li Xiangdong took the keys and nodded gravely. Lu patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not be anxious. It is merely a universal train key. Just pay attention." He pointed to the hat atop his head and added, "Also, remember to dress neatly and wear your hat during work hours." Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong hurriedly pulled out the hat from his pocket and placed it on his head. Ho San, nonchalant, initially disregarded the instruction until he felt Lu group leader's gaze upon him, prompting him to reluctantly retrieve his hat from his pants pocket and place it atop his head. Lu approached Ho San and adjusted his hat, continuing, In our water supply group, we have only 2 new positions, you and Ho-san. Dongzi, as you are just reporting in, you need to familiarize yourself with the work on the train. Tomorrow, you two will accompany the train to Jingmen. Understood, Lu group leader, Li Xiangdong replied. Lu turned to Ho-san and urged, Sanner, you have experience on the train, so you know what to pay attention to on the road. Teach Dongzi well tomorrow. Sure thing, brother-in-law, I got it, Ho-san exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of assuming a mentor's role, even if only temporarily. Brother-in-law, what time do we depart for Jingmen tomorrow? Lu retrieved the schedule from his pocket and said, the train leaves at 10:30. The primary aim is to help Dongzi get acquainted with the work. The schedule is quite relaxed. You both can stay overnight in Jingmen and return the next day on the 2 p.m. train. Both nodded in understanding. Ho-san leaned closer to Lu, ingratiatingly asking, brother-in-law, where did you put your tea? Can I have some? Lu, puzzled, replied, do you think you can handle my tea? Ho-san retorted, who says I can't? Then go to my locker and get it yourself, Lu said, handing him the locker key. Remember to close the lid. Damp tea is unpalatable. Ho-san took the key, impatiently responding, I know. Lu, smiling helplessly, realized he had little influence over his brother-in-law. Make sure to take Dongzi to familiarize him. I have some matters to attend to and won't accompany you too. Go ahead, Lu group leader. If I have any questions, I will ask Ho-san, Li Xiangdong said. All right, if you have any uncertainties, consult him. He will also inform you of what to bring for tomorrow's trip, Lu replied, casting a glance at Ho-san before departing. Ho-san closed the door and hurried to his brother-in-law's locker, opening it to retrieve a box of tea. He returned to his desk and emptied all of his brother-in-law's tea into his father's empty tea box. Li Xiangdong looked at him incredulously. What are you thinking? Can your father not even distinguish between tigunian and jasmine tea? My father has been drinking tea for decades. How could he possibly not discern it? Ho-san patted his brother-in-law's tea box, and only when not a single fragment of jasmine flower tea remained did he return the empty box to the storage cabinet. Li Xiangdong, exasperated, remarked, you acknowledge that your father can tell the difference. So what is the purpose of this charade? Perhaps I should return that bag of tigunian to you. Your antics are making me feel uneasy. Brother Dong, I promised you that. I don't want it. Ho-san initially rejected Li Xiangdong's kindness, then smugly explained, there's a reason behind my actions. My brother-in-law absolutely adores Zhou Yuqin's jasmine flower tea. If my father were to discover that his tea had transformed into jasmine flower fragments, he would undoubtedly think that my brother-in-law had swapped his tea, thus absolving me of any blame. Li Xiangdong thought to himself, dear siblings, lend a hand and let love inspire some goodwill. Chapter 50. The self-operating escalator. Li Xiangdong was utterly in awe of the self-satisfied Ho-san, raising his thumb in admiration. You truly are quite clever. He found it challenging to categorize Ho-san. If he called him foolish, he would occasionally display a hint of shrewdness, but if he deemed him smart, one only needed to observe his actions. Not only had he placed the blame squarely on his brother-in-law, but the logic behind it was fundamentally flawed. Why would team leader Lu, who relished high fragments, want to exchange them for tigunian? After contemplating, Li Xiangdong refrained from advising Ho-san. He could not simply let this opportunity slip away. He intended to perform a good deed, allowing the naive Ho-san to face some consequences, hoping it would deter him from his habitual cleverness leading to foolish actions. Ho-san untied the bundle of clothing that Li Xiangdong had brought, selecting a winter uniform, raincoat, and rain boots to set aside. Brother Dong, let us place these clothes in the storage cabinet. They'll be needed when we go out with the vehicle. Also, we should store the flashlight there as well. We will need it once we get on the bus. He placed the tea thermos and lunchbox on the wooden rack by the door, stating, when we are resting at home and not with the vehicle, we can leave them there. Li Xiangdong inquired, should we bring them on the train? Ho-san replied, yes, but I find it too cumbersome. There's no shortage of lunchboxes on the train. I usually claim one in advance for meals and drinks. All right, I understand. Li Xiangdong walked over to the wooden rack and noticed the lunchbox and tea thermos, each bearing a strip of white tape with names written on them. Ho-san, do you know who has white tape? I'd like to label mine too. Ho-san pondered for a moment and said, it seems only the infirmary has some. I'll go fetch it for you. Seeing Ho-san dash outside, Li Xiangdong rummaged through his shoulder bag to retrieve the flashlight and batteries, cradling them along with the clothing as he approached the storage cabinet, seeking an unoccupied one. Number 6, a fortuitous digit. The storage units were arranged in 3 columns, with the 6th at the bottom, unclaimed by others. likely due to the inconvenience of bending down. Li Xiangdong was unconcerned. As a young man reborn, being able to bend down was essential for achieving great things. Just as he secured his belongings and locked the cabinet, he tucked the key into his pocket. Huasan returned, panting heavily. Donggu, I borrowed a pen for you. Li Xiangdong smiled and replied, thank you. No need for gratitude, Donggu. We are like brothers. Huasan grinned, setting the pen down. He tore a piece of white tape with his teeth. Li Xiangdong took it and affixed it to the lid of the tea container, then used the pen to elegantly inscribe his name. Once he had arranged his lunchbox, he noticed Huasan bustling about, sweat beading on his forehead, suddenly feeling a pang of conscience. Li Xiangdong contemplated discussing the tea leaves with Huasan to spare him from trouble. However, Huasan picked up the lunchbox, glanced at the name he had written, and mockingly exclaimed, Donggu, your handwriting is truly atrocious. Even my niece, who just started elementary school, writes better than you. Li Xiangdong fixed a stern gaze on Huasan, enunciating each word. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Repeat it. Huasan chuckled nervously, setting down the lunchbox, seizing the pen and tape, and bolted. Donggu, I'm going to return these to the infirmary. Li Xiangdong chose not to pursue him. Huasan's comment about his handwriting had shattered his earlier resolve. He carried his lunchbox and tea container to the wooden rack by the door, comparing it to Huasan's name. The reality was painfully embarrassing. Huasan's writing was indeed superior. After placing the tea container atop the lunchbox, he returned to his desk to organize the items he needed to take home, stuffing as many as possible into his messenger bag and securing what wouldn't tea fit with twine. Knock, knock. Who is it? Come in, he called. When the door opened, he saw Zhou enter, with Huasan trailing behind him cautiously, each step laced with trepidation. Ignoring Huasan's antics, Li Xiangdong turned to Zhou and inquired, what brings you here? Zhou casually found a chair and sat down. I just came to check on you too. My supervisor has arranged for me to go to Tianjin tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Li Xiangdong replied, we're going too. What time is your train? Zhou responded, the train departs at 10:30. Are we on the same train? Li Xiangdong smiled. Indeed, we are. Zhou beamed. That's great. The three of us will have each other as company. Li Xiangdong nodded. If you have no other plans, why not join Huasan and me to familiarize ourselves with the train station? He then turned to Huasan. Didn't your brother-in-law say to take me around? Let us go now. All right. Donggu, I'll take you right away. Huasan eagerly agreed, relieved to have escaped reprimand. Zhou curiously asked, Huasan's brother-in-law works here too? Li Xiangdong affirmed. He is actually the leader of our water supply team. Zhou clicked his tongue. One might think the Beijing Railway Bureau is your family's domain, with relatives everywhere you go. Huasan haughtily retorted, you're just envious of me. Bah. Zhou scoffed. Huasan shot back, bah bah bah. Enough, let us hurry. With two troublesome companions by his side, Li Xiangdong felt both exasperated and weary. Huasan and Li Xiangdong emerged from the office, traversing the corridor of the workspace, the marble floor beneath their feet gleaming with a polished sheen. The sound of their oversized shoes echoed with a rhythmic clatter. Li Xiangdong inquired, Huasan, what is your brother-in-law's name? To which Huasan replied, Lu Erden. Unable to contain himself, Zhou burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Out of respect for his superior, Li Xiangdong merely chuckled inwardly, remaining vigilant in case Lu Erden should unexpectedly appear. With a smile adorning his face, he took the lead, advancing towards the door at the corridor's end, which opened to reveal the waiting hall. The cacophony of voices and the bustling crowd within felt like a world apart from the previous one. Li Xiangdong surveyed the surroundings. The building's walls were comprised of floor-to-ceiling glass, creating a spacious and bright ambience even on this overcast day. Under Huasan's guidance, the trio roamed the first floor. Goodness, what on earth is this? Zhou exclaimed as he beheld the 4 grand escalators in the hall, astonished by the marvel that they could ascend on their own. Roop. Huasan muttered under his breath, catching Li Xiangdong's gaze. With a chuckle, he hurried over to Zhou, draping an arm around his shoulder, and proudly declared, this is called an escalator, produced right here in our country. Follow me. I'll show you how it works. Chapter 51 Thud, thud, thud. Huasan enthusiastically pulled Zhou towards the escalator. Observing Zhou's curious expression, he stepped onto the moving stairs. When he turned around to see Zhou still standing motionless, he paused. What are you doing? Come on up. Zhou lingered at the entrance, hesitating to take that first step. Facing such a novel contraption for the first time, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Behind him stood 3 middle-aged men, each burdened with rolling luggage. their faces mirroring his uncertainty. Li Xiangdong approached, reassuringly stating, "Don't overthink it. Just treat it like walking up regular stairs." He even smiled at the three men who leaned in to listen. One of the men, embarrassed, asked, "Could you, young comrade, demonstrate for us?" "Certainly. Just watch how I do it," Li Xiangdong replied as he stepped onto the escalator. He began to move against the flow, explaining, "Just place one foot on, and you'll be fine." Zhou and the three middle-aged men stood in awe, their faces reflecting shock. While they hesitated to board, here was someone who could effortlessly navigate it. As Li Xiangdong noticed the growing crowd at the escalator entrance, an uneasy feeling crept in. This was his first day on the job. He certainly did not wish to become the center of attention due to a mere escalator. Should a mass gathering occur, he, as the focal point, would surely face the consequences. He urged, "Zhou, are you coming or not? If not, take the stairs and don't block the way." Zhou too observed the increasing number of onlookers, realizing that the situation had become somewhat precarious. With a determined grit, he took a small leap, landing with a thud upon the escalator. Three middle-aged men burdened with luggage observed his ascent, and one of them remarked, "Brother, I believe this young fellow's method is rather effective." Following his lead, the trio mimicked Zhou, each jumping onto the escalator in succession. Thud, thud, thud. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Xiangdong could not help but feel his eyelids twitch in disbelief. He scanned the crowd below, while a few individuals appeared eager to try. The majority erupted into laughter. "What a reckless endeavor." Li Xiangdong admonished Zhou, "You must refrain from jumping again." At the second-floor escalator entrance, Hosen leaned against the railing, laughing uncontrollably. Spotting Li Xiangdong approaching, he ambled over, paying no mind to the peculiar gazes of the surrounding passengers. "Donggu, this is absolutely hilarious." Zhou actually jumped up. "Ha ha, cough, cough." As he chuckled, he choked slightly on his own saliva. Li Xiangdong, amused by Hosen's misfortune, felt the urge to laugh growing stronger. Just then, he saw Zhou bounce down from the escalator once more with a loud thud. The laughter he had been suppressing burst forth uncontrollably, causing him to crouch on the ground, clutching his stomach in fits of laughter. Hosen joined in, coughing and laughing in tandem. With a flushed face, Zhou pulled down the brim of his hat, approached Li Xiangdong, and gave him a gentle kick. Whispering through gritted teeth, "Dongzi, could you please stop laughing?" Taking a couple of deep breaths, Li Xiangdong stood up, saying, "All right, I won't laugh anymore. This is too dangerous. I told you not to jump, but how could you?" Thud, thud, thud. Before he could finish, the three middle-aged men leapt off the escalator and approached Zhou, exclaiming, "Young comrade, your approach is indeed commendable." Ha ha. Hosen was in stitches, doubling over with laughter. "Cough, cough, my fellow villagers, jumping on the escalator is not advisable. If you're hesitant next time, it's better to take the stairs." After giving his warning, Li Xiangdong followed Hosen to their next destination. Upon entering the waiting area and seeing the sofas and tables alongside the escalator, Li Xiangdong initially displayed no emotional reaction. However, upon discovering the exclusive baby waiting area, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. It was a modest space, furnished with a dozen cribs for infants to rest and sleep. Such an advanced level of service, spanning decades, elicited a thumbs up from Li Xiangdong, a man reborn. As the area was primarily occupied by women with children, the three of them merely observed from the outside. Zhou continuously exclaimed in disbelief. The earlier embarrassment of jumping on the escalator now forgotten. "Donggu, Zhou, what do you think? Isn't this impressive?" This time, both Li Xiangdong and Zhou responded in unison. Zhou nodded, declaring, "It's truly remarkable. I've never seen anything like it." Li Xiangdong concurred, "Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. However, Hosen, allow me to impart a piece of advice. After work, seek out your uncle and suggest that he appoint a guide at the escalator, as leaping onto it poses considerable danger." Hosen, with his hands propped under his chin and his vacant, slanting eyes, swiveled around twice and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Donggu. I will speak to my uncle about this matter as soon as I return home." He chuckled softly. Li Xiangdong smiled in return. Zhou, feeling indignant, remarked, "Hosen, tomorrow when we arrive at Jinmen, you absolutely must treat me to a meal. If it weren't for me, Dongzi would not have thought of this." Hosen, thumping his chest with bravado, declared, "I will treat you." Zhou then stipulated, "I want to eat the renowned dog-biting lion buns." "No way, that's too expensive," Hosen exclaimed, hopping in place in agitation. I will treat you to a meal at the cafeteria in Jinmen train station. Aja retorted, come on. Who do you think you're fooling? Do I need your treat at the cafeteria? What's wrong with the cafeteria? Aren't meal tickets purchased with money? I don't care whether you choose to eat or not. I simply lack the funds to treat you to dog-biting lion buns. With that, Hosan strode towards the ticket checkpoint. Aja closely followed, determined to wheedle some money from him. The three of them navigated between two lengthy queues until they reached the ticket gate, where Hosan boldly walked through, with Aja persistently trailing behind. Li Xiangdong smiled and nodded at the ticket attendant before following suit. After traversing a long corridor and descending the stairs, they arrived at the platform. Hosan pointed at two employees ahead, dragging a water hose several dozen meters long, their clothes soaked through. Aja, enough of your chatter. Donggu, look, they are employees from the water supply team under the jurisdiction of the Beijing train station. Li Xiangdong's gaze followed the two colleagues as they dragged the hose to a train parked at the edge of the platform. He then observed another colleague hoisting the hose onto his shoulder and climbing onto the train's roof via the ladder between two carriages. He sincerely reflected, this work is indeed not easy. Chapter 52. He won this bet. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust from the ground. Li Xiangdong spat a couple of times, expelling the dirt that had blown into his mouth. Squinting, he looked up at the sky, which, previously overcast, now appeared even more ominous. The wind intensified, carrying with it the quintessential local specialty of Beijing, sand. Li Xiangdong called out to Aja and Hosan beside him. We must hurry back, it's about to rain. Before he could finish his sentence, he took the lead and dashed towards the building. By the time the three of them climbed the stairs and returned to the second floor of the waiting hall, it was pouring heavily outside. A flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings as bright as day, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. The raindrops grew increasingly torrential, pelting the glass of the building with a loud patter. In the face of the sudden tempest, the crowd outside the train station surged into the first floor of the waiting hall. The wind howled outside, while the hall echoed with the cacophony of voices, creating a tumultuous uproar. Li Xiangdong stood on the second floor, observing the throng below, where people jostled against each other, cursing and shouting, with some already having been knocked to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, he felt an unsettling foreboding, yet simultaneously recognized the rare opportunity before him. Li Xiangdong glanced at Hosan beside him, knowing that their success hinged entirely on this dim-witted fellow. Gritting his teeth, he positioned himself by the railing and called out loudly, everyone, please be quiet. Everyone, please be quiet. However, Li Xiangdong soon realized that his voice was drowned out by the cacophony below. He turned to Aja and Hosan, urging them, come over and shout with me. Aja and Hosan, having observed the turmoil, set aside their shyness and embarrassment, mimicking Li Xiangdong by cupping their hands to amplify their voices beside the railing. Alas, their efforts met with little success. The clamor below was overwhelming. Hosan retrieved a whistle from his pocket and said, Donggu, use this. Li Xiangdong snatched it from him, inhaled deeply, and blew two piercing whistles. Gradually, the crowd below began to calm, lifting their gazes to the second floor. With a weight lifted from his heart, Li Xiangdong bellowed, there is space on the second floor. Gentlemen below, please make way for the women, children, and elderly to ascend first. No sooner had he finished speaking than the loudspeaker in the building crackled to life. Attention, dear travelers, please take note. Li Xiangdong stood on the second floor, observing as the crowd began to organize under the guidance of their colleagues at the Beijing train station. Only when order was restored did he, along with Aja and Hosan, gracefully withdraw. The trio maneuvered through the throng, descended the stairs to the first floor, and, under the watchful eyes of passengers and colleagues alike, made their way to a corner where they opened the door and returned to the office corridor. As soon as the door closed, Aja slapped Li Xiangdong on the shoulder, brimming with excitement. Dongzi, you are truly clever. Your voice has made you famous at the Beijing train station. I had no idea you possessed such a powerful voice. Are you all right? Li Xiangdong returned the whistle to Hosan, his throat raspy as he coughed twice. What do you think? Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and fetch me a glass of water. Despite his words, a smile graced his face. Earlier, before the broadcasting station and other duty officers could react, he had, with his booming voice and the whistle provided by Hosan, managed to quell the panicked crowd in a remarkably short span of time. What was this? It was a rapid response in the face of crisis, a demonstration of courage and composure under pressure. He understood that their actions would undoubtedly reach the ears of the supervising leaders through the duty officers in the waiting hall. Although they were not under the jurisdiction of the Beijing train station, this would not hinder their rise to prominence, would it? Upon returning to the water supply group office, Ho San and Aja remained exhilarated, having shared the limelight with Li Xiangdong. Aja located Li Xiangdong's teacup on the wooden rack, poured water into it, and placed it before him with a smile, inquiring, "Dongzi, do you think we might earn a commendation for our efforts just now?" "Indeed, Donggu. The three of us managed to pacify the crowd before the broadcast. Who knows what consequences might have ensued had we been a moment too late." As Ho San spoke, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He had never received a certificate since he began school, and the mere thought of being awarded for this incident filled him with delight. Li Xiangdong, with a mouthful of water, slowly swallowed to moisten his throat. Upon hearing their conversation, he gulped down the water. He cast a glance at Ho San, pondering that they had merely seized an opportunity. "Let us not overthink this," he suggested, noticing their disappointment. "What is there to feel imbalanced about? Consider the two colleagues we saw on the platform earlier, reflect on their usual work, and then think about ourselves." After saying this, Li Xiangdong felt a twinge of embarrassment, which was mirrored by Zhe and Ho San, who soon ceased to dwell on the possibility of receiving accolades. He sipped his water, soothing his throat while listening to Zhe and Ho San engage in light banter. As time passed, it soon approached 4 in the afternoon. The rain fell abruptly, heavy yet fleeting, lasting just over an hour before it subsided. With his throat feeling much improved, the trio was engrossed in conversation when the office door swung open. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Xiangdong stood and greeted, "Hello, Team Leader Liu." Zhe and the reluctant Ho San followed suit, offering their greetings. Liu Erden set down 2 cloth bags he was carrying on the desk before approaching Li Xiangdong and patting him on the shoulder, commending, "Well done." He turned to Zhe and inquired, "Are you the new employee from the service team?" Zhe replied, "Yes, I am. My name is Zhe, but you can call me Zhe, Team Leader Liu." Liu nodded, "Your team leader is looking for you. You should head back." Noticing Zhe's nervousness, he reassured him with a smile, "Don't worry, it's good news. Aren't you aware of what the 3 of you accomplished just now? Hurry back." "All right. Team Leader Liu, I'll return immediately." As Zhe left, Li Xiangdong looked eagerly at Liu Erden, realizing that he had indeed won his gamble. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Reward. The Beijing train station and our passenger service division recently convened an urgent meeting. Aside from criticizing the broadcast room for its inadequate response to the emergency, Deputy Station Master Ho notably praised the 3 of you during the assembly. "Dongzi, Deputy Station Master Ho commended you for being a bold voice for the people." Liu Erden chuckled at Li Xiangdong, saying, "Li the loudspeaker, you've gained some notoriety. As for me, I didn't even earn the titles of Li the capable or Li the talented. I would have settled for being called Li the water supplier." Li Xiangdong was rendered speechless. What on earth was this Li the loudspeaker? He felt embarrassed to acknowledge such a title when others referred to him in that manner. His dissatisfaction with this moniker grew, especially upon seeing Ho San's stifling laughter nearby. He was on the verge of losing his composure. Liu Erden gazed at the oddly expressioned Li Xiangdong and remarked, "Do not harbor personal sentiments. The deputy station master at the Beijing railway station addresses you in such a manner for reasons beyond mere familiarity." Li Xiangdong comprehended the underlying meaning, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I bear no personal feelings. Everything I do is for the cause of the revolution. As long as this nickname serves to remind my colleagues at the Beijing railway station to prevent occurrences like today's from happening again, I shall harbor no objections." Liu Erden regarded him with admiration, applauding, "Well said. Comrade Li Xiangdong, your thoughts reflect a commendable level of awareness. I take pride in having you as a member of my team." He patted Li Xiangdong's shoulder vigorously, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable." At this moment, Li Xiangdong felt an awkwardness that left him at a loss for words. He had merely uttered a few grandiloquent phrases, never expecting Liu Erden to take them so seriously. Liu Erden looked at Li Xiangdong and Ho San, speaking with utmost gravity. In light of today's unforeseen incident, both Comrade Li Xiangdong and Comrade Ho Quan demonstrated decisiveness, effectively averting a potential mass event that could have jeopardized the safety of the populace. Through a vote among all present staff, we hereby commend you both with a verbal accolade and shorten your apprenticeship by a year. He smiled at the duo, adding, "Starting next month, you shall both receive the salary for your 2nd year of apprenticeship." Though lacking formal commendation, the increase in salary, from 18 to 23, was indeed tangible, allowing for an additional 5 yuan each month. Li Xiangdong finally smiled sincerely. Nothing was more gratifying than a monetary reward. Observing their unrestrained joy, Lu Erden pointed to 2 cloth bags on the table. Each of you has a share. This is your material reward, containing treasures brought back by our comrades from Shanghai. Watching the eager anticipation of the two, Lu Erden chuckled. Am I not entitled to feel a tad bashful? Very well, I shall make room for you both. With that, he began to exit, saying, Dongzi, if there's nothing pressing, you may leave early today. Consider it a little vacation from our team as a reward. Just remember not to be late for work tomorrow. I understand, Group Leader Lu. Thank you immensely. Li Xiangdong was elated at the prospect of returning home early, especially since it was his first day reporting, and his family would undoubtedly be anxious for his return. Ho-san hurriedly inquired, Brother-in-law, can I also leave early? Lu Erden halted, turning to address Ho-san. You cannot. Dongzi is reporting for the first time. Returning early will alleviate his family's worries. Why would you need to go back so soon? Stay here. With that, he turned and exited the office. Humph. Ho-san muttered, what are you so proud of? You only bully me, your little brother-in-law. After grumbling, he approached the desk and opened one of the cloth bags. White rabbit creamy candy. Ho-san grinned widely, his mood shifting rapidly. He unwrapped a piece, popping it into his mouth, and exclaimed, Indeed, white rabbit creamy candy is the best. Li Xiangdong chuckled. Do you still lack this? Ho-san chuckled and replied, Of course I'm lacking. Whenever there's something delicious at home, my elder sisters will invariably come over to take it back to their own houses. Now that I am an adult, I cannot compete with my nieces and nephews for food. You seem to be an admirable uncle. Li Xiangdong complimented him, a rare praise. Filled with pride, Ho-san responded, Indeed, my nieces and nephews adore me. With a smile, Li Xiangdong opened his own cloth bag and pulled out a net of big white rabbit milk candies. Upon noticing something pressed beneath, he exclaimed in disbelief, No way. Instant noodles. He could never have anticipated that the leaders at the station would consider instant noodles a reward. He poured all the instant noodles from the bag onto the table and counted. There were 10 packets in total. Chicken-flavored instant noodles from the Emin Food Factory in Shanghai. This is fantastic. It's been ages since I've had these. Ho-san exclaimed, pulling out a packet of instant noodles from his own bag, his excitement palpable. Observing Ho-san's reaction, Li Xiangdong realized that instant noodles had now become a luxury item. Ordinary folks often had to muster considerable resolve to buy a single packet. Furthermore, the current production was insufficient, leading to frequent shortages. Even if one wished to indulge their cravings, acquiring a packet was often a matter of luck. Li Xiangdong changed into rain boots, organized the items he intended to take home, and prepared to leave work. A saying comes to mind, if there's a holiday, don't leave, the turtle turns back. With a cloth bag slung over his shoulder and a cloth bag in hand, Ho-san assisted him by carrying a bundle of clothes. As they stepped out of the office, they encountered Zhou exiting the crew office. Upon seeing their demeanor, Zhou approached and asked, Where are you two headed? Ho-san replied with a hint of envy, My brother-in-law let Dong go leave work early. Zhou cast a covetous glance at Li Xiangdong and then, with a conspiratorial tone, inquired, Have you two received a raise? Noticing the nods from both Li Xiangdong and Ho-san, he excitedly asked, You both got big white rabbit candies and instant noodles, right? Ho-san, brimming with pride, affirmed. Of course. If you have them, how could Donggu and I not? In high spirits, Zhou turned to Li Xiangdong and expressed his gratitude. Dongzi, thank you. If you hadn't encouraged me to shout along, this good fortune wouldn't have come my way. Li Xiangdong glanced around the corridor, ensuring they were alone, and whispered, If you wish to thank someone, direct your gratitude towards Ho-san. Without him, my clever approach would only have earned me a verbal commendation. The leadership might not have even acknowledged it. Chapter 54. I will scratch you to death. Zhou pondered for a moment, then looked at Ho-san, who was scratching his head, his expression one of utter confusion. He had to admit that Li Xiangdong's words held merit. Sincerely addressing Ho-san, he remarked, You are truly fortunate. While Ho-san did not comprehend Li Xiangdong's statement, he understood Zhou's words. Everyone says so. Zhou, are you envious of me? Zhou retorted, I envy your uncle. Ho-san interjected, My uncle is the deputy station master at the railway station in the capital. Your envy is futile. What have you accomplished? Zhou, exasperated, shot back. Is that what I meant? You scoundrel. Ho-san exclaimed, Zhou, are you insulting me? Damn you. Seeing the two of them brimming with fervor and seemingly ready to clash at any moment, Li Xiangdong hurriedly intervened, pushing them apart. Although the corridor was currently devoid of people, he knew well the Chinese penchant for drama. Should a confrontation arise, he could guarantee that within 2 minutes, a crowd would gather. Li Xiangdong had no desire to bask in praise only to be criticized shortly thereafter. In a hushed tone, he admonished, "Do you two not understand the concept of shame? Silence, both of you." Zhe and Ho Sen exchanged huffs, positioning themselves on either side of Li Xiangdong, deliberately ignoring one another. They traversed the corridor and stepped outside the building. A wave of earthy aroma enveloped them, as the dry air of the capital seemed to have been cleansed, rendering it refreshingly crisp. Although the rain had ceased, the sky still bore a gloomy hue. As the three stood outside, Li Xiangdong accepted the large front door handed to him by Zhe, lit it, and placed it between his lips, while he retrieved a bundle of clothes from Ho San. He glanced at Zhe and remarked, "Your father's leg is more reliable than the weather forecast on the radio. It rains when he says it will. If he ever feels unwell again, make sure to inform me in advance." Zhe, flustered and vexed, retorted, "Dongzi, if you have nothing to say, just shut up and hurry home." Ho San, intrigued by the topic, turned his attention away from the earlier spat with Zhe, shamelessly inquiring, "Zhe, what happened to your father's leg?" Ignoring him, Zhe remained silent. Ho San then leaned closer to Li Xiangdong, pleading, "Come on, Donggu, tell me. If I don't find out, I want to be able to sleep tonight." Li Xiangdong chuckled, "Don't ask me. If you wish to know, go ask Zhe." With that, he departed, preferring to return home to his wife rather than converse with two single fellows. "Zhe, do tell me about your father's leg. Speak up. If you don't, I'll be restless. I'll scratch you to death." "Zhe, I'm feeling itchy." "Then stand still. I'll scratch you." "Hey, don't run away." Listening to the banter behind him, Li Xiangdong marveled at the wonders of creation, reflecting on the myriad peculiarities of the world. The diversity of life was vividly illustrated in the antics of Zhe and Ho San. The journey from the train station to his home, though paved with concrete and bricks, was marred by the inadequacies of the capital's underground drainage system, resulting in puddles in the low-lying areas. Li Xiangdong's spirits were high as he donned his rain boots and splashed through the waterlogged streets. Upon returning to his alley after the rain, he noticed many neighbors had emerged to sweep away the accumulated water, since it was still working hours. Most of those tidying up were women from the community. They were taken aback and envious upon seeing Li Xiangdong dressed in a pristine railway uniform, carrying a coat and a bulging bag whose contents were unknown. "Dongzi, how did you come to wear the railway uniform? Dongzi, you've really made something of yourself. That uniform looks sharp on you, and what a fine coat you have. How did you manage to bring back so many things? Are you not exhausted? Would you like your aunt to help you carry it back?" The women, abandoning their brooms, swiftly encircled Li Xiangdong, bombarding him with an array of questions. At that moment, escape seemed futile for Li Xiangdong, especially as some inquisitive souls began to touch his clothing, exclaiming about the fine fabric. Meanwhile, Li Mu was at her doorstep, sweeping away the leaves blown in by the wind and clearing the puddles. Hearing the commotion nearby, she looked up to see a crowd gathered and assumed there was some exciting spectacle to behold. Hastily setting down her broom, she approached, only to find her third son at the center of the gathering, which ignited her fury. "What are you all doing? What do you want with my son?" The women, who had been clamoring around Li Xiangdong, quickly turned their attention to Li Mu, encircling her as well. "Aunt Li, has your Dongzi started working on the railway? Isn't he supposed to be popping popcorn on the street? Sister Li, have you pulled some strings for him?" Dongzi's demeanor has changed. He seems shy, like a girl, refusing to answer any questions. "What nonsense is this? Dongzi has simply grown up and knows how to be discreet around us." Initially bewildered by the crowd, Li Mu feared her son had landed in serious trouble. However, as she listened to the familiar voices of her old friends, she gradually pieced together the situation. "We lack the influence to secure a position for Dongzi in the railway system. That was arranged by the street office. You mustn't spread baseless rumors. Who said Dongzi was going to pop popcorn? If I find out who is spreading such nonsense, I shall confront them directly." With a smile masking her indignation, Li Mu declared that unless the matter was clarified today, who could predict how it would escalate by tomorrow? "Aunt Li, you speak as if Dongzi isn't a child we all watched grow up. Surely we could not arrange a wife for him." "That remains uncertain. Just the other day, Huai's mother mentioned Dongzi was aimless, assigned to pop popcorn by the street office." "Enough of your nonsense. When did I ever say that? Sister Li, do not listen to her fabrications. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? I simply refuse to believe it. We all know Dongzi is clever. destined for a good job. Look, here he is, working in the railway system. As Li Mu was surrounded by the crowd, Li Xiangdong seized the chance to slip away, swiftly making his way to the entrance of their home. He turned back to see his mother immersed in the crowd, smiling and relishing the compliments being showered upon her. As she spoke, her tone was exuberant, filled with pride, and even from a distance, Li Xiangdong could clearly hear her affirming that since childhood, he had been obedient, intelligent, and considerate, a good child. Hearing such praise made him feel quite embarrassed. Chapter 55. Artificial rain. Li Mu's temperament was well known to Li Xiangdong, her son, who understood her nature intimately. When others are immersed in merriment, she stands by, gazing for extended periods. Now it is her own son, who has never bestowed her with pride, receiving compliments from others. Li Xiangdong ponders whether his mother can even remember to return home to prepare dinner. Stepping through the gate into the courtyard, he observes his son and 3 nephews squatting beneath the jujube tree, diligently gathering fallen jujubes. The sisters, Xiaomei and Xiaolan, flank his daughter, Li Xiaozhu, positioning her at the entrance of the west wing to watch her brothers play in the yard. Following a heavy rain, the ground is strewn with red jujubes that have dropped from the tree. At this time, these red jujubes are a fine tonic, and typically, Li's mother would not allow the children to disturb the jujube tree. However, the jujubes fallen due to the rain are treated with indifference, considered mere snacks for the children. Upon noticing her uncle's return, Li Xiaomei is about to call out. Li Xiangdong quickly places a finger to his lips, gesturing towards the engrossed Li Xiaojiang and the others. With a smile, Li Xiaomei whispers something to her sister, Li Xiaolan, and they even cover Li Xiaozhu's mouth. Li Xiangdong tiptoes closer, suddenly accelerating to deliver a swift kick to the jujube tree, then dashes out from beneath it. A cacophony ensues as rainwater mingles with jujubes cascading down. Ah, run. It's raining again. The 4 under the tree, Li Xiaojiang and his companions, scurry about like headless flies. With a thud, Li Xiaohai rushes over and collides with Li Xiangdong's thigh, propelled back a meter and landing on the ground. Rubbing his head, he looks up and calls out, "Dad." Li Xiangdong chuckles. "Get up quickly." "Oh," Li Xiaohai replies, twisting his body and pushing himself up. What began as a soiled pair of shorts has now turned into a muddy mess. The 3 nephews, having retreated a few meters, realized their mischievous uncle was responsible. Li Xiaojiang exclaims, "Uncle, how can you be so naughty?" Li Xiaobo, looking pitiful, adds, "Uncle, my clothes are all wet. Look at this." Li Xiaodao, retrieving a jujube from his collar, laughs, "It fell on my head, haha, and rolled right into my clothes." He then rubs the jujube in his hands, pops it into his mouth, chews, swallows, and after spitting out the pit, he scratches his head, saying with a goofy grin, "Jujubes aren't worth eating. If only they were apples." Li Xiangdong watches his silly second nephew, thinking he has aspirations for improvement. The trio of Li Xiaojiang gathers curiously around Li Xiangdong, inquiring, "Uncle, what kind of clothes are you wearing? They look wonderful. What do you have in those bags? Is it something tasty?" "Uncle, I will trade you some jujubes." Not only Li Xiaojiang and his brothers, but also Li Xiaomei, holding Li Xiaozhu while accompanied by Li Xiaolan, approach him to inspect their transformed uncle. "Dad, hug," Li Xiaozhu exclaims, arms outstretched. "Little 7, be good. Wait until Dad puts these things away before I can hold you." Li Xiangdong observed his son reaching out with grimy hands towards the coat he was holding, and he quickly adjusted his grip. "You lot, why don't you hurry up and gather the jujubes? I just kicked down quite a few. Xiaolan, please fetch the broom from the doorway. Indeed, let's collect the jujubes. Do not snatch them from me." Li Xiaojing and the others promptly dashed towards the base of the jujube tree. Inside the house, Zhou Yuqin, along with 2 sisters-in-law and the grandparents, emerged upon seeing Li Xiangdong clad in a pristine railway uniform, their eyes sparkling with delight. As Li Xiangdong greeted his grandparents and prepared to engage in conversation, he was startled by Zhou Yuqin's sudden call. "Li Xiaohai, come here at once." Zhou Yuqin's good mood dissipated upon noticing her son, covered in dirt. "Mother, why are you calling me?" Li Xiaohai, who had just reached the jujube tree, turned around timidly to glance at Zhou Yuqin, slowly inching back towards her. Seeing him dawdling, Zhou Yuqin strode over, pointing at his soiled clothes and grimy body. "You were just changed into clean clothes, and in less than half an hour, you've gotten them like this again. Are you looking for a beating?" Li Xiaohai raised his head defiantly. "Mother, it wasn't me. It was my father. What does that have to do with me? You should look at yourself. Don't blame everything on me." Li Xiangdong quickly interjected to interrupt his son's complaints. Indeed, Li Xiaohai had been led astray by him, and he felt an urgent need to escape this contentious atmosphere. After speaking, he turned and headed towards his room. Sister-in-law Li stopped Zhou Yuqin, who was about to reprimand the child. What child isn't mischievous? A few words of admonishment are enough. He is still young and should not be hit. Zhou Yuqin retorted. Sister-in-law, you don't understand. He has changed 3 times today? How could he have so many clothes to ruin? Never mind, never mind. Xiaohai, come with your second aunt. Let us wash up first, and later you can wear your brother Xiaobo's clothes. Second sister-in-law Li approached, bending down to pat the downcast Li Xiaohai on the head, taking his hand to lead him towards the water basin. Old man Li and grandmother Li also came over to offer a few comforting words to Zhou Yuqin, and only then did they all proceed to the west wing of the house. Li Xiangdong had just placed all his belongings on the kong when he noticed his grandparents and sister-in-law following his wife into the room. Why have you two come back? It just rained, and the tiles in our courtyard are quite slippery. What if you were to fall? He moved forward, assisting both the old man and the old woman to sit comfortably on the kong. The old man inquired, Dongzi, why are you back so early? On my first day at work, my supervisor granted me special leave to return early. Li Xiangdong replied with a smile, omitting the specifics of the circumstances. Grandmother Li took hold of Li Xiangdong's hand and stroked the uniform he was wearing. How wonderful! Our Dongzi has made something of himself. As she spoke, tears began to fall, and Li Xiangdong felt a pang in his heart. Old man Li remarked, Dongzi has secured a formal job. We should be celebrating, not crying. Why are you weeping, old woman? Grandmother Li wiped her tears. I'm simply overjoyed. Is it wrong to cry when one is happy? Old Li found himself unable to argue with his wife. He turned to pick up a bundle of clothes that Li Xiangdong had left on the kong, untied the string, stood up, shook out the coat in his hands, and measured it against himself. What a splendid piece. Chapter 56, A Harmonious Atmosphere. Seeing his grandfather so enamored with the coat, Li Xiangdong suggested, Grandpa, why don't you try it on? With excitement, Old Li unfastened the buttons and, after putting it on, nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, good, truly good. Li Xiangdong smiled, saying, if you like it, keep it for the winter. Before Old Li could respond, Grandma Li scolded. You shameless old man. Hurry and take off that coat. Wearing this in the heat of summer, aren't you afraid of breaking out in a rash? What do you know? As a grandfather, I can't possibly take my grandson's clothes for myself. I merely cherish it. Old Li dodged his wife's attempts to take the coat off him. Strutting out of the house in his long coat, which conveniently covered his shorts, and wearing a pair of slippers. Observing her husband leave, Grandma Li exclaimed, Dongzi, look at your grandfather. The older he gets, the more peculiar his temper becomes. Before she could finish her sentence, the image of her husband made her chuckle, prompting Zhou Yuqin and Sister Li to join in the laughter. Li Xiangdong remarked, my grandfather genuinely loves this coat. Let him keep it for the winter. Grandma Li disagreed, saying, that won't do, Dongzi. Your grandfather has a thick cotton coat for winter. If you give this to him, what will you wear in winter? All right, let us not dwell on this. After all, it's not the season for it. It was merely a coat, and previously, Li Xiangdong had not realized his grandfather's fondness for it. He could always find another one later. He pulled out a net bag filled with milk candies from a cloth bag and handed it to his grandmother, saying, what do you think this is? Oh, these candies look quite lovely. Grandma Li, whose eyesight had diminished with age, brought the milk candy closer to inspect the rabbit on the wrapper. Catching a whiff of the sweet milk aroma, she exclaimed, so this is milk candy. Dongzi, where did you get so many? This is a delightful treat. You should keep it safe. As she spoke, she returned the candies to Li Xiangdong's hands. I took them out for you to enjoy. They are all welfare gifts from my workplace. Li Xiangdong opened the bag, unwrapped one candy, and offered it to Grandma Li first. He then grabbed a few more and placed them in front of Zhou Yuqin and Sister Li, who sat at the table. Sister Li looked at the milk candies and asked, Dongzi, is your workplace's welfare really this generous? They even give out milk candies upon reporting? Li Xiangdong smiled without offering an explanation. He would often bring home good things and didn't want to explain every time. Noticing that Sister Li merely picked up a candy to inspect before setting it down, just like his wife, who looked at it without eating, he encouraged, please, go ahead and eat. I have plenty more. He walked over, grabbed a candy, tore open the wrapper, and playfully attempted to feed it to his wife. Zhou Yuqin's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly withdrew. You can have it. I'll eat it myself. Old Lady Li, with a milk candy in her mouth, chuckled and said, indeed, you all should try some. Our Dongzi has made a name for himself. We won't lack for such treats in the future. Li Xiangdong focused on his wife and sister Li, who each had a piece of candy, and then noticed Li Xiaomei cradling his daughter, along with Li Xiaolan. Their three heads peering through the window. He smiled and waved at them. The sisters, separated by the glass, returned his smile before hastily making their way to the door, entering the room and advancing directly toward Li Xiangdong. Li Xiaozhu pouted and unhappily exclaimed, "Daddy, hold me." "Oh, come here, my darling girl," Li Xiangdong replied, taking Li Xiaozhu from his niece Li Xiaomei's arms and planting a kiss on her cheek. He leaned down and spoke to his two nieces standing before him. "There are white rabbit milk candies on the Kong. Help yourselves to as many as you desire, and do not feel shy around your third uncle." "Thank you, third uncle." Upon hearing about the candies, the sisters skipped eagerly toward the Kong. "Mommy." Li Xiaozhu tapped Li Xiangdong's shoulder, pointing towards Zhou Yuqin, who was savoring a milk candy. "The candy is too hard for you to bite. Shall I ask your mother to dissolve some in warm water for you?" Li Xiaozhu nodded enthusiastically. Li Xiangdong smiled at his wife, saying, "Little Qi is getting envious seeing you both eat. Dear, could you please pour some hot water and dissolve a piece of candy for her?" After he spoke, he noticed his two nieces nestled against their great-grandmother, their eyes intently fixed on the single milk candy clutched in his hand, reluctant to eat it. Although he had told them to take as much as they wanted, they only took one each, proving to be considerate children who were endearing. Typically, Zhou Yuqin was too busy to care for her daughter, relying on her two nieces to help with the child. Naturally, Li Xiangdong was generous with them. He approached, holding his daughter, and directly handed a handful of candies to Li Xiaomei. "Share with Xiaolan. If anyone has one less, just go grab another." Sister Li, seeing her younger brother's generosity, felt pleased yet concerned, thinking that such a delightful treat should not be given in excess to the children. "Third brother, you should put them away. One candy each is sufficient." Upon hearing her mother's words, Li Xiaomei attempted to return the candies. Old Lady Li intervened, stopping her great-granddaughter. "What your third uncle gives is not for your mother to decide. We won't listen to her. Hurry and share with your sister." Zhou Yuqin chimed in, "It's all right, sister-in-law. This is meant for the children. Whether it's a little more or a little less, they will eventually consume it." Li Xiangdong, cradling his daughter and playfully engaging her, remarked, "I have a fondness for these two girls, but if you were to bring over Li Xiaojing and the others, I might hesitate to share." Sister Li laughed, "Third brother, if your three nephews heard you say that, they would surely resent you for being so biased as an uncle." Li Xiangdong teased, "It's said that boys should be raised modestly while girls should be nurtured abundantly. They will come to understand my intentions in due time. Besides, when I grow old, I will rely on these three daughters to be filial." Li Xiaomei gazed earnestly at her third uncle and declared, "Uncle, my sister and I will surely be filial to you in the future." Li Xiaolan chimed in, "Uncle, when I grow up and earn money, I will buy you big white rabbit milk candies. Then I shall depend on you both in the days to come," replied their uncle. Li Xiangdong interjected, gently rubbing his daughter's cheek, "Xiaoqi, did you hear what your sister just said?" Li Xiaozhu winced from his stubble, her chubby little hands attempting to push away his encroaching head. Li Xiangdong chuckled, "Oh, pushing your father, are we? If you don't like me, I shall not share any delicious treats with you in the future. They will all go to your two sisters." Li Xiaozhu released her grip and clung tightly to his neck, persistently insisting, "Want. Chapter 57. "Uncle, it doesn't taste good." Laughter filled the room as they discussed Li Xiangdong's registration today. "What are you all so happy about?" inquired Li Erseo as she entered, leading the freshly washed Li Xiaohai, who wore oversized clothing. Li Xiangdong chuckled at his son's comical appearance, saying, "Oh, that little dress you're wearing is quite lovely." "Father, I am not wearing a dress. This is Brother Xiaobo's clothing. Brothers do not wear dresses. Only sisters do," Li Xiaohai earnestly explained, still oblivious to his father's teasing. Li Xiaomei and Li Xiaolan lay on the Kong, each sorting their milk candies into their pockets. Although their pockets appeared full, the quantity was modest, as the pockets were deliberately sewn small and shallow to conserve fabric. Spotting a remaining milk candy on the Kong, Li Xiaomei hurried over to Li Xiaohai, peeled the wrapper, and stuffed it into his mouth. "Xiaolu, is it tasty?" Li Xiaohai, with the candy in his mouth, nodded enthusiastically and mumbled, "So good. Mother, this is for you. It's delicious." These were all given by my third uncle. Li Xiaomei retrieved another candy from her pocket, placed it into Li Erseo's hand, and patted her own pocket. Li Erseo examined the candy, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this the big white rabbit milk candy? They sell it at the Wangfujing department store." The one with the rabbit on the wrapper. After unwrapping it and placing it in her mouth, she smiled. It is indeed quite delicious. Old San, I am fortunate to be enjoying this big, white rabbit milk candy thanks to you today. Li Laotai smiled, saying, it is primarily because our Dongzi has become successful. Li Urseo nodded and settled beside Li Laotai. Old Sin has indeed made strides. You may not know, but it is said that it takes a whole vat of milk to produce 7 of these big, white rabbit milk candies. Li Laotai exclaimed in astonishment. Is that so? Li Urseo affirmed. That is what everyone says, and these candies are sold at exorbitant prices in the department store, often out of stock. Li Laotai felt a pang of concern as she turned to her 2 great-granddaughters, asking, how many milk candies do you both have in your pockets? I have 9 candies, replied Li Xiaolan. Great-grandmother, I have 8. I just gave one to my mother. Old Lady Li, with her hands adorned with wrinkles, gently caressed Li Xiaomei's head and embraced her, chuckling. Among all the children at home, you are the most sensible. You mustn't consume all the milk candies your third uncle has given you at once, understood? Li Xiaomei and Li Xiaolan obediently replied, we understand. Li Xiangdong, holding his daughter, stood by, feeding her sweetened water, and observing the heartwarming scene of old and young in harmony, chose to remain silent, amusing his daughter with playful faces. Having finished the milk candy in his mouth, Li Xiaohai rushed to Zhou Yuqin, clinging to her thigh, and shouted at the top of his lungs, Mother, I want more. Give me another milk candy. His loud cry was akin to poking a hornet's nest. The 3 brothers, who were still in the courtyard sharing dates, dashed inside. What milk candy? Little Six, where is the milk candy you mentioned? Wow. Third uncle, how come you have so many milk candies? The trio of mischievous boys approached the Kong and beheld a net bag full of white rabbit milk candies. Before the adults, none dared to snatch them directly. Through years of enduring scoldings, they had learned a valuable lesson. One must not grab things in front of adults. Can I have a taste, third uncle? Can you give us one? Li Xiangdong nodded, saying, of course, what is wrong with that? Could third uncle be so stingy as to deny you a piece of milk candy? True to his word, he walked over, took 3 pieces, and called the 3 brothers forward, distributing 1 to each. Staring at the solitary piece of milk candy in his hand, Li Xiaojing was taken aback. Third uncle, you really only gave us 1. He had hoped to negotiate for a few more pieces, but Li Dazhao reprimanded. How much more do you want of such a delightful treat? Mother, you are just as biased as third uncle. In a moment of folly, Li Xiaojing retorted, pointing at his sisters, Li Xiaomei and Li Xiaolan, who were playing with candy wrappers and had their pockets stuffed full. I merely wish to have 1 more, so what? Upon hearing her son dare to retort, Li Dazhao rose to discipline him. Yet, after taking just a couple of steps, she was jovially detained by Li Urseo, who remarked, children will be children. Who doesn't act like this when they see something delicious? Li Dazhao was pushed back into her seat by her sister-in-law, still fuming as she glared at Li Xiaojing. Don't think that just because there are many people, I want to discipline you. Just wait until tonight. Li Xiangdong, observing Li Xiaojing beginning to tremble, chuckled. If you do get punished, remember not to hold a grudge against your third uncle. You were the one who said you only wanted 1. Humph. Li Xiaojing, in a fit of stubbornness, turned to leave the room. Zhou Yuqin, who was busy stuffing candies into her son's pockets, hurriedly grabbed a handful and blocked Li Xiaojing, stuffing them into his pocket. Your third uncle is just playing with you. You're a little rascal with quite the temper. Li Dazhao, still irate, scolded, you little scoundrel. With all that milk candy. Hurry up and get outside, don't linger in front of me. With his pockets brimming with candies. Li Xiaojing was just about to slip away when Li Xiaodao chimed in. Elder brother, could you share a few with me? Li Xiaojiang gazed at his younger brother and inquired, will you take the beating for me tonight? Li Xiaodao grumbled, why should I take the beating for you? Mother didn't say I would be punished. Li Xiaojiang shot him a glare and retorted, then why should I share the candy I earned from taking the beating with you? Xiaobo, come with me, let us go play in the yard, and I will share my candy with you. Upon hearing his elder brother's promise of candy, Li Xiaobo discreetly glanced at the disgruntled second brother, Li Xiaodao, and hesitated to respond, quietly slipping out along the wall. Wait for me. Li Xiaohai, with his pockets brimming with candy, dashed out after them. Among the 4 mischievous boys at home, only Li Xiaotao lingered indoors. Li Xiangdong noticed Li Xiaodao's unwavering gaze fixed upon him and asked, what are you staring at? Li Xiaodao frowned and replied, third uncle, the candy you gave me doesn't taste good. Li Xiangdong, grinning, responded, that shouldn't be the case. Everyone says it's delicious. Besides, this is the finest candy in our country. How could you possibly find it unpalatable? He found himself quite curious about the peculiar thoughts of his somewhat dim-witted second nephew. Chapter 58. Not enough to share. What should we do? I'm serious, third uncle. I'm not lying. When I ate it just now, I couldn't even taste it. Could you give me another one? I'll savor it this time. Li Xiaodao scratched his head, his naive, hopeful eyes brimming with anticipation. Li Dazhao, observing her foolish son, was both exasperated and amused. Quickly get out of here. You clueless oaf. How can you speak like that, my dear daughter-in-law? Upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Li Laotai became displeased. Although Li Xiaodao was somewhat slow-witted and often embarrassed himself with his absurd remarks, he was still a child of the Li family. Faced with Li Laotai's reprimand, Li Dazhao dared not retort, only offering an awkward smile. Come here, Tianzi, great-grandma has candy for you. Li Laotai called her great-grandson over, placing 2 pieces of candy in his hand and gently patting his head, saying, You can have one today and one tomorrow, understood? Li Xiaotao, holding the candy, looked perplexed. Great-grandma, I already had one earlier. Can I still have another today? With a sigh, Li Laotai replied, Go ahead, enjoy it. I'm not eating it now, great-grandma. I'll save it for later when my elder brother gets punished. I'm going out to play. Li Xiaotao turned and dashed out with the candy in hand. Watching her great-grandson run out of the house, Li Laotai wore a worried expression, pondering how he would manage as he grew older. Seeing the atmosphere in the room grow tense, Li Xiangdong handed his daughter to Zhou Yuqin and returned to the Kong, retrieving 5 packets of instant noodles. Xiaomei Xiaolan. Third uncle has prepared a treat for you. Please help me light the fire. Li Xiaolan asked. What do you have there, third uncle? Instant noodles produced in Shanghai. Li Xiangdong replied as he displayed the packages. Li Xiaomei and Li Xiaolan were familiar with instant noodles, having seen them sold in the department store. However, they did not recognize the ones he brought back due to their different packaging from those sold in the capital. Third brother, quickly put that away for Xiaohai to eat. Don't be overly generous. They already had milk candy, so they shouldn't have instant noodles as well. Sister-in-law Li and sister-in-law Heir stepped forward to block Li Xiangdong, insisting that he return the instant noodles to the house. Li Xiangdong found himself ensnared by his 2 sisters-in-law and was unable to extricate himself. Xiaomei, Xiaolan, you 2 go start the fire first. Let us see who dares to. Sister-in-law Li and sister-in-law Heir glared at their daughters. Sisters-in-law, I'm saving this for Li Xiaohai. It's enough for him. These 5 packets are meant for everyone to taste. If you want tea, let your children have any. Can I not be filial to my own grandparents? Li Xiangdong was at a loss, realizing that over a few packets of instant noodles, his sisters-in-law were blocking their brother-in-law from leaving the house. Don't stop him. Let Dongzi go. I'm eager to taste what instant noodles are like, said old lady Li with a chuckle. With that, sister-in-law Li and sister-in-law Heir reluctantly stepped aside. Li Xiangdong waved to the 2 sisters, and the 3 of them exited the house. In the yard, the 4 children playing saw Li Xiangdong holding the instant noodles and asked, Third uncle, what do you have there? What delicious treat is this? Third uncle is going to cook us instant noodles. Xiaolan exclaimed excitedly. Instant noodles. Third uncle, you're the best. I really like you. Li Xiangdong was surrounded as he made his way to the stove at the main house's entrance. Seeing the children's eager faces, he opened each packet of instant noodles, combined the seasoning packets, and placed the noodle cakes into a clean basket. Holding 5 empty packets, he looked at his eldest nephew, Li Xiaojiang, and said, There are some crumbs left in these packets. 6 of you want tea be enough to share. As the eldest, what do you think we should do? Li Xiaojiang swallowed hard and said, I understand, third uncle. I want tea eat. Let the younger siblings have it. Wise decision, Li Xiangdong nodded in approval, handing out portions to Li Xiaotao and the others. Dad, I don't have any in mine, Li Xiaohai said, tilting his head and holding up his packet for his father to see. Li Xiangdong glanced down and noticed there was indeed little left, just a few scattered crumbs. He broke off a piece from the basket and placed it into Li Xiaohai's packet, even helping him pinch it closed. Now I have instant noodles too. Li Xiaohai exclaimed joyfully, running off to show off to his brothers. Don't be envious. Li Xiangdong added a few ladles of water to the large pot and then broke off another piece for Li Xiaojiang. Thank you, third uncle. Once the water boiled, he added the noodle cakes and seasoning, realizing there was too much water and needing to add a bit more salt. In this era of bland diets, the scallion oil seasoning was quite assertive. Old man Li, having taken a stroll in his grandson's oversized coat, entered the yard and caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. Standing in the middle of the yard, he asked, Dongzi, what are you making? It smells so good. Instant noodles, Li Xiangdong replied, noticing his grandfather holding the coat. Where did you go for a stroll? Old man Li, sensing the peculiar look in his grandson's eyes, replied, where could I have gone? I didn't go anywhere. As Li Xiangdong watched his grandfather head into the west wing without looking back, he could guess where he had been. Certainly. He must be off to boast to his chess companions. Uncle, is the instant noodles ready? From beginning to end, Li Xiaojing remained at the stove. Li Xiangdong stirred the pot with chopsticks, tasting the seasoning. It's ready to eat. Xiaomei and Xiaolan, you can turn off the fire. Xiaojing, count how many people are at home and prepare the bowls and chopsticks. Don't include Xiaoqi, she'll eat with me. Understood, uncle, Li Xiaojing replied and began to bustle about. Seeing a few children rushing over to the stove, Li Xiangdong said to Li Xiaotao, go call your great-grandfather and great-grandmother out for the noodles. Once the bowls were filled, Li Xiangdong helped carry them to the dining table in the main room. Grandpa and Grandma arrived, sitting at the table, gazing at the fragrant instant noodles before them. Everyone, except for Li Xiangdong, was swallowing hard. The aroma was indeed irresistible. Li Laotu, with a milk candy in his mouth, looked at the steaming bowl of noodles before him and exclaimed, what a blessing this is. Who would have thought that in our old age, we could still enjoy such delights with our grandson? With such a filial son like Dongzi, our future blessings will be abundant. Li Laodai picked up her bowl and took a sip of the broth, smiling as she said, this instant noodle broth is so rich, no wonder it smells so good. Li Dazhao nodded in agreement. I reckon this broth could make even Shu Saul's taste delightful. That's debatable. Li Erseo chuckled. Our Xiaobo's father spends all day in the boiler room. His feet smell terribly. This seasoning 1 tea suffice. We'd need at least 2 more packs. At that moment, Li Laotu suddenly asked, Dongzi, where's your mother? My mother is chatting with someone at the alley entrance. Didn't you see her when you went out just now? Li Xiangdong took his daughter from his wife's arms, reassuring Zhou Yuqin to enjoy her meal. Seeing his grandfather shake his head, he understood. His mother must have taken her group of old friends somewhere else to show off again. No need to worry. When it's time for dinner, I'll cook 2 more packs for my mother and father. Li Xiangdong looked at the instant noodles before him, curious enough to take a bite, but soon lost interest. He had had his fill in his previous life and had developed an aversion to them. He picked out a noodle with his chopsticks, blew on it, and placed it in his daughter's hands for her to enjoy. Watching her sitting in his lap, squinting her eyes and smacking her lips in delight, he smiled. Isn't it delicious? So delicious, uncle. The instant noodles are so fragrant. Li Xiaodao devoured his bowl of noodles like Zhu Beiji feasting on ginseng fruits, and then tilted his head back to drink the broth. He touched his mouth and walked over to Li Xiangdong, savoring the taste and asking, Uncle, is there any more? I didn't have enough. Are you made of iron? Don't you know it's hot? What if you scorch your stomach eating like that? Li Xiangdong's tone was a mix of helplessness and irritation. Li Xiaodao scratched his head. It's not hot. I was worried it wouldn't be enough, so I added half a ladle of cold water to my bowl. Goodness. Li Xiangdong felt as if his emotions had been tossed to the dogs. Don't bother your uncle. I haven't even finished my noodles yet. You can come over and take mine if you're still hungry. Sister Li was at her wits' end with her foolish son, summoning Li Xiaotao to her side. She took the empty bowl from his hands and, without hesitation, handed him her untouched bowl of instant noodles, gesturing for him to leave promptly. Just as one son departed, another arrived. Li Xiaohai, cradling a large bowl, stumbled over and said, Dad, I've finished my noodles. All that remains is the broth. Observing his wife's intention to share his noodles with their son, Li Xiangdong interjected, You keep it for yourself. Let him have mine. Curiously, Zhou Yuqin inquired, Aren't you going to eat? Li Xiangdong shook his head. I don't desire it. I believe my mother's handmade noodles surpass these. Zhou Yuqin did not respond, pondering that her husband was merely being considerate, hoping she would indulge more, yet his words seemed utterly ludicrous. No matter how delicious the home-cooked noodles might be, could they truly rival instant noodles? The others also perceived Li Xiangdong's comments as mere flattery towards his mother, dismissing his words entirely, oblivious to their thoughts. He took the bowl from his son and scooped 2 strands of noodles, saving them for his daughter to enjoy at leisure. He offered his own bowl to Li Xiaohai, cautioning, Be careful not to spill. Li Xiaohai grinned widely, exclaiming, Dad, you're the best. Witnessing the successful acquisition of instant noodles by his younger siblings, Li Xiaobo followed suit, approaching sister Li Er. Meanwhile, as the eldest brother, Li Xiaojiang could only watch his 2 younger sisters savoring their meals and his 3 brothers relishing their second bowls, left to sit silently on his stool, swallowing his envy. With the noodles devoured and the broth finished, old lady Li instructed them not to wash the pots and bowls, so that the corn porridge for dinner could retain some of the instant noodles' flavorful essence. Li Xiangdong, cradling his daughter, returned to the west wing with his wife. While Li Xiaohai trailed behind like a shadow, he gently placed his daughter on the Kong and said to Li Xiaohai, "Turn around. Let me have a look." Li Xiaohai obediently spun around as requested. "Lift your feet." Li Xiangdong chuckled at his dazed son. "Not bad. You're quite clean. Now go play with your sister on the Kong." Li Xiaohai tossed off his shoes and joyfully climbed onto the Kong. Zhou Yuqin was busy organizing the items Li Xiangdong had brought home. When she lifted the food container, she felt its weight and upon opening it exclaimed, "Oh my! Why did you bring back so much meat? You should have opened the lid first." Li Xiangdong smacked his forehead. "I completely forgot. Quickly, tell me if it's spoiled." Li Xiaohai, squatting before his sister, was playfully tugging at her little braid. Upon hearing about the meat, he turned to Zhou Yuqin, pleading, "Mom, I want to eat meat." Li Xiaozhu chimed in, "Me too." Truly, it seemed they could never get enough of anything. "We'll eat these later for dinner," Zhou Yuqin replied, bringing the container to her nose to sniff, and then sighed in relief. Thankfully, it's not spoiled. She placed the container on the table, intending to prepare an additional dish for dinner. Suddenly, Li Xiaozhu cried out, "Stop it!" She was in discomfort from her brother pulling her braid, scrunching her little face as she swatted at Li Xiaohai's arm, trying to free herself from his grasp. Li Xiangdong gazed at his daughter, who was on the verge of tears, and remarked to his son, "Hurry, let go of your sister's hand. Can't you see she's about to cry? No crying, no crying." Li Xiaohai quickly released his grip and, sitting on the Kong, embraced his sister in his arms. He imitated his mother's usual way of comforting the little one, making soft cooing sounds while gently patting Li Xiaozhu's back. Li Xiangdong and Zhou Yuqin exchanged smiles as they observed the sibling duo, then resumed tidying up their belongings. They set aside 2 packages of instant noodles, while the remainder, along with some milk candies, was locked away by Zhou Yuqin in the cupboard. "The leadership has arranged for me to go to Tianjin with the vehicle tomorrow," he informed her. "So I wanted to let you know in advance that I won't be back until the day after." Zhou Yuqin felt a wave of anxiety wash over her upon hearing her husband's vague statement. Although their life had not been particularly prosperous, even during their days in the countryside, whenever he traveled to the city to seek financial assistance from his parents, he always returned the same day. Suddenly hearing that he wouldn't be back tomorrow left her momentarily stunned. "Where will you spend the night tomorrow? On the train? Should I pack a blanket for you?" Li Xiangdong shook his head. "The leadership didn't specify. I'm not sure. There should be a designated guest house, but honestly, I'd prefer to sleep on the train. The sleeper berth is far more comfortable than a hard bed at the guest house." Zhou Yuqin cautioned him, "Just be careful while you're out there. If something happens, don't be a hero. If you can avoid trouble, do so. If you can't escape, it's better to endure some hardship. The most important thing is that you return safely." Li Xiangdong initially felt touched, but as she continued, he sensed something amiss. "Are you sending me off to a foreign land? Or to a battlefield? Perhaps you should sing me a rendition of Longing for My Love?" Zhou Yuqin playfully nudged him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Green willows sprout, catkins flutter, longing for my love, yet he does not return. But alas, he has fallen for someone else." Zhou Yuqin, overhearing her husband's tuneful rendition, noticed their son and daughter, both wide-eyed and watching intently. Blushing, she playfully swatted and pinched Li Xiangdong. "Could you be a bit more serious? The children are still here. What are you singing about?" Chapter 60. Kindness and Foolishness. Seeing his wife's reaction, Li Xiangdong suddenly recalled that this song had not yet gained popularity in the mainland. "This is not something I made up. You will eventually know who Lan Yingying is. A woman? Indeed, she is quite the beauty." "Li Xiangdong, how shameless you are. After just 1 day away, you're already associating with other women? A beauty? And you want to introduce her to me? Huh." Li Xiangdong nearly choked on his breath. "What are you talking about? Lan Yingying is a singer from Hong Kong." "Oh, she's a singer?" Zhou Yuqin realized her misunderstanding, feeling so embarrassed that she wished for a hole to hide in. Quickly changing the subject, she muttered to herself, "Where's my mother? Keep an eye on the children while I go prepare dinner with the sisters." Li Xiangdong noticed that his wife had not finished her sentence before she turned and headed for the door. He strode swiftly to the door, positioning himself to obstruct Zhou Yuqin, who longed to step outside, and continued to hum a tune. "The green willows sprout, waiting for my beloved's return. Yet he does not come. Who has captured his heart?" Teased by Li Xiangdong, who blocked the exit, Zhou Yuqin felt an intense embarrassment. "Oh, please stop singing," she exclaimed, forcefully pushing past him and hastily exiting. "Who has captured his heart?" Xiangdong leaned against the doorframe, deliberately elongating his last note, singing once more to his wife's retreating figure. Observing Zhou Yuqin hastening towards the main room, her pace quickened even further. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiangdong turned back into the house, approaching the Kong and inquiring, "What do you all think of the song I just sang?" "It was delightful," Li Xiaohai nodded vigorously. Noticing his sister Li Xiaozhu's lack of response, he pressed gently on her head, assisting her in nodding as well. "Father will join you for a while." Li Xiangdong removed his shoes and settled onto the Kong. Before long, it was time to close up for the day. The alley began to buzz with activity. In the courtyard, Li Xiaozhong, playing merrily, spotted his father returning from work. He excitedly pulled a piece of milk candy from his pocket and dashed over to place it in his father's hand. "Father, this is the white rabbit candy my third uncle brought back. He even cooked instant noodles for us." Li Xiangdong regarded the candy in his hand. Astonished by his son's words, he affectionately ruffled his son's hair and replied, "Is that so? Your third uncle is quite generous to you. You must listen to him more often. As for the candy, I shan't partake. Keep it for yourself." Li Xiaohao chimed in, "Father, if you aren't going to eat it, may I have it? Third aunt gave my brother plenty, and I only have 2. Hearing this, Li Xiaojiang grew displeased. "Why should it go to you? If father doesn't eat candy, it's still mine." Li Xiangdong glanced between his 2 sons, who were on the verge of a dispute, and promptly unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. He then strolled over to the sink, rinsing his face briefly before knocking on the door of the West Wing. Upon opening the door, Li Xiangdong saw his elder brother standing there. "You just got off work. What brings you here?" His elder brother scrutinized him from head to toe, noting the dust covering him, and a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. "Nothing much. I merely came to see you. Your attire is quite commendable." Li Xiangdong chuckled, momentarily at a loss for conversation. "Did father not accompany you back?" His elder brother replied with a grin. "He did. He is at the back, tugging your mother along home." The choice of the word tug aptly captured their mother's reluctance and struggle. "Wait a moment," Li Xiangdong said, retreating into the house to retrieve 2 packets of instant noodles from the table. "When father and mother, along with our second brother, return, have your sister-in-law prepare these. Do not deem them insufficient." His elder brother accepted the noodles, considering it a luxury to sample such a costly treat, noting that many would envy them for even a taste. "If I were you, I would save them for Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi." Observing his elder brother's reluctance, Li Xiangdong was not inclined to prolong the matter over 2 packets of noodles and simply shut the door behind him. His elder brother curiously examined the noodles in hand. "Oh, these are from Shanghai?" It is often said that Shanghai is a bustling hub of sophistication, and today, I am determined to savor its essence. Li Xiangdong, overhearing his brother's words through the door, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. To associate a humble instant noodle with the grandeur of Shanghai is indeed a stroke of genius. As his elder brother walked away, Li Xiangdong, holding a lunchbox, stepped out of his room and approached the kitchen. "Dear, you forgot the lunchbox," he called out. Zhou Yuqin, catching her husband's amused gaze, felt a slight blush creep to her cheeks. She reached out to receive the lunchbox without uttering a word and turned back to her chores. Li Urseo, noticing the couple's silence, cast a curious glance in their direction. She opened the lunchbox set aside and was astonished to find it brimming with stir-fried pork and tomatoes with scrambled eggs. Just as she was about to inquire about the source of the lunchbox, the commotion at the front door interrupted her. Li Fu was tugging at Li Mu. The two engaged in a spirited argument as they entered the courtyard. "Why did you pull me back?" Li Mu exclaimed, shaking off Li Fu's grip in irritation. Li Fu huffed and made his way toward the water basin. "At this hour, you should be at home preparing dinner, not out here quarreling. If I hadn't dragged you back, you might not have remembered to come home before dark. What about the 3 daughters-in-law? Can they manage without my cooking?" Li Mu retorted, "What of it if I return home late? I am thrilled that Dongzi has secured a good job. If I don't express it, I feel stifled. I want all our neighbors to know." Hearing the ruckus, Li Lao and Li Tai swiftly emerged from the house, witnessing their son and daughter-in-law bickering at increasingly elevated volumes. Just as they were about to intervene, Li Mu's words resonated with them, revealing a valid point. In their son Dongzi's youth, he had been quite the troublemaker, gaining a less than favorable reputation in the neighborhood. Now that he had finally landed a respectable position, it was only fitting to spread the word far and wide. One could not expect every household to be aware, but surely 8 or 9 out of 10 should be informed. Li Lao interjected, "What our daughter-in-law says is indeed wise." Li Tai nodded in agreement, directing her gaze at her son. "Why are you so caught up in trivial matters? Your wife's intentions are simply to enhance Dongzi's reputation. Don't be mistaken, even if she doesn't return for dinner. I would wait at the door with a flashlight to greet her." With support from her in-laws, Li Mu's confidence surged. "Listen closely to what your mother and father are saying. Even if you claim ignorance, you might think I am embarrassing you out there." Li Fu, feeling the combined scrutiny from both his parents and wife, vigorously rubbed his face with a towel. He tossed the used towel onto the faucet and retorted, "You all mean well, but I must be the one with the heart of a donkey." Chapter 61. A shift in status revealed through a trip to the lavatory the next day. Li Xiangdong abruptly opened his eyes, glancing at Zhou Yuqin, who was tidying up the room. "What time is it?" he inquired. With a smile, Zhou Yuqin replied, "It's 7 o'clock. I was just about to wake you. Are you feeling all right?" "I'm fine," Li Xiangdong affirmed, shaking his head. Yesterday, Mr. Li was in a foul mood and, under the pretense of celebrating, took it upon himself to prepare a platter of pickled radishes after dinner, insisting that his 3 sons drink themselves into a stupor. Li Xiangdong inquired, "Where are the children?" Zhou Yuqin replied with a smile, "They're in the elder sister's room. Our daughter used to refuse to let anyone hold her, but now she wakes up wanting to play with her sister." Indeed, the 2 sisters, Xiaomei and Xiaolan, are attentive and amiable. Little Qi must certainly enjoy their company. Li Xiangdong nodded, climbed off the Kong, and donned a piece of clothing nearby. Today marked his first official day at work, and he needed to leave early. Once he became more accustomed to the routine, he could afford to arrive at his leisure. Grasping a few sheets of scrap paper, he dashed out. Living in a hutong has its drawbacks. One must time their morning visits to the restroom carefully. As Li Xiangdong jogged towards the public toilet, he noticed a queue of 7 or 8 young men, roughly his age, waiting outside the men's restroom. The older folk generally rise early, so at this hour, the line was predominantly filled with young people who enjoyed sleeping in. Some fidgeted with their pants, others stomped their feet, while a few had basins at their feet. Yet none were deterred from smoking and chatting. Recognizing the scene, Li Xiangdong slowed his pace, resigned to the fact that he had arrived late. The young men in line, upon spotting him clad in a railway uniform, greeted him warmly. "Dongzi, here to use the restroom?" "Good morning, Donggu. Are you in a hurry? Don't be late for work." Taken aback by their sudden friendliness, Li Xiangdong was momentarily speechless. He smiled in response, his heart racing. In the past, he had been virtually invisible in the hutong. A mere nod was the extent of their acknowledgement. When had he ever received such warmth? Moreover, they showed no curiosity about his new job in the railway system. It seemed that his mother's boasting the previous day had made quite an impact. Indeed, a good job could elevate one's social standing. At that moment, a burly youth at the front of the line approached him, pulling Li Xiangdong forward. "Donggu, you stand in front of me." Faced with the imposing figure, Li Xiangdong felt he had no choice but to comply, albeit with a hint of discomfort. "Huizi, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to stand in front? Everyone is queuing," he protested. Huizi dismissed his concerns nonchalantly, turning to the others behind them. "Hey guys, is it alright if Donggu stands in front of me? No objections here. I'm not in a rush." "Me neither. A few moments won't make a difference. Just relax, Dongzi." Gratefully, Li Xiangdong replied, "Thank you, everyone. It's just my first official day at work, and I am indeed a bit anxious." Though he had only moved a few steps forward, he felt as if his status had risen. Standing at the forefront, Li Xiangdong accepted the cigarette offered by Huizi and cleared his throat to produce a sound. Although he wasn't particularly inclined to smoke, he couldn't refuse Huizi's goodwill. After all, he had forgotten to bring cigarettes in his haste to leave. "Once someone comes out, Donggu, I'll light it for you." Li Xiangdong took a puff and, upon entering the restroom, placed his production close to his nose. With a casual gesture, he removed his trousers, relishing the moment. Despite the overwhelming odor and the swarming flies and mosquitoes, this place offered the utmost relaxation for one's mind and spirit. Upon exiting the restroom, Li Xiangdong greeted the last few individuals still waiting in line with a smile. He hurried home to wash up and have a meal. Returning to the West Wing, he stowed his unpatched clothes into a cloth bag, while holding the rain boots he had worn the previous day. His family, aware that today marked his first trip with the vehicle to Tianjin, all gathered to bid him farewell. "Everyone, please return. There is no need to see me off," he said. He bent down to ruffle Li Xiaohai's hair, then approached Zhou Yuqin, giving a kiss to the daughter she held in her arms, and told his wife, "I will be back tomorrow afternoon." You take good care of the children at home. Be careful out there, Dongzi, reminded Grandpa Li. Make sure you eat well and sleep soundly, added Grandma Li. I understand, Grandpa and Grandma, Li Xiangdong replied, smiling at the crowd at the door. 1,000 miles to send you off, but parting is inevitable. Everyone, please return. I will surely safeguard the 9,527 heights. With that, he turned and left. Watching her grandson's retreating figure, Grandma Li pondered, Old man, what did Dongzi just say? Grandpa Li merely shook his head and smiled. Li Mu, observing her eldest and second sons laughing, particularly her 3 grandsons giggling merrily, expressed her frustration. I come to see you off without having washed the pots or the dishes. And you can't even say a proper goodbye? You little rascal need a good talking to. Li father frowned. Such nonsense from someone with no sense of propriety. Not far along the way, Li Xiangdong heard his parents' reprimands and quickened his pace. Humph. If it weren't for seeing Grandma's eyes red with tears, would I have resorted to such playful banter? Continuing on, he pushed open the office door and saw a middle-aged man seated at a desk, calmly sipping tea and perusing a newspaper. Upon noticing Li Xiangdong's entrance, the man set down the newspaper and inquired with a smile. You must be the new addition to our team, Li Xiangdong, also known as Comrade Li Dala? Yes, that's me. May I ask your name? Li Xiangdong responded, momentarily processing the nickname Li Dala in his mind. He placed his rain boots down and approached, extending his hand. Wang Dahai, the man replied, standing to shake his hand. Li Xiangdong smiled. Hello, Uncle Wang. Please, just call me Dongzi. Wang Dahai waved dismissively. Dongzi, call me Hai Shu. We have more than one Wang in our group. Let's avoid any confusion. Understood. I shall refer to you as Hai Shu from now on, Li Xiangdong acquiesced. Wang Dahai nodded, glancing at his watch. Dongzi, you have arrived quite early. Well, since it's my first official day, I wanted to make a good impression on the leadership. Please relax, Hai Shu. While I put my things away, Li Xiangdong replied, lifting his rain boots and walking to his locker. Noticing Li Xiangdong pouring water from a kettle, Hai Shu asked, Dongzi, do you drink tea? I have some excellent tea here, pre-Ming Longjing. Have you ever tried it? Would you like to sample some? Before the Ming Dynasty's Longjing tea could be savored, it seems that Uncle Hai possesses remarkable skills. Thank you, Uncle Hai. I shall sample your exquisite tea. Li Xiangdong paused his actions and approached with the teacup in hand. He had taken the tea guanyin from Ho Jian's office, which had been divided last night in a ratio of 3 to 7. Old Li received 7 parts, his father 3, leaving him with none of the tea leaves. Chapter 62. Brother Horn Li Xiangdong sipped the freshly brewed tea and noticed the dark circles under Wang Dahai's eyes, who was yawning repeatedly. Uncle Hai, did you not sleep well last night? Wang Dahai wiped away the tears brought forth by his yawning and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of strong tea, explaining that he had just returned from Xiangdong late in the night and was now feeling quite fatigued. Li Xiangdong inquired, why not take the opportunity to return home and rest? Wang Dahai waved his hand dismissively. No rush. I am waiting for Team Leader Lu to discuss a few matters. Are you accompanying the vehicle today? Li Xiangdong nodded. I will leave for Tianjin at 10:30. Wang Dahai expressed envy. Tianjin is a splendid place, far superior to where I am headed. There, one can find no treasures. The most renowned are the crickets, which were once offerings, yet serve no purpose in consumption. Crickets? Li Xiangdong pondered. You mean Ningyang and Xiangdong? Indeed, you are correct, Wang Dahai sighed. I am rather unfortunate, as I must travel there for the next month. As they conversed, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Master, the buns you requested have been purchased. A young man in his 20s entered, carrying 2 oil paper packages. Wang Dahai angrily approached, snatched the packages from him, and kicked the young man's thigh. Glaring at the fallen youth, Wang Dahai rebuked. Who taught you that? You may not have learned anything else by my side, but you certainly mastered the art of kicking doors. The young man, chuckling, stood up and brushed off the large footprint on his pants, saying, Master, please do not be angry. Cold buns are not enjoyable. Wang Dahai shot a glare at his apprentice and turned to Li Xiangdong. Dongzi, this is my apprentice, who is currently accompanying me on a trip. You can simply call him Erguai. Erguai, this is our group's newcomer, Comrade Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong and Erguai exchanged introductions. Erguai, named Zhang Ji, had been abducted twice by human traffickers before the age of 8, yet fate was on his side. The traffickers were unsuccessful and ultimately met their own demise. The second time, he was rescued by Wang Dahai, whose gratitude led Erguai's father to insist on forming a kinship with Wang Dahai. Upon reaching adulthood, Erguai joined the passenger transport section under Wang Dahai's mentorship, transitioning from a godson to a disciple. This explains why he greeted Wang Dahai's kick with a smile. Erguai sat beside Li Xiangdong, his eyes filled with admiration, eagerly stating, "Brother Horn, I heard about yesterday's events. Everyone says you are the modern-day Zhang Fei. With a single roar on the Changyang Bridge, you halted the flow of the river." Li Xiangdong interjected, "Brother Horn, please refrain from calling me that. Is it acceptable if I call you Donga instead?" Erguai replied cheerfully, "Donga, have you had breakfast yet? I have just purchased some steamed buns, and they are still warm." Erguai pushed his portion of buns wrapped in oil paper towards Li Xiangdong. With a smile, Li Xiangdong politely declined, saying, "You enjoy them. I have already had breakfast." Not deterred by Li Xiangdong's refusal, Erguai seized a bun and took a hearty bite. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Donggu, you ought to be cautious. I heard that due to yesterday's events, the production bonus for this month has been entirely withheld from the broadcasting room at the train station." Coughing on his tea, Li Xiangdong retorted, "What does that have to do with me? Why should I be wary? If they are slow to react, can they blame me?" Sitting across from him, Wang Dahai chuckled, "Dongzi, whether the penalty on the broadcasting room concerns you or not, you know the truth in your heart. Erguai is right. You need to watch out for Old Kong coming to find you." Li Xiangdong inquired, "Who is Old Kong? Is he from the broadcasting room? What gives him the right to seek me out? If he has the ability, let him go directly to the leaders." Erguai explained, "Uncle Kong is the head of the broadcasting room, nicknamed Kong Dynamite. His temper is explosive, and he is quite ruthless. Donggu, please be extra cautious." Damn it. Li Xiangdong was so perturbed by their warnings that he lost all interest in his tea. He glanced at Wang Dahai, who was munching buns and reading the newspaper, and said, "Hi Shu, you all carry on. I'm stepping outside for a smoke." Without lifting his head, Wang Dahai replied, "Go ahead." Li Xiangdong exited the office. Traversing the corridor to the outside of the building, he retrieved the cigarette he had brought from home, lit it, and stared vacantly at the bustling crowd. "Dongzi, Dongzi. You're here." Li Xiangdong looked at Aja standing before him and asked, "You haven't forgotten our discussion from yesterday, have you?" Aja retorted, "What discussion?" Li Xiangdong, somewhat exasperated, replied, "What else could it be? The money, have you prepared it?" "Oh, that matter," Aja said, "I remember. However, I truly didn't know how to broach the topic when I got home." Aja appeared flustered, speaking hesitantly. If he were unemployed, it would be entirely reasonable to ask his father for money. Yet, having already received his salary for the month, he struggled to find the right words after returning home yesterday. Sighing, Li Xiangdong patted Aja on the shoulder. Aja looked at him and said, "Dongzi, could you offer me a suggestion?" "No." Li Xiangdong shook his head. If he could devise a clever way to acquire money, he wouldn't need to involve Aja and Ho-san. Aja frowned and lamented, "What should I do? If all else fails, I'll borrow some from someone else." "Whom do you intend to borrow from? Who has money to lend you?" Li Xiangdong shot him a sidelong glance, feeling it necessary to provide Aja with some psychological fortitude. "Aja, you are not like me. I have 2 older brothers. But you are your father's only son. His money is ultimately yours, whether now or later. What difference does it make? Do not overthink. Boldly ask for it. Trust me, you will not regret it. Reflect carefully on whether what I say makes sense." After a moment of contemplation, Aja suddenly realized, "Dongzi, are you trying to fool me? If my father asks what I need the money for, how am I supposed to respond? I don't know. If you wish to earn money, you must devise your own solutions." The foolish Aja, who astonishingly did not fall for the trap, left Li Xiangdong utterly astonished. Now, all hope rested solely on Ho-san. Li Xiangdong disregarded Aja and turned back towards his office. "Donggu, Donggu." Li Xiangdong, reclining over his desk, drowsily dozing off, was suddenly roused by a voice calling him from the corridor. It was Ho-san, who limped towards him. Li Xiangdong hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. "What has happened to you?" Chapter 63, A Foot Full of Fatherly Love. Ho-san urged, "Don't ask now, my father is right behind. He knows about the tea leaves. Support me, we need to flee." Li Xiangdong, momentarily at a loss for words, thought to himself that had he known this would happen, he would never have accepted that bag of tiguanyin from Ho-san yesterday. "Why didn't you run to the platform?" "Huh, what do you mean?" "There are too many people at the platform. Your father would surely be embarrassed to confront me there." Ho-san, upon hearing this, appeared quite vexed. "I didn't think of that. But it's too late to dwell on it now." Li Xiangdong, observing his distressed state, inquired, "Did your father injure your leg?" Leaning against Li Xiangdong, Ho-san replied, "No, I tripped while running." I was careless. Li Xiangdong pressed on. How did you explain the tea leaves to your father? I told him I used them to make tea eggs. Ho-san urged. Donggu, can you please stop asking? My father is coming soon. Impressed by the naivete of Ho-san, Li Xiangdong thought to himself that any excuse would have been better than claiming to have made tea eggs. That was indeed sheer folly. However, Ho-san proved to be loyal, not betraying him. To honor this bond, he quickened his pace. Both of you halt. The furious voice of Ho Jianjia rang out from behind. Instinctively, Li Xiangdong froze in place, turning to see the irate Ho Jianjia approaching, brandishing a familiar iron tea box. Ho-san, quickly, run to the office. I will hold your father off, Li Xiangdong whispered. Donggu, I am counting on you, Ho-san replied. Limping into the office before Li Xiangdong followed him in and closed the door, positioning himself at the entrance. Ho Jianjia strode up to Li Xiangdong. Dongzi, step aside. Li Xiangdong stood firm. Uncle Ho, anger is harmful to one's health. Can we not discuss this calmly? The commotion in the corridor attracted the curiosity of colleagues from adjacent offices, who peeked out to see what was happening. What are you staring at? What is so interesting? Ho Jianjia glared at them, causing them to retreat their heads in haste. They certainly did not wish to provoke the head of the labor department. Ho Jianjia's gaze returned to Li Xiangdong. Let me tell you, Dongzi, I am far from calm, and I cannot contain my anger. You better get out of my way. Li Xiangdong wiped away the spittle that had splattered on his face from Ho Jianxi, and suddenly, his expression morphed into one of fierce intensity. He grasped Ho Jianxi's arm and urged, Uncle Ho, quickly, rush to the infirmary and summon a doctor. My appendicitis is acting up. Ho Jianxi shook off his grip, retorting, Xiangdong, don't play these tricks on me. When I was out making my way in the world, you were still at home suckling. Li Xiangdong let out a strained chuckle, feeling an undeniable awkwardness. He reached into his pocket and produced a cigarette, saying, Uncle Ho, would you like to have a smoke to calm your nerves? Seizing the moment while Li was distracted with the cigarette, Ho Jianxi forcefully shoved him into the office. His eyes, ablaze with anger, scanned the room until they landed on Ho-san, who was cowering beneath the desk. With indignation, he exclaimed, Why aren't you running? What happened to your flight? Wang Dahai stood up, attempting to mediate. Old Ho, what are you doing? Can't we discuss this reasonably? Ho Jianxi replied, Dahai, stay out of this. I'm educating my child. With that, Wang Dahai had no choice but to return to his seat. Ho Jianxi approached, slamming his palms on the desk, commanding, Come out immediately. Ho-san, resembling a mouse caught in a cat's gaze, fidgeted anxiously, stammering, Dad, I have to go with the car soon. Can we discuss this later? Ho Jianxi barked in frustration, Old San. You, Li Xiangdong interjected hastily, jesting, Uncle Ho, why are you calling for me? Turning to Li, Ho Jianxi replied, I was calling for Ho-san. Why are you responding? Li Xiangdong chuckled. I thought you were addressing me. My apologies, Uncle Ho. I'm just used to it, as I'm the third child at home too. With a smirk that bordered on incredulity, Ho Jianxi inquired, Oh, so you're also the third? Then let me ask you, did you eat the tea egg from yesterday? Feigning ignorance, Li Xiangdong replied, What tea egg? Are there tea eggs for sale now? Ho Jianxi enunciated each word clearly. I'm referring to the tea egg that Ho-san boiled. Did you eat it or not? I didn't eat it, Li Xiangdong quickly shook his head, aware that Ho Jianxi's temper had not yet subsided, and he hoped to remain uninvolved in this matter. Ho Jianxi, trusting his instincts, continued without doubt. Just then, Lu Erden entered, asking, What is happening here? Dad, why are you here? Ho Jianxi placed the tea canister on the table, saying, Open it, and see for yourself. Upon doing so, Lu Erden's eyes widened in realization. He understood how his brother-in-law had cleverly swapped the contents, incorporating him into the mix. Old Ho, isn't this the tea guanyin I gave you? What is going on? Wang Dahai reached for the tea canister, peering inside, and burst into laughter. All right, Old Ho, don't get angry. I have some freshly harvested Mingxian Longjing from earlier. As he rose to retrieve it from the storage cabinet, Ho Jianxi sighed, a mix of exasperation and frustration evident in his voice. Dahai, that's not what I meant. It's that scoundrel Ho-san. He managed to uncover the tea guanyin I had hidden away. If he had merely consumed some, I wouldn't have minded, but instead, he went ahead and used it all to boil tea eggs. Normally, I wouldn't even dare to drink it myself, and now it's all gone. In the office, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere as Wang Dahai paused momentarily in his task of unlocking. Lu Erden urged, Father, please refrain from your anger. If you desire some tea guanyin, I shall procure some for you. Setting aside other matters for now, he felt compelled to express his grievances first. Observing the Longjing tea that Wang Dahai had produced and hearing his son-in-law's words, Hou Jianjie found his earlier fury somewhat diminished. Though a lingering ember of ire still resided within him, he pressed once more. Third, come out from beneath the table at once. Lu Erden discerned the change in his father-in-law's demeanor and nudged Ho San, who was hiding under the desk, with his foot. Come out, there's no need to hide. Trembling, Ho San emerged from his concealment, standing before his father with a sheepish demeanor. Father, I was wrong. I shall never touch your tea again. Hou Jianjie disregarded his apology, demanding, first, hand over my meal tickets. What meal tickets? With no response from Hou Jianjie, Ho San felt unnerved under his father's penetrating gaze. He chuckled nervously and retrieved a stack of meal tickets from his pocket, offering them to Hou Jianjie. After stowing the tickets away, Hou Jianjie instructed, turn around and stand straight. Oh, having frequently faced his father's wrath, Ho San was aware of what lay ahead. He smoothly pivoted to present his back to his father. You scoundrel! Hou Jianjie exclaimed as he delivered a forceful kick to Ho San's backside. The kick, imbued with paternal affection, sent Ho San staggering forward, veering toward Li Xiangdong, who stood nearby. Goodness! Li Xiangdong had not anticipated that he would become collateral damage in this chaotic scene. He pushed Ho San off him and, with the assistance of Erguazi, regained his footing. Gazing at the grimacing Li Xiangdong, Ho San felt a surge of gratitude. Having someone cushion his fall was a comforting sensation. Donggu, you truly are a remarkable brother. Turning his gaze to Li Xiangdong, Hou Jianjie awkwardly remarked, Dongzi, why didn't you step aside? Now I feel quite embarrassed. Are you all right? I'm fine, Uncle Ho. Let us not engage in such formalities. Besides, it wasn't intentional on your part. Li Xiangdong's words were grand. Yet internally he had failed to react in time. Otherwise, he would have dodged the incident altogether. Well, as long as you're unharmed. Hou Jianjie nodded with a smile. His anger had dissipated, and he contentedly accepted a full box of preaching Ming Longjing tea from Wang Dahai before departing with a smile. Lu Erden carefully placed his jasmine tea back into its box, gesturing towards Ho San without uttering a word, and turned to exit the office alongside Wang Dahai. With a sigh of relief, Ho San muttered, what a fright. This ordeal has finally come to an end. Erguazi approached, chuckling, using tiguanyin to boil tea eggs. Ho San, you truly are impressive. I Erguazi am in awe. Once Hou Jianjie had departed, Ho San began to tremble again, rolling his eyes at Erguazi. What is it to you? Your master has left. You'd best be on your way. Humph. Erguazi retorted with mockery. Don't celebrate too soon, Ho San. Your father's anger may not yet have subsided. Be wary of his return home. Ho San and Erguai were engaged in a spirited exchange when a throng of over a dozen individuals passed by the office door, among them, Aja. Li Xiangdong inquired, what are they up to? Aren't we scheduled to depart at 10:30? Ho San replied, the attendants must board at least an hour and a half in advance to prepare the train. Li Xiangdong glanced at Ho San's watch, noting that they still had ample time. Erguai elaborated, I recognized several faces among those who just left. They must be newcomers. Their early arrival is likely for familiarization with their duties. Li Xiangdong nodded and turned to Ho San, asking, do we need to follow them? No need. Ho San began, but suddenly added with a grin, Brother Dong, would you like to see how Aja goes about his work? Li Xiangdong initially hesitated, thinking that watching the cleaning process was hardly entertaining, preferring to relax in the office with tea. However, seeing the eager expression on Ho San's face, and recalling that Ho San had taken a hit for him earlier, he reluctantly replied, I am indeed quite curious. Please take me along. Bidding farewell to Erguai, Li Xiangdong supported the limping Ho San as they made their way to the platform. Ho San, are you all right? What's the big deal? Brother Dong, you cushioned my fall. If you're fine, what could possibly be wrong with me? Li Xiangdong felt a pang in his heart. Besides, my father is far harsher when he punishes me. Always using a feather duster. This time was quite mild. Do you think it's possible that your father was just eager to punish you? But didn't he have the time to fetch the feather duster? Ho San winced. Ah, Brother Dong, please stop. My backside hurts. Upon reaching the platform, Li Xiangdong, following Ho San's lead, located the train to Jinmen. They leaned in to peer through the window until they reached the first carriage, where they finally spotted Aja and the others. Crouching low, they stealthily boarded the train from the rear, hiding between the two carriages to eavesdrop. Ho San produced a box of cigarettes, discreetly offering one to Li Xiangdong, who waved it off, gesturing for Ho San not to smoke either. However, to his surprise, Ho-san struck a match and lit up. The current environment is clear to all of you, regardless of who is checking tickets at the boarding gate. One must not be careless. To the newcomers, let me remind you again, our train's toilets are direct discharge. When we stop at stations or cross bridges, ensure the toilets are closed to prevent waste from contaminating the environment. Who is smoking back there? Step forward immediately. Xiangdong noticed all eyes were on them, prompting him to nudge Ho-san forward. Observing that Ho-san still held on to his cigarette, he whispered, "Put it out." "Oh." Ho-san tossed the cigarette onto the train floor and ground it underfoot. Xiangdong's heart raced at the sight of the large black mark left behind. Ho-san was practically inviting trouble. "Ho-san, what's going on? What are we doing? We were just curious and wanted to learn a bit. If you're busy, we can leave now." Yanga noticed the dark stains on the floor of the carriage and cast an unfriendly glance at the two individuals who had suddenly appeared. "What are you waiting for? Since you're here, you might as well join us in cleaning up." Ho-san, flustered, retorted, "Cleaning is not my job. What gives you the right to make me do it?" Observing Ho-san's agitation, Yanga leisurely replied, "No particular reason, just that if you dare to leave, I will inform your father. Why not give it a try?" Upon hearing the mention of his father, Ho-san immediately cowered, snorted in disdain, and promptly entered the carriage. Plopping down onto a seat, Yanggu turned to Xiangdong, inquiring, "And you are?" Xiangdong introduced himself. "Greetings, leader. I am Xiangdong from the water supply team." Yanggu nodded. "Ah, the illustrious Li. I hear your reputation precedes you." Laughter erupted among the others in the carriage, each voice louder than the last. Xiangdong, maintaining a solemn expression, shouted, "Serving the people." At this proclamation, the laughter in the carriage ceased instantly. In his peripheral vision, Xiangdong observed their reactions, relishing their discomfort. Why the sudden silence? Who dares to laugh at the words of a great man? Such a person clearly has issues with their ideology. Although times have changed since a few years ago, in such public service roles across the nation, ideological awareness remains crucial. Otherwise, how can one effectively serve the populace? Yanggu, with a complex expression, glanced at Xiangdong and instructed, "Please sit beside Ho-san. You'll join us in cleaning shortly. No objections, I trust?" "I have no objections. I shall follow the leader's arrangements," Xiangdong replied. After taking his seat, he shot Ho-san a fierce glare. Initially, Ho-san clasped his hands in surrender, then flashed a playful grin, before closing his eyes and tilting his head, drifting off to sleep. Chapter 65. Money hidden in the crotch. Xiangdong glared at the snoring Ho-san, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Early this morning, his emotions had been tumultuous due to Ho-san's antics, and even now, his heart continued to pound wildly. How could Ho-san remain so carefree? Although Xiangdong did not possess the same ability to sleep at will as Ho-san, he found no interest in Yanggu's incessant chatter, opting instead to clear his mind entirely. Time passed, and the meeting attendees began to disperse. Zhou approached, chuckling as he looked at the two. "Dongzi, are you and Ho-san just idling about? Well, now you have some work to do. Yanggu has instructed me to take you both to clean." Reluctantly, Xiangdong rose, noticing that Ho-san remained unresponsive. Lowering his gaze, he found Ho-san sleeping soundly, drool escaping from his mouth. "Ho-san, wake up! Your father is here." "Huh? Where?" Ho-san jolted awake, ready to flee. Zhou intercepted the panicked Ho-san. "Are you still half asleep? Your father hasn't he arrived?" Ho-san looked around in confusion, realizing his father was indeed absent, and cast a resentful glance at Xiangdong. Xiangdong felt a shiver run down his spine from the look and urged, "Let us hurry and get to work. Otherwise, Yanggu will come looking for trouble again." The three individuals first made their way to the train's lounge to stow away their canvas bags, before taking up mops and cloths, and carrying buckets of water to commence their cleaning duties. Observing the glass becoming increasingly dirty under Ho-san's efforts, Zhou quipped, "Ho-san, do you know how to clean glass? Perhaps you should switch to mopping instead." Meanwhile, Xiangdong, glancing at the mud stains on his shoes, exclaimed, "Ho-san, could you be a bit more careful? You're getting it all over my feet. I'll take over the mopping. Could you please fetch another bucket of water?" As they busied themselves to the tune of the toast song emanating from the platform's loudspeaker, the trio worked diligently for over half an hour before they finally tidied up the carriages that required their attention. Yanggu approached for a thorough inspection, deliberately overlooking Ho-san, and remarked to the almost soaked Xiangdong, "Well done. You're quite dedicated. How about joining our service team?" Xiangdong merely smiled back at him. Opting for silence, prompting Yang Gu to lose interest and stroll away. With a slight grimace, Ho-san remarked, "Dong Gu, don't let him lead you astray." Li Xiangdong nodded and handed the mop to a Zhe, who needed to return the mop and bucket to the storage compartment. Li Xiangdong then pulled Ho-san aside and inquired, "Have you prepared the money?" Ho-san pointed to his trousers, saying, "The money's right here. My mother sewed a pocket into my underwear." As he spoke, he began unfastening his pants to retrieve the money. "Whoa." Li Xiangdong quickly pressed Ho-san's hand down, insisting, "Just tell me how much it is. There's no need to dig it out. Hurry up and fasten your trousers." As Ho-san tied his pants, he stated, "My elder sister and second sister each gave me 100 yuan. Li Xiangdong looked at him quizzically. "You don't find it uncomfortable to have that much money in your pants?" With a grin, Ho-san replied, "Not at all, Dong Gu. When do we start trading silver dollars?" Li Xiangdong suggested they wait a bit longer. "The money we three have pooled together is too little to make any significant trades. Let me ponder if there's a way to acquire money that doesn't require much, but can be quickly turned over. Dong Gu, you need to think this through. I'm counting on becoming a wealthy individual." Understood, understood. Don't rush me. I am thinking, Li Xiangdong said as he took a seat and contemplated for a while. Yet he couldn't devise a solid plan. However, he was intrigued by how Ho-san managed to procure money from his sisters, thinking perhaps he could apply the same strategy. He turned to Ho-san and asked, "How did you ask your sisters for money?" Ho-san's face flushed, his gaze evasive, as he shyly admitted, "I told them I have a girlfriend." Li Xiangdong interpreted his expression and surmised, "That statement is half-truth. You fancy someone who doesn't reciprocate?" Ho-san scratched his head and chuckled, nodding in affirmation. Curiously, Li Xiangdong probed further, "Is this girl also working at our station?" When Ho-san nodded, he continued, "What's her name? Have I met her?" With a bashful smile, Ho-san replied, "Her name is Kong Donnie. She's the announcer on the train." "Kong Donnie?" Li Xiangdong quickly inquired, "Is her father Kong Jiao?" Ho-san, astonished, responded, "Dong Gu, you know Uncle Kong? Goodness. It seems fate has brought us together in an unexpected way," Li Xiangdong exclaimed. Despite the advocacy for marital freedom since the establishment of the nation, parental opinions continue to hold significant weight even today. Many individuals, when faced with difficulties in courting a woman, often resort to seeking assistance from the prospective in-laws. However, Kong Jiao is the head of the broadcasting room at the railway station in the capital, and the three of them had just stepped on someone else's toes yesterday. If we consider Li Xiangdong as the principal offender, then Ho-san and Zhe, who reaped the benefits, are merely accomplices. Whether they stepped fully or partially, they still stepped. Noticing Li Xiangdong's troubled expression, Ho-san asked, "Brother Dong, what's wrong?" Li Xiangdong patted Ho-san's shoulder and replied, "It's tough for you, my unfortunate friend." "I'm fine. Is Kong Danny on this train?" Ho-san shook his head. "No, she's currently in Lu Province, traveling with Uncle Hai and Air Gui from our team." "Lu Province? Wangda Hai? What the heck?" Li Xiangdong suddenly stood up, filled with excitement. "Ho-san, upon our return from Tianjin, let's seek Uncle Hai and switch to Lu Province." Ho-san, thinking Li Xiangdong intended to assist him in pursuing Kong Danny, felt deeply moved. "Brother Dong, Lu Province isn't affluent right now. We won't be able to trade anything there." Li Xiangdong solemnly stated, "Ho-san, love surpasses monetary value. I'll help you." He noticed Ho-san had misunderstood, yet chose not to clarify, intending to let Ho-san harbor this misconception a while longer to establish the image of a loyal brother in his mind. Li Xiangdong has always been a person who shares both joys and sorrows with his friends. After a moment of daydreaming, Zhou approached to call them down for roll call. Li Xiangdong curiously followed him off the train. Once everyone had gathered, a middle-aged man in uniform, adorned with an armband inscribed with train conductor, began calling names from a list. After a brief announcement, he declared the assembly dismissed. Ho-san glanced at the time, his face still alight with enthusiasm. "Brother Dong, it's time for us to get to work." "Then let's be off. Just tell me what to do." Li Xiangdong thought of an efficient low-cost method for rapid turnover and felt invigorated. The seemingly endless parallel or interwoven railway lines resembled a musical score, composed of the joys and sorrows of humanity. In this bustling station, filled with throngs of people, green metal trains, and stern ticket inspectors, Li Xiangdong and Ho-san carried metal water kettles filled with hot water. They needed to fill the thermos at both ends of each carriage, one kettle at a time. As Li Xiangdong rubbed his sore arms, exhausted, he leaned against the carriage and weakly remarked, "Ho-san, this work isn't exactly easy." Chapter 66. Comrade. May I have a glass of water? Unlike Li Xiangdong, Hosan was unmarried and still dreaming of love. For someone like him, the allure of money paled in comparison to a fleeting glance from his beloved. His excitement had yet to fade as he followed Li Xiangdong with a spring in his step. Not easy? I find it quite easy. We don't need to worry about anything else. Just keep an eye on each thermos. This job is so worry-free. All right, whatever you say. Li Xiangdong, disinterested in debating with someone so infatuated, shook his arms, thinking that while he might not achieve much else, he would certainly develop a pair of strong arms. As time gradually passed, a throng of passengers approached their train. The crowd surged toward the boarding gates of each carriage. Those who arrived in groups were particularly formidable. Once one managed to squeeze aboard, they would swiftly open the windows of the adjacent carriage, allowing their companions to toss their luggage inside. Subsequently climbing through the window in a makeshift pyramid, the conductors and ticket inspectors shouted reprimands, yet their efforts bore little fruit. As soon as they departed, the chaos resumed unabated. Before long, every seat, aisle, carriage connection, and door was filled to capacity, with people crammed into every conceivable space. On the luggage racks, atop the small dining tables, along the backs of benches, and beneath the seats. In the crew's lounge, seizing the opportunity while the passengers boarded, Hosan stealthily entered with Li Xiangdong. While Li Xiangdong was contemplating how to maximize their profits, Hosan leaned in and inquired, "Brother Dong, have you devised a way to make money yet?" Li Xiangdong smiled and responded, "Are you seeking wealth, or are you yearning to marry?" "I want both, oh my." Suddenly, the train jolted, causing Li Xiangdong and Hosan to bump heads. Rubbing his head, Li Xiangdong remarked, "Hosan, you have quite a hard head." Hosan chuckled, "Indeed. My mother often says I have a head of iron." Li Xiangdong retorted, "Is that really the same thing?" With a look of confusion, Hosan asked, "Isn't it?" Li Xiangdong countered, "Have you ever been to school?" Upon hearing this, Hosan proudly proclaimed, "Of course. I graduated from high school." Li Xiangdong, having only completed junior high, mused that education was indeed a double-edged sword, believable yet dubious. As the train gradually accelerated, smoothly departing the station, Hosan picked up the metal water kettle from the floor and stood, declaring, "Brother Dong, it's time for us to take a stroll." Li Xiangdong followed suit, lifting the kettle as they made their way outside. Hadn't they just filled the thermos with water moments ago? Was it necessary to refill it already? Hosan explained, "It's best to check. Typically, right after departure, water is consumed more frequently. Passengers arrive laden with bags, and who isn't sweating. After sweating, they require water. And with so many passengers, one thermos will surely be insufficient." Li Xiangdong comprehended. Indeed, this job followed a certain rhythm. Water was in high demand just after departure and before and after meals, necessitating frequent refills. For longer journeys, they would also need to replenish the thermos before bedtime and before dawn. At other times, a casual patrol sufficed. The two navigated through the crowded aisle and arrived at the train's boiler. There, a maintenance worker was tasked with managing the boiler and adding water to it. They filled their metal water kettle with hot water. Leading the way, Hosan loudly announced to the passengers congested in the aisle, "Make way. Be careful, it's hot." "Whose child is this?" "Quickly pick them up. My kettle contains freshly boiled water." Upon seeing the two approach with their kettle, the passengers extended their cups and thermoses. "Hey, comrade, don't leave yet. Could I have a cup of water?" "Pour me one as well." "Thank you, comrade." Here, and here I am." Li Xiangdong followed Hosan, observing the eager passengers, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Goodness." This visceral sensation reminded him of the waitstaff at a tea house. They were just short of draping a white towel over their shoulders. At that moment, a middle-aged man intercepted Li Xiangdong, tilting his head to finish the water in the teapot. "Young comrade, refill my cup, please." Li Xiangdong smiled warmly as he filled the man's cup with hot water, maintaining a courteous demeanor. When someone offers a smile, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. However, as he faced the next passenger, and then the next, Li Xiangdong's smile began to stiffen, and the arm holding the kettle began to tremble slightly. Finally, upon exiting the carriage, he took a deep breath while carrying the empty kettle. Hosan approached the thermos, lifting the metal lid to check the contents. "There's still plenty of water. We must have come out early this time." Li Xiangdong rubbed his face, saying nothing, compared to directly pouring water into the thermos. Serving passengers cup by cup was far more exhausting. Nevertheless, the situation would gradually improve, as most passengers would eventually serve themselves from the thermos, resulting in fewer requests for assistance. The two men returned along the same route, empty kettles in hand, to the boiler where hot water was prepared. They went back and forth, traversing the jolting train carriages until their task was finally complete. Upon returning to the lounge, Xiangdong placed the kettle he had been holding on the floor and collapsed into a chair, feeling utterly dazed. Hosen entered the lounge carrying 2 filled food containers. Placing them on the small dining table, and inquired with concern, "Donggo, are you all right? Drink some water slowly." "I'm fine, thank you, Hosan." Xiangdong wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a couple of sips from the food container. He was not only physically exhausted but also somewhat disoriented. He had grown accustomed to the tranquility of modern train carriages, and if he happened to encounter oblivious passengers, it would not only irritate him but also disturb everyone else in the carriage. In stark contrast, the current carriage was filled with cacophony, children crying and running around, completely unattended. Passengers were engrossed in their own activities, and even those sitting together seemed unfazed by the wailing children, continuing to nap, sip tea, or read newspapers. Not a single frown was cast. Instead, some even smiled and joined into play with the children. Such a stark dichotomy in attitudes made Xiangdong ponder when this transformation had begun. Was this an elevation of civilization or a decline? As a middle school graduate, he found himself perplexed and yearned for someone to clarify his uncertainties. For now, he needed to adjust himself and strive to acclimate to the bustling crowd and the noisy, jostling carriage in the shortest time possible. Before they could rest in the lounge, the train's announcement echoed through the air. Chapter 67. I'm 19. I can get married next year. Upon hearing the announcement, Hosen stood up and said, "Dongge, it's time for us to eat." Xiangdong rose and followed Hosan to the dining car, jesting, which voice was more melodious, the one from the broadcast or Kong Danny's? Hosen turned to him, affirming, "Of course, Danny's voice is more pleasant." "Is that so?" "Indeed, Danny's voice is sweet. I suppose that sweetness resides in your heart." The two continued their banter as they traversed the carriage, arriving at the dining car situated between the hard seat and sleeper compartments. The menu board at the serving window displayed. Staple foods include steamed buns, rice, and noodles. Spicy chicken is priced at 12 yuan, stir-fried fish at 1 yuan. Stir-fried meat at 0.9 yuan, and braised ribs at 0.6 yuan. Given that the hard seat ticket costs only 29 yuan, Xiangdong quickly realized that this fare was hardly intended for ordinary citizens. Indeed, many passengers hesitated even to purchase the 3 yuan boxed meal, opting instead for their own pickled vegetables and steamed corn buns. For those without even the corn buns and pickles, they resorted to sipping water to quell their hunger. As water was complimentary and freely available, drink as much as one pleases. Xiangdong and Hosan exchanged their meal tickets, and the two settled at an unoccupied table with their employee meals. The windows of the dining car were larger than those in the hard seat compartment, lending the entire space a more luminous atmosphere. As Xiangdong savored his meal of 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, he gazed out at the scenery, listening to the cheerful tunes perpetually playing over the broadcast. This relaxed ambience instilled in him an indescribable sense of ease. While Xiangdong leisurely enjoyed his meal, Hosan had already finished and returned his tray to the serving area. Upon sitting down, he remarked, "Dongge, could you eat a bit faster? Must you dawdle like a young lady?" Xiangdong swallowed his mouthful of rice, replying, "One should savor their food. Why should I rush?" Hosan scratched his head. "It's not that I'm anxious. I'm merely concerned that the train conductor might be. By this time, most passengers have already eaten. If the water runs low later, the conductor will surely seek us out. Why didn't you mention that sooner?" Xiangdong exclaimed, slapping his forehead, realizing he had become so relaxed that he had forgotten his responsibilities. He promptly finished his meal in a few hurried bites, set down his tray, and pulled Hosan towards the exit of the dining car. As he opened the door, he nearly collided with a small cart coming from the opposite direction. He halted abruptly, and Hosan, unable to stop in time, bumped into him, but thankfully managed to brace himself against the carriage wall. Xiangdong gazed at the towering stack of empty trays on the cart, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Had they collided, the cleanup would have been a monumental task. The two quickly pressed against the side of the carriage to allow the train attendant to pass. After another flurry of activity, they filled all the thermos containers on the train, finally liberating themselves to return to the lounge and await the train's arrival at Jinmen Station. The distance from Beijing Station to Jinmen Station is 137 kilometers, requiring 2.5 hours. However, due to delays in departure and arrival, by the time the train pulled into Jinmen Station, It was nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Passengers began to disembark in succession, and the crew commenced their cleaning duties. Hosan stopped Li Xiangdong, who was carrying a cloth bag and wanted to get off the train for some fresh air. "Brother Dong, let's wait a moment before we disembark." Li Xiangdong, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" Hosan leaned against the window and pointed toward the platform, indicating that the train conductor was down there. Li Xiangdong glanced in the direction of his finger and immediately sat back down without hesitation. When there's nothing to do, one can find a quiet corner to hide, but one must never loiter in front of the leadership. After sitting idly for nearly half an hour, the two men spotted Aj's figure appearing on the platform, prompting them to hurriedly disembark. As the three gathered to share a smoke, someone called for a meeting. The train conductor addressed them in the staff carriage. "We are scheduled to return to the capital at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, so please board the train early after lunch." After delivering this message, the conductor's gaze shifted to the 7 or 8 newcomers, including Li Xiangdong. "You all need to keep track of the time. Do not be negligent. Our train will not wait for anyone. Is that understood?" "Understood," came a scattered chorus of voices, with only Li Xiangdong and Aj's voices ringing the loudest among the newcomers. The conductor's expression darkened as he bellowed again. "Is that understood?" "Understood." With the conductor asserting his authority, no one dared to be dismissive this time, each raising their voices in unison. The seasoned employees crossed their arms, watching the spectacle, while Hosen stood to the side, grinning and rising on his tiptoes. The conductor reiterated, "Everyone, be cautious while out. It's best not to wander around. Now, let us proceed to the guest house." Though he said this, he knew very well that no one would heed his advice. Everyone was eager to board the train, after all, to engage in their dealings. What was the point of going to a guest house if they weren't to board the train? Once the brief meeting concluded, the group made their way to the guest house, and in the distance, they could see the Tianjin Liberation Bridge. Upon exiting the Tianjin railway station, the guest house was just a short distance away. Li Xiangdong gazed at the modest 2-story red brick building, complemented by several tall poplar trees in the yard, and he felt as if he had stumbled upon the set of a suspenseful television drama. Li Xiangdong and Hosen shared a room. It was a cramped space with 2 iron-framed single beds, a table, and 2 long benches. A small mirror hung on the wall above a metal rack that held a basin for washing. The entire room felt empty, with no curtains adorning the windows. Li Xiangdong walked over, picked up a thermos, and shook it. "Hosan, let us go fetch some water together." "All right," Hosan replied, picking up his own thermos as they headed toward the water room. Passing by the restroom, Li Xiangdong set down his thermos and said, "I'll go use the restroom. Wait for me here." The guest house had an old-fashioned flushing toilet, with a long water channel divided into several stalls. Zhou was squatting in one of the stalls when he noticed Li Xiangdong enter and greeted him. "Dongzi." "Uh-huh." After finishing his business and fastening his pants, Li Xiangdong turned to Zhou, smiling. "You're clever, knowing not to squat in the first or last stalls." Zhou, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong with the first and last ones?" Li Xiangdong replied enigmatically, "There are surprises. Those familiar with such restrooms know that when the first stall flushes improperly, it results in an unpleasant splash. If one is unfortunate enough to encounter this, one can only hope that the water is not recycled. In many places, the water from urinals is reused for toilets, and the last stall is no exception. Not only does it produce splashes, but the accompanying odor can be utterly overwhelming." Just as Li Xiangdong was making his way out of the restroom, Hosen walked in. "Dongge, why are you so slow?" Upon noticing Zhou, he grinned and leaned down to peer at him. "Haha, it's just little Zhou." Zhou blushed and retorted, "You make it sound as if you're so much older." Hosen straightened up, puffing out his chest, and replied solemnly, "I'm 19. I'll be 20 next year, and able to marry." Chapter 68. Why do they call you a fool? Zhou felt he had been toyed with by Hosan and angrily said, "What are you doing coming in here? If you have nothing to do, just leave." Hosan, still grinning, replied, "I want to stay. It's none of your business, little Zhou." One stood defiantly with hands on hips, while the other, despite being squatted down, seemed ready to pull up his pants at any moment. Li Xiangdong, concerned about a potential altercation between the two in the restroom, urged, "Let us get out of here, Hosan. Enough of this nonsense." As Hosan was pushed out by Li Xiangdong, he continued to chatter, "Little Zhou, I'm leaving. If you run out of toilet paper, remember to call for me. If I don't hear you, just use your hands." Even after exiting the restroom, they could still hear Zhou's furious shouts in the distance. After preparing hot water, the two returned to their room and lay down on their single beds to rest. "Dong, Hosan, Aja said as he entered and shut the door behind him. Li Xiangdong chuckled. Why are you here instead of resting in your own room? Still arguing with Ho San about who is bigger? Ho San, reclining on the bed with his legs crossed, declared, Aja, I really am 19 this year. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my household registration when we return to the capital. Ignoring Ho San, Aja approached and sat on Li Xiangdong's bed. Stop laughing. I have something serious to discuss with both of you. He cast a mysterious glance at them. I accidentally overheard some news. A ship is docking tonight, and someone from our crew intends to go receive the cargo. Are you itching to tag along? Li Xiangdong stared intently at Aja, realizing that he had set aside his grievances with Ho San for this enticing prospect. Hearing this thrilling news, Ho San sprang from the bed and asked Aja, where is the ship docking? When are they going? Aja shook his head. I don't know. I just happened to hear it by chance. I'm not familiar with them. So why would they share such important information with me? Ho San, with a sly grin, suggested, if they want to tell us, we can just follow them. Li Xiangdong, still lying on the bed, turned over lazily and said, I'm not going. If you want to go, you two can go by yourselves. Ho San inquired, Donggu, aren't you curious? Li Xiangdong shook his head, not at all. Asia urged, Dongzi, let us three go together. Without you, both Ho San and I feel quite unsettled. To which Dongzi retorted, but we have no money. What purpose would it serve to follow along? In his heart, Li Xiangdong mused that it was precisely the presence of those two that made him feel uneasy. Asia, momentarily speechless, was interrupted by Ho San's anxious interjection. Donggu, have you forgotten? I have the money. We can buy some items to bring back to the capital and make a profit. Where did you get this money? How much is it? Asia shot back, posing 3 questions in quick succession. Of course, it's a total of 200. Ho San exclaimed, unfastening his trousers to pull out the cash, and with a flourish, he began to count it in front of Asia. Li Xiangdong straightened up, directing a cautionary gaze at Ho San. Make sure to keep that money safe. We agreed to head to Xiangdong next time. It will be of great use then. Huh. Ho San stood frozen, momentarily distracted from counting. Is there something fun in Xiangdong? Indeed, Li Xiangdong nodded. Uncle Hai and the others are headed to Ningyang in Xiangdong, known for its famous crickets. Our current funds are limited, but we can initially trade crickets from Ningyang to the capital for a profit. Asia, puzzled, questioned, aren't crickets everywhere? Why do we need to go to Xiangdong for that? Just focus on gathering the money for now, Li Xiangdong replied, casting him a glance. Ningyang's crickets have historically been referred to as the finest in Jiangbei, once presented as tributes to the emperor. Ho San's eyes widened with excitement. Donggu, can we really make a lot of money? Transporting a single cricket from Ningyang to the capital could double your investment. Would you not consider that profitable? Li Xiangdong recalled having engaged in cricket trading in his past life, where they were dubbed the soft gold of the insect world. The future price would only escalate, with Ningyang's cricket industry becoming a cornerstone of its economy. Double? Ho San looked at the 200 in his hand, swallowing hard as thoughts of wealth filled his mind. Asia, still incredulous, asked, can a single cricket truly yield such profit? Does anyone even play with them now? Absolutely, many do. Just because the common folk are short on cash does not mean that wealth is absent. Remember, there are always those with money to spare, Li Xiangdong explained. Though he was internally reflecting on the enthusiasts who continued to engage in cricket fights even during the hardships of the past. In a world where even freshly graduated students were resorting to food delivery jobs, the affluent still spent lavishly on fishing rods and collectibles. Their spending habits akin to those of ordinary citizens purchasing cabbage. Dongzi, rest assured, upon my return home, I will ensure to procure the funds for you, even if it means resorting to thievery. Asia began to curse and vow, promising Li Xiangdong a favorable outcome. Do not speak so lightly, Asia, Li Xiangdong interrupted. Though we are childhood friends, you must understand that I am here to help you earn money. Please do not imply that I am pressuring you. Hearing this, Asia's face flushed with embarrassment. Dongzi, that was not my intention. I simply struggle with my words. You must not misinterpret me. Li Xiangdong chuckled, recognizing Asia's simple-mindedness. Now, not only must you focus on finding ways to make money, but also remember, I am tied to Ho San in this venture. What about you? Suddenly, Asia shouted. Ho San. Ho San shuddered slightly, asking, what are you planning to do? I will never again refer to you as Xiao Asia. What are you talking about? I have completely forgotten what happened earlier. Did you not promise to help me adjust my shifts? Surely, you remember that? Asia pulled Ho San close, firmly grasping his hand. We are good brothers. You and Dong Zi cannot go off to seek riches while leaving me behind. Wouldn't you agree? Hosen rolled his eyes. Zhou, are you foolish? If we were heading south, then indeed, I would require your assistance. However, we are going to Lu province. Can't you just approach the leadership to request a shift change? That place is primarily Dong Ji's territory. He is the only one who could think of making money from crickets. If it were anyone else, they would be reluctant to go. As long as you ask, there will be plenty of people willing to swap shifts with you. Zhou slapped his forehead, exclaiming, how did I not think of that? He released Hosan and, recalling the earlier incident, hastily wiped his hands on his clothing. Hosan leaned closer to Xiangdong, smiling. Donggu, I will heed your advice. I will save this money and refrain from spending it. But could you accompany us to take a look? I've never seen the goods being received. Xiangdong pushed Hosan's head away, shaking his hands repeatedly. I will not go. I advise you both against it as well. We have a stable means of earning money. Why risk it? If you are caught by the authorities, the minimum sentence is 3 years, with no upper limit. If you two believe yourselves to be invulnerable, or if you enjoy the taste of prison cabbage soup and black bread, then consider my words unspoken. After all, neither of you has a wife or children. Feel free to venture forth. Upon hearing Xiangdong's words, Zhou and Hosan hung their heads and sat silently on the bed. Xiangdong relished the rare piece until someone came to inform them that dinner was ready in the dining hall. Gazing at the stir-fried radish and stewed cabbage before him, Hosan lamented that the only dish with any meat was the scallion scrambled eggs. The food was abysmal, far inferior to what they had eaten on the train. Alas, Hosan, you still owe me a meal of dog-donker buns, Zhou suddenly remembered. Hosan shook his head. No, I never agreed to that. I've inquired. And those things cost 0.9 yuan per pound. I cannot afford it. Is it really that expensive? Xiangdong was initially surprised by the price. But upon realizing that in the future it could cost 35 yuan each, he was less taken aback. It is indeed somewhat pricey. The three of us could easily exhaust our budget on one meal. Zhou's sentence was interrupted as he nudged Xiangdong with his elbow. Dongzi, do you see those two individuals? They are the ones I overheard speaking in the restroom. Xiangdong followed Zhou's gaze, then turned back to him. Are you implying? Yes, Zhou nodded. I know those two. With red-rimmed eyes and clenched teeth, Hosen added, they live in the same compound as I do. They bullied me mercilessly when we were children and spread rumors that I was a fool, preventing others from playing with me. Xiangdong paused his eating, intrigued. Why did they label you a fool? Chapter 69. Old news in the newspaper. Xiangdong was genuinely curious to understand the reasons behind Hosan's perceived lack of intellect. But he hesitated to ask directly, fearing that his words might inadvertently hurt him. Hosan let out a dismissive grunt. They claimed that my fever had burned my brain. I was unaware of such a notion. They simply revel in idle gossip. Donggu, Zhou, do you also regard me as foolish, akin to them? Upon facing this existential inquiry, Xiangdong and Zhou hastily shook their heads in denial. Zhou offered a comforting remark. Pay no heed to their nonsense. Their jealousy is palpable. Hosan chuckled and cast a glance at Xiangdong. Xiangdong retorted without hesitation. Your antics are almost more astute than a monkey's. If you are foolish, then where are the truly wise in this world? Kindly spare us honest folk a chance to thrive. As he observed Hosan laughing boisterously, he sighed inwardly, pondering that perhaps Hosan had indeed suffered a fever in his youth that affected his cognition. However, through their interactions, he discerned that while Hosan possessed a minimum threshold of intelligence, his upper limits were rather modest. Rather than being foolish, he was simply devoid of guile. Zhou, eyeing Hosan, inquired, after enduring such bullying from them, did you not seek any form of retribution? Hosan grinned mischievously. Indeed, I have taken my revenge. I once spat in their lunch boxes and even surreptitiously urinated in their tea jars. Upon hearing this, Xiangdong and Zhou instinctively pulled their lunchboxes closer. Aware that Hosan's methods were exceedingly underhanded, it would be wise to avoid crossing him in the future. Noticing the silence that enveloped the two, Hosan continued, there's little excitement in idling at the guest house tonight. How about I fetch a couple of dishes and we enjoy a drink together? Are you up for it, Hosan? How much can you drink? Upon hearing Zhou's question, Hosan bashfully scratched his head. I've never imbibed, as my father forbids it. However, we are out now, so he need not know. Would you indulge me in a drink? This strict upbringing had ignited a rebellious spirit within him. Xiangdong nodded. If you wish to drink, we shall accompany you. I'll procure some snacks. But you must find your own liquor. I lack local vouchers. Hosan, brimming with excitement, declared, "Splendid. I shall seek out someone to exchange for a couple of drink vouchers right now." He swiftly scooped up his lunchbox, devoured the remaining food, and dashed out. Li Xiangdong and Zhe hastened their own meals, and after washing their lunchboxes, they procured 2 additional dishes, paying a deposit of 50 cents. For the cafeteria would not permit them to take the boxes without it. Upon returning to the guest house, Zhe stood at the door and said, "I have a small packet of fried peanuts. I shall fetch it to serve as our snacks." "Very well, go ahead." Li Xiangdong unlocked the door and, with nothing to occupy his time, decided to soak his feet. He requested some old newspapers from the guest house staff. Folding a paper in half and placing it on the windowsill, he found it cleaner to dry his washed socks this way rather than draping them directly on the window. He filled his thermos with warm water, returned, and positioned a table between the 2 beds, adding a long bench on one side. He reclined on his bed and began perusing the few remaining outdated newspapers. Casually, he picked up one, reading, "What is permissible to endure, and what is intolerable?" It has been half a year since these events unfolded. By now, the young man, Zhou Yuqin, has long been exposed. Yet this fellow remains oblivious to the lessons of hardship. Decades later, he still dares to waver like a reed in the wind until the canal is repaired, at which point he settles down. Indeed, Nana's typical demeanor is one that invites discipline. Frustrated at the sight, he turned to another page. The front page of this newspaper bore the headline notice of announcement. Li Xiangdong flipped over and scrutinized it closely, signaling a renewed communication channel between both parties. The Southeast is bound to become lively once again. The more he read, the more exhilarated he became. A lucrative opportunity was on the horizon, and the price of silver dollars would surely soar next year. He must seize the moment to engage in the lucrative trade of crickets and hoard silver dollars. "Brother Dong, what is you in such high spirits?" Ho-sen entered the room, carrying 2 bottles of wine. Li Xiangdong accepted 1 bottle, examining it with approval. "Well done, Ho-san. You've procured local delicacy, Lutai Chun." Ho-sen chuckled. "Yangge helped me acquire it. I lack such connections." Li Xiangdong, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you 2 at odds?" Ho-sen shook his head. "Not at all. We live across from each other, and our relationship is amicable, though certainly not as close as ours." Li Xiangdong laughed. "Didn't you invite him over for a drink?" Ho-sen plopped down onto the bed. He declined, claiming he had matters to attend to this evening. Li Xiangdong asked, "Is he also going to pick up goods tonight?" Ho-sen shook his head. "Probably not. Those old employees have their own networks. They won't let outsiders in on their secrets." Li Xiangdong scoffed. If he hadn't known what kind of person Ho-san is, he would have surely gotten a beating. Suddenly, Ho-sen slapped his own face with a resounding smack, gazing at the mosquito he had just crushed in his palm. "You little rascal, how dare you waste the precious blood of Ho-yi on such trivial matters?" he muttered, wiping his hand vigorously on the bedspread. Chapter 70. The Filial Son. As dusk descended, more and more mosquitoes emerged, and Li Xiangdong found himself increasingly uncomfortable. He rose from the bed to light some mosquito coils. Upon checking in, the staff had been rather stingy, providing only a single plate of locally produced Zebra brand coils. Once the coils were lit, he began to wash the teapot on the table. Leaning against the bed, Ho-sen asked, "Brother Dong, where is Zhe? Didn't we agree to drink together upon his return? Why has he not shown up?" Without lifting his head, Li Xiangdong replied, "He went back to fetch some peanuts." Ho-sen, growing anxious, said, "How long has it been? Does it take this long to make a quick trip?" "I'm not sure," Li Xiangdong replied. Having finished washing the teapot and setting it on the table, arranging the chopsticks neatly, "I'll go look for him." As he turned to leave, he bumped into Zhe, who was just entering. "Where have you been? Why did it take you so long?" "I wasn't doing anything. I just went back to get peanuts and changed my clothes in the process." Zhe raised the oiled paper package in his hand, his cheeks flushed, his speech punctuated by stutters. "Is that so?" Li Xiangdong noticed that Zhe had merely changed his trousers. After a cursory glance, he sensed Zhe's reluctance to speak further and decided not to pry. With everyone gathered and the feast laid out, Ho-san, experiencing his first taste of alcohol, stood up in excitement. "Dong Go, Zhe, let us toast." The 2 joined him, and Li Xiangdong lifted his teacup filled with 2 liang of liquor, proclaiming, "Here's to the enduring friendship among the 3 of us." Zhe chuckled, "Let us all prosper." Ho-sen echoed, "Let us make a fortune." The 3 clinked their cups together. Li Xiangdong observed as Ho-san tilted his head back and downed the drink in one go. "Slow down. Don't drink so fast," he cautioned. "Ouch, that is spicy." After sitting down, Ho-san stuck out his tongue, producing a hissing sound. Li Xiangdong and Zhou took their seats as well. And noticing Hosan's condition, Li Xiangdong quickly urged, "Hurry, have some food to settle your stomach." Before he could finish, there was a loud thud as Hosan toppled over onto the bed. Li Xiangdong and Zhou froze mid-motion, their chopsticks suspended in the air, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Once Zhou regained his composure, he burst into laughter, remarking, "Hosan is truly entertaining." To down a drink on his first try, without even tasting the food first. Li Xiangdong joined in the laughter for a moment, then rose with Zhou to adjust Hosan, ensuring he wouldn't twist or turn awkwardly in his sleep. Risking a stiff neck come morning, the outside world had darkened, and the gentle evening breeze wafted into the room. While sipping his drink and munching on peanuts, Li Xiangdong's thoughts drifted to his wife, children, and grandparents. Zhou, taking a sip from his teacup, pondered aloud, "Dongzi, how shall we transport the crickets onto the train? What if they start chirping?" Li Xiangdong snapped back to reality and replied, "No worries, I have a clever excuse ready." Zhou, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" Li Xiangdong smiled and explained, "In traditional medicine, crickets are used and paired with other herbs to enhance kidney health. If anyone inquires, we'll simply say your father is in poor health and that you, as a devoted son, wish to fulfill your filial duties." Zhou retorted, "Dongzi, why don't you say you want to honor your parents too?" Li Xiangdong shot him a glance. "There are 3 brothers in my family, while you are the sole heir in yours. Think before you speak." Damn. Zhou was left speechless by Li Xiangdong's comeback. Li Xiangdong tossed a peanut into his mouth, asserting, "I'll come up with the profitable ideas, and naturally, you'll bear the brunt of any consequences, though this isn't really a burden." After swallowing the peanut, he continued, "Historically, there are tales of those who endured hardships for their parents, such as lying on ice to fish for carp or selling oneself for a father's burial. You're familiar with such stories, I presume?" Upon seeing Zhou nod, he elaborated, "Now we have you, Zhou, traveling thousands of miles to collect crickets for your father's health. Your deeds could rival those of the most virtuous sons. If this were to spread, you might even earn the title of a great filial son. Who wouldn't he give you a thumbs up?" After Li Xiangdong finished his spiel, Zhou stood up and playfully grasped his neck, exclaiming, "Dongzi, you're quite the smooth talker. How have you become so mischievous?" Li Xiangdong pried Zhou's hands away. "Where's the mischief in my words? You seem to lack discernment." After a brief bout of playful banter, Zhou returned to his long bench. "Can you think of another excuse?" Li Xiangdong took a sip of liquor and remarked, "I've presented you with the opportunity to make a name for yourself in the capital. You truly lack ingenuity. If you can't come up with anything else, perhaps you should ponder it yourself." Zhou scratched his head in contemplation but failed to devise a suitable idea. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the slumbering Hosan. "Dongzi, what if we change the protagonist of our story to Hosan? We could title it Hosan's Journey for his father's crickets." Li Xiangdong chuckled, "I find that rather unappealing. You dare to fabricate tales about Hosan's father? If your father is unremarkable, then Hosan's father is hardly any better." Zhou sighed. "It appears my father must bear the brunt of this." Li Xiangdong clapped his hands in encouragement. "It's commendable that you think this way. It's all for the sake of profit, so there's no need for embarrassment. You speak so eloquently." Zhou retorted, suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. "Wait a moment. If someone asks why crickets are being caught in Lu province when we have them in the capital, and why they must be alive, what will we say?" Li Xiangdong pondered briefly and replied, "We shall claim that it is a specific instruction from the doctor at Tong Rintang. They must be alive and specifically from Lu province, or else the medicinal effect will vary, failing to nourish the kidneys and merely acting as a diuretic." Zhou remained in a daze for a moment, eventually coming to his senses. He drained the remaining liquor from his cup and exclaimed, "Dongzi, you truly have a cunning mind. It's getting late. I'm heading back to my room to sleep." Li Xiangdong, feeling disgruntled, replied, "Where is your mind so devious? Go ahead, retreat to your blanket and revel in your own glee, O devoted son." After sending Zhou off, Li Xiangdong tidied up briefly and lay on the wooden bed, gradually succumbing to the serenade of cicadas outside. Suddenly, a rapid and forceful knocking echoed at the door. Startled from his slumber, Li Xiangdong groggily inquired, "Who is it? Why are you knocking in the middle of the night?" "Stop sleeping. The train conductor has instructed me to gather everyone for a meeting." "Hurry up." "Understood," Li Xiangdong responded, feeling disgruntled about the unclean sheets. Without even changing his clothes, he rolled out of bed and approached Hosan's sleeping form. Grabbing Hosan's arm, he glanced at his watch and exclaimed, "Damn it, who holds a meeting at 3 in the morning. Chapter 71. Escaping a calamity. Li Xiangdong nudged the still slumbering Ho San. Wake up, stop sleeping. Ho San turned over, squinting and mumbling. What's wrong, Donggo? Stop shaking me, I feel dizzy. Let me sleep a bit longer. I want to be having breakfast. With a swift motion, Li Xiangdong delivered a playful slap to Ho San's backside. The sting made Ho San yelp in surprise, jolting him awake. Li Xiangdong, yawning, asked, Are you still tired? Do you need me to wake you up again? Ho San shook his head vigorously. I'm not tired anymore. Donggo, why did you wake me? Someone came by to inform us that the train conductor wants to hold a meeting. As Li Xiangdong approached the washstand, he replied while splashing water on his face. Ho San, bleary-eyed, glanced at the time and, filled with indignation, stormed outside, grumbling about the absurdity of a meeting at 3 in the morning. Li Xiangdong chuckled at the realization that they had finally synchronized their thoughts. As the two emerged from the room, they found the corridor sparsely populated with only 7 or 8 individuals, all of whom appeared to be in a state of drowsiness, leaning against the walls and dozing. Li Xiangdong approached a colleague and inquired, Where are we headed for the meeting? The person, eyes closed, shook his head and replied, I'm not sure. Let us just wait here. Li Xiangdong noticed Zhou stepping out from the room and waved him over. Zhou approached and asked, Dongzi, what is happening? Where has everyone gone? I was about to ask you the same, replied Li Xiangdong, a nagging feeling in his gut suggesting that something was amiss. Though he could not pinpoint who the unfortunate soul might be. Ho San rubbed his eyes and remarked, With so few people here, I know several who are absent, including Brother Yang who lives across from me. They must have gone out to fetch something and haven't returned yet. Zhou yawned and questioned, Then why wake us up, the innocent souls staying at the guest house? Li Xiangdong nudged Zhou with his elbow, signaling that the train conductor had arrived. The train conductor, with tousled hair and bloodshot eyes, surveyed the individuals standing in the corridor, realizing they were still less than half of the expected number. Well, each of you seems to be quite the busy person. Who will fetch old Zheng for me? I'll go, one volunteered before dashing out. Time passed quietly. The corridor was rife with yawns, and just as Li Xiangdong felt himself drifting off, a middle-aged man clad in a railway police uniform approached. He directed his gaze at the train conductor and asked, Why is everyone standing outside? Is something wrong? The conductor took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Old Zheng, a call just came in from the Tonggu police station, saying one of our people has been detained and they want us to come identify him. He discarded the cigarette but on the ground and continued, I intend for you to accompany me to negotiate. Ideally, we can persuade them to hand him over to us for internal resolution. Old Zheng felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. Frowning, he asked, How many are involved? What offense led to their arrest? 2. The conductor sighed. It seems they were caught engaging in private transactions with crew members from the Hong Kong route. He scanned the corridor. In our line of work, it's common knowledge that everyone dabbles in a bit of side business. I woke you all in the dead of night to remind you not to let your audacity lead you astray. Now go back to sleep. Damn it, Li Xiangdong thought, realizing that the 2 unfortunate souls apprehended were likely the ones who had bullied Ho San. Hearing the entire conversation, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had maintained his principles and resisted the temptations presented by Ho San and Zhou. Had the 3 of them ventured out together, he might have found himself lamenting behind iron bars. Ho San and Zhou, shaken by the news, found themselves wide awake, their spirits invigorated, though beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. As Li Xiangdong watched the train conductor and Officer Zheng disappear from view, he said to Zhou, Come inside with me. The 3 entered the room and secured the door. Zhou patted his chest, exclaiming, What a stroke of luck. Dongzi, you are absolutely right. Fortunately, the 3 of us did not stealthily follow them. Ho San nodded repeatedly. Indeed, if we were caught, my father would surely break my legs. Zhou chuckled. If you were apprehended, your father wouldn't even be able to reach you, given the iron bars in between. Sigh, Dongzi. What do you think happened to those 2 who were caught in the end? I have no idea, Li Xiangdong replied, shaking his head. The train conductor and Officer Zheng have already gone to the police station, intending to transfer the individuals back to the public security system of the railway in Beijing. If the individuals cannot be returned, the judgment will proceed as it must, without further discussion. However, if they can be transferred back, then the subsequent matters depend on how strong your connections are. Without strong connections, the punishment may be lessened. For those with formidable backgrounds, like Ho San, the worst that might happen would be removal from their position, with no further repercussions. It is no wonder that the train staff feel free to engage in their dealings across the country without restraint. Li Xiangdong suddenly grasped Zhe's arm and whispered, "What were you doing during that time before we went drinking last night?" Zhe replied, exasperated, "Dongzi, you don't think I went to report you, do you? Then tell me, what were you doing?" Upon hearing Li Xiangdong's persistent questioning, Zhe rolled his eyes in response. "It's all your fault." Li Xiangdong looked incredulous. "It's my fault?" Zhe, feeling quite embarrassed, retorted, "If not me, then who? Of course, it's related to you. It was you who mentioned a surprise in the first stall while we were in the restroom yesterday. I had an upset stomach after we returned from the cafeteria, and my curiosity got the better of me." Li Xiangdong cautiously asked, "So you went in?" Zhe blushed and replied, "Yes, I did." "Now do you understand what I was up to?" Li Xiangdong struggled to contain his laughter. All right, I get it. It's my fault, okay? No wonder Asia only changed his trousers. It seems the force of the toilet flush splashed quite a bit of water onto his pants. Chapter 72, Yang Dabo. Who doesn't speak human language? Hosan stood aside, listening to their conversation, his eyes darting about. What is the big deal about the first stall? He genuinely had no idea, as the restrooms in his residential complex were of a different kind, featuring a tank overhead that released water when a string was pulled. Zhe, stopping Li Xiangdong from speaking, looked at Hosan with mischievous intent and said, "There's a surprise. I assure you, you won't be able to imagine it." Hosan rubbed his nose, glancing sideways with curiosity. "What surprise?" "Zhe, you're not fooling me, are you?" Zhe shook his head. "Why would I fool you? I can't tell you what the surprise is. If you want to know, you'll have to try it yourself." "Try it then." Hosan dashed to Li Xiangdong's bedside, crumpled 2 newspapers, and rushed out the door. "I'm going right now." "What are you doing? Why would you enter that stall?" Li Xiangdong returned to his bed, lying down horizontally. "You, of all people, have the audacity to call me scheming. You are hardly better. Aren't you tired? Hurry back to sleep." Li Xiangdong, after speaking, closed his eyes. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, he heard the clattering of sounds. Overcome by fatigue, he disregarded them, turned over, and soon drifted back to sleep. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the window into the room. Li Xiangdong opened his eyes and shielded them with his hand as he gazed outside, where he spotted a pair of trousers hanging from the window. His now alert mind swiftly grasped the situation. That rascal Asia had truly deceived Hosan. He got out of bed and, as he approached the iron frame to wash up, a sudden doubt flickered in his mind. "Hosan, wake up," Li Xiangdong called out. "Did you use the wash basin in the room when you washed your pants?" Hosan, still in a fog, replied, "I did. What's the matter, Donggo?" Li Xiangdong took a deep breath, attempting to steady his nerves. "It's nothing, just go back to sleep." Seeing Hosan bury his head and fall back into deep slumber infuriated Li Xiangdong. He had nearly fallen victim to the prank. Hesitant to use the towels in the room, he descended to the courtyard to wash up at the faucet. After rinsing his mouth, he smacked his lips. The taste was neither bitter nor salty. Next year, the North China region would face prolonged drought, leading to insufficient flow in the Haihe River, resulting in seawater encroachment. The tap water in Tianjin would become both bitter and salty, even suitable for pickling vegetables. After finishing his ablutions, Li Xiangdong did not return to the room, but instead sat on the stone steps to smoke. He observed his colleagues returning in small groups or alone, each carrying various bags, their faces radiating the joy of harvest like the farmers depicted in textbooks. "Dongzi, why are you sitting here smoking alone?" Li Xiangdong looked up to see Yang Gu approaching with a large cloth bag in hand. He stood up with a smile. "Just getting some fresh air. It seems you had quite a bounty last night." Yang Gu stepped forward, offering a cigarette. "Try this. It's a fine import from Xiangdong." "Yang Gu, you should put that away. I can't afford such luxuries," Li Xiangdong replied, noticing Yang Gu's intention to offer him an entire pack. Such smuggled cigarettes from Xiangdong cost about a yuan per pack at wholesale prices, reselling for over 2. With his next month's salary only 23 yuan. He couldn't even buy 10 packs. Smoking this would make his liver ache. Seeing Li Xiangdong decline, Yang Gu insisted, stuffing the pack into his pocket. "Dongzi, do you think I would ask you for money? That rascal Hosen probably hasn't told you my name, has he? Yang Daba, now we are officially acquainted. Let us be friends moving forward." With the conversation reaching this point, Li Xiangdong understood Yang Daba's intention to befriend him and felt it inappropriate to refuse any longer. "Very well, I shall accept this pack of cigarettes. Thank you, Yang Gu." Yang Daba waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a pack of cigarettes. No need to thank me." I smoke a pack or two every day. Li Xiangdong recognized that Yang Daba was not boasting. Those seasoned employees, like him, had a cavalier attitude towards money. The reason was simple. They earned it too quickly. Each individual spends money extravagantly, utterly devoid of the notion of saving. Hence, in future generations, few will genuinely prosper. Li Xiangdong gazed at the cloth bag by Yang Ji's feet and cautioned, Yang Gu, you must be vigilant. 2 members of your crew were apprehended by the police last night. What? Yang Daba's expression was one of astonishment. Tell me more about this. Li Xiangdong recounted the information he had learned in its entirety. However, to his surprise, instead of feeling alarmed, Yang Daba scoffed. They were too greedy. This fate is entirely self-inflicted. Sensing that Li Xiangdong might not grasp the situation, he elaborated, as I mentioned about my good friend. Those who smuggle from Hong Kong to the Tanggu ports will be taken over by local middlemen, who then discreetly transport the goods via the Haihe River. We receive our supplies from these middlemen. Those 2 sought to earn extra money while also assuming the risks associated with these intermediaries. Is that not foolishness? They have truly allowed greed to cloud their judgment, oblivious to their own limitations. He scrutinized Li Xiangdong closely and inquired, You remained at the guest house last night, did you not? Li Xiangdong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I don't have much money. Yang Daba chuckled, puffing on his cigarette. No need to rush. Take your time. You are new here, and these connections take time to cultivate. Otherwise, as a stranger, who would dare to entrust you with anything? However, you must not mimic those 2. Some money is best left untouched by greed. Li Xiangdong expressed his gratitude. I have learned much. Thank you, Yang Gu. Yang Gu smiled warmly. See, I told you. No need for such formalities. You have yet to consider me a friend. Li Xiangdong chuckled in response. You are right. Then I shall refrain from further thanks. Yang Daba patted him on the shoulder, nodding in approval. Observing the dark circles under Yang Daba's eyes, Li Xiangdong suggested, Yang Gu, you should return to your room and catch some rest. We need to board the train at noon. I won't sleep. Even if I tried, it would be restless. The train conductor will undoubtedly want to speak with those of us who were absent last night. Yang Daba sighed, sitting down on the steps. Outsiders envy us for our ability to earn money through trade, yet they have no idea of our struggles. After stepping out, it's difficult to find a full night's sleep. We must remain alert, like night owls, wary of potential dangers. This job is far from easy. Listening to Yang Daba's lament, Li Xiangdong felt compelled to refrain from contradicting his conscience and offered a few flattering words. Yang Daba continued his complaints, and then there's my sister-in-law, incessantly nagging me about wanting fashionable clothes. And my eldest son insists on having toy cars like those of other children. Does he think such foreign toys are simply within our grasp? Children grow demanding, while others' kids can be pleased with a bit of meat. Your nephew, who has grown accustomed to luxury, now clamors for chocolate and white rabbit candies every day, driving me nearly to despair. It's maddening. Li Xiangdong could hardly bear to listen any longer. He truly wished for Yang Daba to retreat to his room and rest. Chapter 73. A master of exploiting socialist resources. After voicing his grievances, Yang Daba turned to Li Xiangdong, who was seated beside him, and asked, You don't have a substantial sum to invest in exchanges. But surely you can spare a little for some snacks? We can't venture out and return empty-handed. Upon hearing Yang Daba finally speak a sensible word, Li Xiangdong nodded and replied, I was indeed planning to bring back some food. I intend to wait for San to wake up, and then we can stroll around together to see what we can procure. Yang Daba chuckled and remarked, If that is your intention, there is no need to search extensively. I know a place that requires no ticket, though the prices will undoubtedly be higher than elsewhere. Li Xiangdong's eyes brightened. He understood that the proprietor would seek profit, and he was amenable to paying a little extra. Where is this place you speak of, Brother Yang? He inquired. In a conspiratorial tone, Yang Daba responded. Far away in the distance, yet right before our eyes. Li Xiangdong gazed at the dilapidated courtyard before him, incredulous. You can't possibly mean the guest house where we are currently staying, can you? He truly hadn't anticipated that the darkness could be so cleverly exploited by these individuals. Smart man. Wait for me here for a moment. I need to stow my bag, Yang Daba instructed. Following closely behind the recently returned Yang Daba, the two arrived at a modest bungalow behind the guest house. Lao Si, are you in there? Yang Daba knocked and called out. After a prolonged pause, a man in his 30s emerged from within, visibly irritated by the disturbance. Why are you shouting, Yang Daba? Can't a person get any sleep? You're not pleased to earn some money, are you? Fine. If that's the case, I'll let you return to your slumber. We shall take our leave." As Yang Dabao spoke, he attempted to pull Li Xiangdong away. Realizing the situation, Lao Si quickly stepped forward and blocked their path, chuckling as he lightly slapped his own face. "Brother Dabao, please don't be angry. I was merely in a stupor from sleep. Don't take it to heart." Yang Dabao replied with a smile. "All right, Lao Si. We have a bus to catch at 2 this afternoon. Could you prepare some local delicacies for us by noon? If there is seafood, that would be even better, as my companion here intends to bring some home." He then patted Li Xiangdong's shoulder and introduced, "This is Lao Si from the cafeteria." "Greetings, fourth brother," Li Xiangdong said. To which Lao Si responded with a nod and asked, "As for local snacks, we have fried dough twists, and a batch of mackerel will arrive shortly. Just to clarify, payment must be made before delivery." "Understood, fourth brother. You manage the finances, and I would like a bit of everything," Li Xiangdong replied without hesitation, pulling out 5 yuan from his pocket. Since Yang Dabao had brought him here, he felt assured. However, he only had a total of 15 yuan, and parting with a third of it made him feel somewhat pained. Lao Si took the money with a dry expression, his smile fading. "You're only buying 5 yuan worth. It's not easy to go out these days. You should purchase more." Yang Dabao snatched the money from Lao Si's hand, retorting, "Is that too little? If so, let us abandon this matter. I'll seek someone else." "Who said I found it insufficient? I merely worry that my younger brother won't buy enough, making it difficult to divide when he returns home," Lao Si protested, attempting to reclaim the money. Yang Dabao held the money behind his back and said, "Lao Si, the oil and firewood you use for frying the dough twists are from the cafeteria, right? I now suspect that even the flour is sourced from there." Upon hearing these words, Lao Si became anxious. "Do not speak nonsense. How could I possibly dare to use the white flour from the cafeteria?" Yang Daba pointed at him and said, "Look, you have inadvertently admitted it, haven't you? Do you need me to elaborate on the matter of the mackerel? Do you still have the audacity to claim that 5 yuan cannot buy much? You are quite unscrupulous." Confronted with the revelation of his deceit, Lao Si's face flushed with anger. "Yang Daba, please be quiet. I can sell you both the mahua and the mackerel for the low price of 30 cents per pound. Is that agreeable?" "You are indeed sensible," Yang Daba replied, shoving the money into Lao Si's hand. "You dare to bully us from the Beijing railway system? Be cautious, or you might find a sack over your head at midnight." All right, I concede," Lao Si said with a grin as he pocketed the money. Although 5 yuan was not a substantial amount for him, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Li Xiangdong listened to their conversation and began to comprehend how Lao Si conducted his business. He realized that this man was indeed a master at taking advantage of the socialist system. Seeing Lao Si's greedy expression, Yang Daba rolled his eyes. "When will you collect the goods?" Lao Si cheerfully replied, "After lunch. Let this young brother come to the kitchen to collect them." "Very well, it is settled then." With matters agreed upon, Yang Daba took his leave with Li Xiangdong. When the two arrived at the entrance of the staircase, Li Xiangdong paused. "Yang Ge, you go ahead. I wish to stay here for a while longer." Yang Daba, somewhat puzzled but fatigued, said nothing and departed alone. Once Yang Daba's figure disappeared, Li Xiangdong turned back towards Lao Si's residence. Upon opening the door, Lao Si was surprised to see Li Xiangdong, who had just left. "Young brother, do you have further business?" Li Xiangdong smiled and inquired, "Fourth brother, if I were to bring you a couple of deals, what kind of commission could you offer me?" "Commission?" Lao Si, sizing up Li Xiangdong, realized he had never encountered someone like this before, someone wanting him to part with money. With a forced smile, he replied, "Young brother, you may be overreaching. The business I conduct barely covers my family's expenses. There is hardly any profit to be made." Li Xiangdong, unimpressed by Lao Si's feigned helplessness, retorted, "Fourth brother, you are lacking in spirit. I have come sincerely to negotiate with you. Surely you can afford to part with a little something?" Lao Si feigned a troubled expression. "I only earn a little pocket money from this. How about this? Bring the people over, and I will consider it a personal favor to you." Li Xiangdong stared intently at him. "Fourth brother, what is the value of your favor? Perhaps you could convert it into mahua?" Seeing Lao Si's bewildered expression, Li Xiangdong suddenly burst into laughter and pulled out a large front door from his pocket. "I was just joking, fourth brother. I will go fetch my 2 friends right away. However, let us agree on one thing. You must be generous with the sesame in the mahua. Rest assured, I will certainly add more sesame for you, as long as there is no commission involved." Lao Si chuckled as he accepted the large front door from Li Xiangdong. Taking a puff, he asked, "I am Zhao Si. What do you go by, young brother?" Li Xiangdong replied, "I am Li Xiangdong. You may call me Dongzi." Zhao Si nodded slightly, saying, Dongzi, you are quite an interesting young man. The next time you visit Tianjin, we must find some time to share a drink. Certainly. When I come back, I shall make it a point to enjoy a couple of drinks with you, Sigo. I'll go summon some people now. Just wait for me. Li Xiangdong replied before turning back. His intention for coming was to establish a rapport with Zhao Si, hoping to pave the way for future seafood indulgences. Of course, one must be prepared to spend when it comes to seafood. Mutual benefit is essential for a long-lasting relationship. Chapter 74. Zero-Cost Ho-san. Do you want a wife? Bah. Do you want some fried dough twists instead? As Ho-san was putting on his trousers, his expression shifted from excitement to disinterest upon hearing Li Xiangdong's words. In mere seconds, he resembled a middle-aged man who had just concluded an affair, displaying an apathetic demeanor of indifference. Li Xiangdong stood before him, momentarily dazed, as this nonchalant energy felt oddly familiar. Shaking his head, he urged, "Speak up. Do you wish to bring home some fried dough twists and mackerel?" Ho-san blinked, undoubtedly wanting them, but replied, "But Donggu, ration tickets for grain are manageable. Yet fish tickets are harder to obtain. This is my first visit to Tianjin, and I have no connections for exchanging tickets. How about we take a stroll at Pigeon Market?" Li Xiangdong waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I have found a place where you can buy them without tickets. Both fried dough twists and mackerel are just 30 cents per pound." Ho-san exclaimed in astonishment. "So cheap?" Setting aside the mackerel, plain flour is already 18 cents. And this doesn't require tickets? It can't possibly be half cornmeal. Rest assured, it's genuine, Li Xiangdong replied, shaking his head. He believed that even if Zhao Si disregarded Yang Debao's reputation, he would still consider his own credibility. Oftentimes, it is precisely such clandestine dealings that demand a higher regard for reputation. Li Xiangdong, having ensured Ho-san was dressed, intended to find Azhe next. Just then, Azhe emerged from a room, looking to find the two of them, and they encountered one another in the corridor. Upon seeing Azhe, Ho-san instantly sprang to life, bouncing around and pointing an accusing finger at him. "Azhe, you scoundrel! You deceived me into thinking there was a surprise, and I ended up drenched in water. I'll have my revenge." Hearing the term scoundrel, Azhe was instantly reminded of similar insults hurled at him years ago. However, he understood that Ho-san meant no real harm. Primarily, he had been the one to trick him, and thus felt justified in retorting. "Had you not been so curious? Had you not been curious, you wouldn't have fallen for it. Why are you making such a fuss?" Li Xiangdong stood between the two, mostly focusing on Ho-san, who was like a moth drawn to the flame, recklessly aiming to pounce on Azhe. "Azhe, you must apologize to Ho-san immediately." "Ho-san, how could you call Azhe a scoundrel? You ought to apologize to him as well." Despite the futility of trying to force the stubborn bulls to drink, both remained tight-lipped, leaving Li Xiangdong at a loss. Ho-san tugged at Li Xiangdong's arm, insisting, "Donggu, let us go. Didn't you say you wanted to buy fried dough twists and mackerel? We want to take Azhe with us. Why shouldn't I accompany you? I insist on following you." Azhe trailed closely behind the two, engaged in a lively dispute with Ho-san as they made their way down the corridor to Zhao Si's room. "When there are no outsiders around, you two can behave however you like. But now, kindly keep quiet," Li Xiangdong admonished before knocking on the door. Zhao Si opened it, beaming as he welcomed the trio inside. "Dongzi, are these your two friends? What would they like and how much?" This was Zhao Si from the Jinmen Canteen, also known as Fourth Brother. After briefly introducing Ho-san and Azhe, Li Xiangdong turned to Ho-san and inquired, "I ordered 5 yuan worth of fried dough twists and mackerel. How much do you intend to buy?" "I'll get the same as you, Donggu," Ho-san replied, giving Azhe a taunting snort. Li Xiangdong then looked at Azhe, asking, "And you?" After a moment's thought, Azhe said, "I'll skip the mackerel. My father and I don't know how to prepare it. I'll just get some fried dough twists instead." Fourth Brother smiled at Azhe. 5 yuan's worth of fried dough twists, right? Very well, I'll remember that." "Fourth Brother, that is too much," Li Xiangdong interrupted. "Azhe here. We don't need a ticket. The fried dough twists are only 30 cents a pound, and there are just the two of you at home. You can buy a bit more." As he spoke, he suddenly thought of his other childhood friends. "Azhe, let us follow your suggestion and bring back some for Xiao Linzi and the others." Azhe scratched his head and chuckled. "We're on the same wavelength." Li Xiangdong nodded and pulled out another yuan from his pocket. "Fourth Brother, I'll forego the mackerel, convert it all to fried dough twists. Here's another yuan. Please give me 20 pounds. Azhe chimed in, "Fourth Brother, I want 20 pounds of fried dough twists too. Then I won't have the mackerel either. I'll take 20 pounds of fried dough twists as well." When Ho-san noticed Azhe looking at him, he snapped, What are you staring at? It's my money. I'll buy what I want. He then turned to Li Xiangdong with a smile, explaining, I have several nephews and nieces. I'm worried that if I buy too little, there won't be enough to share. After settling the bill and leaving Zhao Xi's room, Hosan saw Aja following him like a shadow. What are you tailing us for? You think just because I'm going for breakfast, you can't go too? Noticing that the two were on the verge of another quarrel, Li Xiangdong quickened his pace, unwilling to engage with them further. Embarrassed enough by their antics with so many onlookers around. After breakfast, they returned to the guest house. Li Xiangdong languidly relished the life of a retired elder. Lying on the bed, he smoked a cigarette while sipping tea that Hosan had procured from somewhere, holding an old newspaper that had long expired. Oh, how delightful it is, he mused. Leisurely moments always seemed to pass swiftly. After finishing lunch, Li Xiangdong casually reclaimed the deposit for last night's meal box and led Hosan and Aja to the back kitchen of the canteen. Zhao Xi was busy packaging the freshly fried dough twists, wrapping 2 pounds in a sheet of oil paper and tying it with string. For convenience, 10 packets were bundled together for easy carrying. Without pausing, Zhao Xi greeted them. Dongzi, you're here. Just a moment, it'll be ready shortly. Li Xiangdong picked up a small fried dough twist to taste, finding it quite delightful. Bringing these home would surely bring joy to Li Xiaotao and the others. However, the more he chewed, the more something felt amiss. Pure white flour. Could Zhao Xi truly be so honest? At that moment, Aja, with a furtive demeanor, pulled Li Xiangdong aside to a corner and pointed at a sack of flour nestled against the wall. Dongzi, doesn't the cafeteria only store ingredients for the day? I had the buns from this morning, which were leftovers from yesterday. The main meal for lunch is only rice. Where exactly do you think this sack of flour has gone? Hosan, wide-eyed and utterly confused, failed to grasp Aja's implication. What else can flour be used for? To steam buns or make noodles, of course. Aja shot him a disdainful glance and whispered, which of your eyes saw any buns or noodles? This is clearly the flour Zhao Xi used to make fried twists. After the events of last night, Hosan had learned his lesson. He looked at Li Xiangdong and asked, Donggu, buying these twists won't bring us trouble, will it? No worries. If Zhao Xi dares to do it, what do we have to fear? Li Xiangdong replied, although the numbness in his molars suggested otherwise. He had suspected that Zhao Xi was too innocent. And it turned out Yang Daoye had been right all along. Zhao Xi had brazenly misappropriated the cafeteria's white flour for personal use. No wonder it was only 3 dimes a pound. He treated the collective as his own home, effectively conducting his business at zero cost. If the entrepreneurs of future generations saw this, they might just be envious enough to smash their heads against the wall. Chapter 75. The unbearable weight of excess Dongzi. The twist you 3 wanted already. Zhao Xi approached, noticing Li Xiangdong's gaze fixated on the flour sack marked for the Tianjin railway station cafeteria. He cleared his throat and reached down to pick it up. You mustn't overthink this. We finalized our arrangement a bit late, and I didn't have time to prepare properly. I merely used the cafeteria's white flour as a temporary measure. I will replenish it later. Who would believe such nonsense? They had barely eaten breakfast when they discussed their plans, and there was ample time in the morning. Naturally, Li Xiangdong was too astute to voice these thoughts. He shook his head and said, Fourth brother, you need not explain. We 3 have seen nothing. Zhao Xi, hearing this, was elated. Not seeing is good. You are sensible. He grinned widely. I fried a few extra twists earlier. I will pack up a few pounds for you later. No need, fourth brother. Save them for your own children. We cannot take advantage of you. Li Xiangdong declined outright. A few pounds of twists would not silence them. Zhao Xi was treating them as fools. Understanding that only Li Xiangdong was not easily swayed among the 3, Zhao Xi stepped closer, grasping Li Xiangdong's arm. Dongzi, you 3 must not speak of today's matters to outsiders. Consider this a favor I owe you. Should you encounter any trouble in Tianjin in the future, I will assist you. Li Xiangdong smiled and replied, I thank you in advance, fourth brother. However, I would like to ask another favor. If I wish to indulge in seafood and cannot come to Tianjin, you must also assist me with that. He gestured towards Hosan and the others, continuing, rest assured, I will remind my 2 friends that we truly saw nothing today. Li Xiangdong naturally would not meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Zhao Xi's audacity to act so brazenly in the cafeteria indicated that at the very least, all the staff there were beneficiaries of this arrangement. Furthermore, the financial dealings between the cafeteria and the storeroom undoubtedly involved more than just a couple of individuals. It was best not to dwell on that. The entire chain was infested with leeches from top to bottom. Not a problem. whenever you desire seafood. Just send someone to convey the message, and fourth brother will ensure it is taken care of. We have trains departing for the capital every day, so it can be delivered to you on the same day. The cafeteria's cold storage still has ice, guaranteeing freshness upon arrival at your home. Zhao Si felt a sense of relief. As long as there was a request, it was acceptable. His greatest fear was encountering someone with no desires or needs, for that would render his situation a ticking time bomb. Li Xiangdong's demand was nothing significant. In fact, it was advantageous for Zhao Si, as it allowed him to make an additional profit. This business is truly gratifying. The two reached a private agreement. Li Xiangdong glanced at the bag of flour in Zhao Si's hands. Fourth brother, perhaps you should exercise a bit more caution in the future. Zhao Si merely smiled and patted his shoulder, leaving one to wonder if he truly absorbed the advice or would take it to heart. Fourth brother, is the flour bag still of use? Perhaps we could use it to store some twisted pastries. What a coincidence. That's exactly what I was thinking. Aren't I considerate towards you, my dear brother? Zhao Si replied, stepping outside the cafeteria, shaking the bag in his hands. Upon returning, he led Li Xiangdong and the others to pack all the twisted pastries into the bag. The three of them purchased a total of 60 pounds. And Zhao Si generously added 3 extra bags. The 66 pounds of twisted pastry flour could hardly fit in the bag, so he stuffed some into a cloth bag as well. After bidding farewell to Zhao Si, the three took turns carrying the items to the train station, swaggering onto the platform through a side employee passage. The aroma of the pastries wafted through the air, enticing passengers on the platform to glance back with curiosity. The staff at Jianmen train station cast a curious eye, but soon returned to their duties, having seen such occurrences many times before. Their curiosity was merely piqued because Jianmen was a coastal city, and most of the train crew from distant lands tended to engage in trading foreign goods. It was rare to see someone like Li Xiangdong and his companions returning with a bag full of food. "Ho-san, what's in that bag?" one colleague inquired. "Comrade Shaoli, what do you three have? It smells delightful." Li Xiangdong and his companions were surrounded by fellow colleagues arriving on the same train. He pulled out a package, opened it, and shared samples with everyone. "Shaoli, you bought these twisted pastries from the cafeteria's fourth brother, didn't you? It must be his frying. He may lack in other areas, but his skill with twisted pastries is unparalleled. Even the most delicious food can become tiresome after excessive consumption. Now, I have Zhao Si help me procure some seafood. I've had my fill of twisted pastries." Yang Daba shouted from the outskirts of the crowd. "What are you all huddled together for? Hurry up and disperse. Get back to work. The train conductor will arrive shortly." Upon hearing Yang Daba's words, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Li Xiangdong and his companions standing in place. Before Yang Daba approached, a delightful aroma floated into the air, captivating their senses. Good heavens! Surely, it cannot solely be filled with fried dough twists? You three are quite something. Before Li Xiangdong could respond, Ho-san, noticing Yang Dabao's approach, hastily inquired, "Brother Yang, do we have any updates on the two who were apprehended?" Li Xiangdong, equally curious about the fate of those two individuals, cast a questioning glance at Yang Dabao. "The train conductor and Lao Zheng have coordinated with the Tonggu police station. They will be sent back to our capital in a couple of days." Yang Dabao sighed as he spoke. Their jobs are definitely lost, but at least they can return home, although they will still be serving time. Being back in our capital means their families will have some relief, and they might even serve a shorter sentence. Li Xiangdong nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Yang Dabao's words. In this era, transportation was cumbersome. Even with their families working in the railway system, the constant back and forth was exhausting. Yang Dabao, glancing at a bag of fried dough twists, chuckled, "We can store these in our lounge. Rest assured, those of us who are on duty understand the rules. We won't touch what isn't ours. Make sure to stay sharp, as we must soon begin preparations for departure." As Yang Dabao turned to leave, Li Xiangdong quickly retrieved 2 bags of fried dough twists from his cloth bag and handed them to Yang Dabao. "Brother Yang, I must express my gratitude. If it weren't for your assistance in making introductions, we wouldn't have been able to procure such affordable goods. Please accept these 2 bags as a token of my appreciation. I hope you won't find it burdensome." Yang Dabao, chuckling, returned one of the bags to Li Xiangdong, saying, "This is too much. My nephew doesn't even enjoy these. And if they sit for too long, they might spoil. That would be a pity." With that, he took 1 bag of fried dough twists and headed off to arrange the duties of the crew. Li Xiangdong carefully placed the bag returned by Yang Dabao aside and urged, "All right, enough dawdling. Let's get these items to the lounge swiftly." Observing Aja standing in a daze after hearing Yang Dabao's words, He thought to himself that Aja still lacked experience. Yang Daoye's remarks were far more impressive when he was merely venting. Chapter 76. Too sincere for his own good. The journey back from Tianjin proceeded without any stops, arriving punctually at the Beijing train station. As a crew member, Aja could not simply disembark upon arrival. He still had to tidy up. Under the gaze of others, Li Xiangdong and Ho Sen carried the flour bags filled with fried dough twists to the entrance of the water supply group office. Upon opening the door, they discovered Lu Erden and Wang Dahai engaged in a heated argument, with Guai standing by, cheering on his mentor. Upon seeing this, Li Xiangdong promptly closed the door again. Lu Erden, full of ire, noticed the heads of Li Xiangdong and Ho Sen peeking in and retreated without a word. Shutting the door behind him, he shouted toward the outside, "What are you two sneaking around for? Get in here." Hearing Lu Erden call for them, Li Xiangdong and Ho Sen had no choice but to push the door open and enter, placing the bags on the desk. Guai, intrigued, asked, "What do these bags contain? They smell delightful." Ho Sen responded, "Mahua." Guai cast a peculiar glance at the two, somewhat perplexed. It was clear that Jin Min was by the sea, where one could easily make a fortune by trading various goods. Why were they so fixated on making mahua? "Did you purchase it from Zhao?" Upon noticing the words on the bag, Wang Dahai instantly understood and kindly cautioned, "I have had dealings with Zhao. He is quite audacious. Buying food from him is one thing, but do not let your personal ties grow too deep." Li Xiangdong nodded in acquiescence. Ever since he learned that the mahua was made from the cafeteria's white flour, he had no intention of developing a close personal relationship with Zhao, planning instead to occasionally ask him to bring some food. With a cheerful demeanor, he retrieved a packet of mahua from his cloth bag, opened it, and placed it on the desk. "Group leader, Uncle Hai, and Guai, please have a taste. Later, each of you can take 2 packets home for the children to enjoy." Lu Erden remained silent, knowing that there was a share for his brother-in-law, Ho San. Even if Ho Sen did not deliver it to their home, there would surely be some at his house, a testament to his confidence in his wife. However, Wang Dahai and Guai promptly declined the offer. They were already aware of Li Xiangdong's family circumstances from Lu Erden's accounts. Sampling a few pieces was acceptable, but taking 2 packets home would be rather inconsiderate. Ho Sen noticed Lu Erden devouring the mahua, having already consumed 2 or 3 pieces, and his displeasure mounted. "Brother-in-law, do eat sparingly. These are meant for my nephew and niece." Lu Erden shot a glare at his ungrateful and somewhat stingy brother-in-law. "Am I eating yours? I'm enjoying Dongzi's share." Ho Sen chuckled. "Well, go on then, brother-in-law. But I still think you should eat less. Too much will make you thirsty." After swallowing a piece of mahua, Lu Erden remarked, "You're not wrong. This is a bit dry. Saner, go fetch me a glass of water." "What? Why should I go? I'm not thirsty," Ho San retorted, taken aback. Lu Erden replied with a smile, "Oh, you won't go? Then I shall have to tell your nephew about how his uncle wet the bed in middle school. Brother-in-law, please be quiet. I'll get you the water." Ho San, noticing Guai snickering at him, begrudgingly grabbed Lu Erden's teacup to fetch water. "Saner, put in some jasmine flowers," Lu Erden instructed, tossing his locker key to Ho San. He then turned to Li Xiangdong, who was enjoying the spectacle, and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Li Xiangdong chuckled and shook his head. "I'm not laughing at anything in particular. I just think you should be cautious in commanding Ho San to do your bidding, lest he goes back and tells his sister. Hey, Dongzi, are you trying to trick me? By saying that, you're merely giving Ho San ideas. But you will be disappointed. Your sister-in-law is quite reasonable," Lu Erden managed to say, maintaining his dignity. He then turned to Ho San, who was unlocking the tea caddy, and said, "Saner, come over and take a break. I'm just teasing you. There's no need for you to serve me." "It's fine, brother-in-law. I'm happy to help. And I want to go tell my sister," Ho San replied. Opening Lu Erden's tea jar and grabbing a generous handful to toss into the teacup before heading to fetch the water, Li Xiangdong observed Ho San's subtle gestures of revenge and stifled his laughter. Lu Erden, oblivious to Ho San's intentions, turned to Li Xiangdong and inquired, "Dongzi, did anything happen during your outing?" Li Xiangdong replied, "Nothing at all. Ho San and I remained at the guest house the entire time, never stepping outside." At that moment, Wang Dahai interjected, "Team leader Lu, have we finished our casual chatter? Shall we continue discussing the shift adjustments?" With a look of exasperation, Lu Erden addressed Wang Dahai. "Uncle Hai, our schedule is already set. It's not as simple as me saying I want to change it. If everyone approached me like you for shift changes, would I still have a job? Ask Dongzi if he would be pleased if I swapped his shift with yours. Noticing Lu Erden diverting the attention to him, Li Xiangdong quickly nodded. I would be pleased. What? Lu Erden had never anticipated Li Xiangdong's agreement, finding himself caught in a predicament. He retorted, well, since you said you would be pleased, then you shall run the Lu province for the next month. Li Xiangdong responded affirmatively. I will heed the leader's arrangements and take Uncle Hai's place in Lu province for a month. Ho Sen approached with a teacup and, with a loud thud, placed it before Lu Erden, declaring, I will accompany Dong Gu to Lu province. Lu Erden, infuriated, exclaimed, you two little rascals. Are you slapping my face right in front of me? He took a furious gulp from the cup and spat. Ugh. Lao San, you little scoundrel. Why did you put so much tea leaves in? Upon hearing himself insulted, Ho Sen jumped up. How dare you insult my father? Listen here, brother-in-law, your time is up. Lu Erden glared at Ho San. You little brat, stop causing trouble. Are you trying to make me go home and argue with your sister? Is that your idea of fun? Humph. Ho Sen crossed his arms and fell silent. Wang Dahai observed Ho San's carefree demeanor and then turned his gaze to Li Xiangdong. Recognizing that a clever person would surely understand why he was reluctant to go to Lu province, he pondered why Li Xiangdong would assist him and so readily agree. Dongzi. Li Xiangdong waved his hand, his tone imbued with sincerity. Uncle Hai, you need not say a word. I still remember how, upon my arrival yesterday morning, you did not disdain me for being a newcomer. You humbly engaged with me and even offered me your precious Mingxian Longjing. I may be a simple person, unable to discern the quality of tea, but that cup truly warmed my heart. You are my elder, and if you do not wish to go to Lu province, I, as your junior, will gladly take your place for a month. Wang Dahai felt a surge of emotion at Li Xiangdong's words, rendered speechless. This child, Dongzi, truly knows how to connect with others, though he can be rather straightforward. Chapter 77. Why must you be so obstinate? Wang Dahai, the elder Li Xiangdong referred to, felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing his words. He thought to himself that Dongzi was a good person, and he could not allow him to suffer any disadvantage. Remembering the Mingxian Longjing Li Xiangdong mentioned, he rose and made his way to his locker, retrieving a canister of tea before striding back toward Li Xiangdong. Dongzi, take this canister of tea and enjoy it, Wang Dahai said as he attempted to place it in Li Xiangdong's hands. Uncle Hai, I am not seeking anything from you. Li Xiangdong pushed Wang Dahai's hand away, retreating a couple of steps. What are you saying? Come here and take it. Do you think Uncle Hai is stingy? Only willing to give you a can of tea? Wang Dahai remarked, pulling out several meat ration tickets from his pocket. The children at home are lacking meat. Aren't they? You've just started working and haven't acquired anything worthwhile yet. Take these meat tickets to buy some meat and bring it back for the kids. Seeing Li Xiangdong remain motionless, Wang Dahai stepped forward, glaring with eyes as big as a cow's, insisting, take it. This sudden outburst startled Li Xiangdong. Uncle Hai, one can of tea is sufficient. Please keep the meat tickets for yourself. Take it. Wang Dahai firmly shoved the tickets into his pocket. Dongzi, it's not that Uncle Hai is scolding you. Why must you be so stubborn, insisting I put it in your pocket? You cannot refuse gifts from your elders. Do you understand? I understand, Uncle Hai, thank you. Initially, Li Xiangdong merely intended to perform a favor, never expecting such a pleasant surprise. Now, he held a can of tea in hand, with several meat tickets added to his pocket, feeling quite pleased. That is more like it. Wang Dahai patted Li Xiangdong on the shoulder, turning to his apprentice, Guai, and inquired, don't you have anything to offer? Of course, master, I do. Guai fished out 2 oil tickets from his pocket. Dong Gu, take these. If you refuse again, I'll give you a good thrashing. Wang Dahai accepted the 2 oil tickets that Guai handed over, stowing them away. Thank you, Uncle Hai, and thank you as well, Guai. Li Xiangdong, being a considerate person, couldn't allow Uncle Hai to be put in a difficult position continuously. So he reached out to take the oil tickets and placed them in his pocket. Lu Erden, who had been watching the entire scene, was displeased. Uncle Hai, aren't you being a bit excessive? Dongzi is part of our family as Ho-san. You can't only have eyes for one person. Wang Dahai felt somewhat awkward upon hearing this. It was not intentional, merely a habitual oversight of Ho-san. However, he had only 2 boxes of tea in his storage cabinet, one given to Ho Jianjie yesterday, and the other just handed to Li Xiangdong. Moreover, all the meat tickets he had, his only tangible goods, were given to Li Xiangdong. Sinair, Uncle Hai has nothing good left on him now. Can I make it up to you another time? Oh, Ho-sen sulkily shrugged his shoulders, feeling quite aggrieved. You Wang Dahai, sensing his demeanor, felt a bit guilty and pondered before saying, "How about this, Senator? If your father intends to scold you next time, run to our office, and I'll shield you once." Liu Erden was about to dismiss this child's excuse, but standing beside him, Ho-san was practically bouncing with excitement, his eyes twinkling. "Uncle Hai, once one tea suffice. You must at least help me twice." Wang Dahai chuckled, nodding readily. "All right, it's a deal between us. No one can seek compensation later." Ho-san laughed, saying, "Whoever seeks compensation is a little dog." Liu Erden leaned on the table, rubbing his face vigorously, helplessly chuckling in resignation. With a gleam of delight in his small eyes, Ho-san cast a glance at Guai, who was stifling a chuckle nearby. Guai, Uncle Hai has agreed to assist me. What about you?" "Don't look at me, Ho-san. I cannot afford to offend your father." Guai nearly jumped up, for he was not like his master, Wang Dahai, and lacked the audacity to face Ho Jinjia. "How about I offer you 2 oil tickets instead?" Guai proposed, rummaging through his pocket to retrieve 2 half-gene oil tickets from the Beijing region. "Hand them over," Liu Erden interjected, snatching the tickets and stowing them away in his own pocket. As Ho-san watched the tickets vanish from his sight, he fancied that he had outsmarted both Wang Dahai and his apprentice, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of loss, glancing towards his brother-in-law, Liu Erden. "Ahem. What are you staring at? What if you drop them again? Besides, I'm taking these tickets to prepare a delicious meal for your nephew. I assure you, tonight I'll fry meatballs for him," Liu Erden explained, his cheeks flushed. Ho-san nodded, satisfied. "But do take it easy on the meatballs, brother-in-law. My nephew has grown slender." "Your nephew is merely going through a growth spurt. Do not speak out of turn." Liu Erden waved his hand, urging Ho-san to cease. Having dismissed Ho-san, Liu Erden turned to Wang Dahai, saying, "Uncle Hai, you've pestered me all day regarding the shift change. Now that Dongzi and Ho-san have agreed to go to Lu province on your behalf, you should be content. Hurry home. I wouldn't want my wife to worry. It is indeed time to return for dinner." Wang Dahai glanced at his watch, beckoning his apprentice, Guai, to follow him home. Li Xiangdong approached with several bags of twisted dough sticks. "Uncle Hai, this is a small token of appreciation from me as your junior." Wang Dahai accepted the treats, placing them on his desk. "You are too earnest, my boy. I told you not to bring us anything. Why do you never listen?" he complained as he walked out. "Guai, why can't you learn from Dongzi? Why are you always concocting schemes?" Standing at the door, Li Xiangdong overheard Wang Dahai continuing to admonish Guai in the corridor, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Dongzi, now that it's just the 3 of us, tell me honestly, why are you assisting Wang Dahai? You're no fool. You must understand the intricacies involved." Liu Erden's gaze was penetrating as he regarded Li Xiangdong. "Team leader Liu, it seems nothing escapes your notice." Li Xiangdong's expression shifted from contemplation to clarity as he sighed and recounted the previously agreed-upon explanation to Liu Erden. Upon hearing this, Liu Erden was taken aback, incredulously asking, "You're doing this merely to help a friend?" Seeing Li Xiangdong nod, he picked up the cup of tea Ho-san had brewed for him, taking a sip. Although the tea was overly strong and difficult to swallow, he felt the need to quench his thirst. In this day and age, individuals like Li Xiangdong, who share a bond of loyalty and sincerity with their friends, are increasingly rare. Chapter 78. What you think is irrelevant. Liu Erden set down his teacup and turned to Ho-san, inquiring, "Saner, are you aware of this matter?" "Yes, indeed. It's just as Dong-go mentioned," Ho-san replied, nodding repeatedly. They had already conspired on their way back, agreeing to maintain this narrative regardless of who inquired. Even if Liu Erden were his own brother-in-law, he would not divulge the truth. Dong-gu had cautioned them several times along the journey that they were relying on an information barrier to generate profit. Should outsiders decipher the situation, their earnings would dwindle. As for the meaning of an information barrier, Liu Erden still could not grasp it. He commended, "Dongzi, you have truly upheld our dignity among the gentlemen of the capital. Rest assured, next month I will arrange an excellent shift for you and Ho-san." "Team leader, that won't be necessary for now. The doctor from Tong Rintang has advised that this medication must be taken for 3 consecutive months." Li Xiangdong declined Liu Erden's kind offer. From July to October was indeed the prime season for trading crickets. 1 month would hardly suffice. He needed at least to complete these 3 months first. Liu Erden approached Li Xiangdong and patted him firmly on the shoulder, exclaiming, "What a noble deed. Dongzi, you have truly acted with integrity." "Team leader, please refrain from such praise," Li Xiangdong thought to himself, feeling increasingly uneasy. The confidentiality of their cricket trading endeavor seemed essential. He could not allow Lu Erden and Wang Dahai to become privy to it. What is wrong with a few compliments? I even want to report your achievements to the higher-ups. Lu Erden's satisfaction with Li Xiangdong grew. He was virtuous, not overly concerned with wealth, and most importantly, he was one of their own. He needed to be nurtured properly. Perhaps one day, Li Xiangdong would succeed him as team leader. Li Xiangdong forced a smile, feeling as if he might be on the verge of a stomach cramp. This matter could not be reported. He simply could not bear the weight of it. Just as he was about to confess the truth, Lu Erden sighed. What a pity, your intentions are not being amplified. Ultimately, this is merely an affair among your group. Had it been otherwise, particularly considering the events of a few days ago, you would undoubtedly have received commendation. Noticing Li Xiangdong's troubled expression, he offered reassurance. Dongzi, do not be too disheartened. I will take the time to discuss this with my father-in-law and see if there is another angle from which we can promote your efforts. That won't be necessary, team leader. Please, do not. Li Xiangdong shook his head vigorously. He was not like Ho San. Accolades mattered little to him. He simply wished to dissuade Lu Erden from pursuing this notion. Team leader, I have only just begun working in our section. Drawing too much attention could be detrimental. Moreover, this matter pertains to my friend's family affairs, and it would not reflect well if it were to spread. Lu Erden's brow furrowed at this. He had indeed overlooked these aspects. They could protect those who stood out. But this approach might give outsiders the impression that he was climbing the ranks on the coattails of his friends. Although the situation did not come to fruition, it was not without its own merits. At the very least, Lu Erden felt he had discovered new admirable traits in Li Xiangdong, such as his composure and integrity. Well done. Dongzi, you are truly impressive. No wonder my father-in-law entrusted Ho San to your care. Beside them, Ho San, who had been silent, looked puzzled and asked, brother-in-law, did my father really say that? I recall him saying I should take care of Dong Go. Something feels off. Is that so? Lu Erden, still lamenting over Li Xiangdong, was caught off guard by Ho San's remark and blurted out, your thoughts are of little importance. Ho San interjected, wait, what? Realizing he had inadvertently revealed his true feelings. Lu Erden quickly attempted to clarify, what I meant was, your opinions don't matter much. Whether you or Dongzi takes the lead, it's all the same. Oh, Ho San rubbed his nose, I thought you looked down on me. No. Sanner, don't think like that. You are a treasured gem of the Ho family. Your second brother-in-law, your two sisters, and I all genuinely care for you. You're a bright child, and you surely understand that what I said came from the heart. Lu Erden was saying whatever flattery came to mind, fearing that his earlier slip of the tongue would lead to trouble at home, where his wife, with her long nails, had a penchant for pinching his soft flesh. He certainly did not want to incur her wrath. Hearing this, Ho San blushed and said, brother-in-law, Dong Go is still here. Why reveal your true feelings? It's rather embarrassing. Li Xiangdong coughed, and Lu Erden shifted the conversation to matters at hand. Let us get down to business. You two have just returned from Tianjin and should ideally rest, yet you've agreed to take over for Uncle Hai and Erguazi in Xiangdong. You'll have to keep going without a break. We depart at 6 tomorrow morning, so make sure to arrive early. Tardiness isn't an option. Lu Erden reiterated the return schedule and the important points for the journey. All right, you're free to go home now. I have some matters to attend to, so I want to accompany you. Once Lu Erden left, Li Xiangdong turned to Ho San and said, you stay here for now. I'll check if Aja has returned. Without waiting for a response, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. He stood outside the crew office, reflecting on the lack of emphasis on ideological education and organizational development, the neglect of broadcasts, newspapers, and personal growth, leading to such embarrassing incidents. As he listened to the murmurs from within, he initially intended to enter and call out, but instead, he turned back. Ho San, the crew is having a brief meeting. Wait for Aja and tell him to send 5 packs of my mahua home. As for the rest, let him handle it. He'll understand what I mean. I need to gather some intel on the cricket prices in the capital. With the imminent replacements for Wang Dahai and Erguazi in Xiangdong, time is of the essence, and I believe it prudent to scout ahead. I understand, Donggo, Ho San replied, lowering his legs from the desk and rising to look at Li Xiangdong, his face brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Can I join you? Do not follow for now. Your current task is to convey a message to Asia. Li Xiangdong, concerned about Ho San's thoughts, explained, I am merely going to assess the situation. Once we embark on our venture, rest assured you will accompany me. After speaking, he began to change his attire and retrieved a flashlight from his locker. With a bus scheduled for 6 in the morning, he would need to rise at 4. The darkness outside necessitated the use of a flashlight. Li Xiangdong swiftly made his way to the square in front of the station and boarded a bus heading directly to the White Pagoda Temple at Fuchingmen. Chapter 79. Friends on the Road Bring Honor. The site of the temple fair at White Pagoda Temple is regarded as the earliest market for flowers, birds, fish, and insects in the capital. It ceased operations in the 1960s and only began to regain vitality 2 years ago after the conclusion of the significant movement. Two types of individuals frequent this place to trade. One group consists of descendants of princes, nobles, and 8 banner youths from the Qing dynasty, who engage in bird fighting and cricket battles and manage hawks and dogs. Even in times of hardship, these treasures would not suffer from hunger. The second group comprises contemporary individuals who, having acquired a bit of disposable income, are driven by a lack of entertainment and an uncontainable urge for leisure. Much like the anglers of later generations, some may lack skill, yet the mere sight of water compels them to cast their lines. Upon boarding the bus, Li Xiangdong found himself without a seat and stood, swaying for over half an hour before reaching his destination. Once he disembarked, he quickly covered his nose. The area was filled with dust and debris, as many alleys were undergoing demolition, with several rudimentary buildings already erected in some spots. He hurried towards the northeastern corner of the overpass, near the Greenbelt. This location, having transitioned from the temple fair, had spontaneously evolved into a small market that thrived with activity. Once it is reported next year, it will be uniformly managed by the government and relocated to below the Mei Lanfang Grand Theater, opposite the National Children's Activity Center. The government has even erected 2 rows of red brick walls and asbestos-roofed sheds, which later became fondly referred to as the Guanyuan Market. Li Xiangdong wandered about like a casual visitor, observing the diverse offerings: cats, dogs, fish, insects, flowers, and both genuine and counterfeit antiques. However, the unpleasant odors and the disorderly environment were hardly surprising given the likelihood of complaints. Moreover, the majority of vendors were remnants from 2 decades prior, with few young people setting up stalls here. In a few years, as profits become evident, many will flock to this trade. He noticed several street loiterers nearby, their occasional glances directed toward him, prompting him to retrieve the flashlight from his bag, ready to wield it if necessary. Li Xiangdong hastily stepped forward, approaching a flower vendor, squatting to pick up a pot of clivia, a splendid specimen. This is known as the green gold of the 1980s. Comrade, how much for this pot of clivia? 2 yuan. The vendor glanced at him, perceiving him as someone unlikely to spend much. Buy it or put it down. Don't drop it. Cut it out. You're not getting my money. Li Xiangdong placed the flower back down and stood up to leave. It was still early, and he could always return for a batch of clivia in a year or 2. He curiously glanced around until his intrigue was satisfied, finally tracing the sound of crickets to a bustling marketplace where vendors sold them. Li Xiangdong approached a stall, run by a bald middle-aged man who wielded a fan and wore a dark towel around his neck. He held a small teapot in one hand, with a woven cricket cage at his feet, leisurely observing the passers-by while listening to the chirps of the crickets. Noticing Li Xiangdong examining his stall, the vendor remarked, "Sir, this is no ghost market. What brings you here with a flashlight in broad daylight? Is it for sitting?" Li Xiangdong crouched down, extending the flashlight towards the vendor with a smile. "Perhaps you could enlighten me on what a steel-bottom cricket looks like?" The vendor, humorously acknowledging his age, replied, "At my age, I'm not as spry. It's best you put that away." He playfully swatted Li Xiangdong's flashlight with his fan and, sensing that he wasn't a typical cricket enthusiast, inquired, "Sir, do you know how to play?" Li Xiangdong retorted, "I haven't even seen your goods yet. Yet you ask me such questions. Will it suffice for fishing if I purchase?" He pointed to the cricket jars on the ground. "May I take a look?" Unperturbed, the vendor picked up a jar, replying with a smile, "Of course, how else can we negotiate a price?" Li Xiangdong took the jar, opened the lid, and examined the crickets inside, nodding in approval. "Indeed, genuine white-toothed greens. You truly know your stuff. Why not give it a try?" the vendor suggested, handing him a strand of cricket grass. Li Xiangdong teased the crickets a couple of times before returning the jar to the vendor. "How much for this one?" The vendor carefully closed the jar and set it down, stating, 3 yuan for you." Li Xiangdong remained silent, inspecting several jars filled with local Beijing crickets, white-toothed greens, purple, and iron balls. Traveling these days requires a letter of introduction. It's quite inconvenient for venturing outside the city without a proper reason. The local authorities want to issue a pass. Crickets from other regions face barriers, while local vendors typically catch them themselves or entice naive children with candy to assist in the hunt. Li Xiangdong turned to the vendor and asked, "Do you have any iron-headed greens?" Not receiving an immediate answer, he persisted, "What about amber greens, black-toothed greens, or gold-winged ones?" The vendor, with a pained smile, replied, "Don't tease me, sir. Where would I find Ningyang goods? I haven't seen them in years." "You don't have any, but I do," Li Xiangdong chuckled, pointing to himself. "You do?" The vendor's eyes brightened as he leaned closer to Li Xiangdong, whispering, "Can you procure Ningyang goods?" "Yes," Li Xiangdong nodded. "Not only can I get them, but I can acquire quite a few. I'm just worried you might not be able to handle them." "Sir, you underestimate me. If I can't handle your goods, no one in this vicinity would," the vendor exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Li Xiangdong chuckled. "Is that so? It seems you are quite well known in this area." The middle-aged vendor replied with a hint of pride, "You can listen around. Many who indulge in cricket fighting know my crickets. By the way, I forgot to ask, what do you go by?" "Well, it seems we've established a rapport," thought Li Xiangdong, determined not to concede. "My friends on the street call me Dong Go." The cricket seller, taken aback by Li Xiangdong's demeanor, smiled contentedly and said, "Just kidding with you. Since you're older, you can call me Dong Zi. I won't address you as cricket master. Perhaps Uncle Sun will suffice?" "Sure, Dong Zi. How many can you procure for me? When can I expect the goods?" Uncle Sun looked at Li Xiangdong with eager anticipation, but Li Xiangdong countered, "Shouldn't you first discuss the price? Only then can we negotiate further." Uncle Sun lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then raised it to respond, "Authentic Ningyang goods. Complete and intact, at 1 yuan each. I'll take as many as you have." Upon hearing the price, Li Xiangdong stood up without uttering a word and began to leave. Hey, don't go. Chapter 80. Someone from the Li family has come to pay the electric bill. Dong Zi, please don't leave if you're unsatisfied with the price. We can negotiate further. Uncle Sun hurriedly approached and, with a mix of pulling and coaxing, brought Li Xiangdong back to his stall, offering him a seat on his own stool and graciously handing over a cigarette. "Dong Zi, you are quite resourceful, even managing to source crickets from Ningyang. I admire that." Li Xiangdong interrupted Uncle Sun's flattery, stating directly, "Uncle Sun, let us get down to business. What you're doing isn't a unique venture. Just give me a fair price, or I will inquire at other stalls." Recognizing that Li Xiangdong was not easily swayed, Uncle Sun slapped his thigh, wincing at the thought of losing out. "All right, I'll take a hit and offer you 1 yuan 50 cents each." Li Xiangdong exhaled a cloud of smoke. 2 yuan? I'm bringing them back over 1,000 miles. Do you think this is child's play? Uncle Sun's face contorted. "Dong Zi, your offer is too harsh. You must leave some room for Uncle Sunday." Li Xiangdong smiled. "Don't let my youth deceive you into thinking you can outsmart me. You sell local crickets for 3 yuan. If not, I will indeed seek others." Realizing he could not deceive Li Xiangdong, Uncle Sun chuckled. "Fine. Let us agree on 2 yuan each, but let us make it clear. Upon arrival, I must inspect the goods. I want to accept anything subpar. What do you think? If they're not quality, why would I bother bringing them back? It wouldn't even cover my travel expenses." "Dong Zi, how many can you bring back? When will we conduct the transaction?" "It's hard to specify, but at least 200 to 300, I suppose. As for timing, today is the 14th. I will come to see you on the 19th. I can't guarantee anything earlier or later, but I will definitely be there on the 19th. With trains nowadays, no one can promise punctuality." With the arrangements settled, Li Xiangdong decided against inquiring at other stalls. This was the current market condition. Any higher price would deter buyers, as there were indeed local crickets, albeit lacking the renown of Ningyang's. Li Xiangdong rose and greeted, "Uncle Sun, it is getting late. I shall take my leave." Uncle Sun glanced at the position of the sun and replied, "Go ahead. I too must close up soon and head home. Dong Zi, you must remember to come by on the 19th. I will be waiting here for you. Do not deceive me." After taking a few steps, Li Xiangdong turned back with a smile and said, "Rest assured, I am not one to waste time on frivolities. What would I gain by fooling you?" However, he added, "Uncle Sun, I find the name Cricket Sun rather unappealing. It sounds like a child seeking recognition from their grandfather. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from using that name in the future." "You little rascal, are you trying to mock me?" Uncle Sun exclaimed, grabbing his cricket cage and tossing it toward the retreating Li Xiangdong. "Thank you for the cricket you gifted me," Li Xiangdong said, deftly catching the token of affection, holding the palm-sized bamboo cricket cage to his ear. "What a delightful creature." He marveled, then turned to Uncle Sun, saying, "Your temper is rather fierce. Remember to drink more tea. I shall take my leave now." With that, he took off running, calling out, "Uncle Sun, rest assured, I will take good care of this cricket." Uncle Sun stood at his stall, watching Li Xiangdong grow ever more distant, and shouted in exasperation, "You scoundrel! Return my cricket." Unfortunately, the distance was too great for Li Xiangdong to hear. He ran straight to the bus stop, arriving at the peak of rush hour, where the queue stretched long before the sign. Once on the bus, the crowd was no different from that of modern times. He had considered purchasing a monthly pass but thought twice, as he would often need to travel out of town. Thus, the bus pass would be of little use. A monthly pass? If I don't ride the bus every day, I would feel it a waste. The front door of his home was ajar. Li Xiangdong stepped over the threshold and peered into the courtyard, finding it empty. From the main house, the sounds of children chattering filled the air, with Li Xiaotao's voice ringing the loudest, incessantly exclaiming how delicious everything was. He called out in a playful tone, "Is there anyone from the Li family present? Time to pay the water and electricity bill." The noise from inside ceased momentarily, and then his mother emerged, approaching the door and asking, "What bill? Have you mistaken the house? We paid our bills this month already." As her words fell, she spotted her youngest son standing by the wall and stepped forward, playfully slapping his back. "You little rascal, always up to mischief." The slap was gentle, and Li Xiangdong did not flinch. "I was merely teasing you. Did you bring us some fried dough twists?" "Just left. He brought 5 large bags of them, saying you bought them together in Jinmen. We all tried them, and they are delicious." "That's wonderful. I shall bring home something different next time," he replied. "Come inside. I will get you some food." As they chatted, they walked toward the main house. "Third uncle is back." "Third uncle, those fried dough twists you bought are delightful." "Father, did you buy meat? I want to eat meat." "Oh, third uncle, why do you have the sound of a cricket coming from you?" "A cricket? Third uncle, did you buy a cricket?" As Li Xiangdong entered the house, he was immediately encircled by the children. With a smile, he engaged in brief banter before urging them to hurry off for dinner, promising to play with them afterward. He sent the children away and greeted his grandparents, who were seated at the large dining table, along with his father and siblings. Turning to his wife, Zhou Yuqin, who was feeding their daughter, he said, "You've worked hard these past few days." In this day and age, couples seldom express their innermost feelings to one another. Zhou Yuqin, taken aback by his words in such a public setting, blushed and stammered, Not hard at all." Li Xiangdong's father, holding Li Xiaozhu, spoke up to alleviate the awkwardness, while she pouted, her large eyes brimming with tears. Li Xiangdong quickly scooped up his daughter, asking, "Do you miss Daddy, little seven?" "I do," Li Xiaozhu replied, clinging to his neck as tears began to fall. Seeing his daughter cry broke his heart. He hurriedly retrieved a cricket cage from his pocket and held it near her ear, saying, "Listen, doesn't it sound nice?" No, Li Xiaozhu pushed the cage away, clinging tightly to his neck. Li Xiangdong placed the cage on the table, gently patting her bottom. "Let's not cry, okay? Daddy will feed you, all right?" Li Xiaozhu gazed at him and softly murmured, "Okay." After sitting down, he picked up the small metal spoon meant for his daughter. Scooping a half-spoonful of rice and opening his mouth, Li Xiaozhu, nestled in his arms, mirrored him, exclaiming, "Ah." Chapter 81. I raise it as my son Li's mother entered the room holding a bowl of corn porridge, placing it before Li Xiangdong. Inside the bowl was a boiled egg. "You should eat this first." "Huh?" Li Xiangdong was somewhat taken aback. He had never received such treatment before. If Li's grandmother had secretly given him an egg, he would have faced a day's worth of scolding from his mother. "Give it to the kids, I won't eat." He insisted. Li's father, swallowing his bun, interjected, "Your mother wants you to eat, so just eat. That egg was specifically saved for you this morning." Li's mother shot him a sideways glance. "In the past, you would sneak food, and now you can't even bring yourself to eat when it's given to you openly?" Li Xiangdong felt speechless. He was merely being polite. Meanwhile, his siblings chimed in. "Third brother, our mother is worried about you. Dongzi, just eat. The little rascals at home have had plenty to eat." "Yes, the fried dough twists you brought back were enough for them," Li's father added. "Your mother is concerned that you might not eat well or rest properly while you're out, so she saved this for you to replenish your strength." Li Xiangdong smiled and replied, "All right, I understand. I will eat soon. I cannot let my mother's kindness go to waste." As he fed his daughter, he glanced at his grandparents, saying, "Actually, I'm doing quite well outside. You need not worry. Please, eat your meals as well. You must not consume cold food at your age." "Oh, we will eat right away," Li's grandmother said. Her joy at seeing Li Xiangdong's return making her forget her own meal, her eyes never leaving him. Upon hearing her husband remind them to eat, old lady Li continued to eat with a smile. When her little grandson returned, the corn porridge seemed to go down much easier than before. "Give it to me," said Zhou Yuqin, reaching out to take Li Xiaozhu, only to be met with a swift slap from her small hand. "I'll hit you." After striking her mother, Li Xiaozhu grew weak in the legs and nestled into her father's embrace. Li Xiangdong affectionately tousled his daughter's little bun, chuckling, "You're quite something now, even daring to hit your mother." He turned to Zhou Yuqin and said, "It's all right, I'll hold her while she eats." "All right then." Zhou Yuqin, unperturbed by her daughter's playful slap, understood that the girl missed her father after crying and fussing all night. Now that she saw him, she surely didn't want to let go. She gently tapped her daughter's head and warned, "If you wet your pants, don't call for me. Let us see if I still take care of you." Li Xiaozhu turned back to Zhou Yuqin and called out, then buried her head further into Li Xiangdong's arms. Observing her daughter's clingy demeanor, Zhou Yuqin realized there was no point in insisting, so she turned to her husband and said, "You eat first. I'll feed her later." Li Xiangdong nodded and then asked his daughter, "Do you want to eat some eggs?" Noticing her silence as she snuggled closer, he began to eat with his chopsticks, holding the little bundle of joy. No matter how good the food outside was, nothing compared to the comfort of home-cooked meals. Just as he finished a bun, Li Xiaojing and the others, who had hastily finished their meal, came bouncing over. They stood before Li Xiangdong, their eyes fixated on the cricket cage beside him. "Third uncle, we've finished eating. Can we play with the cricket for a bit?" Li Xiaohai tilted his head, trying to charm his father. "Dad, I missed you. Can you let me play with the cricket?" Li Xiangdong looked down at his son and chuckled. "Oh really? I've been back for quite a while, and now you remember me? Just a moment ago, you were asking for meat, and now you come to me with this. I don't believe you. Dad, please give me the cricket." Li Xiaohai clung to his father's leg, sitting on his foot and shaking. "Dad, let me play. My sister doesn't want to." "Stop shaking. Get up quickly. I'll let you play." Li Xiangdong picked up the cricket cage from the table and cautioned Li Xiaojing and the others, "You can play with it, but be careful not to harm it." "Got it, third uncle. Third uncle, I'm too scared to hold it. I just want to look." The two little girls, Li Xiaolan and Li Xiaomei, were merely curious. They wouldn't dare to handle it if given the chance. Li Xiaojing declared, "I definitely want to let the cricket die." Li Xiaotao, with his innocent demeanor, chimed in, "Third uncle, don't worry, I'll raise it like my son." Upon hearing his second nephew's words, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but laugh. "You're going to raise it like a son? Then you should give it a name." Li Xiaotao nodded earnestly. "All right, I'll call it Li Guogua." Coughing lightly, Li Xiangdong couldn't contain his amusement. His father's name was Li Guowei, and naming a cricket after him was bound to earn the boy a playful reprimand. Indeed, the moment the name Li Guogua slipped from the lips, the adults gathered around the dining table turned their collective gaze toward the still giggling Li Xiaodao. The siblings were momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication, while Li's mother nearly choked on her food from laughter. Li's father placed his bowl down, swiftly approached Li Xiaodao, seized his arm, and delivered a swift kick to his backside. "You little rascal, raising a grasshopper, and you think you can name it after a brother?" Li Xiaodao, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, looked up at his grandfather. "Grandpa, why did you kick me?" Li's father, with a stern expression, pointed at the grasshopper cage. "You are not to call it Li Guogua, do you understand?" Rubbing his backside in confusion, Li Xiaodao protested, "Why can't I name it Li Guogua? I already promised third uncle that I would raise it like a son, and sons must have names." "Damn." Li Xiangdong felt his heart race at Li Xiaodao's words. Realizing he might also face the consequences, he hurriedly passed the grasshopper cage to Li Xiaohai and lifted him off his feet, retreating to a corner with his daughter to avoid the impending chaos. Li Xiaohai, oblivious to the situation, gleefully admired the grasshopper cage in his hands. Scampering toward Li Xiaojiang to boast, "Elder brother, I have a grasshopper to play with." Although Li Xiaojiang did not grasp why Li Xiaodao was being punished, he had no desire to be implicated and tugged Li Xiaohai away toward the yard. Li Xiaobo and his sister, Li Xiaomei, seized the opportunity to slip away as well. Li Xiangdong, standing aside with his daughter, watched as Li Xiaodao endured 2 more kicks from his father and received a slap from his elder brother. Had it not been for his wife and second sister-in-law restraining the eldest sister-in-law, the situation might have escalated further. What an unfortunate child. Li Xiangdong found it hard to watch. Turning back, he noticed his daughter, Li Xiaozhu, with her large eyes wide open, fixated on her brother's plight. Her tiny hands clenched tightly. He chuckled softly. Why are you so excited about your brother getting punished? Just a little fight. Li Xiaozhu waved her small fists, resting her head on his shoulder, stifling her giggles behind her hand. Chapter 82. Ysnt the grasshopper chirping. Seeing her great-grandson receiving a few whacks while her husband sat nearby, thoroughly entertained, the old lady interjected, "That's enough. He doesn't even know what you, his grandfather, are called." Humph. Hearing his mother speak, Li's father returned to the table with a stern expression. Get lost. Li's elder brother was equally exasperated. Raising a grasshopper and having it lead to such chaos was beyond him. If it weren't for Li old lady intervening, he would have gladly given Li Xiaotao a couple more smacks. Li Xiaotao sniffled, shrinking under his father's harsh gaze as he scurried outside, still utterly perplexed about the reason behind his punishment. What are you laughing about? Isn't it your fault for bringing home a grasshopper that led to this nonsense? Li's father remarked dryly, observing his younger son reveling in the commotion. What does this have to do with me? Li Xiangdong muttered under his breath, cradling his daughter as he returned to the table to continue his meal. Old Lady Li watched her young grandson devour his meal and, with a smile, inquired, Dongzi, why did you bring back only a grasshopper from work? A relative gave it to me on my way back, Li Xiangdong replied, glancing at the twisted donut soaking in his grandmother's bowl. Grandma, isn't the donut delicious? Old Lady Li nodded. Indeed, it is delightful, but difficult to chew. It needs to be softened in corn porridge first. Concerned about his grandson's spending habits, Old Man Li cautioned, it's not easy when you're out in the world. You needn't bring these things home. Grandpa, you are absolutely right, Li Erseo chimed in with a laugh. In just a few days, you've brought back white rabbit candy, instant noodles, and now so many donuts. Dongzi, you mustn't squander your money like this. Li Dajie and his two brothers nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiments of Old Man Li and Li Erseo. Ah, Li Xiangdong responded, lifting his gaze to his father. What is it, father? Pausing his chopsticks, Li father looked at him and asked, has your salary been disbursed this month? When do you plan to contribute to the household expenses? I can give it now, Li Xiangdong replied, pulling out 5 yuan from his pocket and handing it to his mother, who was seated nearby. I didn't intend to withhold it. On payday? Father had us 3 brothers drink too much, and I simply forgot. Also, here are these meat and oil coupons, which were additional allowances from my out-of-town assignment. He handed over the tickets given to him by Wang Dahai and Er Guai, providing an alternative excuse as he presented them to his mother for household use. Noticing the sparkle in his mother's eyes, he hurriedly added, such rewards are rare, they don't come often. Li mother carefully wrapped the tickets in her handkerchief, her face aglow with excitement. An occasional reward is indeed remarkable. No wonder everyone says working for the railway is good. Tomorrow, I shall buy some meat, and we shall have a fine feast. Yes, buy plenty. The children at home are growing, Li Xiangdong advised. After explaining that he would have to leave for Lu province early the next morning, he crushed some eggs for his daughter to finish eating, then cradled her back to their room. He placed her on the Kong and, seeing her reach out for him, spoke gently. Why don't you play on the bed for a while? Father will wash up and come back to hold you, and then we can sleep together. Li Xiaozhu nodded, settling cross-legged on the Kong to play with her toes. As Li Xiangdong stepped outside, he glanced back to see his daughter happily engaged in her play, reassuring him as he went to wash up. Just as he had splashed water on his face and was about to dry off, Li Xiaohai, who had been playing in his elder brother's room, dashed over. Father, the grasshopper isn't chirping anymore. He shook the grasshopper's cage vigorously, akin to rolling dice. Look, is it asleep? Li Xiangdong felt a headache coming on. Li Xiaohai, you can't play with the grasshopper like that. If you shake it any further, it might die. Unyielding, Li Xiaohai pressed, then isn't it chirping? Li Xiangdong sighed. It might be carsick, perhaps it's feeling queasy. Li Xiaohai stood bewildered, not grasping the concept of motion sickness. With a resigned breath, Li Xiangdong advised, stop holding it all the time. Place it on the ground, and soon enough, it will start chirping by itself. I understand, father, Li Xiaohai said, content as he trotted back to his elder brother's room with the grasshopper's cage. One day, I will let you play until you're exhausted. Li Xiangdong murmured, lamenting the tragic fate of the grasshopper. He quickly wiped himself down and washed his feet under the faucet before returning to the room to play with his daughter, who was still amusing herself with her toes. He rummaged through the cupboard and pulled out his winter cotton pants. With a swift motion, he tore open a seam along the stitching. What are you doing? Zhou Yuqin, who had just helped Li's mother wash the dishes, entered the room and saw her husband mishandling their belongings. feeling a pang of sorrow. She hurried over to inspect the pants. Why are you tearing your clothes? I need the cotton inside, Li Xiangdong replied succinctly, explaining his plan to use it for the grasshoppers. Zhou Yuqin frowned, concerned. Are you sure this won't cause any trouble? Don't worry, my dear. Once I start earning, you can sit by the Kong and count money all day. I'm more worried that having too much money might tire you out. He reassured her as he extracted the cotton from the pants and stuffed it into his bag. I won't feel tired counting money, no matter how much, Zhou Yuqin smiled. But as she watched him gather handfuls of cotton, she cautioned, just remember to use it all before taking more. It's a valuable resource, don't waste it. Understood, Li Xiangdong replied, placing the now deflated pants back in the cupboard. He took a large stride onto the Kong and noticed his daughter, Li Xiaozhu, playing with a small tuft of cotton in her hands. He yawned and tugged at her little braid. Xiaozhu, daddy's tired. Are you sleepy too? How about we take a nap together? Okay, Li Xiaozhu replied, climbing onto him with her hands and feet. Li Xiangdong embraced her, picking up the cotton she had carelessly left on the Kong and dividing it into two small tufts to place in her ears, preventing her from being disturbed by the rambunctious children in the house when he fell asleep. When I return from Xiangdong, our family of 4 will visit your home for a couple of days, and you can see your parents too, he said, cradling his daughter as he gently patted her back to lull her to sleep. Hum. Zhou Yuqin nodded happily, draping a thin blanket over the two of them. You should sleep if you're tired. We need to get up early tomorrow. Oh, I forgot to ask, what will you feed the grasshopper you brought back? We can't keep it, we don't want it to starve. Just give it some vegetable leaves and caterpillars. It won't live long anyway, Li Xiangdong replied. But before he could finish, he fell asleep, snoring softly. Zhou Yuqin chuckled as she patted her daughter, who was dozing off on her husband, and quietly left the room. As the night deepened, Chapter 83, The Dream Lover of Ho Sen unfolded. Li Xiangdong was in a deep sleep when he suddenly felt something warm beneath him. He removed the cotton from his ears and pulled the lamp cord, illuminating the room. He found Li Xiaozhu sprawled across the Kong, her head resting on her mother's side, her feet on his belly, and the sheets beneath her soaked with her urine. He gently lifted her, finding a dry spot for her, wondering what she was dreaming about as she continued to grin in her sleep. He couldn't help but smile, thinking, what a little rascal. You're awake, he murmured. Zhou Yuqin squinted her eyes, observing her husband changing clothes, and sat up on the Kong, inquiring, what is the matter? Li Xiangdong chuckled softly. Our daughter wet the bed and unleashed a veritable flood upon me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqin cast her gaze towards her husband's sleeping area, where indeed a patch of urine stained the sheets. She then glanced at their daughter, who was still blissfully asleep beside her. With a smile, she remarked, you should clean yourself up before changing. You wouldn't want to board the train smelling of urine and become a subject of ridicule. I'm concerned about waking the children, so I plan to change clothes and freshen up in the courtyard. Just as Li Xiangdong managed to put on his clothes, a deep voice from outside broke the stillness. Third son, if you're awake, hurry up, it's already past 4. Don't be late. Li Xiangdong cracked the door open slightly and replied to his father, Father, you should go back to sleep. I'll be out shortly. With a cigarette dangling from his lips to keep him alert, his father inquired, do you want your mother to wake up and prepare some hot food for you? No need. Didn't we steam buns yesterday? I'll take a couple to eat on the way. Are 2 enough? I'll get you some. Don't let your wife come out. I'll lock the door after I return. Without waiting for a response, his father briskly walked towards the kitchen. Li Xiangdong closed the door behind him and turned to Zhou Yuqin, saying, you continue sleeping. Our father will see me off. He stepped outside to clean himself up, and, upon returning, placed a cloth bag on the table, picked up his flashlight, and glanced at his son, who was soundly asleep, before gently touching his daughter's tiny feet and heading outside. Be careful out there, Zhou Yuqin cautioned. I know. Turn off the light and sleep, he replied softly, shutting the door behind him and illuminating his path with the flashlight. His father stood in the courtyard with 2 buns in hand, and upon seeing Li Xiangdong emerge, he said quietly, eating buns dry can be choking. Last year, your second brother's bathhouse had a military water bottle. Do you need me to fetch it for you? No, please don't wake up my second brother's family again. Li Xiangdong took the buns, chewing as he walked out. His father stood at the gate, advising, when you're in a different place, always stay with others. You mustn't wander off alone. I understand. Father, you should return to sleep. All right, go on. Once the gate closed behind him, Li Xiangdong hurried towards the train station, the night enveloping him in silence, the only sounds being the chirping of insects from the shadows of the walls and grassy nooks. as he munched on the buns. His mind was preoccupied with plans to buy a watch once he earned some money, with his early mornings and late nights. He couldn't keep relying on his father to wake him up in the middle of the night. Exiting the alley, Xiangdong noticed a figure ahead, swaying with a flashlight that flickered erratically, resembling a drunken gait. At this hour and in that direction, he needed no guess to identify the individual. Aja. The figure ahead halted, turning to shine the flashlight directly into Xiangdong's face. Xiangdong raised his hand to shield his eyes, exclaiming, "What are you doing shining that light at me? Dongzi, you startled me. Why are you shouting in the middle of the night?" Aja stood still, lowering the flashlight to illuminate the path ahead of Xiangdong. Xiangdong jogged a few steps to reach Az's side. "Have you had breakfast yet?" Az yawned and replied, "No. If it weren't for my father calling me, I would still be asleep at this hour. Who has time to eat? Here, take this." Xiangdong offered a steamed bun to Az. "Hee, thank you. Dongzi, this bun is like a timely rain for me." Az accepted the bun without hesitation and began to eat. "As for yesterday's fried dough twist, I delivered 2 packs to each of the 3 families, including Xiaoan." "Well, as long as you've arranged it, have you prepared the money?" "Yes, I have 200 yuan, just like Hosan." "Is that enough?" "It's a bit short for trading silver dollars, but sufficient for crickets." The two munched on the buns and engaged in casual conversation, soon arriving at the train station. Upon entering the office area, they encountered colleagues from the service team heading toward the platform in small groups. Az greeted them and followed suit. Xiangdong pushed open the office door and saw Hosan sprawled over the desk, still asleep. He approached and tapped on the table. "Wake up. You're here, Donga." Hosan sat up, rubbed his eyes, and immediately asked, "Donga, do you have anything to eat?" Xiangdong countered, "Haven't you eaten?" Hosan shook his head. "No. Did we not buy plenty of fried dough twists? If you didn't have time for a meal, you could have at least had some of those." As Xiangdong spoke, he began to brew tea with his own cup. Indeed, Uncle Wang's preaching Ming Longjing tea, when infused with hot water, released an enchanting aroma. Hosan sighed, his tone laced with frustration. "They're all gone, completely gone. I just brought the fried dough twists home yesterday, and before I could settle in. I don't know how my older sister and second sister got wind of it. They came over and divided everything." Xiangdong chuckled upon hearing this. Who else could it be? It must be Lu Erden. "Don't you have any leftovers at home? Eating something is certainly better than going hungry." Hosan rubbed his belly and lamented, "Last night, I only had leftovers. My father went to my second sister's house to visit his granddaughter, and my mother went to my older sister's house to see her grandson. They both stayed there, leaving me unattended. Truly, what a poor child Hosan was, feeling deeply wronged. Unfortunately, Xiangdong had nothing else to offer him, so he poured him a glass of water instead, suggesting he drink to fill his stomach a bit and wait to eat breakfast on the train. With a furrowed brow, Hosan gulped down 2 large mugs of water before following Xiangdong to the platform. Just as they stepped onto the platform, a clear and melodious voice called out from behind, "Hosan." Turning around, Hosan's face flushed upon seeing the visitor. "Daoye, you're here. Kong Danny." Her voice was indeed sweet. No wonder she could work as a broadcaster. Xiangdong turned to appraise this dream girl of Hosan's. She was of modest height, with a chic bob, striding confidently toward them. Kong Danny approached them, first nodding at Hosan, then looking at Xiangdong. She inquired, "You must be Comrade Xiangdong, right? My father has been looking for you for 2 days. You certainly know how to evade him. What does your father want with me? If he's feeling wronged, he should go to the leadership. It's not I who withheld the production award from the broadcasting room." Xiangdong was infuriated. Initially, he paid little heed to Wang Dahai and Guai's words, but now that the lady's own daughter had spoken, it seemed that Kong Jiao truly intended to trouble him. Kong Danny nodded, her expression one of heartfelt sympathy as she remarked, "You are right, but the mistake lies with my father, who is unreasonable and has set his sights on you. Be cautious." Good grief. Chapter 84. Deserved. Letting you show off, Danny. Are you thirsty? Danny, have you finished your water? Danny, I am back again. Danny, go away. Xiangdong gazed at Hosan in utter disbelief. He resembled an eager little bee, clutching a tin water bottle, entering the broadcast room near the sleeping quarters to greet Kong Danny at every opportunity. Xiangdong recalled that in later years, some would say love is poison, while others claimed it to be strong liquor. However, he believed that Hosan's love was akin to a Snickers bar. The fellow was no longer even pretending to be hungry, his little legs moving with remarkable speed, akin to a highly energized motor. He firmly restrained the overly excited Hosan, asking, Aren't you tired? Even I, as a man, find this exhausting, let alone a young lady. Hosan's smile gradually faded. Brother Dong, what should I do then? This question was too profound. The older brother had never contemplated such matters. Xiangdong shook his head. He had no experience in pursuing young ladies. His own marriage had been arranged by a matchmaker. Brother Dong, when you were courting sister-in-law, what did you talk about? Please teach me. The gleam of gossip burned brightly in Hosan's triangular eyes. Xiangdong chuckled. Even if I told you, it would be of no use. Sister-in-law and I were both equally invested, you understand? We had a common destination and started together. The key point is, at that time, I was jogging while your sister-in-law was sprinting. Do you get it? Equally invested? Hosan scratched his head. Where were you two headed? Why run? Brother Dong, didn't your family have a bicycle? Xiangdong was momentarily at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself. You know, my family couldn't afford a bicycle. He felt that spending time with Hosan was making him more thoughtful. No worries, Brother Dong. We will soon start making money, so you needn't worry. A bicycle will come in due time. Hosan rambled on endlessly, and just as Xiangdong was about to urge him to be silent, the train conductor suddenly appeared from the other end of the carriage. Seeing Xiangdong and Hosan chatting merrily against the carriage wall, the conductor shouted, What are you two discussing? Have you finished your work? Why are you running around? Stand still. If you dare to run, I'll have to reprimand you both. Originally intending to slip away unnoticed, Xiangdong and Hosan had no choice but to stand obediently in place, awaiting the conductor, who strode purposefully toward them. With a tall and imposing figure and a determined countenance, the conductor's steps were vigorous and confident. He approached them, his fierce gaze locking onto the two. No more running? What were you two so merry about? Why not include me? Let us chat together for a moment. Uncle Gao, if you're not too busy, why don't we have a chat? After all, there's nothing else to do. Would you like to smoke a cigarette to refresh yourself? Hosan, half joking, pulled out a cigarette. Xiangdong, overhearing Hosan, felt as though he had lost his mind. He discreetly tugged at Hosan's sleeve, urging him to be silent. To his surprise, Hosan turned and said, Dongge, don't rush. This is our train's conductor, Gao Xinmin. Uncle Gao is our elder. He should definitely have the first smoke. Such a well-mannered lad indeed. Xiangdong struggled to maintain his composure. Were it not for the conductor's presence, he would have certainly kicked Hosan a few times. Uncle Gao, this cigarette is one I secretly took from my uncle's drawer when I visited my second grandfather a few days ago, specifically reserved for occasions like this. Hosan's tone was laced with pride, and he elongated the last 3 words for emphasis. Seeing Gao Xinmin accept the cigarette and glance in his direction, Xiangdong hastily greeted, Good day, conductor. Ah, so you are Comrade Xiangdong. I have heard of you. In front of others, you may address me formally, but privately. You may call me Uncle Gao if you are with Hosan, Gao Xinmin remarked. He had noticed Xiangdong's little gesture, but chose not to comment. Xiangdong complied. Good day, Uncle Gao. Young man, work diligently. Do not be like some who neglect their serious responsibilities, spending their days concocting schemes that undermine the national system. Sooner or later, they will all be apprehended. Gao Xinmin suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, exuding an air of righteousness that nearly blinded Xiangdong with its intensity. He nodded quickly, understood, Uncle Gao. With a huff, Gao Xinmin expressed his dissatisfaction. You are quite the slippery one. You merely say you understand without asserting that you will not behave in such a manner. As he finished speaking, he delivered a sharp slap to Hosan's back. The resounding sound echoed through the carriage, startling Xiangdong. What kind of posture is that? Stand tall and embody the pride of our railway workers. Hosan, taken aback by the slap, instinctively shrank his neck and hopped in place. Noticing Gao Xinmin's fierce gaze, he straightened up. Xiangdong, observing this, also puffed out his chest. Not wishing to receive an unwarranted slap. I truly wonder how your father raised you, Gao Xinmin remarked, seizing the hand that held the cigarette pack and confiscating the entire box of Panda cigarettes, tucking it into his pocket as a lesson learned. Having said that, he turned to leave, prompting Hosan to plead, Uncle Gao, that's the only box of cigarettes I have. What will I smoke now? A few meters away, Gao Xinmin retrieved a box of cigarettes from his own pocket and tossed it toward Hosan. Hurry back to work. If I catch you two idling about again, I won't hesitate to give each of you a kick. Watching Gao Xinmin's figure fade away, Hosan sniffled and looked down. Production. It was still only half a box. His shout had lost its clarity, and the specially supplied Panda cigarettes were scarce in the market, with production barely reaching 8 points. The cost of education now rivaled that of elite one-on-one tutoring in later years. Li Xiangdong chuckled. You deserve it. Serves you right for being so cocky. Hao San, with a furrowed brow, pulled out a cigarette and inquired, Brother Dong, do you smoke? I don't smoke. I need to save my voice, Li Xiangdong replied, shaking his head as he picked up his water bottle and resumed his work. Cough, cough, cough. Hao San took a puff, only to be overwhelmed by a fit of coughing that brought tears to his eyes. Infuriated, he tossed the cigarette he had been smoking onto the ground of the compartment and stamped on it with force. Brother Dong, wait for me. Hao San hurriedly caught up with Li Xiangdong, and the two resumed their repetitive tasks. Brother Hao, the train conductor's income is quite substantial. How does he manage to smoke production cigarettes? Chapter 85. After dinner, let us release some gas. Hao San, determined to put in the effort. Upon hearing Li Xiangdong's question, Hao San paused, adopting an unusually serious demeanor. Brother Dong, you're right to ask me about this. My father has mentioned it before. Uncle Gao was a soldier, and several of his comrades fell on the battlefield. Ever since, he has divided his monthly salary into several portions to send to the families of those brave souls who sacrificed their lives. In the past couple of years, he was so frugal that he couldn't even bear to buy production cigarettes, often relying on the generosity of others. Many unaware of the circumstances called him Old Gao the Stingy. Fortunately, as those comrades' children have grown up and begun earning their own living, his burden has lightened. Li Xiangdong listened with newfound respect. Such a person deserves admiration. Initially, he thought Gao Xinmin was merely boasting, but now he realized the sincerity behind his words. Uncle Gao is quite admirable, Li Xiangdong stated, genuinely, without flattery. Of course he is. Otherwise, I wouldn't have offered him my panda cigarettes. I'm not foolish. I wouldn't even let anyone else glance at the cigarettes my uncle keeps hidden. Hao San mused, patting the half-pack of production cigarettes in his pocket. He felt unfortunate, burdened by grievances he couldn't share with his family. If his father discovered that he had stolen his uncle's cigarettes, he would undoubtedly face a beating, something even Uncle Hai couldn't prevent. Having received a lesson from Gao Xinmin, the two had learned their lesson well. As they conversed, their hands remained busy. The train, accompanied by the rising sun, departed from the Beijing railway station. After inspecting the entire train, Li Xiangdong and Hao San stepped into the dining car. From the moment they received their meal boxes until Li Xiangdong set down his chopsticks, no more than 15 minutes had passed. Sitting opposite him, Hao San devoured 5 buns in one go, along with 2 plates of pickled vegetables and a bowl of millet porridge. You can eat so much, yet you don't grow taller or gain weight. Where does it all go? Hao San, casually picking his teeth with a toothpick, suddenly burped loudly. Brother Dong, I don't know. My mother says I'm straightforward. Impressive. Li Xiangdong gave him a thumbs up. Are you full? If not, I can fetch you another bun. I'm full, Hao San replied. After Hao San finished speaking, he stood up, lifted himself onto his toes, raised his heels, and then swiftly brought them down. He repeated this motion 4 or 5 times, exhaling deeply and letting out a satisfying belch afterward, feeling quite content. It seemed he was trying to expel some gas after his meal. Hao San was determined. Goodness. With this set of little exercises and his self-created slogans, Li Xiangdong was utterly baffled by Hao San. This fellow truly had a flair for theatrics every single day. Moreover, this series of movements appeared to be aimed at enhancing one's yang energy according to traditional Chinese medicine, though it was missing the crucial element of pelvic breathing. Coughing slightly, Li Xiangdong noticed that the gazes of the passengers and colleagues dining in the carriage had all turned towards them. He cleared his throat and suggested, Hao San, since you've finished eating, let's get to work. Sure thing, Donggu. I think Denise's water should be finished by now. Even if it isn't, it's cold. I need to hurry over, Hao San replied, quickening his pace, while Li Xiangdong followed behind, feeling rather helpless. Hao San, he called, prompting the latter to halt and turn around. What's up, Donggu? Li Xiangdong took a couple of steps forward, placing a hand on Hao San's shoulder and giving it a pat. You know, Denai isn't a water lily. You've already filled her glass 7 or 8 times this morning, right? Aren't you worried about making her swell up? Blushing, Hao San stammered. I just wanted to talk to her. I understand. Li Xiangdong nodded, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, instead of pouring her more water, why not ask her why she didn't come for breakfast? That way, you two can strike up a conversation. Thank you, Donggu, Hao San exclaimed, bouncing eagerly towards the sleeping carriage with his water jug in hand. From a distance, Li Xiangdong could already hear the loud voice of Kong Da-ni emanating from the broadcast room. How dare you ask me why I didn't eat breakfast? I've told you I'm not thirsty. If you keep making me drink so much water, how can I possibly eat? Li Xiangdong paused, turning to head towards the hard seat carriage, muttering to himself, Sanner, brother is just trying to help. I didn't mean to put you in a tough spot, so don't hold it against me. As he was pouring water from the thermos, Hosen approached silently. Dongge, are you alright? I'm fine. Let's get back to work. Oh, Hosen sniffed, lifting the metal water jug to pour into the thermos. As dusk settled in, after dinner, the train stopped for water replenishment. This stop was rather prolonged, allowing Li Xiangdong and Hosen to step off the train for some fresh air and a chance to stretch their legs. The current train was quite bumpy, and after a prolonged period without solid footing, one felt somewhat disoriented. Here, take this, Li Xiangdong said, noticing Hosen pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and handing over his own front door. Next time you have good cigarettes, remember to save some for yourself and stop showing off. Hosen took a drag and chuckled. No worries. When we get back, I'll just snag a couple of packs from my second grandfather's place. Li Xiangdong laughed. Be careful your father doesn't beat you up. Hosen puffed up his chest defiantly. If he dares to hit me, I'll run away. At that point, I'll come live with you, Dongge. Would you welcome me? Li Xiangdong patted his shoulder and nodded, saying, welcome. If you find yourself without a place to go, feel free to stay at my home. My spare room is currently vacant, and you can rest assured that there will be a place for you. Brother Dong, you are truly kind. Dunai, have you had enough to eat for dinner? Hosen began to speak, but upon seeing Kong De and I descend from the vehicle, he casually tossed aside the cigarette he had just taken a couple of puffs from and hurried over, brimming with enthusiasm. Li Xiangdong finally understood why others often remarked that Hosen was carefree. His ability to bounce back was indeed remarkable. Just this morning, he had been left feeling dejected after a confrontation with Kong De and I, but now he was eagerly approaching her like an eager puppy. As the whistle blew, passengers standing on the platform began to board the train one after another. Once the train set off, Li Xiangdong called out to Hosen, and as per their routine, they patrolled each carriage before making their way to the sleeping car. Upon entering the sleeper compartment designated for train attendants, the air felt considerably fresher. In contrast to the other carriages, which were filled with swirling smoke and a medley of unpleasant odors, this compartment offered a breath of relief. Brother Dong, let us share a compartment, Hosen suggested, settling into the lower bunk on the left side and leaning against the compartment wall. Let us take a quick nap. In 2 hours, we'll need to get up and refill the water. Li Xiangdong sat opposite Hosen, removed his leather shoes, and lay across the bed. Just as he closed his eyes, an unbearable, pungent odor assaulted his senses. Goodness, Hosen, you must wash your foul-smelling feet immediately. Is it that bad? Hosen, with his legs crossed, was in the process of taking off his socks. He bent down to sniff his feet and immediately sneezed. Achoo! Achoo! Chapter 86. Arrival at the destination at last. They had arrived. Li Xiangdong's feet finally touched the ground of Ningyang, Lusher province. After departing in the early hours of the previous day, it was now past 8 in the evening of the second day. Traveling far had become quite arduous in these times. Hosen tilted his head back and touched his face. Brother Dong, it seems like it's starting to rain. Li Xiangdong cheerfully replied, rain is good. It brings forth beneficial insects, as long as it isn't pouring. Aja called out from a short distance away, Dongzi. Hosen, gather for roll call. All right. Li Xiangdong and Hosen made their way to the train leader's carriage. Once inside, they found a place to sit and awaited the arrival of their supervisor, Gao Xinmin, who was still inspecting the other carriages. After a brief moment, Gao Xinmin entered, sat down in his designated spot, and took a sip from his teacup. Without needing to consult the attendance list, he simply looked around and called out names by face. There's no need for me to remind you about this place. Once we reach the guest house, make sure to rest well. That will be all, Gao Xinmin concluded, leading the way toward the guest house. Li Xiangdong and Hosen closely followed the crowd, and Aja, who was walking ahead, slowed his pace to join them. As the drizzle fell, Li Xiangdong and his companions smoked their cigarettes while listening to their fellow colleagues voice their complaints. Sigh, when will this end? It's only been a few days, and you're already losing patience? With so many people at the station, how can we always secure the best positions? Can't we adjust the shifts? Did you see Wang Dahai or Erguo on this run? The individual speaking cast a furtive glance back at Li Xiangdong and Hosen, as well as Zhang Hu from our group, who also seemed to have switched shifts. The three of them possess considerable skills. Let us not dwell on that. Shall we indulge in a drink tonight? While passing through Dezhou, I spent 4 yuan on a roasted chicken at the station. Li Xiangdong pretended not to hear their chatter, dismissing them as a bunch of simpletons. Blissfully unaware as they guarded their golden mountain, he merely regarded it as entertainment. The Tianjin guest house, at least, was a modest two-story red brick building. Here, however, the accommodation consisted of 2 rows of large tile-roofed houses, all partitioned into small rooms. The courtyard was quite spacious, overrun with weeds, and in one corner stood a dry toilet. Li Xiangdong casually pushed open a door to one of the rooms, greeted by a musty odor. He opened the door and window to air it out before taking a closer look. Inside were a washstand and 2 iron-frame bunk beds. "Let us stay in this room," he suggested. The 3 of them began a simple cleaning of the space. Although it was a room meant for 4, only the 3 of them occupied it. As it was evident to others that Li Xiangdong and his companions formed a small clique, causing no one to join them. There were plenty of vacant rooms available, ample enough for their group. "What is that delightful aroma?" As he was preparing the beds, Zhou leaned closer to Ho-san. "What do you have in your bag?" "Roasted chicken," Ho-san replied, proudly opening his cloth bag for Zhou to see. Inside was an oil paper package, which excited Zhou. "Is that the 4-yuan roasted chicken from Dezhou? It smells heavenly." "Indeed," Ho-san beamed, retrieving the oil paper package from his bag. "When we stopped, many people were buying it. I nearly didn't manage to get one." With the prospect of meat, Zhou felt a surge of excitement. "Shall we drink something as well?" Just as Ho-san was about to agree, Li Xiangdong interjected. "Let us hold off on eating that chicken for now. Zhou, you and Ho-san take this chicken to the guest house staff and ask them to arrange for some bamboo poles for us." Zhou turned to him, puzzled. "What do we need bamboo poles for?" Li Xiangdong smiled. "We need them for capturing crickets in the morning. Once we catch them, we'll need to keep them in the bamboo poles. Hurry along, and when you return, we'll need to cut the poles into sections and borrow a saw, too." "East brother, can't we offer them some money for assistance?" Ho-san hesitated, reluctant to part with the chicken, which he had worked hard to obtain amidst the frantic competition at the station. Li Xiangdong paused his task, looking at Ho-san. "Give it a try." In an era of scarcity, the allure of money pales in comparison to the value of a roasted chicken. Furthermore, it was nearly 9 p.m. at this hour. Seeking help from the guest house staff without offering something enticing would likely yield no response. "Let us go, Ho-san. We must prioritize the task at hand." Zhou understood the importance of the situation. It was merely a chicken, and they could purchase another on the way back. Right now, securing resources was paramount. He tugged at Ho-san just before they exited. "East brother, how thick should the bamboo poles be? Will 10 be sufficient?" Li Xiangdong sat on the bed, meticulously arranging the cotton he had brought from home. Without lifting his gaze, he remarked, "Make sure to buy more. The bamboo poles should be around an inch thick, not too thin. You two be cautious while you're out." "Understood, Dongzi. I will keep a close watch on Ho-san. I'm not a dog. I don't need your supervision. When did I ever call you a dog? I'm merely looking out for you. Do you comprehend?" "Huh. Who are you spitting at, Ho-san?" Li Xiangdong felt his patience waning and swiftly approached, delivering a kick to both Zhou and Ho-san. "Can you two get something done? If you dawdle any longer, it will be well past midnight." He shooed them away and returned to sorting the cotton. After placing the crickets into the bamboo tubes, he needed to seal the other end. If the material used to block the tube was too loose, it would easily come off. If it was too tight, it could suffocate the crickets. Cotton was the ideal choice, as it could be packed securely yet remained breathable. However, his cotton trousers had been worn for several years, and the cotton within had clumped together. He needed to meticulously tear apart the clumps and rework them into cohesive balls. This was a delicate task, and he felt uneasy entrusting it to Ho-san and Zhou. If done improperly, it could result in the crickets suffocating, rendering their efforts futile. After a full 2 hours, Zhou and Ho-san finally returned. Li Xiangdong had already organized the cotton and was nearly asleep on the bed. "It's incredibly dark. Eating one of my roast chickens wasn't enough. They also demanded 2 national grain tickets." As Ho-san entered, he dropped the bamboo pole from his shoulder and began to curse incessantly. Li Xiangdong rose to inspect their haul. The bamboo poles they had brought back were in good condition, neither moldy nor aged. The size was perfect. He noted it as a job well done for them. He took the handsaw from Zhou and inquired, "How much did these bamboo poles cost?" "No cost at all. They were from the train station warehouse. We just had to part with 2 pounds of grain tickets," Zhou replied, gesturing toward the still cursing Ho-san. 2 national grain tickets for such a quantity of bamboo poles seemed quite reasonable to Li Xiangdong. He estimated they had managed to carry back over 20 poles. He chuckled at Ho-san, who was seated on the bed, rubbing his shoulders while continuing to curse. All right, Ho-san, enough of the complaints. We'll factor this into the costs. When we sell the crickets, I'll make sure to compensate you. Thank you, Dong-gu. Don't mention it. Go fetch 2 bricks from the yard, and let us work through the night to saw them properly. We cannot afford any delays for tomorrow's business. Chapter 87. The grand opening the next day. Dawn broke as the rain had fallen steadily throughout the night, leaving the ground damp and slick. Li Xiangdong and his companions skipped breakfast, loading all the bamboo tubes they had prepared the previous night into burlap sacks and fabric bags. The 3 burlap sacks were a result of Ho-san feeling shortchanged and demanding them from an employee, dressed in their usual home attire. Each carried a fabric bag and slung a burlap sack over their shoulders as they quietly opened the courtyard gate. Just as Li Xiangdong closed the door behind him, he turned to see Gao Xinmin returning from his morning stroll. Gao Xinmin strode over and inquired, "What are you 3 up to, sneaking around like that? What's in those sacks?" "Good morning, Uncle Gao. These sacks contain bamboo tubes. We are planning to go out and catch crickets." Li Xiangdong set down the sack and opened its mouth for Gao Xinmin to take a look. Gao Xinmin pulled out a bamboo tube, glanced at it, and casually tossed it back. "What are you catching crickets for? If you 3 are feeling restless, I can assign you some work." Li Xiangdong quickly produced a cigarette from his pack and handed it to Gao Xinmin, even lighting it for him. "Uncle Gao, you may not know, but crickets are actually used in traditional Chinese medicine. We catch them to treat ailments, as instructed by a doctor from Tongrantang. He mentioned that the crickets from Ningyan possess potent medicinal properties, and it's best to use them alive to preserve their efficacy during preparation." He spun this tale without hesitation, indifferent to whether Gao Xinmin believed him or not. Gao Xinmin, puffing on his cigarette, inquired, "Is that the reason you 3 changed shifts to come to Lushing province?" Ho-san grinned. "Indeed, Uncle Gao. Dong-gu and I are quite loyal. We specifically sought out Uncle Hai and Heir Gui to swap shifts for the sake of Asia's father's recovery. Who would willingly come to such a desolate place, right?" Asia, catching Gao Xinmin's gaze, smiled wryly and nodded. "The train conductor is right. Dongzi and Ho-san speak the truth. Then it seems one of you is filial, and the other 2 are loyal friends. If I were to stop you, I would become the villain," Gao Xinmin remarked expressionlessly. "Since it is so, you should hurry along. 3 sacks of bamboo tubes? How many crickets do you intend to catch? I cannot hold you up. Remember to return early, as we must head back to the capital this afternoon." "Understood, conductor," they replied. "We won't be delayed, Uncle Gao," Li Xiangdong insisted. "You keep the rest of this pack for yourself." He shoved the remaining half-pack of cigarettes into Gao Xinmin's hands. "We're off now." With that, he hoisted the sack and led the way outside, followed closely by Ho-san and Asia. Gao Xinmin observed their retreating figures, chuckling to himself. He didn't believe Li Xiangdong's earlier claims, but he had no intention of stopping them, as long as they were not engaged in any activities that would disrupt the state's procurement policies. Catching crickets? What use could that possibly serve? Would they bring them back to the capital to feed chickens? Struggling under the weight of the sack, Ho-san sidled up to Li Xiangdong and asked, "Dong-gu, do you think Uncle Gao believed it?" "Whether he believes or not, we must stick to our story," Li Xiangdong replied, casting a glance at the 2. "Especially you. Ho-san, you can be rather loose-lipped in front of Kong Danny." Ho-san nodded. "Don't worry, Dong-gu. I won't mention it to Danny. Once I earn some money, I plan to buy her a pair of little leather shoes." Asia, intrigued, asked, "Ho-san, who is Danny? Is she your girlfriend?" Flushing, Ho-san replied, "She will be my girlfriend sooner or later." Uft. Asia scoffed. "Seems she is not interested in you yet, and you're talking about buying her shoes. TSK, Dongzi, remember that term you used? What was it? A licking dog? That's exactly how you are right now." Ho-san shot back, "You little rascal. Haven't you had enough? You called me a dog last night, and now again? Do you want to get beaten?" With that, Ho-san dropped the sack from his shoulder and lunged at Asia. Li Xiangdong stepped forward, positioning himself between the 2, and said, "Asia, whatever you wish to express. Swallow it back." He then turned to Ho-san, instructing, "Lift that sack off the ground. From this moment forth, neither of you shall utter a word." They had already gathered information regarding the market's location last night. With the early morning streets relatively deserted, they were left with no choice but to walk. Fortunately, Ningyan County was not expansive, or rather, the current county town was modest in size. They followed the main road through the town, and whenever they encountered locals, Li Xiangdong would offer a cigarette while inquiring about directions, holding the production that Ho-san had refrained from smoking. The county town was riddled with uneven dirt paths, And after a night of light rain, the trio found themselves stopping frequently to remove the mud from their shoes. After navigating several winding alleys for over half an hour, they finally arrived at the market. Dubbed a market, it resembled more of a cattle and horse trading ground, featuring 2 large straw sheds in an open area. Beneath the sheds and outside, numerous makeshift stalls sold an array of goods, from needles and threads to lambs still nursing, a veritable assortment of items. The market bustled with people, and Xiangdong noticed a young man seated on a half-brick, with a dozen cricket jars before him. He handed the sack to a Zhe and approached the young man with a smile, saying, "Fellow villager, let me see your crickets." The young man's previously dull expression instantly transformed into a smile, his accent not overly pronounced. "I have fine insects here. Feel free to take a look." Xiangdong lifted a cricket jar to inspect its contents in silence, not speaking until he had examined all the jars laid out. Noticing the young man's rising impatience, he finally remarked, "These crickets are quite good. How do you intend to sell them?" The young man replied, 50 cents each. They are not expensive. They are all quality insects, all from my collection." Interrupting him, Xiangdong clarified, "I am not interested in just one. I meant all of them." "All of them?" The young man scratched his head and squatted down to ponder for a moment. "If you want them all, how about 45 cents each? They are all good insects. From my collection." Seeing the young man poised to ramble on again, Xiangdong moved to Zhe's side, picked up 2 sacks, and whispered, "These crickets are good. Negotiate further with him. Ho-san and I will continue to gather at other stalls." After that, he called to Ho-san, who was still engrossed in watching the scene, to walk ahead several meters. He paused, contemplating, and said to Ho-san, "Collecting from each stall is too slow. Let us gather here instead." Xiangdong placed the sacks on the ground and called loudly to the passers-by, "Crickets for sale." The effect was immediate, as many turned to look at them. "Ho-san, come and shout. Let us attract the cricket sellers over here." Ho-san relished such attention-seeking tasks. He grinned, nodded enthusiastically, set down his sack, and shouted, "Crickets for sale. Crickets for sale." Chapter 88. Seeking a battery replacement, Xiangdong gazed with delight at the gathering crowd, feeling immensely pleased. It was indeed more effective to collect on the ground. As outsiders, they risked being deceived when trying to gather crickets in a local's territory. Now, with the dynamics shifted, the psychological advantage of the locals was somewhat diminished. He gazed at the array of cricket jars before him, casually picking one up and teasing its inhabitant with a blade of grass. As the cricket emitted a melodious chirp, he nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Ah, this one is quite good. Whose is it?" "It's mine. It's mine." A middle-aged woman squeezed in beside Xiangdong, inquiring, "How much will you pay?" 30 cents. The woman selling crickets was displeased with the offer, retorting, "How can it be so little? Offer more, please. This is the price. Do you have any more?" The woman gestured towards the 7 or 8 jars at Xiangdong's feet. Yes, these are all mine." Xiangdong inspected each one, declaring, "I'll take them all." He turned to Ho-san and instructed, "Give this lady 3 yuan in total." "All right, Donggo," Ho-san responded as he handed over the money. Xiangdong carefully placed each cricket into a bamboo tube, sealing it with cotton. "Dongzi," Zhe pushed through the crowd, whispering in Xiangdong's ear, "The price has been agreed upon. It's 40 cents per cricket." Xiangdong nodded. "Very well, that price is acceptable. Please bring the others over. We shall take them all." "I'll go right now." Zhe, brimming with excitement, waded back into the throng. "Who's next?" "It's my turn." A man wearing a straw hat called out. Upon seeing Xiangdong's method of packing crickets, he exclaimed, "How can you use cotton? That's a waste." Xiangdong looked down at the crickets in the jar, then raised his gaze to the old man, replying, "How is this a waste? Once the cotton is used, I want to discard it. I can always find a cotton worker in winter to refluff it, which won't hinder me from making cotton trousers." The old man chuckled, nodding in agreement. "What about my cricket?" Xiangdong set down the jar he was holding. "Yours won't do." The old man bristled at the rejection. "How can it not do? This is a fine cricket. If I say it won't do, then it won't. Your cricket seems quite lethargic. You're trying to deceive me." Xiangdong punctuated his statement by poking the cricket in the jar with his grass stick. The old man persisted. "What sort of language is that, young fellow? My cricket is indeed good. If you continue this way, I shan't even look at the rest of your crickets. You should go about your business." Xiangdong had no desire to prolong the dispute. He wouldn't yield simply due to the old man's age. Business is business. He was here to trade, not to engage in charity. "I want to say another word. You just keep examining my crickets, the old man retorted. Li Xiangdong continued to collect crickets from several other vendors. Zhou returned with the initial young man, both cradling jars of crickets. After inspecting each jar again, he called to Ho-san, "Pay them, it's 40 cents each." The young man took the money with delight, tucking it into his pocket. After securing his cricket jars with a grass rope, he dashed off to retrieve a half-brick he had been sitting on. Noticing Li Xiangdong's clean attire, he brushed the dirt from the brick, saying, "You sit while you collect. Squatting for too long can make your legs numb." "Thank you," Li Xiangdong replied. Placing the brick beneath him, he looked at the young man and asked, "Do you have anything else to attend to?" The young man, blushing, waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. Please continue with your collection." Li Xiangdong smiled and resumed his cricket gathering operation. "Next, comrade, do you have batteries? I can trade you some crickets for them." Li Xiangdong shook his head and replied, "We have no batteries, only money. Will you sell?" "Yes." There are two methods for catching crickets: the approach of disturbance and the approach of listening. For instance, to catch crickets in a cornfield, one must walk back and forth repeatedly. The crickets, hearing the noise, will emerge from their burrows, making them easier to catch. Though it is not simple to find quality specimens this way, the alternative method relies on the sound of the crickets to determine their location. One must approach quietly, waiting for them to chirp again before moving closer. This method is laborious, but significantly increases the chances of capturing superior specimens. Regardless of the method employed, the pursuit occurs at night, necessitating a source of illumination. Flashlights, considered household appliances, can operate on 2 batteries or larger models requiring 4. Batteries must be purchased with a coupon, yet the common folk lack such coupons, leading many to barter crickets for batteries. In less than 2 hours, 3 large sacks filled with bamboo tubes, along with the bamboo tubes in Li Xiangdong's and his companions' bags, were brimming with the gathered crickets. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Li Xiangdong turned to the young man squatting beside him and inquired, "Young brother, do you have anything else to say now?" The youth replied, "I have nothing. I am waiting for my father." Before he could finish, a middle-aged man approached from a distance, clad in long garments, with his sleeves and pant legs cinched with ropes. A flashlight was tucked at his waist while a string of grass-woven cricket cages hung from the other side. Upon spotting the newcomer, the youth waved, calling out, "Father, I'm over here." The middle-aged man, upon seeing his son, brightened and hurried over. Li Xiangdong asked the youth, "Is this your father?" The young man rubbed his hands together, cautiously glancing at Li Xiangdong, and explained, "Last night there was a light rain, making it easier to find good crickets. My father spent the night in the fields catching them. The previous comrade said he wanted to buy all my crickets, so I asked a fellow villager who came with me to go home and fetch my father." Nearby, Aja interjected, "Dongzi, we have exhausted all our bamboo tubes." Li Xiangdong replied with a smile, "It's all right. He has arrived, so let us first take a look." The youth, concerned that Li Xiangdong and his companions might refuse to take his father's crickets due to the lack of empty tubes, quickly added, "Yes, let us take a look. My father has brought grass-woven cricket cages. As long as you can take the crickets, the cages are of no value to us, and we will give them to you." Hearing this, Aja ceased his objections, knowing that the guest house still had empty bamboo tubes, and the more they could take back, the better. The young man went to greet his father, receiving the cricket cages and handing them to Li Xiangdong. "These are fine specimens," Li Xiangdong remarked, examining the 4 crickets brought by the youth's father. Each was superior to all the crickets he had collected. If he were to return to the capital and resell them to the cricket enthusiasts, he certainly could not sell them for less than 2 yuan each. Particularly notable among them was a cricket named Blood Serum White-headed, which exhibited exceptional quality. He estimated it to measure approximately 6 or 7 centimeters. What a treasure! In a few decades, if offered below 100,000 yuan, no one would even grant it a glance. Chapter 89. There's an airplane. The father of the young man, his eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night, observed Li Xiangdong silently fixated on the crickets and could not restrain himself from speaking first. "I spent an entire night catching these for crickets. If you do not offer a fair price, I shall not sell them." Li Xiangdong looked him over, noting the wild grasses tangled in his hair, the mud caked on his shoes, and his overall disheveled appearance. Regardless of the era, it is indeed a challenge for farmers to earn a little money. The total for the 4 is 3.5 yuan. If you agree, we can proceed with the transaction. "Sold." The young man interjected before his father could respond. "Sold? You'd better be quiet." The father shot a glare at his son. He pointed to the notable white-spotted cricket and addressed Li Xiangdong. "Could you possibly offer us a bit more?" This particular cricket is a rare find. In all my years of catching, I have seldom encountered such a remarkable specimen. Li Xiangdong recognized that he was dealing with someone knowledgeable. 3. 7 yuan. If you want more, you may keep it. I will sell it for 4 yuan. 3. 8. I cannot go higher. This is my final offer. 3. 9. If you refuse, I will not sell. Deal. But you must give me those 4 grass baskets as well. Seeing the flush on the father's face, Li Xiangdong turned to Ho San and said, pay him. Just as Ho San was about to reach for his money, 5 burly men appeared some 20 meters away, each carrying a wooden box on their backs. The leader, bare-chested, shouted from a distance, who told you to come here to collect crickets? It was Qin Lu. The young father, upon seeing them, warned Li Xiangdong and the others, you should leave quickly. These men are not good people. You outsiders who come to collect crickets should not provoke them. Trouble was brewing. Li Xiangdong cursed under his breath. He wished to leave, but the sheer volume of their belongings made it impossible to escape. He handed his satchel to a Zhe, saying, you and Ho San go ahead while I hold them off for a while. Dongzi you. Li Xiangdong, sensing a Zhe's hesitation, urged him in a low voice. Hurry. If we linger any longer, it will all be for nothing. Go now. He turned to the young man and his father, apologizing. I cannot pay you for the crickets just yet. I must trouble you to escort my 2 friends safely. We will pay double for these 4 crickets. Zhe, did you hear that? I understand. Dongzi, take care. Zhe knew they could not afford to delay any longer. He hoisted the burlap sack over his shoulder, grabbed his satchel, and, tugging at the eager Ho San, turned to flee. The young man looked to his father, saying, Father, you go ahead. I will stay and watch. The father said nothing. He picked up a burlap sack and took hold of their cricket jar, hastening after Zhe and Ho San. You little brats. How dare you run? Qin Lu, seeing Zhe and Ho San fleeing, cursed as he quickly approached Li Xiangdong. As Qin Lu and his companions drew nearer, Li Xiangdong turned to the young man beside him and smiled. I am Li Xiangdong. May I ask your name? The young man scratched his head and replied, I am Wang Erkue. Brother Erkue, why do you not leave? It matters not if I do not leave. I am but a humble seller of crickets. You do have a point, Li Xiangdong replied, stepping forward to intercept the approaching Qin Lu and his companions. What brings you here? Speak your business directly. You are the leader? The ruffian named Qin Lu stepped before Li Xiangdong, cursing, what the hell are you doing here? Who allowed you to come collect crickets? He turned to his underlings, barking orders, go after them. We can't let them escape. Li Xiangdong once more blocked the path of those intending to pursue Zhe and Ho San. Do not chase them. You are only after money. And all the money is with me. Qin Lu took a couple of steps forward, mocking, you are quite the lowly creature, with those monkey brows and beady eyes. Truly audacious. Li Xiangdong turned to Wang Erkue beside him, inquiring, what does he mean by that? Wang Erkue smirked slightly and translated. He claims you are a vile individual with an unsightly appearance, and he finds you disagreeable. How dare you? Li Xiangdong retorted. Insulting me is one thing, but to boldly lie with your eyes wide open, where am I unsightly? Look a plane. Li Xiangdong pointed skyward, and the moment Qin Lu glanced up, all his pin-up rage was unleashed as he kicked Qin Lu in the groin. Ouch! Qin Lu fell to his knees before Li Xiangdong, collapsing onto the ground. Hiss hiss. Wang Erkue and Qin Lu's lackeys stood frozen, gasping in shock at Qin Lu's plight. Seizing the moment while everyone was stunned, Li Xiangdong urged Wang Erkue, run. With that, he sprinted away. Wang Erkue cast one last glance at the prostrate Qin Lu, having anticipated a need for mediation, only to be astonished by the precision and ferocity of his companion's actions. He could no longer afford to linger. In such circumstances, even watching was a crime. He took off running. Qin Lu, lying on the ground, tilted his head, his eyes reddened, drooling as he shouted, what are you doing standing there? Get after them now. Damn it. How dare he strike my brother? We will make him pay. His underlings, hearing their leader's command, charged recklessly in pursuit of Li Xiangdong. Looking back at the burly men chasing him, Li Xiangdong realized that for the sake of his future well-being, he must run for his life. This way. Wang Erkue turned and led the way into a narrow alley, with Li Xiangdong hot on his heels. They twisted and turned until they found themselves in a cornfield. Let us rest. Let us rest. I can't run anymore, Li Xiangdong gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Wang Erkue joined him, panting. We should have lost them unless Qin Lu has gone mad and set fire to the fields. Otherwise, they surely won't find us. That is good to hear. I am utterly exhausted, Li Xiangdong sighed, lying back on the ground. It seems my cricket business may be at an end. Wang Erkue hesitated briefly before asking, Li? What should I call you? I did not catch your name. Li Xiangdong chuckled and remarked, remember this time. My name is Li Xiangdong, a native of the capital. I must extend my gratitude to you, brother Erkue. Without your guidance, I would have found it difficult to shake them off. Wang Erkue replied with a smile. Comrade Li Xiangdong, there's no need for thanks. I seek nothing in return. It's merely that Qin Lu and his ilk dare to bully you outsiders. I have no fear of them. I was curious if you still intended to come here to collect crickets. Indeed, I would like to, but given the circumstances, it seems unlikely now, Li Xiangdong sighed. And please, drop the comrade. I am your elder. Call me Donggu. When you have the opportunity to visit the capital, I shall ensure you receive a warm welcome. Wang Erkue shook his head. Donggu, forget about the capital. I cannot procure an introduction letter, and I wouldn't even be able to board the train. If you wish to collect crickets, you can come directly to my town next time. Qin Lu and his gang wouldn't dare cause trouble there. If they did, they'd regret it. Li Xiangdong, intrigued by Wang Erkue's confidence, inquired, which town do you hail from? From Xidian town. Many locals catch crickets, and we often have outsiders come to collect them, Wang Erkue answered. Just as he was about to continue, he lowered his voice. Donggu, someone is approaching. Chapter 90. Impressive, my brother Erkue. Li Xiangdong listened intently, discerning the rustling sound not far off. The ears for catching crickets are indeed sharp. Wang Erkue quietly shifted closer and whispered, there's just one person. We can approach him from the side. He gestured with his neck. Li Xiangdong was taken aback by Wang Erkue's audacious plan. They had only recently met, and such boldness seemed rather presumptuous. He widened his eyes and shook his head vehemently, replying in hushed tones, have you lost your mind? Aren't you afraid of the trouble Qin Lu and his gang might cause you afterwards? It's fine, I'm not afraid. I can stealthily approach him without being detected. Wang Erkue asserted confidently. His ability to catch crickets in the wild suggested he possessed a certain agility. He continued softly, Qin Lu's group carries cricket boxes. Once I sneak up and incapacitate him, you can come help me bind him. We can split the crickets evenly afterward. Donggu, aren't you here to collect crickets? Wouldn't you be tempted by a box of crickets for free? I, for one, am enticed. I toil in the fields all year just to earn a few work points. How many crickets can my father catch while staying up all night? I cannot let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Wang Erkue's words were not merely directed at Li Xiangdong, but also served as a form of self-encouragement. He was engaging in a bit of self-hypnosis, convincing himself that Qin Lu's gang were no good, and seizing the moment was justified. As a farmer scraping by, he showed a measure of bravery in the face of unclear policies, determined to engage in the trade of crickets at the market. Li Xiangdong found himself in a predicament. If he did not agree, it seemed Wang Erkue would proceed regardless, and should anything go awry, he would be implicated too. However, reflecting on the situation, he realized that his refusal would only lead to being coerced by Wang Erkue into compliance. It would be wiser to acquiesce now. Why is it so hot? Li Xiangdong shook his vest, pondering that perhaps it was due to the incessant rain from the previous night, causing the temperature to rise and rendering the cornfield stuffy and humid. He observed Wang Erkue gently rising to his feet, first rolling up his pant legs to the tops of his thighs, and then removing his tattered white vest, which bore several holes. Li Xiangdong was puzzled by his actions until Wang Erkue, reminiscent of a bandit from their previous escapades, covered his face with the vest, revealing only his eyes. He couldn't help but admire him, giving a thumbs up, realizing why there was a saying in Xiangdong about the valor of its men. It was indeed no mere fiction. Li Xiangdong chuckled softly and remarked, brother Erkue, you look like a completely different person. Impressive. Wang Erkue felt a twinge of embarrassment at the compliment. Yet he understood the necessity of his disguise. He desired to earn money, but he was reluctant to expose his identity. Previously, he merely assisted Li Xiangdong, and the kick was not his doing. He was merely a seller of crickets, and the likes of Qin Lu and his gang probably wouldn't even remember to seek him out. However, the situation had changed. He had to conceal his face. As long as he wasn't recognized on the spot, he wouldn't fear any repercussions later, even if Qin Lu were to come knocking. He could concoct countless excuses. And besides, with more than 20 cousins in his family, the black bread they consumed at every meal wasn't tea for nothing. Qin Lu would surely think twice before causing trouble. Wang Erkue gestured to Li Xiangdong, then crouched low and stealthily advanced. Li Xiangdong imitated his actions, removing his vest to cover his face and tying it behind his head. quietly trailing a short distance behind him. Suddenly, he heard a noise, prompting him to hasten forward. Upon arrival, he found that Wang Erkue had already subdued a man on the ground. Pressing his knee into the man's back, while covering his mouth with one hand and delivering a heavy blow to the nape of his neck with the other. With a sharp sound, Wang Erkue slapped the man twice, and seeing the lack of response, he exhaled in relief and said in a strained voice, "Brother Dong." "Yes, out cold. Bravo, my brother Erkue. You executed that flawlessly. True skill shines in the details. Surely, your ancestors must have been highwaymen," Li Xiangdong exclaimed. He went over and lifted the man's vest to cover his head, then collaborated with Wang Erkue to remove the unfortunate fellow's trousers and bind his hands and feet. To his surprise, Wang Erkue's hand delved into the man's pocket. Li Xiangdong chose to ignore it until Wang Erkue began to stuff the waistband of the trousers into the man's mouth. "What are you doing?" Li Xiangdong inquired. Silencing him, Wang Erkue replied, crumpling the waistband into a ball and forcefully shoving it into the man's mouth. Once the task was completed, Wang Erkue rubbed his hands vigorously with dirt, picked up the cricket box that lay beside them, and pointed toward the depths of the cornfield. The two swiftly dashed several meters into the field, and Li Xiangdong halted, saying, "Brother Erkue, you are truly remarkable. You knocked him out in an instant." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. If Wang Erkue were to harbor other intentions and employ the earlier methods against him, today he would undoubtedly struggle to escape this cornfield. Although Wang Erkue's father should still be with Ho San and the others, even if he had such intentions, he would likely exercise caution. However, Li Xiangdong must remain vigilant, for he senses that this brother Erkue before him has awakened some latent ferocity. "Brother Dong, this money and these tickets were gleaned from that fellow just now. Let us split them evenly," Wang Erkue declared, producing a small stack of cash and tickets from his pocket, extending them towards Li Xiangdong. Maintaining his alertness while wearing a smile, Li Xiangdong responded, "Brother Erkue, I would be content if you could share half of the crickets from your box with me. I cannot accept this money and these tickets." Observing Wang Erkue's reluctance to accept his refusal, he earnestly insisted, "Brother Erkue, I felt an immediate kinship upon meeting you. Given our shared endeavor, you should keep this money for yourself. You are in greater need of it than I am." "Brother Dong, please don't say that. I still wish to seek you out for crickets in the future. Our friendship deserves to flourish." Did Li Xiangdong not desire the money? Of course he did. However, when weighed against his own life, it truly paled in significance. Seeing that Li Xiangdong adamantly refused the money and tickets, Wang Erkue pocketed them with an innocent smile, saying, "Then shall we continue, Brother Dong?" "Continue what?" Li Xiangdong's mind raced with alarm. This fellow seemed to be addicted. One could only hope he wouldn't inadvertently leave him in the cornfield. Wang Erkue scratched his head. "I believe those few individuals are likely attempting to find us from various directions. Thus, we could turn the tables and seek them out instead." Li Xiangdong hastily cautioned, "Brother Erkue, I think what you propose is far too perilous. Perhaps we should abandon this idea." "It's too late, Brother Dong. What is the matter?" "It seems someone else is approaching." Chapter 91. Both felt they were reaping a windfall. Bah! Wang Erkue spat on his fingers and began tallying his spoils. There were 5 in Qin Lu's group. Li Xiangdong had incapacitated 1. 3 were in pursuit, while the remaining 1 likely stayed at the market to tend to Qin Lu. However, to his astonishment, within a brief span, all 3 of their pursuers had been laid low in the cornfield by Wang Erkue. Qin Lu's group must be quite affluent. Wang Erkue counted several times, but could not ascertain the total in his possession. Ultimately, it was Li Xiangdong who assisted him in the counting. Those who operate unscrupulously in the market are rarely without wealth, and much of this money might have been used in their cricket dealings. Li Xiangdong gestured towards the 3 cricket boxes beside him. Wang Erkue nodded in agreement, his brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, "Brother Dong, how can Qin Lu and his gang be so audacious? Don't they fear the police?" "Who can say?" Li Xiangdong smirked, thinking to himself that Erkue's audacity surpassed theirs. This could easily be classified as kidnapping and robbery. If apprehended by the police, the likelihood of execution was painfully high. Suddenly, Wang Erkue noticed that Li Xiangdong had inexplicably acquired a stone in his hand. He inquired, "Brother Dong, what do you intend to do with that boundary stone?" Li Xiangdong feigned ignorance and examined the stone in his hand closely. "I was wondering why this stone looks so exquisite. Had you not informed me it was a boundary stone, I would have remained oblivious. Wang Erkue chuckled. What is so remarkable about a piece of broken stone? As he spoke, he slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. Brother Dong, being from the capital, you have surely never seen the treasures of our countryside. Indeed, I have never laid eyes on such things. I shall cherish it for a while longer. Xiangdong replied with a genuine smile, though internally he mused, how could I, having spent several years in the countryside, fail to recognize a mere boundary stone? Brother, I am genuinely concerned about you. Empty-handed, I cannot possibly match your prowess. He continued, here, I have a watch, if you don't mind. I shall gift it to you. As he spoke, Wang Erkue tossed the watch into Xiangdong's embrace. I cannot accept this. Brother Erkue, keep it for when you wed. Xiangdong hastily returned the watch to Wang Erkue, although he longed for a timepiece of his own. What Wang Erkue had flung into his arms was not merely a watch, but rather a ticking time bomb. In this desolate wilderness, what if Wang Erkue felt slighted after he accepted it? Let us wait until we are out of the cornfield, Xiangdong urged, Brother Erkue. We must hasten. Your father and the others are undoubtedly searching for us. If we tarry too long, they will become anxious. Right. I was blinded by money and forgot about my father, Wang Erkue replied, rising and stuffing a handful of cash into his pocket, while grabbing a cricket box with one hand and leading the way ahead. Xiangdong held the stone in one hand and the remaining cricket box in the other, maintaining a respectful distance behind Wang Erkue. Brother Dong, do keep up. I am right behind you. It is merely that you are walking too quickly, and the corn leaves keep slapping my face. This cornfield was indeed expansive. After a considerable time following Wang Erkue, he finally emerged from the dense foliage, feeling a prickling itch all over as the corn leaves had left red scratches on his arms and neck. Gazing at the dirt path before him and the villagers in the distance wielding hoes, Xiangdong took a deep breath, relieved to have finally emerged. Most importantly, he felt he had regained control over his own fate. Brother Erkue, do you think those three you knocked unconscious will come to any harm? They will come to no harm, Brother Dong. You, being from the city, may not know. Right now, the corn is soaking up water, and we farmers must patrol the fields daily, wary of those with unclean hands coming to pilfer our grain. Rest assured, they will soon be discovered. Wang Erkue reassured him. That is a relief, Xiangdong thought, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He had merely come to catch a cricket and did not wish to become entangled in matters of life and death. As he continued along the dirt path, the number of people increased, and he casually tossed the stone he held aside, for with safety assured, it had become unnecessary. As Xiangdong caught sight of the main road leading into the county from a distance, he hastened his steps to approach Wang Erkue, saying, Brother Erkue, I've been thinking that you cannot keep that watch. Wang Erkue halted in his tracks, puzzled, and inquired, Why not, Donggo? Did you not say I should keep it for when I marry? Xiangdong sighed and replied, Alas, I wasn't thinking clearly at that moment. Qin Lu and his gang suffered a significant loss at your hands, and they will undoubtedly seek retribution. Wang Erkue quickly defended himself, but they didn't see my face. What can they possibly say? I had already returned home and was tending to the fields with my brothers. Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Wang Erkue had considered all angles. But what if they see that watch? How will you explain it? This question left Wang Erkue at a loss. In their village, and even in their town, few people wore watches. If he were to take it back, unless he hid it away, it would inevitably reach the ears of Qin Lu and his crew. I told you, Donggu, if you take this watch, how will Qin Lu and the others trace it back to me? As he spoke, Wang Erkue set down the cricket box, pulled the watch from his pocket, and thrust it into Xiangdong's hands. Oh, Donggu, did you dispose of that boundary stone? Well, since you mentioned it was a field marker, its ultimate fate should indeed be in the soil. Ah, Donggu, your words ring with wisdom. Just like me, as a farmer. Catching crickets is merely a means to earn a little money. Even in death, I must be buried in the fields. Xiangdong, while trying on the watch, hardly registered what he had said, but was struck by the profundity of Wang Erkue's words. Donggu, this watch fits you perfectly. Brother Erkue, you are right. Xiangdong nodded in agreement, realizing the watch's chain was just the right length, a blessing from the heavens. He examined the watch closely. It was in good condition. About 80 new. After placing the watch in his pocket, Xiangdong said, I have no money on me at the moment, but when I meet my two friends later, I will settle the payment for the watch. What are you saying, Donggu? I don't want any money. If you insist on paying me for the watch, let's first divide the money we took from those unfortunate souls. As he spoke, Wang Erkue produced a large handful of bills, dividing them into 2 stacks and offering one to Li Xiangdong. Wang Erkue had managed to acquire nearly 300 yuan from those 3 unfortunate fellows. Half of that amounted to 150 yuan, while the watch was worth about 100. Why go through all this trouble? If you insist on paying for the watch, Brother Erkue would end up at a loss. Dongzi, we are here. My son Erkue, your father has arrived. Seeing 3 figures running toward him, Li Xiangdong called out. Brother Erkue, quickly put the money away. I want to pay you for the watch now. When I come back to collect crickets, we can settle our friendship then. Understood. Donggu, Wang Erkue replied with a smile, feeling no sense of loss. He felt proud to be on such amicable terms with someone like Li Xiangdong from the capital. In addition, in the future, Brother Dong will come to collect the crickets from him. Both individuals feel they have struck a lucrative deal. Chapter 92. Rest assured, Brother Dong. I have everything under control. Holding a kitchen knife, Ho San, along with Zhe and Wang Erkue's father, hurriedly approached upon spotting Li Xiangdong in the distance. Brother Dong, are you all right? We searched everywhere for you too. I was terrified. Erkue, let us see how you're doing. Surrounding Li Xiangdong, Ho San, Zhe, and Wang Erkue's father inspected them closely. Seeing that they were merely dirty but unharmed, they finally relaxed. Ho San, keep that knife away from me. Li Xiangdong stood his ground, wary of being accidentally harmed by Ho San's wild gestures with the knife. Brother Dong, you needn't worry. I have it all figured out. Figured out my foot. Quickly put that knife away. Ho San, swaying his shoulders and shaking his hips, appeared more of a ruffian than the local thug Qin Lu. Passers-by instinctively stepped aside, and Li Xiangdong feared the police might soon be drawn to the scene. Obediently, Ho San stowed the knife into his canvas bag and pulled out a steamed bun from his back pocket. Brother Dong, are you hungry? This bun has pickles inside. I brought it especially for you. Please eat. Thank you, Ho San. Seeing a familiar face, Li Xiangdong felt a wave of relaxation and indeed realized he was hungry. However, upon noticing the black fingerprints on the bun and recalling it had emerged from Ho San's pocket, his appetite dwindled. He found it perplexing. Why not place the bun in the bag instead of stuffing it in his pants pocket? Li Xiangdong took the bun and handed it to Wang Erkue. Here, Brother Erkue, you eat this. I can hold out a bit longer. Wang Erkue, without a second thought, accepted the bun. After all, farmers who toil in the fields do not have the luxury of being picky. A white flour bun is a rare treat for him, something he scarcely enjoys throughout the year. He swallowed hard, took a big bite, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Dong. This bun is truly delicious. What is there to thank? Without your guidance, I wouldn't have escaped Qin Lu and his gang. Having completed his act of kindness, Li Xiangdong turned to Wang Erkue's father and inquired, Uncle Wang, is there a restaurant nearby? Yes, but why would we go to a restaurant? Of course, to eat, Uncle Wang. It wouldn't do to let Brother Erkue have only a bun. Besides, you both have helped us immensely. I cannot allow you to return home hungry. Li Xiangdong rubbed his stomach, handing the cricket box to Zhe to carry. He felt somewhat weak and needed to eat quickly. With a beaming smile, Wang Erkue's father led the way, glancing back at Li Xiangdong and the others, genuinely impressed by the generosity of those from the big city. Not only had he received double the price for his crickets, but now they were also taking him to a state-run restaurant for a meal. The reason? Because his son was unsatisfied with just a white bun. This was no mere second-hand dealer. They were truly benevolent souls from afar. As Asia walked behind, assisting Wang Erkue with a cricket box, the chirping of insects emanating from within caught his attention. He inquired, Dongzi, where did you acquire this box? It can't possibly be filled with crickets, can it? Found it. I'll explain later, Li Xiangdong mused, acknowledging the craftsmanship of the cricket box, which resembled a miniature medicine cabinet from a traditional apothecary. Far more convenient than the bamboo tubes he had fashioned. The state-run restaurant was situated along the main road of the county town. Wang Erkue's father hesitated at the entrance, not daring to step inside until Li Xiangdong had entered first. Upon seeing Ho San and Asia follow him in, Li Xiangdong asked, Are you two hungry? Starving, Donggu. Asia and I didn't have a chance to eat. We rushed out to find you after putting the crickets back, Ho San replied. Asia nodded in agreement, glancing at the small wooden sign hanging on the wall. Dongzi, let us each have a bowl of noodles. We need to hurry back after eating. All right, Li Xiangdong responded, approaching the counter where a clerk was busy crafting shoe soles. We would like 7 bowls of noodles, please. Turning to Wang Erkue and his father, he asked, Will 2 bowls each be sufficient for you and Erkaway? Wang Erkaway nodded sheepishly, while his father lamented, "That's too much. 1 bowl each is plenty." Li Xiangdong waved dismissively. "Don't worry, Uncle Wang, we'll eat our fill." "Oh, truly too much," the clerk interjected impatiently. "How many bowls do you actually want? Can you be a bit clearer?" 7 bowls, Li Xiangdong affirmed decisively before turning to leave. "You haven't paid or received a ticket yet." Ho-san reached for his money. "Look at you, so cocky. In 2 years, you'll all be out of a job." The noodles were prepared swiftly, and they had to serve themselves. The group, ravenous, said little, each engrossed in their meal. After finishing a hearty bowl, Li Xiangdong let out a satisfied burp, wiped his mouth, and approached the clerk once more. "Do you have a pen and paper?" The clerk remained motionless, merely glancing at him before curtly responding, "No." With a swift motion, Li Xiangdong slapped a bill on the counter and reiterated, "Do you have a pen and paper?" "Oh, I just remembered, we do have both." The clerk replied with a smile, pocketing the bill before retrieving a pen and tearing off a blank sheet from the ledger. Li Xiangdong accepted the paper and pen, leaning over the counter to jot down several lines. "I'll also need some ink." "Certainly, I'll fetch that for you," the clerk replied. Having spent money, the service indeed felt different. Li Xiangdong turned to Wang Erkaway, who was still sipping the broth, and asked, "Have you had enough to eat, Erkaway?" After finishing the last sip, Wang Erkaway looked up and answered, "I'm full, Donggo." "That's good to hear," Li Xiangdong nodded, beckoning Wang Erkaway closer. As he approached, Wang Erkaway whispered, "What is up, Donggo?" Li Xiangdong smiled gently and said, "Erkaway, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Could you please confirm that the watch was a gift from you to me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Erkaway's chest thumped audibly. "I can vouch for it, Donggo. If anyone inquires, just direct them to me." Li Xiangdong gestured toward the paper on the counter. "There's no need for such trouble. This is a note I just penned. A simple impression of your fingerprint will suffice." After a few days, he could return with a watch, and he needed a suitable response for any inquiries from his family. Wang Erkaway was always meticulous in his dealings. He certainly would not falter in this matter. Chapter 93. "I still rely on you," Li Xiangdong observed as Wang Erkaway raised his hand and pressed a vibrant red thumbprint onto the paper. "Brother Erkaway, aren't you going to see what I've written?" Wang Erkaway shook his head. "Donggo, I cannot read." Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong glanced at Wang Erkaway, who was busy rolling his fingers in the ink. He thought to himself, indeed, he is illiterate. He had previously noticed that Wang Erkaway struggled to count money, which led him to suspect his inability to read. He wanted to ask directly but hesitated, fearing it might wound Wang Erkaway's pride. Li Xiangdong folded the note and tucked it into his pocket, feeling a sense of relief. The origin of the watch had been accounted for, and at the very least, he could manage any inquiries from his family upon returning home. "Donggo, why did you write so much on the note?" "Primarily because, Brother Erkaway, you are quite an admirable person. I felt compelled to emphasize your character as generous and magnanimous." "I am not as good as you say." "Nonsense, Brother Erkaway, do not be modest." Li Xiangdong waved farewell to Wang Erkaway and his son. Watching their retreating figures, he touched the note in his pocket. "Dongzi, stop staring. They've already left. We should head back now." Beside him, Zhou, carrying a box of crickets, looked at his childhood friend with confusion and curiosity. What was that all about? 2 grown men engaging in such antics. "Let us hurry back," Li Xiangdong replied with a smile. And the 3 of them turned and strode towards the guest house. Ho-san approached Li Xiangdong and inquired, "Donggo, please tell us how you and Wang Erkaway managed to escape from those Qin Lu fellows. And where did you 2 hide?" Zhou added, "What about these 3 cricket boxes? Why are we giving Wang Erkaway half of the cricket money?" Li Xiangdong chuckled. "You both have quite a few questions. Well, here is what transpired." He recounted the events that unfolded after Ho-san and Zhou had departed, focusing particularly on Wang Erkaway's remarkable skills. His ability to incapacitate others without a trace was indeed impressive. "Donggo, if what you say is true, Wang Erkaway is quite formidable. I wish I had been there too." Ho-san's eyes sparkled with excitement, wishing he had witnessed it all. Zhou scoffed, "Ho-san, think carefully. It was only because Wang Erkaway had no ill intentions at that moment. Otherwise, Dongzi would have been in grave danger." Li Xiangdong nodded at Zhou's words, admitting that he had been wary of Wang Erkaway all along. Fortunately, Wang Erkaway had not acted maliciously and did not leave him sprawled in the cornfield. He now reflects on the situation with a tinge of apprehension. Considering that he and Wang Erkaway had only just met, the human heart is not easily tested. Donggu, let me take a look at your watch. Here. Li Xiangdong retrieved his watch from his pocket and handed it to Ho-san. After examining the watch, Ho-san commented, "It's rather mediocre, nowhere near my own." Li Xiangdong chuckled as he reclaimed the watch and tucked it back into his pocket, stating, "As long as it functions, that's all that matters. I merely need to check the time." Aja laughed in agreement, saying, "Ho-san, not everyone flaunts their watch upon meeting someone new." "Humph." Ho-san retorted with a hint of pride, "It's my prerogative." The trio engaged in light conversation as they veered off the main road onto a narrow path. Before them lay a low courtyard wall, behind which thrived a lush vegetable garden. Li Xiangdong halted and suggested, "Aja, go knock on the door and inquire if they are selling cucumbers. If not, we could trade some grain coupons for a few. We cannot let our crickets go hungry." "All right, I'll do that," Aja replied, stepping forward to knock. Li Xiangdong and Ho-san squatted by the entrance, awaiting Aja's return. Moments later, Aja emerged with a bundle of cucumbers in his arms. "Donggu, is this enough? My bag is also filled to the brim." Li Xiangdong stood up and declared, "This is ample. We won't need so many. We can snack on the rest along the way." Ho-san stepped forward, snatched a cucumber from Aja's arms, wiped it on his clothing, broke it in half, and asked, "Donggu, will you have some? You can keep it for yourself. Ho-san, share half with me." Upon returning to the guest house, Li Xiangdong first washed his hands by the sink, not bothering to dry off before taking a kitchen knife from Ho-san to slice the cucumbers. He looked at Ho-san and said, "Did you see? You should cut them into thin strips like this." As he handed the knife back to Ho-san, he added, "Now, I will place the cucumber strips into the bamboo tube." Placing the cucumber strips was a meticulous task, requiring cotton to secure them in place to prevent them from falling into the tube, lest they injure the crickets inside. He worked alongside Aja, teaching him while working swiftly. "How much did you both spend this time?" "Ho-san, include the cost of the chicken and our noodle expenses as well. You both contributed significantly this time. Let's forego the previously agreed 60-40 split. Once we return to the capital and sell the crickets, we will divide the profits equally. But let it be known, this is a one-time arrangement. In the future, we will revert to the 60-40 split." "Haha, thank you, Donggu." Ho-san set down the knife and began counting his bills. "Donggu, I spent a total of 79 yuan and 80 cents. Li Xiangdong nodded. "And you, Aja?" "I paid Wang Erkue 30 yuan for 3 boxes of crickets, and with miscellaneous expenses, I spent a total of 60 yuan and 3 jiao. Let us round it to 60. "All right, we'll count yours as 60 and Ho-san's as 80. Li Xiangdong's words elicited nods of agreement from both Ho-san and Aja. A few jiao here and there were of little concern to them. Just as the three were engrossed in their lively banter, Gao Xinmin made an unsolicited appearance. He stood at the door, surveying the room filled with bamboo tubes and scattered debris. "The three of you truly have a talent for causing a ruckus. Clean up this mess promptly, otherwise, if the guest house raises issues due to your antics, I shall not intervene." The trio hastily rose, responding, "Understood, train chief. Uncle Gao, we will tidy up shortly." Li Xiangdong stood and allowed Gao Xinmin to enter, accepting the cigarette handed by Aja, lighting it for Gao Xinmin. "Uncle Gao, what brings you here?" Gao Xinmin, puffing on the cigarette, inquired, "Are you suggesting I shouldn't visit?" Li Xiangdong chuckled, "Not at all. We three find your presence comforting. I merely feared to impede your duties." "No worries. My task is to ensure your safe return." Gao Xinmin scrutinized them for a moment, astonished. "Are you feeding crickets cucumbers? Do you intend to treat them like ancestors?" Ho-san sliced the cucumber, responding, "Of course, they deserve such reverence. I am counting on." Coughing, Li Xiangdong interjected, "Uncle Gao, I merely have a tickle in my throat." "Your throat seems to be quite timely." Gao Xinmin shot him a glance. His visit was prompted by concern for the safety of the trio, as all other staff members remained obediently at the guest house. He had not anticipated Ho-san's foolishness. Had it not been for Li Xiangdong's cough, he might have blurted out something unexpected. He turned to Ho-san, saying, "Go on. What do you expect these crickets to do?" "Nothing at all," Ho-san stammered, sensing the intensity of Li Xiangdong and Aja's gaze. "Really, it's nothing, Uncle Gao. Please don't ask. I simply misspoke." Gao Xinmin approached Ho-san, peering down at him and pressing, "Quit the nonsense and speak plainly. Are you three up to something? What of it? What do you expect? Speak." I expect these crickets to reproduce. Is that satisfactory, Uncle Gao?" "You insufferable fool." Gao Xinmin was taken aback by Ho-san's absurdity. What nonsense was this? Planning to bring home a cricket bride? Li Xiangdong observed Ho-san, who was now cowed by Gao Xinmin's anger and felt immense admiration. A formidable character indeed. Following Su Xian, Dong Yong, and Ning Kaichen, he had become the fourth notable figure. Noticing Gao Xinmin's darkening expression, he urged, "Uncle Gao, please calm down. Ho-san is not one to think before he speaks. Don't let him upset you further." "You are no gem yourself," Gao Xinmin retorted, turning back to Ho-san, continuing his relentless questioning, refusing to speak truthfully. "Are we? Fine. Go home and explain it to your father." After saying this, he looked at Zhou, asking, "What ails your father?" Zhou, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly felt the spotlight shift to him and gulped nervously. Gao Xinmin, amused yet exasperated, inquired, "What ails him?" Zhou, blushing, muttered softly his kidney. Upon hearing this, Gao Xinmin was momentarily rendered speechless. He gradually regained his composure, realizing he could no longer elicit any further responses. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he thought to himself about the remarkable talents present on this journey. To gather the three of you together is no small feat. One seeks to marry a cricket. Another aims to restore his father's vitality. And you, Dongzi, have no ulterior motives, faithfully trailing behind them across vast distances, embodying unwavering loyalty and righteousness. Li Xiangdong rubbed his nose, his gaze fixed on the ground before him, deliberately avoiding looking at Gao Xinmin. Aren't soldiers typically forthright? How is it that his manner of speaking mirrors that of his mother? The three prodigies continued their endeavors, and I shall not prolong your work any further. After Gao Xinmin finished speaking, he tossed his cigarette but to the ground and turned to exit the room. The train conductor bid him farewell. "Uncle Gao, take care," he said. "Once we return to the capital, you mustn't go to my father with complaints." Gao Xinmin halted, glancing back at Ho-san. "Do not call me uncle. I would not wish for my niece-in-law to be a mere insect." Li Xiangdong approached the door, peering outside, and upon noticing Gao Xinmin's absence, quickly closed the door. "Ho-san, did you almost let something slip just now? In the future, think carefully before you speak." "Zhou, your performance earlier was commendable. That is how it should be. I remind you both once more, if anyone inquires on our way back, and you find yourselves at a loss for words, simply keep silent and pretend you have not heard." "Understood, Dongzi. I will remain silent, Brother Dong." "All right, let's get to work. Once we finish, Ho-san, you can return the handsaw and kitchen knife. Zhou, you stay behind to help me tidy up." After lunch, at Gao Xinmin's behest, everyone began preparing to head to the station, boarding the train in advance for departure preparations. The three of them, Li Xiangdong, Ho-san, and Zhou, carried burlap sacks on their shoulders, with boxes of crickets in hand, their bags filled to the brim. As they exited the building, they unexpectedly encountered Kong Danny, who approached and asked, "Ho-san, what do you have in your sack?" Hearing the chirping of crickets from within, she exclaimed in surprise, "Are those all crickets? What do you need them for?" Just as Ho-san was about to respond, he ultimately refrained. Kong Danny's eyes sparkled with curiosity, urging, "Come on, tell me, Ho-san." Blushing, Ho-san shook his head. "It's nothing." If you want to speak, then so be it." Seeing that Ho-san remained silent, Li Xiangdong and Zhou also feigned ignorance, which made her a bit annoyed, prompting her to quicken her pace and distance herself from the three. More colleagues emerged from the building, and amidst the crowd, Li Xiangdong and his companions stood out conspicuously, drawing inquiries from those around them. "Wow, what are you carrying? Ho-san, what's in the sack? I could swear I heard crickets chirping." "Comrade Li, why are you dealing with so many crickets?" The three of them, as if cloaked in a barrier, pretended not to hear anything, focused solely on moving forward without uttering a word. The more they remained silent, the more curious the crowd became. At that moment, Gao Xinmin, leading the group, turned around and shouted, "What are you all making such a fuss about? They are bringing these back as medicinal materials for healing. While we are away, let's maintain our dignity and not embarrass our station in the capital." This discourse effectively alleviated the tension surrounding Li Xiangdong and his companions, causing the crowd to disperse into small groups engaged in hushed conversations. It was indeed my first encounter with the notion that crickets could possess medicinal properties. My limited experience was evident, as I had also heard that both human urine and feces could serve as medicinal materials. I was aware that feces, referred to as renshengwang, could be found in traditional Chinese medicine shops. As Li Xiangdong navigated through the throng, he noticed that Ho-san appeared somewhat despondent and gently inquired, "What troubles you? Are you concerned that Kong Danny may not speak to you in the future?" Ho-san nodded affirmatively. Li Xiangdong, wearing a reassuring smile, comforted him, "Fear not. Once we earn some money, you intend to purchase her a pair of little leather shoes, and surely she will forgive you by then. Indeed. Hosan's face brightened at the thought of Kong Danny donning the shoes he intended to gift her. The trio followed the crowd to the boarding platform, arriving at the entrance of the crew's resting carriage. Just as they were about to board, Gao Xinmin approached them, his countenance sour. With so many crickets in the carriage, how can the others rest tonight? You cannot bring them inside. What? The three of them were taken aback, fearing they would not be permitted to bring the crickets aboard. Chapter 95. The deal is sealed. Seeing Li Xiangdong and his companions frozen in place, Gao Xinmin brusquely remarked, "What are you dawdling for? Follow me." Hosan and Aja looked to Li Xiangdong, who sighed, "Let fate decide." With that, he lifted his leg and followed suit. Their hearts were heavy with trepidation as they trailed behind Gao Xinmin to the train conductor's lounge. The burlap sacks were neatly stacked, creating a tidy environment. "Thank you, conductor. We are immensely grateful. Uncle Gao, you truly are a considerate leader, always thinking of your subordinates. Accompanying you has broadened our horizons and enriched our spirits." As the situation took a turn for the better, Li Xiangdong's spirits soared, showering compliments with abandon. Hearing such words, Gao Xinmin felt much of the frustration caused by Hosen dissipate, and a faint smile graced his face. "Enough with the flattery. If I had truly denied you the chance to bring those crickets aboard, who knows how you three would have berated me?" Li Xiangdong replied solemnly. "You are the conductor of this train. Any decision you make is undoubtedly from a leadership perspective. How could we possibly criticize you? Indeed, Uncle Gao, you are the finest conductor at the Beijing station." It became apparent to me that the two were merely putting on a brave front. Gao Xinmin chuckled, gesturing toward Aja and Hosan, before turning to Li Xiangdong. "You, my friend, are quite the charmer. Now hurry along and get to work." The return journey was uneventful, save for their passage through Dezhou, where Hosan, utilizing his slight stature, nimbly squeezed into the crowd to purchase 4 roasted chickens. The expense was covered by the communal funds. Each of Li Xiangdong and Aja received one, with the remaining one offered to Gao Xinmin. Li Xiangdong and Aja refrained from indulging, opting instead to take their share home to share with their families. However, Hosan, unlike the others, could hardly contain his excitement as he scurried off to find Kong Danny, eager to present his offering. Before Kong Danny had even nodded in agreement to enter into a relationship with him, he had already completely forgotten about his own parents. At 5 o'clock in the early morning of the third day, the train arrived at the capital station. As Asia needed to stay behind to clean, Li Xiangdong and Hosen planned to make a couple of trips to transport their belongings. To their surprise, Gao Xinmin from the help group volunteered to assist, shouldering a sack and accompanying them to the water supply team's office. "What's with the fuss? Have I not earned my keep after collecting your chicken?" Gao Xinmin remarked before heading towards the platform, as he was the train conductor and had to oversee the final tasks. Li Xiangdong and Hosen leaned on the office desk waiting for Asia. Once everyone gathered, the three of them exited the train station, carrying their luggage. They found a state-run breakfast shop and enjoyed a hearty meal, as they had not slept well on the train and were now utterly exhausted. They decided against squeezing onto a bus and instead flagged down a tricycle, spending 50 cents to reach the vicinity of the White Pagoda Temple. The tricycle driver, watching the trio's retreating figures, spat in frustration, feeling that the three of them had made his journey unnecessarily strenuous. Earning that 50 cents was a real chore. With time still on their side, Li Xiangdong led the two to a corner of an alley, where they set down their belongings and sat on the ground, sharing cigarettes and engaging in idle chatter. As the sun rose higher, the nearby market grew increasingly lively. Li Xiangdong pointed to a bald man in the distance and said to Hosan and Asia, "Do you see that fellow?" He asked the cricket seller. "Apart from him, you should check the prices at the other stalls." "Don't worry, Dongzi, we'll handle it," both Asia and Hosen assured him. The two men took 2 bamboo tubes each and ventured to investigate prices at the other cricket stalls. About half an hour later, they returned one after the other. "How did it go? What are the prices?" Li Xiangdong inquired. Asia shook his head. None of the prices were as high as the one offered by the cricket seller. The highest bid was $1.50. Hosen nodded in agreement. "Same here, Brother Dong. We need to go back to the cricket seller." "All right, I'll call him over," Li Xiangdong said, brushing off the dirt from his pants as he swiftly made his way to the cricket seller's stall. The cricket seller had just sold a cricket for $2, having exchanged it for a candy ball from a child. As he happily pocketed the money, he looked up to see Li Xiangdong grinning in front of him. He stood up and threw an arm around Li Xiangdong's shoulders. "Dongzi, you finally made it. I haven't slept, or eaten well these past few days. Worried you'd trick me. Where's the cricket? Li Xiangdong pointed. Over there. The cricket seller looked up to see Ho-san and Asia not far away, recalling how they had been wandering with bamboo tubes moments ago, and quickly understood. He exclaimed in annoyance, "You sly one. Old Zheng, keep an eye on my stall for a bit. I'm taking this young brother to discuss some matters elsewhere." "Sure. Go ahead," Old Zheng replied. The cricket seller briefed the nearby stall owner and then hurriedly led Li Xiangdong around the corner. He first nodded to Ho-san and Asia, then turned to Li Xiangdong with a look of astonishment, asking, "Is this all there is?" Upon seeing Li Xiangdong nod, he exclaimed with excitement, "Could these 3 boxes also contain crickets?" "Indeed, they all do. Let's quickly inspect the goods. We are eager to return home. To avoid delaying your journey, follow me. This place is bustling with people." Cricket's son led Li Xiangdong and the others through several alleys until they arrived at a large courtyard. Li Xiangdong surveyed the chaotic surroundings and inquired, "Uncle Son, do you reside here?" Cricket's son opened the door and welcomed them inside, stating, "The 2 eastern rooms in the front courtyard are mine." The 3 of them were too astonished by the scene inside to fully grasp what Cricket's son was saying. The room was filled with jars of crickets, and stacks of empty jars cluttered the floor, leaving little space to move about. "Uncle Son, do you manage to sleep at night?" "I sleep in the adjacent room. Besides, what do you know? Listening to the chirping of the insects, I sleep even more soundly." Cricket's son chuckled. "Shall we proceed with the inspection of the goods?" "Please. Go ahead." Ho-san and Asia focused intently on Cricket's son as he examined the crickets, while Li Xiangdong curiously looked around. He soon noticed that Cricket's son spent several minutes inspecting each cricket. "Uncle Son, with such a meticulous approach, how long do you intend to take? Will you finish before nightfall? Do not rush me. I will expedite the process." "Then please do so. If we don't finish before noon, you'll be treating us to lunch." "I'll take care of it. Rest assured. Uncle Son won't let you go hungry." Li Xiangdong made a jest. Yet it turned out to be prophetic. As he munched on his bun and pickles, he nearly choked. "Ho-san, go buy a few bottles of beibinjiang. This is too dry." "Got it, Dong-gu." Ho-san quickly returned with 3 bottles of beibinjiang, having lost patience with Cricket's son's slow pace. Cricket's son, unperturbed, neglected his bun, saying, "What is the point of soda?" It was only after Li Xiangdong enjoyed a refreshing afternoon nap that Cricket's son completed the inspection of all the crickets. Pointing to a dozen bamboo tubes nearby, he remarked, "The crickets in those tubes are no good. Some have already perished. We have a total of 439 viable ones. Let us proceed with the transaction." Li Xiangdong nodded and retrieved 4 more bamboo tubes from his bag, saying, "Please take a look at these 4. Cricket's son's eyes brightened at the mention, and upon seeing the crickets within, his excitement intensified. "These are excellent. I'll take them for 5 yuan each. I'll give you 25 for all without bargaining." "Deal." "Uncle Son, do you have any tickets?" "What kind of tickets do you need?" "Fabric tickets, cigarette tickets, liquor tickets. Whatever you have, I'll take." "All right, wait here." Li Xiangdong received a stack of cash and several receipts from Cricket's son, feeling an overwhelming sense of achievement. He had finally earned some money. "Uncle Son, we will return next time when we have goods." Leading Ho-san and Asia out of Cricket's son's residence, Li Xiangdong sensed the eager glint in their eyes. "Let us find a place to divide the money and head home." Chapter 96. Recognition of the door in a quaint tavern nearby. The atmosphere was still and devoid of patrons, with only the attendant languidly tinkering with an abacus behind the counter. In a corner of the hall sat Li Xiangdong and his companions, a plate of peanuts and a small 2-tael wine jug resting on the table before them. With their glasses filled, the trio leaned in and conversed in hushed tones. 439 crickets, at 2 yuan each, and an additional 4 sold for 25, totaling 903 yuan. Li Xiangdong noted, as he opened his canvas bag. His hands delved into the fabric, producing 96 yuan, 80 of which represented the cost of the crickets, while the 4 roast chickens purchased on the return journey were funded by Ho-san. "This is your capital, Ho-san," he said, carefully packaging the money. He then retrieved another 60 yuan and handed it to Asia, continuing, "Our venture has netted us 747 yuan. We shall each receive 200, and the remaining 147 yuan will be reserved for our next cricket collection. Do you both agree?" Ho-san grinned broadly, replying, "Of course, we defer to you, Dong-gu." Asia nodded in agreement, stating, "Fair enough. I have no objections." Li Xiangdong popped a peanut into his mouth and asked, "Do you two want the receipts from the cricket exchange?" Ho-san shook his head. "I don't need them. My family has no shortage of receipts. Aja contemplated before saying, I don't require them for now either. My father's workplace provides an abundance of such documents when he receives his salary. Dongzi, you should keep them. Then I must thank you both. This is the share you deserve, Xiangdong said, glancing around to ensure their privacy before hurriedly stashing the money into their bags. With 200 yuan in cash and receipts remaining in his own bag, he felt satisfied with his earnings from the outing. Aja noticed a discrepancy in the money within his bag, exclaiming, Dongzi, did you give me too much? Xiangdong chuckled. Not at all. That includes the 147 yuan for our next cricket collection. Aja appeared puzzled. Why would you give me that? Shouldn't you, as our leader, be the one to hold on to it? Xiangdong waved his hand dismissively. Take it. I would rather not have to explain it to your sister-in-law. If she discovers we returned with so much money, she might lose sleep worrying. Aja nodded in understanding, while Ho-san, munching on peanuts, remarked, Dong-gu truly cares for his wife. When I'm married to Renai, I shall treat her the same way. Aja chuckled. Ho-san, we haven't even had a drink yet. Can you refrain from rambling, at least for now? Ho-san huffed, ignoring Aja's comment. Xiangdong raised his glass. Come, let us toast to our success before we part ways. With that, the three finished their drinks, each grabbing a handful of peanuts as they exited the tavern in succession. Seeing Ho-san's flushed face, Xiangdong asked, Are you all right? Do you need me to escort you home? Ho-san shook his head. I'm fine, Dong-gu. I'm merely feeling a bit dizzy. If I go home like this, my mother will surely scold me. May I stay at your house for a while? Of course. It's a good opportunity to get acquainted, Xiangdong replied, noticing Ho-san's unsteady gait. He paused, handing his cricket box to Aja, and hoisted Ho-san's sack onto his shoulder. Aja chuckled. Ho-san, hand over the cricket box you're holding. Honestly, you've only had a couple of drinks. Perhaps you should refrain from alcohol next time. The three of them shared laughter as they made their way to the bus stop. Half an hour later, they arrived at the alley where Xiangdong resided. Ho-san's intoxication had significantly diminished, and he stood at the entrance of the alley, saying, Dong-gu, I'm fine now, let me carry the sack. All right, Xiangdong replied, releasing the sack from his shoulder. With no crickets in the bamboo tube, he felt unrestrained compared to their journey back. At the alley's entrance stood a large tree, beneath which several elderly men were engrossed in a game of chess. Two were playing against each other, while the others fanned themselves and chatted animatedly. Nearby, a group of middle-aged women and elderly ladies gathered, some cradling children. Others engaged in needlework, gossiping about the families in the vicinity. The three young men hurried past, eager to avoid drawing the attention of the elder residents. Suddenly, a bare-bottomed little boy darted in front of them, blocking their path. With his hands on his hips and head tilted back, he shouted, Who are you three? Who allowed you to come into our alley? You're not allowed here. Xiangdong bent down, smiling at the impudent child. Haydn, you've got quite the nerve to stop me. Do you want to lose your little boy parts? Upon hearing Xiangdong's words, Haydn, experienced beyond his years, covered himself with both hands and ran off, complaining, Grandma, someone wants to grab my little boy parts. Haydn's grandmother, noticing her grandson's return, scooped him into her arms and gave his bottom a playful smack, chiding him for his mischief. She then looked up at the three young men with a smile. Dongzi is back. Oh, isn't this the lad from the old Shi family? I heard you've been assigned to work in the railway system as well. Aja nodded with a grin. Hello, Annie. After complimenting Aja, Haydn's grandmother turned to Xiangdong and asked, Dongzi, what's in that bulging sack? Observing that all the chess players and chatting ladies had turned their attention to them, Xiangdong set down the sack and retrieved a bamboo tube, relieved that he had already stored away the cotton. These are just some scraps I collected, discarded items from the train station that I'm taking home to use for cooking. Curiosity piqued, the onlookers gathered around, one picking up a bamboo tube to examine it. Why would you ruin perfectly good bamboo like this? What a waste. Another elder asked. Dongzi, could you spare one for me? I'd like to take it home for my grandson to use as a pen holder. Xiangdong chuckled. Of course. Take your pick. Just choose a thicker one. The thin ones won't stand properly. With the loss of 7 large bamboo tubes, the 3 young men passed through successfully. How amusing. This is quite entertaining, Dong-gu. I never thought these bamboo tubes could serve as pen holders, Ho-sen exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice, as he rarely encountered such sights living in a courtyard. Aja interjected, What's so amusing about it? If you lived in the alley, you wouldn't think that way. Whenever I come home with something, I'm bound to be checked thoroughly. Xiangdong nodded, acknowledging the inconveniences of living in the alley. They hastily approached Xiangdong's home. Before they could push open the door, they were met with the heart-wrenching cries of a child emanating from the courtyard. A voice of weeping reached Zhe's ears as he observed Li Xiangdong standing motionless at the entrance. "Dongzi, has something happened at your home? Why are you just standing there? Hurry inside and check," Hosen urged, equally anxious. "Donggu, what is going on at your place? Don't block the entrance. Let us see what is happening." "It's nothing. The children are just playing around," Li Xiangdong replied with a slight smile, biting down on his molars. He gently pushed the door open and walked slowly to the shadow wall, setting down the sack from his shoulder and the cricket box in his hand before peering into the courtyard. Chapter 97. The Grand Performance Beneath the Jujube Tree. A cricket cage rested on a slab of blue brick, while 3 crooked branches were stuck into a mound of earth, accompanied by a bowl of pickled vegetables and 3 steamed buns. Li Xiaotao sat cross-legged on the ground, and Li Xiaojiang stood beside him, calling out, "First bow." Before the bluestone slab, Li Xiaobo and Li Xiaohai bent down in solemn reverence. Second bow. Third bow. The family members responded in kind. Li Xiaotao slapped his thigh and rolled on the ground, wailing, "Why did my cricket have to go? Hey, why didn't you eat the vegetable leaves? At least if you had eaten a bit, you wouldn't have starved to death." As Li Xiangdong witnessed the spectacle, it felt as though fireworks were bursting in his mind, a cacophony of sounds. He was utterly numbed. Clang. At the same moment, Hosan, who had also peeked out from behind the shadow wall, dropped his cricket box in shock. "Ha ha ha, oh my god. Donggu, your little ones are truly amusing." Hearing the commotion, Li Xiaojiang, who was enthusiastically playing the role of the master of ceremonies, turned around to see 3 heads peering from the shadow wall. "Third uncle is back, run." Before he could finish his sentence, he swiftly dashed into his house. Li Xiaohai and Li Xiaobo followed suit, but Li Xiaotao remained unfazed, standing up to brush off the dirt from his clothes, looking up at his approaching third uncle with a sorrowful expression. "Third uncle, the cricket has died." Li Xiangdong glanced towards the main room, noticing that only these 4 mischievous boys were present, and even the sisters, Xiaolan and Xiaomei, were absent. No wonder they dared to mimic a funeral. With a forced smile, he remarked, "Oh, so it was just the cricket that died. I thought you all were mourning my demise instead." A Zhe, who had entered the courtyard, chuckled. "Dongzi, is this your second nephew? Quite impressive at such a young age." His rolling around was remarkably convincing. With some practice, he'll never go hungry. "Get lost," Li Xiangdong retorted, striding towards the jujube tree, kicking over the bluestone slab. Everyone who ran inside, "Get out." Only the laughter of Hosan and a Zhe filled the courtyard. There was no sound from the east or west wing of the house. After a considerable time, Li Xiaojiang cautiously opened the door, revealing only his head. Upon seeing the overturned stone slab and the scattered pickled vegetables and buns, he voiced his concern. "Third uncle, why did you kick over the buns and pickles? How are we going to explain this to Grandma when she returns?" "Come here," Li Xiangdong beckoned. "I'll tell you how to explain it." "I'm not coming over," Li Xiaojiang, with a playful grin, exclaimed. "Uncle, please don't be angry. We were merely jesting. I am aware you were just having fun. Come out now." "I brought back some delicacies from my travels," replied Uncle, as Li Xiangdong retrieved a roasted chicken from his cloth bag. He unwrapped the oil paper to show it to Li Xiaojiang, asking, "Would you like to have some roasted chicken? If you wish to eat, come quickly." Li Xiaojiang's eyes fixated on the chicken, and he swallowed hard, saying, "Uncle, I cannot eat it. It is too greasy, and I fear it may upset my stomach." With that, he slammed the door shut and locked it behind him. "Uncle, I want to eat roasted chicken," said Li Xiaotao, moving closer to Li Xiangdong, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the chicken. "Uncle, you are so kind to bring us roasted chicken." Nearby, Hosen showed interest in Li Xiaotao, grinning as he inquired, "Have you ever had roasted chicken?" Li Xiaotao stared back at Hosen, seemingly unperturbed by the stranger. "I have never had it before. What of it? We will be able to eat it soon enough." "Ah, you are quite amusing," Hosen remarked, appraising Li Xiaotao with a playful gaze. Li Xiangdong re-wrapped the chicken and said, "Go and fetch Li Xiaobo and Li Xiaohai from inside. If you can call your older brother out, I shall reward you with a chicken leg." Li Xiaotao, taken aback, asked, "Uncle, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Why would I lie to you? Now hurry along." Li Xiangdong replied, turning to head to the main living room. Filled with excitement, Li Xiaotao dashed to the front of Li Erge's room, knocking on the door loudly. "Xiaobo, come out quickly. Uncle has brought back a roasted chicken. It smells divine. You two can pour your own water." Once inside, Li Xiangdong greeted Hosan and Zhe before heading to his parents' room. Zhe had just poured a glass of water for Ho San when he noticed Li Xiangdong emerging from the west room with a feather duster. Dongzi, what are you up to? The children are just being mischievous. It's not that serious. Brother Dong, perhaps you should consider using something else, Zhe suggested. The sight of the feather duster reminded Ho San of some painful memories, causing his eyelids to twitch. I wield the feather duster merely to intimidate them. They have been utterly unruly. If outsiders were to learn of the earlier incident, it would be quite the embarrassment. Li Xiangdong swished the feather duster through the air a couple of times, testing its weight, and addressed Ho San and Zhe. You two must ensure this does not become a source of ridicule for me. Zhe chuckled, rest assured. Dongzi, neither Ho San nor I will share this with anyone. I certainly won't say a word. You can trust me, Brother Dong, Ho San added, taking a sip of water and shaking his head. Brother Dong, was that your second nephew who was rolling on the ground and crying just now? Li Xiangdong turned to Ho San, asking, Yes, what of it? Ho San lit a cigarette, tossing the pack onto the table as he remarked, Oh, it's nothing. I was just curious. I find your second nephew rather entertaining. Entertaining? Zhe offered Li Xiangdong a cigarette from the table before lighting one for himself. If your son were like that, I doubt you would find it amusing. What of it? Ho San replied nonchalantly. How delightful it would be if I had a son as amusing as this. The two of us would undoubtedly share endless joy each day. Upon hearing Ho San's words, Zhe raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, You are impressive. However, I believe that when you eventually have children, you should educate them properly. Otherwise, your father will surely be driven to his wits' end by you. With a resounding clap, Ho San struck the table, rising in indignation as he glared at Zhe, retorting, What does my father's fate have to do with me? How could I possibly be the cause of his demise? A cough escaped Zhe as he choked on the smoke from his cigarette, quickly conceding, My apologies, Ho San. Please, have a seat. Unrelenting, Ho San pressed on. First, explain to me how my father's well-being is connected to my temper. It has no connection. I spoke thoughtlessly. And I apologize. You should refrain from such careless speech in the future. Indeed, wise words from you, Ho San. Li Xiangdong watched the two spar with words. A smile gracing his face, his cigarette forgotten as his fingers rhythmically tapped the table. His nephew, Li Xiaotao, was rather dim-witted, causing considerable concern for their family. His elder brother, at just over 30, was already graying, fretting daily over his foolish son. Observing Li Xiangdong's silence, Zhe inquired, Dongzi, what troubles you? Nothing. Li Xiangdong replied, suddenly looking at Ho San and asking, Would you be interested in taking on a disciple? Chapter 98. The Trial of Apprenticeship. Ho San, taken aback by Li Xiangdong's proposition, pointed to himself in disbelief. Me? Take on a disciple? Li Xiangdong nodded affirmatively. Yes, do you wish to? Of course. I would be thrilled. Every time I see Uncle Hai kicking air guazi, I become quite exhilarated. To have a disciple to kick around would be enviable. But am I not a bit too young to take on a disciple? As he spoke, a hint of regret flickered across Ho San's face. Noting Ho San's genuine interest, Li Xiangdong continued, It is not too early at all. You mentioned Uncle Hai kicking air guazi, yet despite that, air guazi remains dutiful to him. Do you know why? Of course. Air guazi was saved by Uncle Hai in his youth. Otherwise, he would likely be toiling away in some remote valley. Ho San nodded. But Li Xiangdong shook his head. What you mentioned is merely part of the reason. A puzzled expression crossed Ho San's face. What else could there be? Exhaling a plume of smoke, Li Xiangdong explained. I believe it is due to the deep bond formed between Air Guazi and Uncle Hai from a young age. Hence, after each beating, Air Guazi would first seek to please Uncle Hai. Consider the masters who take on disciples later in life. Do many not find themselves exasperated by their pupils? Is that so? Ho San scratched his head, reflecting on the masters and their apprentices he had observed at the train station. Dongzi, you make a valid point. It does seem that way. Suddenly, he lamented, However, I must ensure that I take on a disciple whose background I know well. Where can I find such a person now? What do you think of my nephew? Did you not express fondness for him earlier? Would you consider him as your disciple? Li Xiangdong revealed his ultimate intention, which also brought him some relief. One advantage is that Ho San's family has strong connections. If Li Xiaodao becomes his apprentice, the concerns regarding Li Xiaodao's employment will no longer trouble his family. Another benefit is that although Li Xiaodao may not be particularly bright, he has grown up to understand filial piety. As Ho San ages, he will have a devoted apprentice by his side to care for him. As for the assurance, it lies in the fact that Li Xiangdong's arrangement for Li Xiaodao to become an apprentice is, in essence, a covert pledge of allegiance. Initially, Old Li exchanged favors to secure a job for himself through Deputy Director Zhang of the street office, and Hou Jianxi took the opportunity to have him keep an eye on his own child. Consequently, the two families are now intertwined, and Li Xiangdong has been compelled to join the Hou family faction. By sending his nephew to Hou San, Li Xiangdong is signaling to Hou Jianxi that he intends to remain on their vessel and will take good care of Hou San in the future. Given that Hou Jianxi has managed to secure his position as the head of the Labor and Personnel Department, he undoubtedly comprehends the underlying intentions behind Li Xiangdong's actions. Meanwhile, Zhe, who had remained silent, simply believed that his childhood friend was trying to secure a promising future for his foolish nephew. He chimed in, "Indeed, Hou San. This way you won't even need to have a son of your own. You can enjoy the perks ahead of time." Hou San was still hesitating when Li Xiaodao entered the room, accompanied by Li Xiaobo and Li Xiaoai. "Dad, I want to eat chicken," called out Li Xiaodao. "Uncle, I want to eat too," added Li Xiaohai and Li Xiaobo, trailing behind him and immediately clamoring for food upon entering. "Nonsense. You too, go stand in the corner," Li Xiangdong commanded, brandishing a feather duster towards the wall. He had no time to deal with them now. He would address them later. Seeing the feather duster, Li Xiaobo and Li Xiaohai dared not ask for food anymore and hurriedly stood straight in the corner, silent. Li Xiaodao, the main actor in this tragicomedy, appeared unfazed, grinning as he approached Li Xiangdong. "Uncle, I brought Xiaobo and Xiaohai for you. When will you give me chicken wings?" Li Xiangdong pushed his head away, inquiring, "Where's your elder brother? Why isn't he here?" Li Xiaotao replied, "My brother said you would hit us, so he's hiding in the house." Li Xiangdong tapped his head with the feather duster, saying, "Oh, so you think I wouldn't hit you?" Li Xiaodao rubbed his head and shook it. "No way. I always listen to uncle. Why would you hit me?" At that moment, Hou San interjected, "If your uncle really intends to hit you, would you run away?" Li Xiaodao looked at Hou San with a question. "Why would I run away?" Hou San, glaring with his small eyes, pointed at the feather duster. "Because he's going to hit you." Li Xiaodao sniffed and nonchalantly replied, "So what if he does? What is the big deal if my uncle gives me a couple of whacks?" Hou San chuckled at this. "Well, what if I want to hit you?" Li Xiaodao approached Hou San, fixing his gaze on him. "What right do you have to hit me? My uncle is my elder. He can hit me. But if you dare to hit me, I will hit you back. What are you laughing at? Why don't you try?" Hou San was even more amused. "Then if you were my apprentice now and I was your master, could I hit you?" Li Xiaotao let out a grunt, his voice low and sulky. "If you were my master, of course you could hit me. If I retaliated, that would be disrespectful to my elder." Hou San, pleased with this response, felt a shiver of excitement run down his spine. "But what if someone wanted to hit your master?" Li Xiaodao eagerly inquired. "Who wants to hit my master?" Without hesitation, Hou San blurted out, "My father." Li Xiaodao clenched his fists, exclaiming, "I'll beat him to a pulp." All right. Hou San exclaimed, standing up in excitement. "Donggu, I shall take this apprentice." Li Xiangdong and Zhe watched in astonishment as this dramatic initiation unfolded. It seemed that for Hou San, the most crucial aspect of taking on an apprentice was not merely the ability to withstand a beating, but whether the apprentice could help him confront his own father. Li Xiangdong felt a twinge of anxiety. Could this fool truly intend for his dim-witted nephew to confront his own father? Though young, Li Xiaodao possessed considerable strength. If he were to face Hou Jinjia, it would depend on who struck first. If Hou Jinjia initiated, they would be evenly matched, but if it were Li Xiaotao, Hou Jinjia would be in for a challenge. Zhe, sitting nearby and sipping water, listened to the absurd exchange and remarked incredulously, "Hou San, are you truly taking on an apprentice? Or are you merely seeking a henchman?" Hou San scoffed, "This is a test of understanding. Am I really going to send my apprentice to confront my father?" "Zhe, are you foolish?" Zhe shot Hou San a disdainful glance, thinking to himself, "Why take this so seriously when you seem thrilled at the thought of Li Xiaodao saying he would beat your father to a pulp?" Hou San looked at the cup of water before him and said, "Donggu, I shall take this apprentice. Shouldn't the apprentice now serve tea to the master? Where's the tea from your home? Hurry and fetch it." "I can bring the tea, but Hou San, remember to inform my uncle Hou about your decision to take my nephew as your apprentice. In due time, we shall choose an auspicious day for a formal visit," Li Xiangdong advised, wanting to ensure everything was done properly. Seeing Hou San nod in agreement filled him with a sense of pride. The first step of a change in direction was yielding results. Chapter 99. "Master, please enjoy the tea." Hou San observed Li Xiangdong preparing tea and asked, "Donggu, this isn't tea my father's tea, is it?" "Indeed it is. We have no other tea," Li Xiangdong replied, marveling at the steaming cup before him. thinking how fitting it was. Here was Ho San, planning to beat his father after taking on an apprentice, yet serving tea that even his father would hesitate to drink. How delightful the irony of cause and effect. Li Xiaodao, my obedient apprentice, come quickly and serve tea to your master. With a beaming smile, Ho San gestured towards the hot tea on the table, filled with eager anticipation, convinced it would be delicious. Li Xiaodao, utterly bewildered, had no idea how he suddenly acquired a master. He turned to Li Xiangdong, asking, "Uncle, what is going on?" "This is the master your uncle found for you. Hurry and serve tea. He will be your master from now on." Li Xiangdong did not wait for him to finish his words. He pointed at Ho San and handed the teacup to Li Xiaodao. Beside them, a Zhe teasingly chimed in, "We live in a new society now, no more bowing. Xiaodao, first bow to your master before serving tea." "Oh, don't bow." Ho San shivered at the memory of the earlier grand performance in the courtyard, insisting, "Just have Xiaodao hand me the tea." Prompted by Li Xiangdong, Li Xiaodao respectfully approached Ho San, presenting him with the steaming cup of tea. "Master, please enjoy this tea." Very well, good disciple." Ho San pretended to sip the tea, then pulled out a 10 yuan bill from his pocket. "Here, Xiaodao. This is a token of greeting from your master." "Thank you, master," Li Xiaodao replied, glancing at Li Xiangdong, who nodded approvingly before he accepted the money. "No need for thanks. The tea served by my disciple is delicious." Ho San chuckled, taking another sip. He glanced at his wristwatch and said, "Donggu, I have accepted your hospitality, but it's getting late. I must return home. It would be difficult to explain to my mother if I stay out too late." "Indeed. It is getting late," Li Xiangdong acknowledged, rising to escort him to the gate. "Ho San, you know the way back, right?" "I do, Donggu. You may head back now." Ho San patted Li Xiaodao on the shoulder. "Good disciple. I will come to find you when I have time. Your school is on break now, so you can ask your third uncle to take you to visit me." "Yes, I understand, master." "Please take care," Li Xiaodao said, only bidding farewell to Ho San at Li Xiangdong's encouragement. Little did he know that in a moment of confusion, he had unwittingly taken on a master, a decision that would irrevocably alter the course of his life. As Ho San walked away, Azure remarked, "Dongzi, I'm heading back too. I've nearly been worn out after being out for so long." Li Xiangdong seized Azure, who was eager to leave, saying, "Don't rush off just yet." "What is it?" "Dongzi." Li Xiangdong pointed toward the 3 burlap sacks and the cricket box by the shadow wall. "My family has many affairs to attend to. Let us take these items to your home. If your father inquires, just tell him they are mine." Azure nodded in agreement. "All right." Li Xiangdong turned to his second nephew, Xiaodao. "Did you understand what we discussed earlier?" Li Xiaodao shook his head. "Not really, 3 uncle. Could you repeat it?" "That's unnecessary." Li Xiangdong smiled at his nephew's innocent, naive eyes. "Sometimes, it is rather advantageous to be a bit dull. It prevents one from speaking out of turn." The 3 entered the courtyard, and Li Xiangdong knocked on the door of the eastern wing where Li Dage's family resided. "Li Xiaojiang, come out quickly. Bring Li Xiaobo and Li Xiaohai, and tidy up the courtyard. Let this matter go for now." The door remained shut, but Li Xiaojiang's voice came from within. 3 uncle. "Do you mean it?" "I do. Hurry up and get to work." Having just resolved a significant trouble involving Li Xiaodao, Li Xiangdong was in high spirits and had no desire to create further issues for them. Otherwise, he would have made them feel the sting of a feather duster today. He beckoned Asia and Li Xiaodao, and the 3 of them, carrying the burdens, made their way to Asia's home. Asia's father was not at home, so they placed their belongings directly in the back room. Li Xiangdong set down the burlap sack from his shoulder and beheld a brand new bicycle. "Asia, I will use the bicycle for a while. I need to visit my father-in-law tomorrow. I will return it to you later," he said. Asia chuckled. "Why not ride it directly to your father-in-law's home? When you arrive in the village, everyone will think you bought it yourself, and it will bring honor to your father-in-law." "Oh, please. By the time I reach my father-in-law's place, I might be in dire straits myself," Li Xiangdong retorted, as he pushed the bicycle outside. He mounted it and beckoned Li Xiaodao to hop on. "Uncle, can you ride?" Li Xiaodao inquired. "What? Do you doubt my abilities? Then you may as well walk home," Li Xiangdong teased. With a swift motion, he pedaled and took off. Before getting married, he would have stood while pedaling. "Uncle, wait for me," Li Xiaodao exclaimed as he sprinted to catch up and leaped onto the rear seat. The handlebars wobbled slightly, nearly colliding with the alley wall. "Li Xiaodao, do you think this is your home, Kong? Can't you be more gentle?" "I wasn't he doing it on purpose. Should I get off and try again?" Li Xiangdong dismissed the suggestion. "No need. Just sit still and don't move." He rode the bicycle, delivering Li Xiaodao to his doorstep. "Xiaodao, What about the money your master just gave you? Here, take it, uncle. Use it to buy some cigarettes. You little rascal, so considerate. I'm just worried you might lose it. I'll give this 10 yuan to your father tonight. Hee, that is fine, uncle. You do as you see fit. No need to inform me. It's all good now. You may return. Li Xiaotao, let go. What are you holding onto the rear seat for? Li Xiaotao clung tightly to the back, grinning. Uncle, you still owe me the chicken wings you promised. You only think about food. With an exasperated sigh, Li Xiangdong retrieved a roasted chicken from his bag, unwrapping it to hand a wing to Li Xiaotao. Li Xiaotao clutched the chicken wing, but his gaze remained fixated on the remaining chicken in Li Xiangdong's hands. Uncle, why don't you leave the chicken at home? What if it gets lost while you're out? At home, by the time I return, there wouldn't be any bones left. In this day and age, the allure of meat was too great. If there were an adult at home, Li Xiangdong wouldn't be stuffing the chicken into his bag. Don't worry, uncle. I'll keep an eye on it, Li Xiaotao assured confidently. Li Xiangdong raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Li Xiaotao finished the chicken wing in a few bites, savoring the flavor. Upon hearing his uncle's question, he nodded vigorously. Seeing the sincerity in his nephew's expression, Li Xiangdong surrendered the chicken to him. Don't get clever on me, or I'll be sure to reprimand you when I return. Hurry home and lock up. Understood, uncle. As Li Xiangdong watched Li Xiaotao close the door, he mounted his bicycle and headed straight for Wangfujing department store. Chapter 100. Aren't you afraid of choking? Li Xiangdong rode the brand-new bicycle, exiting the alley and following the road northward along Chongwenmen Inner Street, turning left onto Chang'an Avenue. In just over 10 minutes, he reached his destination. The Beijing department store remains, even to this day, the most comprehensive and diverse shopping venue in the nation. For instance, the footwear and hat department boasts over 1,000 varieties of shoes alone. To put it in contemporary terms, this establishment has become a trendy spot for social media enthusiasts. Any visitor from outside the city cannot resist the urge to stroll through the department store. While the affordability of the items may be questionable, at the very least, one's horizons are broadened, allowing for some bragging rights upon returning home. Some individuals go so far as to charm the sales clerks, flattering them with kind words, all in hopes of obtaining a piece of the department store's signature wrapping paper, which bears the store's name, thereby enhancing the credibility of their tales. Li Xiangdong secured his bicycle and joined the throng entering the department store. The bustling crowd rivaled that of a train station, yet there was a remarkable absence of jostling. Particularly among the women, there existed an unspoken bubble of space, for in these times, one could easily find themselves in legal trouble for inappropriate conduct. Armed with a receipt exchanged with a friend, Li Xiangdong commenced his shopping spree on the first floor. He promptly utilized all his tobacco and liquor coupons, purchased 2 boxes each of clam oil and snowflake cream, and concluded his shopping with a substantial roll of fabric. Excuse me, how much for the calligraphy notebooks? He inquired. This is the Serving the People published by Dongfang Hong, priced at 6 cents each. I'll take 20, please. A faint smile crept across his lips as he held a stack of small character notebooks. As an uncle, he cherished his favorite nephew, and with corporal punishment abolished, he sought alternative methods of discipline. Rather than idling away at home, practicing calligraphy could enhance his holiday with a touch of joy. Upon exiting the department store, Li Xiangdong found his tote bag brimming with purchases, while one hand grasped a floral fabric and calligraphy notebooks, and the other carried 4 bottles of Nulinchin Erguo. Lastly, he tucked a walking cane under his arm, intended for the elderly matriarch, Li Laodai. Mounting his bicycle with one hand on the handlebars, he made his way home, his load conspicuous. Upon entering the courtyard, Li's mother was busy at the stove in the main house. Spotting her youngest son, she inquired, Lao San, whose bicycle is that? And why have you brought back so many items? Li Xiangdong parked his bicycle and replied, I borrowed it from a Zhe, and these are gifts for my father-in-law's family for tomorrow. He then glanced at the 4 boys standing in a line beneath the eaves of the house. What are you 4 up to? Li Dazhao, who was helping with the cooking, interjected. I've made them stand as punishment. They raided a bowl of pickled vegetables while we were out, and they stubbornly claimed they didn't. Li Xiangdong chuckled at this. I know about that. I just saw them gnawing on cornbread with pickles when I returned. Really? Did they actually eat it? Li Erseo asked, puzzled. Li Xiangdong, seeing the boys looking at him, nodded affirmatively. I witnessed them devouring it. You wouldn't believe it, but Xiaobo ate the most, half a bowl, all by himself. Upon hearing this, Li Erseo took a couple of steps forward and slapped her son, exclaiming, after consuming so many pickles, aren't you afraid of choking? Hurry up and get some water. You three, stop standing around and get back to what you were doing. Li Mu allowed them to go, as long as they did not waste food. If they felt it was not too salty, they could eat. Li Xiaojin quietly approached Li Xiangdong and said, "Thank you, third uncle." Li Xiangdong, observing the simple-minded Li Xiaodao, inquired, "Don't thank me just yet. Where's the chicken?" "I put it in the cupboard," replied Li Xiaodao. Meanwhile, Li Xiaohai, who had just caught up, circled the bicycle and looked up at his father's bag, asking, "Dad, is there something tasty in your bag?" Li Xiangdong turned to his son. "Why are you only thinking about food? Where's your mother?" "My sister wet her pants, and my mom is inside changing her," Li Xiaohai answered. "Dongzi is back." Li Laotu and Li Talai stood at the door of the main house, their faces beaming with joy upon seeing their grandson return safely after a few days. "I'm back, Grandpa and Grandma," Li Xiangdong exclaimed, pointing to the items on the bicycle's handlebars and back seat, instructing Li Xiaojin and Li Xiaodao. "Please help me place these on the dining table in the main house." "Sure thing, third uncle," they replied. Li Xiangdong, using his cane, hurried over to his grandparents, saying, "Look what I brought back for you. Try it out and see if it suits you." Li Tailaotat happily accepted the cane, saying, "Dongzi knows how to think of me. It feels just right. It must be easy to use since my grandson bought it." Li Mu leaned in for a closer look, remarking, "But didn't your father make one for you? Yet, I never saw you use it." Li Laotu chuckled as he watched his wife twirling with the cane. "Could that one your father made even be useful? When your mother supports herself with it, it looks like something from the old days, meant for beggars." Li Talahar laughed in agreement. "Indeed, otherwise, I wouldn't have left it unused. I feel embarrassed to even take it out." "I noticed you praising it when your grandson picked up a twig from the roadside," Li Mu teased, then added somewhat sourly, "Your grandson is the best. He knows to think of others. Your 4 grandsons are still young. You ought to rely on me for now." Li Xiangdong ushered his mother into the house, pointing to a roll of fabric on the table, which included some patterned cloth. "Save enough for me to make 1 garment. The rest is all yours." Li Mu touched the fabric, her expression darkening. "Come with me inside." Li Xiangdong realized his mother had caught on. How could a newcomer to the workforce possess such a substantial amount of receipts? She shut the door behind them and questioned in a hushed tone, "Have you been engaging in something unsavory?" "No, please don't accuse me unjustly," he replied, having anticipated that his family would inquire. He did not intend to hide anything and recounted his cricket trading endeavors in detail. After hearing this, Li Mu clutched her chest in distress, exclaiming, "Are you trying to give your old mother a heart attack? Can you really engage in such speculative ventures? Do you wish to put your life in jeopardy?" As she spoke, she raised her hand to strike him, but Li Xiangdong quickly dodged her incoming slap. "Mother, can you please not panic? Do you think I'm the only one doing this? Those selling televisions and traveling to other places are also daring enough to bring things back. In comparison to their endeavors, my efforts are utterly negligible, and I have been quite honest. They seem to be unaffected, yet I find myself in trouble for merely tending to a cricket." Mother Li's hand halted midair. "Is it truly of no consequence?" "Truly nothing at all. Such activities are rampant from top to bottom, and no one seems to oversee this matter." Li Xiangdong did not deceive his mother. It wasn't until the 1990s, with the increase in material wealth and directives from higher authorities, that such misguided practices were officially prohibited and completely eradicated. Mother Li sat on the bed, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. "I had previously heard from others that those employed by the railway were quite well off, with kitchens perpetually fragrant with the aroma of meat. It seems that was the underlying reason. You truly are quite cunning, knowing to avoid conspicuous matters. I presume you made quite a profit on this outing?" Li Xiangdong waved his hand dismissively, claiming he hadn't earned much. "Spare me the nonsense. Do you think I am ignorant?" she replied. "In our neighborhood, those affluent families used to keep birds and pit crickets against one another." As she spoke, she suddenly laughed. "Those folks are quite amusing. Once, a family mourned the death of a cricket as if they had lost a loved one. I genuinely thought someone had passed away in their household." Chapter 101. "Uncle, I can hardly wait." After reassuring his mother, Li Xiangdong returned to his room to play with the children. It was not long before Zhou Yuqin entered, announcing that their father and eldest brother had returned from work, and their mother wanted them to come for dinner. They proceeded to the dining area. Li Xiangdong playfully patted Li Xiaohai's bottom, urging him to get off the bed. Observing his sister attempting to mimic his descent, he scooped her up and set her gently on the floor. "I'll support you. Let us walk slowly, shall we?" Li Xiaozhu nodded in agreement. "You go ahead and eat first," Li Xiangdong instructed Zhou Yuqin, bending down to grasp the back of his daughter's collar. guiding her to walk at a measured pace. Zhou Yuqin smiled, responding, "All right, just be careful not to let her fall." Li Xiaohai, seeing his sister practice walking, delayed his own meal, savoring the candy their father had given him, twirling around her. "Come on, little seven, hurry up and catch me." Li Xiaozhu giggled, eager to pursue her brother, her little legs wobbling with each step. Had Li Xiangdong not been holding her, she would have surely plopped down. "Don't tease your sister. Hurry up and eat," he admonished. "Understood, father." Li Xiaohai playfully tugged at the little braid on Li Xiaozhu's head, declaring, "Silly sister, I'm off to eat." Li Xiaozhu pouted, lifting her chin and pouting, calling out, "Father, give him a beating." Li Xiangdong chuckled, "Then you must learn to walk quickly. Once you master it, you can chase him down and retaliate." Li Xiaozhu nodded, clenching her tiny fist. "Yes, I will." In the main room, Li Xiaojiang and the others were enjoying their candy, while Li Xiaomei and Li Xiaolan were proudly displaying the new hair ornaments their uncle had bought for them to their parents. Seeing Li Xiaozhu clumsily navigate the threshold, Sister Li Er remarked, "Oh, our little seven can walk on her own now. How about we let her sleep at Aunt Er's house tonight?" Li Xiaozhu bashfully clung to Li Xiangdong's leg, turning her head away in silence. Li Xiangdong lifted her into his embrace and, as they settled at the dining table, he addressed everyone, "I have something to share with you all." As he noticed that his grandparents, parents, and siblings were all gazing at him, he continued, "I have found a master for our dear Xiaodao." He elaborated on the relationships involving Ho San and his family, as well as the connection between Ho Jianxi and Deputy Director Zhang. Being adults, everyone quickly grasped Li Xiangdong's intention. He was essentially arranging a job for Li Xiaodao in advance, and a position at the train station, no less. A commendable opportunity. "Dongzi, you're not joking with Big Brother, are you?" Li Degu asked, his hands trembling as he held his chopsticks, overwhelmed by worry for his younger brother. Li Xiaodao, despite possessing extraordinary strength for his age, was not particularly bright. He was rather simple-minded. This posed a significant challenge for future employment, as aside from manual labor, he would struggle to handle other tasks. The mere thought of this sometimes kept Li Degu awake at night, troubled. Li Xiangdong, well aware of the burden Li Xiaotao placed on his elder brother, nodded reassuringly. "It's true, Xiaotao has already served tea to his master. Now we just need to find an auspicious day. After some time, we can visit the Ho family and formally pay our respects, and this matter will be settled." Yes, it is essential to choose a propitious date." Li Degu bit his lip and nodded vigorously, unable to articulate his gratitude towards his younger brother, feeling a mix of excitement and appreciation. "Dongzi, it's commendable that you are considering our Xiaotao. Thank you." "Of course, it's my duty," Li Xiangdong replied, sensing the emotional strain on his sister-in-law, who was wiping her tears. "Mother, didn't Ti buy a chicken? Why hasn't it been served?" "It's being warmed in the steamer. I'll fetch it now," Li Mu said as she stood to leave, turning to the eldest daughter-in-law. "This is a joyous occasion. Why are you crying? We should be celebrating. Go and bring the wine that Dongzi bought. Let us toast tonight." "I'll do it, mother. You rest." Li Er saw stop Li Mu from exiting, sharing in the joy of arranging Li Xiaotao's future. After all, she had watched him grow up. Despite his simplicity, he was generally obedient and respectful towards his elders. Seated at the dining table, Li Lao too nodded in delight, affirming that it was indeed time to celebrate. "We should all have a drink tonight." Li Lao Tai chuckled. "Our Taozi is undoubtedly blessed by Dongzi's fortune. With his third uncle looking out for him, he will surely have a smooth path ahead." Her praise for Li Xiangdong received unanimous approval from all present. Zhou Yuqin approached to comfort the still-crying eldest sister-in-law. "Sit still, I'll go fetch the wine." She sincerely brought over 4 bottles of erguo that her husband had purchased. Li Fu, puffing on his cigarette, laughed. "Third brother's wife, why did you bring so much?" "1 bottle is sufficient. Take the rest home with you tomorrow," Zhou Yuqin replied. "Father, there's no need for so many. We've prepared plenty ourselves." Li Mu interjected. "Then let us take 2 bottles. An even number is auspicious and pleasing." Old Li gazed at his harmonious family, a profound joy swelling within him. "Dongzi, remember to bring some gifts for your father-in-law tomorrow. You've troubled him quite a bit over the years." Li Xiangdong nodded. "Grandfather, I understand. I've already prepared everything." The braised chicken was served at the table. Li's mother observed her obedient grandson seated at the small dining table, wondering why they were so well-behaved today. "Is it because there's meat that they aren't coming over?" Li Xiangdong found it peculiar as well. This was entirely out of character for Li Xiaojiang and the others. Even his son, Li Xiaohai, sat with his head bowed, not joining them. Upon closely inspecting the braised chicken, he realized something was amiss. The entire chicken appeared deflated, and he immediately used his chopsticks to pry it open. While the rest of the chicken was fine, the wings he had intended for Li Xiaodao were nearly hollow beneath the skin. Li's mother chuckled at the sight of the shriveled chicken, saying, "When you were in school, you didn't use your brain. All your cleverness went into this mischief. I thought the weight of this chicken was off. I assumed it was all like this." Li Dajiao, who had just regained her composure, was incensed. Her face flushed with anger. "Those 4 little rascals. Mine are the 2 oldest. This mischief surely originated with them. The eldest must have concocted this scheme. The second isn't clever enough for it." She stood up, ready to reprimand them, but was restrained by Li Erseo and Zhou Yuqin. Li Erge poured drinks for everyone, casually asking, "Li Xiaobo, have you eaten the braised chicken?" "Yes," Li Xiaobo replied, his head hanging low, not daring to lift it. "Then you shouldn't eat anymore," Li Erge said. "Oh, what's the fuss about a single chicken? You've got too much to say." Second, old Li chided his second grandson lightly, and then smiled at his 4 great-grandsons, saying, "If you want to eat, come over and do so boldly. Your great-grandfather is here. Your parents won't dare scold you. But let me be clear, this is the only time. If you dare to pull such a stunt again, I'll be the first to discipline you. Understood?" "Yes, great-grandfather, we understand. We won't dare again, great-grandfather." The family enjoyed a lively dinner. The women went out to wash pots and dishes while the men remained inside, sipping tea and chatting. Li Dage was particularly cheerful today, having already drunk himself into a stupor and headed off to sleep. Li Xiangdong intended to give the 10 yuan from Ho San to his sister-in-law, but she insisted on refusing it. Ultimately, Li's father declared that the money should be kept for when he visits the Ho family to buy a gift for his apprenticeship. "Uncle, do you think my sister's hairpins look pretty?" Li Xiangdong smiled at the approaching sisters, Li Xiaomei and Li Xiaolan. "They're lovely, truly lovely." Sitting in Li Xiangdong's lap, Li Xiaozhu, sucking on her right hand's finger, pointed at her sister's hairpins with her left hand, exclaiming, "I want." Li Xiangdong playfully tugged at a small tuft of her hair and kissed her, saying, "When you grow a little more, I'll buy you one. All right?" "Okay." Li Xiaozhu pushed him playfully, "Dad." Li Xiangdong chuckled. "Are you complaining that my beard prickles you?" Li Xiaozhu clutched his ear. Just then, Li Xiaojiang approached with a grin, extending his hand. "What did you buy for us since Xiaomei and Xiaolan have hairpins?" "Please, I can hardly wait," Li Xiangdong retorted. "Do you desire a gift?" Li Xiaojiang nodded eagerly. "Yes, indeed, I do." Li Xiangdong turned to Li Xiaotao and the others. "Do you wish for one as well?" "Yes, Uncle San," they replied in unison. "Father, I too wish for a gift." "All right, just wait a moment." Li Xiangdong took his daughter back into the room, retrieving a paper package as he returned to the main room. "Come here, everyone." He called the 4 mischievous boys to him, unwrapping the calligraphy books from their packaging. "Here, each of you gets 5. "Ah, calligraphy books. I don't want them, Uncle San." One protested. "But uncle, I haven't finished my summer homework yet." Another exclaimed, "Father, I cannot write." Li Xiangdong observed the 4 boys who were retreating, insisting, "Come here, it's too late to refuse now. If your homework is incomplete, you shall write more each day. And you," he added, looking down at Li Xiaohai with a smile, "it's fine if you cannot write. You can place the calligraphy books under your pillow. Let me tell you, sleeping with them will ensure you don't wet the bed and will grant you a peaceful slumber. Keep these books for now, and I'll buy you more later. When you start school, your backpack will be filled with these books, and your classmates will envy you. Don't you agree, son?" Li Xiaohai tilted his head back, catching his father's cheerful gaze, causing him to shiver slightly. Chapter 102. Still want to play? Prepare for a beating. Seeing Li Xiangdong enter with his daughter, Zhou Yuqin remarked, "Do you think we have taken too much? Perhaps you should have brought fewer items, as we bought some this afternoon as well." She chuckled. "Grandmother said you must have worried my father by taking us out to buy some snacks." Cough, cough. Li Xiangdong cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. "It's all right. Let us take everything. Over the years in the countryside, we have received much care from your parents. It's only right that we take a bit more." "Well, I shall defer to your judgment," Zhou Yuqin replied with a smile, turning to retrieve a bundle from the wardrobe. Li Xiangdong placed his daughter on the Kong and sat at the head, watching Zhou Yuqin pack. He contemplated speaking, but ultimately chose silence. Once everything was ready, Zhou Yuqin sat beside him and asked, "Did anything untoward happen during your trip?" Li Xiangdong understood the concern in his wife's tone and laughed. Nothing to worry about. I earned quite a bit this time, and these items are merely a coincidence. Just then, Li mother entered. Third son, didn't you say you didn't earn much? You never speak the truth. Li Xiangdong was at a loss for words. Mother, this habit of yours is quite bad. How can you eavesdrop on your son? Enough nonsense. This is the floral fabric you asked me to cut. Li mother placed the fabric on the Kong, third son's wife. Remember to collect all the money later. A man should not hold money. Zhou Yuqin smiled. Mother, I understand. Meanwhile, the playful Li Xiaozhu, rolling around, spotted Li mother and crawled to the edge of the Kong, grinning up at her. Li mother bent down to pat her granddaughter's head. Tonight, shall you sleep with grandma? No. Li Xiaozhu immediately turned and crawled back, fearful of being taken away by her grandmother. Li's mother playfully tapped her daughter's bottom, teasingly suggesting that she should stop being stubborn, expressing her concern about the possibility of bedwetting. I won't. Li Xiaozhu paused her actions and turned to glare at her mother, her face reflecting her displeasure. Undeterred, Li's mother continued to jest. Oh, come now. Did you wet your pants this afternoon? No. Li Xiaozhu noticed her parents laughing at her and, frowning, shot them a glance before crawling to the corner of the room, using both hands and feet. Though small, she was quite capable of displaying her annoyance. Li's mother couldn't help but chuckle at her granddaughter, who was sitting cross-legged with her back to the wall, her head resting against it. Li Xiangdong observed his mother leaving with a cheerful demeanor, only to turn and find Zhou Yuqin staring intently at him. He sighed and approached the table, retrieving the remaining money and tickets from his bag. So much? Zhou Yuqin exclaimed in surprise. It's not too bad, Li Xiangdong replied, watching her count the money. Give me the meat and oil tickets, and some cash as well. I need to return the bicycle and visit Binzi. He has connections for exchanging meat and oil. 34 for you. 34? This. Li Xiangdong assessed the half a pound of meat tickets and half a pound of oil tickets in his hand, scrutinizing Zhou Yuqin. Could you be a bit more generous? We're headed to your home tomorrow. This little bit of meat and oil won't suffice. It's plenty. This is enough for my parents to eat for half a year, and besides, we have other things as well. Zhou Yuqin stood up and retrieved a wooden box from the back of the wardrobe. It was their little family's treasure chest, albeit with little money inside. What are you doing? Just as she placed the money into the box, Li Xiangdong swiftly took it all out. These tickets have expiration dates. Why keep them if we don't use them? Don't worry, I'll exchange more next time. When Li Xiangdong exchanged tickets with Xiu, he managed to get 5 pounds of meat tickets and 5 pounds of oil tickets. Xiu only engaged in a bit of ticket trading and didn't have many tickets on hand, but Li Xiangdong had already instructed him to prepare more for the next time. What goes into our stomachs is what truly matters. Otherwise, they are merely pieces of paper. Li Xiangdong playfully pinched his wife's cheek, saying, Don't fret. Let's get more to help your parents regain their strength. Zhou Yuqin felt a warm glow in her heart and replied, All right. But we shouldn't take everything to my family. Let us leave some for the children at home too. Li Xiangdong nodded and called to his still pouting daughter, Xiaoqi. Come here. Daddy is taking you out to play. Do you want to go? If not, I'll leave without you. Upon hearing the prospect of playing outside, Li Xiaozhu excitedly crawled over, arms outstretched for a hug. You little rascal, what are you doing poking at the wall? Zhou Yuqin noticed the white dust on her daughter's hands and tapped her on the head, exclaiming, You're quite the troublemaker. I just tidied up the bed, and now you've made a mess again. Why don't you clean up a bit more? I'll go wash her hands. Li Xiangdong lifted his daughter, examining her hands and noticing the dust lodged in her fingernails. Does it hurt? He asked, and upon seeing her shake her head, he playfully tapped her hand. Just after he did, Li Xiaozhu retaliated with a slap to his face. Li Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at his daughter nestled in his arms, incredulously exclaiming, You actually hit me? I shall not take you out to play. Li Xiaozhu clung tightly to his neck, refusing to let go, and even playfully blew on his face. Observing this heartwarming scene, Zhou Yuqin chuckled, Look at how filial your daughter is. She knows just how to give you a playful slap followed by a sweet reward. Hurry along, lest the night falls upon us. Li Xiangdong, cradling his dutiful daughter, stepped into the courtyard to wash her hands before wheeling his bicycle out. Li Xiaohai dashed over, inquiring, Father, where are you and my sister headed? I wish to join. Li Xiangdong paused, replying, I am returning the bicycle. If you wish to come, then follow along. Third uncle, can we accompany you? Li Xiaojiang and a few others expressed their eagerness to venture out, having been cooped up at home for far too long. Then come over and push the bicycle. Li Xiangdong instructed. All right, third uncle. With a gaggle of children in tow, Li Xiangdong set off, and his family offered no objections. The homes of Aja and Qianbin were situated nearby in their alley, and he would keep a watchful eye on them. As for the matter of exchanging meat and oil, Qianbin could handle that himself. Li Xiaojiang led the way, pushing the bicycle, and turned to ask, "Third uncle, are you and third aunt going to Grandma Xiaohai's house tomorrow?" Li Xiangdong nodded. "Yes, why do you ask?" To which Li Xiaojiang sweetly requested, "Third uncle, could you take me along? I would like to go too." Li Xiaodao chimed in, "Third uncle, I wish to join as well." Li Xiangdong chuckled, "Very well. As long as your parents consent, I shall take you all out for a couple of days of fun." "That's wonderful, third uncle. We can finally enjoy ourselves," exclaimed Xiaohai, who mentioned that there was a river near his grandmother's home where they could fish. Watching the excited chatter of Li Xiaojiang and the others, Li Xiangdong mused to himself, "They yearn for adventure, but they shall soon face the consequences upon returning home." The following day, at 6:30 in the morning, the Li family prepared to depart early to catch their ride, having eaten breakfast ahead of time. "Third uncle, walk safely," they called out. "Return early," chimed in Xiaohai, reminding him to share tales of the delightful experiences at his grandmother's. At the entrance, Li Xiaojiang and the others, having conferred with their parents the previous night and received a sound reprimand, could only watch enviously as Li Xiangdong's family set forth. Their grandmothers lived within the city, not far away, heightening their feelings of envy for Xiaohai, who was free to leave. Dressed in fresh attire, Li Xiaohai exuberantly bounced at the entrance. "My grandmother's house has mountains and rivers. It's splendid. My cousin once took me up the mountain to catch wild rabbits." Li Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled with interest. "Really? Did you catch any? Wild rabbits must be delicious." Li Xiaodao swallowed hard, intrigued. "I didn't catch any. The rabbits ran too swiftly." "Brother Xiaodao, I'm not certain how wild rabbits taste, but my second cousin can swim and he took me fishing. You wouldn't believe how thrilling it is." Standing nearby, Li Xiangdong listened to his son's endless chatter, fearing that he might inadvertently entice Li Xiaojiang and the others to slip away from home and chase after them. Li Xiangdong approached and directly seized Li Xiaohai by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "What are you so proud of? If you don't move, your mother and sister will leave without you." "Dad, please put me down," Li Xiaohai protested, wriggling free from his father's grasp. He straightened his clothes and walked over to hold Zhou Yuqin's hand, turning back to shout, "Xiaotao, there are wild fruits on the mountain at my grandmother's house. They're delicious. Be quiet and walk properly," Li Xiangdong admonished, twisting Li Xiaohai's head back into place and giving him a light kick on the backside. Li Xiaojiang watched as his uncle's family walked away, feeling an indescribable envy. Xiaohai got to ride in a big car to his grandmother's house. What is so great about a big car? Xiaohai can catch fish and wild rabbits at his grandmother's. Wild rabbits must be so tasty, thought Li Xiaodao, who was indifferent to the allure of the car, only yearning for meat. Li Xiaobo approached Li Erseo and tugged at her sleeve, saying, "Mother, could you let uncle's family move to the outskirts? Then I could ride in a big car to my grandmother's house. And I could go to the mountains to catch wild rabbits." "Go away." Li Erseo, annoyed, swatted his hand away. While others were desperately trying to get into the city, her foolish son wanted to move her family to the countryside for the sake of food and play. Li Urge, smoking, squatted down to look at his son and said with a smile, "What is so good about wild rabbits? Lamb is far tastier. Do you want some?" Rubbing his hand that had been slapped, Li Xiaobo nodded. "Father, I want to eat." Li Urge pointed towards his wife, who was walking into the courtyard, and said, "If you want to eat, hurry and ask your mother to discuss moving to Inner Mongolia with your uncle. That way, when we visit your grandmother, not only will we have lamb to eat, but you can also ride horses." Li Xiaobo's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and he dashed towards the courtyard, shouting, "Mother, I want to eat lamb. I want to ride horses." Moments later, a loud cry echoed from the courtyard. "Ah, mother, I was wrong. Don't hit me. I want to eat lamb anymore, and I want to ride horses either. Li Weiman, come here immediately. Can't you teach the child something good?" I'm coming. I was just playing with him," Li Urge replied, tossing away his cigarette, and quickly entering the courtyard. Once outside the city, the roads became bumpy and uneven. The bus driver showed no regard for safety. Small potholes were ignored, while larger ones prompted sudden stops or sharp turns. The windows were typically closed. Otherwise, passengers would emerge covered in dust and dirt. The Li family sat at the back, inhaling the mixed odors of smoke and sweat, amidst the sounds of laughter and, occasionally, a crowing rooster. Despite the rough ride, Li Xiangdong felt relatively unbothered. Li Xiaozhu nestled in her mother's embrace, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside, occasionally stifling giggles. Seated between his parents, Li Xiaohai suddenly spoke up. "Dad, I need to pee." Li Xiangdong inquired. "Can't you hold it?" "Yes," Li Xiaohai nodded urgently. "Ticket collector." Li Xiangdong stood, gripping the back of the seat in front of him. "My son can't hold it anymore. Could you kindly ask the driver to stop?" The ticket collector turned back with a smile and said, "No need to stop. Just have your son stand on the seat and relieve himself out the window." This unexpected solution took Li Xiangdong by surprise. He stood up and switched places with Zhou Yuqin, opening the window and allowing Li Xiaohai to sit on his lap. "Go ahead," he urged, pulling down Li Xiaohai's pants. One hand shielding him while the other grasped the back of his collar to prevent any mishaps from the swaying vehicle. "Steady now, don't make a mess everywhere." "I know, Dad," replied Li Xiaohai, turning his head to the side, concerned that his son's stream might inadvertently splash onto his face. Noticing his daughter wriggling her way over, he asked, "What do you want?" "Brother is peeing," Li Xiaozhu replied, raising her hand and playfully slapping Li Xiaohai's backside. "Ah, Dad, I've got pee on my hand. Quickly take sister away." "What is wrong with your own pee?" Li Xiangdong admonished. "Just make sure you don't get it on me." "Okay." Zhou Yuqin returned with the mischievous girl, pinching her nose. "Why are you so naughty?" Li Xiaozhu touched her little braid and complained, "Brother is bad." Zhou Yuqin chuckled. "When your brother tugs at your braid, you retaliate by hitting him. You certainly can't stand losing." The bus halted at an intersection, and the 4 members of the Li family disembarked. "Dad, why haven't we arrived at Grandma's yet?" "Just a little further," Li Xiangdong replied, setting down his bundle in front of a grassy patch and unloading the gifts onto the ground. Zhou Yuqin, carrying their daughter and holding onto their son, approached him and asked, "What are you doing?" Instead of answering her, Li Xiangdong said, "Stop carrying our daughter, it must be exhausting. Put her on my back and wrap her with the bundle, and I'll carry her." Li Xiaohai stood by, watching as his sister, Li Xiaozhu, nestled on their father's back, enveloped in the bundle except for her little head peeking out. He looked up at her, waving his hand. "Little 7, I'm here. Isn't it fun that Dad is carrying you?" Li Xiaozhu's eyes sparkled as she giggled. "It's fun." Filled with envy, Li Xiaohai said, "Dad, I want that too. Carry me as well." "There's no more bundle. Let us hurry up. We're not far from Grandma's house." Li Xiangdong checked the secure knot on his chest, confirming everything was in order before he and Zhou Yuqin each took some gifts and began walking along the narrow path ahead. As they walked, Zhou Yuqin realized her husband was not merely concerned about her fatigue from carrying their daughter. He was eager to show off. At this moment, the village lacked comprehensive road access, and the journey to Zhoujia village required an additional 20 minutes along the dirt road. Li Xiaohai, aware that they were nearing Grandma's house, looked forward to playing with his 2 cousins by the river and refrained from throwing any childish tantrums. When tired, he would simply request to be carried by Li Xiangdong or Zhou Yuqin. As they drew closer, they could see a group of 7 or 8 children playing by the river at the village entrance. The water here is shallow, with no mud at the riverbed, only small stones and pebbles, allowing the villagers to confidently let their children play in this area. Zhou Yuqin noticed her elder brother's 2 sons frolicking by the riverbank and called out, "Zhengqian, Zhengkuan, Aunt, Uncle." Zhou Zhengqian and Zhou Zhengkuan looked up to see Li Xiangdong's family on the shore and hurriedly ran along the riverbank. A few other children, upon spotting Zhou Yuqin, followed suit, for the entire Zhou family village regarded her as a matriarch. Thus, some referred to her as aunt and uncle, while others called her sister and brother-in-law. "Cousin Xiaohai, you have come as well." As soon as Li Xiaohai was set down, he rushed to his elder cousins. "Hello, uncle." The 7-year-old Zhou Zhengqian politely greeted, then turned to Zhou Yuqin, inquiring, "Aunt, why have you returned? Grandmother said you wouldn't be back until the Mid-Autumn Festival." The 5-year-old Zhou Zhengkuan tugged at Li Xiaohai's hand and approached, asking, "Aunt, where is sister?" "Your sister is on my back," Li Xiangdong replied with a smile. Turning to show them, Zhou Zhengkuan spotted Li Xiaozhu peeking at them and cheerfully called out, "Xiaoqi, come down and play with your cousins." He playfully patted her behind through the bundle. Startled by the sudden appearance of several dark-skinned boys and the unexpected pat, Li Xiaozhu began to squirm and, with a quivering voice, cried out, "Daddy." Zhou Yuqin, sensing her daughter was about to cry, gently stroked her head and said with a smile, "Why are you afraid? Don't you recognize your 2 older brothers from your uncle's family? And these are all your brothers too, along with your uncle. Sister is still young. Don't tease her." Li Xiangdong glanced at the 2 brothers, barefoot and clad only in shorts, and asked, Where are your shoes and clothes? They are by the river. I will go fetch them, Zhou Yuqin replied. Elder cousin, wait for me. Li Xiaohai chased after Zhou Yuqin down the riverbank. Zhou Yuqin inquired of her clothed and shod nephews. Is anyone home now? Aunt, there is no one at home. Grandfather and grandmother have gone out to work. Zhou Yuqin responded. Zhou Yuqin, eyeing the oil paper packages in Li Xiangdong's hand, approached eagerly, asking, Uncle, what is in those packages? Is it something delicious? It's candy I bought for you, Li Xiangdong said, opening one bag and handing a handful of assorted candies to both Zhou Yuqin and Zhou Yuqin, while placing another handful in Zhou Yuqin's hands, suggesting she share it with the other children. Zhou Yuqin tasted a piece of candy, pocketing the rest, and exclaimed, Uncle, this candy is truly delightful. Are you thirsty? Shall we head home? Grandfather and grandmother won't be back for a while. Not thirsty. Let us not go home yet. Your aunt and I will first greet your grandparents in the fields. Li Xiangdong politely declined Zhou Yuqin's kind offer. With so many items in hand, he felt it would be futile to return home without a purpose. Zhou Yuqin understood her husband's intentions. Finding it amusing, she refrained from voicing any objections. The couple, surrounded by a throng of children, made their way towards the village to join the others at work. Sir, are you heading to the fields? Have a smoke. Dear aunt, is that your little grandson in your arms? Sweeten his palate with some candy. This attire is issued by my workplace. Can you guess which factory I am employed at? I have not entered a factory. I work at a railway unit in our capital city. I have only been on the job for a few days, and my monthly salary amounts to a mere 23 yuan. It's adequate, quite satisfactory, as everywhere, we serve the people. Li Xiangdong greets everyone he encounters. He offers a cigarette to the men and hands out 2 pieces of fruit candy to the women and children. For this moment, he deliberately purchased an entire box of sweets and 2 kilograms of fruit candy from the department store. He strolled with great confidence, reveling in this display. Ideally, by lunchtime, word would spread throughout the entire village, and within 2 days, the neighboring villages would be informed as well. Although Li Xiangdong no longer resides in the countryside, he is determined to restore his former reputation. Zhou Yuqin quietly inquired of her husband, Wasn't your salary 18 yuan? When did it become 23? Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong felt flustered. How did his salary become public knowledge? Clearing his throat, he replied, My performance at work has improved, and I received a raise. Oh, is that so? Let us hurry along, Zhou Yuqin said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she noticed the growing crowd of villagers around them. There were more people than when she left home to marry. As they walked, the crowd continued to swell, including those who had received cigarettes and candy, many of whom were eager to join in the excitement. Fortunately, the atmosphere was lively. Otherwise, one might think they were gathering for a protest. Meanwhile, Zhou's parents, who were working in the fields, learned from their eldest grandson, who had rushed to deliver the news, that their daughter and son-in-law had returned. Zhou's father wore a sullen expression and was reluctant to leave the field, but Zhou's mother insisted, and he begrudgingly complied, followed by Zhou Daoye and his wife. Along with their 17-year-old daughter, Zhou Yuqin, they stood at the edge of the field, observing a throng approaching from a distance, led by their daughter and son-in-law. Come quickly, old Zhou family. Your son-in-law has brought back an abundance of fine goods. I even managed to snag a piece of candy, exclaimed a relative. Cousin, you are fortunate. With so many offerings from your son-in-law, how long will they last? Aunt, look at that succulent pork. It's practically glistening with fat. I also spotted 2 bottles of oil in your son-in-law's bag. Uncle, in all my years, I have never seen such a generous son-in-law. Just look at that entire box of sweets and 2 bottles of erguo too. Your family is truly blessed. Sister-in-law, your son-in-law has done well. He now works at the train station. You and your husband can look forward to enjoying a life of comfort. Listening to everyone proclaiming their family's good fortune, Zhou's mother responded warmly, and Zhou's father's face finally revealed a hint of joy. Zhou Daoye and his wife cheerfully accepted the gifts from Li Xiangdong and Zhou Yuqin, their eyes scrutinizing the fine fabric of their brother-in-law's attire. Zhou Yuqin's sister, Zhou Yuqin, approached and asked, Brother-in-law, is it true that you work at the railway unit? Li Xiangdong smiled and nodded. Indeed. Wow, brother, Zhou Yuqin exclaimed, casting a peculiar glance at him before pulling her sister Zhou Yuqin aside to converse privately. Li Xiangdong remained unfazed by his sister-in-law's attitude. He respectfully addressed father and mother Zhou. Father, mother. Father Zhou responded with a grunt, while mother Zhou warmly said, Why bring so much? Don't do this next time. She embraced Li Xiaohai and inquired, Where is your sister? Has she stayed at home? Li Xiaohai pointed to the bundle on Li Xiangdong's back. Grandma, my sister is on my father's back. Father Zhou had not even noticed the grandchild until now. Mother Zhou approached and opened the bundle. Li Xiaozhu, having never encountered so many people, had buried her head deep within the bundle, now pulled out by Mother Zhou. She curled up, casting a timid glance at her grandmother, then closed her eyes and pouted, crying out, Daddy. Chapter 105. Every creature has its match, and so do humans. Oh dear, why are you crying upon seeing Grandma? Did she frighten you? No more tears, let us not cry. Seeing her granddaughter wailing, Mother Zhou felt a pang of guilt, believing it to be her fault, and gently lifted Li Xiaozhu from the bundle, patting her back in an attempt to soothe her. Li Xiaozhu struggled, crying and shouting, Daddy, let go. Brother-in-law, step aside, I want to hold her. Zhou Yuqin rushed over, nudging Li Xiangdong aside, and took Li Xiaozhu into her arms, asking, Did you miss your aunt? Li Xiaozhu ignored Zhou Yuqin, wiped her tears, and looked at Li Xiangdong, calling Daddy. Li Xiangdong stepped forward, gently patting her little head, and reassured her, You've become a little mess. Didn't you say you missed your aunt back home? Would it be all right for her to hold you? Through her sniffles, Li Xiaozhu nodded. Zhou Yuqin, hearing her brother-in-law's words, joyfully kissed Li Xiaozhu. You thought of me even when you returned to the city. Clearly, your aunt's affection has not been in vain. Li Xiaozhu clung to Zhou Yuqi's neck, her eyes glistening with tears, casting a shy glance at the villagers who laughed at her, and said, Auntie, I'm scared. Auntie will take you to play in the fields. We want to stay here. Auntie, wait for me. Li Xiaohai tugged at his two cousins, following Zhou Yuqin into the nearby cornfield. Zhou Yuqin, observing her sister taking away her daughter, consoled Mother Zhou, It's nothing to worry about. She has never seen so many people before. She's just frightened. Li Xiangdong chimed in, It's all right. Mother, a little comforting will do the trick. Just as the couple was reassuring Mother Zhou, a man in his 30s emerged from the crowd. Standing atop a dirt mound, he called out, Everyone disperse. Are you neglecting your work? If you want to watch the commotion, wait until after your labor. The village leader of Zhoujia village held considerable authority, not for any other reason than the fact that it housed the most elderly in the surrounding area. As the onlookers noticed the scorekeeper from the village urging them to return to work, they gradually dispersed, attending to their tasks. Descending from the dirt mound, the man initially greeted Zhou Yuqin with a call of sister. He then approached Father and Mother Zhou, smiling, Uncle, Auntie, my sister's family has returned. You should head home now. Rest assured, we will follow the village's customs, and you and Auntie will earn your full share of work points. Father Zhou nodded and said, Dawang, invite your parents over for lunch at Uncle's house. Zhou Dawang waved his hand, replying, Uncle, my family want to be coming. No one has ample food to spare. Could Auntie's family really be lacking a morsel to eat? Do remember to come over for lunch, insisted the uncle. Zhou's mother called out to her son-in-law, Dongzi, fetch a pack of cigarettes for your brother Dawang. Today, Zhou's mother was in high spirits. Proud that her previously careless son-in-law had brought her honor, she was willing to spare the food for lunch. Not only planning to invite Zhou Dawang's family, but also considering having one person from each of her close acquaintances come as well. Seeing the genuine invitation from Zhou's parents, Zhou Dawang nodded in agreement. All right then, I'll return home and inform my parents. Wang Gu, have your sister-in-law bring the children along too. Li Xiangdong handed Zhou Dawang an unopened pack of cigarettes and a handful of fruit candies. He was quite familiar with Zhou Dawang, being the son of the village secretary, serving as both a scorekeeper and militia captain, and his wife Zhou Yuqin shared a great-grandfather with him. Moreover, Zhou Dawang was a person of great integrity, held in high esteem within the village. Li Xiangdong recalled that in a couple of years, he would be elected by the villagers, directly succeeding several production team leaders to manage the entire Zhou family village. Zhou Dawang patted Li Xiangdong on the shoulder and smiled. Dongzi, you've made quite a name for yourself. I've heard you've started working at the railway unit. Make sure to put in your best effort. He accepted the cigarettes and candies without hesitation, feeling no embarrassment receiving them from his brother-in-law. After Zhou Dawang left, only family remained at the field. Zhou Yuqin was holding Li Xiaozhu, accompanied by 3 little followers who had come from the cornfield. The little one isn't crying anymore? Zhou's mother, seeing Li Xiaozhu, reached out to embrace her. Li Xiaozhu turned her head away, declaring, No, mother, I'll hold her. She likes me the most. Zhou Yuqin approached Li Xiangdong, complaining, Brother-in-law, how many cigarettes and candies have you given out in such a short time? You're being excessively generous. Before Li Xiangdong could respond, Zhou's mother slapped her daughter lightly. What do you know? Come home with me to cook. Turning to her son and daughter-in-law, she instructed. You two finish your work and head home early. Carry these things for your father. Understood, mother. You and father should head back first. Zhou Dage and Zhou Dage's wife were also simple folk. They handed over the gifts they had brought to Father Zhou and then took their hoes into the adjacent cornfield. There was little work to be done in the fields now. There was no need for irrigation or ditch digging, just weeding. However, the corn stalks towered above them, rendering weeding almost futile. In the minds of farmers, food was of utmost importance, especially since rations were distributed by the decimal system. Each family aspired to work more hours to secure a larger share of grain. Father, please carry this for me. Li Xiangdong took the items from Father Zhou's hands and asked, Father, how have you and mother been during this time? Father Zhou pondered for a moment and replied, As for your mother, I am not certain, but I am doing quite well. Ever since you returned to the city, my days have been much more comfortable. Realizing the conversation was not conducive to further discussion, Li Xiangdong slowed his pace, creating distance from his father-in-law. He opened a paper bag he was holding and approached his sister-in-law with a smile. What do you think of this fabric? Isn't it lovely? Oh, floral cloth. Sister, let me hold it for you. Zhou Yuqin handed Li Xiaozhu to Zhou Yuqin and began to measure the floral fabric against herself. Additionally, Li Xiangdong produced a box of clam oil and a box of snowflake cream. Noticing the spark in Zhou Yuqi's eyes, he pointed towards Zhou's father, who was leading Li Xiaohai ahead. Leave it to me. Zhou Yuqin snatched the clam oil and snowflake cream, hastening to catch up with Zhou's father. Murmuring to him for a while, Li Xiangdong observed his sister-in-law gesturing to him, and, with a jovial demeanor, approached Zhou's father, casually inquiring, Father, our return won't disrupt the farm work, will it? Zhou's father affectionately ruffled his grandson's hair and reassured him, Not at all, not at all. You must stay a few more days at home this time. Li Xiangdong sensed a notable improvement in his father-in-law's tone and quickly replied, I only have 2 days off this time. We must return tomorrow. Zhou's father chuckled, Well, come again next time. Your mother and I have been missing you both at home. Understood, father. We shall visit more often in the future. Li Xiangdong realized that no amount of cigarettes or liquor would please his father-in-law as much as a piece of floral fabric for his sister-in-law. How amusing it was that one thing often balances another, much like people. Fortunately, he had thought this through. Chapter 106, Relying on Oneself. As the group chatted about mundane matters on their way home, Zhou village was surrounded by water, with hills to the north and east. Designated as a national forest park following the 1990s. Not far to the west lay a large reservoir, the Xiangdong Reservoir, constructed during the year of 1958. At that time, Li Xiangdong had yet to move to the countryside. He had only heard his father-in-law recount that the construction of the reservoir mobilized a staggering 40,000 people. Surveying, designing, and construction occurred simultaneously, and in less than 6 months, the reservoir was completed. His father-in-law's family had participated in its construction, and his wife, Zhou Yuqin, had even cooked for the workers on site. The entire family arrived home amid laughter. As soon as they entered the courtyard, neighbors from both front and backyards came to visit. They did not enter the house, but stood in the courtyard engaging warmly with Zhou's father and mother. As the son-in-law, Li Xiangdong could not simply retreat indoors and leave the enthusiastic neighbors outside. With one hand carrying meat and oil and the other holding sugar and wine, he tucked a large front door under his arm, positioning himself in the center of the courtyard for all to admire and comment on. Mother, it's getting late. Perhaps I should send my wife to start the fire? Once he deemed that the conversation had reached a natural pause, he set down his items, casually pulling out a watch from his pocket to check the time. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he exhaled, meticulously wiped the watch face, and returned it to his pocket. Earlier, amidst the crowd, he had forgotten about the watch, but fortunately, the villagers' warmth welcomed them home. The moment the watch gleamed, the atmosphere lifted even further. Earlier, at the fields, Zhou's father and mother had felt overwhelmed by the crowd, their heads buzzing. Now, with neighbors visiting and showering them with compliments they had never heard before, the elderly couple felt their cheeks flush, buoyed by an invigorating sense of pride. After bidding farewell to the neighbors, Mother Zhou, with a light step and a look of satisfaction, beckoned her daughter and son-in-law to enter the house. Dongzi, come inside and rest. Carrying all these things must be quite tiring. Why don't you both take the child and lie down on the kong for a bit? No need. Mother, we came by bus. It's not tiring at all, so please don't worry. Li Xiangdong replied as he placed the items he was carrying onto the table, pulled out a stool, and sank into it, feeling utterly worn out from the morning's exertions. Zhou Yuqin leaned closer to her sister's ear and whispered with a chuckle, "Why is my brother-in-law so keen to show off? Who checks the time by holding a watch up to the sun? Can you even see it? Isn't he afraid of straining his eyes?" Zhou Yuqin playfully nudged her sister. "Stop saying such nonsense. All these things were bought for you by your brother-in-law. I know that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying nice things about him. Remember how he made our father so angry that he didn't leave the house for several days?" Zhou Yuqin retorted before pinching her niece Li Xiaozhu and rushing into the room to put away her floral cloth, clam oil, and snowflake cream. Mother Zhou poured a glass of water for her daughter and son-in-law. "You must be thirsty. Have a drink." Li Xiangdong indeed felt parched after all the talking he had done since entering the village. He lifted the glass and took a couple of sips. "Mother, is there anything that needs doing around the house? Just tell me. Please don't be polite." Mother Zhou smiled. "Just rest. There's nothing for you to do here." "Surely there must be something?" Zhou father interjected, pulling Li Xiaohai along, with 2 grandsons in tow. Upon entering, he turned to Li Xiangdong and said, "If you're not tired, why don't you go chop some firewood in the yard?" "All right then." Li Xiangdong stood up and headed outside. What could he say? Although he had been busy all morning and hadn't yet warmed the stool beneath him, he had already spoken up. "What are you talking about? How can a son-in-law be asked to chop firewood upon his arrival?" Mother Zhou stopped Li Xiangdong from leaving, saying, "Don't listen to your father. If you're not tired, just sit and drink some water. There's no need for you to chop wood. Let your elder brother do it when he returns." "Exactly. Father, my brother-in-law has come all this way and even brought you fine cigarettes and liquor. How can you ask him to work?" Zhou Yuqin, having just returned her items to her room, felt the need to defend Li Xiangdong. "Father and mother, we actually have something important to discuss on this visit." Once Zhou Yuqin saw that her parents had entered the room, she recounted the matter of the agricultural transformation. Upon hearing this, Zhou father and mother were thrilled. Mother Zhou, imagining her daughter becoming a true city dweller, exclaimed, "Husband, you should go to Wang's house right away and get the certificate for our daughter. What are we waiting for?" "I'll go right now." Zhou father stood up to leave. Mother Zhou quickly stopped him, saying, "Not so fast. If it weren't for our son-in-law's grandfather helping us, who knows when our daughter would be able to obtain commodity grain? We don't have much to offer. So as the father-in-law, you should spend some time chatting with your son-in-law." Mother Zhou primarily wanted to ease the relationship between the 2 men and turned to her son-in-law, asking, "Dongzi, would you like some more water?" Li Xiangdong smiled and shook his head. "No, thank you. I'm no longer thirsty. Then I shall refrain from drinking. You stay in the house and converse with your father while I prepare a meal for you both," said Mother Zhou. Turning around, she noticed her little daughter had opened the bag of sweets on the table, savoring one while her hands busily rummaged through the rest. "Why are you meddling with those candies when you have nothing else to do? Come here and help me carry the meat and oil to the kitchen." Zhou Yuqin evaded her mother's hand, expressing her reluctance. "Mother, you go ahead. I'm just selecting the prettiest candy wrappers. Come with me. Dear, let us have a chat," Zhou Yuqin said, entrusting her daughter to her sister while she picked up the meat and oil, following Mother Zhou out of the room. Inside, Li Xiaohai, who had been whispering with his 2 cousins, could no longer contain his eagerness. "Grandfather, father, I wish to accompany my cousin to catch fish." "Go ahead," replied Father Zhou, instructing his 2 grandsons. "You 2 take your younger brother to play at the village entrance and do not wander elsewhere, understood?" "Understood, grandfather." Zhou Yuqin and Zhou Zhengqian grabbed Li Xiaohai and dashed outside. Watching his grandsons sprint away, Father Zhou called after them, "Leave the candies at home before you head out." "Got it," Li Xiangdong added. "Be careful and return in time for dinner." "Understood, father. We will look after Xiaohai," they replied. Zhou Yuqin, holding Li Xiaozhu, glanced at her father and brother-in-law seated at the table. "Would you like to play in the room with your aunt?" Li Xiaozhu nodded. "Auntie, okay." Soon, only Li Xiangdong and his father-in-law remained, the latter keeping his head down and ignoring him. Li Xiangdong thought to himself, "Has my sister-in-law's support already faltered?" He sighed internally, realizing he must rely on himself. Chapter 107. Reminiscing the past to break the silence, Li Xiangdong spoke first. "Father, there cannot be much work at home these days, right?" "Not much," came the reply. Li Xiangdong observed his father-in-law take out a small handful of tobacco and a piece of paper from his pockets to roll a cigarette. He quickly retrieved a large front door cigarette from his own pocket. "Father, please smoke this," he indicated towards the larger cigarette on the table. Feel free to enjoy it, along with these 2 bottles of wine. After work, you can share a drink with my elder brother. Don't hold back. I will bring you more next time. No need, his father-in-law replied, seemingly uninterested in engaging further and refusing the offered cigarette. Li Xiangdong lit his own and began to smoke. You and my mother are getting older. Take it easy while working. If you feel unwell, do let me know. We can't let minor ailments develop into major ones. I'm fine. Li Xiangdong felt exasperated by his father-in-law's reticence, ultimately resorting to his trump card. How is Zhou Yuqin performing in school? If she needs study materials, I can procure some from the city. Hearing this, Father Zhou's eyes lit up. That sounds splendid. Make sure to bring them next time. Don't hesitate to spend. I'll cover any expenses. Seeing an opportunity, Li Xiangdong skillfully steered the conversation toward his sister-in-law Zhou Yuqin, gradually engaging his father-in-law in dialogue. In our family, Yuqin is intelligent and diligent in her studies, destined for university. Once she moves to the city for her education, should she find herself unable to return home on weekends, she may stay at my house. At some point, Father Zhou had lit the cigarette offered by Li Xiangdong, nodding in agreement with a cheerful demeanor. Very well, very well. However, it will be a bother for you, my dear-in-law. Li Xiangdong chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. My parents adore daughters. Unfortunately, we only have 3 sons in our family, yet with 3 daughters-in-law now, my parents are content to indulge in the joys of having daughters. Father Zhou discerned the underlying message in his son-in-law's words, realizing he was being reassured that his daughter was not facing hardship in her marital home, which filled his face with a rosy glow of happiness. Your parents are wise. A daughter-in-law is indeed like a daughter. My wife and I also regard your elder sister-in-law as our own. No wonder when you 2 wed, I noticed a mutual admiration between our families. Li Xiangdong nodded, stating, my parents remarked that you seem to be a genuine person, and they believe this union is fortuitous. My grandfather once said something profound. What was it again? He feigned deep thought, then slapped his thigh in realization. Ah, yes. He said our families are akin to a united front of workers and farmers, and urged me to honor both you and my mother. I was immature back then, causing you and my mother unnecessary worry. As he spoke, he rose to refill Father Zhou's cup, adding, you shall witness my efforts. I will certainly rectify my previous shortcomings. Father Zhou, charmed by Li Xiangdong's words, waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging, this is also a fault of mine, allowing you to carry such burdens. You are still young, and mistakes are part of growth. Do not dwell on the past. It has all passed, and neither I nor your mother hold it against you. Look at you now, thriving and employed at the railway. He then shifted the conversation, expressing regret. It is a pity that since your marriage, I have yet to meet your grandparents. Once the busy farming season concludes, we must make it a point to visit them. Li Xiangdong eagerly replied, certainly. Let my elder brother's family accompany Yuqin. I have a childhood friend with several vacant rooms. We can stay there for a few days without issue. Excellent. Father Zhou felt a surge of joy. His eldest daughter had not faced any grievances in the city, and his son-in-law had matured. Any lingering resentments had dissipated. The bond of family was indeed heartwarming. The sentiment of unity among workers and farmers resonated deeply within him, alleviating his previous concerns about being viewed as rustic. After a moment of introspection, Father Zhou inquired, Dongzi, have you rested enough? If not, let us chat over tea until you feel ready. Once you're rested, we shall head to De Wang's house to obtain a certificate for your wife. Father, I am ready. It is time to attend to important matters, and besides, we can converse while we walk, Li Xiangdong replied. Indeed, you are correct. Let us walk and talk, Father Zhou agreed. Now that Dongzi had spoken up, he was no longer burdened with chopping firewood, and he asked if he had rested adequately. Following behind Father Zhou, Li Xiangdong finally let out a sigh of relief, pleased to have won over his father-in-law. Zhou Fu stood in the courtyard, calling out to Zhou Mu, who was busy in the kitchen. Dear, I'm taking Dongzi out for a bit. We'll get a certificate for our daughter and then invite someone over for dinner. Zhou Mu replied, understood, you 2 go ahead. She then turned to her eldest daughter. Your father seems to be in quite the mood today, suddenly getting chummy with your husband. Through the window, Zhou Yuqin noticed Li Xiangdong winking at her, to which she responded with a smile, my father is simply in high spirits today. Zhou Mu nodded in agreement. Indeed, any father would be pleased to see their son-in-law bringing so many gifts. As Li Xiangdong followed his father-in-law out of the house, they walked along the village path. Zhou Fu suddenly asked, Dongzi, don't you have a watch? Why aren't you wearing it? Li Xiangdong replied, I'm not used to it. It feels uncomfortable on my wrist. Zhou Fu urged, what discomfort? Just put it on. If you don't wear it, how will others know you have one? You can't just pull it out to check the time every time you meet someone. As you wish. Li Xiangdong thought his father-in-law was quite amusing and obediently took out the watch from his pocket, putting it on his wrist. Although the villagers were all related by a common ancestry, the degree of kinship varied. Zhou Fu first took Li Xiangdong to Zhou Duang's house to obtain a certificate from his father, then they went to the accountant's house to get it stamped. With the formalities completed, they visited about 10 households, inviting them to dinner at their home. Nowadays, unless the relationship was particularly close, guests were usually the heads of each household. Naturally, those with means would often send a dish of meat to the guests before the meal. Despite merely stopping by each household, this took a considerable amount of time. As Li Xiangdong followed his father-in-law back home via a shortcut, they passed through an overgrown area, prompting him to pause and reminisce. Zhou Fu urged, come on, Dongzi, why are you standing there? Li Xiangdong replied, I've been here before. Zhou Fu, puzzled, asked, when were you here? Li Xiangdong sighed. Back when I first came to the countryside, I visited Zhoujia village with the locals. This area is part of the place where I once toiled. Zhou Fu rolled his eyes. What toil? That sounds rather grand. It was just you and a bunch of women and children gathering pigweed, wasn't he it? Have you been back in the city for over a month, and now you're feeling nostalgic? If you want, we can go home, and I'll get you a sickle so you can indulge a bit. Just then, a voice called out from a distance, Li platoon leader, is that you? Li Xiangdong, who was about to turn and leave, halted in his tracks. He turned to see an 11 or 12-year-old boy running towards him, clad in patched clothing, a bamboo basket on his back, and a sickle in hand. As the boy drew closer, memories from deep within Li Xiangdong's mind began to resurface, stirred by the familiar address, evoking memories of a passionate and fervent time. Little snot? He exclaimed. Once again, the little snot-nosed boy spotted Li Xiangdong, and a wave of excitement washed over him. Uncle Li, didn't you return to the city? What brings you back? Li Xiangdong approached him briskly, explaining as he walked. Have you forgotten this is your aunt's family home? I'm here to visit relatives. What are you doing here cutting pig grass? Our village has exhausted all the good pig grass spots, and Zhoujia village doesn't take advantage of outsiders, so I came here, replied the little boy. As he reached Li Xiangdong's side, his eyes began to well up with tears. Uncle Li, I've missed you so much. Li Xiangdong gently patted his head, saying, why are you crying? You're already a little grown up. Don't be afraid of being laughed at. Come, let Uncle Li treat you to lunch today. The little boy sniffled, wiped his tears, and shook his head. No need. I have to go home for lunch after I finish cutting the grass. Why are you being so polite with me? There will be meat to eat later, Li Xiangdong insisted, pulling him along without allowing any chance for rebuttal. He remembered that the little boy's family was not well off, typically. He carried a cornbread with him for lunch, claiming he would eat at home after finishing his task. This was merely a reflection of the little boy's modesty. As they walked towards Zhou's father, laughing and joking, Li Xiangdong felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. This little fellow had accompanied him during his first experience of cutting pig grass after moving to the countryside, and had remained by his side until his penultimate grass-cutting session before returning to the city. The last time, he had gone alone and nearly starved the village pigs. Thus, little snot-nosed boy could undoubtedly be considered a living testament to Li Xiangdong's struggles and triumphs in the countryside. Zhou's father, standing in place and smoking, watched as Li Xiangdong led a child as thin as a reed toward him. He turned to his son-in-law with a puzzled expression. Who is this child? Li Xiangdong smiled and explained to his father-in-law, this is a child from the neighboring village where I worked in the countryside. His name is Little Snot-Nosed. He came to our village to cut pig grass, and I plan to take him home for lunch. He patted the back of the little boy's head and added, this is my father-in-law. You can call him Grandpa Zhou. The little boy politely greeted, hello, Grandpa Zhou. Oh, hello, hello, Zhou's father replied, nodding with a smile. He then turned back to his son-in-law and inquired, why does he call you Li platoon leader? Did you serve as a militia during your time in the countryside? I don't recall that at all. Li Xiangdong pondered how to respond when the little boy interjected, Uncle Li is our village's first leader of the grass-cutting vanguard. Coughing, Zhou's father nearly choked on the smoke in his mouth, taken aback by his son-in-law's fanciful tales. I dubbed myself that. It was all in good fun. Li Xiangdong awkwardly clarified, hastily patting his father-in-law's back to help him breathe easier. All right, no need to pat me, Zhou's father said, straightening up and looking at the little boy. So, who is the leader of your grass-cutting team now that Uncle Li has returned to the city? Grandpa Zhou. We are the vanguard grass-cutting team, the little boy replied. The little snot-nosed boy corrected Father Zhou's statement and continued, in our vanguard grass-cutting squad. We currently only have a deputy squad leader. Uncle Li will forever be our squad leader. Is that so? Father Zhou inquired with interest. A makeshift troop, born from folly. Comprised entirely of what could only be described as children, save for his son-in-law. Surely, adults would not be so shameless. Yet, this seemingly inconsequential group displayed such reverence for his son-in-law. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "Why do you hold him in such esteem?" The little boy tilted his head and replied, "For no particular reason. Uncle Li treats us well. All of us in the vanguard grass-cutting squad think highly of him." Father Zhou turned to his son-in-law, Dongzi, and urged, "You explain it to me." Dongzi, caught off guard, replied, "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's simply because you spent so much time together, and they developed feelings for me." He offered a brief response to his father-in-law, unable to divulge that several of the children he worked alongside had benefited from his kindness. When he first went to the countryside, the neighboring village was impoverished, and some children couldn't even gather a complete set of clothes. When they caught a cold, their families could scrape together a few dimes, but for more serious ailments, they had no choice but to endure. Amidst the grim atmosphere, the women who worked alongside him had become numb to their plight, but as a passionate youth, he found it impossible to turn a blind eye. During his time in the village, he often returned home to ask for money, not solely for his own needs, but also for the numerous children who surrounded him. He had taken it upon himself to be their leader, and when his young comrades fell ill and their families lacked funds, he had to persuade Father Li to part with some money. Thus, despite his reputation for being somewhat lazy, he also garnered a measure of respect. Otherwise, how could he have spent so many years cutting pig grass in the countryside? Did people truly believe that the village officials lacked the means to address his laziness? Why, after coming of age, did others willingly introduce potential brides to him? Were those acting as matchmakers not concerned about the potential gossip or the dangers of night travel? What did it matter that his family lived in the city? How long could his parents continue to care for him? The rallying cry for educated youth to venture into the countryside was to take root, and no one anticipated that they would ever return to the city. In truth, Li Xiangdong was merely a somewhat lazy street urchin, not a bad person. They left as 2 individuals, but returned as 3. Li Xiangdong bore the little boy's backpack and wielded a sickle, swinging it a couple of times. Remarkably, muscle memory proved formidable, and he felt his sense of touch returning. "Uncle Li, has Xiaohai returned with you and aunt?" "Indeed. They are now playing by the river at the village entrance with their cousins. You shall see them at mealtime." "Has my sister returned as well?" "She has." "Uncle, could you accompany me back to the village after lunch? The little rascals miss you." "Let us postpone that for now. When I return next time, I shall visit you all." For the little snot-nosed kid, it had only been a little over a month since they last met, but for Li Xiangdong, it felt like an eternity. When he went to see his young comrades, he certainly could not arrive empty-handed. Perhaps it would be better to bring some treats along next time they reunited. As Mr. Zhou listened to their conversation, he interjected with a question. "What did Uncle Li teach you when he served as your squad leader?" The response came. "He told us to always maintain our revolutionary zeal." "Anything else?" "To be brave enough to sacrifice ourselves in battle." "Is there more?" "Yes. He also advised us not to peek at girls while they were using the restroom or bathing. If caught, we must cover our faces while running away." "Mr." Zhou paused at this remark and instinctively kicked Li Xiangdong beside him. Chapter 109. One cannot live forever with his hands clasped behind his back. "Mr." Zhou walked ahead while Li Xiangdong gently nudged the bashful little snot-nosed kid into the courtyard. He casually placed his backpack and sickle in a corner before leading the child into the kitchen. Upon seeing Zhou Yuqin, the little one beamed. "Annie, I'm here." Zhou Yuqin, who was kneading dough, was equally surprised. "Little snot-nosed kid, what brings you to Zhou family village?" The child replied with a smile. "I came to cut pigweed for your village. I ran into my father on the way back and asked him to let me have lunch at your house." Li Xiangdong offered a brief explanation and introduced the child to Mrs. Zhou. "Visitors are always welcome. Dongzi, take him inside for some candy." Mrs. Zhou was quite pleased to have the little snot-nosed kid over for a meal. "We'll have a big pot of food and steamed buns for lunch. There will be meat in the dish." The child nodded eagerly and dashed out of the kitchen, heading straight for his backpack. He returned with a steamed bun, exclaiming, "Grandma, I brought a steamed bun. Hand it over, and I'll warm it up for you," Mrs. Zhou said as she took the bun. "You go play with your Uncle Li. Let him give you some candy." Zhou Yuqin added, "Your sister is inside. Hurry and find her to play. Yes. I miss my sister too, the little snot-nosed kid replied, glancing at Li Xiangdong. Understanding the child's hesitance in this unfamiliar environment, Li Xiangdong walked over and patted his shoulder. I'll take you there. He gently ushered the little one out of the kitchen, turning back to Mrs. Zhou to whisper, Mother, don't heat up the bun for him. Mrs. Zhou nodded with a smile. You go rest in the room. I know what to do. As she spoke, she placed the child's bun in the cupboard. Li Xiangdong led the little snot-nosed kid into the room. The living room was empty, so they proceeded to the inner chamber. At that moment, Li Xiaozhu was sitting cross-legged on the Kong, her head resting on her aunt's shoulder, one hand holding a candy wrapper while the other was playfully swatting at Mr. Zhou, who was trying to touch her braid. Upon seeing Li Xiangdong enter, she straightened up and pointed at Mr. Zhou, exclaiming, Daddy is naughty. Li Xiangdong chuckled at his daughter's complaint. What is naughty? What is wrong with Grandpa touching you? No, Li Xiaozhu replied, crawling further into the Kong. The little snot-nosed kid, following closely behind Li Xiangdong, noticed Li Xiaozhu grinning widely and, upon seeing the clean and tidy bedding, stood still in place, unsure of what to do next. Li Xiaozhu heard someone calling her, paused, and turned to sit on the Kong, her large, curious eyes fixated on the little snotty-nosed child. Are you the little snotty-nosed one my father mentioned? Come and play. Zhou Yuqin, unfazed by the child's unkempt appearance, handed him 2 pieces of candy before pulling him to sit at the head of the Kong. Li Xiangdong accompanied them for a brief conversation before stepping outside. After wandering around the yard and finding it rather dull, he re-entered the kitchen. The steamed buns had already been prepared, and the vegetables for the large pot dish were chopped. Zhou's mother divided the 2 pounds of fatty meat brought by her son-in-law, keeping half for their own household and reserving the rest for the midday meal. Li Xiangdong approached, took a slice of the meat his mother-in-law had cut, and stepped to the door to see the sunlight filtering through it. Goodness, it's translucent. Their essay saying about it, thin as a cicada's wing. This craftsmanship could be showcased at the Canton Fair. If my mother-in-law opened a restaurant selling beef noodles, she would surely prosper. Concerned that such thin slices might disintegrate in the pot, he said, Mother, you rest. I'll handle this. Li Xiangdong took the cleaver from Zhou's mother and began chopping the meat, not too thick, merely at a normal thickness. Ignoring the protests from Zhou Yuqin and her mother, he dismissed all their doubts and confidently took over the kitchen. Dongzi, don't cut the meat so thick. Make it thinner. Don't add so much oil. Can you even cook? That's too much oil. The mother and daughter, standing aside, were genuinely anxious watching Li Xiangdong's cooking techniques, their nerves fraying. It was Li Xiangdong's first time in the kitchen assisting his mother-in-law, yet Zhou's mother felt no joy in the moment. Her heart ached, wishing she could just shoo her son-in-law out of the kitchen, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. What to do with her pent-up frustration? She could only unleash it on her eldest daughter. Clearly, her son-in-law was quite adept at cooking, a skill honed through frequent practice, which suggested her daughter had indulged him at home. Mother, why are you pinching me? It's not my fault. Zhou Yuqin protested, rubbing her arm as she stepped aside. Exasperated. Why was this her problem? It was her first time witnessing her husband cook, and throughout her life, she had never seen anyone pour oil into a pot with such abandon. Why prepare a meal with so much meat and oil? It wouldn't grant them eternal life. After being pinched by her mother, Zhou Yuqin shot a fierce glare at Li Xiangdong. As time passed, the aroma of the large pot dish intensified, causing both Zhou's mother and Zhou Yuqin's stomachs to rumble in response. The tantalizing scent wafting into their noses made them salivate. The Zhou family entered the yard, catching a whiff of the rich meat aroma. As he walked toward the kitchen, Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, Second aunt, your cooking smells wonderful. I could smell it even before entering. Spotting Li Xiangdong at the stove, he was astonished. Oh, Dongzi, you're in charge of cooking. Uncle, aunt, and sister-in-law, you have arrived. Li Xiangdong greeted them through the window before turning to Zhou Duong, who stood at the door, smiling as he said, Wang Go, please lead uncle and aunt into the house. Once everyone is gathered, we shall commence the meal. All right, no rush. You carry on with your tasks, Zhou Duong replied, casting a glance at the shimmering oil floating atop the large iron pot before turning to leave. He couldn't bear to watch the culinary chaos. It was a sight to behold. It was no wonder his aunt and sister stood in silence in the kitchen, likely choked by the greasy layer in the pot. City dwellers certainly spared no expense. If it were him, that oil could sustain him for an entire month. Ah, what delectable dish is being prepared. It smells divine. Just inhaling this aroma brings back memories of the communal meals from 20 years ago in our village. The communal meals never smelled as enticing as this. With my sister-in-law cooking for her son-in-law, she has truly spared no effort. Upon hearing the commotion from the courtyard, Zhou sensed that the guests were arriving in succession. She collected herself and stepped out of the kitchen. Daoye, Yuqin, you are all here. I will ask Yuqin to serve each of you a bowl of dishes to take home. Chapter 110. Fragrant large pot dishes in rural households. The number of bowls and chopsticks is limited. No family is particularly affluent. In these times, if a child accidentally breaks a bowl during mealtime, it is far from a simple matter of wishing for peace and safety. The child is likely to face a stern reprimand from the adults, often resulting in a severe scolding while being held on a stool or by the comb. Therefore, when visiting others for a meal, it is customary to bring one's own bowls and chopsticks, and some even bring their own stools. Zhou chatted with the relatives in the courtyard for a few moments, then beckoned Xiangdong to serve each of them a bowl of the prepared large pot dish. This way, they could take a bowl home for their wives and children to enjoy some of the savory goodness. Once all the relatives carefully exited the courtyard with their bowls, she finally went inside to join Zhou Diwang's family. In the kitchen, Zhou Yuqin noticed her husband pouring more oil into another small iron pot. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Why are you adding so much oil again?" Seeing his wife's anxious demeanor, Xiangdong chuckled, "I'm frying a dish of peanuts to accompany the drinks." Who adds oil when frying peanuts? Zhou Yuqin was nearly beside herself with frustration. Peanuts naturally contain oil and only require slow roasting in a hot pan. There is no need for additional oil. Thankfully, her mother was not in the kitchen, or she would undoubtedly receive a pinch for this. "This is what I call fried peanuts," Xiangdong replied with a serious expression. "Your mindset is not quite right." Zhou Yuqin countered, "What is wrong with my mindset?" After placing the peanuts in the pan, Xiangdong spoke, "You know how much money I brought back yesterday. We will certainly not lack for this in the future, so you need not be so alarmed all the time." He then inquired, "Tell me, when cooking, does adding more oil and meat not make it more fragrant?" Zhou Yuqin nodded sincerely and replied, "Indeed, it is fragrant." Xiangdong continued to speak plainly. "As long as you understand the importance of flavor, it is good enough. Our parents have lived their lives in frugality, denying themselves food and drink. Now that we, their descendants, possess the means and ability, should we not strive to provide them with a better life? Should we simply stand by and watch them suffer? Your parents toil in the fields all day, returning home to consume merely bland fare. Do you not feel a sense of sorrow as their daughter? Or do you consider them not your biological parents? Even if they are not, can the 2 decades of nurturing not elicit your filial piety?" Zhou Yuqin, hearing these words, retorted in anger, "Do not speak such nonsensical things. Who says I do not care? Of course, I care for my biological parents." Xiangdong rolled his eyes. "What harm is there in adding a bit more oil? After we finish, we can take more next time. As a couple, we should unite our efforts to swiftly alter our parents' way of living. They have endured for a lifetime. Their bodies surely bear the toll. We cannot allow them to continue living so miserly. Your current task is to align with me, rather than lead in opposition. Do you now realize your error?" "Yes, I see it now," Zhou Yuqin acknowledged, contemplating her husband's reasoning as she stood silently by, until the peanuts in the pot began to crackle. It was then that she snapped back to reality. Her eyes filled with confusion and shame as she turned to Xiangdong at the stove and asked, "What if our parents never adapt? We cannot always be at home watching over them." Xiangdong replied, "We will return home more frequently, and you can cook, or I can cook. We will ensure that our parents enjoy good meals multiple times. Eventually, they will adapt. There is no need to rush. We will take our time." "All right," Zhou Yuqin nodded. But as she inadvertently touched the spot where her mother had pinched her, the pain jolted her mind clear. According to her husband's reasoning, before her parents adapted, would she not become the one allowing her husband to indulge? Moreover, when at home, her mother-in-law cooked in the same manner, yet her husband had never voiced any objections. Grinding her teeth, she declared, "Xiangdong, do you think I am foolish? Is it not you who simply desires to eat well? Do not use my parents as a shield. Why do you lack the courage to speak these words to your mother? Do not pinch me. Release me at once. I am genuinely acting with goodwill. You are talking nonsense. I do not believe you. If you do not let go, the peanuts will burn." Mrs. Zhou emerged from the inner room with a package of pastries, her smile unwavering. "Dongzi's grandmother knew you two were returning, so she took our Yuqin to buy these yesterday afternoon. Everyone should have a taste. Such pastries are rare for us." Zhou Duong, his father, nodded with a smile. Sister-in-law has indeed found a good match. The 8 or 9 local men who had just returned with vegetables, smoking and savoring sweets, chimed in. Sister-in-law, your in-laws are treating you so well. You must be overjoyed. Indeed, we do not find pastries of such quality even in our local supply store. How could she not be pleased? Each took a piece, breaking off a small portion to taste, before pocketing the rest. Zhou's father called out, everyone, please eat. Do not dwell on your wives and children at home. When we finish our meal, you can take a couple of pieces back for them to taste. Zhou Diwang's father chimed in. Let us all heed Xiaoyi's words and partake. Upon hearing Zhou's father speak, and with the village secretary also weighing in, the men retrieved snacks from their pockets, nibbling delicately with one hand while supporting their chins with the other. Zhou's mother beamed at the sight of everyone engrossed in their treats before retreating indoors to summon her daughter to help with chores. A large basin of hearty stew, a plate of fried peanuts, and a bowl of seasonal cold vegetables were laid out. Though not extravagantly abundant, the richness of the dishes was undeniable, especially the beloved fried peanuts that delighted the gathering immensely. Xiangdong, as the son-in-law, shared a few rounds of drinks with the group before being graciously excused. Everyone had moderated their drinking, mindful of the limited supply. Satisfied with the day's face-saving festivities, Zhou's father urged his son-in-law to eat heartily. The room was crowded. So Xiangdong, holding a large bowl in one hand and 2 steamed buns on his chopsticks, stepped outside to find a shaded corner against the wall, squatting down to enjoy his meal. The rice cooked over fire was truly aromatic. Uncle Li, Dad, and the brothers Zhou, along with the recently returned Li Xiaohai, searched around until they found him, then settled beside him. Each held a large bowl, with 1 or 2 buns perched on their chopsticks. Uncle Li, where's my steamed bun? No need to look. I've eaten your bun, Li Xiangdong replied to the little one. He then asked, are 2 buns enough for you? Just treat this like home. Once you finish, go get more, understood? The little one nodded. I got it, Uncle Li. Li Xiangdong glanced at his son and 2 nephews. There's still plenty of stew in the kitchen. If you 4 aren't satisfied, let me know, and I'll serve you more. Got it, Uncle. The stew you made today is too delicious. I want another bowl later. Uncle Li's stew is better than what our village cooks prepare. Indeed, it's delicious. Li Xiaohai buried his face into the large bowl, eating with gusto like a little piglet. He looked up with a smile. Dad, your cooking is truly fragrant and delightful. Chapter 111. Iron lump. All right, sister-in-law, we're off. Dongzi, the stew you made today is truly fragrant. Yuqin, when you have time, bring the kids over to chat with your sister-in-law. As everyone had work to attend to in the afternoon, they exchanged light banter after lunch, each tucking a cigarette behind their ears and stashing away a couple of snacks and candies in their pockets, each carrying their bowls and chopsticks back to their homes. Li Xiangdong and Zhou's mother cheerfully escorted their guests to the door, and once they had departed, they turned back inside. Your father and older brother are quite hopeless. They've become this intoxicated after just a few drinks. Dongzi, I apologize for the spectacle, Zhou's mother remarked, observing Zhou's father and elder brother fast asleep on the table. Though her words suggested disapproval, the smile on her face had yet to fade. Today is a day of joy, yet I cannot allow my father and elder brother to remain sprawled out like this. I shall assist them in moving to the inner room to rest on the heated bed. Li Xiangdong chuckled softly. His father-in-law and elder brother rarely indulge in alcohol, and neither possesses a strong tolerance. Today, however, in high spirits, they overindulged. Initially, all was well, as they shared laughter and conversation with everyone after the meal. But during the brief moment when Li Xiangdong and the others stepped out to bid farewell to their guests, the 2 had succumbed to slumber, their heads resting upon the table. Dongzi, you cannot manage a drunkard alone. I shall assist you, said Sister Zhou, stepping forward to help Li Xiangdong as they arranged the inebriated father-in-law and elder brother comfortably. Zhou's mother tidied up the room before leading Sister Zhou and her young daughter to the kitchen to wash the pots and dishes. Sister Zhou stopped Zhou Yuqin, who was about to follow them out, saying, Yuqin, you need not join us. There is little work to be done. Go and soothe my niece to sleep. Sister, there is no need for your concern. My mother, sister-in-law, and I will finish it shortly, replied Zhou Yuqin. But Sister Zhou insisted that she stay behind to lull Li Xiaozhu to sleep. Zhou Yuqin did not press the matter. It was her own home, and there was no need for excessive politeness. She turned and returned to the room to rock her daughter to sleep for the afternoon nap. Li Xiangdong stepped into the courtyard, observing the group of children, including Li Xiaohai, playing together. He inquired, have you all eaten enough? If you're thirsty, Feel free to go inside for water. I've poured some for you. We are full, father, replied Li Xiaohai. Uncle, we are not thirsty. Li Xiaohai, accompanied by the younger Zhou brothers, approached Li Xiangdong, saying, Father, I wish for little Sniveler to take us to catch rabbits. Li Xiangdong bent down to pat his son's head, saying, Little Sniveler has to return home soon. Uncle, I am in no hurry to go home, the young boy replied, glancing at the bamboo basket that was yet to be filled with pig fodder. You should rest. I will keep an eye on them. Li Xiangdong contemplated for a moment and consented. Very well, you may play, but remember to return home early. Had it been only the Zhou brothers, he might have hesitated. But with little Sniveler accompanying them, he felt at ease. Little Sniveler was a precocious and sensible child, aware of where it was permissible to venture and where it was not. Zhou's mother stood at the kitchen door and reassured her son-in-law, Dongzi. There is no need for concern. Which child in the village does not run about all day? Nothing will happen. You have also had quite a bit to drink. Go rest in the house for a while. Understood, mother, Li Xiangdong replied. His father-in-law's home consisted of 3 adobe houses. The central hall served as the living room, with a room on either side for Zhou's father, mother, and younger sister Zhou Yuqin. The east room of the courtyard was occupied by Zhou's elder brother's family, while the west housed the kitchen and a storeroom for agricultural tools. That evening, the family of 4 would sleep in the younger sister's room, as Zhou Yuqin accompanied her parents to rest. Upon entering, Li Xiangdong found his daughter sprawled on the woven grass mat, fast asleep, while his wife fanned her with a handheld fan to ward off mosquitoes. He approached the bed and gently pinched his daughter's cheek, saying, I will step out for a moment. If you are tired, feel free to rest alongside her. Zhou Yuqin, waving the fan, asked, What are you going to do? Where is our son? Xiaohai has gone to play with little Sniveler. I am going to help him finish gathering the pig fodder. Li Xiangdong smiled, knowing that his son was dragging someone out to play, and as a father, he had to ensure everything was in order afterward. Zhou Yuqin remarked, Oh, it's quite hot outside. Why don't you take a nap first? When you wake up, it will be cooler. Li Xiangdong shook his head. No worries. I'm not tired. I don't want to delay little Snivel's return home. All right, you go then, Zhou Yuqin replied. Upon hearing this, she said no more. Her husband had done this task many times before, and it was indeed necessary to prepare the pigweed for little Snivel in advance. The pigweed represented work points, and each day came with a quota, as the rural children relied on these points for their food. Li Xiangdong emerged from the house, hefting a bamboo basket taller than little Snivel himself, and greeted Zhou's mother with a scythe in hand. Be careful not to suffer from heat stroke. Understood, mother, he replied. Zhou Yuqin watched her brother-in-law leave the courtyard, and, while washing dishes, chuckled. Mother, is my brother-in-law going to reminisce about hardships? How can you speak like that? Being a young lady? Zhou's mother scolded, then added, Dongzi has a good heart. Before her eldest daughter's matchmaking, she had inquired about Li Xiangdong's character in the neighboring village, receiving mixed reviews. Most remarked that he was a lazy city boy, avoiding hard labor and preferring the shade as soon as the sun rose. Yet, some spoke favorably, recounting how, among the children who collected pigweed, if anyone faced difficulties, Li Xiangdong would lend a helping hand. After contemplating this, she agreed to the matchmaker's proposal, allowing her daughter to meet Li Xiangdong. Young people may be a bit naive, but they must possess a kind heart. With a cigarette in his mouth, Li Xiangdong strolled leisurely to the place where he had encountered little Snivel that morning. Had it not been for this serendipitous meeting, he would have forgotten those children entirely. Perhaps, as little Snivel and the others grew, they might remember him, Uncle Li, in the depths of their hearts. What lush grass! Li Xiangdong marveled at the expanse of vibrant weeds before him, unable to suppress his admiration for their vitality. They grew in abundance, seemingly endless. This was not merely pigweed, but clearly a bountiful crop of chives in the making, contributing to oneself while illuminating others. He bent down, cutting the pigweed, yet his mind wandered to the stock market, the real estate market, and connections online. Under the blazing sun, he exerted considerable effort to fill an entire bamboo basket with pigweed. With the basket resting on his shoulder, he leaned forward and slowly made his way to his father-in-law's home. Clang, clang. Li Xiangdong heard the iron trumpet of the village being struck. It was merely an iron piece hanging from a tree, serving as the village's communication method. It would be struck several times to notify villagers before work or community meetings. Standing still for a moment, he contemplated, then turned to walk down the path leading out of the village. Chapter 112. Filial daughter villagers from Zhoujia village. Carrying host to work, spotted Li Xiangdong approaching with a full bamboo basket of pigweed. Isn't that the son-in-law of the Xiaoyi family? Out in this scorching heat. He is not resting at home, but has come to gather such a large basket of pigweed. The son-in-law in this town is certainly no delicate flower. He is far superior to the young intellectuals who came to our village 2 years ago. He is a capable young man, and previously, there were rumors that the son-in-law of the Xiaoyi family was rather lackadaisical. However, I believe those rumors are unfounded. Uncle, off to work, is it? It's quite hot outside, so please remember to stay hydrated. Li Xiangdong greeted the passing villagers with a cheerful smile. All right, good lad, I understand. You should head home now. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Do take care not to suffer from heat stroke. Dong, are you going to the fields? Dongzi, why are you gathering so much pigweed? Don't overexert yourself. Dahong, it's nothing. I used to do this work often. Wait a moment, Dongzi. Why are you taking this route home? Oh, well, you see, your village is a bit convoluted. I will simply follow the main road through the village. I won't get lost. Indeed, our village paths can be a bit winding, but you simply haven't visited often enough. You must come back more frequently. Now, you should hurry home. Zhou Yuqin, carrying his hoe, remarked to those beside him. Dongzi is indeed a diligent individual. The big pot of stew at noon was quite delicious. Once Li Xiangdong saw that most of the villagers had passed, he merrily slung his bamboo basket over his shoulder and headed towards his father-in-law's home. He was determined to extract every ounce of remaining value, adhering to his 5S level craftsmanship. Upon arriving at his father-in-law's house, he fetched a bucket of water from the well, preparing for a brief wash, when he heard the sound of crying coming from inside the house. He hurriedly washed his hands and dashed into the room. Daddy, little Li Xiaozhu had awakened and, upon not seeing Li Xiangdong, began to whimper. Zhou Yuqin, upon seeing her husband enter, urged, come quickly and hold her. As soon as she wakes, she searches for you. If she can't find you, she cries. Thankfully, you returned just in time. I'm here, Daddy is here. Li Xiangdong promptly lifted his drowsy daughter from the bed, supporting her bottom with one hand while gently patting her back with the other. Daddy, I need to pee. Li Xiaozhu squinted, her eyelashes still adorned with tears. You need to pee? Before Li Xiangdong could finish his sentence, he felt his daughter releasing her bladder directly onto him. Oh no. He quickly squatted down, cradling her to let her relieve herself on the ground. Are you doing this on purpose? How mischievous you are. Daddy is naughty. Li Xiaozhu giggled while peeing. How am I naughty? I've never bullied you. Once his daughter finished, Li Xiangdong stood up and handed her over to Zhou Yuqin, who was sitting on the bed. Stop laughing and hurry up and wipe her bottom. Li Xiangdong glanced down at his clothes, which were now soaked with his daughter's urine. He playfully swatted Li Xiaozhu's bottom. You just love to trouble your father, don't you? Naughty. I'll hit you. Li Xiaozhu, having been swatted, attempted to retaliate. Li Xiangdong teased her, gently tapping her hand, and then quickly dodging. You can't catch me. After Zhou Yuqin had wiped Li Xiaozhu, the little girl, undeterred, crawled towards the head of the bed. Seeing her father retreat a step, she became upset and tried to climb down. Stop teasing her. Zhou Yuqin quickly pulled her back. Now go wash up and change into a set of your uncle's clothes. Li Xiaozhu playfully sucked on her fingers and called out to Li Xiangdong. Mother, why are you hitting? You don't look like a little girl at all. Stop sucking your fingers. Humph, you little brat. Have you learned to huff now? Li Xiangdong approached his mother-in-law. Mother, my father is still asleep. Has my elder brother and sister-in-law gone out to the fields? Could you fetch me a set of my brother's clothes? Zhou Mu inquired. What happened? With a bitter smile, Li Xiangdong replied. Your granddaughter has soaked me with her urine. Zhou Yuqin, who was lying on the Kong playing with candy wrappers, chimed in. My niece is amazing. Zhou Mu playfully smacked her little girl and chuckled. It's nothing. Children's urine is not dirty. Wear your father's clothes. He has a set without any patches. I'm going to play with my niece, Zhou Yuqin declared as she hopped off the Kong and dashed outside. Zhou Mu retrieved a set of Zhou Fu's clothes from the wardrobe. Change out of what you're wearing. I'll wash it for you later. No need, mother. I'll wash it myself, Li Xiangdong said, taking the clothes and leaving the house. Luckily, he had just fetched a bucket of water, which was perfect for freshening up. Once cleaned, he also washed his own clothes. In the yard, a bamboo pole was set up for drying clothes. He shook out the washed garments and hung them up, confident that they would dry before nightfall given the lovely weather. Hey, the little brat is out. Li Xiangdong noticed his sister-in-law stepping out of the house with his daughter. He walked over, extending his arms. Come here, dear. Let's go find your brother, shall we? No. Li Xiaozhu, holding tightly to her aunt's neck, replied, Auntie, I know. Zhou Yuqin turned to Li Xiangdong and asked, Brother-in-law, do you know where Xiaohai and the others went? They said they were going to catch wild rabbits. Then I have an idea where they might be. Are you going along, brother-in-law? Yes, I'm free anyway. It's just a stroll. After bidding farewell to Zhou Mu and Zhou Yuqin, Li Xiangdong leisurely followed his sister-in-law down toward the foot of the mountain. Along the way, he spotted a few wildflowers and plucked them, tucking them behind his daughter's ears. With flowers adorning both ears, Li Xiaozhu looked enchanting. Shaking her head playfully as she flaunted her new accessories to Li Xiangdong and Zhou Yuqin. On their way out of the village towards the mountain foot, Li Xiangdong encountered Zhou Duong, who was carrying a 56 rifle on his back and holding a wild rabbit in his hand, which occasionally kicked its legs. Wang Gu, just returned from hunting? Li Xiangdong glanced briefly at the rabbit, but remained fixated on the gun slung across Zhou Duong's back. Yes, I met Xiaohai and the others on my way home from your house after lunch. They were going to catch wild rabbits. And my father was concerned about their safety on the mountain, so he asked me to take the village's gun to help them catch one. As Zhou Duong approached, he held the rabbit up for Li Xiaozhu to see. Are you scared? Call me uncle, and I'll let you play with it. No. Li Xiaozhu, frightened by the rabbit, covered her eyes and buried her head in Zhou Yuqi's embrace. Quick, take it away. Don't scare my niece anymore, Zhou Yuqin said, patting Li Xiaozhu's back. We aren't afraid. Uncle is just holding a little bunny. Haha. Zhou Duong awkwardly scratched his head and turned to Li Xiangdong, saying, Aren't you going to find Xiaohai and the others? There's no need. My father has taken them to the village committee yard to play. Let's head back together. I need to return my gun anyway. As they turned back, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but ask, Wang Gu, may I take a look at your gun? In the courtyard of the village committee, Li Xiaohai was showing off to the Zhou brothers and Little Snotty. The white rabbit creamy candy and instant noodles are absolutely delicious. And the twisted dough sticks are fragrant and crispy, covered in sesame seeds. We even had roast chicken. Hee hee, my brother Xiaozhong took us to sneak some. My father doesn't even know. Little Snotty curiously inquired, Is white rabbit creamy candy made from milk? Li Xiaohai nodded. My mother says it's made from cow's milk. Is the roast chicken as fragrant as the big pot dishes we had today? Zhou Zhengqian swallowed hard upon hearing his cousin's words. Li Xiaohai spoke with a hint of pride. Of course, it tastes even better than the big pot dishes my father makes. When are you coming to my house to play? I'll treat you to some delicious food. Zhou Zhengqian asked, Will there be roast chicken if we come over? Li Xiaohai shook his head. No, it's all gone. Right now, we only have white rabbit creamy candy and twisted dough sticks. But my mother has locked them in the cabinet. However, if you come to my house, my mother will definitely let you have some. And we can ask my father to buy ice cream. The Zhou brothers nodded in agreement. Then it settled. Li Xiaohai quickly assured them, Yes, you can count on me. I can't go. I still have to chop pig grass at home, Little Snotty said, feeling a bit down. Li Xiaohai patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Little Snotty. Next time we come back, I'll bring you white rabbit creamy candy and ice cream from the city. Little Snotty refused. No need to bring me anything. I don't want it. Save those treats for you and your sister. Zhou Zhengqian chimed in, Xiaohai. The ice cream will melt by the time you bring it from the city. Zhou Zhengqian countered. Even if it melts, we can still drink the syrup. Zhou Duong entered the courtyard holding a rabbit and asked, What syrup are you talking about? What are you all discussing? Li Xiaohai and the Zhou brothers rushed over upon seeing the wild rabbit. A wild rabbit. Uncle Duong, you caught a wild rabbit. That's amazing. Wild rabbit. Uncle Duong, I want to play with the wild rabbit. Little Snotty, unfamiliar with Zhou Duong, did not approach but called out to Aunt Zhou Yuqin. He looked at Li Xiaozhu, who had 2 flowers in her ears, rubbed his hands on his clothes, and then gently patted her head, saying, You look really beautiful, little sister. Hearing the compliment from Little Snotty, Li Xiaozhu smiled brightly. Little Snotty happily responded, Oh, you're such a good sister. Li Xiangdong took the 56 style rifle from Zhou Duong's hands. Reluctant to part with it, he examined it closely, even aiming it playfully at a bird perched on a tree. Though he did not intend to fire, he had never shot a gun before, and it would be a waste of bullets. He knew Zhou Duong was returning the gun to the village committee, so he leisurely enjoyed the moment on their way back. As Li Xiangdong reached the entrance of the courtyard, he observed his 3 brothers, Li Xiaohai, extending their hands, attempting to seize the wild rabbit from Zhou Duong. He quickly called out, What are you 3 doing? Is there no sense of decorum? It's nothing, Dongzi. I'm just playing with them. Zhou Duong chuckled, handing the rabbit to Zhou Zhengqian. Take it and have fun. When you're done, let your uncle take care of it for you. In the village, the locals favored the rich flavor of fatty pork. showing little affection for lean meats like wild rabbits and fish. Furthermore, with the scarcity of spices, it was challenging to mask the inherent gamey taste of such creatures, rendering them far from delectable. However, having enjoyed a hearty meal of Li Xiangdong's communal cooking at noon, Zhou Duang understood that his brother-in-law was generous with oil. Hence his suggestion. Got it, Uncle Duang, Li Xiaohai said, feeling the wild rabbit before dashing over to Li Xiangdong. Dad, what's that you're holding? It's a gun. Stay away from me. Li Xiangdong quickly pointed the barrel upwards. Dongzi, the gun is unloaded. Zhou Duang reassured him with a pat on his pocket, indicating that the ammunition resided safely there, allowing Li Xiangdong to relax. Really? The gun's empty? Li Xiangdong let Li Xiaohai feel it, who, dissatisfied with just a brief touch, pleaded, Dad, can I play with the gun for a bit? Li Xiangdong declined. You can't handle it. Just touch it a couple of times. Oh, then I won't play with it. I'll go join my cousins with the wild rabbit. Losing interest in the gun, Li Xiaohai raced to his two cousins, where the trio set the rabbit on the ground and began to play with it. Zhou Duang was an adept marksman. He had struck the rabbit's leg. And after being carried along this way, the creature was now exhausted, lying on the ground and at the mercy of the three boys. Dongzi, Zhou Duang called, gesturing towards a nearby room. Following him inside, Li Xiangdong was taken aback to find a small armory. The modest room brimmed with firearms. Aside from a few dilapidated Hanyang rifles and several crates of ammunition, the rest of the space was filled with Type 56 rifles and Type 56 assault rifles. In a corner lay 2 light machine guns and an 82mm mortar. Li Xiangdong gazed at the arsenal, nearly drooling. Wang Ge, do you have any handguns? Of course. Zhou Duang replied, opening an ammunition box and selecting a handgun from a variety of styles. Li Xiangdong took it and examined it closely, recognizing it from many films in later years, the quintessential weapon of anti-Japanese resistance. Wang Ge this. Li Xiangdong began, but was interrupted by Zhou Duang. No, Dongzi. You cannot entertain thoughts of using these guns. Fine, Li Xiangdong sighed, returning the handgun to Zhou Duang. After placing the gun back, Zhou Duang said, if you wish to fire a few rounds for fun, I can give you some bullets. You could wander up the mountain and perhaps hunt a rabbit or a pheasant. But these guns cannot be given to you. They are collective property of our village. Li Xiangdong, feeling reluctant, countered, Wang Ge, I want to take them for free. Can I pay for them? Zhou Duang waved his hand dismissively, saying, even for money, it is not feasible. What kind of place is this? According to tradition, we are beneath the emperor's feet, and all these firearms are registered. Upon hearing Zhou Diwang's explanation, Li Xiangdong felt utterly disheartened. His objectives remained unfulfilled, leaving him somewhat despondent. Unexpectedly, as he stepped out of the house, he was greeted by his son exclaiming, Dad, look, a hand grenade. Li Xiangdong watched, astonished, as his dutiful son stood in the yard, hurling a hand grenade directly at him, with remarkable accuracy. He shuddered as it landed at his feet, and in that instant, 2 thoughts flashed through his mind. That's it. Am I about to be reborn again? That little rascal, Li Xiaohai, you scoundrel. Chapter 114. The wife's distress. Li Xiangdong was completely taken aback by the hand grenade thrown by his son, though he had lived 2 lifetimes. He was not a particularly law-abiding person, yet he had never imagined a hand grenade would come soaring towards him one day. He hadn't even noticed whether his son had pulled the pin. On this sweltering day, he was drenched in a cold sweat. Zhou Duang nudged the dazed Li Xiangdong, saying, Dongzi, snap out of it. The grenade contains no explosives. It is merely a training tool used by our village militia. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the grenade, tapping it against his shoe and assuring, see? It's harmless. Is that so? Li Xiangdong gradually regained his composure. Brother-in-law, you're such a coward. Look at how scared you are. Zhou Yuqin laughed heartily from the side, holding Li Xiaozhu. Her brother-in-law's earlier reaction had amused her greatly. Dad, isn't it fun? Li Xiaohai was completely oblivious to the fact that he had frightened his father. He had merely seen his 2 cousins playing with it and thought it looked entertaining. Li Xiangdong shot a dark glance at his sister-in-law before turning to glare at his dutiful son in the yard. Through gritted teeth, he exclaimed, Fun, my foot. Li Xiaohai scratched his head. I'm just playing with you, Dad. My uncle is at our house. I'll play with him later. Li Xiangdong, intending to unleash a stream of curses, swallowed his words in frustration. Enraged, he lifted his leg to go after Li Xiaohai, but Zhou Duang seized him firmly. Dongzi, my nephew is still young. How can he know any better? As his uncle, I can't allow you to hit him. Although Zhou Duang was the village scorekeeper and typically did not engage in manual labor, he He also served as the militia captain. The sporadic militia training had endowed him with a muscular physique. Li Xiangdong found himself unable to break free from his grip after a couple of futile attempts. He ceased his struggles. All right, Wang Ge, let go. It's my own son. I wouldn't truly harm him. I merely intend to frighten him a little. Otherwise, he keeps causing me trouble, and I can hardly endure it. No hitting the child, just cool down. You may not get the gun, but keep this grenade as a memento. Zhou Duong, upon hearing this, released Li Xiangdong and handed him the grenade. Li Xiangdong stared at the object in his hand, pondering what was so memorable about it. Is he to lie in a rocking chair in his old age, holding a grenade, recounting tales to his grandson? Grandson, you have no idea that your grandfather nearly met his end at the hands of this very grenade. Zhou Yuqin, noticing her nephew carrying a wild rabbit, turned to Zhou Duong and said, Brother Duong, we shall take the rabbit with us. Zhou Duong was in the process of locking the door to the armory, a matter of utmost importance, as the courtyard required a night watch every evening. Hearing her words, he turned and smiled. Take it. It was intended for my nephew anyway. Li Xiangdong approached Li Xiaohai, brandishing the grenade, and playfully kicked him lightly. Li Xiaohai brushed the dirt off his rear and looked up, asking Dad, why did you kick me? Just playing with you. As you wanted to play with me, Li Xiangdong replied. Then I won't play with you anymore. Watching Li Xiaohai scamper over to his aunt, Li Xiangdong sighed inwardly. The boy was too young. A few more years, and he would have been able to unleash a proper scolding. A little boy approached and asked, Uncle Li, are you all right? All is well. Let us return together. Uncle Li will roast some wild rabbit for you. Li Xiangdong patted the boy's shoulder, and they followed Zhou Yuqin back to the home of his father-in-law. Uncle Li, I no longer wish to eat wild rabbit. I will just take my bamboo basket and head home. You needn't worry about gathering pig grass. I have already prepared it for you. Ah, thank you, Uncle Li. Now you feel reassured, don't you? Upon returning home, Zhou Yuqin carried Li Xiaozhu inside and recounted the earlier events to her parents and sister. Zhou Yuqin, hearing her sister narrate the story as if it were a joke, became furious and seized Li Xiaohai, pulling down his trousers and delivering a couple of sharp smacks. Zhou's father and mother did not intervene as they watched their grandson receive his punishment. The mischievous lad certainly deserved it. Fortunately, the grenade incident involved their son-in-law. Had it been someone older, the consequences could have been dire. Li Xiaohai, undeterred by the scolding, pulled up his trousers and ran to the Kong, looking at his grandfather and saying, Grandpa, Uncle Duong caught us a wild rabbit. His grandfather nodded, acknowledging, I see, you may play with it. Li Xiaohai shook his head, replying, Grandpa, I do not wish to play. I want to eat meat. His grandfather inquired, Where's the rabbit? Right here. The two brothers from the Zhou family, witnessing their cousin's punishment, dared not enter the house, but peered in from the doorway, showing their grandfather the wild rabbit they held. Zhou's father descended from the Kong and took the rabbit from his grandson's hands, admonishing, You shouldn't follow. There's nothing to see in killing a rabbit. He forbade them from following, fearing it might frighten Li Xiaohai. The Zhou brothers had seen pig slaughter before and were unafraid, but children are different. If one is allowed to watch while another is not, it would surely lead to endless chatter. Zhou's father carried the rabbit into the courtyard and instructed his son-in-law, who was examining the grenade. Dongzi, there's firewood in the backyard. Please fetch some. I'll go, Uncle Li. The little boy, eager to help, dashed toward the backyard. After snapping the rabbit's neck, Zhou's father began the process of skinning and gutting it. The method of preparing crispy roasted rabbit would be utterly impractical in today's rural settings. The fur of a rabbit is indeed a valuable commodity, capable of fetching a considerable sum at supply and procurement cooperatives, or even serving as a source of warmth during the winter months once tanned. This is precisely why Zhou Duong and his father-in-law share such a close relationship. Otherwise, one would not readily part with a rabbit pelt. After dispatching a wild hare, Li Xiangdong placed it in a basin and commenced the marination process, slicing some scallions and garlic and adding a touch of salt and soy sauce. Other condiments were regrettably unavailable. In the meantime, he fashioned a brush from the fur. Mother, where did you place the sugar I brought today? Li Xiangdong inquired as he entered the house, seeking Zhou Mu. The sugar was stored separately by Zhou Mu, not as in later times when it would be placed directly in the kitchen. Leaving it in the kitchen could lead to rodent mischief. And in an era devoid of sweet treats, even the presence of two large rats at home was unsettling. Zhou Mu, perplexed, asked, What do you need the sugar for? I intend to prepare a sugar-water mixture for basting the rabbit while it roasts, Li Xiangdong replied. Do you require sugar for roasting the rabbit? Zhou Mu's voice rose considerably. My memory falters with age. I cannot recall where I placed the sugar. Now, please step outside and do not linger here. With that, she ushered her son-in-law out of the room with a gentle push. Mother, why do you keep pinching me? Li Xiangdong heard Zhou Yuqin's complaint from within, causing him to worry about the possibility of his wife adopting her mother's habits of pinching him. Chapter 155. What are you doing? Zhou Fu, skilled with his hands, crafted a simple barbecue grill. Li Xiangdong directed Li Shaohai and the others to rotate the wooden skewer impaling the wild rabbit, while he used his homemade brush to apply oil to its surface. The meat of the wild hare is notably lean, lacking in fat. Without a glaze of oil, it would be unpalatable. As the charcoal crackled and hissed with the dripping oil, Zhou Fu's heart raced at the sound. So much oil. Fortunately, Li Xiangdong was merely his son-in-law, or else Zhou Fu would have delivered a sharp reprimand. Zhou Mu had peeked out earlier and upon seeing the oil bottle in Li Xiangdong's hand, retreated to the inner room, not to emerge again. Zhou Yuqin took their daughter to the east room, avoiding the main hall, believing it prudent to steer clear of her mother in such moments. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the aroma of roasted meat intensified. Father, is it ready yet? Uncle, when can we eat? Li Shaohai and Zhou's two brothers squatted by the fire, barely able to contain their anticipation. Had it not been for Li Xiangdong's watchful eye, they would have already pounced on the delicacy. Zhou Yui and her little brother remained silent, merely swallowing in anticipation. Zhou Fu sat on the threshold of the main hall, smoking a cigarette and glancing over periodically. Do not rush. I shall taste it first to ensure it is cooked properly. Li Xiangdong, sensing the time was right, tore a small piece of meat to sample. It was cooked to perfection, seasoned just right. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Shaohai and the others lunged forward eagerly. Ah, it's so hot. It's burning me. Zhou Yuqin laughed at her three unfortunate nephews and her son, remarking, serves you right. Li Xiangdong chuckled. It's about time you all learned a lesson. With that, he picked up a wooden stick skewered with rabbit meat and strode into the kitchen. Don't follow me too closely, you all get out. He shooed away Li Shaohai and the other three who had trailed in behind him, placing the rabbit on the cutting board to chop it into small pieces, which he then placed into a bowl. Emerging from the kitchen, Li Xiangdong handed the bowl to his sister-in-law, Zhou Yuqi. Take them to the main room to eat. It's rabbit meat time. Li Shaohai was thrilled. The rabbit he had been eagerly anticipating was finally within reach. He rushed into the main room along with his two cousins. Go on in and eat. Li Xiangdong noticed the little snot-nosed kid lingering in the yard, clearly waiting for him to enter the house as well, so he encouraged him. Hurry up. The little boy asked, Uncle Li, aren't you eating? Don't mind me, go on and eat. Finish quickly and head home. Li Xiangdong smiled, watching the child enter the house before he turned and walked into Zhou Dage's eastern room. The meat is ready. You should go to the main room and have a couple of pieces. No, I don't want to be pinched by my mother again. Zhou Yuqin, who was hiding in the eastern room, was helping her daughter learn to walk on the Kong. Li Xiangdong took his wife's daughter from her arms. What's wrong? There's meat to eat. Aren't you silly for not going? Zhou Yuqin retorted. What do you mean what's wrong? Just look at how purple my arm is from her pinching. Li Xiangdong glanced at his wife's arm, noticing a red mark and a bruise. Indeed, only a mother could be so harsh. He laughed. I'll give you a massage tonight. Zhou Yuqin rolled her eyes, as if I would appreciate that. It's all your fault. Li Xiangdong nodded. Fine, it's my fault. I'll take the blame. Zhou Yuqin, puzzled, asked, what are you doing over here? Aren't you eating? Li Xiangdong shook his head. I'm not fond of eating. Zhou Yuqin, feeling frustrated, replied. If you're not fond of eating, then why go through all this trouble? Now I have to suffer the consequences. I'm doing this for you and the children, and for our parents to enjoy something good. You didn't really think I was just trying to flatter you with what I said at noon, did you? Hurry and eat. If you keep lingering, you'll only be left with bones to gnaw on. All right, then you take care of our daughter. Zhou Yuqin walked out, still somewhat skeptical. Dad's eating, Li Xiaozhu said, sucking on his fingers, drool spilling from his mouth. Are you tempted by the aroma? We're not eating. It's not good. Li Xiangdong wiped drool from his daughter's mouth, coaxing her gently. The aroma of roasted rabbit meat was indeed mediocre, but it depended on the perspective. Li Xiangdong thought it was merely passable. However, for those who feasted on cornbread every day, the oil-drenched roasted hare was a delicacy. Of course, his reluctance to eat stemmed from another reason. The wild rabbit weighed only about 5 to 6 pounds. After removing the fur and entrails, there wasn't much left. By eating less himself, his wife and children could enjoy a bit more. After playing with his daughter for a while, the little snot-nosed boy approached and called from the door, "Uncle Li." Li Xiangdong turned and asked, "What is it?" "Come inside." The little snot-nosed boy stood still, saying, "Uncle Li, I'm not going in. I just wanted to let you know that I'm heading home." Li Xiangdong nodded and replied, "It's getting late. Have you eaten the rabbit meat?" The little snot-nosed boy chuckled, "Yes, Uncle Li, the rabbit you grilled is truly delicious. Let me walk you home," Li Xiangdong offered, lifting his daughter to follow the little boy to fetch his backpack. He helped carry the backpack and reminded him, "Don't run around on the way home. Go straight back. Understood?" "Yes, I understand, Uncle Li. Goodbye, sister." The little boy smiled at Li Xiaozhu and turned to leave the courtyard. Li Xiaozhu looked at Li Xiangdong and pointed at the gate, exclaiming, "Brother has gone home. We can play with him next time." She nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhou Yuqin approached and inquired, "Where's the little snot-nosed boy?" Li Xiangdong replied, "He has gone home." "Why do you ask? That child is something else. I told him to wait while I got him some food, but he didn't even bother to wait for me." Zhou Yuqin held out the oiled paper she was carrying, revealing 7 or 8 pieces of pastry and about 10 candies. "Give it to me. He just left not long ago. I'll go after him." Li Xiangdong took the paper package, placed his daughter into his wife's arms, and quickly set off to catch up with the little boy. Following the path out of the village, he soon spotted the little snot-nosed boy squatting by the roadside, examining a pile of pig fodder, picking it up to inspect before placing it into a nearby bamboo basket. Li Xiangdong felt puzzled, unsure of what he was doing, and jogged over to inquire, "Why aren't you hurrying home? What are you doing here?" The little boy, engrossed in his task, looked up to see Li Xiangdong standing before him, his face flushing red. He stammered, "I am not doing anything, Uncle Li. Not doing anything." "Then why did you empty out the pig fodder?" "Uncle Li, my family is poor. If the village pigs get sick, we cannot afford the compensation." Chapter 116. Uncle Li imparts a lesson. Li Xiangdong, with his limited education and shallow knowledge, found himself at a loss for words to articulate the complex emotions swirling within him at that moment. He could only gesture for the little boy to hurry up and finish. Caught in the act, the little boy felt embarrassed, and noticing that Uncle Li was silent and merely observing, he hastily resumed sorting the remaining fodder. Nevertheless, he remained diligent. After all, his family truly struggled, and if anything happened to the pigs, they could not bear the cost. "Uncle Li, I'm done. All right, now hurry home." Li Xiangdong placed the paper package onto the bamboo basket that the little boy had slung over his shoulder. The little boy asked, "Uncle Li, what did you put in my basket?" Li Xiangdong replied curtly, "Don't worry, it's not for the pigs. It's a snack and some candy that your aunt prepared specifically for you." "Uncle Li, you..." Before the little boy could finish his refusal, Li Xiangdong interrupted, "Be quiet. There's no need to say anything further. Are you really refusing something your aunt has given you?" The little boy shook his head. "No, Uncle Li. Please thank my aunt for me. You should head home now. I will too." Seeing him turn to leave, Li Xiangdong called out, "Wait a moment." The little snot-nosed boy turned around in confusion and asked, "What's wrong, Uncle Li?" Li Xiangdong sighed and said, "If anyone asks you in the future what I have taught you, refrain from mentioning anything about peeping at girls while they bathe or use the restroom." The little boy straightened up, listened attentively, and acknowledged, "I understand, Uncle Li." Li Xiangdong gazed into his eyes and imparted a lesson on human conduct. Between individuals, there should be an abundance of trust. The boy, blushing, nodded and replied, "I will remember, Uncle Li." After saying this, he turned and walked away, his steps noticeably quicker. "Walk slowly. Be careful not to drop the snacks in the basket." As the sun set, only the afterglow remained on the horizon. Li Xiangdong felt a bit bored, as his mother-in-law had forbidden him from entering the kitchen. Was it such a crime to use a little more oil? This dutiful son-in-law merely wished to prepare a delicious dinner for his father-in-law and mother-in-law, but was met with disapproval. What a vexing situation. "Dongzi, what are you doing?" Brother Zhou and sister Zhou, returning from their day's labor with their hoes, saw Li Xiangdong sitting on the threshold of the main room, leaning against the doorframe with a blade of grass in his mouth. They chuckled, thinking their brother-in-law must be quite idle at home, as life in the countryside was indeed less dynamic than in the city. During busy seasons, one worked hard. After work, they would return home to rest. And in leisure times, they would gather to play cards. In some villages, there weren't even playing cards, and if one sought entertainment, sunbathing was the only option. "I'm not doing much, brother, sister. You two should wash up. Dinner will be ready soon." Li Xiangdong stood up, dusted off his backside, and approached his brother-in-law, offering him a cigarette. Zhou Yuqin ran out of the house and came beside Sister Zhou, saying, "Mother, Uncle roasted wild rabbits for us this afternoon. It was delicious. Grandma saved you 2 pieces. Really? Thank you, Dongzi. No trouble at all. You and brother will have a taste soon." Sister Zhou expressed her gratitude, and Li Xiangdong reciprocated courteously. He truly felt quite idle, unsure of what to do. Chopping firewood seemed risky, as one could easily injure oneself. While brother Zhou freshened up, Li Xiangdong stood by and engaged in casual conversation. Soon, dinner was ready, and the entire family gathered in the main room to eat. The meal was rather simple, entirely reflective of the rural dietary habits of that era. The only distinction was that, with a son-in-law present, the usual cornbread had been replaced with steamed buns made from fine flour. After the meal, Li Xiangdong was once again beset by his son. "Father, I want to go catch birds." Li Xiangdong clapped his arm sharply, killing a mosquito that sought to draw his blood. "If you wish to go, let your cousin take you." Li Xiaohai tugged at Li Xiangdong's clothing, saying, "Father, why don't you come with us? Grandma won tea, let us go out alone." Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong glanced at his 2 nephews standing nearby, silently exchanging knowing glances, and quickly realized they had conspired with Li Xiaohai to make him the one to ask. The sky was darkening, and while children could roam freely during the day, it was not permissible at night. In the current rural setting, one would be fortunate to find even a flashlight, let alone streetlights. As the day gave way to night, the surroundings succumbed to a profound darkness. Nearby, the mountains loomed, and the thought of wild creatures descending from their heights instilled a sense of trepidation. Father Zhou, with a cigarette in hand, grew impatient as he watched his grandson cling to his son-in-law and, after delivering a couple of playful smacks to the boy's backside, attempted to restore order. Yet, undeterred, the young one insisted on venturing out to catch cicadas and monkeys. Rising from his seat, Zhou retrieved a flashlight from the inner room. "Dongzi, if you insist, then take them along. The years have been bountiful. The mountain is rich in sustenance, and those wild animals are unlikely to descend." "Very well. I shall heed your advice and take them." Li Xiangdong sighed as he accepted the flashlight from his father-in-law. He too was eager to join. For capturing cicadas in the city proved a daunting task, given the scarcity of expansive woodlands outside a few parks in the capital. He playfully tapped Li Xiaohai twice, a gesture meant for the onlookers. "You see, the child is still young and unruly, longing to play outside. What can I do? I must bear the burden and join them." Concerned for his brother-in-law, Zhou stepped out alongside him, bringing along 2 jars and several long sticks. "Each of you, take a stick. Be wary, snakes may lurk in the grass." Li Xiangdong accepted a stick and inquired, "Brother, where shall we search?" "There's a grove at the village entrance, where the grass is sparse and safer," Zhou replied. Li Xiangdong held the flashlight as he led the way for Li Xiaohai, with Zhou trailing behind with his 2 sons. Upon reaching the grove, Li Xiangdong and his brother-in-law ventured inside first, wielding their sticks to clear the underbrush before allowing the 3 boys to join. "Here's one. I found another. I have 3 here. Come quickly." Zhou, flashlight in hand, kept close to Li Xiaohai and the others, while Li Xiangdong, taking advantage of the moonlight, explored further. "Have you had your fill? It's time to head back," he declared, feeling the onslaught of mosquitoes that seemed particularly fond of him. Content, they returned home. Zhou retired to his quarters, while Li Xiangdong led the 3 mischievous boys to the kitchen. Observing the 2 jars brimming with cicadas, the children eagerly suggested, "Father, let us roast them." "Uncle, let us roast them." Li Xiangdong chuckled, "Not tonight. Let us soak them in brine. Tomorrow morning, I shall fry them for you." Fried cicadas are truly delectable. One bite, and they burst with flavor. As dawn broke, the Zhou brothers quietly rapped on the window, calling for Li Xiangdong to rise. They approached like stealthy thieves, for their uncle had instructed them to work softly, avoiding any noise that might alarm. "Awake now? You 2 go start the fire." Li Xiangdong replied softly, opening his eyes. After putting on his freshly dried work uniform from the previous day, he descended from his bed, rousing Li Xiaohai in the process. Rubbing his eyes, Li Xiaohai sleepily called, "Father." "Hush now," Li Xiangdong urged, covering his son's mouth gently. "Get up quickly. Do you not wish to enjoy fried cicadas?" Upon hearing about the prospect of indulging in deep-fried delicacies, Li Xiaohai instantly became alert, yet his father covered his mouth, leaving him to nod vigorously in response. "If you wish to enjoy fine clothing, accompany me," said Li Xiangdong, releasing his grip on his son's mouth and casting a glance at the slumbering Mr. Zhou beside him. Before beginning to dress his son, last night, Zhou Yuqin had taken her daughter to sleep with her mother-in-law, leaving the father-in-law to be sent away by his wife. A situation made possible by the persuasive discussion he had with Zhou Yuqin. He earnestly conveyed to his daughter-in-law that honoring the elderly should extend beyond mere material offerings. The thoughts of the elderly often weigh heavily, as they tend to keep their feelings to themselves, which can be detrimental to their health over time. Thus, children ought to engage in more meaningful communication with their parents. Zhou Yuqin found his reasoning compelling. Xiangdong felt as though he had become a true advocate for familial relations. After Zhou Yuqin had taken their daughter to her mother, the three women, including sister-in-law Zhou Yiqi, conversed late into the night, while Xiangdong, a night owl by nature, could not keep pace with them. Currently, their room remained tranquil, all occupants still in slumber. Otherwise, at this hour, his mother-in-law would have already risen to prepare breakfast, and with her around, he would be fortunate if he were not the one getting fried instead. Xiangdong gently tugged at Li Xiaohai, and the two crept quietly outside. Just as they opened the door, Mr. Zhou, lying on the heated bed, suddenly inquired, "Why are you two up so early?" Startled, Xiangdong turned to face his father-in-law and replied with a smile, "I procured some delicacies last night, and am going to prepare them for breakfast." Mr. Zhou, still half asleep, suspiciously asked, "What for?" "Sneaking around can't be for anything good." Realizing he had to be truthful, Xiangdong confessed, "I'm going to fry them up." Mr. Zhou, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Fry them? With what?" Xiangdong chuckled at the question, "What do you think?" "Certainly with oil." Mr. Zhou's eyes suddenly widened with clarity. Noticing the disapproving gaze from his father-in-law, Xiangdong quickly pinched Li Xiaohai's arm, prompting the child to eagerly exclaim, "Grandfather, I want to eat." Upon seeing his grandson's eager expression, Mr. Zhou suppressed his irritation and waved dismissively, "Just go. I know nothing about this." With that, he turned away, no longer regarding Xiangdong and his son. "Rest assured, father, you are still asleep and unaware of this matter," Xiangdong assured his son, giving him a thumbs up. Li Xiaohai grinned widely as the father and son exited the room. Before leaving, Xiangdong cast one last glance at his father-in-law, uncertain if he could still find rest. Recognizing that although Mr. Zhou was a good man, he had a rather short temper upon waking. The four of them, one adult and three children, successfully convened in the kitchen. "Uncle, the fire is ready," the Zhou brothers exclaimed with excitement. Xiangdong responded with a smile, "Excellent. Now, simply await your meal. Remember, as we discussed last night, you must adhere to your words. You three are young gentlemen, and your promises must hold weight." "Rest assured, Uncle, we will certainly keep our promises," they replied. "You hurry and prepare the food. Leave the eldest cousin to me. You can count on me." "Father," Grandma inquired, and I simply expressed my desire to eat. "Excellent, indeed. They are all good children. Your affection for them has not been in vain." Xiangdong encouraged the three of them before beginning to pour oil into the small iron pot. Sister Zhou, who had risen to prepare breakfast, arrived at the kitchen door and was taken aback to see the four inside. "Dongzi, what are you all up to?" Xiangdong abruptly halted his hand pouring oil and turned to see Sister Zhou standing at the entrance, exhaling in relief as he said, "Sister Zhou, you're awake. Are you here to make breakfast?" Sister Zhou nodded. "Yes, and what about you all?" Xiangdong, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "Oh, we haven't done much. I was just deep frying the quail eggs we collected last night." "Ah, Auntie, I want to eat." "Oh, go ahead and eat." Sister Zhou glanced at the oil in the small pot and chose not to say more, stepping into the kitchen to give her two sons a light ear twist. It dawned on her why her sons had risen so early today. They had come to indulge in some stolen treats. The Zhou brothers, pinched, dared not speak, and Xiangdong pretended not to notice. They had all agreed that he would handle the cooking while the three brothers would take care of everything else. The kitchen unexpectedly buzzed with harmony, with Xiangdong frying the quail eggs on the small stove, while Sister Zhou prepared breakfast on the larger one. Frying the quail eggs was quite simple, and they were soon ready. Xiangdong used chopsticks to place them one by one into a bowl. Sister Zhou, observing the remaining oil in the pot, said, "Dongzi, you all go eat. There's no need to worry about it." "Auntie, you should eat." Li Xiaohai raised one, eager to feed Sister Zhou. She chuckled, "Our Xiaohai is truly considerate, and he won't eat. You enjoy it yourself." Li Xiaohai stood on tiptoe, insisting, "You eat, Auntie." The Zhou brothers, chewing on the quail eggs, urged, "Mother, you should eat. Uncle fried them deliciously." With a smile, Sister Zhou bent down to allow her nephew to feed her one. "They are quite tasty, Xiaohai." Go eat with your brother. The 2 jars of quail eggs had yielded a generous bowlful, and after sampling a couple, Li Xiangdong found them quite delightful. You all take your bowls into the room to eat, but don't finish them all. Keep a count in your hearts, he said, handing the bowl to the eldest, Zhou Yuqin, before stepping out of the kitchen. Dongzi, up so early? Did you sleep well last night? Zhou Daoye emerged from his room. Li Xiangdong nodded. I slept well. Brother. Zhou Yuqin saw his father and approached. Father, Uncle fried quail eggs for us. You should try them to see if they taste good. Well, that goes without saying. They must be delicious. Zhou Daoye, spotting the bowl of oily quail eggs, reached in, tossed one into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed. Dongzi, you city folk certainly know how to eat. As he spoke, he walked to the room beside the kitchen where they kept the tools, retrieving a hoe and slinging it over his shoulder as he headed out. Li Xiangdong inquired, Brother, where are you off to? Are you going to work already? Zhou Daoye chuckled. Not to work. I plan to take this opportunity to check on our family's plot. Then go ahead, Li Xiangdong began, but was interrupted by the sound of his daughter crying, prompting him to hurry into the storage room. Mimicking his brother-in-law as he exited with the hoe and quickly made his way outside. Dongzi, you don't need to go. My dear brother, what are you saying? Is it that I cannot exert myself in our family's private plot? Come now, let us depart swiftly. You, Dongzi, have indeed become considerably more industrious of late. Chapter 118. A burden of misfortune. As Li Xiangdong partook of breakfast at his father-in-law's house, he felt an unsettling sensation while he buried his head in his meal. He sensed 2 pairs of eyes occasionally glancing in his direction. He scarcely touched the half-bowl of fried bird snacks before him. Perhaps it was due to their imminent return home that neither Mother Zhou nor Zhou Yuqin uttered a word. After finishing breakfast, Mother Zhou, accompanied by Sister Zhou and her little daughter, gathered some seasonal vegetables from their private plot, also unearthing a few potatoes. The tomatoes, which required careful handling, were wrapped in a cloth, while the other vegetables were stuffed into a well-patched burlap sack. Are these vegetables sufficient? Mother Zhou inquired, tying the cloth, although she was not genuinely seeking the opinions of Li Xiangdong and Zhou Yuqin. If not enough, I can fetch some more. The journey home will be quite bumpy, so we must handle these tomatoes with care. Once we arrive home, we shall inspect them one by one and eat the damaged ones first. Dongzi, we do not possess much of worth, but at least these vegetables from our plot are fresh. Your parents and grandparents shall not disdain them, will they? Just as Li Xiangdong was about to respond, his father-in-law interjected, What are you talking about? Our families are united. How could they possibly look down upon these offerings? Do not overthink it. Once his father-in-law had finished speaking, Li Xiangdong quickly added, My father is correct. These vegetables are indeed treasures. My parents and grandparents will be overjoyed to receive them. This was no exaggeration. Bringing home such fresh produce would undoubtedly delight his family. During the rationing era, procuring vegetables in the city required coupons, particularly for winter cabbage. In some regions, winter cabbage coupons were issued, while in others, they were purchased with food ration books. Mother Zhou chuckled at the remark. Shall we not take a few more? Absolutely not. This is more than sufficient. Mother, Li Xiangdong and his wife replied in unison. It was already quite ample, especially since they were accompanied by 2 children. Any more would be unmanageable. Do not fret. Let us take a bit more. Your father and elder brother can assist you in carrying them to the bus stop, Mother Zhou insisted. Li Xiangdong continued to shake his head. This is quite enough. Upon returning to the city, we will need to find a tricycle to take us home. After much persuasion, he finally succeeded in calming his mother-in-law, thoroughly dispelling her insistence. Once everything was arranged, Li Xiangdong's family bid farewell to his mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Little Li Xiaozhu, aware of their departure, began to shed tears upon seeing Zhou Yuqin. Do not cry. Come visit your aunt again next time. Zhou Yuqin approached and kissed her, then dashed back to the courtyard. Mother Zhou gently patted her head. You ungrateful little one, only thinking of your aunt. She then embraced her grandson, Li Xiaohai. Now off you go. We are leaving now, Mother, Zhou Yuqin replied, clutching her sobbing daughter, while Li Xiangdong carried a bundle of tomatoes. Brother Zhou hoisted the burlap sack, followed closely by Father Zhou, who was holding onto his granddaughter. A few individuals followed the village's earthen path, encountering their neighbors along the way, often pausing to exchange pleasantries. Particularly for Li Xiangdong, the warmth of the community was palpable, as many approached him for a brief chat, advising him to bring his wife and children back more often in the future. Once they exited the village, Zhou Fu could not suppress a chuckle, remarking on Li's popularity. Li Xiangdong merely smiled. After all, It is said that the impoverished remain unnoticed in bustling markets, while the affluent are sought after even in remote mountains. Moreover, Zhoujia village was steeped in ancestral legacy. As the successful son-in-law of Zhoujia village, it was only natural for him to be well regarded. Li Xiaohai observed his sister being cradled by their grandmother, beginning to indulge in a bit of mischief. Grandfather, I'm tired from walking. Please carry me. Seeing his father-in-law crouch down, Li Xiangdong interjected, walk properly. We've barely gone a short distance. I'll carry you in a bit. It's fine. You continue on. Zhou Fu lifted Li Xiaohai onto his shoulders, cautioning, hold on tight, don't fall. Li Xiaohai gleefully responded, understood, grandfather. Silence enveloped them as they walked until they reached the spot where they had alighted earlier. The bus had yet to arrive, so they set down their belongings and stood at the roadside. Li Xiaohai dashed off to catch grasshoppers, while Zhou Yuqin, having carried her daughter in her arms throughout the journey, finally placed her on a sack, feeling the fatigue in her arms. Li Xiangdong pulled his father-in-law aside, retrieving 6 yuan from his pocket. Father, this is the money you lent me earlier. Zhou Fu glanced at the bills and pushed them back, saying, no need to return it. Keep it for your daughter and son. Please take it. I'm earning quite a bit now, Li Xiangdong insisted, firmly placing the money into his father-in-law's pocket. He knew that the meager earnings of his father-in-law's family were hard-earned, and regardless of his own financial situation, he felt compelled to repay the 6 yuan. Just then, the bus arrived. Zhou Dage spotted the vehicle from a distance, calling out and running to the center of the road, waving his arms. As the bus came to a halt, he climbed atop the roof to receive the sack from Li Xiangdong, securing it before descending. Dongzi, don't forget the sack on the roof. Li Xiangdong nodded, assuring him. Rest assured, brother. You and father head back now. We'll return once the bus departs. You should get on quickly. Zhou Fu, puffing on a cigarette, helped Li Xiaohai onto the bus, reminding him, if anything comes up, remember to write home. If it's urgent, just call our brigade. Dongzi, don't forget to buy study materials for your sister. Understood, Li Xiangdong replied as he boarded the bus and the doors closed. The bus was sparsely populated. Once Zhou Yuqin settled in, she opened the window, holding onto her daughter's hand, waving goodbye to Zhou Fu and Zhou Dage who remained by the roadside. Father, you and brother should head back. We're leaving now. Li Xiaozhu echoed. Bye. Li Xiaohai leaned over, poking his head out. Grandfather, uncle, I'm leaving. Please tell my cousins that next time I'll bring them treats. As Li Xiaohai's voice faded, the bus began to move. Li Xiangdong paid the fare to the ticket collector and unsteadily made his way to his wife, settling down beside her and placing the bundle at his feet. Father, pass me the bundle. Li Xiaohai stretched out his hand, unable to reach it, and spoke up. Li Xiangdong inquired why. Sitting at the innermost part, Zhou Yuqin helplessly replied. What else could it be? His mouth cannot be idle for a moment. If he asks for it, just give it to him. Once you're settled, I will get it for you. Li Xiangdong rummaged through the bundle and pulled out a tomato, casually wiped it on his clothes, and handed it to Li Xiaohai. Father, I don't want a tomato. If you don't want a tomato, what do you need the bundle for? No, sit still. Seeing his father refuse to hand over the bundle, Li Xiaohai became anxious, slipped off his seat, and shouted, my grenade is in the bundle. Cousin said grenades can blow up cars. With a sudden screech, the bus driver slammed on the brakes, halting the vehicle squarely in the middle of the road. Li Xiangdong braced himself against the back of the front seat, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. You little rascal, Li Xiaohai. You truly know how to put your father in a predicament. Chapter 119. What is this? Taking a deep breath, Li Xiangdong reluctantly stood up. Half of the passengers had already collapsed onto the floor, while the others, clutching their heads, were about to cry out in pain when those beside them pulled them down as well. Observing the scene before him, his face twitched. Everyone, please remain calm. My child is simply ignorant. The grenade contains no explosives. His uncle is the village militia captain, and this is merely a training device. It is my fault as a parent for this situation, and I sincerely apologize to you all. Li Xiangdong felt utterly humiliated, his mischievous son forcing him to apologize to the entire bus. Upon hearing his words, the bus driver was the first to rise and approach him. The driver inquired, where's the grenade? Let me see it. He was quite shaken. After all, his own children were still young, and he had nearly lost sight of them. As Li Xiangdong continued to apologize, he rummaged through the bundle and produced the grenade for the driver to inspect. Drivers these days had all undergone military training. Upon receiving the grenade, the driver immediately recognized the truth in Li Xiangdong's words. It was indeed a harmless replica. With an exasperated huff, The driver tossed the grenade back into Li Xiangdong's arms. Everyone, there's no need to worry, the grenade is fake. The child is just being foolish. Please, everyone rise. The passengers, upon hearing the driver, began to stand up and voice their grievances. How could you let your child play with a grenade, young man? Is that something to toy with? Almost caused a disaster. Goodness, I merely wanted to visit the city and see my daughter. I nearly missed her banquet. Li Xiangdong stood in the aisle, his face crimson. I apologize, everyone. To make amends, I brought some tomatoes, please. Have one as a gesture of my regret for the earlier incident. With that, he tossed the grenade onto the seat and glared at Zhou Yuqin, who was scolding their son, gritting his teeth and saying, "Give him a good thrashing." Li Xiaozhu sat in a chair, clapping her hands in approval as she watched her mother reprimand her brother. Li Xiangdong affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair before picking up a bundle of tomatoes, distributing them to the passengers from the front to the rear of the bus. He made sure to give a few extra to the driver and the ticket collector, fearing they might be ejected from the vehicle. Disobedient children need discipline. Without it, they remain ignorant. He remarked, "Indeed, your mother is giving him a good thrashing. I shall do the same once we return home. Why is your child so mischievous? He just bumped into my forehead. My sincerest apologies. Please accept this tomato to cool your temper." Some passengers accepted the tomatoes, while others did not. By the time the bundle made its rounds, only half remained. What a pity! How delightful it would have been to mix them with sugar at home. As the bus resumed its journey, Li Xiangdong turned to Zhou Yuqin and inquired, "Did you and our daughter collide earlier?" "No, we did not." "That is good." With a frown, Li Xiangdong fell silent, leaning back in his seat, eyes closed in feigned slumber. As for his son, who sat nearby, head drooping and quietly sobbing while clutching a grenade, Li Xiangdong felt no inclination to engage with him. Fortunately, the bus did not head directly to the police station, allowing their family of 4 to disembark without incident. After transferring to another bus, they were close to home. Zhou Yuqin carried their daughter while leading their son, and Li Xiangdong followed, burdened with a sack and a half-filled bag of tomatoes. Upon alighting, Li Xiaohai exclaimed nonchalantly, "Mother, I can't move any further." Zhou Yuqin ignored him, pretending not to hear. After all, it was not just Li Xiangdong who had been embarrassed on the bus, but she too had faced the passenger's scorn. Li Xiangdong approached and kicked Li Xiaohai, urging, "Hurry up. If you can't walk, then crawl home." Before noon, the family of 4 arrived home. Li Xiangdong placed the vegetables he had brought from his mother-in-law in the main room and, after expressing his fatigue to his grandparents, led his wife and children to the west room. Li's grandmother expressed her concern. "What troubles are plaguing Dongzi and his wife? They appear unwell." Li's mother, busy examining the vegetables from her in-laws with the elder and younger daughters-in-law, replied cheerfully, "Mother, the journey from the countryside was arduous, especially in this heat. Carrying so many items while managing 2 children must have exhausted them. My mother speaks wisely. You need not fret, Grandma. Come, see the lovely vegetables Dongzi's mother brought us. They are truly splendid." Upon hearing her daughter-in-law and granddaughters, Li's grandmother felt reassured and walked over to pick a tomato from the bundle. "Children, please select the ones that are bruised. Dongzi brought back some sugar. Let us mix it for the kids at noon." After arriving home, Li Xiaohai gathered with Li Xiaojing and the others. "I brought back a grenade. Do you want to play with it?" The 4 in the kitchen sorting vegetables, along with Li Laotu, who was smoking at the table, were all startled by the mention of a grenade. Li Laotu quickly asked, "Xiaohai, where is the grenade?" Li Xiaohai replied, "My father is holding it." Old man Li, upon hearing his great-grandson's words, hurried to the west wing, returning with a smile while holding a grenade for Grandma Li and the others to see. It was a replica, lacking the proper weight and even the fuse, so there was no cause for concern. In an era where every citizen was a soldier, Old man Li could discern the authenticity of the grenade without needing an explanation from Li Xiangdong. Since it was a fake, Grandma Li and her companions resumed their activities without a second thought. After all, many households still possessed firearms. Li Xiaojing and his friends expanded their knowledge by examining the grenade, after which they huddled together again. Li Xiaohai boasted, "Brother Xiaodao, I had wild rabbit. It was absolutely delicious." At this, Li Xiaodao swallowed hard, asking, "Really? How delicious was it?" "Exceptionally so. My father even fried some birds for us, which tasted better than rabbit meat. I also went fishing with my 2 cousins, but we didn't catch anything. The fish were too swift. We intended to go up the mountain, but my uncle Daoye wouldn't let us. He shot one for us instead." Li Xiaohai continued to chatter excitedly. while Li Xiaojing and the others played the role of supportive listeners, occasionally gasping in amazement. Li Xiaomei and Li Xiaolan sat beside Grandma Li, stifling their laughter. Li Mother, accompanied by her 2 daughters-in-law, proceeded to prepare lunch. As Grandma Li listened to her 4 great-grandsons chattering incessantly, she grew somewhat irritated with the noise due to her advanced age. "You forego play in the yard and let your great-grandmother have a moment of peace," she suggested. "Great-grandfather, we want to play with the grenade," they exclaimed. "Please, let us have a turn." Since the grenade was a fake, Old Man Li naturally could not refuse. But he stipulated that it could only be played with in the yard and not taken outside. Upon receiving his assurance, Li Xiaojing eagerly ran out of the house with the grenade. The 4 of them positioned themselves in the yard, standing at the 4 corners while tossing the grenade to one another. "Blow up the little Japanese! Blow up the little Japanese!" shouted the children. Meanwhile, Li Father, returning home for dinner with his 2 sons, heard the ruckus as they approached the entrance. Upon seeing his father and brothers enter the yard, Li Xiaojing turned and called out, "Grandpa, you're back." His father, delighted at hearing his grandson's youthful enthusiasm for blowing up the little Japanese, asked, "What are you playing?" From the doorway, Li Xiaotao shouted, "Blow up the little Japanese." Before Li Father could finish his sentence, the grenade that Li Xiaotao had been holding was accurately tossed into his arms. Chapter 120, A Big Ruckus. Woe. Li Father felt a jolt to his abdomen and looked down to find a grenade in his hands. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground as he instinctively flung the grenade away. "Get down." Before Li Xiaojing could comprehend the situation, he found himself pinned beneath his grandfather. "Oh no! Grandpa, you're crushing me." Li Daoye and Li Urge, witnessing the grenade, quickly covered their heads and crouched down. Li Daoye tilted his head toward Li Father and asked, "Dad, where did you throw the grenade? Why hasn't it gone off?" Li Urge trembled as he replied, "It seems Dad threw it into the alley behind the house." At this moment, it was noon, the time for returning home after work to have lunch. Having toiled all morning, Huizi was famished and hastened homeward, when suddenly, a hand grenade fell from the sky. "Damn! What the hell?" Huizi exclaimed, staring at the grenade that rolled to his feet. He had seen grenades before and knew precisely what it was, sending a chill down his spine as his hair stood on end. Weak in the knees, he collapsed onto the ground, and memories flooded his mind like a rapid procession, reminding him of his deceased father who had warned him against wrongdoing, asserting that misdeeds would eventually bring retribution. Yet, he had committed no grave offenses, at most. He had engaged in some light-hearted banter with his wife and shared a few idle remarks. Little did he expect that instead of divine punishment, a grenade would descend upon him, and he was filled with regret. Overwhelmed by fear, Huizi suddenly recalled military training organized by his former workplace. He swiftly dropped to the ground and crawled away from the grenade that had plummeted from above, his thighs trembling incessantly. At that moment, he was not alone in the alley. The commotion outside the old Li family's house began with cries of despair, which were abruptly silenced as everyone dropped to the ground, clutching their heads. In the courtyard, Li Xiaotao scratched his head, looking at his grandfather sprawled on the ground in confusion. "Grandpa, what is wrong with you?" The incident unfolded too rapidly, too unexpectedly. While preparing a meal, Li's mother and her 2 daughters-in-law turned to see Li's father and his 2 sons lying on the ground, with Li Xiaojiang trapped beneath them, crying out in distress. It was then they realized that the 3 men had been startled by a fake grenade. Li's mother chuckled. "Dongzi's father, that grenade is fake. Get up quickly. You haven't crushed my grandson, have you? Fake." Upon hearing this, Li's father trembled as he rose. Forgetting about his grandson beneath him, his face contorted in anger as he glared at Li Xiaotao. "You reckless fool. Do you think a grenade is a toy to be tossed around?" The unexpected presence of the grenade had terrified and infuriated Li's father, who rushed over to grab Li Xiaotao and kicked him. In the west wing, Li Xiangdong was resting on the Kong, playing with his daughter when he heard his father's furious reprimands and Li Xiaotao's cries for mercy. He entrusted his daughter to Zhou Yuqin, donned his shoes, and ambled to the doorway to observe the commotion. Zhou Yuqin, holding Li Xiaozhu, emerged from the house and intended to intervene, but her husband stopped her. "What is there to mediate?" Li Xiaotao certainly stirred up quite the trouble this time. Li Xiaozhu patted Zhou Yuqin, pointing at Li Xiaotao who was receiving a beating. "Look, Xiangdong, can't we see everything from here? Must you be right in the thick of it?" Excitedly, Li Xiaozhu danced in her mother's embrace, eager to join in. Third uncle, Li Xiaojiang approached, rubbing his forehead. "Li Xiaobo and Li Xiaohai, having narrowly avoided trouble, also rushed over. Li Xiangdong smiled and inquired, "What is going on?" Li Xiaojiang shook his head. "I have no idea. We were playing a game where we blew up the little Japanese, and before I could react, Grandpa pushed me to the ground, and I bumped my forehead." Li Xiaobo followed up, saying, "Xiao Tao Gu threw the grenade into Grandpa's arms." Into his arms? Li Xiangdong couldn't help but laugh. He was blessed with a good son, and his father had a good grandson too. Li Xiaohai tugged at Li Xiangdong's sleeve. "Dad, I've lost my grenade." Li Xiangdong snorted. "Lost it? That's just as well. If you keep playing, who knows what trouble you might stir up." Li Xiaobo shook his head and replied, "Third uncle, the grenade isn't lost. It was thrown away by Grandpa." Li Xiangdong shrugged nonchalantly. "So it was thrown. Where did your grandfather toss it?" "He threw it into the alley. Grandpa was startled by Xiao Tao Gu just now and tossed the grenade out without thinking." "Oh no." Li Xiangdong's expression tightened, and he hurried to the front door. "Dad, don't hit anyone yet." Li father turned around upon seeing his younger son, fuming. "You came at the right time. Was the grenade brought back by you?" Li Xiangdong was at a loss for words. "Let us not discuss that for now. Did you throw the grenade into the alley?" "Did I throw it into the alley?" Li father was momentarily stunned, then bellowed, "This is bad." The family quickly rushed toward the door, but just as they reached the entrance, a loud banging echoed against the door. "Bang, bang, bang. Is the grenade from your house?" "Li family, come out and explain what is going on." Hearing the commotion outside, Li father realized the neighbors had come knocking. His expression shifted as he turned back, pulling along the elderly Li and Li old madam who had just arrived. "Dad, Mom, why are you still coming out?" Li old man replied angrily. "They've come to our door. Can we just sit here? Let go of me. What are you two getting involved for? Come back inside with me." Li father ignored them, dragging the elderly couple along. Li old madam rapped her cane a few times against her son. "You're such a foolish child. Why are you hiding? Just go out and explain a few things." Li father, his face flushed, said, "I can't afford to lose face over this. The grenade was brought back by your grandson. Let him explain." Li old madam retorted angrily. "Wasn't it you who threw it? Just go out and properly explain to the neighbors. Why push this on a Dongzi?" Li father, embarrassed, replied, "Mother, are you going to let me live?" Li old man, exasperated, said, "You're living, but what about Dongzi? It's fine. He has thick skin and has dealt with similar situations before." After saying this, Li father dared not look at his parents, lowering his head as he pulled the elderly couple back inside. Li mother, standing before the entrance, shot a glare at Li Xiangdong. "What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear your father? Hurry up and open the door." Damn it. Li Xiangdong felt more wronged than Daoye. The grenade had been secretly taken back by his son, then passed to him by his grandfather, and ultimately thrown into the alley by his father. The more he thought about it, the more it felt off. Truly, misfortune struck while one lay on the couch. Calamities fell from the sky, and trouble seemed to come from nowhere. He was utterly doomed. Chapter 121. Trouble approaches. The grenade had frightened several neighbors, and with others drawn by the commotion, a crowd had gathered at the Li family's doorstep. Li Xiangdong, steeling himself, opened the door, only to be confronted by Huaizi, who nearly frightened him into submission. "Dongge, are you at home? What is the deal with this hand grenade?" The startled neighbors, seeing the family emerge, chimed in. "Dongzi." Aunt Wang saw it too. That grenade was thrown right from the neighboring house. "Dongzi, what is going on? This could have scared someone to death. How could anyone throw a grenade into the alley? Even if it's a fake grenade, it shouldn't be tossed around carelessly." Li Xiangdong felt utterly speechless. Why was everyone questioning him? He had merely been resting on the Kong, and he had no connection to the incident. It wasn't he who had thrown the grenade. Li's mother and his two sisters-in-law came out to apologize to the frightened neighbors, while Li Xiangdong forced a smile as he accepted the grenade from Huaizi. "I sincerely apologize, everyone. The children do not understand, and it was an accident that it was thrown out of the yard while they were playing." He was aware of the need to save face for his father. Attributing the act to the children would lead to a few scoldings, and within a couple of days, it would be forgotten. However, if it were said that his father had thrown it, his father's reputation in the alley would be forever tarnished. Huaizi, whether out of fear or anger, had a flushed complexion. "Let me tell you, Dongge, those kids are lucky. That grenade landed right at my feet. It scared me so much that I thought I saw my father waving at me." Coughing to suppress a laugh, Li Xiangdong quickly pulled out cigarettes and distributed one to Huaizi and the other startled neighbors. "Let us all calm down. You know the grenade is fake and contains no explosives. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let the children play with it." As he spoke, he knocked it against the doorframe, saying, "See, it's truly harmless." Goodness. Although the neighbors had already realized the grenade was a fake, they instinctively took a step back at Li Xiangdong's gesture. "Dongzi, are you trying to scare me to death? You really are something. Dongzi, you must keep a better watch on your children." After venting their frustrations, the neighbors departed, having received the apologies from the Li family. After all, they had been neighbors for decades. It was unreasonable to hold a grudge against children misbehaving. Moreover, after a long morning at work, they were famished, and after experiencing such a scare, they felt the need for a good afternoon nap post-lunch. Donggu, if the children are unruly, strict measures must be taken. Huaizi, still somewhat shaken, spoke with trembling lips. Li Xiangdong nodded. "Huaizi, I sincerely apologize. The children are young, and I ask for your understanding as an uncle." At that moment, Li's mother discerned that among the neighbors, only Huaizi had genuinely been frightened. She grasped Huaizi's hand and said, "Huaizi, later, I will give those kids a good talking to. You mustn't be upset. Come over for lunch at my place, and my son will raise a glass to you in apology." "No need, Aunt Li. My mother has already prepared a meal for me. What I said earlier was out of anger. The children are still young and should not be punished too harshly. I'll be heading back now." Huaizi broke free from Li Mu's grasp and turned to leave, but Li Xiangdong hurriedly handed him the remaining half box of Daoye cigarettes. "Don't bother with a meal. Just take these cigarettes and smoke them." "All right then, thank you, Donggu. You and my aunt should go back and have your meal." The neighbors at the door all departed, and Li Mu and the others returned home to continue preparing lunch. Just as Li Xiangdong was about to turn away, he heard someone call out to him. With a screech, a tricycle came to a halt at the entrance. Zhang's son pedaled the tricycle, with Xianglin, Zhe, and Qianbin standing in the back. Zhe held a brick, while Xianglin wielded a wooden stick. Qianbin, donned in a chef's hat and a white apron, held a kitchen knife in his hand. The trio jumped off the vehicle and rushed to his side, inquiring, "What is going on, Dongzi? I heard from Xiao Lin that your home was surrounded. Where are the people?" Zhang's son dismounted, brandishing a chain, and asked, "Dongzi, did we arrive too late? Your home hasn't been raided, has it?" Li Xiangdong looked at their appearances and smiled bitterly, shaking his head. "It's nothing." He briefly recounted the situation, attributing the chaos primarily to Li Xiaodao. Qianbin laughed heartily. "Dongzi, your home is truly lively." Xianglin glanced at the grenade in his hand and chuckled. "My nephew is quite the ambitious individual. It's just that he threw the grenade in the wrong place." Zhang's son seized the grenade from Xianglin, asking, "Then where should it have been thrown?" Xianglin smirked. "Into the bathhouse, of course." Zhe chimed in mockingly, "Get lost. If you dare throw it into the bathhouse, you'll be paraded through the streets in the afternoon and executed by nightfall." Xianglin scrutinized Zhe and remarked, "I find it curious. While others are sent to the countryside and return all haggard, you seem unperturbed, blabbering on every day." Zhe retorted, "If I were like my father during those years in the southwest, the two of us would have been bullied to death. To endure less suffering, I had to pretend to be a fool. Alas, I've been pretending for so long that now I find it hard to change." The laughter from Li Xiangdong and the others erupted at Zhe's words. Realizing that nothing serious had transpired, they stood at the door chatting for a while. Eventually, Zhe and the others hopped back onto the tricycle, leaving Zhang's son to pedal away with them. Li Xiangdong, smoking the cigarette Zhe had given him, sat alone on the doorstep, seeking a moment of tranquility. However, Li Xiaodao emerged from the yard and sat beside him, asking, "Third uncle, the grenade was thrown into the alley by grandfather. Why does everyone say it was me?" Li Xiangdong sighed, patting his naive nephew's shoulder. "Though you didn't throw it directly, you were the first to act, and your grandfather the second. This is a legacy passed down from grandfather to grandson." Li Xiaodao, picking his nose, nodded in agreement, though he didn't fully comprehend. "Third uncle, you and I have both been wronged. Do you think grandfather has become senile? I know grenades shouldn't be thrown around carelessly. I was playing well in the yard with my older brother and the others when grandfather tossed it into the alley." He spoke as he picked a piece of nasal mucus, rolled it in his hand, and after a couple of unsuccessful attempts to flick it away, he carelessly smeared it on the doorstep. Chapter 122. The dish was too plain. Zhou Yuqin emerged from the courtyard, cradling her daughter, and upon seeing the two men sitting on the threshold, sighing heavily, she laughed and said, "It's time for dinner. Your mother is calling you." Li Xiangdong tugged at the sulking Li Xiaotao, urging, "Come on, let us eat." Li Xiaozhu called out to Li Xiaotao, "Hey!" Instantly, Li Xiaotao's frown transformed into a smile upon hearing his sister's voice. Li Xiaozhu waved her hand teasingly. I'll hit you. Li Xiaotao, feeling disgruntled, retorted, Oh, you want to hit me too? Humph. Don't think I didn't hear you laughing the loudest when I was getting beaten. You even applauded. I'll hit you. I'm not playing with you anymore. Li Xiaotao dashed into the house, placing the hand grenade on the dining table, declaring, I didn't throw it into the alley. You're wronging me. Everyone knows you didn't throw it. Just hurry up and eat your food. Li Desaw noticed her father-in-law's flushed face and quickly scolded him. Although lunch included meat and scrambled eggs, making it a hearty meal, the atmosphere in the room felt somewhat subdued. Li's father realized he had unfairly placed the blame on his second grandson. After the meal, he retrieved a dime from his pocket and slipped it into the boy's hand before retiring to his room. Li Xiaohai, lacking any sense of shame, insisted on having his three brothers join him in a game of blow up the little Japanese, until Li Xiangdong reprimanded him, prompting him to obediently return to the West Wing. The troublesome hand grenade was confiscated by the old man. Meanwhile, Li's mother, along with her three daughters-in-law, was tidying up the kitchen and living room when a knock echoed at the door. As she approached, she inquired, Who is it? It's the police station. Please open the door. Oh, coming. With the recent events still fresh in her mind, Li's mother, not one to be easily fooled, quickly made her way to the door. Upon opening it, she was met by four individuals, two of whom, by their attire, were clearly from the police station. Li's mother turned to the other two and asked, And you are? We're from the street office, replied a young man, gesturing towards a middle-aged man beside him. This is Deputy Director Zhang Qianyang from our street office. Upon hearing the name of Deputy Director Zhang, who had arranged her son Dongzi's employment, Li's mother promptly invited them into the courtyard. Please, leaders, come in. Have you had lunch? Would you like to eat something at our home? Zhang Qianyang glanced at the two police officers, noting their serious expressions. He worried that their presence might frighten the old man, especially since he had once benefited from Li's kindness. During a heavy snowfall in winter, it was thanks to a basket of coal balls that his wife had avoided postpartum ailments, allowing their son to grow up healthy and join the army. That was no small favor. He smiled warmly and said, No need, sister-in-law. We've already had lunch. Is Uncle Li and Aunt Li at home? They are here. Li's mother smiled and nodded, unaware of why Zhang Qianyang suddenly displayed such enthusiasm. Nonetheless, as a distinguished guest of their family, he certainly deserved their utmost respect. She called out towards the east wing. Dongzi, come out quickly, Director Zhang from the street office has arrived. After summoning Li Xiangdong, she ushered the four guests into the house while continuing to speak. Eldest brother, second brother, you two come out as well. Dongzi's father, Director Zhang has come. Hurry up. Eldest brother's wife, second brother's wife, please prepare some tea. Once the guests were seated, Li Laotu, Li Tai Tai, and Li Fu joined them. The children of the household were confined indoors, not permitted to emerge. Li's mother and the two sisters-in-law busily poured tea, while Li Xiangdong and his two brothers stood aside. The two police officers who had accompanied Zhang Qianyang had gleaned some understanding from his words, thus refraining from addressing the matter directly until Zhang Qianyang and Li Laotu finished their pleasantries. One of the officers then smiled and said, Old man, you must surely understand why we have come. Although the grenade is a fake and this is a misunderstanding, the incident has nonetheless reached our precinct, and we must come to investigate. The other officer added, while the grenade may be counterfeit, the implications are serious. Aside from understanding the situation, we also require this. He gestured toward the grenade on the table. Li Laotu nodded in agreement. Of course, you are welcome to take it. Zhang Qianyang accepted the cigarette offered by Li Xiangdong, lighting it with a smile. Uncle Li, please do not worry, it is nothing serious. I apologize for the inconvenience, and I appreciate your presence here. Li Laotu chuckled. Turning to Li Fu, you should speak, be honest. Faced with the neighbors, Li Fu could shift the blame to Li Xiaotao. But in front of the police and the street office, he had no choice but to recount the truth. Blushing with embarrassment, he narrated the events from beginning to end. Once Li Fu finished, Li Xiangdong stepped in to elaborate on how the grenade had come to be. The two police officers took notes and, not lingering further, departed with the grenade back to the precinct. Zhang Qianyang took a sip of tea and said to the young man beside him, Fuzi, you may head back now. Understood. Director, the young man replied, rising to leave. After escorting him out, Li Xiangdong returned to the main room. Dongzi, how have things been at work lately? Are you adjusting well? With no outsiders present, Zhang Qianyang spoke more casually. Li Xiangdong replied with a smile. Everything is going well, Uncle Zhang. Thanks to your arrangement for such a good job, I might have otherwise ended up popping popcorn. Zhang Qiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. All jobs are the same. No matter where you are, it is about serving the people. Remember this well. Li Laotu nodded. Dongzi, listen to your Uncle Zhang. He has walked the path before you. And you have a long way to go. I understand, Grandpa. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Zhang. No need for thanks. Zhang Qiaoyang then shifted the topic, asking, Dongzi, you mentioned the grenade was brought from your father-in-law's village. Has your wife's proof been obtained? Yes, it has. I will go fetch it for you. So we can expedite the registration of your wife and child's household, alleviating some worries for Uncle Li and Aunt Li. Li Xiangdong replied, It's ready, Uncle Zhang. I will go back to the house to fetch it. Seeing that Zhang Qiaoyang had finished his cigarette, Li's father quickly offered him another, feeling at a loss for words, and added, We truly appreciate your consideration. Li's mother chimed in with a smile. Indeed, having such an esteemed leader like you concerned about our Dongzi's matters. We are at a loss as to how to express our gratitude. Zhang Qiaoyang accepted the cigarette and said, Let us refrain from such formalities. If we were to follow your line of thought, I would need to have my wife and children come over to pay their respects to Uncle Li first. He continued, Let us not dwell on the past. Please enjoy this tea, which Dongzi brought back. Take some with you when you leave. Us rough folks cannot truly appreciate it. No need. Uncle Li, we have plenty at home. You should keep it for yourself, Li replied. The two exchanged pleasantries, and soon Li Xiangdong arrived with his wife and children. Since they had received such significant help, it was only right for his family to come and show their appreciation. After more formalities, Zhang Qiaoyang prepared the letter of recommendation and took his leave. Li's mother had already found a clean cloth bag and filled it with freshly picked vegetables from her daughter's house. Not particularly valuable. Zhang Qiaoyang did not refuse the offering and rode away on his bicycle. The family gathered to see him off, and once he departed, they turned back into the courtyard. Li Xiaodao emerged from the east wing, scratching his head. Upon seeing his grandfather, he exclaimed in surprise, Grandpa, you weren't taken away by the police. That's wonderful. He turned back to the house and shouted, Big brother, we no longer need to worry. Li's father, who had just been smiling, immediately darkened his expression. What are you and your brother thinking? He asked. Li Xiaodao frowned and replied, We were discussing what dishes to make. My brother said the police came to arrest you. And if they executed you, we, as your grandchildren, would have to take care of your funeral. His older brother approached and kicked him, saying, What nonsense are you spouting? Mind your own business. Li's father, with a stern face, pushed aside his eldest son and, with an expressionless demeanor, asked Li Xiaodao, What dishes do you and your brother intend to prepare? Li Xiaodao began counting on his fingers. We thought of stir-fried cabbage, stir-fried shredded potatoes, smashed cucumbers, garlic eggplant. And we also have some pickled vegetables, but those dishes are too plain. I was just contemplating how to ask my father for some money to buy meat. Li's father gritted his teeth and exclaimed, You and your brother are truly my good grandsons, aware that plain dishes require some meat. Li Xiaodao chuckled, Grandpa, this is what we ought to do. My third uncle has taught us to be filial and good children. Standing nearby, Li Xiangdong felt his heart racing at his nephew's words. At that moment, he wished to shout, This has absolutely nothing to do with me. Chapter 123. The Beating in the West Wing. After witnessing Li's father discipline Li Xiaojiang and Li Xiaotao, Li Xiangdong entered the room with a cheerful demeanor, followed closely by Li Xiaohai. Father, I want to eat some fried dough twists, he said. Go ahead, Li Xiangdong replied, pulling out a handful of fried dough twists and 2 milk candies from the drawer. Placing them on the table while lifting Li Xiaohai by the back of his collar to ensure he sat properly on the stool. Father, I'm eating, said Li Xiaozhu, who was sitting on the kong, watching her brother devour the food with envy. I'll make you some water to drink. Li Xiangdong poured some hot water into the tea jar and added a piece of milk candy, allowing it to dissolve before feeding it to his daughter. Li Xiaohai, are you not taking a nap? Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Li Xiaohai shook his head and replied, Dad, I'm not sleepy. If you're not sleepy, go play outside. But keep the noise down while you're at it. All right. Freed from the confines of the house, Li Xiaohai seized some unfinished snacks from the table and scampered out with glee. Left in the room were only Li Xiangdong, his wife, and their daughter. He approached his wife and playfully patted her on the backside, requesting, Could you hand me some money? Zhou Yuqin shot him a glance and asked, What do you need money for? If you don't give me money, how can I trade crickets? Li Xiangdong had already prepared for his next venture. With the capital for trading crickets resting with a zhe, He sought money from his wife merely to ease his own financial burden. I understand, Zhou Yuqin said as she rummaged through the wardrobe for a small wooden box where money was hidden. Li Xiangdong reclined on the Kong, pulling his daughter closer to lie on his abdomen, gently massaging her head in playful affection. Naughty, Li Xiaozhu squirmed in his embrace, shaking her head to evade his hand. What do you mean by naughty? Just lie still and don't wiggle. What is wrong with letting Dad play with you for a while? Li Xiangdong caressed Li Xiaozhu like one would pet a cat, cherishing these moments before she grew older and less playful. Stop it. Li Xiaozhu swatted at him, realizing it had no effect, and then opened her mouth to bite. Ouch! Let go. I know I was wrong. Li Xiangdong gasped as she bit into his chest, attempting to pat her bottom in hopes she would release her grip, but Li Xiaozhu was resolute in her determination. Zhou Yuqin approached with a smile, placing the small wooden box on the Kong and lifting their daughter away from her husband. Shall I redo your little braid? Li Xiaozhu, irritated, pointed at Li Xiangdong, exclaiming. Mom hit him. Li Xiangdong lifted his shirt to inspect the damage, grumbling, what nonsense. Look, you've left a mark on my chest. Zhou Yuqin replied, exasperated. Why are you tormenting her? Children are only delightful for these few years. Once she can run and jump, you'll find it hard to catch her for playtime. Li Xiangdong retrieved 20 yuan from the wooden box and tucked it into his pocket. He glanced at his daughter, who was pouting as Zhou Yuqin braided her hair, yawned, and then lay down on the Kong to take a nap. Zhou Yuqin placed the money box back in the wardrobe and lay beside Li Xiangdong, soothing their daughter to sleep. The warm scene of the three of them together lasted for over an hour. When Li Xiaozhu awoke, she crawled out of Zhou Yuqin's embrace, sat cross-legged on the Kong, rubbed her eyes, and noticed her parents still asleep. You're naughty, I'll hit you, she mumbled to herself, crawling to Li Xiangdong's pillow and delivering a playful slap. With a sharp sound, Li Xiangdong, who had been sleeping soundly, jolted awake, eyes wide open, and sat up to gather his senses. Rubbing his slightly sore left cheek, he turned to see Li Xiaozhu grinning at him, incredulously asking, Did you just hit me? Li Xiaozhu giggled as she playfully slapped him again. Do you really hold a grudge? Li Xiangdong chuckled in exasperation. Glancing at the time, he had dozed off for over an hour, and his daughter still remembered the head rub he had given her before her nap. Awakened by the commotion, Zhou Yuqin opened her eyes and inquired, What happened? Your daughter just slapped me. Li Xiangdong indicated his left cheek, asking her to see if it had turned red. It is a bit red, she replied, turning her gaze toward her still laughing daughter. Why did you hit so hard? With a serious expression, Li Xiaozhu ceased her laughter and frowned, saying, Dad is bad. Zhou Yuqin asked, Which hand did you use? Show me. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaozhu turned and crawled to the far corner of the bed, hiding her hand behind her back as she faced her mother. You know how to hide, don't you? Come over here. Zhou Yuqin intended to correct her daughter's behavior. It was unacceptable for her to hit others while adults were asleep. If she continued down this path, who knew what mischief she would be up to when she grew older? Li Xiaozhu sensed her mother's intentions and quickly forgot about having slapped her father. Dad, she called out. Li Xiangdong chuckled. It's no use calling me now. Your mother is angry. You should go over and let her spank you to calm her down. No, Li Xiaozhu retreated slightly. Refusing to come, are you? Zhou Yuqin crawled over and pulled Li Xiaozhu onto her lap, giving her a few firm swats on her bottom to instill some sense. The force was enough to bring tears to Li Xiaozhu's eyes. If you dare hit anyone again, next time I'll use a feather duster on you. Do you understand? Wiping her tears, Li Xiaozhu cried, Dad. Li Xiangdong had thought his wife was merely trying to scare their daughter, but upon seeing her sobbing with snot running down her face, he quickly took her from Zhou Yuqin's arms. Stop crying now. He looked at his sniffling daughter and chuckled softly, suggesting she should be gentler next time. After all, she was just over a year old. You can save it for later when she's older. Zhou Yuqin shot him a glare. You think that is wise? If I don't correct her bad behavior now, what will happen when she grows up? Do you want to wait until she is swinging a stick at you? Li Xiangdong pondered her words and realized she had a point. If she were to wield a stick against him, it would be a trivial matter. What if she were to pull out an oxygen tube in the future? Chapter 124. Are you not ashamed? Seeing his daughter cry so intensely, Li Xiangdong decided to take her outside to play with her two sisters. Li Xiaozhu, known for her grudges, remained aloof from Zhou Yuqin for the entire afternoon and evening, clinging to her father instead. She called for him for meals and to use the restroom, turning her head away whenever Zhou Yuqin approached. With an unusually quiet day, Zhou Yuqin found time to tidy the house and help her mother-in-law prepare dinner. As night fell and the family settled down to sleep, Li Xiaozhu nestled closer to Li Xiangdong, turning her back to Zhou Yuqin. Originally positioned between Li Xiaohai and Zhou Yuqin, she now lay beside her father. Much to Li Xiaohai's discontent. I want to sleep holding my sister. Zhou Yuqin watched her son kicking the blanket and making a fuss, feeling somewhat irritated. Go to sleep quickly. No. If I'm not by my sister's side, she'll miss me. Li Xiaohai threw a tantrum, while Li Xiaozhu joined in with her cries, filling the room with commotion. Zhou Yuqin, who had initially chosen to sleep next to her daughter out of concern that Li Xiaozhu might wet the bed, now found her head aching from the noise caused by her children. Reluctantly, she swapped places with Li Xiaohai, allowing the two children to sleep in the middle. Hurry and sleep, she urged, tucking the corners of their blankets. Once the two lively little ones were finally settled, Zhou Yuqin sat on the Kong, fanning herself with a palm leaf fan, and smiled at her husband. That little brat really holds a grudge. It's the first time she has been punished. And you were rather harsh. Can you blame her for being upset? It'll be fine. She'll be okay by morning, Li Xiangdong chuckled, gently stroking their daughter, who had curled up and fallen asleep while grasping his clothing. Let us sleep as well. I have to get up early tomorrow. Let us sleep. Third one. Are you awake? Yes, Dad. Why haven't you turned on the light? I thought you were still asleep. I'm the only one awake. They're still sleeping. Oh. Then hurry up. Li Xiangdong dressed in the dark, having packed everything he needed the night before into a cloth bag. As he opened the door, he saw his father holding a chicken egg and 2 buns filled with pickled vegetables. Li Xiangdong didn't hesitate to accept the egg first. Dad, you don't need to wake up so early to call me anymore. His father yawned. If you leave, who will watch the door? What if a thief comes? Li Xiangdong considered this. Indeed, there were too many idle individuals nowadays, lacking proper jobs. If they ran out of money, they might resort to dubious means. He swallowed the egg and asked, Dad, would you be interested in earning some pocket money? Oh, how? Upon hearing about earning money, his father was suddenly alert. He could only keep 2 yuan from his monthly salary for himself, while the rest went to his wife. He had no objections to this arrangement, as it had long been agreed upon between them. When a family comes together to live, everything can be discussed. Money is the easiest source of discord. In many large families that haven't separated, it is often the case that the patriarch and matriarch manage the finances, with all the children surrendering their salaries. Their family was different. Li Daoye and Li Urge only gave their mother 5 yuan each month for living expenses, saving the rest for themselves. This not only reduced conflicts, but also meant that when it came time to divide the family, there would be no resentment over who earned more or who received less. However, this left Li father in a difficult position, as his salary was primarily used to cover the daily expenses of the entire family. Thus, upon hearing his youngest son's proposal, he became quite intrigued. Li Xiangdong did not directly respond to his father. Have you heard about my cricket trading? Li father nodded yes. Not only did she tell me, but she also informed your grandparents. With you bringing back so many items, they would eventually grow suspicious. It's better they know sooner. Li Xiangdong inquired. Grandpa and Grandma didn't say anything, did they? I urge you to exercise caution. There is no need for excessive worry. Your grandparents have lived long lives and have encountered countless challenges. As long as you remain safe, they shall have no cause for concern. Indeed, there is wisdom in the words of Li's father. At over 70, both Li Laotu and Li Laodai have weathered the turmoil of warlords and the invasion by Japanese forces. Thus, Li Xiangdong's modest endeavors with crickets are hardly significant. Moreover, Li Xiangdong has mentioned to his mother that those who travel to distant places with vehicles are engaged in similar pursuits, which she likely relayed to them. Otherwise, they would have approached him sooner, perhaps offering financial support to deter him from taking risks. Li Xiangdong chuckled, saying, That is splendid. I merely wish to help you earn a little pocket money. It's not for anything else. I possess a surplus of crickets and would appreciate your assistance in delivering them to the train station. Of course, I will ensure you are compensated. How does 10 yuan a month sound? The notion of Li's father earning some spare change was merely a ruse for providing him with funds without directly offering them. This arrangement seemed ideal. His father would feel justified in accepting the money for a bit of labor. Are you truly offering me such a sum for delivering items? Li's father inquired, somewhat astonished. Upon reflection, he pondered whether his son was attempting to pull a fast one on him. Can I receive the money in advance? Li Xiangdong produced 10 yuan from his pocket and placed it in his father's hand. Will you take on this task or not? If not, kindly return the money. What are you thinking? Of course, I shall do this favor. Li's father tucked the money away and asked, Where are the items? They are at Asia's place. Li Xiangdong replied. You are dealing with crickets alongside Asia? Indeed, the three of us are, along with Ho San, who is also Xiao Tao's master. You can rest easy now. Please inform my mother and grandparents not to worry. All right, I will remember. You are quite clever, my boy, Li's father chuckled. Having heard about Ho San's background from his younger son, the father and son reached an agreement. Li's father retrieved a flashlight from the house, and together they ventured out, locking the main door from the outside. They hurriedly made their way to Asia's home, where Asia's father was still asleep. Upon opening the door, Asia was surprised to see Li's father. Uncle Li, what brings you here? There's too much for just the two of us to carry. So my father has come to assist, Li Xiangdong explained. The three of them carried the items to the train station, where Li's father did not enter but left the goods outside the station building before returning home with his flashlight. Asia went inside to summon Ho San for help, while Li Xiangdong stood outside, smoking and watching over the items. Brother Dong. Ho San greeted with a smile as he emerged. Li Xiangdong responded, Ho San, I have missed you dearly these past 2 days. Really? You missed me? Ho San replied coyly, adding, truthfully, I have missed you as well, Brother Dong. At Ho San's overly affectionate words, Li Xiangdong shuddered. How distasteful. Can you not speak properly? Nearby, Asia's eyes darted between the two, a teasing expression on his face as he made clicking sounds with his tongue. Li Xiangdong retorted, What nonsense are you making? Hurry over and help carry the sacks. Chapter 125. I thank you on behalf of my mother. The three individuals first placed the cricket trading equipment in the conductor's resting compartment. Asia went off to clean, while Li Xiangdong and Ho San paired up to begin preparations before departure. However, as they worked, Li Xiangdong noticed that Ho San would occasionally lean out the window, glancing around before returning to his tasks. He seized Ho San's arm and inquired, What are you doing? Looking for someone? With a blush creeping onto his cheeks, Ho San replied, I'm just checking if Daoye has arrived. You truly are a romantic, Li Xiangdong mused, releasing Ho San to continue with his work. Everyone harbors their own dreams of romance. Some conjure them while asleep, while others can dream with their eyes wide open. Ho San, in particular, was the most unique individual Li Xiangdong had encountered thus far, exuding a palpable aura of courtship even while laboring. Li Xiangdong felt as if he had been enveloped by this enchanting atmosphere. Ho San approached with a tin water jug. Speaking softly, Donggu, with the money we made from trading crickets last time, I bought Daoye a pair of little leather shoes at the department store. Oh, Li Xiangdong, who had initially felt somewhat drowsy, was instantly invigorated by this revelation. He relished such stories. What happened next? Did Daoye receive the shoes? Ho San chuckled. She did, which is why I've been waiting for her to come. Li Xiangdong's eyes twinkled as he scrutinized Ho San. You wish to see if she wore the shoes you gifted her, don't you? Yes. Ho San nodded, his face flushed. After pouring the water from his tin jug into the thermos, Li Xiangdong queried, How did you know what size shoes Daoye wears? His curiosity was piqued. In this day and age, discovering a young lady's shoe size was no simple task, and inquiring could easily be misconstrued as inappropriate. That is simple. I just asked her directly, Ho San said, his tone brimming with pride. Impressive. Li Xiangdong gave him a thumbs up, admiring the lad's audacity to simply inquire about her shoe size, unafraid of a potential slap from Daoye. Donggu, may I discuss something with you? Go ahead. I'd like to see if Daoye has arrived yet. Understood. You may go. I'll manage this work by myself for now. As a good friend to Ho San, Li Xiangdong was committed to supporting him. While he couldn't assist in many ways, handling some of Ho San's tasks was certainly within his capacity. Thank you so much, Donggu. Ho San set down his tin water jug, departing like a proud peacock. With a tin water jug in each hand, Li Xiangdong began to shuttle between the compartments alone. After quite some time had passed without Ho San's return, Li Xiangdong grew anxious, primarily out of curiosity about the outcome. Approximately half an hour later, as Li Xiangdong was engrossed in his work, Ho San passed by him, head bowed. Where are you off to? Oh, Donggu. What happened? Upon observing Ho San's expression, Li Xiangdong knew something had gone awry. Let us discuss it as we work. Ho San took the tin water jug, stating, Daoye didn't wear the shoes I bought. Li Xiangdong reassured him, if she hasn't worn them yet, it's no cause for concern. She received the gift and will wear them in due time. Ho San's expression was one of deep disappointment. He shook his head and said, It's not what you think. Donggu, the little leather shoes I bought, Daoye said she couldn't wear them. She even thanked me for the shoes on behalf of her mother. Li Xiangdong couldn't help but laugh, realizing that Daoye had played a trick on Ho San. It's all right, he said, patting Ho San on the shoulder. Don't be sad. At least those shoes will be worn by Kong Denis's mother. You can consider it as an early gift from a son-in-law to your mother-in-law. After being comforted by Li Xiangdong, Ho San's spirits lifted a little. The two of them busied themselves as the train departed, replenishing water in the thermos and serving it to the passengers. When they had a moment to spare, they would hide from the conductor, Gao Xinmin, to chat leisurely. Time flew by swiftly, and before going to sleep, they filled the thermos with hot water once more and returned to their resting compartment, which was still just the two of them in one cubicle. Ho San rummaged through his canvas bag on the bunk and pulled out 2 oil paper packages, placing them on the small dining table. He untied the strings and revealed one package filled with salted fried peanuts and another with pig's head meat. Donggu, shall we have a drink? He asked, placing a military water flask on the table. Li Xiangdong, preparing to lie down, sat up and grabbed a piece of pig's head meat to taste. He then lifted the military flask to weigh it. A whole flask? Ho San nodded with a smile. Yes, I filled it to the brim with Finjiu at home. The military water flask had a capacity of 1 liter, meaning Ho San had poured 2 bottles of Finjiu into it. Li Xiangdong figured that Ho Jianjia, Ho San's father, must be unaware of this act. He placed the flask back on the table and asked, "Aren't you worried your father will beat you when you get home?" Ho San shrugged his shoulders. He already has. Then what about this flask of liquor? Li Xiangdong questioned, puzzled. If he had already been punished, the liquor would surely have been confiscated. So it seemed unreasonable for Ho San to have brought it onto the train. With a sense of pride, Ho San explained, "My father doesn't know I filled this flask with liquor. How did you manage that?" Li Xiangdong pondered, unable to comprehend Ho San's cleverness. He felt as if his mind could not keep pace with Ho San's cunning. Ho San tossed a peanut into his mouth and confidently elaborated, "It's simple. First, I bought a pound of unregulated loose liquor. After my father left for work, I poured the liquor onto the floor of his study. Then I filled the water flask with the Finjiu he had hidden, and finally, I smashed the empty liquor bottle on the ground." With a triumphant gesture, Ho San mimicked the sound of breaking glass. "Once the bottle hit the floor, I went to find my mother, saying I accidentally dropped the liquor my father had hidden. With the window open and the floor cleaned, he'd never suspect a thing." Li Xiangdong was taken aback, astonished by the ingenuity of Ho San's scheme. It became clear that all of Ho San's cleverness had been devoted to outsmarting his father. Suddenly recalling that Ho San had suffered a fever in childhood that had affected his brain, Li Xiangdong thought to himself that if nothing had happened back then, Ho San would undoubtedly have devised even more elaborate tricks against his father. Ho San raised an eyebrow and asked, "Donggu, how about my little trick?" "Impressive. Truly impressive." Li Xiangdong expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. "If you had listened to me, you would have just put the liquor away and had some food instead." "Donggu, I may heed your counsel on various matters, but drinking is not one of them." With Ho San having expressed his stance, Li Xiangdong found it futile to press further. Observing Ho San's defiance, he sipped from the exquisite wine collection of Ho Jianhua and inquired, "Pray tell, what compels you to indulge in drink?" With a dazed gaze, Ho San replied, "I need to practice my tolerance." "And what purpose does that serve?" Li Xiangdong probed. "I heard from my father that Uncle Kong has stated that anyone aspiring to be his son-in-law must first outdrink him. And how formidable is Kong Zhayao's capacity? My father mentioned he can consume over 2 jin. 2 jin? Li Xiangdong was at a loss for words. After all, Ho San had barely managed to drink from the cap of a military canteen, and yet his eyes were already beginning to glaze over. Rather than attempting to best Kong Zhayao, perhaps it would be wiser for him to have another sip and retire for the night, where dreams abound. Chapter 126. The pistol. At that moment, Aja sauntered into their booth, casually tossing a peanut into his mouth. "You two seem to be enjoying yourselves. Feasting on fried peanuts and pig's head meat while sipping wine. Life is indeed splendid." Li Xiangdong looked up, chuckling. "During work hours, indulging is not an option. I haven tea partaken. If you're unconcerned about disciplinary action, feel free to join Ho San for a drink." "Forget it," Azure replied, shaking his head. "Dongzi, take your time eating. I'm hungry too. I'll fetch a cup of water and be right back." Li Xiangdong stood, saying, "No need to rush. Clean up first. I'll fetch some hot water." "All right," Azure acknowledged, departing. Li Xiangdong turned to Ho San, advising, "You've had enough. I'll bring a pot of hot water for you to sober up." With bleary eyes, Ho San chuckled. "Got it, Donggu." Li Xiangdong made his way to the dining car, collecting 2 clean cups before returning them and fetching a pot of hot water. Just as he finished pouring, Azure returned, holding not only a teacup but also 3 salted duck eggs and a package of fried dough twists he had brought back from Tianjin. Li Xiangdong filled Zhe's teacup with water and began peeling a salted duck egg. Zhe laughed. Ho-san, how are you holding up? Ho-san, with a tongue-tied response, mumbled, I'm fine. Noticing his slurred speech, Zhe inquired, how much have you had to drink? Ho-san merely chuckled in silence. Li Xiangdong pointed to the military canteen lid, indicating he had consumed approximately 5 qian. Once the salted duck egg was peeled, Li Xiangdong placed it in Ho-san's hand, urging him to eat more to counteract the effects. Thank you, Dong Dong Gu, Ho-san said, eagerly devouring the egg, oblivious to the overwhelming sensation. Li Xiangdong hastily provided him with a cup of water, encouraging him to drink more. Zhe settled beside Ho-san, and once he finished the water, he patted his shoulder. You've made progress. When we were at the tavern splitting the bill, you only managed 2 qian of wine, and you could hardly walk. Now you've consumed 5 qian and are still upright. Young man, you possess potential. Is that so? Ho-san scratched his head, took another couple of sips from his cup, and continued, just wait until I can drink 2 jin. That will be the day I marry. 2 jin? Marrying? Zhe was visibly perplexed, pondering the incongruity of the situation. Li Xiangdong chuckled as he elucidated the matter once more. Zhe, momentarily at a loss for words, sensed that Ho-san was overthinking it. The essence of drinking wasn't merely about one's capacity, but rather the display of unwavering commitment while imbibing with Kong Zhiyao. He believed that perhaps Kong Zhiyao might be swayed by Ho-san's earnest demeanor, for after all, he was seeking a son-in-law, not merely a drinking companion. Nonetheless, this was merely his conjecture, and he harbored doubts about its efficacy, thus refraining from sharing it with Ho-san. As Li Xiangdong and Zhe engaged in discussion about Ho-san's antics in deceiving his father, Ho-san abruptly rose unsteadily and ambled towards the exit. Ho-san, where are you off to? To relieve myself. Let me assist you. Li Xiangdong stood up and supported Ho-san as they made their way to the restroom. Upon reaching the door, Li Xiangdong inquired, do you think you can manage on your own? Yes, don't worry, Dongdong. Perhaps I should accompany you inside after all. Li Xiangdong guided Ho-san into the restroom and only departed once he observed him beginning to lower his trousers. He lingered outside for a while until a sudden, loud knocking resonated from within. Dongdong, open the door. Li Xiangdong initially thought Ho-san was struggling with his pants. Don't push. The door opens inward. Exasperated, he helped Ho-san unlock the restroom door and supported the inebriated Ho-san back to their resting area. Observing that Ho-san could no longer walk unaided, Zhe proposed, why not take a nap? I'm fine. Very well, but refrain from drinking further. Consume some food and hydrate. MHM. Zhe assisted Li Xiangdong in ensuring Ho-san was settled with food and water before turning to Li Xiangdong, remarking, we must exercise caution on our venture to collect crickets. I have a feeling that Qin Lu and his gang are still on the lookout for us. Li Xiangdong nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must be vigilant. Their previous losses were significant, and to claim they harbor no desire for retribution would be utterly implausible. Dongdong. Zhe, we needn't fear. Ho-san exclaimed, wobbling as he leaned onto the small dining table to retrieve a Type 54 pistol from his satchel. He stood, aiming the firearm at Zhe, declaring, if they dare approach, I shall shoot them. As he spoke, he mimicked gunfire sounds with his mouth. Zhe, now at the mercy of Ho-san's gun, was utterly startled, and upon hearing the sound effects, he slipped off the bed in fright. Cowering on the floor, Zhe stammered, Ho-san, what the hell? Where are you aiming that gun? Ho-san, put the gun away. Li Xiangdong, equally alarmed, found himself in a precarious situation with a drunken man wielding a firearm beside him. Dongdong, you needn't be afraid. As Ho-san spoke, he turned the gun toward Li Xiangdong, who quickly ducked. What is going on? Ho-san swayed slightly, his grip faltering, causing the pistol to tumble onto the small table as he collapsed onto the bed. Li Xiangdong, lying prone, raised his head to find a dark muzzle pointed directly at his forehead. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his brow as he trembled and maneuvered the gun's direction to aim it at the car window. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Li Xiangdong glanced at the foolishly grinning Ho-san and inquired, where did you acquire this firearm? Before Ho-san could finish his reply, his eyes closed, and he toppled onto the bed. After regaining his composure, Zhe also stood up from the floor. He gave Ho-san a few sharp slaps on the backside, but Ho-san, too intoxicated to awaken, merely began to snore. What a nuisance Ho-san is. He nearly frightened me to death. Zhe pointed at the pistol on the small dining table. What should we do about this? Li Xiangdong gazed at the dark handgun on the table, swallowed hard, and decided to wait until Ho San awakened the following day. You should head back and get some sleep. Aja cast one last glance at the pistol, ultimately unable to resist picking it up for inspection before reluctantly returning to bed. Li Xiangdong tidied up the unfinished food and placed the pistol back into Ho San's satchel. Lying on the bed, his heart raced incessantly. In these past few days, first it was a grenade, and now a handgun. Goodness, what could possibly come next? A mortar? Chapter 127. The incident with the handgun before dawn. Li Xiangdong awoke, or rather, he was roused from slumber by a sharp slap on his backside from Gao Xinmin. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Gao Xinmin standing at the foot of his bed, and he quickly sat up. Uncle Gao, what brings you here? With a serious expression, Gao Xinmin inquired, what do you think? Li Xiangdong noticed a Zhou at the door of the compartment, giving him a knowing wink and signaling with his fingers. Instantly realizing that Gao Xinmin had received word of the situation. Their sleeping quarters for train attendants were not limited to just the three of them, and the soundproofing was inadequate. The commotion from the previous night surely had not gone unnoticed by the others. With a forced smile, he replied, Uncle Gao, please don't be angry. Could Gao Xinmin not be angry? Upon waking, he was informed that Li Xiangdong and his companions had not only brought a handgun onto the train, but had also taken it out to play with during the night. He pointed at the still sleeping Ho San. Wake him up for me. All right. Li Xiangdong nodded and approached, shaking Ho San while calling out, wake up. Hurry up. What is going on, Donggu? It's still dark. Let me sleep a bit more. Ho San squinted at the window before shutting his eyes and turning back to slumber. Get up now. Li Xiangdong urged again, shaking him once more. Step aside. Gao Xinmin pushed Li Xiangdong to the side, clenched his fist, and then opened his hand, delivering a sharp slap to Ho San's back. Ouch! Ho San, curled up in deep slumber, suddenly straightened up. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Gao Xinmin's hand poised to strike again, he exclaimed, I'm awake. I'm awake. Uncle Gao, please don't hit me again. Hastily, Ho San jumped off the bed, irate. Uncle Gao, it's still dark outside. Why are you here instead of sleeping? What did I do to deserve this? I was sleeping just fine. Why did you hit me? Gao Xinmin shot Ho San a glare. What do you think? Hand over the gun. Ho San, bewildered, retorted, what gun? Gao Xinmin gripped Ho San's shoulder tightly, exclaiming, what gun are you talking about? Don't make me kick you. Ouch. Uncle Gao, please let go. Ho San winced in pain, his features contorted. Li Xiangdong bent down to retrieve the bag from Ho San's bunk, stating, Uncle Gao, the gun is right here. Upon hearing this, Gao Xinmin released Ho San and took the bag, extracting a handgun from within. I'll be waiting for you in the office carriage, he said, tossing the bag onto Ho San's bunk before striding out without a backward glance. Ho San rubbed his shoulder. Puzzled, Brother Dong, how did you know I had a gun in my bag? How does Uncle Gao know? Li Xiangdong responded, don't you remember what happened last night? Ho San shrugged, stretching his limbs. What happened last night? At the door, Asia snapped. How can you even ask that? You nearly scared me to death last night. I couldn't sleep soundly after going home. Ho San frowned at Asia. Who do you think you are, brat? I haven't even settled the score with you yet. And you dare to scold me? What's wrong with me scolding you? Li Xiangdong, who had been in a hurry and had not put on his shoes, was now attempting to wear them, while Ho San and Asia were already rolling on the bunk. Break it up. Li Xiangdong stepped in to separate them. Ho San, enough of this. Don't you know the train conductor is waiting for us? Hurry up and put on your shoes. Huffing, Ho San shot a glare at Asia before donning his shoes and following Li Xiangdong outside. Li Xiangdong turned back to inquire, Ho San, do you truly not remember what happened last night? I really don't remember, Brother Dong. Ho San replied, slapping his forehead. What on earth happened? Asia gritted his teeth. You got drunk last night and refused to sleep, pointing a gun at me. You kept shouting, I'll shoot you, you old man. Li Xiangdong added, I was quite frightened too. Upon hearing that he had pointed a gun at both Li Xiangdong and Asia, Ho San dismissed Asia's insults. If it had been someone else pointing a gun at him, he would have scolded them to no end. Brother Dong, Asia, calm down. I was drunk last night. I would never have pointed a gun at you if I hadn't been drinking, Ho San said with a contrite smile. Li Xiangdong sighed. All right. You should focus on how to deal with Gao Xinmin. How did Uncle Gao find out? With all the commotion last night, someone must have overheard and reported it to the train conductor. They stood together, obediently. Across from them, Gao Xinmin held Ho San's Type 54 handgun, saying, I heard you three had quite the time drinking together last night. Li Xiangdong and Asia simultaneously replied, I didn't drink. Gao Xinmin nodded, acknowledging their response. Then do you two know that the safety on this handgun was not engaged? Noticing the shocked expressions on Li Xiangdong and Asia's faces, he continued, Ah, so you two were unaware. Your lives must be quite fortunate. He took 2 steps forward and kicked Ho San, exclaiming, Do you even know what you've done? Gao Xinmin, filled with rage, sent Ho San sprawling to the ground with a powerful kick. Li Xiangdong, observing Ho San lying on the floor, silently cheered, Well done. That scoundrel nearly sent me to meet my end last night. Ho San looked at Gao Xinmin with a pitiful expression, stammering, I didn't know. Gao Xinmin barked at him, Get up. Oh, Ho San stood up straight, Uncle Gao, I was wrong. I truly didn't know. Silence. Gao Xinmin, with a grim expression, demanded, Where did you get that handgun? Ho San stuttered, I took it from my father's study. Noticing Gao Xinmin's intent to kick him again, he hurriedly stepped back. Gao Xinmin lowered his raised foot. So you think you can avoid this? Fine, let us see how long you can dodge. Stealing a gun from home and drinking on duty? I want to deal with you. I'll let your father handle it. The moment Ho San heard Gao Xinmin's intention to report to his father, he wilted. Uncle Gao, please don't. Get out of here now. All right. Seeing Gao Xinmin glaring at him, Ho San dared not plead further, even abandoning the handgun, and turned to flee. Gao Xinmin addressed Li Xiangdong and the others. Didn't you two try to dissuade Ho San from drinking? Li Xiangdong replied, I tried, but he wouldn't listen. What could I do? Just kick him. Gao Xinmin waved them off. You two can leave now. Okay, goodbye, train chief. Calm down, Uncle Gao. We're leaving. Li Xiangdong and Aja hastily made their exit. Hiding at the junction of the carriages, Ho San called out softly when he saw Li Xiangdong and Aja emerge. Donggu, I'm over here. Chapter 128. Can I drink this water? Seeing Ho San peek out, Li Xiangdong exchanged a glance with Aja, and together they approached and hoisted Ho San up. Confused, Ho San asked, Donggu, what are you two doing? You'll find out soon. Let me go. I can walk by myself. No worries. We'll get you there faster this way. Li Xiangdong and Aja carried Ho San back to the resting compartment, tossing him onto the bed and covering him with a blanket. Aja held Ho San down. Dongzi, you go first. All right. Li Xiangdong unleashed a flurry of punches on Ho San, who then swapped places with Aja. After venting their frustrations, they collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. Ho San lifted the blanket and grinned. Donggu, Aja, are you two not angry anymore? I truly had no idea the gun wasn't on safety. Get lost. Hey, are you thirsty? I can get you some water. Despite receiving a good thrashing from Li Xiangdong and Aja, Ho San remained unfazed, as the pain was trivial compared to the kick he received from Gao Xinmin earlier. He eagerly poured 2 cups of hot water for them. As dawn broke, Aja went to change shifts, and Li Xiangdong and Ho San began their work for the day. The morning passed uneventfully until Li Xiangdong and Ho San went to the dining car for lunch, when Gao Xinmin approached with a meal box. Thinking of running away, Gao Xinmin pressed the reluctant Ho San back onto the chair. Ho Lao San, want you indulge in another drink? Ho San handed him a cigarette. Uncle Gao, we still have work to do after dinner. Gao Xinmin lit the cigarette and took a puff. Enough chatter, swiftly fetch the wine and dishes for me. I will go now. Just as Ho San was about to rise, he was once again restrained by Gao Xinmin. Sit still, Dongzi, you go. Li Xiangdong cast a look of resigned acceptance at Ho San before getting up and leaving. Gao Xinmin settled opposite Ho San and quickly finished his meal before setting down his lunchbox, observing the latter, who was eating with great caution. Suddenly, he called out, Ho Lao San. Yes? Ho San paused mid-bite, hastily looking up. Gao Xinmin chuckled. Do you remember when you were a child, throwing firecrackers in the restroom, sneaking into the cafeteria to sprinkle salt on the dishes, and sneaking into the water room to urinate in others' thermoses? You would stay up all night and throw rubber bands at people's windows. Back then, you were little, but now? You're on the brink of marriage. Yet you still engage in such foolishness? As he spoke, his expression grew serious. Drinking during work hours aside, can one carelessly play with a firearm? What if it accidentally discharges? Shijing's family only has one child. His parents painstakingly raised him. Listening to Gao Xinmin's lengthy admonition, Ho San glanced up to see the grinning Li Xiangdong standing behind Gao Xinmin, embarrassed by the recollection of his childhood mischief that Li Xiangdong had overheard. He blushed and softly called out, Donggu. Gao Xinmin, still scolding Ho San, shifted his focus upon hearing the address. What is the matter, Dongzi? Though he has siblings and children, if you were to accidentally shoot him, what would it matter? His parents might have others to care for them. But if you killed him, you would still have to pay the price. Li Xiangdong had been enjoying the spectacle of Ho San being reprimanded, but upon hearing Gao Xinmin's words, his amusement evaporated. What did it mean that he had descendants, and that if Ho San killed him, his parents would have someone to support them? Was that even a reasonable statement? Noticing Li Xiangdong's expression, Ho San's eyelids twitched. Uncle Gao, please stop. My Donggu has returned. Oh. Gao Xinmin turned to see Li Xiangdong standing behind him with a stern expression. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Dongzi, what I just said was not meant in any other way. Li Xiangdong forced a smile. I understand, Uncle Gao. You are merely educating Ho San. I don't take it to heart. Gao Xinmin, feeling embarrassed, said, that is indeed my intention. A firearm should never be pointed at a person. I must thoroughly teach him a lesson. Otherwise, this foolish lad will remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Dongzi, please, sit down and eat. Once Li Xiangdong was seated, Gao Xinmin changed the subject. Oh, fried peanuts, a delicacy to accompany the drink. Ho San's tolerance for alcohol was limited. He barely made a dent in the jug of wine, while the three of them had devoured the entire pig's head meat, leaving only half a bag of peanuts and half a bag of fried dough twists. Good wine, Gao Xinmin remarked as he opened the military flask to take a whiff, then closed it. As an aficionado of fine wines, he could certainly discern its quality, and thus confiscated the entire jug of good wine along with the peanuts. Ho Sandu was on the verge of despair. The precious fungio nestled within his military water bottle was the fruit of his labor, obtained at the cost of a beating. He had scarcely savored a sip, and now it was all gone. A surge of determination welled up within him. Uncle Gao, would you like some tea? Allow me to serve you. Just plain water will suffice. You fetch it for me, Gao Xinmin replied, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he handed the teacup to Ho San. Just ensure it's not too hot. Understood, Uncle Gao, Ho San replied cheerfully. Gao Xinmin observed Ho San stepping out of the carriage, a smile playing on his lips. Dongzi, do you think the water Ho San brings me will be drinkable? Li Xiangdong, quickly grasping the situation, realized why the beleaguered Ho San had volunteered to serve Gao Xinmin. With an enigmatic gaze, Gao Xinmin turned to Li Xiangdong and inquired. Don't just hum, what do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiangdong tentatively responded, it should be drinkable? Gao Xinmin snorted dismissively, choosing not to engage further with Li Xiangdong. Silence enveloped them until Ho San returned, proudly cradling the teacup. Uncle, the water isn't hot. Please enjoy. Ho San felt a surge of triumph, his mind racing with memories of being kicked earlier that morning, alongside the now empty military water bottle. He failed to notice Li Xiangdong's warning glances as he thrust the teacup toward Gao Xinmin's lips. No need for you to feed me. I can drink myself. Gao Xinmin accepted the cup from Ho San, but casually set it down on the dining table. Noticing Gao Xinmin's lack of intent to drink, Ho San urged, Uncle, please drink. There's water over there. Why did you go out to fetch water? Gao Xinmin pointed to the warm water dispenser beneath the food service window, then chuckled. It reminds me of when you were a child, spitting in others' teacups. Now, I hesitate to drink the water you fetched. What shall we do? Perhaps you should take a sip first? Faced with Gao Xinmin's half-smile, Ho San was at a loss, stammering, Well, enough of this stammering. I'll feed you myself. Chapter 129. A box after another, a delightful spectacle was unfolding, captivating the attention of the other staff and passengers within the dining car. The kitchen crew, intrigued, leaned in to catch a glimpse of the entertainment. In an era of scant amusement, such a performance was a rare treat they were loath to miss. Li Xiangdong had discreetly retreated to a corner, savoring his meal while enjoying the unfolding drama. With one hand pinning Ho San down at the table and the other holding his teacup, Gao Xinmin grinned and asked, Ho San, did you ever spit in my teacup? Ho San felt like a chick being pressed against the dining table, shaking his head vigorously. I didn't tea. How could I do such a thing? If you don't believe me, I can drink a sip in front of you. Would that suffice? Are you truly innocent? Absolutely. Do you think that merely saying so will convince me? Gao Xinmin scoffed, setting down his teacup and releasing the grip he had on Ho San. Who told you to leave? Stand still. With a crafty glint in his eye, Ho San, attempting to escape, turned back with a grin. Uncle, I must return to work now. Gao Xinmin disregarded Ho San and turned to a young man at the adjacent table, Xiao Lu. I shall borrow your teacup, he said. Please, director. Use it, replied Xiao Lu, placing the cup before Gao Xinmin and then returning to his seat to continue watching the performance. Gao Xinmin retrieved a small paper packet from his pocket, opening it to reveal some fragmented tea leaves. He pinched a small handful and added it to the cup. Looking up at the impatiently waiting Ho-san, he gestured towards the thermos at the food service window. Ho-san, weren't you supposed to fetch me some water? Go ahead. I'll watch you pour. Oh, Ho-san replied, approaching the thermos. Uncle Gao, the water in the thermos isn't hot. I'll get a fresh pot of hot water. Please wait a moment. With that, he lifted the thermos and made to leave. Come back here at once. Gao Xinmin was not easily fooled. He was well aware of Ho-san's little tricks. Having exhausted all plausible excuses, Ho-san reluctantly returned, pouring a cup of water in front of Gao Xinmin. He placed the thermos back at a distance. Uncle Gao, do you have any other tasks? If not, I'll return to work. Gao Xinmin pointed to his teacup. Take this away and bring me a new one next time. Understood, Uncle Gao. Ho-san grabbed the cup and carelessly splashed its contents onto the floor of the carriage before hastily escaping. Rascal, Gao Xinmin muttered, observing the puddle on the carriage floor. He began to regret not having poured the water into Ho-san's mouth earlier. It was precisely this notorious reputation that Ho-san had gained at the Beijing train station. Everyone knew that he was not to be trifled with, or else the staff responsible for cleaning the dining car would surely have scolded him. Xiaolu. Yes, director? You should drink this cup of tea. Gao Xinmin had made Ho-san pour the water in front of him primarily to rectify his bad habits. Since the water was not hot and the tea had not steeped, he naturally had no desire to drink it. Thank you, director. What of the tea leaves not being steeped? Xiaolu bore no disdain. Gao Xinmin was notoriously frugal, and not everyone had the privilege of enjoying his tea. Gao Xinmin glanced over at Li Xiangdong, who was eating while observing the commotion. Dongzi, are you not finished yet? I am, Li Xiangdong replied hastily, shoveling the remaining morsels into his mouth. Gao Xinmin chuckled, eating like a young lady. Is your throat too small? Should I fetch a fire tong to assist you? To hell with that. Li Xiangdong silently cursed, smiling as he returned the food box without uttering a word and left directly. Are you not taking the fried dough twist? Gao Xinmin called after him. My throat is too small to swallow it down. Your throat, having been prodded by tongs, is large enough. You keep it and savor it. Before Li Xiangdong's words had fully left his lips, he turned and dashed away. Gao Xinmin, amused by Li Xiangdong's retort, felt no anger. It was rare for anyone to speak to him in such a manner, which he found quite entertaining. He picked up half a packet of fried dough twists from the table, repackaged it, and prepared to return to his office carriage for a brief respite. Li Xiangdong glanced behind him to confirm that no one was present, and only then did he exhale in relief. He carried his metal water bottle and searched through 2 train cars, eventually locating Ho-san at the entrance of one car. Did you really spit in the tea can? Li Xiangdong asked, driven by curiosity. Ho-san chuckled. I did. Li Xiangdong couldn't help but laugh. You certainly possess a daring spirit. You'd rather take a sip yourself just to deceive others. Ho-san shrugged. What of it? What is wrong with my own saliva? I swallow it down regularly. Despite its somewhat repulsive nature, Li Xiangdong had to admit there was a certain logic to it. Hey, do you smoke? Ho-san pulled out a pack of Panda cigarettes from his pocket. Li Xiangdong was taken aback. Panda? Ho-san, you didn't steal this pack, did you? Ho-san wrinkled his nose and, after lighting a cigarette for Li Xiangdong, replied, I didn't steal it. I'm merely helping my uncle. It's such good tobacco, and he just leaves it in the drawer untouched. If I don't smoke it, it'll get stale. Li Xiangdong had grown accustomed to Ho-san's peculiar justifications. Isn't this the second pack? Has your uncle not noticed his cigarettes are missing? Li Xiangdong wondered, for these were special supply cigarettes. Although Ho-san's uncle held a respectable position, he should not be indulging in such luxury freely. With a mischievous grin, Ho-san said, he has a whole box in his drawer. I discreetly opened the box, took the cigarettes, and then resealed it with rice. He noticed for a while. Brilliant. At least he used rice, and not something more unsavory. Ho-san had a mind brimming with clever schemes, all directed at his own kin. This was beyond Li Xiangdong's concern. After all, he knew Ho-san would eventually face consequences. It seems you've learned your lesson this time. Knowing not to flaunt your fine cigarettes in front of Uncle Gao. Ho-san huffed. Experience teaches wisdom. I certainly can't let old Gao snatch my cigarettes again. Old Gao? Li Xiangdong chuckled. Make sure you don't let that slip in front of him. If he hears you blabbering, he could easily knock you down. Ho-san dismissed it. Old Gao, old Gao, old Gao. It's what I'll call him. He can't hear me anyway. Suit yourself. Just remember, it won't be me getting thrashed. Li Xiangdong noticed several cigarette butts at his feet, and he tossed his own butt to the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. Are you done? We need to get to work. They proceeded onward. Chapter 130. Rising suspicion. A group of individuals stealthily entered the guest house, armed with flashlights. After Li Xiangdong and the others had taken their keys and departed, he approached the staff. "Comrade, could you assist me with a favor?" Li Xiangdong inquired, pulling a roasted chicken from his bag and placing it on the counter before the visibly impatient staff member. Upon seeing the chicken, the staff member's expression transformed into one of delight. "We are all comrades within the same system. Feel free to ask for any assistance you require." Li Xiangdong was not surprised by the abrupt change in demeanor of the staff. After all, individuals reliant on government stipends were often of such character. "Could you please arrange a cart, be it a donkey cart, or, if necessary, an ox cart? I need to make a trip to Xiangdong town tomorrow," he requested. "No problem. When do you require it?" "At 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just have it wait at the entrance of the guest house." "What about the fare?" "1 yuan. I'll return by noon." "Understood. I'll take care of that. You should rest in your room. If I fail to secure the cart, I will come to find you." Li Xiangdong watched the guest house staff member briskly depart with a roasted chicken in hand, shaking his head with a smile. What need did he have for a cart? The staff member didn't even bother to ask, merely taking advantage of the benefits at hand to fulfill his duties. The reason for their trip was, of course, to visit Xiangdong town the next day to seek out Wang Erkue for catching crickets. Given the considerable distance from the guest house to Xiangdong town and the abundance of equipment they needed to transport, walking was not an option. Moreover, they lacked the luxury of time. Seeking a passenger vehicle in the county town was not something he intended to pursue. Were such services even available in a small county town? Even if they were, what time would they depart? And what about the return trip? They needed to be back in Beijing by the afternoon. Thus, he turned to the guest house staff, who were well acquainted with the local terrain and could surely handle this minor task. "Dongzi, has everything been arranged? Come over and have a bite," called a voice as Li Xiangdong re-entered his room, finding Zhou tearing into a roasted chicken. He was not alone. Both Zhou and Ho San had each snatched a chicken when the train stopped at Dezhou station. "Everything is settled. The three of us will depart at 5 in the morning. Let us eat, then get some sleep to ensure we wake up on time." "All right, got it, Dongge." At this hour, Li Xiangdong and his companions felt a pang of hunger, eagerly gnawing on the roasted chicken until it was devoured. "Time for bed. Knock, knock. Comrade, are you awake?" "Coming." Li Xiangdong rose, opened the door, and pulled the light cord. The donkey cart had arrived. "Thank you. No trouble at all. After all, I did enjoy a chicken thanks to you." The guest house staff member yawned as he departed. Li Xiangdong re-entered the room, and upon hearing the commotion, Zhou and Hosen quickly got out of bed. All three changed into their usual home attire, shouldering their equipment for catching crickets as they stepped outside the guest house. "Oh, a little donkey," exclaimed Ho San, his excitement evident upon seeing the donkey cart. "Keep your voice down," Li Xiangdong cautioned, worried that Ho San's exuberance might attract Gao Xinmin. The driver, a middle-aged man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, inquired, "What do you call yourselves?" "My surname is Zheng." "All right, Uncle Zheng, let us set off. Please do your best to make the donkey move swiftly." The trio loaded their belongings onto the donkey cart, with Li Xiangdong and Zhou sitting in the back, while Ho San, fascinated by the donkey, took a seat at the front, shining a flashlight to illuminate the path. Once Zheng uncle saw they were settled, he cracked the whip, prompting the donkey to pull the cart forward. Shortly after they began their journey, Zhou suddenly tugged at Li Xiangdong's arm and whispered in his ear, "Dongzi, there's someone at the guest house entrance." Li Xiangdong flicked on his flashlight and directed it toward the entrance. Zhou murmured, "It's Wang Qinghao," as the figure vanished. Li Xiangdong switched off the flashlight and turned to Zhou, inquiring, "Did you see clearly?" Zhou nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it was definitely him." Ho San, seated in front, turned around and asked, "What's the matter, Dongge?" "Nothing," Li Xiangdong replied dismissively, shifting closer to Zhou and whispering, "He must be suspicious about our cricket collecting endeavors." Zhou expressed concern. "What if he tries to sabotage us?" Li Xiangdong shook his head. "I doubt it. With Ho San around, he wouldn't dare engage in such a thankless task. So he also wants to earn some money?" Zhou pondered. "Indeed," Li Xiangdong affirmed. "Damn, he is trying to snatch our money." Zhou was increasingly agitated, believing that dealing with crickets was a much safer and profitable venture without interference from others. Li Xiangdong chuckled. "Let him try. Can you really stop him?" Zhou, anxious, retorted, "Aren't you the least bit worried?" Li Xiangdong, calm and composed, explained, "This money isn't easily earned. Those who have never dealt with crickets can't distinguish a good one from a bad one. If he intends to collect, he will surely stumble. A novice knows nothing. Who would take advantage of him, if not others?" By the time he figures it out, the cricket season will have passed. After hearing Li Xiangdong's words, Zhou felt reassured, realizing that it took a discerning eye to collect crickets. The last time they were at the market, many had tried to deceive them with random catches, but Zhou's keen perception had saved them from a potential loss. What are you two whispering about? Hosen slowly inched closer. Li Xiangdong smiled. Nothing important. Are you tired? Hosen shook his head. Not at all. Dongzi, if you feel sleepy, take a nap. Hosan and I will keep watch, Zhou offered, patting his back. He leaned in closer to Li Xiangdong and whispered, I have a knife with me. So don't worry. Li Xiangdong nodded subtly, leaning back against the donkey cart, closing his eyes to catch some sleep. He too carried a knife in his bag, wary of potential unforeseen circumstances in this unfamiliar terrain. The road was in disrepair, causing the donkey cart to jolt and creak as it moved. Li Xiangdong's sleep was restless. He merely sought to rest as much as possible, for cricket collecting was a laborious task. The cart continued to sway until dawn broke, and the three of them endured another hour of jolting. As the houses along the dirt road multiplied, Uncle Zhang, driving the cart, turned to the now-awake Li Xiangdong and said, We've arrived at Sidian town. This road goes straight through the town. Continue on and we'll exit. Uncle Zhang, please pull over by the roadside, Li Xiangdong instructed. Without waiting for the cart to come to a complete stop, he jumped down. Zhou, Hosan, you two stay here. I'll find out where Wang Erkuei's house is. Dongzi, should I accompany you? Zhou asked. No need for either of you to follow. I can manage on my own. Li Xiangdong waved his hand and quickly walked towards the villagers in the distance who were laboring in the fields with their hoes. Chapter 131, The Battle. Li Xiangdong casually approached a villager while holding a cigarette and inquired about the whereabouts of Wang Erkuei's home. He initially assumed that Wang Erkuei was a well-known figure in town, but upon further questioning, he discovered that Wang had only recently gained notoriety. The reason for this sudden fame was that Qin Lu and his gang had sought out Wang Erkuei's family, prompting Wang's mother to step outside and call for help. In no time, a group of robust farmers, varying in height and stature, came rushing to assist. Some carried hoes, others wielded kitchen knives, and some brandished clubs, each armed in their own unique way. However, they all shared a common bond. They were all cousins of Wang Erkuei. The ensuing skirmish was chaotic. While Wang Erkuei himself remained unscathed, Qin Lu and his followers fared poorly. Had it not been for the militia arriving with firearms, they would have struggled to escape with their lives. Such is life in the countryside. When one fights, the entire family rallies, and when tensions escalate, the entire village often joins in. This is a significant reason behind the later gun control laws. A notable example occurred in 1993, when two villages clashed in a violent confrontation, sometimes referred to as the Chinese version of the 9/11 incident. Together, these villages mustered around 5,000 individuals, openly arrayed against one another, utilizing firearms, explosives, grenades, and any other weaponry at their disposal. Compounding the situation, many village leaders and elder residents had received basic military training. As the two villages engaged, they employed various tactics with remarkable proficiency, and it ultimately took the deployment of armed police and the extensive use of tear gas to restore order. Wang Erkuei's confrontation with Qin Lu was similarly well organized. Wang's father commanded from the rooftop, while his mother rallied the crowd and occasionally hurled clods of dirt. Remarkably, Qin Lu's gang did not even manage to lay a finger on Wang Erkuei before they were felled to the ground. Incredible! As Li Xiangdong listened to the villagers' vivid recounting of the events, he felt as though he were witnessing it all firsthand and could not help but express his admiration. In his excitement, he offered the storyteller a cigarette, which the villager gratefully accepted, pleased that his lengthy narrative had yielded some reward. With the cigarette tucked behind his ear, the villager joyfully returned to his labor, while Li Xiangdong felt relieved to have alleviated any potential threat posed by Qin Lu's gang. He had not anticipated learning Wang Erkuei's address so easily and waved to Hosan in the distance, beckoning him to come over. As the donkey cart ambled over, Li Xiangdong hopped onto it and directed Uncle Zhang to head towards Wang Erkuei's home. Zhou, curious, asked, Dongzi, how did you manage to gather that information so casually? Li Xiangdong chuckled and recounted the story he had just heard. Impressive, isn't it? Hosan exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Zhou sighed. It's certainly better to have many brothers. Unlike me, my parents only had me. Li Xiangdong shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, your father may have had only you, but your mother had several siblings with blue eyes. Zhou felt uneasy under Li Xiangdong's gaze and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? No worries, we have arrived. Alighting from the donkey cart, Li Xiangdong spotted Wang Erkue, who was sitting in the courtyard, engrossed in picking at his feet. Brother Erkue, Xiangdong, I thought you would never find my home. Upon hearing the warm and familiar voice, Wang Erkue lifted his gaze, hastily setting his foot down and approaching Li Xiangdong. Noticing Erkue's intention to shake hands, Li Xiangdong raised his arm and draped it over his shoulder. Your home is quite easy to locate now. You have gained some notoriety. Just ask anyone, and they'll point you in the right direction. Hey, so you've heard about it too? It's that gang led by Qin Lu coming after me. If they dare to show up, I'll make sure to give them a thorough thrashing. You have brothers. Doesn't Qin Lu have any as well? This situation won't escalate, will it? Don't worry, Xiangdong. No matter how many of them there are, I'm not afraid. If they come again, we'll give them a taste of a closed-door beating. Besides, with you here to collect crickets, I won't have to go to the county anymore. Who's afraid of whom? As they were conversing, Ho-san and Zhou entered. Wang Erkue, Brother Erkue, you all are here. Wang Erkue was delighted to see familiar faces and welcomed Ho-san and Zhou with a handshake. The entrance was too narrow for the donkey cart to pass through, so Wang Erkue assisted Ho-san and Zhou in moving their belongings into the courtyard. Uncle Zheng requested a bucket of water from Wang Erkue, while he himself tended to the donkey at the entrance. Li Xiangdong surveyed the farmhouse before inquiring, Erkue, is my Uncle Wang not here? My father is out working in the fields, but my mother is at home. Wang Erkue replied, calling into the house, Mother, is the water ready? Our guests have arrived. Li Xiangdong and the others greeted Wang Erkue's mother as she emerged. Aunt Wang, please wait. Li Xiangdong approached and handed her an oil paper package from his cloth bag. It smells wonderful. What is this? This is our specialty, braised chicken. Please, enjoy it with Uncle Wang, Li Xiangdong explained. Thank you so much, Aunt Wang replied cheerfully. Without any reluctance, truly a woman of action. Wang Erkue, feeling elated, promptly helped Li Xiangdong and the others pour water. Erkue, we shouldn't linger too long. We still have quite a distance to cover. Have you prepared the crickets we talked about? Yes, I'll go call everyone right now, Wang Erkue responded, swiftly departing. Before long, the courtyard was bustling with people, all of whom were Wang Erkue's close relatives living nearby. Otherwise, Aunt Wang wouldn't have had to call out to gather all of Wang Erkue's cousins when Qin Lu's gang showed up. Ho-san and Zhou had previously assisted in collecting crickets, although they still could not distinguish the good from the bad. They were capable of helping to pack the cotton. Aunt Wang was also enlisted by Li Xiangdong to help slice cucumbers, to ensure she was compensated. He had previously arranged that for the cucumbers provided by Wang Erkue's family, Aunt Wang would earn an extra 50 cents for her labor. This delighted Aunt Wang immensely. As a rural woman, she had never earned so much money before, and she cheerfully joined in the work. Li Xiangdong meticulously examined each cricket, his efficiency surpassing that of the cricket's owner, Sun, as he swiftly completed the task, albeit straining his eyes slightly. Methodically, he moved from one household to another, collecting payments. Mindful that he could not entrust all the money to Wang Erkue, who struggled to keep track of the accounts. All done, Li Xiangdong stretched his back and rose to loosen his arms and neck. In the courtyard, only the three of them remained, along with Wang Erkue and his mother. He glanced at the time. It was just past 10. Aunt Wang, Erkue, once we finish with the crickets, we shall depart. We will return on the 30th of this month. All right, Donggu, I will inform my relatives accordingly. The crickets sold by Wang Erkue, combined with the additional 50 cents Li Xiangdong promised, totaled 15 yuan. Wang Erkue could easily count that amount. After verifying the money, he handed it to his mother and began assisting Li Xiangdong and the others in loading the burlap sacks onto the donkey cart. Donggu, I will await your next visit at home. Very well, we are off now. You should head back too. Chapter 132. A touch of the hand. After bidding farewell to Wang Erkue, Li Xiangdong and his companions settled onto the swaying donkey cart for their return journey. Zhou retrieved 3 steamed buns from his cloth bag. Dongzi, Ho-san, are you hungry? I brought some buns. Are there more? Li Xiangdong accepted a bun, taking a bite and nodding towards Uncle Zheng, who was driving the cart. Yes. Zhou produced another bun. Uncle Zheng, have one to tide you over. I'm not hungry. There's no need for me to eat. Uncle Zheng swallowed hard at the sight of the pristine white bun, having seldom indulged in such a delicacy. The cart was not his. It belonged to the village collective, though he had accompanied Li Xiangdong and the others for a fare of 1 yuan. That money was to be submitted to the village, and he was merely a worker sent from the village. with the sole benefit being a restful afternoon and a full workday credit. Please eat. Uncle Zheng, don't be polite with us. Li Xiangdong took the bun from a zhe and directly placed it into Uncle Zheng's hands. Your home is near the guest house, right? Yes. Our village is not far from where you reside. Uncle Zheng looked at the bun, but still refrained from eating it, instead tucking it into the satchel slung over his shoulder. Noticing his action, Li Xiangdong said nothing, offering the bun was sufficient. Whether or not Uncle Zheng chose to eat, it was his decision. Uncle Zheng, once we return, we shall visit your home. Next time we require a cart, we will seek you out again. This time, we brought fewer buns, but in the future, we will bring 2 steamed buns for you each time. Li Xiangdong found Uncle Zheng to be a decent man, reserved, showing no curiosity about their cricket collection, simply focused on his task of driving the cart. They would continue to collect crickets from Wang Erkuei's household in the coming days, and by forming a partnership with Uncle Zheng, they would not only alleviate their concerns, but also save money. He would not be foolish enough to return with a dish of chicken to seek out the guest house staff. Sounds good. Uncle Zheng nodded happily, having initially thought this was a one-time arrangement, pleasantly surprised to discover that there would indeed be a next time. For no other reason than the allure of free cigarettes and the prospect of carrying home 2 steamed buns after each trip, he excitedly flicked the whip in his hand, prompting the donkey to quicken its pace in response to the sting. The temperature rose, becoming increasingly oppressive. The dirt path was devoid of greenery, with the sun beating down relentlessly. After consuming a bun, Li Xiangdong wiped the sweat from his brow. Aja, do you have the water? He inquired. Indeed, I do. Aja replied, retrieving a military canteen from his fabric bag. Thank you, Li Xiangdong said, taking the canteen and sipping from it. This was precisely why he had brought Aja along. In their team, Aja served as the logistics manager. Ho-san, noticing the military canteen, remarked, Aja, that canteen of yours is quite shabby and worn. It pales in comparison to mine. Aja smirked, and where is yours? Why not show me that brand new canteen of yours? Ho-san chuckled, recalling that his canteen had been confiscated by Gao Xinmin, and the memory ignited his irritation. Brother Dong, are you still drinking? If not, I could use a bit more, he said. I'm done. You can have it, Li Xiangdong replied, handing the canteen to Ho-san, who then proceeded to gulp down a fair portion. Aja, observing Ho-san's relentless drinking, exclaimed, Ho-san, are you that parched? Could you possibly drink a little less? Uncle Zheng and I haven't had a sip yet. Uncle Zheng, smiling, turned back and said, I'm not thirsty. You needn't worry about me. Ho-san rolled his eyes at Aja. Did you hear that? Uncle Zheng isn't drinking. Aja retorted, Uncle Zheng isn't. But I still am. Ho-san huffed. Fine, I won't drink anymore. Is that satisfactory? Not drinking is just as well, Aja declared, taking a few sips from the canteen before sealing it and returning it to his bag. Having just consumed a substantial amount of water, Ho-san felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Uncle Zheng, stop the donkey. I need to pee, he urged, with a firm tug on the reins. Uncle Zheng brought the donkey to a halt. As Ho-san hurried off to relieve himself, Li Xiangdong and Aja dismounted to stretch their limbs. Aja produced cigarettes, offering one to Li Xiangdong and Uncle Zheng. Observing Ho-san running off, he called out, Ho-san, why are you going so far? We're all men here. What is there to be shy about? Li Xiangdong, puffing on his cigarette, chuckled. Enough, Aja, don't argue with Ho-san. Before long, Ho-san emerged from behind a tree, trousers adjusted. Hey, even the little donkey is peeing, he exclaimed. With a mix of excitement and curiosity, he dashed over to the donkey, waiting for it to finish before leaning in to observe closely. What are you looking at, Ho-san? Aja asked, approaching him. Quite impressive, Ho-san said, swallowing hard. Unable to contain his laughter, Aja replied, what are you thinking all the time? Stop staring. Be careful of getting a needle's eye. It's fine. I want to see more. I've never encountered this before, Ho-san insisted, stepping closer to touch it. Li Xiangdong and Uncle Zheng, witnessing Ho-san reaching out, shouted in unison, Ho-san, don't touch that. Aja was startled as well, pulling Ho-san back hurriedly. Yet, it was too late. Startled, the donkey pivoted, and its hind legs kicked out sharply. With a resounding thud, Ho-san was unceremoniously toppled to the ground by Aja, only to find himself subsequently knocked down by a mule's powerful kick. Damn. Uncle Zheng, you check the cart. I'll see if the person is all right. Li Xiangdong discarded his cigarette and hastened to Aja's side. Are you all right? After being helped up by Li Xiangdong, Aja took a moment to regain his composure. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Ho-san, slow to realize the trouble he had caused, approached with his head hung low. Zhou, are you okay? Get lost. Zhou snapped irritably at Ho-san before retrieving a dented military canteen from his canvas bag. Gazing at the deflated canteen, he expressed relief. It seems heaven is watching over me. Luckily, the mule's hoof struck the canteen, or I would have been in serious trouble. Li Xiangdong eyed the canteen with lingering concern, lifting Zhou's shirt to examine him. Indeed, there were no injuries. Just a red mark likely caused by the force of the mule's kick against the canteen. Take a few steps and jump around a bit. Check if your bones are all right. Obediently, Zhou walked a couple of paces, jumped several times, and even twisted his waist. Noticing Li Xiangdong's anxious expression, he chuckled and reassured him, I'm fine, just a bit uncomfortable where I was kicked. That is good to hear. With those words, Li Xiangdong's tense demeanor eased. If everything is all right, let us hurry back to the cart. Uncle Zhong, an experienced hand, had successfully calmed the startled mule, and the three men resumed their journey. Ho-san, the source of the trouble, chose not to sit in the front but instead took a seat beside Zhou, incessantly apologizing. If it weren't for you pushing me earlier, that little frame of mine would have been sent flying 2 meters by the mule's kick. Zhou, I'm sorry. I was just curious about the mules. Well, it was quite impressive. I've never seen anything like it in my life. You've never seen it. But that doesn't give you the right to touch it. Chapter 133. A desire to play Do Diju again. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Don't talk to me. I don't want to engage with you right now. Hey, Zhou, how about I bring you a bottle of my father's fine wine next time? Will you forgive me then? Please don't. What if you pull out a gun next time? Will I even survive? I want tea, drink it. I'll give it to you. My family doesn't lack for wine. Then I'll bring you some delicious food. No need. My father has already returned to work. He earns over 100 a month. We can buy whatever we want. What will it take for you to forgive me? Right now? I just wish you would shut up and stop talking to me. Oh, Li Xiangdong leaned against the mule cart, observing the two as they exchanged banter. Zhou remained unyielding, while Ho-san, resembling a chastised child, sought to appease him. All right, Ho-san, Zhou is fine. Let him cool off. But you must remember this lesson. In a place like this, what if Zhou had been injured by that mule? I understand, Donggu. Shrinking into a corner of the cart, Ho-san fidgeted with his fingers, embodying a pitiable figure as if bearing an immense grievance. Li Xiangdong observed the current state of affairs and mused to himself that he truly resembled a child who had yet to mature. No wonder Ho Jianxi had exerted such effort to keep an eye on him. Were it not for the watchful gaze, Ho Jianxi would undoubtedly refrain from allowing Ho-san to accompany the vehicle. It was likely that he was now diligently performing the duties of a ticket seller, much like his elder sisters. Zhou, has your father returned to school? Li Xiangdong inquired with curiosity, as it seemed his father had been hesitant to take to the podium again. Zhou nodded, confirming his return, albeit no longer in a teaching capacity. He had assumed the role of deputy director within the department, primarily tasked with management responsibilities. Li Xiangdong chuckled. What a promotion. Congratulations. Zhou returned a smile, explaining, it's mainly due to my father's former superior coming back. He is now the vice principal. The reason my grandfather and I were assigned to the Southwest was because my father had spoken on behalf of his old leader. Now, it seems my father has turned misfortune into fortune. Dongzi, I must thank you as well. Had it not been for your words to my father, he would not have returned, Zhou earnestly expressed. Li Xiangdong was taken aback by this revelation, as he had been unaware of such circumstances in his previous life. Clearly, as long as Zhou and his grandfather did not contemplate going abroad, Zhou's father's prospects were boundless. Possessing knowledge of economics, coupled with the backing of a vice principal, should he transition from academia to politics, he could very well become a figure akin to Shi Yuliang in the future. He waved his hand dismissively. This has little to do with me. It is primarily your father's own realization. Zhou insisted, do not say that. My father's determination to return to school is significantly influenced by you. He even mentioned inviting you to our home for a drink. Li Xiangdong nodded with a smile. Of course, if your father is extending the invitation, I must certainly attend. How could I refuse such an honor? After all, it was an invitation from a future political luminary, and it would be unwise to decline. As they discussed Zhou's father, Ho-san approached them. Earning a few exasperated glances from Zhou, the three of them soon resumed their light-hearted banter. The donkey cart swayed until the sun reached its zenith, at which point they returned to the guest house. The trio first placed the burlap sacks and the cricket cage back in their room. Ho-san, what is the matter? Li Xiangdong pulled Ho-san close and whispered, Zhou and I are going to pay a visit to Uncle Zhang. You stay here and keep an eye on our belongings. Do you know Wang Qinghao? He seems to have taken an interest in us. Ho Sen expressed his surprise. What does that little rascal Wang Qinghao want? Li Xiangdong patted his shoulder. I'm not certain. Perhaps he is merely suspicious. It's also possible he has caught wind of our cricket dealings and wishes to discern how we operate, possibly intending to follow in our footsteps. Ho San, who had been counting on Li Xiangdong to lead him to wealth, frowned at the unexpected appearance of Wang Qinghao. Dongzi, should I devise a plan to have Wang Qinghao reassigned? Perhaps to another location? Li Xiangdong considered it for a moment. Let us hold off on that for now. If he is merely suspicious, moving him would only serve to confirm our concerns. It's best to wait and see. Understood, Dongzi. I will heed your advice. Ho San carried a chair and followed Li Xiangdong and the others as they exited the room. Donggu, you and Azhe need not worry. I shall remain here at the entrance, he assured. Li Xiangdong nodded in agreement. Very well, then we shall take our leave. Azhe approached with a grin and patted Ho San on the back. You must guard this threshold well. If the task is accomplished, we shall put the incident of the donkey's kick behind us. Upon hearing this, Ho San beamed and thumped his chest. Fear not, Azhe. After ensuring that Ho San was settled, Li Xiangdong and Azhe departed the guest house and boarded the donkey cart. Uncle Zheng, here is the fare, Li Xiangdong said, handing over a coin. Uncle Zheng received the coin with a smile. Make sure to sit securely. The village was indeed quite close to the guest house, merely a 10-minute journey. To Li Xiangdong's surprise, amidst the apparent poverty of the village, there stood several sturdy houses with blue bricks and large tiles. This house over here was once the estate of the landlord in our village. All the land used to belong to them. My father even tended cattle for them in the past. After they were taken to the county and met their demise, only one son remains now. Uncle Zheng explained cheerfully, addressing Li Xiangdong while silently expressing gratitude to the organization and its leaders. Were it not for the overthrow of such landlords, he might have found himself in a similar plight as his father, laboring as a long-term worker to support his family. Those jars and bottles you mentioned do exist. Their family was once allocated goods from our village, though many of those items were destroyed at the time. Silver dollars were plentiful. My family received several. And we sold some during hard times. Yet we still have a few left, he continued. Li Xiangdong offered Uncle Zheng a cigarette. Please tell me more. I have a particular fondness for these tales. Uncle Zheng, puffing on the cigarette, responded, Very well, let me share further. Only one son remains in that household, and he seldom converses with us villagers, preferring solitude at home. However, I suspect they are hiding valuables. Li Xiangdong inquired, Oh, what leads you to believe that? Uncle Zheng replied, There is often a delightful aroma of meat wafting from their home. Landlords are known to hoard wealth, and they are quite cunning. Alas, the era of land disputes has ended, yet my youngest son still lacks funds to marry. Li Xiangdong chuckled. Times have changed, and now the focus is on economic development, rendering such disputes obsolete. Moreover, the burden upon the common folk is no longer from the landlord class. Chapter 134. How do you understand these matters? Li Xiangdong did not request Uncle Zheng to drive them back. The distance was short enough that they opted to walk, treating it as a leisurely stroll. On their way back, Azhe queried, Dongzi, were you contemplating something when you spoke with Uncle Zheng? Li Xiangdong laughed. Initially, I had no intentions. I was merely curious about the sudden appearance of those blue brick houses. But as I listened, ideas began to form. Azhe pressed on. You mean regarding the silver dollars? Li Xiangdong shook his head. Not solely silver dollars. I am certain there are other treasures as well. Uncle Zheng mentioned that many jars and bottles were destroyed during the allocation from the landlord's estate. Yet I believe a fair number of intriguing items must have been left behind. Our funds are somewhat limited at the moment. When we come for the final collection of the crickets, the three of us should take the opportunity to scour Uncle Zheng's village. That's fine. You can arrange it. Azhe nodded, but then he pondered and asked in confusion, Do you understand anything beyond silver dollars? Just a little, Li Xiangdong replied. Not out of modesty, but with genuine acknowledgement of his limited knowledge. If faced with a high-quality replica, he would be unable to discern it. Azhe regarded his childhood friend with curiosity. They had grown up together, from attending school to frolicking in their youth. Both he and Li Xiangdong, along with most of their cohort, were largely illiterate, as the school had taught them little of value. He found it perplexing that such topics were not included in their education. Dongzi, when did you learn all this? Li Xiangdong chuckled. What? Do you think I'm a spy? Just because you didn't study well doesn't mean I can't pick up a few things. You asked me when I learned, and I will tell you. Leaning in closer, he whispered, During those years you spent in the southwest eating insects, I learned from others. With that, he took off running. Damn you, Li Xiangdong. Don't run. Asia chased after him, bewildered, pondering how Li Xiangdong could possibly know about his insect-eating habits. Was it his father who told him? Goodness, was it something he actually wanted to eat? With no option but to endure hunger, he muttered, all right, I was wrong. Li Xiangdong ceased his flight, primarily out of concern for Asia, who had just been kicked by a donkey that morning and was still recovering. Asia seized Li Xiangdong by the neck and demanded, how did you know I ate insects? Given the information blockade and the vast distance of over 2,000 miles between them, it was rare for anyone in the capital to be aware of the Southwest's culinary practices involving insects. Li Xiangdong pushed Asia away, laughingly deflecting. You were drunk and said it yourself. I said that while drunk? Asia frowned, recalling the last time he had drunk was at his home. No way. Did Qian Bin and the others find out too? Cough, cough. Li Xiangdong continued his jest. No? It was when I was helping you to the restroom after you were drunk, and you spotted the plump little white worms in the toilet pit and let slip your thoughts. Asia turned pale with urgency. Shut up. What I ate were bamboo larvae. Wow, you really have eaten them. What do you mean? Are you playing tricks on me? Not at all. You were smacking your lips while in the restroom. Who was smacking their lips? I was eating what grows in bamboo. Those are entirely different. All right, fine, you say what you want. I've never eaten them. The two playfully bantered as they returned joyfully to the guest house. Dongji, you're back. Hosen exclaimed upon seeing them, rising to approach. After you left, Wang Qinghao came looking for me. What did he say? Asia, no longer irritated, followed Li Xiangdong and Ho San into the room. Without waiting for Ho San to speak, Asia inquired, what did he ask you? Ho San replied, he asked what we were doing with these crickets. I recounted what Dongji had previously mentioned. Asia retorted, did he believe you? Li Xiangdong turned over in bed and chuckled. He surely doesn't believe us. If he did, he wouldn't be staring at us in the morning or sneaking around to inquire about us while we were out. Ho San patted his chest and reassured, rest assured. I haven't divulged a word. He even wanted to come into our room to take a look, but I ignored him. Let him ponder on his own. We need not concern ourselves with it. Li Xiangdong expressed indifference. He harbored no worries about anyone suspecting their dealings with the crickets, even if someone joined in their endeavors. As long as they possessed the skill, they were free to proceed as they wished. If they ended up regretting it and wanted to come to him for guidance later, that would be acceptable. He was quite curious about the methods others employed. Should the other party refuse, with no familial ties or vested interests, he would simply remain silent and observe. Aja, is the spot where the donkey kicked you all right? Much better. Dongzi, you needn't fret. Oh, since you're fine, you and Ho Sen should fetch the meal. I shall remain here. Damn, I thought you cared about me. Cut the nonsense and hurry to get the food. My eyes are a bit weary. I'll just rest for a while. After saying this, Li Xiangdong closed his eyes. He truly was fatigued. With hundreds of crickets to inspect, each required meticulous attention. Even a single missing leg or antenna could not be overlooked. Dongzi, wake up. Li Xiangdong rubbed his eyes and got out of bed to eat. While eating, Ho Sen couldn't help but complain. That little brat Wang Qinghao was trying to pry information from me with a box of peonies. As if I would spill anything. He ought to consider what kind of cigarettes I smoke. Aja paused, chopsticks in hand, and asked, what do you smoke? Ho Sen boasted, panda. You have pandas? Why haven't you offered me one? You are truly something else, Ho San. If it weren't for me, Uncle Zheng's donkey could have kicked you to death. Aja was furious. He had no idea Ho San actually smoked pandas, and the fact that he had them, yet still sought to mooch off Aja's de Qianmin, was infuriating. Ho San blushed at Aja's words and hastily pulled a panda from his pocket, offering one to Aja. I won't smoke. Li Xiangdong waved his hand, declining the cigarette, and hurried to eat, as they needed to gather and head to the train station afterward. Aja also abstained, merely placing it behind his ear. The three quickly finished their meal, returned the lunch boxes, and awaited their gathering. On the way to the train station, Aja, carrying a burlap sack, nudged Li Xiangdong's arm and exchanged a knowing glance. Li Xiangdong turned to see a youth, about his age, staring intently at the three of them from a short distance away. He smiled at Aja and said, let's go. It has nothing to do with us. Next time, we can have Uncle Zheng send the crickets directly to the train station. We can take turns watching, which would save us from attracting unnecessary attention. Aja nodded in agreement. All right, we'll do as you say. Ho Sen interjected, what about lunch? We won't be able to eat in the morning while collecting crickets. We can't skip lunch too, can we? Aja retorted, just grab a bun. What's more important, eating or making money? Ho-Sin chuckled. Making money, of course. Money is what gets you a wife. Chapter 135. The absence of my second grandfather East brother. We have arrived at the Texas station. Please disembark. Li Xiangdong, accompanied by Ho-San and Zhe, followed the departing passengers to the platform. There, a small cart dedicated to selling roasted chicken was surrounded by a throng of eager customers, all clamoring to purchase the delicacy. Goodness, it is always this crowded. Let us revert to our old strategy, Li Xiangdong remarked as he crouched down. Ho-San mounted his shoulders, while Zhe assisted him in slowly approaching the periphery of the crowd. Li Xiangdong clasped Ho-San's thighs tightly with his arms. Ho-San, I want 3. I will give you the money once we board, said Li Xiangdong. I want 1. And 1 for Uncle Gao as well. Let us put that on the tab. Ho-San replied. Very well, he acknowledged, leaning forward, waving the money in his hand while shouting, I want 6. Bring me 6 roasted chickens. Li Xiangdong pinched Ho-San's thigh and exclaimed loudly, Are you only buying 1? How will you manage to eat that at home? Ho-San paused, contemplating the situation. Indeed, with his older sisters present, if he purchased only 1, he would likely not even get a taste of the chicken. I want 8. Bring me 8 roasted chickens, he declared, perched on Li Xiangdong's shoulders, his hand practically thrust against the vendor's face. Their method proved effective. In these times, buying roasted chicken at the Texas station relied solely on seizing the opportunity, as there was no concept of queuing. Content with their roasted chickens. The trio prepared to board the train when they encountered Gao Xinmin, who had stepped down for a smoke and to stretch his limbs. Uncle Gao, Li Xiangdong called out, scanning the surroundings to ensure no other colleagues were present before discreetly placing a roasted chicken into his embrace. Gao Xinmin, holding the chicken, chuckled. Oh, and what about mine? Li Xiangdong smiled in return. This is a token of respect from the 3 of us. This statement held true. Their crickets were still in Gao Xinmin's office car, and since he had assisted them without making demands, they certainly wanted to show their appreciation. Gao Xinmin scrutinized the trio with a knowing glance. It seems you have made quite a profit from selling crickets. Ah, it's not much of a profit, really, Li Xiangdong conceded after a moment of reflection. I am not curious about how much you earn, nor will I disclose this matter to anyone. However, since this roasted chicken is a gift from you, I shall accept it. After all, you 3 are not short of funds at the moment, Gao Xinmin observed, noting the 7 roasted chickens they held. Hurry aboard. The train is about to depart. With that, he tossed his cigarette butt aside and boarded the train first. As the train departed from Texas station, Li Xiangdong and his companions huddled together. Zhou inquired, what did the train conductor mean by those words earlier? Li Xiangdong replied with a wry smile. It means nothing significant. He was merely indicating that he is aware of our little tricks. Ho-San, feeling anxious, asked, Do you think Uncle Gao will prevent us from bringing crickets on the train in the future? You are overthinking it. He will not interfere, Li Xiangdong reassured him, confident that although Gao Xinmin did not engage in the trade of goods, he would absolutely not hinder others from doing so. In this atmosphere prevailing at the train station, Gao Xinmin may maintain his aloofness, looking down upon those who engage in such practices, yet he would never dare to obstruct another's means of livelihood. Otherwise, he would find himself uneasy even in the position of train conductor. Will our crickets still find a place in his office carriage? Aja sighed, contemplating the multitude of crickets. If they were to be placed in the crew's resting carriage, it was uncertain whether others would object, particularly with the presence of that troublesome Wang Chenghao, making it quite unsafe, for the 3 of them had work and could not monitor the situation at all times. That won't happen. If it were an issue, they wouldn't have agreed this time. Stop worrying unnecessarily. Let us get back to work, Li Xiangdong urged, dismissing the lamenting Zhou as he and Ho-San resumed their tasks. They were dealing with crickets, not watches, televisions, or essential goods. Gao Xinmin would surely not impose rigid boundaries on them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted that roast chicken just moments ago. The train was slightly delayed, and upon their return, dawn was breaking. As Li Xiangdong had anticipated, Gao Xinmin said nothing regarding their handling of crickets. Instead, he continued to assist him and Ho-San in transporting the crickets to the office. Ho-San, since the office is empty, there is no need for us to sit idly waiting for Aja. Why don't you go buy something to eat? I will check on my esteemed Uncle Ho, Li Xiangdong suggested. Go ahead, my great-uncle enjoys it when someone comes to chat with him. East brother, shall we have buns? That works, you decide what to buy. Carrying his satchel, Li Xiangdong leisurely made his way to the reception room of the passenger department. Knock knock. Who's there? Uncle Ho adjusted his reading glasses and, upon seeing Li Xiangdong enter, exclaimed, "Dongzi, what brings you here? Come, have a seat. Weren't we supposed to chat when you had some free time?" Li Xiangdong smiled as he settled beside Uncle Ho and yawned. "Would you be so kind as to offer me a cup of tea? I'm so sleepy I can barely keep my eyes open." "Just a moment." Uncle Ho chuckled as he retrieved a teapot from the drawer. After brewing the tea, he noticed the dark circles under Li Xiangdong's eyes and remarked with a smile, "Just back from a trip? You didn't sleep well last night, did you? No rush to head home for some rest. It's thoughtful of you to come check on this old man." Li Xiangdong took a couple of sips from the teapot, which Uncle Ho had brewed strong, then produced a cigarette and lit one for him. "At my age, a little less sleep is inconsequential. What matters is that conversing with you is delightful, and I learned so much in the process." Uncle Ho, puffing away with a grin, replied, "What could you possibly learn from an old man like me? Don't say that. You've spent your entire life in revolutionary work. Even a hint of your experiences during our conversations would keep me pondering for days." Li Xiangdong spoke sincerely. He was not merely flattering Uncle Ho. Though he was a reincarnated individual, he had always been a person of leisure in society. Uncle Ho had spent his life at the train station, and with his children achieving great success, he certainly possessed a wealth of knowledge. "Very well, if you enjoy listening, you are welcome to visit often." Old Master Ho had maintained a constant smile since Li Xiangdong entered the room, due to his unique status. The reception room was never short of visitors eager to flatter him. However, Li Xiangdong was unlike the others. Long before his official employment, the two had already engaged in delightful conversations, during which Li had been unaware of Ho's true identity. Moreover, Li never broached sensitive topics nor sought to pry indirectly. He simply chatted about mundane matters of daily life. For an elderly gentleman like him, whose children were often preoccupied, such conversations offered a rare respite. After more than half an hour of idle chatter, Li Xiangdong glanced at the time and decided it was time to take his leave. He retrieved an oiled paper bag from his satchel and placed it on the table. "Master Ho, within this bag is a Texas-style roasted chicken. Please enjoy it as a side dish with your drinks." Old Master Ho waved his hand in refusal, saying, "You should take it back for the children. I do not lack for food. Please, this is specially for you," Li Xiangdong insisted, opening his satchel further. "Look, I've prepared some for my children as well." Seeing that there were indeed 2 more oiled paper bags inside, Master Ho chuckled. "What a good child you are, thinking of your family. I shall accept this roasted chicken, but you should head home and rest." "All right, Master Ho, I shall take my leave now." Li Xiangdong nodded, turned, and exited through the door. Master Ho followed him out, saying, "Dongzi, I recall that our third child was on the same train as you, correct?" "Yes, what is the matter, Master Ho?" "Nothing. You may go," Master Ho replied, turning back into the reception room while muttering, "That third child of mine never thinks of his second grandfather." Chapter 136. A reunion. Li Xiangdong hurried back to the train station building, pushed open the office door, and saw Asia and Ho San enjoying steamed buns. "Apologies for my tardiness," he said. Asia, munching on a bun and sipping water, replied, "No problem, Dongzi, I just sat down myself." Meanwhile, Ho San, with his head down, asked, "Donggu, did my second grandfather say anything?" Li Xiangdong chuckled. "Are you inquiring whether your second grandfather asked about you?" Ho San nodded yes. As he ate his bun, Li Xiangdong replied, "He did inquire. Before I left, he asked if we were on the same train. I thought I had informed him. He forgets so easily." "Truly, he is becoming forgetful," Ho San commented, rolling his eyes as he resumed eating. The trio quickly finished their meal, changed into their own clothes, and hefted their sacks as they exited the train station building. Asia dashed to the roadside to hail a tricycle. The tricycle driver approached Asia, scrutinizing the 3 young men and their belongings. "You look awfully familiar. Aren't you the 3 rascals from last time? I peddled you to the White Pagoda Temple for 50 cents and was so exhausted that I didn't even come out to work the rest of the afternoon." "You're heading to the White Pagoda Temple, right?" Ho San exclaimed. "How did you know?" The tricycle driver shot him a look. "Are you planning to pay 50 cents for the fare? Hey, are you some kind of demon?" Ho San was even more astonished that the driver seemed to know how much fare they intended to offer. The tricycle driver snorted, stating that for such a considerable distance, 50 cents was simply unacceptable unless the 3 of them chose to walk alongside. Asia, with a frown and a glare, retorted, "Are you joking? If we walk, why would I need you?" Li Xiangdong, who had remained silent until now, recognized the driver as the same one they had ridden with previously, primarily due to his disheveled hair resembling a henhouse. He chuckled and asked, "How much do you want?" The driver tentatively extended a finger, proposing 1 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Aja jumped in outrage. "Have you just woken up from a deep sleep? Are you attempting to rob us in broad daylight?" The driver, blushing, explained, "You have so much stuff, and you three still want to ride. 60 cents, or I will find someone else," he insisted. Aja dismissed his explanation, noting that he had never seen a tricycle driver transporting goods while making the owner walk alongside. The driver shook his head. 60 cents one do. Last time, after hauling you all, I was too exhausted to work the rest of the day. I took a significant loss." "Ah, so it's you." Hosen scrutinized the driver, initially thinking he had encountered a fortune teller. "Fine, 70 cents will suffice, but if you disagree, then forget it." Upon hearing the driver's words, Aja's face flushed slightly. They had indeed exhausted him during their previous ride. Observing the driver's hesitation, Hosan pulled Aja and Li Xiangdong aside and whispered, "Shall we look for another tricycle?" Aja shook his head. "No need. We shouldn't waste money unnecessarily." Li Xiangdong chuckled. "Let us heed Aja's advice. I'll take the bus. 70 cents is easily negotiable. If we reduce one passenger, he'll surely agree. Let's meet at the bus stop near the White Pagoda Temple." Aja suggested, "Dongzi. Perhaps I should squeeze onto the bus as well." No more arguing. It's settled. Li Xiangdong turned and headed toward the bus stop, having ample experience with crowded buses and subways in his past life. Regardless of the crowd, he could still manage to catch some sleep standing. As for finding another tricycle, it would be a waste of money. In this era, a worker earned merely 1 yuan for a full day's labor. The three of them were just starting out and had not yet reached the point of treating money carelessly as Yang Daoye's did. Moreover, serving as the logistics manager of their team, sought to avoid questioning his decisions, ensuring that everyone handled their own responsibilities to prevent conflicts. Today's buses were equally congested. In the past, people of all genders would crowd together, often sharing the scent of women's perfume. Now, however, the lines were distinctly drawn. A group of burly men were packed closely, the air rife with the smell of sweat and smoke. Many people neglected oral hygiene, and if someone started chatting nearby, it could be quite unpleasant. After half an hour of being jostled on the bus, Li Xiangdong finally alighted, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Meanwhile, Aja and Ho San arrived slowly in the tricycle, and he had to wait a good 20 minutes before spotting them. Once the tricycle came to a halt, Li Xiangdong requested, "Could you please ride a little further ahead?" "Certainly. No problem," the driver replied. The tricycle driver had no objections, although one person was missing. His legs were still sore, yet it did not hinder him from continuing to work in the afternoon. Ho San and Aja dismounted and followed Li Xiangdong, who led the way ahead. "Let's stop here." The tricycle came to a halt at the entrance of the chaotic courtyard belonging to Guogua's Sunday. After unloading the items, the driver received the fare from Li Xiangdong and merrily hummed a tune as he departed. A middle-aged woman emerged from the courtyard. Upon seeing the three of them carrying their burdens, she inquired, "Who are you?" "We are looking for Uncle Sun from the front yard." "Oh, you're looking for Old Sun? He is cooking right now. You may go in." Upon entering the courtyard, Li Xiangdong spotted Guogua's son squatting at the door, poking at a smoking coal stove with a fire tong. "Cooking, Uncle Sun? Dongzi, you're here." Guogua's son rose with a smile to welcome the three into his home. Li Xiangdong put down his load. "Why don't you continue cooking?" Guogua's son chuckled. "What is more important than making money? Eating can wait." "All right, as long as you're not hungry." Noticing Li Xiangdong yawning repeatedly, Aja suggested, "Dongzi, why don't you take a nap? Ho San and I will help Uncle Sun check the goods." Guogua's son added, "Go on, if you're tired. Sleep on the Kong in the back room." Li Xiangdong went to catch up on sleep. Aja, observing the numerous empty cricket jars in the room, squatted beside Guogua's son and asked, "Uncle Sun, have you sold all the crickets we brought back last time?" Guogua's son, without lifting his head while inspecting the goods, replied with a nonchalant "Om." Ho San found it hard to believe. "It's only been a few days, and they're all sold?" Guogua's son finally glanced at Ho San. "You don't think I sold them all myself, do you? If I had to sell over 400 crickets on my own, I'd be at it forever." Aja nodded in understanding, recognizing the role of middlemen. "We brought back over 400 again this time. It should be about the same in the future. Is that all right with you?" Guogua's son set down the bamboo tube and looked at the two. "In our capital, there's no shortage of wealthy enthusiasts. Moreover, crickets are for fighting. Once 2 crickets are placed in a jar, it's a fight to the death, and they consume quickly." Previously, neither Aja nor Ho San understood such matters and had not thought to ask Li Xiangdong. It was only today, seeing the empty jars in Guoguo-san's home, that they began to inquire. Now, both felt reassured, knowing they could confidently continue earning from this venture. Chapter 137. What do you want to do? Dongzi, wake up. It's time for lunch. Aja called out, rousing Li Xiangdong from his slumber. After washing his face, he sat at the dining table and gazed at the 4 plates of dumplings before him. Did you two go out to buy these? Aja and Ho-san, with mouths full of dumplings, shook their heads. I bought them, Guoguo-san said as he sat down, dipping a dumpling in vinegar. You 3 brothers are now my lucky stars. I can't let you eat steamed buns and pickles anymore. Li Xiangdong chuckled at this. It seems Uncle Sun has made quite a profit. Congratulations to us all. May we prosper together. Cricket Sun set down his chopsticks and, with a playful flourish, uttered a witty remark. Indeed, he had amassed a considerable fortune. After Li Xiangdong and his companions departed last time, he disseminated the news, and the following day, fellow traders began to arrive in succession. He retained only a little over 20 crickets for himself, selling the rest at an additional 50 cents each to the colleagues he had summoned, particularly the 4 premium specimens from last time, which netted him a profit of 10 yuan. Dongzi, why are there no premium specimens this time? It is not so easy to catch them. These crickets are quite commendable, he replied. Li Xiangdong remarked that the crickets collected from Wang Erkui's residence were of decent quality, but the key factor was their affordability, priced at merely 30 to 40 cents each. After finishing their dumplings, Li Xiangdong instructed Ho-san and Aja to retire for the night, taking it upon himself to keep watch. Observing the meticulous Cricket Sun, he could not help but interject. Uncle Sun, is such diligence truly necessary? Cricket Sun, brimming with pride, replied, You are unaware, my friend. I intend to sell these crickets to other traders, so I must first select the finest specimens. I cannot wait until you all have departed to sort them again. That would surely exhaust me. Do not fret, if it is too much for you. Retreat to the room and sleep. Are you afraid Uncle Sun will deceive you? Very well, I shall forego sleep and assist you instead, Li Xiangdong responded, somewhat exasperated. Realizing why it is often said that the old are cunning and the horses are slippery, the ancients were not mistaken. Together, they meticulously sorted through the crickets until nearly 3 in the afternoon before completing their task. Cricket Sun glanced at the heap of bamboo tubes at his feet and inquired, Dongzi, why are there so many limp and dead crickets this time? Li Xiangdong rose and stretched his legs, remarking that the donkey cart was quite jostling. It was a miracle that not all had perished. Upon hearing his brief explanation, Cricket Sun chuckled. Next time, remember to place some straw mats atop the donkey cart. It might help a bit. Li Xiangdong nodded. Understood, Uncle Sunday. Now, please focus on the accounts. We need to return. After filtering through, they had a total of 398 crickets left, so they would count it as 400, amounting to 800 yuan. I have prepared the tickets you requested. Wait a moment while I retrieve the money and tickets for you. Cricket Sun rose to fetch the money from another room. Li Xiangdong entered the inner chamber and roused Ho-san and Aja. The 3 did not visit the tavern this time. After departing from Cricket Sun's home, they directly took the bus to Aja's residence. It was Ho-san's first visit to Aja's house, and he curiously surveyed the courtyard. Ho-san, stop wandering and come over to settle the accounts, Li Xiangdong called to him as he entered the back room. Aja, go fetch a piece of paper and a pen. Let us tally the accounts. Seated at the table, a stack of money and tickets lay before them. Li Xiangdong began. This total of money and tickets amounts to 800 yuan. Our initial capital from last time was 147 yuan, if I recall correctly. Aja and Ho-san nodded in agreement. Li Xiangdong continued. This time, we spent 150 yuan on crickets, with 1 yuan for the donkey cart. And we must also account for the chicken we provided to Gao Xinmin, which is covered for a total of 8 yuan. Aja, you may keep that amount for now. Qian handed the money to Aja, who bent his head and began to tally the funds. With 792 yuan remaining, we shall divide it according to our prior agreement of a 60-40 split. Each of you should receive 316 yuan and 80 cents. But I will round it up to 320, ensuring that each of you gets 160 yuan. He then looked up and inquired, Do you require a receipt? In unison, Ho-san and Aja responded, No. He continued, Do not stow the money away just yet. For the next time we collect crickets, we will again adhere to the 60-40 arrangement. Each of you will take 30 yuan while I will take 90, thus accumulating 150 for our next venture. Aja, keep this money safe. Additionally, I will give you another 10 yuan, since I am taking the lion's share. It is only right that I cover our expenses when we go out to collect crickets. Once this money is exhausted, you may come to me for more. The three of them divided the funds and placed them into their respective pockets. Zhou then remarked, Dongzi, our earnings this time are not as substantial as last time. It is not that I am dissatisfied with the amount. You understand my meaning. Xiangdong nodded. I comprehend. Our donkey cart was rather unstable this time, and many crickets did not survive the journey. It primarily stems from our lack of thorough planning. We shall prepare more diligently next time. I believe it is a decent sum. We can make 4 trips a month, and based on this distribution, I can earn. Hosen scratched his head, unable to calculate. 640 yuan, Zhou chimed in. Exactly. 640 yuan. That's more than my 2 years' salary, exclaimed Hosen with excitement. Xiangdong chuckled, as long as you're satisfied. However, I must reiterate, do not squander this money hastily. We have greater needs ahead. I will remember, Donggu. You can rest assured that I will not waste this money, replied Hosen confidently. Xiangdong stood up. Well then, the money has been divided, and you have no objections. Let us conclude our discussion for today. Hosen, be sure to hurry home. Understood, Donggu, Hosen replied. Zhou accompanied the two out the door. After bidding farewell to them, Xiangdong turned towards the state-run restaurant where Qianbin worked, as he had exchanged a considerable amount of meat and oil coupons from the cricket seller. According to current policies, pork is rationed to a limited amount per person each day, and even with coupons, vendors cannot sell more. Although his family is large enough to buy collectively, they must still queue. The most troublesome item is oil, which is procured from the grain store based on household registration, making it even more complicated. Thus, it is preferable to seek assistance from Qianbin, who has connections. Hosen, why are you dawdling instead of heading home? Zhou asked, noticing Hosen lingering without apparent reason. Zhou, I recall that Dongji's home is not in that direction. Where is he headed? Hosen queried. Zhou shook his head. I do not know. Why do you ask? Just curious, replied Hosen, scratching his head. Zhou, are you familiar with Dongji's family? Zhou retorted. Of course, we grew up together. How could I not know them? What is on your mind? Sensing something unusual, Hosen pulled at Zhou's sleeve and pleaded. Would you take me to Dongji's home? You can go by yourself. I'm utterly exhausted, Zhou replied. Come on, just help me this once. Hosen reluctantly dragged Zhou towards Xiangdong's residence. Zhou shook off Hosen's grip, demanding clarification. What do you intend to do by taking me to his house while Dongzi is away? Hee, I plan to bring my apprentice to my home for the night. Li Xiaodao, why are you bringing him home? Goodness. Hosen, are you afraid of getting beaten when you return? Hee. Chapter 138. Enlightenment. It was around 4 in the afternoon when Xiangdong entered the state-run restaurant where Qianbin worked. The establishment was devoid of diners, with only 2 waitstaff and an accountant engaged in idle chatter. Upon noticing Xiangdong's entrance, they offered no greeting, merely glancing at him before returning to their tasks. In this era, dining at a state-run restaurant necessitated a degree of initiative. One could not wait for the staff to inquire about orders, but had to speak up upon entering. These individuals now acted as if they were lords, and waiting for them to attend to you was akin to dreaming. They seemed to prefer an empty restaurant, as their salaries would remain unaffected regardless. As Xiangdong entered the hall, he called out towards the kitchen, Qianbin, Qianbin. Coming. Qianbin emerged from the kitchen, a cigarette in one hand and a piece of watermelon in the other, his belly protruding. Xiangdong couldn't help but chuckle at his appearance. You seem to be living quite comfortably. Hee. Dongzi, would you like some watermelon? I can get you a piece, Qianbin said, turning to return to the kitchen. No need. I'm not hungry, Xiangdong quickly replied. Qianbin approached with a grin. Are you looking for me about something? Xiangdong nodded yes. Let us step outside. They exited the restaurant. Standing to one side of the entrance, Xiangdong declined the cigarette Qianbin offered, as he needed to return home to hold the baby. You're not busy at the moment, are you? Qianbin, munching on watermelon, replied indistinctly, not busy at all. I'm nearly free all day. My father took the day off to find someone to play chess with. Xiangdong laughed. That is perfect. I'd like to trouble you to help me exchange some meat and oil. He retrieved the prepared money and tickets from his pocket. Qianbin discarded the remnants of his watermelon peel on the ground and accepted the money, stowing it away. No problem. Working at the train station is great. It's only been a few days, and you've already amassed so many tickets. I'm just wasting time. I envy you. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. I barely get a good night's sleep when I'm out on the train at night. Everyone has their struggles. By the way, Dongzi, could you help me swap a few milk powder tickets? Li Xiangdong was taken aback. Your wife has given birth. Qianbin shook his head. Not yet. I'm just worried that the tickets from the neighborhood office won't be sufficient, so I wanted to mention it in advance. I was startled for a moment. Li Xiangdong recalled clearly that Qianbin's son was born on National Day, aptly named Qianguoqing. He thought that perhaps his rebirth had altered the trajectory of certain events. Rest assured, I'll keep the matter of the milk powder tickets in mind. I certainly won't let my dear nephew go hungry. Qianbin expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Dongzi. Li Xiangdong chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, replying, No need for all that. Once you've finished exchanging the meat and oil, remember to deliver them to my home. Qianbin seized Li Xiangdong's arm as he turned to leave, insisting, The restaurant is quiet now. Wait here for a moment. I'll ride my bicycle and take you along. I still have some matters I wish to discuss with you. All right, then go fetch your bicycle, Li Xiangdong acquiesced. Qianbin mounted his sturdy bicycle, leading Li Xiangdong to procure the meat and oil. Li Xiangdong surmised that Qianbin had something significant to discuss, perhaps concerns about impending fatherhood, which made him slightly anxious. Throughout the journey, he bombarded Qianbin with a flurry of questions, lamenting how his wife had recently become prone to sudden bouts of anger. He often found himself abruptly awakened by her pinches in the middle of the night. Seated on the rear of the bicycle, Li Xiangdong, drawing from his own experiences, offered continuous counsel and reassurance to Qianbin. He believed that it was entirely normal for a pregnant woman in her 8th month to exhibit emotional fluctuations. After all, she was bearing his child. A few pinches were hardly a cause for alarm. Times had changed, and so had perspectives on such matters. In later generations, pregnant women were revered as the family's matriarchs, almost worshipped. Yet, for the common folk of their time, who were merely satisfied with a meal and often had 7 or 8 children, such emotional disturbances were seen as mere affectation. In rural areas, some women even gave birth in the fields. Upon arrival, Li Xiangdong refrained from entering the establishment with Qianbin, as those engaged in such tasks often preferred not to be seen by outsiders. He waited outside, keeping an eye on the bicycle. After exchanging for 10 jin of oil and 5 jin of meat, the meat was wrapped in oil paper and hung from the handlebars, while the oil was contained in a ceramic jar, which Li Xiangdong held in his arms. Be careful, Binzi, watch the road, Li Xiangdong urged. We've arrived. I'll return the bicycle now, so don't leave just yet. Qianbin removed the pork from the handlebars and placed it atop the ceramic jar in Li Xiangdong's embrace before steering the bicycle into a narrow alley beside the restaurant. When Qianbin emerged again, he was cradling 2 large watermelons, saying nothing as he followed Li Xiangdong. As they walked for a while and reached a fork in the road, Li Xiangdong noticed they were not heading home and remarked, Those 2 watermelons aren't meant for me, are they? Qianbin laughed. Indeed, if I don't keep your mouth busy. What if you forget to prepare the milk powder tickets for my son? Just kidding. These are part of the benefits from our restaurant. My father and I each receive 2. And this is my share. Holding a heavy ceramic jar with a piece of meat atop it, Li Xiangdong had to remain vigilant of his footing, leaving little room for pleasantries. Very well, I shan't be polite then. Rest assured, I won't forget about the milk powder tickets. Upon returning home, Li Xiangdong first placed the ceramic jar and the pork at the stove in front of the main house. Third uncle, this meat is truly fatty. What's in the jar? He called out. Dad, I want to eat watermelon. The children, drawn to him, were quickly shooed aside as he observed Qianbin preparing to depart. Binzi, wait a moment. I'll fetch you something special that I guarantee you will like. He sought the drawer key from Zhou Yuqin and entered the house, extracting the remaining white rabbit milk candies. The children at home had consumed quite a few, leaving only about half a kilogram. Upon his emergence from the house, Qianbin was engaged in conversation with Li Mu and several others regarding his pregnant wife. Since there are no milk powder coupons available, let your wife indulge in some milk candies. If her spirits are lifted, you might avoid a few scoldings upon your return home. Thank you, Dongzi. I shall take the milk candies home now. Aunt, sisters-in-law, I am leaving. Do visit us more often when you have the time. Qianbin, with a bag of milk candies in hand, cheerfully departed, escorted by Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong turned back into the courtyard, observing the group of children gathered around the stove, feeling as though someone was missing. Mother, where's Li Xiaotao? Xiaotao has been taken home by his master. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? Xiaotao has gone to his master Hosan's house. Damn it. Chapter 139. Grandmother, you have betrayed me. Li Xiangdong handed 2 roast chickens from his cloth bag to his mother before entering his own room. Zhou Yuqin followed him in. just in time to see Li Xiangdong retrieving money from his bag. She promptly closed the door behind her, gazing at the stack of money and tickets on the table. Her voice brimmed with astonishment as she whispered, "How is there so much money? This time I earned 472 yuan. I left 100 yuan with a zhe as capital for the next cricket trade and bought 5 kilograms of pork and 10 kilograms of oil for the family. The remaining money and tickets are here. Please exchange them for goods when you have time, and make sure they don't expire." Li Xiangdong, being dutiful, rummaged through the wardrobe to retrieve a small wooden box for storing money. "I'll take an additional 20 yuan. You can keep the rest." Zhou Yuqin, puzzled, asked, "Didn't I just give you 20 yuan a few days ago?" Li Xiangdong tapped her forehead lightly, saying, "I gave my father 10 yuan. The rest was spent on the road. Do you think the roast chickens I brought back were free? Oh, then take it. You should always carry some money when you're out. Let me know when you run out." Zhou Yuqin organized the money by denomination, noticing several fabric tickets among the receipts. "These fabric tickets are just enough to make 3 sets of clothes for the children at home." Li Xiangdong chuckled in response. "Then let us use them for Xiaomei, Xiaolan, and our daughter. Next time, I'll exchange more fabric tickets for the little rascals at home." Agreed. Zhou Yuqin set aside 2 fabric tickets, handing the rest to Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong looked at the fabric tickets in his hand, asking, "What do I need these for? Can't you just give them directly to my sisters-in-law?" Zhou Yuqin smiled. "This is your hard-earned money. Let this good deed be yours. You are truly considerate. Come here. Let me give you a kiss." Li Xiangdong embraced Zhou Yuqin and kissed her, but she pushed him away to continue counting the money. Observing her obsession with money, he chuckled, "Go ahead and count your money in peace. I shall not disturb you." He turned to leave when he suddenly heard his wife's voice at the door. "Sisters-in-law." Li Xiangdong reached the main room, dividing the fabric tickets into 2 portions. "Take these tickets to make new clothes for Xiaomei and Xiaolan." "Dongzi, I cannot accept these fabric tickets." "Indeed, Dongzi, quickly put it away for Xiaohai. Remember to make the clothes particularly lovely for my niece." Li Xiangdong, wishing to avoid endless disputes over these fabric tickets, set them down and turned to leave. At that moment, Mother Li interjected, "The 3rd brother has given them to you. Just accept them. When he was unemployed, did he not frequently ask the eldest and 2nd brother for tickets? A family should not bicker over such trivial matters. Hurry along and help me prepare dinner." "Dad, I want to eat watermelon," Li Xiaohai exclaimed, noticing his father washing his face and lost in thought at the door. He scampered over and tugged at his father's clothing. Li Xiaojiang and Li Xiaobo looked on eagerly, while Li Xiaomei and Li Xiaolan were occupied, assisting Li Xiaozhu in learning to walk. "Dad," Li Xiaozhu called out, stretching out his hands. Li Xiangdong clapped his hands and smiled. "I'm here, come over quickly." Turning to his son, he continued, "We will eat watermelon after dinner. Your grandfather and uncle have yet to return. We cannot indulge alone, understand?" Li Xiaohai squatted beside him and nodded. "Understood, Dad. Then I want to eat 2 pieces after dinner." Li Xiangdong chuckled. "You may have as many pieces as you desire, as long as you can manage." Li Xiaojiang chimed in. "Uncle, let us put the watermelon in the well. Cold watermelon tastes even better." "Ah, that is a splendid idea." With that, Li Xiangdong, feeling a bit fatigued, stood up and went to the main house to fetch the watermelon. Seeing him approach with the watermelon and surrounded by Li Xiaojiang and the others, Mother Li remarked, "Third brother, are we eating now? They might not want dinner later. If we don't eat now, I'll soak it in the well for a bit." Old man Li, standing at the door and puffing on his cigarette, said, "Just put one in. Do not eat too much cold food." "Understood, Grandpa." Li Xiangdong first went to the storage room to find a burlap sack and a piece of twine. He placed the watermelon inside the sack and secured it with the twine. "You all stay back. Anyone who dares to come closer shall stand aside while we eat," he warned, sending Li Xiaojiang and the others away before lifting the stone slab covering the well. Gradually loosening the twine, he let the sack submerge into the water, the remaining length just right to tie it to a nearby pomegranate tree. After replacing the stone slab atop the well, he washed his hands. With nothing pressing to attend to, he found a stool and sat in the yard, watching his daughter learn to walk. "Dongzi, your father and the others will take a while to return. If you are tired, you may rest inside," said Grandma Li, approaching with a smile and leaning on her cane. "No worries, Grandma, please sit. I will fetch another stool so we can chat for a while." Li Xiangdong re-entered the house to grab 2 more stools, as Old Man Li had also come over, puffing on his cigarette. Old Man Li recounted how A's had brought Ho San to their door and narrated the incident of taking away Li Xiaodao. "That Ho San is quite stubborn. I told him we have not yet given the apprenticeship gift, and it isn't right to take Xiaodao to his home, just like that. But he refused to listen, insisting on taking Xiaodao back, claiming his parents wanted to meet him. Seated beside them, Grandma Li chuckled. Our Xiaodao's master is quite amusing. Whenever a child calls him Uncle Ho, he insists on giving them a coin. Li Xiangdong was rendered speechless. Surely the children couldn't accept such money. Old Li interjected, no. We certainly cannot accept money from him without reason. As long as we don't accept it, that's good. Li Xiangdong sighed in relief. They absolutely could not take that money. Although Li Xiaodao had received 10 yuan upon becoming a disciple, that was an entirely different matter. Li Xiaojing and the others hadn't apprenticed. So if Uncle Ho were to give them a few dimes, that would be acceptable, but a whole yuan was a considerable sum, and thus, it must not be accepted. By the way, Mother, Li Xiangdong turned to his mother, who was busy at the stove. Let's finish both the roasted chickens tonight. We shouldn't leave one for tomorrow lest it spoil. Without lifting her head, Li's mother replied, understood. Grandma Li laughed. You've just sent 2 chickens away, and now you're bringing more back. Li Xiangdong asked in confusion. What do you mean, Grandma? Old Li explained, since it was Xiaodao's first visit to his master's home. We must uphold proper etiquette. I asked your mother to prepare 2 of our old hens. That is only right. Li Xiangdong nodded with a smile. Logically, for a first visit, an adult should accompany them, but at that moment, only the grandparents and the women of the family were present, no men at the helm. Grandma Li remarked, your grandfather was worried that 2 hens wouldn't suffice. He even hoped to send back some tea leaves you brought. Ah, Li Xiangdong was momentarily stunned. He hadn't taken them, had he? Old Li shook his head. No, he didn't take them. I found it quite puzzling. When I suggested sending tea leaves with Xiaodao's master, his face turned pale. Li Xiangdong breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he hadn't taken them. However, just as he felt relieved, Grandma Li added with a grin, I secretly tucked the tea leaves into Xiaodao's pocket. Li Xiangdong's eyes widened in disbelief. Grandma, you're setting me up. Chapter 140. Childlike innocence. Li Xiangdong sat on the bench, quietly contemplating how to return Uncle Ho's tea leaves. Surely, Uncle Ho wouldn't recognize them, would he? After careful consideration, he concluded that it shouldn't be a problem, as there were no distinguishing marks on the leaves. Reassured, Li Xiangdong relaxed. The 3 of them, grandparents and grandson, sat in the courtyard, chatting until Li's father returned home from work. Third uncle, the roasted chicken you brought back smells incredible, Li Xiaojing exclaimed, gnawing on a chicken wing. As the eldest, he had to forego the chicken leg. One hand grasped a chicken wing, while the other held a fluffy white bun, specially steamed by Li's mother for this meaty meal. If it's delicious, eat more. I have another chicken wing here for you, Li Xiangdong said, placing one from his bowl into Xiaojing's. Do you know where the chicken is most delectable? He noticed the children at the small dining table looking up at him, and with a smile, he continued, the chicken feet, neck, and wings. Your third aunt has another chicken foot in her bowl. Who wants it? I can fetch it for you. Li Xiaobo and the others shook their heads vigorously. Li Xiaojing bit down on a chicken wing, remaining silent as he glanced at his 4 younger siblings who were busily gnawing on chicken legs. He let out a hum of discontent. His third uncle approached him again, attempting to persuade him. After all, he was not like his foolish younger brother. Everyone knew the chicken legs were the most delectable. Zhou Yuqin turned to him with a smile, urging, come over and eat. Your daughter is waiting for you to feed her. Li Xiangdong cheerfully took their daughter from his wife's arms. Little Li Xiaozhu was still too young to eat chicken, so her bowl contained a special steamed egg custard prepared by Li's mother. Most of the deboned chicken had found its way into the children's bellies, and Li Xiangdong had not partaken at all, as he had brought it back solely for the family to enjoy. Logically, preparing it himself would have been more economical, yet he traveled a great distance for it, as the deboned chicken required no ticket. And the delicacy from Texas was simply unmatched in flavor, something the family could never replicate at home. The entire family joyously finished their dinner. The 3 spirited boys, Li Xiaojing included, dashed out to the yard to play, deliberately leaping about to hasten their digestion in hopes of having a larger piece of watermelon later. While it was still light outside, Li's father pulled up watermelons from the well, and Li's mother sliced both of them. Li Xiaojing took a piece of watermelon and moved closer to Li Xiaobo and Li Xiaohai, exclaiming how refreshing it was. Look, I have goosebumps from the chill. The watermelons soaked in the well were not consumed by the elder Li and his wife due to their age, while the younger boys were prohibited from indulging as well. However, seeing Li Xiaojing flaunt his treat, Li Xiaohai, who was munching on watermelon, felt envious. He clutched a piece of watermelon in both hands and approached Li Xiangdong, saying, "Dad, I want some cold watermelon too." Li Xiangdong firmly declined, stating, "No, you've just eaten so much meat. You cannot have the cold watermelon." As Li Daoye walked over while enjoying his watermelon, he playfully kicked his elder son in the rear, warning him, "If you keep causing trouble, you won't get any more." Li Xiaobo, who had been contemplating mischief, saw his brother being reprimanded and quickly glanced at their mother, instantly becoming obedient. Meanwhile, Li Xiaozhu, nestled in Zhou Yuqin's embrace, reached out to grab the watermelon from her mother's hand. "You eat this," Li Xiangdong said, spooning some freshly prepared watermelon juice for her to taste. "Is it sweet?" Li Xiaozhu nodded vigorously, clapping her hands in delight and opening her mouth for more. "Ah," Li Xiangdong chuckled. "Let us have another spoonful, but not too much, all right?" Li Xiaozhu, drooling, nodded enthusiastically, "Okay." Once she finished her second spoonful, Zhou Yuqin had also finished her piece of watermelon and said, "I'm done. I'll take her back inside. Otherwise, she'll start fussing if she sees you all eating." Li Xiangdong nodded, knowing that children could be unpredictable, though she had promised to behave. It was certain she would cry if things didn't go her way. Zhou Yuqin carried Li Xiaozhu back into the house. Sitting nearby, Li's father remarked, "Third, you're off tomorrow, right? Remember to visit Xiao Tao's master and bring him back." They had learned about Li Xiaotao's visit to the Ho family during dinner. Li Xiangdong replied, "I'll go in the morning." Li Daoye set down his half-eaten watermelon and went inside to fetch some money and tickets. "Dongzi, it should have been my sister-in-law and me going, but I must trouble you to make a trip. Here, take this money and ticket when you go tomorrow. Use it to buy a gift." Li Xiangdong did not accept, saying, "No need to give me this. Last time, didn't they give Xiaotao 10 yuan? I have that, and it suffices. It's different. Take it." "You still need a ticket for your purchases," insisted Li Daoye, who directly stuffed the money into his pocket. Beside them, Li Seo, who was enjoying watermelon, inquired, "Brother, is the ticket enough? We still have 2 wine tickets at home." Li asked, "Eldest brother, do you need them? I can go fetch them for you." Li Daoye remained silent, glancing at Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong took out the money and tickets his elder brother had just given him and observed, "No need. Daoye has given me 2 wine tickets. That should be sufficient." He then returned some money to Li Daoye, stating, "I won't need this much. I still have some cigarette tickets at home. Tomorrow, I'll take 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of wine, and a bit of candy." Old Li interjected, "Listen to Dongzi, that's quite enough." Indeed, it was not an insignificant amount, especially considering the tickets were hard to come by. Nowadays, many workplaces offer support, and when apprentices pay respect to their masters, presenting 2 bottles of wine as a gift is always appreciated. Once the serious conversation concluded, only a few pieces of watermelon remained on the table. Just as Li Xiangdong reached for a piece, Li Xiaohai approached. "Dad, I want to eat more." "You still want to eat?" Li Xiangdong remarked, feeling his son's rounded belly. He turned to Li Xiaojiang and asked, "Xiaojiang, how many pieces did he eat earlier?" Xiaojiang replied, "Third uncle." Xiaohai had 2 pieces. Goodness. When Li Mu sliced the watermelon, the pieces were rather large. At just over 3 years old, Li Xiaohai had already eaten a considerable amount, especially since dinner had only recently concluded. "No more for you." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaohai plopped down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "No, I want to eat." Li Xiangdong frowned. "Get up quickly. If you keep this up, I'll have to discipline you." Seeing his father's stern expression, Xiaohai hastily stood up, yet still insisted. "Eldest brother had 3 pieces, I want 3 pieces too." Li Xiangdong couldn't help but laugh at his son's logic. "Your elder brother is 10 years older than you. He can eat 3 steamed buns in one sitting. Why can't you?" Li Xiaohai lowered his head in silence and turned to leave the room. Noticing him exit, Li Xiangdong chose not to engage further. Xiaohai squatted under the jujube tree and approached Li Xiaobo, who was still eating watermelon. "Xiaobo brother, my dad won't let me eat. Could you give me a bite?" Li Xiaobo handed over his watermelon. "You can have a bite first, and then I'll have a bite." The 2 boys, heads together, began sharing the fruit. "Ah, Xiaohai, why didn't you say you needed to pee? I couldn't hold it." Li Xiaobo jumped up and dashed inside. Third uncle, look, Xiaohai peed on me." Li Xiangdong hurried out of the house just in time to see Li Xiaohai, clad in split-crotch pants, squatting under the jujube tree, munching on watermelon rind while simultaneously urinating. I find it amusing that both tasks can be accomplished simultaneously. Chapter 141. The previous generation do not consume that. Li Xiangdong stood at the door. patiently waiting for his son to finish relieving himself before approaching to snatch the watermelon rind from his hand. Upon noticing the splatters of urine and mud dots on his son's trousers, he instructed, "Quickly return indoors and have your mother change your clothes." "Oh," replied Li Xiaohai, his round belly protruding as he lifted his leg to seek out his mother. "Xiaohai, wait." Li Xiaojiang hastened to catch up. Li Xiaohai let out a hearty burp. "Brother, my father wants me to change my clothes." "Ah, allow me just a moment to touch it." Li Xiaojiang, grinning widely, reached out to pat his brother's belly affectionately. "Xiaohai, your watermelon is nearly ripe, ha ha ha." Sister-in-law Li approached and pinched Li Xiaojiang's ear. "Do you have any serious matters to attend to? Go collect the watermelon rinds from inside and wash them by the water basin." "Understood, mother, please let go." Li Xiaojiang broke free from his mother's grasp and hurried off to help his two sisters gather the watermelon rinds. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo, who had caused his brother to wet himself, was also taken by sister-in-law Li to wash up and change clothes. Li Xiangdong was not in a hurry to return indoors. He assisted in clearing the watermelon rinds from the table. The rinds from their own consumption were not filthy and could be cleaned for cooking or even preserved to make dried watermelon rind, which had its own unique flavor. Li Mu instructed sister-in-law Li to return to her own tasks, as she busied herself wiping the table. "Dongzi, take the pork you brought back and remember to bring it along tomorrow when you visit Xiaodao's master. Grandmother, let us keep it for ourselves. Please don't let third uncle give it away. I crave dumplings." Before Li Xiangdong could respond, Li Xiaojiang interjected, displeased. "When has our family ever had such an abundance of pork, except during the New Year?" He was looking forward to savoring a meal of meat-filled dumplings the following day. Li Xiangdong chuckled, "Let us save it, mother. Tomorrow, we'll prepare dumplings for the children." After saying this, he cradled a basket brimming with watermelon rinds and made his way to the courtyard water basin to rinse them. Li Mu approached, holding a cloth and a kitchen knife. "Third son, it is not inappropriate to be generous. A little less for us will reflect our family's esteem for Xiaodao's apprenticeship." Upon hearing his grandmother's words, Li Xiaojiang's spirits dipped, and both sisters, Xiaomei and Xiaolan, lowered their heads, continuing their tasks. Li Xiangdong, noticing the gloomy demeanor of his niece and nephew, chuckled softly. "Very well, I shall take it all tomorrow." Afterward, he picked up a nearby towel to dry his hands and returned indoors to request 2 meat coupons from Zhou Yuqin. "Here are 2 meat coupons. Take them to buy meat for dumplings tomorrow." Li Xiangdong tucked the coupons into his mother's pocket, who was still peeling watermelon rinds. "Third uncle, you are too kind," Li Xiaojiang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon hearing his uncle's words. The spirits of Li Xiaomei and Li Xiaolan also noticeably lifted. Children, after all, are never immune to cravings. Having gone half a year without meat-filled dumplings, their delight was understandable. Li Mu paused her work and looked at her youngest son. "You, my child, should save some of those meat coupons. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, it would be wise to purchase extra meat to send to your father-in-law's family." "Enough. Mother, do not fret. I am preparing for it," Li Xiangdong remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Leaning closer to his mother, he inquired, "Those tickets my elder brother gave me earlier, are they reserved for gifting to his father-in-law during the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Upon seeing his mother nod in affirmation, he continued, "I was wondering where he procured such an abundance of tickets, both for wine and sweets." Li's mother shooed away the 3 children nearby before whispering, "Do not concern yourself with this matter. It is between your elder brother and his wife. If you can alleviate their worries, that is already a significant help. If the tickets prove insufficient later, I shall supplement them." Li Xiangdong smiled. "Do we have tickets at home?" His mother replied, "I have been saving your father's tickets." "Then you won't be sending gifts to my grandmother?" he asked, recalling that although his grandfather had passed, his grandmother was still alive. Many years prior, when the country began supporting the construction of the third line, both of his uncles participated, and his grandparents accompanied them to distant lands. The previous generation had indeed sacrificed much for the nation's prosperity, with some families uprooting entirely, while others faced the dilemma of loyalty and filial piety. In sum, it was a complex narrative of sacrifices, with most choosing the collective over the individual, leading to countless tales of joy and sorrow in life. "Let us send fewer gifts this time. I shall make up for it during the new year," his mother sighed, feeling a pang of sorrow. Her parents had gone with her brothers to distant places, and she hadn't seen her father before his departure. Years had passed, and now she worried about her elderly mother, fearing she might not see her again. Seeing his mother in distress, Li Xiangdong comforted her. "This year, I will prepare the holiday gifts for grandmother. Rest assured, I will also help alleviate your worries. When the children are on holiday before the new year, our entire family will visit her. Since I work at the train station, acquiring tickets is quite simple. We can ask Deputy Director Zhang for an introduction letter, and I will cover all our expenses for the round trip. My grandparents are still relatively healthy. I will have Qianbin and the others visit them daily. How does that sound? I believe I have resolved all concerns for you. My child, I wish not to think of such matters, yet you have managed to stir them within me. Please do not deceive me, Li's mother said, her eyes reddening and lips trembling. She was aware that her youngest son had been making a decent income from his endeavors, so hearing his words filled her with hope. Li Xiangdong chuckled. How could I possibly deceive you in such matters? Worry not, I will handle everything. Just remember to count the days accurately. If you struggle, mark them on the wall. Whom do you mock? Am I so inept that I cannot even count the days? At this, Li's mother chuckled, though her hand trembled slightly as she peeled the watermelon with a knife. Please, do not exert yourself any longer. Go rest in the house. I can manage cutting the watermelon into slices, Li Xiangdong insisted, genuinely concerned that his mother might injure herself in her emotional state. He took the knife from her and urged her back inside. Li Xiaomei approached and asked, Third uncle, why is grandmother crying? Li Xiangdong observed his 3 nephews and nieces gazing at him with curiosity and explained, Your grandmother is missing her own mother, that is, your great-grandmother. Li Xiaojian, puzzled, inquired, Do we really have a great-grandmother? At that time, when Li Xiangdong's uncles were aiding the third front construction, Li Xiaojian had yet to be born. Consequently, the family seldom mentioned her, leaving the children unaware. Ultimately, even if they did speak of her, it would serve no purpose, as they could not meet her, only causing Li Mu unnecessary heartache. Yes, she lives in another province. Once you have your holiday before the new year, your third uncle will take you by train to visit your great-grandmother. Chapter 142. Is this really happening? Upon hearing his uncle's words, Li Xiaojian was overjoyed. He never anticipated that one day he would ride a train to another place for fun. His face flushed with excitement. The little train is chugging along. I am going to ride the train, Li Xiaojian exclaimed in the courtyard, alternately shouting about riding the train to play and visiting his great-grandmother. The commotion drew the attention of those inside, including Zhou Yuqin, who emerged from the west wing, cradling Li Xiaozhu. Only Li father and Li mother remained inside, with Li father likely comforting Li mother. Li Daoye, who had been smoking in his room, abruptly heard his son shouting about his great-grandmother, which was, in fact, his own mother. He worried that his old mother might hear and be left distressed, unable to sleep that night. With a furrowed brow, Li Daoye stepped out from the house and approached his son, delivering a sharp smack to the back of Li Xiaojian's head. Be quiet. What nonsense are you shouting? If you shout again, I will give you a good thrashing. Li Xiaozhu, witnessing her uncle strike her brother, tugged at Zhou Yuqin's sleeve, giggling as she pointed at Li Xiaojian. Mom, he got hit. Zhou Yuqin shot her a glare, warning, if you keep talking about getting hit, I might just do it to you. Do you believe me? Hearing this, Li Xiaozhu tucked her hands into her arms and turned away, ignoring her mother. Feeling aggrieved after being smacked by his father, Li Xiaojian rubbed the back of his head and complained, Dad, why did you hit me? It was my third uncle who told me. Standing at the door, Li Laotai leaned on her cane and approached Li Xiangdong, softly asking, Why are you telling the children these things? If your mother hears, it won't sit well with her. Li Xiangdong, who was slicing watermelon at the entrance of the main house, recounted the entire situation in response to his grandmother's concern. Li Laotai nodded approvingly, saying, Dongzi, your ability to think of these things shows that you have truly grown up. Good, good. Your grandmother and I don't need to worry. When the time comes, you all can go. If money runs short, I will cover it. Let your maternal grandmother see the children at home. After all, your grandmother and I are getting older. Otherwise, we would want to visit our in-laws as well. Li Laotai chimed in with praise. Indeed, our Dongzi has become more sensible since starting work. The reason the elderly couple favored their little grandson over the older ones was simply that he understood filial piety. Though the elder and second grandsons were also respectful, their personalities made it difficult for them to express their emotions, thus allowing Li Xiangdong to gain their favor. Li Erseo approached with a smile, saying, Dongzi, how can you say that? Visiting our elders should not impose a financial burden upon you. The 3 of us shall share the expenses together. Sister Li, who has journeyed with us, nodded in agreement, saying, Your elder brother is the head of the family. We ought to contribute a bit more. Dongzi, don't hesitate. Hand me the knife. Sister Li took the kitchen knife from Li Xiangdong's hands, while Sister Li also procured a knife, and the two sisters-in-law began slicing watermelon into strips. Li Xiangdong first assisted their grandparents back into the house for some rest. Upon emerging, he noticed his elder and second brother huddled together, whispering. He approached them, asking, "What are you two murmuring about?" Without a word, Li tugged Li Xiangdong into his east wing room, with Li Daoye following closely behind. Puzzled, Li Xiangdong inquired, "What is this all about? Speak your mind." Li produced a cigarette, and the three lit up. He then revealed, "I was just calculating with Daoye. It's surprising how quickly the costs accumulate. If our entire family were to visit Uncle S' house to see grandmother, the round-trip expenses would consume my entire annual salary." Li Daoye chimed in. "What are you thinking, heir? An entire year's salary wouldn't even cover the travel expenses. We must bring something for our uncles and grandmother. Not to mention the food and drink for our family on the way. If we tally it all up, I reckon it would take at least 2 years of my salary." Li Xiangdong chuckled inwardly at their calculations, thinking that their estimate was quite conservative. It would surely deplete at least 3 years of his elder brother's earnings. The harsh reality is that contemporary workers find it challenging to save money after covering household expenses. It would take a worker at least 3 to 5 years to accumulate a year's salary, and if the entire family were to visit grandmother, it would equate to a decade of savings lost, a staggering cost indeed. "Brothers, you needn't fret over finances. I shall cover the expenses," Li Xiangdong declared with an air of confidence. This was possible because he had been earning money through cricket trading, and he assured them that by the time of the visit, he would not feel the pinch of such costs. Had he been like his elder and second brother, earning merely 30 or so yuan a month, his filial piety would only allow him to accompany his mother to visit grandmother, leaving the others to remain at home. "Third brother, you are quite impressive now, growing more capable by the day. Working at the train station is a commendable job. Dongzi, you truly have talent." Li Daoye and Li teased in unison. In the Li family, aside from the anomaly that is Li Xiaodao, there is not a fool among them. They had observed the items Li Xiangdong had been bringing home, yet their parents had instructed them not to pry or inquire too much. So they had chosen to remain silent. Having earned a little, Li Xiangdong recognized that his elder and second brother were not gossips, so he recounted his cricket trading venture. Sharing a roof meant that silence did not equate to ignorance. It was better to be forthright, as his brothers were not strangers. In their previous life, when they divided the profits from selling the courtyard, none of the three brothers had quarreled over money. Now that he has found a way to profit from his cricket dealings, what ulterior motives do Li Daoye and Li harbor against him? Li, in a fit of excitement, seized Li Xiangdong by the arm and exclaimed, "Third brother, you've struck it rich." Li Xiangdong recoiled slightly, questioning, "What do you intend to do?" Li, with wide eyes, retorted, "Of course, I expect you to repay your debts." Li Xiangdong shrugged off Li's grip, incredulously asking, "What debts?" Li, now flustered, insisted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and return the 2 yuan and 60 cents you owe me. Your second sister-in-law is about to lose her patience." Perplexed, Li Xiangdong queried, "What 2 yuan and 60 cents? Li, exasperated, replied, "Are you playing dumb? When you returned to the city, you claimed you owed someone 2 yuan and 60 cents. At that time, I had just received my salary, and you borrowed it from me, telling your second sister-in-law it was for a coworker. It has been ages. You must repay me." Hearing this, Li Daoye chimed in with indignation. "So, third brother, you borrowed that 2 yuan and 60 cents from second brother? I thought you said it was money someone returned to you." An awkward embarrassment washed over Li Xiangdong as he stammered, "Is that so? I had completely forgotten about that." Li Xiangdong felt quite distressed, realizing that these were remnants of his past indiscretions, long since forgotten. With a forced smile, he returned the money to Li, hoping to mend the rift his lies had caused, lest the couple argue over such a trivial sum. The three brothers were left with little to discuss. The visit to their grandmother was confirmed, and regardless of the expense, the entire family must attend. Their grandfather was right. Their grandmother should see the children of the family. Naturally, Li Xiangdong would bear the majority of the cost, as he was currently prosperous. Having addressed a sensitive matter within the family, the atmosphere in the Li household felt decidedly different. Li Xiaojiang played with his 2 younger brothers in the yard, leading the way as he called out, "The little train is chugging along." Behind him, Li Xiaobo tugged at his shirt while the youngest, Li Xiaohai, echoed, "Choo-choo." Observing her brothers in such joyous play, Li Xiaozhu yearned to join them. Spotting Li Xiangdong emerging from the east wing, she called out, Daddy, let us play. Li Xiangdong approached and lifted his daughter from his wife's arms. You three, slow down a bit and let your sister catch up, he instructed, cradling Li Xiaozhu. He walked to the center of the yard, bending down to support her so she could walk alongside Li Xiaohai. Li Xiaohai turned back and urged, Sister, hold on to my shirt. Li Xiaozhu blinked in confusion, unsure of what to do. Li Xiaohai took her hand, helping her grasp his shirt, then shouted to the front-running Li Xiaojiang, eldest brother, we can start driving now. The little train is chugging along. Choo-choo. Li Xiaozhu trailed behind, calling out, 555. Li Xiangdong chuckled, and 666. Li Xiaojiang looked back and said, Third uncle, stop causing trouble, or you'll have to get off the train. We're driving the train now. Daddy, you're so mean. All right, I'll be quiet, Li Xiangdong replied. Li Xiangdong observed the earnest expressions on the faces of the three mischievous boys, feeling a sense of obligation to present them with a tin water kettle. At that moment, Li's mother emerged from the house, standing at the doorway with a warm smile, watching the children play in the yard. As dusk approached, although Li Xiaojing and his companions were not yet finished with their games, the looming threat of their parents' impending arrival compelled them to obediently retreat indoors for the night. Li Xiangdong and Zhou Yuqin tended to the two children, ensuring they were clean before placing them on the comm. Li Xiaohai squatted beside his sister, tugging at her little braid, mimicking the sound of a train. Li Xiaozhu lay on the comm, drooling, exclaiming, no more playing. Zhou Yuqin approached and gave both of them a gentle pat on their backs, urging them to sleep. The following day, after breakfast, Li Xiangdong took a leisurely stroll to Ajiz's house to borrow a bicycle, as he intended to visit Hosan's family and purchase numerous items. Taking the bus would not only be cumbersome, but also time-consuming. Dongzi, aren't you tired? Why come to find me so early? Aji yawned as he opened the door and welcomed Li Xiangdong into the yard. How can you even ask? Wasn't it you who brought Hosan to my home? Li Xiangdong shot him a glance. Had it not been for Ajir accompanying Hosan yesterday, Li Xiaodao would certainly not have been taken away by him. If anyone were to suddenly appear claiming to be a mentor of one's child, wishing to take them home for the night, no one would consent. Even though Li Xiaojing and the others had met Hosan, Li's mother would have her reservations. However, Ajah's presence alongside Hosan changed the dynamics entirely. Ajah chuckled, don't be upset. Hosan was merely worried about getting a beating when he returned home. I was just helping him. Li Xiangdong sighed. In the future, refrain from engaging in such antics with Hosan. I understand his apprehension about facing his father. Otherwise, I would have gone to fetch Li Xiaodao yesterday afternoon. As long as you're not angry, I'll go fetch the bicycle for you, Ajah replied, turning to head into the back room. Hearing the commotion in the yard, Ajah's father stepped out from the house, holding half a steamed bun, and inquired from the doorway, Dongzi, have you had breakfast yet? Uncle, I'm here. I've already eaten, Li Xiangdong responded, noticing that Ajah's father seemed much more lively, indicating his spirits had lifted since returning to work at school. Ajah's father smiled. Next time you find yourself free, let Ajah know in advance. I'll prepare a splendid feast for you, and we can invite Binzi and the others for a good time together. Li Xiangdong approached and offered a cigarette to Ajah's father. I'm available anytime. Just have Ajah contact Binzi and the others, and we shall enjoy a drink together. Ajah's father nodded. All right, Ajah will arrange it. But why are you here so early? Dad. Dongzi came to borrow a bicycle, Ajah said as he emerged from the back room with the bicycle. Regarding this matter, Dongzi, you can take the bicycle without worry. There's no one at home to ride it anyway. Ajah's father chuckled, as his son's workplace was quite nearby and the bicycle was seldom used. His workplace is somewhat distant, and given that he is yet to fully recover his health, he refrains from riding. Consequently, the bicycle at his home merely gathers dust. Li Xiangdong promptly expressed his gratitude for Ajah's father's kindness, assuring him that he would return it before dusk. There's no rush. Ajah's father waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly paused. Dongzi, don't leave just yet. With that, he walked straight into the east wing of the house. Li Xiangdong accepted the bicycle from Ajah and stood in the courtyard waiting. Here, take this. Ajah's father emerged from the house and directly placed a ticket into his hand. Upon glancing at the ticket, Li Xiangdong was astonished to see it was a 28 Fij brand bicycle ticket. I cannot accept this, he protested. Ajah's father pressed down on Li Xiangdong's hand, insisting, take it. You know our situation. This bicycle has been used at home. Keeping this ticket serves no purpose for me. Since your family lacks a bicycle, it is only fitting that you take it to purchase one. No, if that's the case, I won't borrow the bicycle either. I'll just take the bus. Li Xiangdong declared as he secured the bicycle and handed the ticket back to Aja. He was not a child. How could a bicycle ticket be deemed useless? This is practically money. Dongzi, my father gave it to you, so just accept it, Aja urged, holding on to Li Xiangdong, then turned to his father. Dad, why don't you go inside and have your meal? I'll talk to Dongzi. Aja's father chuckled. All right, you two chat. Dongzi, uncle is off to eat. Don't be too formal with me. Sure thing, uncle. Enjoy your meal, Li Xiangdong replied. Once Aja's father had entered the house, he said to Aja, let go of me, speak your mind. Upon hearing this, Aja released his grip. Don't feel shy, my father is sincere in giving it to you. Weren't you the one who advised him to return to school and find a position in the government? It seems that might actually come to fruition. You have no idea how much my father has changed in recent days. His spirit has improved significantly. Besides, we are brothers, after all. You're helping me earn money, so you should take this bicycle ticket without hesitation. Then, does that mean you two aren't planning to go abroad? Li Xiangdong inquired. His primary concern now focused on this matter. Aja nodded. From what I gather, my father's desire to go abroad has significantly waned. I suspect his former superior must have said something to him. He has undergone quite a transformation recently. Li Xiangdong nodded in response. It appeared that Aja and his father would never venture abroad again, which he considered a commendable outcome. He felt justified in accepting the bicycle ticket, knowing he had helped to alter the course of their futures. Chapter 144. Why are you everywhere? The crisp sound of the bicycle bell echoed through the morning alley. Li Xiangdong rode the bicycle borrowed from Aja to purchase cigarettes, alcohol, and candy before returning home to retrieve the pork he had bought the previous day. He packed what could fit into his cloth bag, and whatever could not be accommodated was hung on the handlebars. After informing his family, he pedaled away, making a detour to the train station first. Having run out of tea at home, he intended to take back the box of Longjing tea that Uncle Hai had given him. After leaving the office, he made a beeline for the railway residential complex belonging to the Ho family. The complex, characterized by its unique architecture, featured grand masonry from the 1950s, while the 1960s saw the emergence of a series of red brick bungalows. The Ho residence epitomized the quintessential three-story red brick buildings of the 1970s, and in just 2 years, one could expect to see the rise of five-story brick concrete structures as well. Li Xiangdong casually inquired about the location of the Ho residence and soon discovered where it was situated. Just as he parked his bicycle and was about to present his gift, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder from behind. You rascal, carrying so much. Are you planning to corrupt the leadership? Hai Shimin teased with a grin. Uncle Gao, please do not misjudge me. I possess nothing but a pure heart, Li Xiangdong replied, surprised to see Hai Shimin. When you were 3 feet above the ground, I was there. Now that I am firmly on the ground, how is it that I still encounter you? What brings you here? Li Xiangdong inquired. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Hai Shimin answered, strolling toward the building ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Xiangdong, clutching his belongings, hurried after Hai Shimin and noticed the military water bottle in his hand and the bulging satchel at his waist. You're not here to file a report, are you? Hai Shimin halted, fixing his gaze on Li Xiangdong. Misuse of terminology. I am here to discuss the education of our children with the Ho family, he declared before ascending the stairs. Li Xiangdong smirked slightly. They were essentially saying the same thing. Did something come up yesterday? He asked. Hai Shimin shot him a glare. You're just itching to know why I didn't show up yesterday. We've been out for several days. Don't you think I should let Ho-san rest and enjoy a good night's sleep? Li Xiangdong chuckled as they climbed the stairs. I suspect your good intentions may be in vain. Without your presence, Ho-san likely didn't sleep soundly last night. Hai Shimin pondered for a moment. Perhaps you have a point. Enough of your nonsense. Hurry up and knock on the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? Coming. A middle-aged woman opened the door. Old Gao, what brings you here? Please, come in. The woman welcomed the 2 men inside, glancing at the items Li Xiangdong was carrying. Turning to Hai Shimin, she remarked, you could have come by yourself. Why bring so much? It feels rather formal. Hai Shimin quickly waved his hand. I am not affiliated with him. At last, the woman's gaze landed on Li Xiangdong. He introduced himself. Aunt Ho, I am Li Xiangdong, and I am here too. Before he could finish, Aunt Ho interrupted in surprise. You are Li Xiangdong? Are you here to collect Taozi? Our family's old Ho and Sanner have mentioned you often. Why do you bring so many things? You should take some back with you. After placing his apprentice gift down, Li Xiangdong explained, Aunt Ho, I cannot take these back. They are a tribute from Li Xiaodao for his apprenticeship. If that is the case, you truly cannot take them back. Uncle Ho has no apprentices of his own and has often envied others receiving tributes. Please, have a seat while I brew some tea for you. Aunt Ho instructed the two to take their seats on the sofa in the living room, and as she spoke, she prepared to pour them some tea. Allow me, offered Li Xiangdong, reaching for the thermos and placing it on the table before him. He picked up the box of tea leaves, ready to brew for Gao Ximin. Setting down his military canteen, Gao Ximin interjected, "There's no need for tea. I merely came to exchange a few words before I depart." Aunt Ho chuckled. "If you have something to say, please wait for my husband, Lao Ho, to return shortly. Dongzi, do brew some tea for your Uncle Gao." Gao Ximin, puzzled, inquired, "Is Lao Ho not working today?" Aunt Ho glanced at Li Xiangdong, who was busy preparing the tea, and clarified, "A little guest visited us yesterday. So Lao Ho is taking a break today." Understanding, Gao Ximin replied, "Very well, I shall wait for Lao Ho's return. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I will fetch some snacks for you." As Aunt Ho turned to leave, Gao Ximin quickly said, "There's no need for that, sister-in-law. Please don't trouble yourself." Li Xiangdong echoed, "Aunt Ho, there's no need to fuss. I will pick up my cousin Li Xiaotao, and we shall take our leave." Aunt Ho remained silent and continued into the other room. Taking a sip from his tea, Gao Ximin turned to Li Xiangdong, who sat beside him, and asked, "What is the story behind this apprenticeship gift?" Li Xiangdong explained, "My nephew has become a disciple of Ho San." Gao Ximin chuckled, "You are quite shrewd." Li Xiangdong shrugged, "I merely wish to secure a future for the children in our family." Gao Ximin nodded in understanding. It is only natural for one to plan for their offspring. He glanced at the apprenticeship gift Li Xiangdong had brought and queried, "Dongzi, do you have a master?" Li Xiangdong shook his head, "No," with a keen gaze. Gao Ximin suggested, "Given your generous offering, how about you become my disciple? In the future, you may present gifts of this caliber during festive occasions." "Please do not jest with me," Li Xiangdong replied, startled by Gao Ximin's words, knowing that being his disciple would be a serious commitment. "Look at you, frightened." "Such a lack of ambition," Gao Ximin teased, rolling his eyes at Li Xiangdong's apprehension. Li Xiangdong remained quiet, fearing that Gao Ximin might indeed be serious. Should he formally become a disciple, they would enter a master-disciple relationship. If Gao Ximin insisted he focus on his work and not stray, disobedience would lead to familial disgrace. "Why are you both sitting there like statues? There are cigarettes on the table. Feel free to smoke. We do not mind such things in our home." Aunt Ho emerged from the inner room, carrying a plate of peanuts and sunflower seeds, placing them on the table and nudging the cigarettes closer to the two men. Gao Ximin picked up a cigarette and lit it, while Li Xiangdong asked, "Aunt Ho, are Ho San and Li Xiaotao not at home?" "They left shortly after breakfast." "I have no idea where they have gone to play," Aunt Ho replied, sitting beside them and cracking sunflower seeds while laughing. "Though your nephew may appear a bit daft, he is genuinely sincere. Just yesterday, as soon as your Uncle Ho entered the house, he bowed 3 times, startling your uncle quite a bit." She laughed heartily, and Gao Ximin couldn't help but join in the amusement. Only Li Xiangdong felt somewhat awkward, his hand holding the cup of water, hesitating momentarily. He could guarantee that this mischievous act was undoubtedly the doing of Ho San. Chapter 145. Li Chibu. The three of them sat in the living room chatting. Primarily Li Xiangdong conversing with Aunt Ho, while Gao Ximin sat nearby smoking silently, hardly contributing to the dialogue until Ho Jinjie returned. "None of you are leaving today. I bought a great deal of groceries. Let us enjoy a good drink at noon," Ho Jinjie announced as he handed the bags of food to his wife, and then took a seat. He continued, "Lao Gao, my wife mentioned you were looking for me. Does this gun look familiar to you?" Gao Ximin abruptly drew a Type 54 pistol from the small of his back. Ho Jinjie took the pistol, examined it, and instantly comprehended the situation. The firearm that he had kept at home had now found its way into Gao Ximin's possession, undoubtedly the mischief of his troublesome son. He erupted into a furious tirade. That scoundrel. Having finished his outburst, Ho Jinjie swiftly made his way to the kitchen, inquiring, "Where is the third son?" Aunt Ho, who was busy preparing vegetables, replied with confusion, "He went out to play this morning." "Why do you need him? Just focus on your vegetables." Ho Jinjie turned and first went to his study to safely stow the pistol before returning with a dark expression. He sat down next to the daydreaming Li Xiangdong and said, "Dongzi, I know you're a clever lad. Please keep an eye on our third son." Having refrained from interjecting during the earlier conversation between Ho Jinjie and Gao Ximin, Li Xiangdong now felt it crucial to express his stance. "Uncle Ho, you need not worry about that. As long as I am with Ho San, I will certainly look after him." Li Xiangdong had only just realized why Ho San had stolen the pistol from home. It was undoubtedly due to the influence of Qin Lu and his gang. Understanding this, he felt compelled to speak in Ho San's defense. Uncle Ho, I have something to say, though I'm unsure if it's appropriate. Speak freely, Ho Jinjia said, picking up a cigarette from the table, lighting it, and taking a couple of deep puffs. Li Xiangdong continued, Ho San merely enjoys causing a ruckus, but he is capable of distinguishing right from wrong. Please refrain from resorting to violence against him. Some matters can be clarified through open discussion, and he will surely understand what is acceptable and what is not. Gao Ximin nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dongzi speaks wisely. Old Ho, please don't take offense at my words. The reason I came to speak with you today was to discuss how to educate children. Go ask around. Who doesn't know that you, Ho Jinjia, are known for disciplining your children? When Ho Sen had a high fever as a child, it was serious. But can you truly say he is foolish? He simply struggles to comprehend certain matters. If you converse with him sincerely, it will suffice. Li Xiangdong chimed in. My Uncle Gao's words hold much truth. Uncle Ho, through my interactions with Ho San, I've observed that he merely possesses a childlike nature. Otherwise, he is without significant faults. Listening to the two, Ho Jinjia forgot to smoke, lost in contemplation on the sofa. Gao Ximin patted him on the shoulder. All right, old Ho. Ponder how to educate your child well tonight as you sleep. You're planning to keep me here for a drink, so why not fetch that hidden Finjio? Li Xiangdong felt a twitch in his eyelids upon hearing Gao Ximin's words. Just when he had settled one matter, another had already surfaced. Ho Jinshi also caught on, saying, Old Gao, how did you know I was hiding a few bottles of Finjio? Gao Ximin pointed to the military canteen in front of him. Your third one took an entire canteen onto the train. Upon hearing this, Ho Jinshi picked up the canteen and weighed it in his hand, then turned to Gao Ximin. What are you looking at? Now that the liquor is in my possession, do you think I would return it? Simply managing to bring you the canteen is already a feat. Your third has been sneaky enough to spit in my tea jar out of spite. That rascal. Ho Jinshi chuckled in exasperation. His third had indeed indulged in such antics during his childhood, and he had come to terms with the liquor situation. He couldn't help but reflect. Was it truly a failing in his upbringing? If his son were genuinely foolish, he wouldn't have devised such clever tricks. All right, I'll go fetch it for you. As Gao Ximin saw him rise to head toward the study, he called out, Remember to bring the chess set. Let us play a few games. Sure, I will. Once Ho Jinshi left, Gao Ximin turned to Li Xiangdong. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and tidy up the table. He smiled at Li Xiangdong, who was getting up to clear the table. Do you know how to play chess? Li Xiangdong modestly replied, I know a little. Gao Ximin's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Then we must have a game. I'll teach you how to play properly. Li Xiangdong laughed. I'm fine with playing a game with you, but you must go easy on me. Gao Ximin smirked. When it comes to playing, let us be serious. All right. Ho Jinshi returned with 2 bottles of liquor and the chess set. Li Xiangdong took the bottles from him and set them aside, then watched as the two began to arrange the pieces. Old Ho, you should let us play a round first. Ho Jinshi glanced at Li Xiangdong. You can play? Li Xiangdong repeated, I know a little. Ho Jinshi chuckled. Oh, then you go ahead. After one game, I'll teach you how to play. Once the pieces were set, Gao Ximin, adopting a superior demeanor, said, Dongzi, I'll let you make the first move. Li Xiangdong pushed a piece forward, moving a pawn. Gao Ximin scoffed. Do you know how to play? That's a cannon move. Midway through the game, Gao Ximin sipped his tea and leaned back, chuckling. Dongzi, hurry up and make your move. What are you pondering? Uncle Gao, please don't rush me. Li Xiangdong was nearly at his wits' end with the current situation on the board. He had thought Gao Ximin would be formidable, yet here he was, carefully contemplating how to lose without it being too obvious. Dongzi, hurry up. Oh, please stop urging me. Why not let Uncle Ho take my turn? Gao Ximin glared. Are you not a man? If you are a man, don't think of running away. Show your true skills. The fact that a simple game of chess had turned into a question of his masculinity made Li Xiangdong decide to no longer hold back. In his previous life, having aged, his only remaining passion apart from basking in the sun was playing chess with the elderly in the neighborhood, who in the nearby community didn't know of Li Chibu. 1 move ahead, thinking 7 moves ahead. Jumping the knight, checkmate. Gao Ximin, feigning ignorance, remarked, I must have taken a wrong turn. I meant to go this way. Let's start over. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed aside his chess piece in frustration. This is pointless. I shall no longer partake in this game. Old Ho, you engage with this young lad. The 2 elderly gentlemen, Gao Ximin and Ho Jinshi, nearing a century in age combined, found themselves mercilessly outmatched on the chessboard. They had initially intended to intimidate the youth, but instead became the subjects of ridicule. Did you not claim to possess only a modicum of skill? Li Xiangdong chuckled softly, unable to articulate the thought that perhaps they were simply lacking in prowess. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door swung open. Donga, you've arrived. Goodness, old gal. In chapter 146, the aroma of victory wafted through the air. Ho-san, draping an arm around Li Xiaotao's shoulder as if they were old friends, pushed the door open. Upon spotting Li Xiangdong, he was taken aback to also see Gao Xinmin present, prompting an instinctive retreat. Tatsi, quickly restrain your master, cried Ho Jianxi, witnessing his son's flight. Without hesitation, Li Xiaotao dashed forward, seizing the fabric of Ho-san's clothing and dragging the squirming youth back. Li Xiaotao, I am your master. How dare you treat me in such a manner? This is sheer insubordination. Li Xiaotao sniffled. Master, I must heed my grandmaster's words. Ho-san, incensed, lamented his earlier decision to have his apprentice bow to his father. Alas, the apprentice had turned traitor so soon after being accepted. Seeing his son's pitiful display, Ho Jianxi, who had previously been reluctant to resort to violence, now found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. Why do you run? Meanwhile, Gao Xinmin, scratching his ear, interjected. Old Ho, what did your son just call me? Old Gao? Am I mistaken? Ho Jianxi approached and gave Ho-san a light smack on the back of his head. Apologize to your Uncle Gao at once. With his head hung low, Ho-san muttered, Uncle Gao, I apologize. I should not have addressed you as Old Gao. I shall never do so again. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiangdong moved closer, urging Li Xiaotao to release Ho-san. Ho-san, which room belongs to you? I am quite curious. Do lead me there. With a nudge, he prompted Ho-san, who immediately caught on. Come along, Donga, that room over there is mine. As Ho-san guided Li Xiangdong away, Gao Xinmin turned to Ho Jianxi with a grin. Do you perceive your son as foolishness? His wits are misplaced. You ought to educate him more diligently. With a wry smile, Ho Jianxi replied, Your child is well brought up. We must maintain our camaraderie. I shall seek your counsel gradually. Whenever there is fine wine, I shall certainly visit more often. Gao Xinmin beamed, his pride evident. While he could feign humility in other matters, when it came to educating his children, he could not help but boast, for his offspring were renowned for their exemplary understanding. Ho Jianxi chuckled. With your arrival, good wine is assured. Shall we engage in another game? Indeed, let us play once more. They settled down to continue their match. While Ho-san, upon entering his room, promptly collapsed onto his bed, Li Xiaotao tugged at his clothing, inquiring, Master, are you upset? Upon hearing this, Ho-san sat upright on the bed, gazing at Li Xiaotao with indignation. As your master, I have treated you well. Just moments ago, I even bought you an ice cream, and yet you betray me. Li Xiangdong chuckled. Ho-san, you should know better. Your father has spoken. How could my Xiaotao not heed his words? Li Xiaotao nodded earnestly. I must listen to my master. Obedience is the virtue of a good child. Alas, I have suffered a great loss. Donggu, just when I finally took on a disciple, he chooses to listen to my father. Isn't that infuriating? It drives me to distraction. Ho-san leaned back, collapsing onto the bed, covering his head with the blanket. Li Xiangdong swiftly pulled aside the blanket and inquired. Stop your antics. Your father didn't notice anything amiss with the tigunian that Xiaotao brought, did he? Upon the mention of tea, Ho-san ceased his playful demeanor, rolling out of bed to retrieve a paper package from a nearby drawer. Fortunately, I discovered this yesterday. Otherwise, we would have been ensnared by this tea. If my father were to see it, it would be disastrous. His tigunian is exquisite, devoid of any broken leaves. He would recognize it instantly. Is that so? Li Xiangdong felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, realizing how close they had come to being exposed. As Ho-san stuffed the tea package into Li Xiangdong's satchel, he remarked, Donggu, this package of tea, what tea? Ho Jianxi entered, his gaze firmly fixed on the two. What tea? We weren't discussing anything. Father, how did you come in? Upon seeing his father unexpectedly enter, Ho-san trembled in fright. Ho Jianxi raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Dongzi, what did my san just slip into your bag? And nothing at all. Li Xiangdong retrieved the box of Longjing that Wang Dahai had given him. I brought a box of Longjing today, intending to give it to you, but Ho-san said your family has enough tea, so I should take it home. Ho Jianxi accepted the tea box and opened it for inspection. Isn't this the Longjing that Wang Dahai brought back? This is fine tea. Dongzi, you are indeed considerate. I, your Uncle Ho, am particularly fond of tea. You needn't take it back home. I shall accept this box. Content. He turned to leave, but paused after a few steps. Dongzi, if you have no pressing matters, come out and help me strategize how to win against your Uncle Gao. Certainly, Uncle Ho. I shall be right there. Make haste. With the door closed behind him, Ho San patted his chest, exclaiming, Goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Li Xiangdong plopped down onto Ho San's bed, relieved that he had the box of tea today. Otherwise, they would have truly been discovered. Li Xiaodao looked at the two in confusion. Third uncle, master, what is going on? Li Xiangdong and Ho San replied in unison. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Stay here. I will step out for a moment. With a sigh, Li Xiangdong exited Ho San's room, resolved to boil the tiguanyin for tea eggs once home. To avoid any further complications, Ho Jianqi beckoned. Dongzi, come see how we should proceed with this move. Gao Xinmin, smoking a cigarette, remarked nonchalantly, in chess, a talkative player is akin to a donkey. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong turned and made his way to the kitchen. Aunt Ho, allow me to assist you with the cooking. Aunt Ho chuckled, you can actually cook? Li Xiangdong glanced at the ingredients that Ho Jianqi had brought home, noticing a fish among them. Aunt Ho, can you and Uncle Ho handle spicy food? We can indeed. Your uncle is particularly fond of it. Then today, I shall showcase my culinary skills. Li Xiangdong intended to prepare a dish of poached fish, something that was currently absent from their repertoire. He inspected the spices in the kitchen, which were far more comprehensive than those found in his own home. This simply would not do. Upon returning home in the afternoon, he would consult Xian Bin to procure some spices from the state-run restaurant, for his own pantry contained only the basics: oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Whenever he wished to experiment with flavors at home, he found himself thwarted. Xiangdong, your knife skills are quite impressive, Aunt Ho remarked. Initially skeptical that he was serious about cooking, but soon realizing he was genuinely engaged in the task. In these times, aside from professional chefs, men who could cook were a rarity, and it was often considered a laughing matter for the head of the household to be found in the kitchen. As time passed, the aromas wafted through the air. Dear, what dishes are you preparing? Called out Ho Jianqi and Gao Xinmin from the living room, drawn by the enticing scent. Mother, what have you cooked today? It smells delightful, exclaimed Ho San, who rushed in with Li Xiaodao. Dong Ge, is it you who is cooking? Ho San squeezed into the kitchen, leaning closer to Li Xiangdong, swallowing hard. Is this fish that you are preparing? Observing the curious expressions on the faces around him, Li Xiangdong smiled and explained, this is Sichuan-style poached fish. It smells fantastic. Ho San voiced what everyone was thinking.